I found myself traversing into the realm of a Saiyan, yet my combat prowess stagnated at a mere 300, unable to transcend this threshold. It was not until I activated the negative emotion system that I garnered a contribution of 666 points when Raditz derided me as an inferior warrior. Prince Vegeta, with his frigid gaze, questioned, "Do you think a worthless being deserves my spaceship?" I retorted with a grin, "Your Highness, there's a fragment of vegetable leaf caught between your teeth." Negative emotion 999. Combat power skyrockets to 1,000. On the planet of 10,000 beasts, the Beast King Garu, with a staggering power level of 8,000, dominated the battlefield, leaving Vegeta in a dire struggle. I taunted relentlessly, "Come on, Your Highness, if you can't defeat me, come and try." As the signal of Frieza's summons reverberated through the air, Vegeta abruptly turned his gaze toward me. Inside the spaceship, the elongated metallic corridor resonated with the deep, continuous hum of the engines, akin to the heartbeat of a slumbering giant. The atmosphere was infused with a chilly metallic aura, mingled with the faint scent of machine oil. The dim red emergency lights embedded in the walls served as the sole source of illumination within this small Saiyan combat vessel, casting fluctuating shadows upon the taut ore. In different faces of its occupants, Vikimo leaned against the icy wall, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the frigid metal surface. His gaze seemingly wandered across to the opposite side. Naba stood like an imposing iron tower beside Vegeta's seat, his muscular arms crossed over his chest, while his bald head gleamed coldly under the dim light. Raditz leaned against the other wall, appearing somewhat restless, his thick, tousled black hair almost obscuring his scouter as he nervously fiddled with the straps of his battle suit. In a slightly distant corner, the trio of Carnegie, Curry, and Garu huddled together, their expressions a blend of trepidation regarding the unknown mission and reverence for Prince Vegeta. Seated firmly at the end of the corridor was the diminutive figure of Prince Vegeta, securely placed in a notably reinforced chair. At merely 5 years of age, his small stature belied the innate regal pressure that enveloped the entire cabin like a tangible frost. The corner of his crimson cape casually draped over the armrest, gently swaying with the ship's subtle vibrations. His eyes were closed, seemingly resting, yet the slight tightening of his lips and the icy aura radiating from him clearly delineated an invisible boundary, one that the lesser beings must not cross. Vikimo inhaled deeply, the frigid metallic scent flooding his lungs, suppressing the barely perceptible anxiety within. He understood that the favor of Vegeta, or at the very least the absence of disdain, was crucial for his survival aboard this vessel, far removed from the impending destruction of his homeland. Yet, obtaining even a sliver of positive sentiment from this proud prince seemed as formidable as directly challenging Frieza. His gaze returned to Raditz. This future elder brother of Sun Wukong was still merely an impetuous and eager young scion at this point in time. The astonishment that had graced his face upon detecting Vikimo's 600 combat power at the launch center, along with the contribution of that 666 points of negative emotion, remained vividly etched within Vikimo's system interface. Raditz. Vikimo's voice, though soft, pierced through the engine's hum with deliberate ease. "I wonder, does that long hair of yours not hinder you in battle? Like if an opponent grabs it, lifting you like a mere chick." A sudden silence enveloped the cabin. Naba's arms seemed to tense. The reflected light upon his bald head appeared to freeze. The trio of Carnegie instinctively shrank back, holding their breath. Even Vegeta, with his eyes still shut, seemed to flutter slightly. Raditz whipped his head around, the lenses of his scouter flashing a green light beneath his thick black locks. His youthful face contorted, clearly taken aback by this abrupt and almost insulting concern. "Vikimo, what nonsense are you spouting?" His voice rose in anger. "My hair is a symbol of my strength. Only the weak fret over such trivial matters." "Oh, a symbol of strength?" Vikimo feigned realization, nodding exaggeratedly, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his lips, much like, the tail of a scion great ape. "It looks impressive, yet in a critical moment, one could easily seize it as a weakness. You're courting death." Raditz's fury ignited, veins bulging at his temples. He stepped forward, fists clenched, unleashing the aura of a 700 combat power warrior, creating an oppressive atmosphere within the confined space. Young Carnegie recoiled in fright. Negative emotion value from Raditz 777, a line of virtual text, visible only to Vikimo, danced joyfully across his vision. Vikimo's heart soared with delight, though his facade remained innocent yet infuriatingly casual as he shrugged. Calm down. I'm merely curious. Look, my short hair is so practical. I'll never encounter such troubles in a fight. Raditz's lips trembled with rage, pointing at Vikimo, momentarily at a loss for words to retort against this suddenly insufferable lowly warrior. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a cold, youthful yet authoritative voice resonated, like hard ice shattering upon the floor. Silence. Unbeknownst to me, Vegeta had opened his eyes. Within those childlike orbs, there was no warmth, only pure indifference and an air of superiority, as if gazing down upon mere ants. His gaze, akin to sharpened blades of ice, slowly traversed Raditz before finally settling upon Vikimo's face. The worthless lowly warrior, Vegeta's voice, though not loud, penetrated each ear with unmistakable disdain. Dares to make noise aboard my spaceship? Speak another foolish word, and I will cast you off to crawl back to the planet of 10,000 beasts. His icy words whipped through the air like a lash. Raditz fell silent instantly, akin to a suffocated duck, his face flushed as he reluctantly retreated, head bowed. Naba smirked slightly, evidently pleased to witness Vikimo being reprimanded by the prince. Carnegie and the others buried their heads even lower, wishing to meld into the walls. A heavy pressure enveloped Vikimo in an instant. Vegeta's unadulterated aura of authority bore down more heavily than Raditz's fury. Yet, amidst this stifling tension, Vikimo keenly detected a rapidly fluctuating prompt within his vision. Negative emotion value from Vegeta 999, a staggering figure. An unprecedented gain, an indescribable euphoria surged through him, dissipating the fear. Vikimo's heart thundered within his chest, nearly shattering his ribs. He felt a new, immense power awaken within him, as if a dormant volcano had erupted, sweeping through his entire being. Muscle fibers sang with exhilaration, bones crackled softly, and blood coursed like a mighty river. The previous barrier of 600 combat power crumbled before this torrent, torn asunder with ease. At the edges of his vision, the translucent panel representing his personal status displayed the glaring 600 like a thermometer plunged into boiling water, soaring upwards in a frenzy, 601.650.700.750. Finally, the number came to a staggering halt at a position that left Vikimo himself dizzy. Combat power, 1000. An indescribable sensation of strength filled his entire being, as if he could rend steel with a mere gesture. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, the sudden surge of power causing a resounding crack. Kabiye, the sound echoed jarringly in the suddenly silent cabin. All eyes converged upon Vikimo in an instant, including Vegeta's cold, scrutinizing gaze. The detector of Leitais emitted a series of beeping sounds almost reflexively, the green lens. Frantically refreshing data before finally stabilizing, Leitais abruptly raised his head, his face a mixture of utter shock and disbelief, exclaiming, 1.1000. What cosmic joke is this? Your combat power was just 600. Naba's cold smirk instantaneously froze, as if encased in a plaster mask. His eyes, once filled with disdain, widened in astonishment, fixated on Vikimo, as if he was truly seeing this lowly warrior he regarded as an ant for the first time. Beads of sweat seemed to form on his bald head. Carnegie and his companions were equally aghast, their mouths agape, their expressions reflecting pure horror, as if witnessing the explosion of a planet. For the first time, Vegeta's gaze cracked open from its usual indifference and disdain, revealing a hint of curiosity, as if a dragon had inadvertently glimpsed a suddenly glowing stone at its feet. That he remained seated, his small stature exuding an unwavering authority, yet the icy light in his eyes lingered on Vikimo for a noticeably longer duration than before. He uttered no words, but the lines of his tightly pressed lips appeared even more rigid. Negative emotional value from Leitais, 888. Negative emotional value from Naba, 999. Negative emotional value from Vegeta, 199. Vikimo's vision was inundated with continuously refreshing notifications, the delightful numbers resonating like celestial music. He forcibly suppressed the overwhelming surge of power within him and the smile threatening to escape his lips, striving to maintain an expression of calm, as if merely having luckily broken through a bottleneck. Even feigning a touch of bewilderment and innocence, he relaxed his fists, flexed his wrists, and casually shrugged. Oh, is that so? Perhaps I was inadvertently spurred by the prince's presence and broke through. After all, as a lowly warrior, I occasionally stumble upon good fortune. He deliberately emphasized the terms lowly warrior and good fortune, his gaze sweeping over Leitais and Naba, whose faces grew increasingly grim, and he reveled inwardly. Humph! Vegeta finally averted his gaze, letting out a non-committal snort through his nostrils, closing his eyes once more. However, that snort seemed to carry less of the previous absolute contempt and more of an imperceptible irritation, as if the tranquility had been disturbed by a fly. His crimson cape fell back into place with a subtle movement. The cabin fell into silence once more. Yet the atmosphere had transformed entirely. The hum of the engine seemed distant, leaving only the heavy or stifled breaths of a few individuals. Leitais and Naba's glares were like poisoned daggers, repeatedly slicing through Vikimo, filled with shock, jealousy, and a profound sense of being fooled. Vikimo leaned against the icy wall of the cabin, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, the solid sensation of having reached 1,000 combat power almost. Coaxed a satisfied sigh from him that he gently closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve deeper in his vision. A simple system interface floated before him. ***host. Vikimo *** race. Saiyan, low-class warrior, combat power, 1,000 negative emotional value. 5125 ***. Function, lottery, 10,000 points / attempt, ***. Gazing at the 5125 value, Vikimo felt a surge of excitement. He was less than half of the way to the next lottery draw of 10,000 points. This expedition to Wanxiaoxing was truly a golden opportunity for accumulating points. Vegeta, Naba, Leitais, and the imminent enemies. They were all living emotional ATMs. He stifled the urge to provoke Vegeta for more. That previous incident had been perilous enough. Pushing his luck further could very well lead to being unceremoniously ejected from the ship by this temperamental young prince. Left to become an ice sculpture in the cold cosmos. Even the art of milking benefits required sustainable practices. That Vikimo's attention shifted to the three lesser-known Saiyan youths in the corner, Carnegie, Cooley, and Balu. Their expressions of shock had yet to fully fade, their gazes towards Vikimo filled with awe and a hint of curiosity. The awe stemmed from his soaring combat power, while the curiosity arose from his audacious behavior moments ago. "Hey, you three," Vikimo lowered his voice, forcing a smile he considered friendly, though tinged with mischief. "Is this your first time on a mission with Prince Vegeta?" Feeling nervous? Carnegie, appearing to be the eldest among them with his spiky red hair, nodded nervously, quickly glancing at the meditating Vegeta, his voice barely above a whisper. Yes, it's my first time. I heard the beasts of Wanxiaoxing are quite ferocious." "Ferocious?" Vikimo scoffed, adopting an indifferent tone. "Is there anything more ferocious than His Highness? Didn't you see the prince's gaze just now? I felt that if he glared at me one more time, my newly achieved 1,000 combat power might just freeze away." Cooley, a boy with a black bowl haircut, couldn't suppress a short laugh, immediately covering his mouth, his face turning crimson as he fearfully glanced towards Vegeta. Balu, the smallest among them with a rare cascade of soft blue hair, cautiously inquired, "Vikimo, aren't you afraid of the prince? He is a prince after all." "Afraid? Of course I am." Vikimo spread his hands, his expression exaggerated, terrified. "But what good does fear do? We Saiyans are a race that dances on the edge of a blade, right? Rather than cowering, why not think about how to survive longer under the prince's command and perhaps, reap some benefits?" He winked meaningfully. From Carnegie, mild confusion 10 from Cooley, mild nervousness 5 from Balu, mild curiosity 5. Even the smallest gains are still gains. Vikimo observed the minuscule income popping up in his vision, feeling elated. Though modest, small accumulations lead to larger sums. He was preparing to continue his playful banter, drawing from the Dragon Ball joke compendium he had encountered in his previous life to further amuse these innocent youths. Suddenly, whoosh, boom, the spaceship jolted violently. The piercing sound of twisted metal and muffled explosions erupted from the rear of the vessel. The entire cabin felt as though gripped by an invisible giant hand, violently shaking and swaying. The dim red emergency lights flickered wildly, casting fragmented shadows across the astonished faces of the occupants. The blaring alarms sounded like the wails of a dying beast, instantly shattering the oppressive silence within the cabin. Ho ho ho! Warning! Warning! The rear thrusters are under unknown energy attack. Localized hull damage detected. Gravity system imbalance. Warning. Warning. The cold, electronic synthesized voice echoed urgently in the confined space, each word striking like a hammer against the heart. That what's happening? Leitais was the first to react, bellowing as he clumsily steadied himself against the violently shaking wall. Naba's burly form swayed slightly. Then he stood upright, his bald head appearing particularly menacing under the flashing red lights, his eyes instantly turning fierce. An enemy. Attack. Who dares to assault a Saiyan ship? The three youths were rendered pale by this sudden turn of events. Carnegie and Cooley clung to each other to avoid falling, while Balu collided directly with the cold metal wall, letting out a cry of pain. Only Vegeta remained unperturbed. Chapter 2. The battle. In the instant the violent tremor struck, his diminutive form remained steadfast in the reinforced seat, as immovable as a rock, not even lifting his eyelids. Only at the moment of the ship's most tumultuous shaking did his arms, crossed over his chest, seem to tighten for the briefest of moments, before returning to their usual stance. That extraordinary composure, far beyond his years, exuded an icy cruelty. What is there to panic about? Vegeta's voice, though not loud, sliced through the cacophony of alarms and the chaos of the crowd like a cold blade. A waste is still a waste. His eyes finally opened, scanning over the disheveled Raditz and Naba, before settling on Vikimo with a subtle yet profound disdain. It appeared that the insects of Wanshouxing were eager for death. He rose slowly, his small figure cast an unsettling aura amidst the frantic flickering of the crimson alarm lights. Prepare for descent, since they seek death. Vegeta's lips curled into a chilling and merciless smile. Let it be so. The ship plummeted toward the verdant planet of Wanshouxing, shrouded in primordial forests and exuding a wild essence, like a giant bird with broken wings, engulfed in smoke and fire. The violent turbulence and sensation of weightlessness struck again, the metallic structure groaning under the strain. Vikimo gripped the handrail firmly, feeling the weightlessness of the ship's descent, yet his heart calmed. He observed the flashing alerts in his field of vision. Panic from Raditz, 333, fury from Naba, 444, cold murderous intent from Vegeta, 299. Crisis often accompanies immense rewards. Wanshouxing. We have arrived. The ship ultimately crash-landed in a vast clearing surrounded by towering ancient trees. The violent impact caused the hull to emit a painful groan, the twisted metal bow embedding deep into the soft humus, raising a cloud of choking dust. The damaged tail section belched thick black smoke, the air filled with the acrid scent of charred material and the peculiar odor of ionized ozone. The cabin door creaked open with a harsh grinding sound. Vegeta was the first to step out of the spacecraft. His small figure landed on the moist, soft ground of Wanshouxing, covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves, his crimson cloak billowing gently in the plant-scented breeze. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping across the sun-blocking primordial jungle like a radar. The dense canopy obscured most of the daylight, allowing only scattered light to filter through, creating dancing spots on the forest floor. The air was thick with humidity, saturated with the odor of decaying vegetation and the musk of some large beasts. Humph, primitive. Vegeta's youthful voice, dripping with unabashed contempt, echoed clearly in the glade. Naba and Raditz followed closely, warily surveying their surroundings. The three young Saiyans, Carnegie, Curry, and Balu, emerged with clenched fists, visibly tense, their eyes filled with wariness towards the unknown terrain. Vikimo was the last to exit the ship, as his foot connected with the soft, vibrant soil. An indescribable thrill surged through his entire being. It felt as if countless fine, wild threads of energy flowed into his body through his soles. Suddenly, the silent system interface in his vision flickered. Ding! Host has entered the special environment of Wanshouxing, rich in primordial life energy and beast soul essence. Alert! In this environment, the host's efficiency in acquiring negative emotion points through provocation, combat, and absorption is increased by 10. Absorbing special beast soul energy may have a small chance to enhance lottery quality or trigger special abilities. Vikimo's heart raced. A 10 increase in efficiency? The ability to absorb special energy? Wanshouxing was truly a hunting ground tailored for him, a collector of negative emotion points. He gazed at the perilous yet opportunity-laden primordial jungle before him, his expression igniting with fervor. Prince Vegeta, this place seems rather ominous, Raditz remarked, fiddling with the detector. The green data streams on the lens fluctuating rapidly. The detector indicated a significant number of life responses nearby, with energy readings not low, yet highly dispersed, making it challenging to pinpoint specific locations. His voice carried a hint of unease. Dispersed? Naba grinned broadly, revealing his ivory teeth, flexing his wrists with a series of cracking sounds. Isn't that perfect? No need for us to search one by one. Your Highness, allow me to lead the way and root out these hiding insects to crush them. He was eager to impress Vegeta, and even more eager to vent the pent-up frustration from being startled by Vikimo on the ship. Vegeta's expression remained stoic, merely lifting his chin slightly in tacit approval. Naba, like a beast unleashed, let out a low growl and pushed off the ground with tremendous force. Boom. The earth beneath him caved in, dirt flying. His massive form erupted with speed that defied his size, crashing through the drooping vines and dense underbrush, plunging into the depths of the shadowy primordial forest, leaving only a trail of violently shaking branches and the fading sound of his charge. Fool. Vegeta's lips curled disdainfully as he watched Naba vanish into the foliage. Raditz hesitated. Your Highness, Naba, silence. Vegeta interrupted, his gaze shifting to Vikimo and the three youths, his tone icy and commanding. You three, remain here to guard the ship. His eyes lingered on Vikimo for a brief moment, the implication unmistakable. Keep an eye on this restless lower-class warrior. Vikimo shrugged, remaining silent. Guarding the ship? Perfect. He could observe the energy flow patterns of this place. However, not 10 seconds after Vegeta's words had left his lips. Roar. A deafening, anguished roar erupted from the depths of the forest. The sound was piercing, instantly shattering the jungle's silence and startling countless birds into flight. Following that was Naba's even more furious roar and a series of thunderous crashing and explosive sounds. Boom, rumble, crack. The sounds of splintering trees and crumbling rocks echoed incessantly. The ground trembled distinctly. A powerful and chaotic wave of energy surged forward, sweeping in fragments of wood and dust from deep within the forest. Naba. Raditz's countenance paled. The energy point representing Naba on the detector fluctuated violently, while the energy point representing the enemy appeared peculiarly. It was not a singular powerful entity, but a boiling mass. Countless small energy points converging and erupting. Humph, indeed a fool. Vegeta's brow finally furrowed, a flicker of impatience crossing his youthful face. He no longer hesitated. His form flickered and vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a blurred afterimage and the sharp sound of displaced air as he sped towards the center of the battle. His speed far surpassed that of Naba's just moments prior. Raditz dared not lag behind, immediately unleashing his power to follow suit. The only ones left behind were Vikimo and the three youths. Carnegie and the others were pale, their fists clenched tightly as they cast anxious glances toward the rising smoke and surging energy fluctuations deep within the forest. Vikimo, what about Lord Naba? Balu's voice trembled. Vikimo did not respond. He narrowed his eyes, fully focused on sensing the surroundings. With the system's environmental enhancement, his perception sharpened remarkably. He heard not just the roars of battle, but also countless faint, savage hisses, akin to an invisible tide surging from the depths of the dense forest toward the location where Naba was besieged. That was not a singular entity. It was a pack of beasts. Moreover, they were organized and hunting under some controlling force. Naba's reckless bravery played right into their hands. Go. Vikimo decisively commanded the three youths. Follow me, but don't get too close. Find a place to hide. He then dashed forward. His target not the core of the battle, but the chaotic periphery where the energy fluctuations were most tumultuous and the negative emotions were most concentrated. This was a golden opportunity for scoring points and absorbing energy. As Vikimo accompanied three young warriors to the edge of the battlefield, they ascended a massive, moss-covered ancient tree to gaze down upon the scene, which left the three Carnegie members gasping in shock. Below lay a ravaged forest floor, as if trampled by a colossal beast. Towering ancient trees had been violently uprooted, revealing stark white stumps. The ground was riddled with deep craters and torn claw marks. Charred remnants attested to the explosive power of energy blasts. At the heart of this chaos, Naba was embroiled in a fierce struggle. This Saiyan warrior, renowned for his strength, appeared remarkably disheveled. His bald head was smeared with mud and green slime, and his sturdy combat suit bore numerous tears, exposing bleeding wounds beneath. Most alarming were the 3 deep claw marks on his right shoulder, cutting through flesh to the bone, with blood gushing forth, staining half of his body crimson. He gasped for breath, each inhalation exacerbating his wounds and inflicting searing pain, his facial muscles contorted in fury and agony. The assailants were not the imagined titans, but rather a horde of astonishingly numerous, varied, and ferocious small beasts, their eyes gleaming with a manic red light. They surged forth like a black tide from the shadows of the dense forest. There were creatures resembling wolverines, covered in sharp-boned spines, utilizing their dorsal spikes for rapid projectile assaults. Others resembled giant pangolins, with heavy scales capable of curling into a ball and rolling at high speeds, crashing into Naba like relentless siege engines. And numerous shadow claw beasts, swift as phantoms, their claws laced with paralyzing toxins, circled Naba, perpetually seeking opportunities to inflict new wounds. Individually, these ferocious creatures possessed combat capabilities ranging from a mere few dozen to a couple of hundred, far inferior to Naba's might. Yet they seemed to be orchestrated by an unseen force, moving with coordinated precision. The rolling armored beasts attracted fire with their frontal charges, while the spiked creatures launched surprise attacks from cunning angles, and the shadow claw beasts exploited every gap in Naba's defenses to strike with lightning speed. Naba's furious energy blasts often only managed to scatter a few of the creatures, with more immediately filling the void, clinging to him like an affliction, sapping his stamina and spirit. Despite his tremendous power, he felt like a giant trapped in a quagmire, every punch landing as if in cotton, nearly driving him to madness. Damn insects! Get away! All of you get away! Naba roared in frustration, delivering a powerful punch that sent one of the rolling armored beasts flying, but was immediately met with deep claw marks from 2 shadow claw beasts striking his back. He swung in retaliation, only to hit empty air. The cunning shadow claw beasts had already retreated. From Naba emanated a fury of 999, a frustration of 888, a pain of 777. Vikimo found himself overwhelmed by the cascade of negative emotional values contributed by Naba, akin to a torrent. The numbers surged wildly, nearly blinding him. This efficiency was more than 10 times faster than the deliberate provocation aboard a spacecraft. Furthermore, the system detected the rampant savagery, fear, and the rust-like aura of beast souls emanating from Naba's bleeding wounds, coalescing towards him, absorbed silently by the system. Vegeta, Raditz, what are you doing? Naba shouted at the sky, his voice filled with the rage of abandonment and a hint of barely perceptible fear. As he staggered from the relentless charges of the rolling armored beasts, his shoulder wound tearing anew, blood splattering onto the earth below. At that moment, a chilling voice cut through the chaos, as if from the depths of the underworld, drowning out the roars of the beasts and Naba's bellowing. A golden, piercing energy wave descended from the high heavens above the battlefield, a sudden and unheralded judgment spear cast down upon the occupied area before Naba. Prince's cannon. The explosion was deafening. A blinding light instantly consumed everything. The violent energy shockwave radiated outward in perfect circles, akin to an invisible hammer striking the ground. The soil, shattered stones, broken trees, and the numerous rolling armored and spiked beasts caught at the explosion's core were vaporized upon contact with that devastating golden light. Not even a scream escaping their lips. As the smoke and chaotic energy dissipated, the ground was left with a smooth, giant pit over 10 meters in diameter. Its edges melted into a glass-like sheen. Golden sparks flickered within, emitting faint crackling sounds. Vegeta's small figure hovered several meters above the pit, his crimson cape billowing in the wind stirred by the explosion like a flag of death. He lowered his slightly smoking right hand, his youthful face devoid of expression. Only a frozen indifference remained. It was as if that cataclysmic blow had merely brushed away a speck of dust. The battlefield fell into an instant silence. The remaining beasts were utterly cowed by this world-shattering power. Their once manic red eyes flickered with primal, soul-deep fear. The tide of aggression crashed against an invisible dam, halting abruptly. Even the thunderous roars ceased, leaving only the muffled whimpers of survival and low growls of fear. Naba stood at the edge of the giant pit, staggered backward by the shockwave of the explosion, his shoulder wound splitting anew, blood staining the earth beneath him. He gazed at the terrifying pit radiating oppressive heat, then looked up at the indifferent Vegeta hovering above like a deity, the rage and frustration on his face solidifying into a complex expression of awe, dread, and deep humiliation. He opened his mouth, but no words emerged. Raditz had just arrived at the edge of the battlefield, witnessing this earth-shattering blow, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. The three members of Carnegie lay sprawled across the tree trunk, utterly awestruck, trembling slightly, their gazes towards Vegeta filled with profound reverence and fear. Vikimo also felt a jolt of shock. This was the power of the Saiyan Prince. At just 5 years old, a casual strike wielded such terrifying might. Simultaneously, the notifications flooded his vision. Ultimate fear from the remaining beasts. 9,999. Group emotions significantly amplified. Awe from Naba. 666. Humiliation from Naba. 888. Shock from Raditz. 555. Ultimate reverence from Carnegie, Cooley, and Balu. 444. Group exhilarating. Such exhilaration. Vikimo felt his reserves of negative emotional values soaring at rocket speed, drawing closer to the 10,000-point threshold for a lottery. However, Vegeta's divine strike did not completely end this hunt. Following a brief silence, from deep within the forest arose a deeper, more commanding roar, filled with an ancient, primal ferocity, rumbling like distant thunder. Roar. This roar possessed a peculiar penetrating quality, as if it directly impacted the souls of all living beings. The remnants of the beast horde, initially stunned by Vegeta's display of power, were invigorated by the sound, their red eyes flaring back to life. The fear was swiftly replaced by an even deeper madness. They no longer retreated, instead unleashing more bloodthirsty howls, as if injected with a frenzied elixir, charging once more towards the Saiyans, especially Vegeta suspended in the air. With renewed ferocity and reckless abandon, it was as if that roar had imbued them with the courage to disregard death. Meanwhile, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted, akin to a dormant volcano suddenly awakening, unleashing a fierce blaze from the darkest depths of the dense forest. Beep, beep, beep. The readings from the hidden detectors on Raditz, Naba, and even Vikimo's wrists skyrocketed instantaneously. A flurry of despair-inducing numbers flashed wildly across the screens, ultimately freezing at a heart-stopping value of 8,000, a horrifying figure that surpassed Prince Vegeta's current limits. Deep within the shadowy forest, a colossal silhouette began to move slowly. Accompanied by the heavy thuds of its footsteps, the ground trembled. A gigantic creature parted the thick, serpentine vines, revealing its heart-stopping visage. The Beast King, Garu. It was not a beast in the traditional sense. Its form was as massive as a small hill, cloaked in deep azure scales as dense as rock, each scale adorned with twisted natural runes that shimmered with a dark metallic luster. Its head resembled an exaggerated lizard, yet 3 curved, crown-like horns sprouted from its crown, with tendrils of dark red electricity swirling around their tips. Most unsettling were its eyes, resembling 2 blazing pools of molten lava, in which golden vertical pupils brimmed with pure, destructive ferocity and a disdainful indifference, akin to that of a deity regarding mere ants. With each step Garu took, the ground rippled violently, as if disturbed by waves, leaving deep imprints. It disregarded the wounded beasts gasping on the ground, as well as the horrified Raditz and Naba. Its molten gaze fixated unyieldingly on the suspended figure of Vegeta, who appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust to it. Roar. Another roar erupted. This time, it was not merely a sound wave, but a visible torrent of terrifying sonic energy, intertwined with dark red lightning. Wherever the sound wave traveled, the air was violently compressed, producing a piercing explosion. The ground was plowed as if by an invisible plowshare, soil turning over and stones crumbling to dust. The sound wave surged directly toward Vegeta. His pupils contracted sharply. Though this young prince was proud, his battle instincts were exceptionally keen. Without hesitation, he thrust both palms forward. A golden aura surged explosively, forming a formidable energy shield before him. Boom. The sound wave collided violently with the shield. Blinding energy erupted chaotically. Vegeta let out a muffled groan. As if struck head-on by a speeding train, the seemingly solid energy shield shattered in less than a second. The remnants of the sound wave slammed into his small body. Splutter. Vegeta coughed up blood, his form flung through the air like a kite severed from its string. His crimson cape was torn asunder. His diminutive figure crashed through the trunk of a massive tree, one that required several people to embrace, before finally coming to a halt. Crashing heavily onto the ground littered with broken branches and leaves, rolling several times before settling, enveloped in a cloud of dust. "Prince Vegeta," Raditz screamed, his face pale with horror. "Your Highness." Nappa, disregarding his own injuries, struggled to rush over, only to be ensnared by several shadowy claw beasts that seized the opportunity. Carnegie and his companions were paralyzed with fear, covering their mouths tightly, terrified of making a sound. Vikimo crouched high atop the giant tree, his heart sinking. A battle power of 8,000. The disparity was insurmountable. Though Vegeta's recent attack, the Royal Cannon, was impressive, it undoubtedly took a toll. Now, enduring Garu's roar would clearly inflict severe internal injuries. As the dust gradually settled, Vegeta's figure emerged. He knelt on one knee, propping himself up with one arm, breathing heavily. His battle suit was torn in several places, with blood staining the corner of his mouth. His small frame trembled slightly, clearly indicating the severity of his injuries from that last blow. Yet, he lifted his head, and in the eyes of the Saiyan Prince, there was no fear. Only a fury akin to that of an injured lion, ignited by pure humiliation. "Damn it!" Vegeta gritted his teeth, each word squeezed out with palpable bloodlust. He attempted to stand, but faltered, evidently struggling to gather sufficient strength amid the tumult within. The Beast King Garu emitted a low, thunderous growl, as if mocking him. It advanced with heavy steps, like a moving mountain, drawing closer to the temporarily incapacitated Vegeta. With each step, the earth shook, pounding heavily upon the hearts of all Saiyans. Within those lava-like eyes, the desire for destruction burned fiercely. Raditz and Nappa's eyes widened, desperately trying to break free from the clutches of the attacking beasts to rush to his aid. Yet they too were embroiled in a fierce struggle, facing peril. In a moment of dire tension, as the atmosphere of despair threatened to engulf everyone, a loud, taunting voice rang out like thunder from the edge of the battlefield. Atop a giant tree, "Hey, Prince Vegeta, come on, stand up, fight it, hit it." The speaker elongated his tone, brimming with a mischievous delight at the spectacle. "You are our most esteemed Saiyan Prince. How could you be bested by a creature that resembles a giant lizard? What a disgrace it would be. If Lord Frieza knew, he would surely laugh his head off." Vikimo stood on a robust branch, one hand on his hip and the other gesturing animatedly toward the struggling Vegeta below, his expression akin to that of a bumbling commentator at an arena. "Look at you. That last royal cannon was magnificent. Do it again. Aim for that ugly head. Blast it. Don't be timid, Your Highness. I believe in you. You can do it. Go for it." Vikimo's enthusiasm grew, even imitating a cheering motion with his fist. Silence. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene. Whether it was the frenzied beasts attacking or the desperately struggling Raditz and Nappa, even the approaching Beast King Garu, all actions froze for a brief moment. Every gaze converged upon the figure standing atop the tree, animatedly gesturing and spouting words. Raditz, Nappa, Carnegie, and his companions, collectively petrified. Vegeta, he raised his head, bloodied visage revealing eyes ablaze with fury, as if he had found a new outlet for his rage, instantly targeting Vikimo atop the tree. That gaze was as if it could devour him alive. The molten eyes of Beast King Garu also slowly turned, finally taking notice of this small, yet incessantly noisy insect. To be described as an ant, giant lizard, ugly creature, reptile, ignited an overwhelming fury within its very soul. Roar! Garu unleashed a thunderous roar, filled with unbridled rage. This roar was more ferocious than any prior, causing the surrounding space to subtly warp. It temporarily abandoned the close-at-hand Vegeta, its massive head whipping toward Vikimo, jaws agape, revealing a mouth full of serrated teeth. As it rapidly coalesced a dark red energy sphere, imbued with destructive waves. The target was locked on Vikimo in the tree. Vikimo's senses were inundated with a torrent of frantic information. The speed was so rapid it nearly formed a visual barrier. From Vegeta's extreme rage, 1999. From Vegeta's humiliation, 999. From Vegeta's murderous intent, 999. From Beast King Garu's raging fury, 2,999. Target locked. From Raditz's shock and frantic cries, 888. From Nappa's astonishment and schadenfreude, 666. From Carnegie, Curry, and Balu's collective bewilderment and Vikimo's desperate wail, 777. Collective, absorbing a vast amount of feral spirit and violent emotions. Temporary enhancement of negative emotion conversion efficiency. Maximum environmental augmentation. Ding. The host's negative emotional value has surpassed 10,000 points, reaching 10,444 points. The conditions for the lottery have been met. Shall we draw immediately? The moment has arrived. Vikimo gazed at the impending cataclysmic energy sphere emanating from Jialu's mouth. Feeling the terrifying pressure that threatened to scorch his very soul, his heart raced, and his blood surged, yet there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Only the fervor and intensity of a gambler awaiting the revelation of the dice. Draw immediately, draw. Vikimo roared within his mind. His vision shifted in an instant. A massive, ancient, radiant roulette wheel spun rapidly before him. The wheel was densely divided into countless tiny segments, most of which were shrouded in a nebulous gray mist, with only a select few segments shimmering with varying hues: white, common, green, excellent, blue, rare, purple, epic, and gold, legendary. At the very center of the wheel, a faint dark golden glow flickered briefly, almost imperceptibly. The pointer spun manically. Vikimo's heart was in his throat. Purple, gold, show me. Finally, the pointer began to slow, gliding through the gray mist, passing white, passing green, and ultimately stopping on a segment radiating a dazzling blue light. Ding! Congratulations. The host has drawn the blue rare level ability, Pseudo World King Fist, Trial Version. Pseudo World King Fist, Trial Version derived from the secret technique of the North World King. It can instantaneously amplify the user's combat power, with the enhancement multiplier dependent on the user's physical strength and energy control. Currently, in Trial Version, it can attempt a maximum of 15 times amplification with a very short duration, approximately 15 seconds. After use, the body will endure immense strain, resulting in a brief state of weakness. Use with caution. Blue Rare, World King Fist. Although it's a trial version, only 15 times. That's enough. A remarkable light erupted in Vikimo's eyes. The power within him ignited like a barrel of gunpowder the moment the system infused it. A frenzied, scorching, explosive rout of energy imprinted itself into his muscle memory and energy circuits. Roar! The cataclysmic energy sphere from Jialu's mouth finally reached its apex. The dark red glow illuminated its menacing visage and the distorted air surrounding it. In the next instant, a torrent of dark red energy, thick as a water tank and entwined with destructive arcs, surged forth like hellish lava, tearing through the air with a deafening shriek, hurtling toward Vikimo and the colossal tree he occupied. Where it passed, the air evaporated, leaving a vacuum trail. The breath of death enveloped Vikimo entirely. Now, Vikimo roared within, channeling all his energy along the ferocious route of the Pseudo-World King Fist, compressing and igniting. Pseudo-World King Fist 15 times. Activate. An unimaginable, violent aura erupted from Vikimo's not-so-mighty frame, like a volcano suppressed for eons. Boom! Crimson flames soared into the sky. No longer the typical golden hue of the Saiyan, but a vibrant, blood-like blaze. Fiery, frenzied, infused with a sense of annihilating power. The air around Vikimo instantaneously parted, creating a visible shockwave. The immense branch beneath him groaned under the sudden surge of power, instantly spiderwebbed with cracks. Vikimo's hair stood on end, wildly dancing in the crimson flames. Beneath his exposed skin, veins bulged like coiling dragons, muscles stretched to the limit. The whites of his eyes filled with the frenzied energy, transforming into a terrifying blood red. A searing pain coursed through every cell in his body, as if the force he was forcibly channeling might rupture him at any moment. Power. An unprecedented surge of ferocity rushed through his veins. In his vision, the numbers representing his combat power skyrocketed like a wild stallion. 1,000, 1,200, 1,500, finally. On the precipice of his physical limits, it firmly locked in at 1,500. Break. Vikimo let out a primal, inhuman roar, his blood-red eyes fixating on the imminent wave of destruction. He did not evade. In this critical moment, to dodge meant certain death for the three companions on the giant tree behind him. He poured every ounce of the newly acquired, nearly explosive power into his arms without reservation. His palms came together, thrusting forward with all his might. Fourth chapter, Turtle School Spirit Bomb Wave. Turtle School Spirit Bomb Wave. A beam of azure energy, far thicker, more refined, and radiating unprecedented brilliance than any previous manifestation by Vikimo, surged forth from between his palms like a roaring dragon. This was not the perfected turtle school spirit bomb from his past life memories of Sun Wukong, but a desperate strike infused with all his strength, amplified by the pseudo-world king fist, carrying an indomitable will of destruction. Blue and red, two torrents of annihilation, collided in midair, less than 20 meters apart. Boom! Time seemed to freeze in that moment. In the next instant, an indescribably terrifying explosion erupted. A colossal energy sphere, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, rapidly expanded, engulfing both blue and red energy streams. The blinding light rendered all eyes momentarily blind. The violent energy shockwaves spread like a sphere of countless invisible blades. Crack! Boom! The ancient tree that required several people to embrace was torn apart like a fragile matchstick, cleaved in half by the cataclysmic shockwave. The immense crown of the tree, along with Vikimo and 3 terrified screaming youths, was violently flung backward like leaves caught in a tempest. The energy sphere lasted less than 2 seconds before abruptly collapsing inward, transforming into a massive energy pillar connecting heaven and earth, soaring into the clouds. It tore a gaping hole in the dense clouds of Wanshou-Shing. A furious whirlwind erupted from the point of explosion, sweeping across the battlefield, stirring up dust and chaos. When the blinding light faded and the whirlwind subsided, the battlefield's center revealed a gaping chasm, far larger than the crater left by Vegeta. The walls were smooth as a mirror, emitting wisps of smoke and dark red embers. At the edges of the pit, earth and rock melted and cooled from the intense heat, forming a bizarre, glazed substance. The enormous form of Beast King Jilu had been pushed back several meters by the terrifying impact of the collision, carving 2 deep furrows beneath its feet. The dark red energy stream it had once unleashed had vanished, its molten eyes fixed in disbelief and suspicion at the center of the explosion. Its rugged, deep green scales bore several faint, charred cracks. Meanwhile, Vikimo's figure was flung like a rag doll by the explosion's aftershock, hurtling hundreds of meters and crashing through several smaller trees before finally coming to rest in a thicket of devastation. His already ordinary battle attire was reduced to tatters, his skin marred with numerous cuts and burns, his complexion as pale as a specter, blood continuously trickling from the corner of his mouth. The once ferocious crimson flames had long since dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, as if he had been completely drained. Even the slightest movement felt like an insurmountable challenge. The terrifying burden of the pseudo-world king fist and the backlash from the fierce confrontation exploded in an instant. Cough, cough. Vikimo coughed violently, each spasm sending ripples of searing pain throughout his body, his vision blurring. He struggled to lift his head, gazing toward the chasm, a pained, blood-tinged smile curling his lips. He blocked it. He truly managed to withstand the Beast King Jialu's strike of 8,000 combat power with his own 1,500. Though the cost was dire, this achievement was enough to instill pride. The fury and astonishment from Beast King Jialu were palpable. 1999. The profound astonishment from Vegeta and the staggering impossibility of the situation. The incredulous exclamation from Lottie Z, "What on earth is this?" The bewilderment from Naba, "What the hell? The lower-tier warriors have gone mad." The aftermath and fervent adoration from Kaneki, Cooley, and Ba Lu. Group, absorbing dissipated high-level energy and the core fluctuations of beast souls. The negative emotion value is in the process of conversion. In the field of vision, the figures of negative emotion values once again experience an explosive growth. Especially the contributions from Beast King Jialu and Vegeta are astonishingly immense. At this moment, in the center of the battlefield, after a brief silence, Vegeta was the first to react. He endured the excruciating pain from within and sprang up from the ground. In his eyes, which were fixed on Vikimo, the previous fury and humiliation had not fully faded, but at this moment, they were mixed with an unprecedented shock and a hint of trepidation that even he himself had not yet realized. A lower-tier warrior? A mere individual whose combat power had just reached 1,000, unbeknownst to him. The enhancement of the Kaioken had actually confronted the devastating breath of a Beast King with a combat power of 8,000 head-on. Although the cost was heavy, this was utterly beyond his comprehension. This individual named Vikimo is problematic. Yet now is not the time for deep inquiry. Vegeta's gaze instantly shifted from Vikimo, like the most precise of hunters, locking onto the stunned and enraged figure of Beast King Garu, who had momentarily stiffened due to the interruption of his breath. An opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Just moments ago, Vikimo's reckless strike not only blocked Garu's attack, but also inflicted a significant psychological impact on the proud Beast King, causing a fleeting moment of distraction and vulnerability. The proud Saiyan prince would never squander the chance afforded by his wounded comrade. With a fierce roar, Vegeta let out a youthful yet resolute scream. His diminutive form erupted with a final, resplendent golden aura. This time, the aura did not scatter but was forcefully compressed and concentrated upon his right fist with astonishing willpower. That fist seemed to grasp a miniature sun, radiating an unbearable light and terrifying heat. The ground beneath him began to crack and melt under the immense energy that was suddenly concentrated. Garu also sensed the lethal threat. It snapped back to reality, a flicker of dread flashing in its molten eyes as its massive body attempted to turn. Its clawed limbs, covered in scales, tore through the air with a shriek, instinctively reaching for Vegeta, trying to squash this minuscule yet deadly glowing insect. But it was too late. Vegeta channeled all his strength, all his rage, and all his royal pride into this singular, concentrated punch. His body transformed into a golden meteor, ripping through space at a speed that surpassed the limits of sight. Before Garu's massive claws could close in, the sun-like fist brimming with destructive light struck hard against the relatively vulnerable area beneath Garu's neck, where the scales were somewhat finer. Crush it for me. The cockroach cannon. Collapse the stars. Boom. A blinding golden light erupted beneath Garu's neck. Instantly, it was akin to a supernova explosion. An indescribable, terrifying energy was released in an instant. It was no longer the explosive shockwave before, but a peak of destructive energy that collapsed inward before violently exploding outward. Garu's colossal form suddenly froze. Its claw, which had been reaching for Vegeta, halted midair. For the first time, fear was clearly reflected in its molten eyes. A soul-twisting howl of agony erupted from deep within its throat, yet it was utterly engulfed by that overwhelming, explosive energy. The blinding golden light consumed Garu's head and upper body. The deep blue scales, as sturdy as divine iron, crumbled like fragile eggshells before that destructive energy, vaporizing. Flesh and bone were completely obliterated under the force of that ultimate star-collapsing power. When the destructive golden light finally dissipated, only the massive lower half of Beast King Garu remained, rigidly standing at the edge of a vast pit. Above the neck, including the three massive horns symbolizing royal authority, had completely vanished. The severed area was charred black, emitting wisps of smoke and a pungent burnt odor. The enormous headless corpse swayed momentarily before crashing down heavily to the ground, raising clouds of dust. It is over. Vegeta's small figure fell weakly from the air. Kneeling before the colossal corpse of Garu, gasping heavily, sweat mingling with blood trickling down his forehead. Delivering that final blow with the cockroach cannon had nearly drained the last remnants of his strength. Yet, he stubbornly straightened his back, the crimson remnants of his cape fluttering amidst the smoke. Lottie Z and Naba finally dealt with the remaining beasts, thrown into chaos by the fall of their king. Both injured and gasping, rushing to Vegeta's side, their faces filled with relief and awe for the prince's final strike. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Lottie Z's voice trembled. Vegeta did not respond, nor did he glance at Lottie Z or Naba. His gaze, like two icy probes, pierced through the swirling smoke and dust, precisely and firmly locking onto the figure of Vikimo, who lay several hundred meters away in a thicket, drenched in blood, with a feeble breath. That gaze was exceedingly complex. It contained lingering anger, an offended coldness, a deep trepidation towards that astonishing strike just delivered, and a hint of inquiry, along with a strong impact that challenged his own understanding. How could a lower-tier warrior unleash such power? That crimson aura and desperate confrontation were anything but ordinary. Vikimo also felt Vegeta's penetrating icy gaze. He lay there weakly, finding even the slightest movement painful, as the horrific tearing sensation and energy backlash brought by the pseudo-Kaioken surged through his nerves like a tidal wave. Yet, when he saw the negative emotion value that had finally settled in his view, slowly fluctuating due to Vegeta's complex gaze, an indescribable sense of satisfaction and security surged within him. Negative emotion value. 758, 610, 000. Eligible for a lottery drawing. Over 17,000 points. Not only sufficient for a lottery draw, but also ample. More importantly, he survived. In the countdown to the destruction of Vegeta planet, he successfully boarded this Noah's Ark and showcased enough value during this first crisis to make even the proud Prince Vegeta unable to disregard him. Though the process was brutal, the future no longer seemed to be shrouded in darkness. He cracked a smile, but the motion tugged at his wounds, making him grimace in pain. At that moment, an urgent and sharp electronic alert suddenly blared from the wrist devices of Lottie Z and Naba, as well as the communicator hidden beneath Vikamer's tattered battle suit. The sound was particularly jarring in the silence of the battlefield, which had just witnessed a death struggle. Lottie Z and Naba were momentarily taken aback, instinctively looking down at their device screens. Vegeta furrowed his brow and glanced at the specially designed instrument on his wrist, which represented the royal communication channel. Vikamer's heart sank abruptly. A chilling sense of foreboding gripped him instantly. On the small screen of the detector, a line of cold, mandatory information from the Frieza army's common channel flickered ominously. Like a death warrant. By decree of King Frieza, all Saiyan warriors on external missions are to cease all actions immediately. All are to return to Vegeta planet within 45 standard days. No exceptions. Repeat, all return to Vegeta planet. This order is from Frieza. Chapter 5. Frieza, does it hurt when you are bisected before Lord Frieza? I roared into the scouter. Does it hurt, Lord Frieza, when you are bisected? Instantly, the system surged to a staggering 9,999 negative points. My combat power skyrocketed from 600 to 1,800 at that moment, as Chiu-Yi's death ray grazed past my ear. With the pseudo-Senzu bean swallowed, my injuries healed instantaneously, but Vegeta's fist had already pierced through Chiu-Yi's chest. Frieza's roar shattered the surveillance screen. Seize that insect. I shall immerse him in the resurrection fluid. In the frigid vacuum of the universe, an eternal silence hung like congealed ink. Frieza's spherical mothership, adorned in crimson and silver, resembled a colossal, decaying eyeball suspended against a backdrop of velvety darkness, emanating an oppressive chill that penetrated the marrow. The ghostly lights swirling along the surface of the ship, under the cold brilliance of distant stars, exuded a metallic, lifeless hardness. Inside the mothership's core, in the command hall, the air was as thick as jelly. Only the rhythmic tapping of Frieza's elongated fingers against the floating infant carriage's armrest punctuated the silence, echoing like a countdown second-hand, striking precisely at the taut nerves of every soldier present. His narrow, crimson eyes were half closed, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips, as if he were amused by the antics of ants. Would this evoke suspicion among the survivors? Beside him, Bolibulus shifted uncomfortably, his corpulent body twitching, his mung bean eyes glinting with a mixture of flattery and cunning, beads of sweat glistening under the harsh light. Ho 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 ho! A shrill, piercing laughter erupted from Frieza's throat, easily tearing through the viscous air. What if by chance we were struck by a massive meteorite? How natural, how tragically ironic. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Bolibulu? His voice trailed off with a mocking tone, his crimson tongue flickering like a serpent's. Indeed, Lord Frieza is astute. Such a flawless, admirable scheme. Bolibulu eagerly nodded, his face contorting into an exaggerated grin. Overcome with emotion, his stomach churned violently, and a series of muffled, alarming sounds erupted in the silent hall, akin to a preposterous overture heralding this ingenious plan. Frieza's elegant facade froze in an instant, his crimson pupils narrowing dangerously to pinpricks. With a look of utter disdain, he delicately pinched his pointed nose with two gloved fingers, emitting a chilling, disdainful hum from his nostrils. Bolibulu's complexion shifted from flattery to ashen, cold sweat cascading down his body as he trembled uncontrollably. I am terribly sorry, Lord Frieza. I will attend to the ventilation system immediately. As his words faded, outside the command hall's massive arc-shaped observation window, a shuttle emblazoned with the Saiyan royal family's sharp skull insignia zipped past, like a moth escaping a spider's web, skimming the edge of the mothership's vast shadow. At the moment of passing, its rear engine erupted with a blinding blue flame, tracing a provocation-laden, razor-sharp arc through the void. That posture was as audacious as a rabbit wriggling its rear before a ferocious tiger. The arc of light lashed at Frieza's visual nerves. Frieza's hand, still pinching his nose, paused momentarily, the the playful glint in his crimson eyes replaced by a cold, menacing shadow, like a stone dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of murderous intent. Negative emotion value from Frieza, 666. In the cramped cabin of the Saiyan ship, filled with the scent of oil, sweat, and tension, Vikimo's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, nearly bursting. He clung desperately to the cold circular porthole, watching helplessly as the crimson sphere, a harbinger of death, brushed past their fragile hull. The frigid metallic exterior loomed large, then shrank rapidly in his vision, the visual impact nearly shattering his sanity. Who the hell is steering this thing? Don't they want me to die any faster? Vikimo screamed internally, cold sweat soaking through his subpar battle suit, clinging to his skin like a clammy shroud. His nails dug into the alloy edge of the porthole, aimed at Frieza's face. And they had the audacity to whip their tails? Had they conjured a tornado with butterfly wings? The immense fear engulfed him like the cosmos' deep chill. With a combat power of 600, he felt utterly insignificant before Frieza. With a mere thought, this iron coffin, along with all its occupants, could be reduced to fundamental particles. And he, this so-called warrior unable to survive in a vacuum, would die silently, even less than a whisper. A true warrior race? Nonsense. Look at Frieza. Who could restore himself even after being bisected? With just a few days of training, he could unleash his black gold form and treat Son Goku and Vegeta like children. Was there any regard left for the fundamental laws of the universe? Frieza's crimson pupils shifted slightly, his icy gaze seemingly penetrating through layers of hull and infinite void, precisely locking onto the Saiyan ship that had completed its death drift. The base of the hovering infant carriage emitted an almost inaudible, high-frequency hum. Raditz's large face suddenly pressed against the porthole beside Vikimo, his thick, tangled black hair sticking to the glass. The scouter's lens reflected the dim starlight outside. Isn't that Lord Frieza's spaceship? What is it doing here? His voice was filled with the instinctive confusion and subtle trepidation of a lowly warrior facing a superior. Lord Frieza? The dozing Naba abruptly opened his eyes, his heavy brows knitting into a frown, beads of sweat glistening on his bald head. What was he doing here? His massive body instinctively tensed, muscles straining against his battle suit. In the center of the cabin, a corner of a crimson cape drooped. Vegeta did not lift his eyelids. Only a chilling, disdainful snort echoed, piercing like an ice pick against steel. Humph, that fellow Frieza parked his spaceship here, undoubtedly plotting something vile. Do not pay him any mind. Continue forward. The command was delivered with unwavering decisiveness, infused with the hidden, rebellious animosity belonging to the Saiyan royal lineage. The shuttle's rear engine exploded with an even more intense blue glow, like a startled bird hastily accelerating, casting the crimson symbol of death into the deep cosmic backdrop, transforming it into an almost imperceptible red dot on the horizon. Vikimo's frayed nerves finally found a moment's respite, the cold wind circulating within the cabin providing a chilling, sticky sensation. He leaned against the icy alloy wall, sliding down to the floor, gasping silently, each breath trembling with the relief of survival. Had they temporarily escaped doom? In Lord Frieza's command hall, Bulibulu's pudgy fingers danced across the floating light screen, data streams and snapshots of several Saiyan faces projected accurately before Frieza. The target ship was confirmed to have 7 individuals: Vegeta, Royalty; Naba, Elite; Raditz, Elite; Carnegie, Kuri, Baru, Mid-Tier; and 1 low-tier warrior, Vikimo. The scouter's readings fluctuated around 600. Target planet, 1 Shou-Xing. Oh. Frieza's crimson gaze swept across the screen, finally settling on Vikimo's somewhat distracted face, which stood out among the other Saiyans. The playful curve of his lips deepened, as though he had discovered an odd ant beside an anthill, a curious little insect that had infiltrated the prince's ranks. Mr. Bulibulu, do you think it too merciful to allow them to land safely upon the filthy soil of 1 Shou-Xing? Bulibulu's mung bean eyes sparkled with intensity. Are you suggesting we grant them a minor cosmic misfortune? But if Vegeta were to fall here, it might alert the other Saiyan monkeys, jeopardizing our grand meteor plan. To stir the grass and startle the snake? Frieza chuckled lightly, his voice devoid of warmth, imbued solely with pure indifference. No, Mr. Bulibulu. The snake beneath the grass has long been disturbed. It is merely too foolish to realize. Seek someone to eliminate the 4 worthless individuals, excluding Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz. With his slender fingers adorned in white gloves, he elegantly glided across the luminous screen, precisely selecting Vikimo and the three terrified youths' faces. The action was as pristine as a vacuum. Allow those three upper-class wastes to linger a few more days. To sweep a few more planets for me, extracting their final worth. Understood, Lord Frieza. Who shall be dispatched to carry out this minor cleanup? Is it overly grand for Lord Dodoria? Frieza's crimson eyes flickered, and a figure emerged clearly in his consciousness, a beak-nosed, vulture-eyed character clad in the standard combat attire of the Frieza Force. Choi, that loathsome creature with a pathological disdain for the Saiyan monkeys would thoroughly relish this filthy task of garbage removal. His death ray is sufficiently silent and swift. Within the Saiyan spacecraft, the atmosphere was as oppressive as if it were filled with lead. The monotonous hum of the engines served as the sole background noise. Vikimo sat against the cold floor, struggling to calm the tumultuous heartbeat within his chest. The 666 points of negative value contributed by Frieza acted like a stimulant. He furtively glanced at the semi-transparent system interface in the corner of his vision. Negative emotion value, 512-510,000. Only half remained to reach the 10,000 point lottery threshold. On the Beast Star, it was undoubtedly a golden hunting ground for scoring points. Hey, Raditz, Vikimo cleared his throat, shattering the gloom with an exaggerated tone of surprise and inquiry. I never would have imagined you were an upper-class warrior. Truly unexpected. He deliberately elongated the word upper-class. Raditz abruptly turned his head, the lenses of his scouter glinting with an irritable green light beneath his thick black hair, his face etched with offense. What do you mean? Vikimo, I was born with the qualities of an upper-class warrior. What is so surprising about that? Do you think everyone is like you? A lower-class scum born with a mark of disgrace? The last sentence was nearly a shout. Raditz's battle power upon birth was 300. This was irrefutable evidence of his status as an upper-class warrior. Naba, arms crossed, eyes shut, added in a deep voice, his tone laden with certainty regarding Raditz's prowess and utter disdain for Vikimo, barely bothering to open his eyelids. As for you, Vikimo, if I recall correctly, when you were just dragged out of the incubation chamber, the pathetic number on the scouter was 5, right? He intentionally emphasized 5, as if reading a sentence of disgrace. Haha, the so-called battle trash is truly you, Vikimo. Raditz found an outlet for his superiority and immediately burst into uproarious laughter, his youthful face twisted in malicious glee. 5 points. Haha, even my worthless brother Kakarot had 2 points at birth. You're only marginally better than him. He exaggeratedly pinched his thumb and forefinger together to illustrate an almost imperceptible gap, mocking Raditz. From Raditz, disdain, 333. From Naba, contempt, 222. Vikimo observed the fluctuating notifications in his vision, feeling secretly pleased, while maintaining an innocent, even somewhat simple-minded smile, leisurely responding, Don't say that, Raditz. At least I am indeed 3 points stronger in battle power than your brother Kakarot, right? He raised 3 fingers and waved them playfully. The air in the cabin froze for a brief moment. The faint hum of the circulation fan became extraordinarily clear. Naba's closed eyes suddenly opened, casting a strange, scrutinizing glance at Vikimo, as if he were looking at an idiot whose mind had been scorched by cosmic rays. Raditz's laughter was abruptly halted, frozen in place. Subsequently, a surge of offended rage shot up to his crown. This lower-class scum, whom he regarded as an ant, dared to equate himself with his family's disgrace of a brother. And he was 3 points higher. This was nothing short of spitting in his face. From Naba, speechless, 222. From Raditz, fury, 666. You dare to flaunt your 3-point superiority in battle power. Raditz stepped forward, nearly poking Vikimo's nose with his finger. Spitting as he exclaimed, Do not mention my worthless brother. The mere utterance of his name from your lips is an insult to me. It is blasphemy. Vikimo's smile remained unchanged, now tinged with a hint of compassion, as he let out a long, meaningful sigh directed at the furious Raditz. Raditz, my dear kin. One cannot speak so definitively. He successfully captured the attention of the 3 young Saiyans, Carnegie, Cooley, and Baru, who were huddled together in the corner, anxiously observing, as well as the increasingly furrowed brow of Naba. Meeting Raditz's almost fiery gaze, Vikimo straightened his back and spoke in a decisive tone, akin to a prophet proclaiming a divine decree, clearly articulating earth-shattering words. In my view, Your brother Kakarot will undoubtedly become an immensely powerful warrior, capable of shaking the universe. He deliberately paused, allowing the astonishing declaration to echo in the silent cabin, then raised his voice, throwing out the statement that could explode everyone's sanity. I even have a strong premonition, rooted deep within my bloodline. Kakarot is likely to break the shackles of a millennium and become the legendary Super Saiyan. Boom. This declaration detonated like a mental fission bomb within the cramped metallic coffin. What did you say? Super Saiyan. Raditz's eyes bulged, nearly popping out of their sockets, his mouth agape as if to swallow an energy sphere, his expression a maelstrom of extreme absurdity, disbelief, and unrestrained fury. He felt he had just heard the most insane, malicious joke since the birth of the universe. Super Saiyan. Naba's heavy brows shot up, the muscles on his face twitching uncontrollably, his gaze towards Vikimo transforming into one of viewing a hopeless lunatic spewing nonsense. A worthless being with a mere 2 points of battle power becoming a legend? That was 1,000 times more ludicrous than Frieza suddenly declaring a love for peace. Carnegie, Cooley, and Garu were utterly dumbfounded, their minds blank. They exchanged glances, seeing shock, confusion, and fear of whether this fellow had been possessed by a cosmic ghost reflected in each other's eyes. Super Saiyan, that name, which existed only in ancient ballads and elusive legends, associated with the Kakarot, who supposedly had 2 points of battle power and lay dormant in an incubation chamber for 3 years. This was a blatant desecration of the entire history of the Saiyans. Their gazes towards Vikimo were filled with awe, the courage to utter such words, and deep pity. He was nearing death. A chilling, terrifying pressure erupted from the center of the cabin, as if the air had been frozen instantly. Prince Vegeta, who had been meditating with eyes closed, suddenly opened them. In those childlike eyes, there was no trace of innocence, only the icy fury akin to ancient glacial ice. The ultimate anger at the desecration of his sacred throne by an ant, and a disdain that looked down upon dust. His crimson cape billowed without wind, rustling fiercely. A palpable, suffocating aura enveloped the entire cabin, causing both Raditz and Naba to momentarily stifle their breaths, while the 3 youths turned pale, nearly collapsing to the ground. He slowly turned his head, his gaze piercing through Vikimo's face like 2 venomous ice blades honed over billions of years, radiating a chilling intent that froze souls. That look was as if he were gazing upon a pile of cosmic refuse emitting foul odors that polluted the air. The icy, murderous intent felt like tangible steel needles, stabbing painfully into Vikimo's skin. From Vegeta, unbridled rage. 999. From the chilling intent of Vegeta, a sinister 333. Vikimo was shaken to his core by that terrifying gaze. Yet the system's delightful prompt of 999 sent his blood boiling. A successful trap. Indeed, this proud prince harbored within him the sole possibility of ascending to the supreme throne of Super Saiyan, a sacred status not to be profaned, especially not by a lower-class warrior he deemed as worthless, who would dare to bestow such a title upon an ultimate failure with a combat power of merely 2. This was the most malicious affront to his royal lineage and his unparalleled talent. Vegeta pressed his lips tightly together, his youthful face taut as if carved from stone. Devoid of any color, he did not immediately roar or strike, but that silent gaze, emanating a terrifying pressure that nearly froze the very fabric of space, was far more destructive than any outburst. His icy eyes seemed to inscribe an invisible, crimson mark of death deep within Vikimo's soul. Once the task concluded or a sufficiently natural accident occurred, this foul-mouthed lower scum must be utterly and completely eradicated from the universe. In Frieza's command hall. Oh ho 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 ho. A shrill, exaggerated laughter erupted from Frieza, reminiscent of the universe's ultimate joke. He convulsed with laughter in his hovering cradle, even dramatically slapping the curved armrest, his eyes seemingly brimming with false, crystalline tears. Did you hear that, Balibuluo? Did you hear? Super Saiyan. Oh ho ho. Frieza pointed at the audio waveform of the Saiyan spacecraft's interior, transmitted in real time, laughing so hard he could barely breathe, his voice cracking. That lower-class warrior. That little insect named Vikimo. He claimed that the drooling infant Kakarot, with a combat power of only 2, who lay in a cultivation pod, would become a Super Saiyan? Oh ho 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 ho. His laughter echoed throughout the vast hall, filled with the utmost ridicule and delight. Balibuluo immediately grasped the situation, bursting into earth-shattering laughter. His corpulent body shaking violently, the flesh on his face rolling like waves, causing even the command platform to tremble. Ha! I heard it. I heard it. Lord Frieza. This is undoubtedly the most foolish, ignorant, and uproarious cosmic joke I have ever encountered in my long career. Ha ha. Allow me, your humble servant, to laugh unabashedly for another minute. Ha ha poof. Poof 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 poof. He became so engrossed in laughter, so overwhelmed with emotion, that it triggered a violent spasm in his stomach, unleashing a series of even louder, longer, and more astonishingly odorous flatulence that rumbled through the command hall like a bass cannon. Frieza's wild grin instantly froze, quickly transforming into a shroud of icy gloom. His fingers, pinching his nose, turned pale from exertion, and the murderous intent in his scarlet eyes flickered like tangible lightning. Bilibulo. His voice was devoid of any human emotion, each word as cold as ice. If your repugnant, lower-class digestive system once again contaminates my air uncontrollably, I would not hesitate to summon Dodoria right now to perform a thorough, permanent cleansing operation on you. Do you understand? Bilibulo's laughter was abruptly cut off as if an invisible hand had seized his throat, his complexion shifting from a pig's liver hue to a corpse-like pallor. Cold sweat cascading down his forehead like a waterfall, instantly soaking his collar. He tightly clenched his legs, desperately covering his backside with his hands, his plump body trembling violently. His voice tinged with an unmistakable sob and profound terror. I apologize. Lord Frieza, I am utterly sorry. I assure you with my life. There will absolutely not be a next time. Absolutely. Frieza waved his hand in utter disgust, as though swatting away a buzzing green fly. His attention was drawn back to the absurd proclamation on the screen, his crimson eyes flashing with a cruel and curious cold light. Kakaluot? Bilibulo, immediately at once. Pull up all the information on this future Super Saiyan for me. I wish to see what kind of astonishingly ridiculous waste can be worthy of such lofty praise. Yes, Lord Frieza. Right away. Bilibulo felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, his fat fingers tapping rapidly on the screen, nearly sparking from the speed. Moments later, an exceedingly brief yet profoundly staggering file was retrieved and projected onto the vast screen before Frieza. Name, Kakaluot. Race, Saiyan, lower-class warrior. Date of birth, year 737 of the AG calendar. Birth combat power, 2. Current age, 3 years. Current status, in basic cultivation pod, no. C78. Combat power assessment, 2. No growth recorded since birth. Remarks, due to potential assessment being the historically lowest value. F. No planetary extermination tasks assigned. Expected to serve as low-tier logistical personnel, cleaning, transportation, or be exiled to resource-poor planets, e.g., Shilier Star, to fend for himself. Frieza, Bilibulo. The entire command hall fell into a strange, suffocating silence. Only the faint hum of the circulating air system and the sound of Bilibulo's teeth chattering from sheer terror could be distinctly heard. Frieza's scarlet eyes fixated on the glaring 2 on the screen, the basic cultivation pod, the historically lowest value F, in terms like cleaning, transportation, and exile. For the first time, his face, usually adorned with a graceful facade, displayed a fleeting, nearly blank stiffness. Then, an indescribable, volcanic rage surged within him, entwined with a sense of utter absurdity, as if he had been mocked by a lower life form in the most ridiculous manner. A being with a combat power of only 2, lying in a cultivation pod for 3 years without progress, deemed unworthy by even the Saiyans themselves, would become a Super Saiyan. Hee. A low, suppressed laugh rumbled from Frieza's throat, like a serpent sliding over ice, sending chills down the spine. That laughter was more chilling than his previous cackle, imbued with the coldness that could freeze souls. He slowly raised his head, his crimson pupils scanning the entire command hall like a searchlight, causing the very air to solidify into ice crystals, the temperature plummeting to freezing point. Bilibulo. Frieza's voice was as cold as the void, each word chiseled from an absolute zero core. Informed Chioi, the priority is changed. Aside from Vegeta, Naba, and Ladizi must remain alive. That lower-class scum named Vikimo, I want him to die a particularly prolonged and excruciating death. Let his final, most anguished and desperate screams serve as the perfect punctuation to the most foolish joke since the birth of this universe. His slender fingers gently tapped on Vikimo's image on the screen, as if carrying an invisible, curse-laden power potent enough to damn the stars. Ensure that Chioi synchronizes his screams back to me. I wish to hear them personally. Yes, Lord Frieza. Mr. Chioi is already on his way. He will undoubtedly satisfy you. To your utmost satisfaction. Bilibuluo felt the overwhelming, almost tangible murderous intent emanating from his master, freezing time and space, causing his corpulent body to tremble uncontrollably once more. His voice quaking with unmasked fear as he deeply bowed, his forehead nearly touching the cold metallic floor. The Saiyan spacecraft continued its steady journey, still some distance from Wanchaoxing. However, the atmosphere within the cabin felt as heavy as the silence before a storm, suffocating in its intensity. Vegeta closed his eyes again, yet that cold, tangible intent of death still lingered, wrapping around Vikimo like a parasite, making him feel as though he were sitting on needles, his spine tingling with dread. Lytesi, in a fit of anger, huddled in a corner, arms crossed, occasionally casting fierce glares at Vikimo, as though regarding a madman or a corpse. Naba had once again closed his eyes to rest, yet the furrowed brow and the occasional twitch of his temple betrayed the turmoil beneath his seemingly tranquil exterior. Carnegie, Cooley, and Baru were crammed into the farthest corner from Vikimo, barely daring to breathe, their gazes filled with sympathy and a sense of despair, as if to say, "You are doomed. Not even the gods can save you." However, Vikimo appeared unfazed, leaning against the cold wall of the cabin, even gently closing his eyes as if indulging in a light slumber. Only he was aware that his consciousness had plunged deep into the intricate system interface within his mind. The astonishing proclamation made by the Super Saiyan Kakarot had yielded immense rewards. Vegeta's 999 points were like a timely downpour. Negative emotion value, 8756-10000. The threshold of 10,000 points was tantalizingly close, just 1244 points away. With a slight provocation of a certain target, or by merely awaiting the chance to safely reach the coveted prize area on Wanchaoxing, the opportunity to draw was within reach. At that moment, an exceedingly subtle, yet chillingly malevolent energy fluctuation, reminiscent of poison-tipped ice needles, shot forth from the darkness. Unexpectedly pierced the spaceship's not particularly robust energy shield, silently sweeping across the entire cabin. Vikimo's eyes snapped open. A wave of coldness, emanating from the depths of his soul, surged through him, 100 times more intense than when he faced Frieza's spaceship. His heart felt as though it were gripped by a frigid, ghostly hand. It was upon him. The premonition of death was clearer than ever. Alarm. High-energy lock detected. Non-friendly signal. Alarm. High-energy lock detected. The spaceship's piercing electronic alarm shrieked like the wails of the dying, abruptly shattering the cabin's stagnant silence. What? Lytesi and Naba jumped in unison, akin to cats whose tails had been stepped on. The detectors on their wrists emitted a distressing, high-pitched warning. Vegeta's eyes flew open, his small frame erupting with an aura as sharp as a tangible blade, his gaze keen as a hawk, radiating a chilling, murderous intent, instantly directed towards the circular porthole on the side and rear of the spaceship, where the alarm indicated danger. In the profound, dark backdrop of the cosmos, a slender, concentrated energy beam glowed with an ominous purple-black radiance, a death ray. Like a lethal spear cast silently by the Grim Reaper, it sped towards the midsection of the spaceship, precisely targeting the area where Vikimo and the three young warriors were located. The ray was so condensed that the starlight in its path seemed to be greedily devoured and extinguished. Chioi, the infamous executioner under Frieza, renowned for his cruelty and precision. This was his signature technique. The target was unmistakably the heart of Vikimo, located in the midsection of the spaceship. It was too fast. From the moment the alarm sounded to the ray's impending strike, there was no time for any effective evasive action. Even the time to think was almost non-existent. No. Lytesi let out a terrified scream that distorted his voice. Naba roared in fury, his muscles taut and instinctively ready to unleash a defensive burst. Vegeta's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints, his tiny fists clenched tightly, golden energy swirling like a suppressed volcano, instinctively ready to erupt. Vikimo's mind went blank, the shadow of death enveloping him like the thickest darkness, consuming him completely. He could vividly see the grotesque details of the purple-black ray rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. That destructive light etched the mark of death upon his retina. Just 1244 points. So close. The overwhelming desire to survive surged within him like a cornered beast, mingling with the immense resentment towards Frieza, who arbitrarily dictated life and death. Akin to a volcano that had been suppressed for eons, erupting violently within his chest. A wildly reckless thought. One that could lead to his demise, yet offered the possibility of salvation, struck like a lightning bolt piercing through the darkness. A gamble. A wager with his life. In the split second before the death ray would penetrate the spaceship's alloy hull, under the horrified gazes of all present, Vikimo summoned the last vestiges of his strength. Leaning forward towards the small microphone at the collar of his battle suit, connected to the spaceship's internal communication channel, which also linked to the detector signal transmission. With a voice infused with utmost desperation, bordering on madness, and tinged with an absurd academic curiosity, he unleashed a soul-rending roar that echoed throughout the cabin and synchronized back to Frieza's mothership through the detector, Lord Frieza. His voice, transmitted through the spaceship's communication system, resonated like a final, desperate wail, piercing through the cold vacuum of space, echoing clearly in Frieza's silent command hall. The last time you were on Namek, when that Saiyan scoundrel named Son Goku bisected you with the Kamehameha wave. How long did it take for you to reassemble your two halves and come back to life? Could you possibly share your secret? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Silence. An absolute stillness that felt as if time itself had frozen. Litizi's scream was abruptly stifled by an unseen hand, caught in his throat, leaving only ragged gasps. Naba's furious motion froze mid-action, his face contorted in utter shock and fear. Vegeta's impending golden aura was suddenly halted at the surface, as if a pause button had been pressed. For the first time, his youthful visage bore an expression of utter disbelief and shock. What had he heard? Bisected? Revived? Son Goku. What was this lowly scum saying? Why did that name and description evoke an inexplicable stir deep within his soul? Carnegie, Cooley, and Baru were completely petrified, their minds crashing as their gazes turned vacant, as though their souls had been jolted from their bodies by Vikimo's words. Meanwhile, the deadly, purple-black radiance of the death ray was a mere 0.01 seconds away from breaching the hull. The searing heat caused the alloy of the wall to begin to glow faintly red. In that moment of frozen thought, before despair could even take root, Vikimo's vision was engulfed by an unprecedented blood-red stream of colossal prompt information, akin to a supernova explosion. The colossal rolling numbers refreshed at an astonishing rate, nearly overwhelming his eyes and consciousness. Frieza's ultimate fury, humiliation, and murderous intent. 9,999. Boom. An unimaginable torrent of negativity surged forth, violent enough to tear apart galaxies and obliterate stars, akin to the energy source of a cosmic explosion, instantly crashing through the feeble dam of 600 within Vikimo. He could almost hear the agonizing cries of his genetic chains snapping and then frantically reassembling under the onslaught of the chaotic energy. Every cell screamed, transforming, forcibly infused with destructive power. Ding. Host's negative emotion value has surpassed the critical threshold, reaching 18,755 points. Forced evolution program activated. Combat power forcibly transcends to a breakthrough. 600 to 1800. Warning, energy overload. Body structure nearing collapse. High risk of organ damage. Vikimo let out a non-human scream of agony, not from fear, but from the overwhelming surge of power that filled his body, every cell lamenting the impending explosion from the extreme expansion. 1800 combat power surged within him like lava coursing through his veins. Almost simultaneously with the release of this destructive force, a sharp sound pierced the air. The exquisitely concentrated purple-black death ray pierced through the solid alloy hull of the Saiyan spacecraft with the ease of a searing iron-penetrating butter. The intense heat instantly melted the edges of the breach into flowing crimson molten iron. The ray, undeterred, surged forward with an aura of annihilation, aiming precisely for the head of Vikimo, intent on erasing both him and his blasphemous words from the universe. However, in that fleeting moment, Vikimo's body, propelled by the ferocious force of 1800 battle power, erupted with a speed that exceeded the limits of his own nervous reactions. It was a primal instinctive evasion, forced out by a tsunami of energy in a near-death state. At the critical instant, his head jerked sharply to the left, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. The death ray, scorching and soul-searing, grazed the delicate edge of his right ear, vaporizing the flesh and cartilage with its terrifying energy. Excruciating pain accompanied the stench of charred flesh and splattering blood, overwhelming his senses. The ray continued its path, violently penetrating the thick inner wall of the ship's cabin, leaving behind a horrific, sizzling hole that emitted smoke, piercing through the outer armor of the spacecraft. The cold vacuum of space greedily rushed in through the breach, causing a sudden drop in cabin pressure. Unsecured debris, tools, and even small parts were violently drawn toward the gaping void as if pulled by an invisible hand, filling the cabin with a mournful howl of wind. Vikimo, beware the vacuum. The warning cries were drowned out by the howling winds and the shrill alarms of the ship's structure. Vikimo clamped his left hand tightly over the gushing, agonizing wound on his right ear, warm blood seeping through his fingers, staining his palm and half his cheek. The intense pain and blood loss caused his vision to darken, and a ringing filled his ears. Yet, the raging 1,800 points of power within him stirred a twisted, almost frenzied exhilaration. He had survived. Under the lethal death ray of Chioi, he had snatched back a life from the very clutches of death. Fueled by the immense surge of power from Frieza's 9999 negative value. Oh, a voice, cold and mocking, laced with evident surprise and greater interest, slithered through the hole in the spacecraft like a viper's hiss, overpowering the roar of the wind. Outside the ship, against the dark and frigid backdrop of space, a figure clad in Frieza's standard deep blue battle attire, with a beak-like face and vulture-like eyes, hovered ominously. The fingertip of his right index finger still crackled with remnants of dissipating purple-black energy. It was Chioi. His inverted triangular eyes glimmered with suspicion and deeper cruelty. He had clearly locked onto the center of this inferior creature's skull for a fatal strike, yet it had been evaded, though it had only grazed the ear. Such an evasion was not something a mere 600 battle power weakling could accomplish. The energy readings on the detector representing Vikimo were fluctuating wildly, chaotic, and unclear. This anomaly piqued his morbid curiosity. How intriguing, truly intriguing, Chioi remarked, extending his crimson tongue to lick his cracked lips, revealing his pearly white teeth. Akin to a perverse child discovering a new toy, an insect that could jump and bite. The process of crushing it would be far more entertaining, more valuable to collect. Wouldn't it? He slowly raised both hands, his fingers splayed open as if playing a dirge of death, and the tips ignited with a heart-stopping purple-black energy glow. This time, he targeted the midsection of the entire spacecraft, intending to send this iron coffin, along with the insect within, straight to hell. Not good. He intends to destroy the ship. Naba's eyes widened with fury, his bald head veins bulging. Raditz's complexion turned pale as a ghost, his eyes filled with despair. Vegeta's gaze was as frigid as ancient ice, his golden aura flaring up once more, but the extreme vulnerability of the ship's structure in the vacuum of space rendered him hesitant. Any significant damage to the hull would mean certain death for all but a few of them. Vikimo watched as 10 beams of death energy coalesced at Chioi's fingertips. Feeling the agonizing pain of his torn ear and the tumultuous strength of 1,800 points within him, a more reckless, self-destructive thought, like a poisonous vine, suddenly ensnared his heart. Negative emotion value. The surge in power from Frieza's 9999 points had tasted sweet. Chioi was also a moving repository of emotions, and he appeared to be easily provoked. It was either a complete explosion or total annihilation. There was no third option. At the moment when Chioi's energy was about to reach its zenith, and the 10 beams of death were ready to unleash, Vikimo fought through the pain and dizziness, rolling towards the breach that had been pierced by the ray, hissing and leaking, emitting a charred odor. Ignoring the stinging pain as the vacuum yanked at his hair, he positioned his mouth against the opening, summoning every last ounce of strength to unleash a roar infused with the scent of blood, wild determination, and ultimate provocation towards the floating Chioi outside. Though the sound could not carry through the vacuum, it resonated clearly through the ship's internal communication system, also connected to the detector, broadcasting into Chioi's receiver and reverberating once more in Frieza's command hall. Chioi. Vikimo's voice was hoarse and fractured, yet possessed a strange, penetrating power. I heard that during your time in Frieza's army training camp, you were made to kneel and beg for mercy by the 3-year-old Prince Vegeta. You even soiled yourself, having to change 3 pairs of pants just to salvage your life. Is that true? It spread like wildfire within Frieza's army. He deliberately emphasized 3 years old, kneeling and begging, soiling oneself, and 3 pairs of pants. Boom. Vikimo's vision was once again engulfed by a torrent of crimson, cascading like a waterfall. From Chioi came an overwhelming surge of fury, humiliation, and murderous intent. 1,888. From Vegeta, a mix of astonishment. 333. 3 years old? Did I really beat that scum? From Raditz, an exclamation of disbelief. 555. From Naba, a despairing acknowledgement. 444. From Frieza, a bemused exclamation. 666. Synchronized transmission in progress. Chioi's sinister face transformed in an instant, as if splashed with molten lava upon hearing Vikimo's roar. Surprise morphed into ultimate distortion and wrath. His beak-like features twisted grotesquely, veins in his forehead and neck bulging like twisted worms. The memory of being publicly humiliated and beaten by the young Vegeta in the training camp, an event he regarded as the greatest disgrace of his life, buried deep within the darkest corners of his mind, had been brutally torn open by this inferior creature's most vulgar and exaggerated language. And he had embellished it, soiling oneself. 3 pairs of pants. You wretched insect. Chioi's roar pierced through the energy shockwaves, forcibly penetrating the cabin like the final, frenzied howl of a dying beast. The 10 beams of death energy he had gathered at his fingertips spiraled out of control in his rage. 3 of the energy beams violently twisted, their trajectory severely misaligned, crashing into different parts of the ship's outer shell. Boom, boom, boom. 3 blinding bursts of purple-black energy exploded against the spacecraft's exterior. The hull shuddered as if struck by a colossal hammer, emitting anguished metallic groans, violently shaking and trembling. The impacted areas of armor warped and deformed, electric sparks flashing wildly. Yet, the remaining 7 beams of death, fueled by Chioi's seething rage and lethal intent, wove together into a net of destruction, covering every possible angle of evasion for Vikimo. Descending upon his location with the intent to evaporate this audacious insect along with the surrounding space into fundamental particles. Vikimo, observing the frantic fluctuations of negative emotion values before him, felt the 1,800 points of power raging within him amidst the pain and the looming threat of death. And the warning of his body nearing collapse, his lips curled into a blood-stained, maniacal grin. Enough. A lottery. Immediately a lottery. System. Lottery. Spend 10,000 points. Right now? Instantly. In the depths of his crumbling consciousness, he emitted a silent roar of desperation. A colossal, ethereal roulette wheel, radiating an ancient and enigmatic glow, unfurled amidst the shattered sea of Vikimo's mind. The pointer spun wildly among countless squares shrouded in gray mist, conjuring a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow. Ultimately, under Vikimo's gaze, nearly consumed by despair, it collided fiercely with a profound and mysterious purple zone, seemingly infused with the cosmic powers of creation and annihilation. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have drawn a purple epic item. Xiando, pseudonym. X1. Xiando, pseudonym, a counterfeit product modeled after the mysterious earth plant, Xiando. Upon consumption, it can restore all stamina and heal all injuries except for severed limbs and the loss of vital organs within a remarkably short time, approximately 0.5 seconds, while also purging a majority of negative statuses such as poisoning, paralysis, energy backlash, etc. The effect is singular. Note, its taste is as dry and gritty as chewing wood shavings, while its effects are formidable. It may have unknown side effects, such as brief dizziness or loss of taste. Xiando? Though it is a mere imitation, a fierce light ignited in Vikimo's eyes, akin to that of a starving wolf encountering salvation. Without a moment's hesitation, neglecting any thoughts of potential side effects, he fervently willed it into existence. A bean, no larger than a fingernail, round and emitting a faint yet vibrant green glow, redolent of an unusual herbal fragrance, materialized instantly in his bloodied and sweat-soaked palm. 7 strands of violet-black death rays, weaving a net of destruction, were closing in. The searing heat instantaneously carbonized the strands of hair at his forehead. Pain seared through his skin as if being roasted alive. Without a glance back, Vikimo thrust the Xiando pseudonym, along with the blood and sweat from his palm, into his mouth, biting down fiercely. The anticipated sweetness was absent. Instead, it was a dry, coarse, wretched experience akin to gnawing on wood shavings. But in the next instant, boom! An indescribable, surging torrent of life erupted within him, as if the long dormant veins of the earth had been instantaneously unblocked, exploding in his throat, like a parched and cracked riverbed being inundated by a rushing celestial river. The excruciating pain in his right ear, the agony of his body being torn apart by 1,800 points of power, the dizziness from blood loss, and the muscle strain from his frantic evasion. All negative states melted away like snow under the sun. His depleted stamina surged as if infused with an endless source, instantly reaching its peak. The frenzied 1,800 points of combat power coursing through him felt unprecedentedly clear and stable, as if he could command it with mere thought. 5 seconds. Full recovery. The overwhelming effects of the pseudonym Sien Do were immediate. Roar. Vikimo unleashed a thunderous, powerful roar. His body, propelled by the rejuvenated 1,800 points of strength, burst forth with a speed surpassing his previous limits. He chose not to confront the 7 death rays head-on. Instead, he channeled all his might into his legs. The alloy floor beneath him buckled like tofu under his weight. Boom! His form transformed into a crimson blur, barely skimming the edges of the interwoven violet-black death ray net, narrowly shooting toward the relatively safe area where Vegeta and the others were located. His speed was so immense that it left a faint afterimage in his wake. The 7 death rays grazed the heels of his afterimage, slamming into the ground he had just occupied and the surrounding area with catastrophic force. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening series of explosions reverberated. The midsection of the spaceship appeared as though a colossal, unseen beast had taken a vicious bite. The alloy structure emitted a gut-wrenching sound of twisting and tearing. Pipes ruptured, spraying blinding sparks and scalding coolant. The space where Vikimo had just stood, along with several meters around him, was instantly consumed, obliterated, vaporized by the frenzied violet-black energy of destruction, leaving behind a shocking cavity, its edges flowing with red-hot molten metal. The frigid vacuum of space greedily siphoned everything within the cabin. A tempest howled. Debris flew about as if the apocalypse had descended. Vikimo's figure crashed heavily to the ground before Vegeta, rolling several times before coming to a stop. He gasped for breath, his body coated in dust, oil, and blood, mostly from his earlier injury. Yet his gaze sparkled like stars in a cold night, the golden aura of 1,800 points of combat power flickering around him, stabilizing. He had survived. With the lethal assault of Chio-E, relying on the pseudonym Sien Do and the surge of power, he had miraculously escaped. Chapter 8 continues. The entire cabin lay in disarray. Alarms blared piercingly, wild winds howled in, and the vacuum's pull threatened to tear away all unsecured objects. Raditz and Naba clung desperately to the fixed rings on the wall, their faces pale as they watched the immense void in the midsection and the demon-like Chio-E floating outside, their eyes filled with horror and dread. The 3 youths huddled together in terror. Vegeta remained steadfast in his specially designed chair, a golden aura forming an invisible barrier that shielded him from the wind's ferocity. However, his cold gaze was fixed intently on Vikimo, who had just staggered to his feet, filled with scrutiny, inquiry, and a tremor of profound cognitive disruption he himself had yet to acknowledge. An inferior warrior not only evaded Chio-Yi's meticulously prepared death strike, but also publicly exposed Chio-Yi's deepest wound in an act of ultimate humiliation, miraculously surviving the onslaught of 7 death rays. This was no mere stroke of luck. The explosive surge of 1,800 points. He had only possessed 600 before. Where did this power stem from? What on earth was happening? Outside the spaceship, Chio-E glared at the gaping hole left by his 7 rays, while his target, Vikimo, danced before Vegeta, his twisted face dark as a pot's bottom, his eyes burning with a furious humiliation. The ultimate disgrace. Twice he had struck, yet an inferior wretch had escaped, and had publicly exposed his most painful scar. Lord Frieza must be watching. He had become a laughingstock. You wretched insect. Chio-Yi's roar echoed with a madness intent on destruction. I shall crush you inch by inch. Grind your bones to dust. No longer holding back, he gathered an even more violent violet-black energy in his hands, this time aimed squarely at Vikimo. Even if it endangered Vegeta, he did not care. Lord Frieza had only commanded him to preserve Vegeta's life, but had said nothing about not maiming him. However, just as the light at Xiao Yi's fingertips was about to erupt once more. A chilling, domineering aura, imbued with an absolute will for destruction and a regal ferocity, burst forth from within the spaceship, instantly overpowering Xiao Yi's murderous intent. It silenced even the chaotic cabin. Even the howling vacuum winds seemed to pause for a moment. Vegeta slowly rose from his specially designed chair. The tattered remnants of his crimson cloak danced wildly in the wind generated by the vacuum's pull. His small frame radiated a majesty that could make the stars tremble. The golden aura no longer served merely as a protective shield. It transformed into a torrent of burning liquid gold, wildly converging, compressing, and refining upon his small right fist. The brilliance was blinding, exuding energy waves that made the entire battered spaceship tremble violently, as if it could disintegrate at any moment. He lifted his head, his cold eyes, aflame with golden fire, pierced through the spaceship's massive breach, like two swords of judgment traversing time and space, piercing fiercely toward the floating, clown-like Xiao Yi outside. A tender yet potent voice, imbued with the strength of a frozen soul, reverberated with undeniable authority, characteristic of the Saiyan Prince. Within the silent confines of the ship's cabin and the receiver of Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, you filthy worm beneath Frieza's heel. Do you presume to act with such audacity aboard my spacecraft? Chapter 9. Inferior Warriors in the Frigid Expanse of Space. The colossal flagship of the Frieza Force loomed like a dormant celestial beast, quietly suspended in the shadows near the orbit of planet Vegeta. Within the bridge, the atmosphere was oppressive and foreboding. Frieza, seated in his signature levitating chair, lightly drummed his long fingers on the armrest, his crimson gaze fixated on the planet Vegeta, poised on the brink of annihilation. Lord Frieza, reported the tall and elegantly clad Bailabu, adorned in a snug purple combat suit. His voice tinged with a barely perceptible hint of concern. The plan for the destruction of planet Vegeta is ready. However, might such a massive energy outburst arouse the suspicions of any surviving Saiyans? Though scattered across the cosmos on various missions, they are not entirely disconnected. Ha ha ha. Frieza's signature, chilling laughter shattered the silence of the bridge. He tilted his head slightly, a cruel yet graceful smile gracing his lips. Suspicion? What a delightful question, Bailabu. Simply inform them that an unfortunate accident has occurred. A colossal, swift-moving meteorite fortuitously collided with the core of planet Vegeta. What a coincidental catastrophe, is it not? His tone was nonchalant, as if discussing the squashing of an ant. The universe is vast. Accidents are invariably unavoidable. Who would dare question the great Frieza? At that very moment, the radar on the bridge emitted a series of urgent beeps. On the massive main screen, a pinpoint representing a small spacecraft was zipping past the edge of Frieza's flagship's detection range, so close that the blurred Saiyan insignia on its hull was discernible through a high-powered optical lens. Frieza's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of icy intrigue flickering within. Meanwhile, within the Saiyan spacecraft that narrowly evaded detection, Vikamo's heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. He stared at the enormous vessel outside, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Who was piloting this ship? He internally screamed. Was the navigation system malfunctioning, or had the pilot slipped? Why on earth were they flying so close to this harbinger of doom? Frieza. It was Frieza. Vikimo felt his blood run cold. In the original narrative, when Vegeta's team ventured to planet Wansho, Frieza indeed loomed near planet Vegeta, ready to execute his annihilation plan. However, according to the storyline, such a close encounter was not supposed to occur. The butterfly effect. Damn the butterfly effect. He suddenly recalled his own existence as the greatest variable, an unanticipated time traveler. A Saiyan low-level warrior burdened with a negative emotional value system. Could it be that his mere presence had caused fate's course to veer off and crash into an iceberg? The thought of being shot down was too dreadful to contemplate. Should the ship be destroyed, exposed to the vacuum of space, his meager battle power of 600 would instantly render him a mere piece of frozen space debris. The so-called warrior race of Saiyans, unable to survive in the vastness of space? That was the greatest flaw in their racial endowment tree. Vikimo mentally railed, wishing he could pen a lengthy treatise on the comparative study of Saiyan racial deficiencies and the physiological superiority of the Frost Demon race to vent his frustrations. Just look at Frieza. Even when bisected, he could still speak and thrive. Even when dismembered and cast into space, he could rely on sheer malice to survive until rescue. Could Scions do the same? No. Not to mention Frieza's unreasonable training talents, casually manifesting a black and gold form. Effortlessly overpowering Sun Wukong's Ultra Instinct and Vegeta's self-actualization. What a glaring insult to the Scion protagonist's halo. Frieza observed with keen interest as the Scion ship sped past. Even noticing the pilot, who likely attempted to show off or was simply flustered, executing an extravagant, somewhat unnecessary drift that sent the spacecraft's engine exhaust trailing a brilliant arc of light. Frieza's lips twitched slightly. Negative emotional value from Frieza, 666. Vikamo's mind reeled. The system's notification echoing coldly and clearly. He was momentarily stunned, nearly gasping for breath. This was absurd. Vikimo internally lamented, Frieza, you grand boss. Are you providing me with negative emotional value? Just because of a flashy maneuver that offended your eyes? Or have you already entertained thoughts of annihilating this small ship? A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. His current battle power of 600 in Frieza's presence was no more significant than a sprinkle of chives in a dish, merely a speck of dust. With a single thought, without needing to lift a finger, Frieza could reduce the ship and all its occupants, including him, to nothingness. Is that not Lord Frieza's spacecraft? An astonished voice shattered the silence within the ship. Raditz, his wild hair resembling that of a hedgehog, pressed his face against the viewport, incredulously gazing at the colossal vessel outside. Why was it here? This position was far too close to planet Vegeta. Naba joined him, his thick brows knitted in confusion. Lord Frieza? What is he doing here? Is he supervising our mission? His tone carried a hint of bewilderment and a barely perceptible trace of reverence. Humph. A cold snort emanated from the front of the ship. Vegeta crossed his arms, his back to the others, the corner of his crimson cape billowing without wind, betraying his inner displeasure. Frieza's presence here could only spell trouble. Ignore him, full speed ahead, he commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. Despite being a prince, his apprehension and concealed animosity toward Frieza ran far deeper than Raditz or Nappa's. The pilot, a mid-level warrior named Bardock, a name Vikimo had just committed to memory, immediately complied with the order. The engine's power surging as the ship darted away from the shadow of Frieza's flagship, swiftly disappearing into the vastness of the starry sea. Watching the Scion ship vanish from the radar screen, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Frieza's crimson eyes. Belebu, he drawled lazily, who were aboard that ship. Yes, Lord Frieza. Belebu swiftly operated the controls, projecting a detailed list and data onto the main screen. Based on life signals and sensor feedback, it was confirmed that the ship carried 7 Scions: Prince Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, all elite warriors, Bardock, Toma, Surku, all mid-level warriors, and a low-level warrior named Vikimo. Belebu's voice was clear and professional, deducing from their trajectory and mission logs that they were likely en route to planet Wancho for a cleansing mission. Oh. Frieza's fingertips lightly tapped the armrest, producing a rhythmic sound. He seemed to be weighing his options. Lord Frieza, Belebu tentatively inquired, should we shoot them down? With our flagship's firepower, it would be effortless to lock onto and destroy that small spacecraft. She quickly added, her tone cautious, however. Should we eliminate Prince Vegeta and his team here, it may provoke other Scions on missions outside, causing unnecessary unrest and investigation. After all, the meteorite collision must appear devoid of any human traces. Frieza fell silent for a moment, his crimson eyes flickering with cold calculation. Moments later, a cruel smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. You are correct, Belebu. The genius prince, Vegeta, still has his uses. He can continue to clear out those rebellious planets for me. Naba and Raditz, as his minions, still hold some value. However, his voice suddenly turned frigid as if encased in ice. Those mediocre warriors and that bothersome low-class warrior are nothing but a waste of resources and air. The Scions only require the elite, not the riffraff. Find someone to eliminate those 4 Scions, excluding Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz. Make it clean, disguising it as an encounter with space pirates or an unfortunate accident. As for Vegeta and the others, let them frolic for a while longer. Yes, Lord Frieza. Belebu immediately replied, then inquired, who shall be dispatched for this task? Should we send Mr. Dodoria? His strength is more than sufficient to deal with a few mediocre and low-class warriors. Frieza waved his hand dismissively, revealing a hint of disdain. Dodoria? Why employ a sledgehammer to crush a few insects? Moreover, his bulky physique makes too much noise. He lacks stealth. After a brief contemplation, a mocking smile crept upon his lips. Send Shuei over. Hasn't that green-skinned frog been complaining about not having a chance to prove himself lately? It's time he stretched his muscles. Understood. I will contact Captain Shuei immediately. Bailabu swiftly executed the command. Within the Saiyan spaceship, as they departed from the shadow of Frieza's flagship, the tense atmosphere eased somewhat. Vikimo secretly sighed in relief. Yet the alarm bells in his heart had not yet ceased. Frieza's negative emotional aura loomed overhead like a Damocles sword. To divert attention and extract more information, while simultaneously earning some emotional value, Vikimo glanced at Raditz, who was cleaning the scanner, and feigned astonishment. Wow, Raditz, you are actually an elite warrior. How impressive. This was not entirely insincere. After all, in the original story, Raditz's performance was rather lacking, making it easy to overlook his elite warrior status. Upon hearing this, Raditz furrowed his brow, setting down the scanner and casting Vikimo a look of utter disbelief. What? Is it so surprising? Do I seem unworthy? His tone carried a clear hint of annoyance. A low-class warrior expressing such astonishment regarding his background felt like an affront. Raditz's battle power had reached 300 at birth, the standard threshold for elite warriors. Naba, arms crossed, chimed in with a low voice, not missing the opportunity to cast a scornful glance at Vikimo. But you, Vikimo, if I recall correctly, when you were first tested, your battle power was only 5? Naba deliberately elongated his words, a smirk plastered on his face. Uft. Ha. Raditz immediately erupted into exaggerated laughter, pointing at Vikimo. You're the one they call a 5 trash. With that battle power, you wouldn't even qualify to be a punching bag for Lord Frieza. Faced with their ridicule, Vikimo remained unperturbed, even feeling a twinge of amusement. His expression retained its innocuous smile as he languidly replied, "Oh, come now, Naba, Raditz." At least, he paused, glancing at Raditz. I have a battle power that surpasses your brother Kakarot, who was sent to a remote planet, by 3 points, right? The smirk on Naba's face froze instantly. From Naba, a negative emotional value of 222. System prompt. Taunting ineffective, heart pierced. Raditz, too. Resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his laughter abruptly ceasing, his face turning crimson. From Raditz, a negative emotional value of 666. System prompt. Involves family disgrace. Critical damage. 3 points higher in battle power. How dare you bring that up? Raditz leapt to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Vikimo. Do not mention that waste. Kakarot is nothing but trash. He was born with a battle power of only 2, a disgrace to the Saiyans. How can you compare him to me? Are you insulting me? Vikimo observed Raditz's agitated demeanor, feeling no turbulence within, even experiencing a sense of pity. He sighed softly, adopting a tone almost prophetic, imbued with an air of mystery. Raditz, do not speak so confidently. The world is unpredictable. In my view, your brother Kakarot, whom you all deem a waste, may very well become an extraordinarily remarkable warrior, perhaps even surpassing all of us. What? Raditz's eyes widened as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the universe, his expression a chaotic mix of shock, disbelief, and sheer absurdity. Kakarot, a great warrior? Naba furrowed his brow, gazing at Vikimo as one would a madman. Vikimo, has your brain been fried by cosmic rays? That waste with a battle power of only 2? The 3 young mediocre warriors seated in the corner, Bardock, not to be confused with Goku's father, Toma, and Selku, exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief and a hint of amusement at the spectacle. Truly, Vikimo was relentless in his outrageous claims. Even Vegeta, who had been meditating with closed eyes, stirred slightly at the mention of Kakarot and the term great warrior. He slowly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze piercing through Vikimo with a scrutinizing and mildly offended wrath. Then came a negative emotional value of 999 from Vegeta. System prompt. The pride of a king provoked by the words of an ant. Vikimo nearly fainted under the weight of this sudden influx of negative emotional value. He instantly comprehended the source of Vegeta's fury. So, you believe that the prophecy of the Super Saiyan can only shine upon you? Vikimo internally mocked, suggesting that Kakarot might have potential equates to denying your uniqueness as the genius prince? Your pride is remarkably fragile. Indeed, Vegeta thought precisely that way. He was the prince of the Saiyans, a once-in-a-century genius, born with a battle power far exceeding that of elite warriors. He, Vegeta, was destined to become the legendary Super Saiyan, the sole individual to lead the Saiyans toward revival. This lowly being named Vikimo dared to assert in his presence that the exiled Kakarot, born with a battle power of 2, would become a great warrior. Perhaps even a Super Saiyan. Such audacity was a blatant provocation, an insult to the dignity of Prince Vegeta. Absurd, ridiculously laughable. Vegeta's gaze was so icy it could freeze Vikimo in place. Suddenly, an even more exaggerated and gleeful cackle erupted from the bridge of Frieza's flagship, louder than before. Frieza clutched his chest, laughing so hard he nearly toppled from his floating chair. Vegeta, did you hear that? Did you hear it? Frieza pointed at the screen displaying Vikimo's grand proclamations regarding Kakarot, nearly brought to tears from laughter. A lowly being with a battle power of 5, predicting that a mere infant with a battle power of 2, still drinking nutrient fluids, will become a great warrior? Perhaps even a Super Saiyan? Oh ho ho ho. This is undoubtedly the most entertaining joke I have heard in centuries. The Saiyan race is inherently steeped in a ridiculous blend of foolishness and arrogance. I heard it. Lord Frieza. Pahaha. Vegeta could not contain her laughter, her body shaking with mirth. However, in her exuberance, she lost control, and a series of loud and prolonged gas releases erupted uncontrollably from her, creating an awkward and aromatic atmosphere in the otherwise silent bridge. Frieza's gleeful cackle abruptly ceased. His handsome visage, a layer of frost suddenly enveloped his face, his brows furrowed tightly in extreme disdain. With graceful precision, he pinched his prominent nose between 2 fingers, his crimson eyes brimming with a frigid reproach for such a blatant breach of decorum. The laughter of Vegeta had been abruptly silenced, as if a hand had clutched her throat. Her visage turned a deep shade of purple, and she clutched her posterior in a desperate bid to disappear into the ground, her body rigid with embarrassment and fear. I sincerely apologize, Your Excellency Frieza. I was momentarily overwhelmed. Her voice, thin as a gnat's whisper, resonated with despair. Frieza suppressed the impulse to continue pinching his nose, enduring the awkward atmosphere that pervaded the command bridge. To divert attention, primarily his own, he waved his hand dismissively, his tone frigid. Enough. Bring up the data on that brat Kakarot. I wish to see what has bestowed such absurd confidence upon that lowly wretch. Yes, Your Excellency Frieza. Vegeta, as if granted a pardon, hurriedly manipulated the controls, eager to redeem herself. Soon, a remarkably brief dossier materialized on the main screen. Name, Kakarot affiliation, Saiyan rank, lower class warrior age, 3 Earth years place of birth, planet Vegeta initial battle power, 2 current status, in a low-level incubation chamber. Maintaining basic life signs. Last assessment, 3 days prior, battle power, 2. Notes, determined to be a worthless individual. Slated for transfer to a lower class planet, designation, Earth, for basic extermination duties, success rate estimated below 0. 1. Expected to perish during the assignment. The command bridge fell into an oppressive silence, broken only by the faint hum of the air circulation system and a seemingly lingering awkward odor. Frieza stared at the glaring battle power reading of 2 and the note labeling him as a worthless individual, his lips twitching slightly. He felt that his earlier laughter had been somewhat misplaced. This was no ordinary low-class warrior. This was akin to a mudslide among the lower ranks. A fighter among the utterly inept. A battle power of 2. Frieza's voice carried an absurdity that was hard to articulate as he turned to Vegeta. Are you certain the scanner is functioning correctly? Or has he been marinating in that incubation chamber for 3 years, rendering his mind as mushy as his battle power? Vegeta wiped the cold sweat from her brow, replying cautiously, Your Excellency Frieza, the data is accurate. The scanner is fully operational. Kakarot is indeed rather unique. She struggled to find a more tactful term. Frieza fell silent for a few seconds, then emitted a vague grunt of disapproval. The Saiyans continue to surprise me. Has Chewie set off? Report, Your Excellency Frieza. Captain Chewie has departed in a small high-speed interceptor. He is expected to intercept when the target ship enters the debris field at the periphery of the Wanzhou star system. Vegeta promptly reported, her tone regaining professionalism. Excellent. Frieza reclined back into his floating chair, his crimson gaze fixed upon the vastness of the starry sky, as if already envisioning the inconsequential cleansing operation that was about to unfold. Let our Mr. Frog move quickly. Once the refuse is dealt with, we shall be ready for a grand fireworks display. His eyes once again turned to the azure planet of Vegeta, his expression cold and merciless. Within the Saiyan spacecraft, the atmosphere remained tense. Vegeta had his eyes closed, yet the slight rise and fall of his chest betrayed his inner turmoil. Raditz and Naba glared at Vikimo with indignation, as though his earlier words had desecrated something sacred. Vikimo, however, feigned engrossment in the readings from his scanner. His mind racing. Chioi, indeed, Frieza has dispatched Chioi. In the original narrative, this segment did not feature an attack, but now those 4 mid-level warriors and I, a mere lowly wretch, have been targeted. What should I do? Should I directly inform Vegeta that Frieza intends to eliminate us? Would he believe me? He would only think me a harbinger of discord, and I would be the first to be silenced. Escape? Where could I flee within a spacecraft? The battle power of Chioi is surely above 18,000. Here, Vegeta tops out at 18,000, while Naba and Raditz together barely reach 6 to 7,000, leaving the 4 of us as mere fodder. A direct confrontation holds no promise of victory. Vikimo's fists clenched at his sides, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his palms. For the first time, he felt acutely aware that in this brutal world of Dragon Ball, lacking strength meant being unable to control even his own fate. A mere thought from Frieza or a single strike from Chioi could extinguish his unexpected existence as effortlessly as squashing an ant. He observed the dot representing his ship on the scanner drawing closer to a region marked as the debris field at the periphery of the Wansho star system. A chill creeping up his spine. Is that the refuse disposal site Frieza has chosen for them? He instinctively glanced at Vegeta. The haughty prince remained in meditation, seemingly oblivious to the impending crisis. Vikimo felt a cold dread settle in his heart. Rely on others? In this Saiyan society, where strength reigns supreme, especially against Frieza's schemes, his warning as a lowly warrior would be dismissed as mere folly. It seems I must rely solely on myself, or perhaps take a gamble. Vikimo's gaze involuntarily darted again to the viewport, where the increasingly close, shadowy expanse littered with meteors loomed ominously. A perilous plan began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 10. Concept inside the command bridge of Frieza's flagship, the cold light reflected off the metallic surfaces. Frieza's crimson eyes narrowed slightly as his fingers rhythmically tapped the armrest of his floating chair, as if savoring a silent prelude to destruction. At that moment, a somewhat comical, yet overwhelmingly imposing figure strode in, heavy-footed. Your Excellency Frieza. The newcomer knelt on one knee, his voice resonant, yet laced with flattery. It was Chioi, a creature resembling a bipedal green toad, his skin dotted with warts, and his bulging eyes gleaming with cunning and ferocity. He donned the standard combat uniform of the Frieza Force, an energy scanner clipped to his waist. Within the original timeline, Chioi's battle power was comparable to that of Prince Vegeta, who had yet to engage in the battle on Earth, both hovering around 18,000. However, fate is capricious. Vegeta was gravely injured on Earth, but upon recovery, his power surged to 24,000, ultimately leading to Chioi's demise at Namek, a cold footnote to his life. Chioi, you have arrived. Frieza's voice was languid, imbued with an undeniable authority. At your service, Your Excellency Frieza. Chioi responded respectfully, bowing his head even lower. Frieza's crimson gaze shifted to the direction of the now invisible Saiyan spacecraft, a cruel and playful smile curling his lips. I have a task for you. Follow Vegeta and his spacecraft. Once they arrive at the Wansho star, find an opportune moment. He paused, relishing Chioi's rapt attention. To discreetly eliminate the 3 Saiyans that are not Vegeta, Naba, or Raditz, along with that lower-class warrior known as Vikimo, make it appear as an accident, or a counterattack by the natives of Wansho. Understood? Yes, Your Excellency Frieza. I will ensure the task is completed. Chioi responded without hesitation, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. Dealing with a few mid-level warriors would be as simple as squashing a few bugs for him. However, Bailebu, standing beside Frieza, was momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion crossing her purple eyes. She cautiously spoke, her tone laced with cautious inquiry. Your Excellency Frieza, did you not previously state that you wish to eliminate the other 4, excluding Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz? Including that Vikimo? Frieza interrupted her query with a series of his characteristic, sinister chuckles. He turned his head, his crimson pupils glimmering with the curiosity akin to discovering an intriguing new toy. Bailebu, do you not find that little Saiyan named Vikimo rather fascinating? In an instant, Belibulu grasped his meaning, her face instantly adorned with a sycophantic smile. You are absolutely correct, Lord Frieza. His statements are indeed quite unique. She recalled Vikimo's grand prophecy concerning Kakarot. Frieza, with a delicate touch of his fingertips against the armrest, spoke in a tone laced with condescension, allowing him to continue his antics. After all, listening to his tales of Super Saiyans could serve as a delightful diversion during the monotonous journey. He chuckled deeply. Oh ho ho. I am exceedingly curious about how that Kakarot, with a mere power level of 2, currently languishing in a training pod, will transcend the chasm and transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. This spectacle promises to be quite extraordinary. I eagerly anticipate witnessing this miracle unfold. Belibulu laughed so heartily that her form trembled, as if she could already envision that absurd scene. However, joy turned to dismay as her overly excited body involuntarily emitted a faint yet potent sound that rendered the air still. Frieza's smile froze instantly, as if encased in ice. With an expression of utter disdain, he elegantly pinched his nose with 2 elongated fingers, his crimson gaze shooting forth a chilling warning. Belibulu, I have already stated that laughter is permissible, but flatulence is not. Belibulu's face flushed a deep shade of purple, her hands clasping tightly behind her. Longing to vanish from sight, her voice tinged with a sob. I am truly sorry, Lord Frieza. I have acted inappropriately. It shall never happen again. Frieza scoffed, dismissing her with a wave of his hand, signaling Chioi to take his leave. Go now, Chioi. Do not keep me waiting too long. At once. Chioi bowed once more and swiftly exited the command bridge, heading towards the hangar to board his spherical high-speed interceptor. With a flash, a streak of light tore through the silent cosmos, racing towards the direction of the Vegeta Team S spacecraft. Inside the Saiyan ship, time dragged on in the tedium of space travel. Raditz seemed to still be immersed in Vikimo's joke about Kakarot, unable to suppress another exaggerated laugh. Ha ha ha. Vikimo, you are becoming increasingly humorous. You claim my worthless brother Kakarot will one day become a Super Saiyan? Please, I could laugh at that joke for a year. The next time I see him, I will certainly inform him that his path to becoming a Super Saiyan relies entirely on your prophetic words. Ha ha ha. This is the most ludicrous and overconfident joke I have ever heard. Naba, crossing his stout arms, cast a sidelong glance at Vikimo, his face revealing unabashed mockery. A fighter with a power level of 5 predicts that a waste with a power level of 2 can become a legend? Vikimo, have you been affected by cosmic radiation? In a corner, 3 average fighter youths. Kanegi, a red-haired hedgehog-headed hothead, Cooley, blonde and slightly gloomy, and Balu, a burly black-haired fellow with a simple mind, could not resist joining the mockery. Kanegi slapped his thigh in laughter. Ha ha ha. Vikimo, I understand now. Are you dreaming of a comeback to become a Super Saiyan? So you use that waste Kakarot as a stepping stone? Dream on. Even if another Super Saiyan were to emerge among us, it would be one of the average fighters first. Do you think it could be someone as lowly as you? Cooley sneered. Exactly. Want to make a comeback? You should first ask our fists if they agree. The position of Super Saiyan is not one that you, Vikimo, can simply queue for. Balu nodded repeatedly, his voice deep and resonant. Yes. Kanegi and Cooley are right. If there is a comeback, it will be us first. Vikimo, slightly annoyed by the trio's banter, dug at his ears and looked at them with genuine confusion. Pardon the interruption, but who are you 3? What are your names? I didn't catch them earlier. The mockery on Kanegi, Cooley, and Balu's faces instantly froze, as if they had been choked. Negative emotional value from Kanegi, 333. Negative emotional value from Cooley, 444. Negative emotional value from Balu, 555. Kanegi's face reddened with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and shouted, You brat. I am Kanegi. Ka. Nay. G. Cooley, with a sullen expression, enunciated each syllable. Ku. Li. Balu, equally flushed, bellowed Ba. Lu. They felt an immense insult. A lowly warrior did not even remember their names. This was far more infuriating than a direct insult. Oh, Kanegi, Cooley, and Balu, is it? All right, I've got it. Vikimo feigned indifference, nodding as if he were merely noting down the names of a roadside stall, infuriating the trio to the brink of eruption. Perhaps the prolonged cosmic voyage was excessively dull, or perhaps Vikimo's prophecy about the Super Saiyan had sparked some hidden curiosity. Naba, suppressing some of his mockery, wore a smirk tinged with mischief as he addressed Vikimo. Hey, Vikimo, since you seem so well versed in Super Saiyans, Why not tell us what you think a Super Saiyan truly is? After all, we have nothing but time. Let us hear some amusement. He deliberately emphasized the words understand and amusement. The ship fell into an immediate silence. Even Vegeta, who had been resting with his eyes closed, seemed to subtly move his ears. Raditz, Kanegi, and the others ceased their laughter, gazing at Vikimo with anticipation. A lengthy interstellar journey indeed required some diversion. And humiliating this audacious lowly warrior was undoubtedly a splendid way to pass the time. Vikimo met the varied gazes of the others with understanding. He took a deep breath, as if preparing to utter something extraordinary. However, his subsequent action took everyone by surprise. He raised his hand and decisively removed the energy detector from his left eye, pressing the power button to turn it off with a satisfying click. Naba was taken aback. What are you doing? Raditz frowned. Kanegi and the others wore expressions of confusion. Vikimo casually tossed the powered-off detector onto the adjacent seat, flashing a smile that revealed his white teeth, his eyes gleaming with an air of feigned mystery. Such an important and secret matter cannot be disclosed to outsiders. I shall only share it with my own kind. He deliberately emphasized my own kind, casting his gaze over Vegeta, Naba, Raditz, and Kanegi. What a charade. Naba scoffed dismissively, crossing his arms. I will never remove my detector. Who knows what trick you are trying to pull? I will not remove mine either. Raditz promptly echoed, watching Vikimo warily. As if you truly know anything about the secrets of Super Saiyans. Ridiculous. Exactly. You think you can deceive us into turning off our devices? Not a chance. Kanegi chimed in. Cooley and Balu both nodded in agreement. Yet, at that moment, the silent Prince Vegeta suddenly stirred. He remained with his eyes closed. But that remarkably defined hand rose effortlessly, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust to remove the detector from his right eye. He did not even glance at Vikimo, merely pressing the button on the side of the detector with his thumb, extinguishing the faint light that indicated it was operational. He casually placed the powered-off detector on the control panel beside him, his movements fluid and imbued with an undeniable authority. The entire spacecraft fell into an utter silence. Naba, Raditz, Kanegi, Cooley, and Balu all stared at Vegeta, dumbfounded. The prince had truly removed the detector? And turned it off? What did this mean? Did it imply he was accepting Vikimo's proposal? Or was it merely? Vegeta remained in his meditative state, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Only he knew the reason. Frieza, that persistent specter. His ship had been nearby before. Vegeta firmly refused to believe that Frieza's flagship lacked surveillance devices. Discussing the core secrets of the Saiyans, even the nonsensical ramblings of a lowly warrior, must never reach Frieza's ears. This vigilance is inherent to the Prince of Saiyans and is unrelated to his faith in Vikimo observing Vegeta's actions. Vikimo's understanding dawned, and a smug, contemptuous grin appeared on his face. He raised an eyebrow at Naba, Raditz, and the others, his tone dripping with mockery. Do you see? How astute and formidable Prince Vegeta is. Such foresight. Even he feels it is time to remove this little ear, referring to the detector. Yet you all wish to continue wearing yours, intending to broadcast our Saiyan secrets to Frieza? The expressions of Naba and Raditz transformed dramatically, alternating between crimson and pale. They glanced at Vegeta's resolute actions and then at Vikimo's arrogant demeanor. A wave of immense frustration and fury surged within them. Your Highness Vegeta, how can you cooperate with this scoundrel? And Vikimo, your pretentious, sycophantic demeanor is utterly infuriating. Negative emotional values from Naba, 888. From Raditz, 999. From Carnegie, 777. From Cooley, 666. From Balu, 555. Even Vegeta, with his eyes closed, subtly furrowed his brow, and the corner of his mouth seemed to twitch downward for a mere moment. Negative emotional value from Vegeta, 788. System prompt. Used as a pawn? The prince's mild displeasure. Vegeta indeed felt somewhat displeased. How dare Vikimo utilize his actions as a means to coerce others, though his intention was to have everyone shut down their devices. Being exploited by a lowly warrior felt as distasteful as swallowing a fly. Under the almost fiery gazes of Naba and the others, coupled with Vegeta's invisible pressure, Raditz, Naba, Carnegie, Cooley, and Balu gritted their teeth and reluctantly removed their detectors, forcefully pressing the off button, then discarding them as if they were refuse. The spaceship was left with only the low hum of the engine and Vikimo's infuriatingly smug smile. Now we are all on the same side. Vikimo declared with satisfaction, nodding as he reined in his smile to adopt a serious expression, still irritating in Naba and the other's eyes. Before we discuss the Super Saiyan, let us first establish a fundamental question. He surveyed the group, his gaze ultimately resting on Vegeta. Do you believe the Super Saiyan is predetermined by fate or an attainable state through effort? Once this question was posed, Naba, who had been seething with rage, found an outlet for his frustration. He scoffed, as if hearing the most ludicrous joke. I thought you would reveal some earth-shattering secret. Is this all? Even a 3-year-old knows. The Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior, a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon. It is destined to be the strongest in the universe. Born only once every 1,000 years. This is the ancient heritage of the Saiyans. Is there even a need to discuss it? His tone was rife with disdain for Vikamo's ignorance. Raditz was right. Though Naba was displeased with Vikimo, he firmly stood his ground on this matter. The legendary Super Saiyan is indeed a once-in-a-millennium event. This is a hard and fast rule. The last legendary warrior was born exactly 1,000 years ago. His gaze grew fervent, involuntarily drifting towards the meditative Vegeta. In these years, among the Saiyans, a new legend shall arise, a new strongest in the universe. His tone was imbued with almost blind admiration and anticipation for Vegeta. Carnegie, Cooley, and Balu nodded in agreement, as this was a concept deeply ingrained in them since childhood. Vikimo, observing their unwavering confidence, slowly shook his head, a knowing smile gracing his features. Facing the murderous glares from Naba and Raditz, he calmly presented his perspective. Is it possible that the legendary Super Saiyan you speak of and the Super Saiyan I envision are fundamentally different entities? What nonsense are you spouting? Naba's fury ignited instantly, leaping to his feet, his imposing figure exuding pressure within the cramped spaceship. He pointed an accusatory finger at Vikimo, shouting, the Super Saiyan is the Super Saiyan. What two kinds? What legends? Vikimo, you must be seeking death, spewing your heresy here. Raditz's expression darkened. Vikimo, if you continue to spout nonsense, beware of my wrath. Have you not heard? Vikimo, undeterred by Naba's wrath, shrugged nonchalantly. Wearing an expression that implied as expected, his tone laced with a hint of patronizing pity. Not having heard merely reflects your limited experience. Alas, it is truly tragic to be unaware of one's own ignorance. This remark about ignorance ignited Naba's fury further. A tempestuous aura erupted from him. His eyes ablaze, fists the size of cooking pots cracking ominously as he advanced menacingly toward the insolent lowly warrior. Vikimo, I shall tear your mouth apart today. Negative emotional value from Naba, 999. System prompt, dignity trampled. Maximum rage. The atmosphere within the cabin plummeted to an icy chill. Raditz observed coldly, while Carnegie and the others wore expressions of anticipation. Stop. Just as Naba's fist was about to strike, a cold, authoritative voice, sharp as the friction of cold iron, suddenly resonated. Vegeta finally opened his eyes. Those deep, cosmic-like eyes radiated a piercing brilliance as they coldly swept over the enraged Naba. There was no excess emotion, only a suffocating aura of royal authority. Naba felt as if shackled by invisible chains. His forward momentum abruptly halted, his raised fist frozen in midair. His expression of fury instantly replaced by fear, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Prince Vegeta turned his gaze away from Naba, focusing instead on Vikimo. His eyes were deep and complex, filled with scrutiny and curiosity, tinged with an intense interest ignited by the two theories of Super Saiyans. An interest he had not even realized himself. He demanded an explanation, one that could support this absurd assertion. Vikimo, Vegeta's voice was low and magnetic, carrying an undeniable command. Continue. Clarify your notions of these two types of Super Saiyans. He leaned slightly forward, his crimson cape billowing without wind, revealing his inner turmoil. He needed to know what astonishing revelations lay hidden within the words of this lowly warrior. Was it merely madness or a revelation touching upon the unspoken secrets of the Saiyan bloodline? Within the spaceship, all gazes were once again fixed on Vikimo, this time. Even the air seemed to solidify. Vikimo felt the palpable pressure of Vegeta's gaze, akin to a physical force, alongside the resentful glare from Naba, who seemed ready to devour him whole. Yet, he inhaled deeply, a profound smile forming on his face. He addressed Vegeta, enunciating each word with clarity. Your Highness Vegeta, esteemed guests, I believe the legendary Super Saiyan you are familiar with is indeed a once-in-a-millennium occurrence, possessing cataclysmic power, a born warrior, a product of fate's whim. He paused, allowing his gaze to sweep over the astonished faces of the group, and continued. However, beyond this legend, there exists another type of Super Saiyan. It is not predetermined by fate but can be achieved through relentless training, extreme rage, a pure desire for power, and the ultimate exploration of one's potential. This is a state of power that can be mastered and replicated. I refer to it as the ordinary Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan is a myth that occurs once every 1,000 years, a ferocious destroyer. The voice of the ordinary Super Saiyan Vikimo carried an almost seductive power. His gaze ultimately fixed firmly upon the suddenly constricted pupils of Vegeta, as if to say that every warrior with Saiyan blood coursing through their veins had the potential to unlock that door of power, provided they possessed the right key and were willing to pay the necessary price. Chapter 11. The hidden card. Vikimo's assertion about mastering the secret was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples in Vegeta's heart. The proud Saiyan prince, for the first time, displayed a genuine interest in this seemingly weak lower-class warrior before him, no longer merely mocking or disdainful. Oh, Vegeta leaned forward slightly, the metallic sheen of his floating chair reflecting his youthful yet authoritative visage. What secret? Do enlighten me. His voice bore an undeniable tone of command, as if he were reviewing an important military report. This was about Super Saiyans, even if it were the ramblings of a lower-class warrior. He felt compelled to confirm every detail. Vikimo secretly reveled in this moment, maintaining a facade of profound calm. Clearing his throat, he refrained from immediately divulging the answer and instead posed another question. Before we discuss the secret, Prince Vegeta, I would like to clarify one thing. In your understanding, what does being an ordinary Super Saiyan truly signify? Raditz, bewildered by this discourse, could not help but interject. What else could it mean? A Super Saiyan is simply a Super Saiyan, the strongest warrior in the universe. What riddle are you trying to weave? He found himself utterly lost in Vikimo's line of thought. Vikimo disregarded Raditz's skepticism, his intense gaze sweeping over Vegeta and the others, a mysterious smile curling at his lips. Is it possible that being a Super Saiyan is not a predetermined fate, but rather a transformation that can be actively triggered? Transformed? Raditz scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of tales, shaking his head vigorously. What cosmic joke is this? We Saiyans possess only one transformation, the great ape under the full moon. This is an instinct engraved in our very blood. Super Saiyan. Transformation? Vikimo, have you been struck on the head by a meteor while sleeping? His tone was steeped in absurdity. However, at that very moment, two chilling system alerts echoed in Vikimo's mind. Negative emotional value from Bilibulu, 999. Negative emotional value from Frieza, 888. Vikimo's heart raced, nearly betraying his composure. He had been about to refute Raditz's words when they caught in his throat. Frieza? Bilibulu. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Why had they suddenly bestowed upon him such high negative emotional values? Was Chioi closing in? Or had Frieza changed his mind and decided to eliminate him as well? Instinctively, an undercurrent of unease surged within him as he abruptly turned to glance at the transparent observation window at the side of the spaceship. The vast cosmic expanse remained unchanged, devoid of any signs of pursuers, save for twinkling stars and the occasional passing meteoroid. Wait a moment. A realization struck Vikimo. We had just collectively shut off the detectors. There was no signal from Frieza's side. They could not hear us. Was it possible that his displeasure stemmed from the loss of eavesdropping entertainment, hence the negative emotional values? This conjecture, while absurd, left him both amused and perplexed. Frieza, you Cosmic Emperor, are you truly so petty? Deducting points just because you cannot hear a joke? Vikimo, Vegeta's voice, tinged with impatience, pulled Vikimo from his reverie. Do not dawdle. Continue. His keen gaze seemed capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul, evidently having noticed Vikimo's momentary oddity. Karnagi chimed in mockingly. Prince Vegeta, I believe he's run out of things to say. Let us not waste time listening to his nonsense. Vegeta merely cast a cold sidelong glance at Karnagi, his gaze sharp as a blade, instantly rendering Karnagi as silent as a duck caught by the throat. His complexion paling as he swallowed his words and withdrew his neck in trepidation. Vikimo steadied his mind, ignoring Karnagi, and returned his focus to Vegeta, his expression resuming the earnestness of a researcher. though his acting still required refinement. Taking a deep breath, he began to expound with gravity. After long, in-depth, and tireless research, I have concluded, with utmost seriousness, that deep within our powerful Saiyan bloodline lies an extraordinarily unique and vital cellular factor. I have named it the S-cell, Super Cell. S-cell? Vegeta's brows furrowed slightly, instinctively rejecting this unfamiliar term, yet unable to suppress his curiosity to hear more. Indeed, the S-cell. Vikimo nodded vigorously, his gaze sweeping across the varied expressions of his audience. I believe that every individual with Saiyan blood naturally possesses some amount of S-cells within them. They are the key to unlocking the realm of Super Saiyans, the evolutionary code hidden within our bloodline. A hush fell over the spaceship. Raditz and Naba gaped at Vikimo as if he were an alien. Karnagi, Cooley, and Baru were equally dumbfounded. Vikimo's serious demeanor, coupled with the seemingly professional terminology of S-cell, led them to entertain the ridiculous notion that perhaps, just perhaps, it was true, despite their rational minds insisting it was utter nonsense. When did you conduct this research? Naba could not help but ask, his tone laced with deep skepticism and an unrecognized hint of curiosity. A lower-class warrior, studying such things beyond fighting and plundering? Vikimo straightened his back. A tragic sense of dedication etched onto his face. When else could it have been? Of course, during this lengthy journey through the cosmos, while others slumbered in their pods. Dreaming of conquering planets, I, Vikimo, was under dim lights, dissecting the essence of our Saiyan strength with my keen perception and formidable logic, contemplating how to surpass our limits. He paused, his voice tinged with pride. As a lower-class warrior, my battle power may be meager, yet I firmly believe that wisdom is our most powerful weapon. My unique ability to think critically is my special talent. This impassioned speech, combined with his proud expression, momentarily left Naba and Raditz speechless. Though something felt amiss, it seemed to carry a semblance of truth. At the very least, this pursuit of knowledge sounded rather impressive. Humph, Vegeta interjected with an ambiguous sound, cutting off Vikimo's self-aggrandizement. His crimson eyes locked onto Vikimo. Now, enlighten me, Dr. Vikimo. How can one acquire or enhance the S-cells you speak of? His tone dripped with clear sarcasm. Yet beneath it lay a flicker of curiosity he himself had yet to recognize. What if, just perhaps, this lower-class warrior had indeed discovered something overlooked? Vikimo met Vegeta's gaze without flinching, slowly articulating the core of his theory. According to my research, the birth and proliferation of S-cells are closely related to a state seemingly contrary to our Saiyan nature. That is, possessing a tranquil heart. A tranquil heart. Naba's thick brows nearly twisted into a knot, as if he had heard the most improbable phrase. What nonsense is this? Saiyans thrive on anger, on the fervor of battle. Tranquility? What on earth is that? Can it be wielded as battle power? Raditz, too, wore a puzzled expression. Tranquility? Elaborate, though he found the idea absurd. Vikimo's previous assertions had captivated him, prompting an instinctive desire to learn more. Vikimo cryptically shook his head, his expression conveying the weight of untold secrets. Some things can only be understood intuitively, difficult to articulate. This serene state of being necessitates individuals to profoundly perceive and comprehend the equilibrium between life and power. Only through such understanding can one effectively nurture and give rise to the S-cells within. He paused, casting a glance over the faces of Naba, Ratz, and Karnagi, all of which were brimming with hostility and a thirst for battle. A hint of pity and mockery curled at the corners of his lips. However, I must speak candidly. Given the current state of all present, including myself, it appears we have a long, arduous journey ahead to truly grasp and maintain this state of tranquility. Boom. This precise collective derision ignited a powder keg. Negative emotional value from Vegeta. 666. System prompt. Suggested that the state of mind is insufficiently peaceful. The prince's dignity has been offended. Negative emotional value from Naba. 888. System prompt. Directly called out and mocked. The fury of a berserker. Negative emotional value from Ratz. 777. System prompt. Feels subtly insulted. Displeased. Negative emotional value from Karnagi. 555. Negative emotional value from Cooley. 444. Negative emotional value from Balu. 333. The mind of Wei Mo was instantaneously inundated with a flurry of system alerts. Negative emotional values surged forth like a deluge, swiftly breaching the threshold of 5,000. He maintained an outward composure, yet internally, alarm bells rang fiercely, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. This had spiraled out of control. The collective ridicule had gone too far. Vikamo's heart raced, particularly as he felt the icy and piercing gaze of Vegeta, along with the palpable murderous intent emanating from Naba. While Vegeta might disdain to personally engage with a lowly warrior, Naba's volatile temperament, combined with the eagerness of Kanaji and his cohorts, could easily result in him being torn to shreds in the next moment. Calm down, Vikimo. He forced himself to regain his composure, and a fleeting thought of his ultimate trump card, the resurrection ability inherent in his system, flashed through his mind. Although the cooldown period spanned a decade, granting him but a single life-saving opportunity during this time, it undeniably served as a significant psychological reassurance. After all, the ordeal began with the hellish difficulty of Vegeta's planet's destruction. A mere 300 power-level individual amidst a throng of formidable warriors could scarcely expect to survive without risking it all. He immediately donned a benign smile, attempting to diffuse the tension, and added to Naba and the others. Please do not misunderstand. What I meant is that most of us Saiyans, myself included, are inherently steeped in the desires for battle and conquest. This aggressive disposition is deeply ingrained. Achieving the tranquil state conducive to nurturing S-cells is indeed a formidable challenge. I have expended countless efforts, grappling with meditation and self-restraint, just to marginally elevate my state of mind from its nascent turbulence, albeit only slightly. He emphasized this, endeavoring to pull himself down into the fray. Thus, Vegeta's voice sliced through the air like cold metal scraping against stone, his body leaning slightly forward. Crimson eyes laced with mockery and scrutiny, pinning Vikimo with an intense gaze. According to your theory, you are already on the path to tranquility? Then, my dear Vikimo, he deliberately elongated the final syllable. Can you transform into a Super Saiyan now? This inquiry pierced directly to the core. All eyes refocused on Vikimo, filled with skepticism, mockery, and the anticipation of amusement. Naba did not conceal his malicious grin, eagerly awaiting Vikimo's justification. Vikimo inwardly cursed Vegeta for his cunning, yet outwardly maintained his composure, or perhaps audacity. Meeting Vegeta's gaze, he smiled confidently, imbued with a sense of hopeful anticipation. Now? Certainly not yet, Your Highness Vegeta. The accumulation of S-cells and the metamorphosis of one's state of mind is a lengthy process, not something that can be achieved overnight. However, he deliberately paused, revealing a smile brimming with hope. I believe that as long as I persist in maintaining this tranquility in my research, it should not pose a significant problem in due time. His tone balanced humility with assuredness. Vegeta abruptly rose, his crimson cloak billowing without wind, emitting a disdainful snort. Vikimo's baseless theories, reliant solely on rhetoric, had finally drained the last vestige of his patience. Utter nonsense. When you truly become a Super Saiyan, then come stand before me and speak of such things. His icy gaze swept across Vikimo, as if regarding a mere jester, before he turned away, striding purposefully towards the passage leading to the ship's sleeping pods. Your Highness, are you heading to the restroom? Ratz instinctively inquired, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Vegeta halted momentarily, not looking back, and coldly retorted, I am going to sleep. His voice carried the irritation of time wasted on dull conversation. He cast not another glance at Vikimo as he departed the main cabin. In his haughty perception, Vikimo was merely a somewhat clever, attention-seeking low-class warrior, utterly unworthy of his additional effort. As for the bizarre claims surrounding Super Saiyans, the concept of S-cells and a tranquil heart was utterly absurd. He was the prince of the Saiyans. No one understood the legend of the Super Saiyan better than he. They were the most powerful, brutal, and merciless warriors in the universe. They embodied power and destruction. The state Vikimo spoke of, attainable only through a peaceful heart, was in direct contradiction to the legends he knew. It was nothing short of a blasphemy against the esteemed reputation of the Super Saiyan. As Vegeta reclined in the sleeping pod, he closed his eyes, wholly dismissing Vikimo's nonsensical ramblings. With Vegeta's departure, the atmosphere within the main cabin became palpably tense. Naba's eyes darted mischievously. The anger accumulated from Wikamo's cell theory, gradually morphing into a malicious grin, tinged with sadistic pleasure. He bared his teeth, revealing a set of white fangs, though his smile appeared somewhat sinister, and clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. All right. Let us momentarily put a pause on the profound discussion surrounding Super Saiyans. He deliberately emphasized the word profound, laden with sarcasm. The journey is long, and truly, it is exceedingly dull. Naba cracked his thick neck, producing a series of resounding pops, his gaze sweeping over Wikimo, Kanaji, Kuli, and Balu, much like a butcher selecting sheep for slaughter. To alleviate the monotony and foster camaraderie among teammates, it is time we engaged in some traditional entertainment. Ratz immediately grasped the implication, a similarly lecherous and cruel smile spreading across his face as he rubbed his hands together in agreement. Hee. Brother Naba is absolutely right. It is time to find some amusement. The usual rules? Of course. Naba nodded vigorously, his voice booming. A classic game that has been popular for ages. Simple, brutal, and a great stress reliever. Eat, sleep, and play a game of beans. How about it? Nostalgic enough? Exciting enough? This is intriguing. So nostalgic. Ratz excitedly licked his lips, as if he could already hear the screams of the beans. Wikimo's internal alarm bells rang once more. A powerful sense of foreboding enveloped him. Kanaji, Kuli, and Balu's expressions shifted dramatically, their bodies involuntarily tensing, eyes wide with terror. They were clearly aware of what this so-called game entailed. What can one do aboard a spaceship? Naba spread his hands, feigning helplessness, yet his eyes betrayed his malice. Aside from eating and sleeping, isn't the only other option left to play with beans? Wouldn't you agree? His gaze bore down on Wikimo and the others with palpable pressure. Ratz immediately chimed in loudly. Exactly. Absolutely right. This is an essential pastime during space voyages. Kanaji opened his mouth to retort, but upon seeing Naba's massive fist and Ratz's sinister eyes, he swallowed his words, his face turning pale. Kuli and Balu lowered their heads, scarcely daring to breathe. Very well. It seems there are no objections from anyone. Naba nodded in satisfaction, his smile growing ever more radiant. Then it is settled. He approached the control panel and casually pressed a few buttons in the supply storage area, retrieving a small metallic draw tube filled with several short slips of varying colors. Shaking the tube produced a delightful clinking sound, which he then placed on the metal table before the gathered individuals. Naba's gaze, as cold as a searchlight, scanned over Wikimo, Kneig, Kuli, and Balu, ultimately resting on Wikimo, his smile laced with a cat-and-mouse playfulness. We are a total of 6 individuals, he said deliberately, ignoring the recently departed Vegeta, excluding the 2 with the highest combat powers, pointing to himself and La DZ, leaving the 4 of you. His finger pointed at Wikimo and the others. It is time for a draw. The draw will determine who among you shall be the fortunate Dodo today. The rules are quite simple. Whoever draws the red slip will be today's Dodo, responsible for providing us with entertainment until our amusement wanes or the Dodo loses their entertainment value. He paused, his voice dripping with a blatant threat. Fairness, justice, and transparency. Do any of you have objections? Kneig, Kuli, and Balu trembled violently, their eyes filled with despair. Yet they lacked even the courage to shake their heads. They understood that any form of resistance would only invite harsher treatment. Wikimo stared expressionlessly at the ominous draw tube on the table, glancing at Naba and La DZ, whose faces were painted with malice and anticipation. The cold metallic surface of the table reflected his seemingly calm profile, while turmoil raged within him like a stormy sea. The game of Dodo had commenced. He silently chanted within, his gaze fixated on the fateful draw tube. The cold metallic sheen resembled the gaze of an abyss. Chapter 12. Power Enhancement. Kneig, Kuli, and Balu exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with a sense of survivor's relief and a subtle understanding. Their eyes collectively swept over Wikimo, as if communicating silently. Thank goodness for this naive Wikimo. Indeed, with an additional participant drawing lots, the probability of the 3 of us becoming Dodo had decreased by a third. They silently expressed gratitude for Wikimo's willingness to share the burden. Their taut nerves began to ease slightly, and they even managed to force out a smile that was more grotesque than tears. As long as it wasn't themselves who bore the misfortune, watching someone else take a beating seemed somewhat acceptable. Prince Vegeta has gone to rest and will not participate in our little game to enhance camaraderie, Naba announced with a smile. His tone respectful towards the prince, though a hint of relief flickered in his eyes. With Vegeta absent, they could play more freely. The mention of Vegeta prompted a brief silence in the cabin. This 5-year-old prince, with his terrifying battle power of 15,000, loomed over all Saiyans like an invisible mountain. He was a once-in-a-century prodigy among the Saiyans. This figure itself was a miracle. Some might wonder, how could Vegeta possess a battle power of 15,000 at 5 years old, yet only reach 18,000 by the time he was nearly 30 on Earth, having only increased by 3,000? Is this reasonable? In fact, it is quite reasonable. Vikimo silently supplemented the original narrative's setting within his mind. During this era when the Frieza force dominated the universe, reaching a battle power of 15,000 was sufficient to walk boldly on most planets. Imagine a high-level character in a game, forced by the system to grind in a novice village. Slaying slimes for a year, 10 years, or even 100 years. How much experience could one possibly gain? The level up would be negligible. For Vegeta to hone his battle power to 18,000 in such a novice environment was a testament to both his extraordinary talent and relentless effort. Furthermore, Frieza took special care of this prodigious prince, rarely assigning him to planets with formidable opponents, fearing he might grow too quickly and slip from his control. In truth, across the vast universe, individuals with battle powers exceeding 15,000 were exceedingly rare. The later Dragon Ball Saga's formidable beings, capable of cataclysmic destruction, predominantly congregated at specific times, such as during the Namek Saga, and locations, like Earth, often with unique backgrounds, such as Namekians, androids, or Kaishins. For most planets and civilizations, even a few thousand in battle power was an unattainable height. Saiyans possessed the potential to grow stronger when faced with formidable foes. Yet this potential requires substantial external pressure to be awakened. In the absence of sufficient adversaries to provoke them, their power escalation can become painfully sluggish. Much like before the Android Saga, when Sun Wukong and Vegeta were aware of formidable foes in the future, yet lacked direct experience in life and death struggles. Their 3 years of arduous training yielded limited results. It was only when they confronted Cell, under the duress of mortality, that their potential was fervently extracted. In the early years of Vegeta's life, his battle power of 15,000 at the age of 5 was practically the pinnacle of his novice phase. Without the stimulating presence of a rival like Sun Wukong, and devoid of the deathly pressure imposed by Frieza on Namek, his growth nearly stagnated. It was only when he faced Sun Wukong in a life-and-death battle on Earth, suffering near-fatal injuries before recovering, that his battle power experienced its first qualitative leap. As for encountering someone like Frieza, with a battle power exceeding 100 million, that only brought despair rather than the pressure to unlock potential. The disparity was so vast that even the thought of catching up was crushed. Now, aboard the ship bound for Wanshou-Shing, Vegeta stood as the unequivocal pinnacle with a battle power of 15,000, followed by Naba at 3,000, and then La DZ at 700. According to the traditional Saiyan hierarchy based on birth battle power, elite warriors, birth battle power of 200, like Vegeta and La DZ. Intermediate warriors, birth battle power between 100 and 200, like Ka and Eig. Kuli and Balu. Lower warriors, birth battle power 100, like Vikimo and Kakaluote. As for post-birth growth, that is largely a matter of personal circumstances and effort, not affecting the rank assigned at birth. At this moment, the combat powers of the 4 individuals participating in the Dodo draw were as follows. Vikimo, 600, lower warrior. But with significant growth, Ka in Eig, 500, intermediate warrior. Kuli, 450, intermediate warrior. Balu, 440, intermediate warrior. Naba and La DZ exchanged a knowing glance, their lips curling into identical, cruelly amused smiles. Vikimo felt a shiver run down his spine. These 2 rascals must have colluded. No matter who draws, the likely target is me. There were 4 Dodo beans, and Naba produced them from his pocket as if performing a magic trick. 3 were lush green, and 1 was as red as blood. He displayed the beans to Vikimo and the others. 3 green beans and 1 red bean. We call this red 1 Dodo. He deliberately picked up the red bean, toying with it between his fingers as if it were a rare treasure. Then with a malicious grin, tossed all 4 beans into an empty can. Clang! Naba shook the can vigorously, causing the beans to collide eerily against the metal walls with a sharp, heart-stopping sound. He shook it for several seconds before abruptly flipping the can upside down on the cold metallic floor. Let the game begin. Ladz, standing nearby, rubbed his hands together in excitement, wearing an infuriatingly smug smile, his gaze slithering over the faces of Vikimo and the others like a venomous snake. If you want to blame anyone, blame yourselves for being the weakest among us. Survival of the fittest, a Saiyan's iron law. He seemed to think that wasn't enough and added hypocritically, don't worry. Once any of your battle powers exceed mine, I, Ladz, will gladly join the Dodo candidate pool. Fair and square. Really? Vikimo's previously lowered eyelids shot up, his eyes suddenly ablaze with astonishing light as he fixed his gaze intently on Ladz. Ladz was momentarily taken aback by Vikimo's sudden and hopeful gaze. Then snickered, of course it's true. I, Ladz, keep my promises. How could there be any falsehood? He scrutinized Vikimo with unabashed disdain. Speaking of which, Vikimo, your combat power of 600 only lags behind my 700 by a mere 100 points. If you are willing to exert yourself, endure hardships, and take a few beatings, who knows, in 10 or 8 years, there might be a glimmer of hope for you to catch up to me. Haha, I understand. Vikimo nodded vigorously, appearing greatly encouraged. However, Ladi's tone shifted, a mocking smile gracing his face. I absolutely will not grant you that opportunity to work hard. Today, this little bean might just have you overexerting yourself ahead of time. Ho ho ho. He mimicked Frieza's ghastly laughter, grating and unpleasant. Hey, Ladi's, wait a moment. Vikimo suddenly gestured towards Ladi's, his expression oddly serious. Let me see if I can catch up to you right now. Ladi's smile faltered. His eyes filled with a ridiculous disbelief as if to say, are you kidding me? Naba wore a similarly confused expression, his thick brows twisted in a knot. Vikimo, what are you scheming this time? Carnegie and the others exchanged glances, utterly bewildered by Vikimo's intentions. Is he really trying to bluff? This seems too far-fetched. Just give me 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds. Vikimo held up 3 fingers, his tone exuding an undeniable determination as he fixed his gaze on Naba. Naba, just 30 seconds, is that all right? We have plenty of time. Naba squinted, scrutinizing Vikimo for several seconds, seemingly assessing whether the lad was attempting to stall. Finally, he huffed, crossed his arms, and leaned against the wall. Fine, I'll give you 30 seconds. I want to see what you can come up with in that time. If you dare to trick us. He cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. Ladi's also crossed his arms, a look of amusement on his face. 30 seconds? Don't even think about catching up to me. If you can manage to pass gas, that would be impressive. Vikimo paid no heed to their ridicule, immediately delving deep into his consciousness. A translucent interface, visible only to him, materialized. Negative emotion value system. Current negative emotion value, 100,000 points. This number sent a thrill through Vikimo's heart. These precious emotional points, a small portion stemming from the generous sponsorship of his friends today, including Vegeta, Naba, and Ladi's, and a larger portion accrued from his previous missions alongside Bardak's team on planet Cyril, harvested from the terrified natives, enraged guards, and even bewildered cosmic beings. Each battle and conflict was an opportunity for him to accumulate capital. At the center of the system interface, a conspicuous draw button flickered enticingly. The rules were clear. For every 10,000 points of negative emotion value consumed, one could draw once. A 100 chance to win. A tenfold draw. Just the right moment. There was no room for hesitation. Vikimo concentrated his thoughts and decisively selected tenfold draw. Buzz. The system interface glimmered, and a virtual, high-tech lottery will spun rapidly. Congratulations. You have obtained Combat Power 9. Congratulations, you have obtained Combat Power 5. Congratulations, you have obtained Combat Power 2. Congratulations, you have obtained Combat Power 7. Congratulations, you have obtained Combat Power 3. A series of cold system notifications echoed in Vikimo's mind, accompanied by minimal increases in combat power. His heart sank instantly, and he mentally cursed, damn it, this wretched system. Again with this. Single digits. Single digits. No wonder I struggled for so long to raise my combat power from 300 to 600. The efficiency is appalling. At this rate, to catch up to Late Eye's 700, I would need to draw another 100 or 80 times. By then, it would be too late. Just as despair loomed, ready to greet him with yet another single-digit disappointment, the rapidly spinning virtual wheel suddenly came to an abrupt halt. The entire system interface seemed to have hit a pause button. The light froze, and the wheel ceased its motion. Even the cold notification sounds vanished. Vikamo's heart raced to his throat. System, he screamed internally, no? Not now. You can't fail me at this critical moment. If you must crash, at least let me draw my combat power to over 3 million first, okay? I haven't even begun to revel in my power yet. This eerie pause lasted for approximately 3 seconds, but for Vikimo, it felt as though 3 centuries had passed. Just as he thought the system had completely crashed and prepared himself for a dismal fate, buzz. The system interface erupted with several times the previous intensity of light. All icons and text refreshed instantaneously, becoming clearer and more textured. A brand new line of sparkling golden system notifications emerged. System upgrade successful. Current version, 10 official release. Optimized lottery algorithm, enhancing reward value. Fixed known bugs, ensuring more stable operation. Vikimo. So, that brief freeze was merely the system surreptitiously upgrading in the background. It had been using a beta version all along. Before he could finish his lament. As if to compensate for the earlier fright, a series of new, melodious, to Vikimo's ears, notifications rang out like heavenly music. Congratulations, you have obtained Combat Power 33. Congratulations, you have obtained Combat Power 22. Congratulations, you have obtained Combat Power 55. Congratulations, you have obtained Combat Power 41. Congratulations, you have obtained Combat Power 29. Double digits. Double digits. Vikimo was overjoyed, nearly bursting into cheers. This upgraded system had transformed from a miserly beggar into a generous benefactor. The increase felt worth every single point of negative emotion value spent. He eagerly called up his attribute panel. Name, Vikimo. Race, Saiyan, lower class warrior. Combat power, 780. Original combat power 600. Pre-upgrade draw total 26. Post-upgrade draw total 180. 780? Wait, there seems to be a minor miscalculation, but it's definitely a significant increase. 780. An increase of a full 180 points in combat power. Just shy of Late Eye's 700 weight. 780? Exceeded? Before Vikimo could calculate further, the final system notification followed swiftly, accompanied by a distinct sound. As if an item had been acquired. Congratulations, you have obtained Battle God Water X1. Battle God Water. A mysterious alchemical potion containing a frenzied energy that activates potential. Upon consumption, it can significantly enhance combat power by 50 to 100 of current combat power for a short duration, 30 minutes. But will lead to a weakened state, combat power reduced by 50, lasting for 12 hours. Use with caution. Vikimo's pupils constricted sharply. A precious item. His trump card in a critical moment. He quickly withdrew his consciousness from the system space. The entire process seemed lengthy. But only a mere 20 seconds had passed in the outside world. He slowly raised his head, wearing a smile that blended exhaustion from the previous tension and an odd sense of satisfaction, gazing at Naba and Late Eyes, who were watching him with impatience. All right, 30 seconds are up. We can begin. Chapter 13. Surrounding attack. Vikimo's heart skipped a beat at that moment. Battle God Water. The very name exudes a raw and unrefined power. After the system upgraded from that stingy beta version to the official version, it finally did something worthwhile. It actually started producing consumables that sound so formidable. He forcefully suppressed the overwhelming joy within, immediately immersing his thoughts into the system interface. Meticulously scrutinizing the detailed description adjacent to the Battle Divine Water icon, which radiated a soft blue glow in the item column. Battle Divine Water, an alchemical marvel originating from ancient galaxies, imbued with ferocious life, energy, and combat potential. Upon consumption, it can significantly amplify the drinker's internal energy for a brief duration, markedly enhancing combat prowess. Method of consumption, oral. Effect. Each sip, approximately 10 milliliters, grants a multiplicative boost in combat power for 1 hour. The enhancement factor corresponds to the number of sips taken. Thus, 1 sip increases combat power by 1 fold, 2 sips by 2 folds, 3 sips by 3 folds, and so forth. Duration, 1 hour. Side effects. After the effect subsides, the user will experience severe weakness, combat power reduced to 50 of normal levels, with the duration contingent upon the dosage and individual constitution, usually lasting between 12 to 48 hours. Excessive energy depletion may lead to permanent damage or even death. Extremely hazardous. Please assess your limits cautiously before use. Vikimo's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart pounding as if struck by a heavy hammer. An infinite multiplicative temporary Kaioken. The thought flashed through his mind like lightning, nearly suffocating him. In the original work, Sun Wukong's Kaioken, which extracts life potential, seemed trivial in comparison to this battle divine water. 1 sip for a doubling? If he were to gulp down several swigs, elation surged through his veins like magma. Yet the subsequent warning about side effects doused his excitement like a bucket of ice water, instantly bringing him back to reality. The prospect of weakness, or worse, permanent damage or death, swiftly cooled Vikimo's exhilaration, replaced by a profound apprehension towards this unknown power. This item was undoubtedly a double-edged sword. Used wisely, it could turn the tide in dire circumstances. Misused, it would be a lethal poison. He had to experiment, but he could not be the test subject himself. Vikimo made an immediate decision. He needed to ascertain the exact effects and side effects of this divine water, but he would not subject himself to being a guinea pig. In the future, he would find a fortunate soul or capture an enemy to test it. Driven by curiosity, he resolved to examine the actual item. With a flicker of thought, the legendary battle divine water materialized in his hands. A dull thud resonated as Vikimo felt his arm grow heavy. Looking down, he was instantly petrified. In his grasp was not a delicate crystal vial, nor the imagined test tube of energy potion, but an enormous, sturdy blue plastic barrel. The barrel bore several unpretentious white letters: pure drinking water, 189L. Vikimo's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. System, do you call this divine water? This is merely standard bulk water, and a 189-liter family pack at that. 1,000 sips? If I truly down this, forget 1,000-fold combat power. The universe would surely explode. The side effects would likely be immediate obliteration. The tremendous disparity left him both amused and bewildered. He attempted to twist off the barrel lid, and a refreshing, odorless vapor wafted out. It appeared and smelled just like ordinary purified water. Forget it, I'll deal with this later. Vikimo decisively abandoned the reckless notion of tasting it on the spot. With another flick of thought, he swiftly returned the hefty barrel of battle divine water to the system space. The abrupt disappearance of such a massive barrel captured the attention of everyone in the cabin. Naba, Raditz, Carnegie, and the others stared, wide-eyed, as if witnessing a magic trick, fixated on Vikimo's now empty hands. Vikimo. Raditz was the first to react, pointing incredulously at the spot where Vikimo had held the barrel. Where did you get that water? Did you find a storage capsule or some spatial gear? His eyes sparkled with greed and curiosity. In the universe, gear that allows for personal item storage is a rare treasure. Vikimo nodded vigorously, wearing a sheepish smile that conveyed "you caught me." I got lucky and found a broken storage bracelet on Cyril Star, fixed it up just enough to work. He silently praised Raditz for being so thoughtful, as he had crafted an excuse for him. But why carry such a huge barrel of water? Raditz still felt puzzled. The spaceship has a recycling water system. Personal preference. Vikimo waved his hand dismissively. All right, Vikimo. Naba impatiently interrupted the discussion about the barrel, showing no interest in such mundane supplies. He rapped his knuckles on the overturned canister, producing a clanging sound, and donned a cruelly expectant smile. 30 seconds have long passed. Stop dawdling. Come over for the draw. The game begins. Upon hearing this, Vikimo did not step forward. Instead, he wore an exceptionally radiant smile, one that even bore a hint of caring. He approached Raditz, and under the latter's puzzled gaze, he extended his hand and naturally, even encouragingly, patted Raditz on the shoulder. Raditz? Raditz was taken aback by the sudden, inexplicable gesture of encouragement, staring blankly at Vikimo. His eyes filled with confusion as if questioning whether Vikimo had been struck by a meteor. Silence enveloped the cabin for 2 seconds. Why are you patting me? Raditz abruptly shook off Vikimo's hand, as if repulsed by something filthy, rolling his eyes in disdain. You forego pick your beans. It has nothing to do with me. Vikimo feigned surprise, widening his eyes, his smile becoming even more innocent. Raditz. Didn't you just say that the rule is that the four with the lowest combat power go pick beans? He emphasized the words lowest for deliberately. Of course. Raditz looked at Vikimo as if he were a fool, his tone dripping with superiority. You're only at 600. I'm at 700. Carnegie and the other three are all lower than you. Naturally, it's you four at the bottom. Before he could finish, Vikimo cheerfully interrupted him. Oh dear, Raditz. Don't be so hasty. Just put on the detector and take a good look at my current combat power value before concluding. Humph. I thought you were going to say something. Raditz scoffed, his expression one of disdain. What? Are you trying to say that in less than an hour? Your combat power has already surpassed mine. As he mocked, he habitually readjusted the energy detector over his left eye, casually pressing the activation button. Beep. Instantly, a clear number appeared on the detector's lens, 780. Raditz's mocking expression froze like cement, his eyes bulging as if they might burst from their sockets. His mouth agape in a perfect O shape. He stared at the number as if he had never seen it before. 780. Just now, it was clearly only 600. This was impossible. It had to be a malfunction. What? Raditz shrieked, his voice contorted by sheer shock and panic as he shot his gaze up, staring at Vikimo as if he had seen a ghost. 780. How did your combat power become 780? Just now, it was clearly only 600. This is impossible. Naba's smirk vanished in an instant, an ominous premonition washing over him. Almost reflexively, he pressed the button on his own detector faster than Raditz. Beep. On the lens, the number 780 burned into his vision like a glowing iron brand. 780. Naba's burly frame trembled violently, and for the first time, shock nearly overwhelmed his rugged features. He glanced at the detector, then back at Vikimo, who wore a harmless smile. The immense impact left his mind blank. How could this be possible? In just 30 seconds, with no action taken, combat power surged by 180 points. This utterly subverted all his understanding of power enhancement. Carnegie, Cooley, and Baralu were equally astonished, instinctively activating their detectors. When all three detectors unequivocally displayed the number 780, a collective gasp echoed throughout the chamber. Their gazes towards Vikimo were filled with profound shock, bewilderment, and an indescribable hint of fear. What on earth is this fellow capable of? How did you accomplish this? Raditz's voice trembled as he pointed at Vikimo, his finger turning pale from the pressure. You clearly did nothing. You merely stood there for 30 seconds. By what right? Do not say such things, dear brother Raditz. Vikimo feigned innocence, spreading his hands. I have been diligently working on improving myself. Yet you all seem to have accomplished nothing, don't you think? His tone carried just the right amount of regret. Raditz's negative emotional value soared to 999. System prompt. Heartstrings crushed by overwhelming power. Double critical hit. From Naba, the negative emotional value also peaked at 999. System prompt. Worldview shattered. Utterly displeased. Carnegie's emotional value reached 666. Cooley's emotional value hit 555. Baralu's emotional value stood at 444. Vikimo's mind was instantly inundated with a flood of negative emotional values. The sensation was even more exhilarating than consuming the elixir of combat. This is impossible. What method did you employ? Raditz still could not accept this reality, shouting hysterically. Vikimo suppressed his smile, adopting a mentor-like expression, and sighed. I already told you, did I not? The foundation of transforming into a Super Saiyan lies in a tranquil heart. Only when one achieves true inner peace, liberated from malice and restlessness, can one better perceive oneself, awaken potential, and enhance strength. He gestured to himself, much like I, though aware I might be treated as a target and face the risk of being beaten, maintained an unperturbed heart, even harboring a hint of anticipation. The result? With my mind at peace, my strength naturally increased. Is this not the best proof? Raditz gazed at Vikimo's face, which radiated a sense of tranquility and newfound strength, and recalled his own earlier frustration at Vikimo's power surge. A wave of immense frustration and absurdity surged within him. His intelligence and dignity felt as if they had been mercilessly ground into the earth. Raditz's negative emotional value reached 999. System prompt. Mental strike. Frustration to the point of explosion. So, a tranquil heart leads to continuous enhancement of combat power? Naba furrowed his brows, scrutinizing Vikimo with a mixture of skepticism and contemplation. The living example of Vikimo before him left little room for disbelief. Could it be that the path to Saiyan strength had indeed been misguided? It is not that anger begets strength, but rather that peace does. At least in my case, the effect is remarkable. Vikimo smiled enigmatically. As to whether you believe it or not, that depends on your own understanding. He would not foolishly reveal the existence of the system. Very well, dear brother Raditz. Vikimo approached the dazed and ashen-faced Raditz once more, donning a bright smile that radiated innocence, and patted his shoulder with evident encouragement. Do not remain in a stupor. It is time to fulfill your promise. Look, I am now at 780. You are at 700. According to the rules, the four with the lowest combat power are you. Carnegie, Cooley, and Barilu. Go on, select your targets. We are eager to witness the spectacle. Raditz's negative emotional value reached 999. System prompt, public execution. Regret and remorse. Raditz felt darkness cloud his vision, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. He glared at Vikimo's smiling face, wishing he could leap forward and tear it apart. This rascal. It is undoubtedly intentional. He regretted it. His insides twisted with remorse. Why did he foolishly declare that his combat power had surpassed mine to participate in the game? Damn it. Raditz squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. His face flushed like a pig's liver. He looked helplessly at Naba, hoping this elder brother would speak up. Naba, arms crossed, stared at Raditz with narrowed eyes. His thick fingers rhythmically tapping on his arm, producing a dull thud, his gaze cold and imposing. You are responsible for your own words. Want to backtrack? Ask my fist. Raditz felt a chill run down his spine under Naba's gaze. He knew Naba's temper. Should he dare to retract his statement, Naba would certainly be the first to teach him a lesson and turn him into a true target. He could only swallow his bitterness. Shall we change the game? Raditz made a final desperate plea, his voice dry, laced with a hint of supplication directed at Naba. Naba snorted coldly, cracking his knuckles, the sound echoing like popping beans. His meaning unmistakable, not a chance. Raditz fell into utter despair. He hung his head, trudging heavily toward the overturned canister like a condemned man. Carnegie, Cooley, and Barilu exchanged glances. Despite their lingering shock at Vikimo's peculiar enhancement, they now regarded Raditz with a subtle sense of schadenfreude and impending relief. With Raditz standing in front, their chances of being targets were significantly reduced. I possess slightly higher combat power than the 3 of you. Raditz crouched in front of the canister, attempting to salvage his last shred of dignity, his voice trembling. I will draw first. You have no objections, do you? He sought to increase his odds of drawing a safe green bean in this manner. No objections. Carnegie and the others hurriedly shook their heads, eager for him to draw first. Raditz took a deep breath, as if embarking on a life-or-death gamble. With trembling hands, he reached into the canister's opening, nervously rummaging within, as if such frantic motion might stir away the fateful red beans. Moments later, he suddenly grasped a bean, clutching it tightly as if it were a lifeline. He slowly rose, turning his back to the others, his fist clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly from tension. He dared not look, slowly and painstakingly opening his fingers to reveal a vibrant, blood-red bean. It lay quietly in the center of his palm. Time seemed to freeze. Raditz stared fixedly at the red bean in his palm, his mind a blank slate. The world around him appeared to lose both sound and color, leaving only that piercing red, akin to the mocking laughter of a demon. Raditz's negative emotional value surged to 999. System prompt, ultimate misfortune, despair. An overwhelming wave of indescribable grief, remorse, shame, and despair instantly engulfed him. 4 choices, 1 in 4. How could this happen? This luck is as if cursed to the furthest reaches of the galaxy. It is all Vikimo's fault. If he had not inexplicably enhanced his combat power, how could I have fallen to this fate? No, I must not face this humiliation. Raditz emitted a wail tinged with tears, instinctively clutching his head, curling into himself like an ostrich, trembling on the ground, bracing for the impending storm. In that moment, he bore none of the dignity of a top Saiyan warrior. Vikimo was absolutely delighted. He barely contained his urge to burst into laughter and was the first to rush forward, eating, sleeping, and beating the targets. This is truly exhilarating. Vikimo shouted joyous slogans, yet his actions were merciless. He delivered a powerful kick squarely to Raditz's raised backside. Ah! Raditz cried out in pain. Following this, Vikimo unleashed a flurry of punches, targeting the meaty and sensitive areas of Raditz's shoulders, back, and arms. Amidst the blows, he cheerfully chattered, Dear Brother Raditz, do not be tense. Relax. To possess a tranquil heart, taking hits is part of training. It aids in the birth of your S cells. Carnegie, Cooley, and Barilu exchanged glances. And after a brief hesitation, they too rushed forward with excitement. Opportunities to strike a fallen adversary are rare, especially to thrash a proud upper-class warrior. However, the three of them exhibited a noticeable restraint in their actions. Their fists, though appearing fierce and windswept, struck Raditz with a controlled force. More symbolic pat than a full-throttle assault, as they made every effort to avoid vital areas. Their faces were alight with excitement, yet their eyes concealed a profound apprehension. After all, Raditz possessed a combat power of 700, and should he seek retribution afterwards, the three of them would be in dire straits. Only Vikimo, who had suddenly surged to a power level of 780, dared to act so recklessly. Thus, a comical scene unfolded. Vikimo landed punch after punch, eliciting shrieks from Raditz, while he incessantly offered encouragement. Meanwhile, Carnegie and his companions danced around him like shamans, their grandiose gestures producing more noise than substance, resembling cheerleaders rallying for Vikimo. Vikimo, be gentle. Ouch, don't hit the kidneys. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 999. Stay calm. Big Brother Raditz. Think of the S cells. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 999. I was wrong. I shouldn't have suggested playing this game. Ouch. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 999. Chapter 14. The formidable foe with 700 power. Naba watched Vikimo pummeling the curled-up Raditz, a cruel and exhilarated smile spreading across his face. This scene of mercilessly beating a fallen opponent always ignited his inherent sadistic desires. He chuckled. Raditz, you are indeed quite the competent being. With a sinister grin, Naba stepped forward, unceremoniously raising his hefty boot clad in heavy combat gear to deliver two powerful kicks to Raditz's exposed backside. Raditz emitted a cry even more anguished than before, his body rolling on the ground like a shrimp tossed into boiling water. He felt as though his tailbone was about to shatter. In that moment, he distinctly recognized that while Vikimo's punches were cunning and ruthless, the sheer force of Naba's crushing blows inflicted a pain of an entirely different magnitude. That scoundrel. He was clearly taking personal revenge. Was Vikimo the most brutal? No. Naba was the true embodiment of mercilessness. Raditz's heart was a tempest of sorrow and indignation, filled with regret for suggesting this game, jealousy towards Vikimo's fortunate rise, and resentment towards Naba's opportunistic cruelty. In the following week, during the lengthy journey to Wanshou, life passed relatively uneventfully. Prince Vegeta consistently refrained from participating in the brutal game dubbed eating, sleeping, and beating beans. He spent most of his time in a private sleep chamber or training room, occasionally appearing in the main cabin only to cast a cold glance at everyone, his gaze akin to that of someone inspecting a pile of refuse ready for disposal. As for Vikimo's abrupt increase to a combat power of 780, Vegeta had detected it immediately through his scouter, but merely raised an eyebrow. A trace of barely perceptible surprise flashing through his crimson eyes before being replaced by deeper disdain. A mere 180-point increase? Such a negligible enhancement was inconsequential in the presence of his own 15,000 power level. The struggles of an inferior warrior, regardless of how bizarre, failed to pique his curiosity. His aspirations soared toward the stars and seas, towards the legendary Super Saiyan, not towards a mere foot soldier who had inexplicably gained a modicum of power. Attention, attention, we are about to arrive at the target planet, Wanshou. All members, prepare for landing. Repeat, prepare for landing. The cold, mechanical synthesized voice shattered the oppressive atmosphere within the spaceship, echoing in the main cabin. Vikimo immediately rose, striding to the large viewport to gaze outside. Against the backdrop of the vast cosmos, a colossal planet gradually came into view. Its size was comparable to Mars, devoid of any orbiting satellites, appearing lonely and eerie. A faint, seemingly everlasting purple halo enveloped the planet's surface, not the planet's inherent color, but emanating from its unique sun, a gigantic star suspended in low Earth orbit, radiating an otherworldly purple light. The violet glow seeped through the thin atmosphere, painting the entire planet in shades of violet, appearing both mysterious and perilous. Whoosh! The spaceship shuddered violently, the hull screeching as it scraped against the atmosphere. the protective shield surrounding the vessel igniting with blinding light. After a brief but intense turbulence, the spaceship finally broke free from the atmosphere's grasp, diving towards the purple expanse below. Click, accompanied by the heavy sounds of machinery and gas release. The spacecraft landed steadily at the edge of a dense jungle overrun with bizarre vegetation. The hatch slowly opened, and a wave of air, infused with a rich humus scent, strange floral fragrances, and an indescribable pungency, surged into the cabin. Vegeta was the first to leap out, his form a blur as he shot through the hatch. Hovering several meters above the ground, his keen, hawk-like eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings, his crimson cape billowing under the purple sunlight. His scouter had quietly activated, its invisible scanning waves covering a radius of several kilometers. Vikimo followed closely, landing on the soft, warm purple moss. He surveyed his surroundings with vigilance. The sight before him was breathtaking. Towering trees twisted and coiled, their bark displaying an intricate pattern of deep purple and dark green, with massive leaves gleaming like metallic violet, edges glimmering with sharp brilliance. Oddly shaped vines coiled around the trunks like giant pythons, covered in sharp barbs. The air was thick with visible, faintly glowing purple spores, drifting like motes of dust. In the distance, various low, hoarse, and primal roars and calls echoed, weaving a raw and perilous symphony. The bizarre forms of the flora here surpassed Vikamo's understanding. Many he could not even name, each exuding an undeniable sense of lethal threat. Is this one Shoshing? Naba was the last to exit, his massive form crashing down and shattering several purple rocks. He inhaled deeply, savoring the strange air, and a conquering smile crept across his rugged face as he assessed the challenging environment. The information provided by Frieza's crew had failed to mention that the air was purple. Raditz greedily inhaled, attempting to dispel the stifling atmosphere of the spaceship, but the faint metallic scent of blood in the air made him frown. Driven by the instincts of a Saiyan warrior, Vikimo, Naba, Raditz, as well as Carnegie, Cooley, and Baru, simultaneously pressed the buttons on their scouters. In an instant, a series of numbers representing life energy burst forth on the cold screen. However, just as Vikimo's scouter displayed the data, an exceedingly glaring number, akin to a branding iron, abruptly dominated his vision. Beep. Beep. Combat power 7,000. Vikimo's heart felt as though it were gripped by a cold, immense hand. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, every hair on his body standing on end. Goosebumps erupted all over his arms. 7,000. Just as they disembarked from the spaceship. Right above them. What terrible luck. Whoosh. A piercing sound like the scythe of death sliced through the air. The speed surpassed Vikamo's reaction threshold. He only glimpsed a massive shadow, covered in purple scales, akin to lightning tearing through the sky, plunging down from the crown of a giant tree above them. It was a colossal pterosaur-like creature with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. Its head was vicious, adorned with bony spikes, and its cavernous maw was filled with interlocking fangs, glinting with a cold, eerie light. Most terrifying were its claws, encased in keratin, resembling blades forged from steel. Its target was none other than Baru, who had just landed and was fumbling with his scouter. Thud! The claws pierced through Baru's low-grade combat suit with the ease of a hot knife through butter, embedding themselves deep into his shoulder. The immense impact lifted Baru off the ground in an instant. Baru could only emit a brief and piercing scream before his body was abruptly lifted into the sky by the terrifying pterosaur. The air was filled with grotesque sounds as the creature, skilled in the art of slaughter, did not immediately end its prey's life. Instead, it utilized the momentum of its dive, alternating its claws with precision akin to a seasoned butcher carving meat, accompanied by the sickening sounds of flesh tearing and bones snapping. Baru's robust form was mercilessly dismembered in midair, blood and entrails cascading like a torrential downpour, staining the violet moss and twisted flora below. In the final moments of consciousness, Baru felt only excruciating pain and darkness, and then everything faded away. The entire process transpired in a mere flash, from the moment the pterosaur appeared to Baru's dismemberment. Only 2 or 3 seconds had elapsed. Vikimo's pupils contracted sharply, his stomach churning violently. Though he was already aware of the harsh fate that befell Science and had mentally prepared himself, witnessing a companion whom he had shared days with being so easily and brutally slaughtered created a visual and psychological shock that left him breathless. Was this the law of the cosmos? Was this the price for the Scion's countless conquests and enmities? Death lurked like a shadow, arriving so suddenly and inexpensively. A combat power of 7,000. What a joke. The terrified roar of that creature echoed like thunder, its face pale and beads of sweat rolling down its brow. Was this the intelligence from Frieza's army? Why had it not mentioned such a beast? Fear gripped him like never before. A combat power of 7,000. Apart from Vegeta, none here could contend with it. That pterosaur could easily tear apart any one of them with a single dive. A cold, chilling snort filled the air, imbued with lethal intent. Sweeping through the surroundings like a frigid current, Vegeta hovered in the sky, his crimson eyes fixated on the purple pterosaur that circled above, seemingly reluctant to depart. With an air of nonchalance, he raised his right hand, and a blinding golden sphere of destructive energy instantly coalesced in his palm. The energy within the sphere churned violently, emitting a deep hum. Without any unnecessary movements or furious roars, Vegeta merely flicked his wrist as if swatting a fly. Whoosh! The golden energy blast transformed into a streaking meteor, tearing through the air at an unimaginable speed, accurately targeting the enormous purple pterosaur overhead. The pterosaur, sensing the imminent threat, let out a sharp shriek, attempting to evade with a flap of its wings. Yet, its speed was as sluggish as a snail in comparison to Vegeta's energy blast. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated through the sky. The massive golden fireball erupted in midair. The violent energy shockwave spread out like a tsunami, instantly shredding the surrounding clouds. The formidable pterosaur, which had boasted a combat power of 7,000 just moments ago, could not even issue a complete wail before being entirely vaporized by the pure and ferocious energy, along with the remnants of Baru's dismembered limbs. Scattered as charred purple mist in the air, Vegeta slowly lowered his hand, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act, his expression unchanged. Damn it! One person died as soon as we arrived. Raditz gazed at the dissipating blood mist above, then glanced down at the glaring stains of blood and severed limbs on the ground, his small face turning as pale as paper. He clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. Yet, what he uttered revealed his truest concern. There would be one less Dodo in the future. His tone carried more fear than sorrow. Indeed, our chances of becoming Dodo have now increased to 13. Carnegie's face was equally grim as he added in a dry voice, his gaze involuntarily darting toward Vikimo and Cooley. His worry was not for Baru's demise, but for his own increased probability of becoming a target in the game. Listening to their conversation, Vikimo felt an inexplicable sense of absurdity and coldness wash over him. He looked at the half-arm of Baru, torn apart and smeared with dirt and purple moss on the ground, and his stomach churned again. Was this what it meant to be a Saiyan? A companion he had spent the past week with, who had just been playing Dodo on the spaceship, was now brutally slain before his eyes. Their first reaction was not grief or rage, but rather calculating the decrease in Dodo quotas. Was death truly just a part of a numerical game for them? Perhaps. Aside from Bardock's family, excluding Raditz, the vast majority of Scions had only bloodlust, conquest, and cruelty coursing through their veins. Vegeta remained indifferent, while Naba and Raditz seemed unperturbed. Even Carnegie and Cooley, who were relatively closer to Baru, displayed only concern for their own circumstances and fear of the powerful monsters, with no hint of sorrow for their fallen comrade. To this race, death might truly be as commonplace as breathing. Over there, Vegeta's icy voice cut through Vikimo's thoughts once more. His crimson gaze sharply swept toward a vast thicket of trembling purple ferns deep within the jungle. The scanner indicated another potent energy source lurking there. Vegeta couldn't even be bothered to fly over for a closer look. He raised his right hand again, fingers splayed, and instantly conjured 5 golden energy blasts the size of ping-pong balls. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 beams of golden light, like the gaze of death itself, tore through the air with astonishing precision, shooting toward the violently shaking area. Boom, 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 boom. 5 deafening explosions erupted almost simultaneously. The ferocious energy obliterated the area, turning it into a barren wasteland. The stout purple ferns were shattered, and soil and rock were hurled dozens of meters into the air. A massive charred pit, exceeding 20 meters in diameter, abruptly appeared. A howl of anguish and despair emanated from the center of the explosion, only to be cut off abruptly. On the scanner, the light indicating a combat power of 5,000 extinguished in an instant. Vegeta expressionlessly retracted his hand, as if he had merely crushed an ant. First, let us clear out this annoying jungle. Naba, observing the shadowy surroundings that seemed to harbor countless hidden dangers, felt a surge of irritation. With a mighty roar, his muscles bulged, and a powerful aura erupted from within him. He spread his arms wide, thumb locked with his middle and ring fingers, palms facing upward, as a violent golden energy rapidly coalesced above his hands, swelling. Boom! Naba forcefully slammed his hands down. The colossal energy gathered like an invisible hammer, crashing down toward the ground and expanding outward in a circle from his center. The earth trembled violently, as if a minor earthquake had struck. The energy shockwave obliterated everything in its path, reducing the twisted purple trees, spiked vines, and metallic-hued leaves to mere dust. The shockwave acted like an unseen bulldozer, flattening the dense jungle within hundreds of meters into a charred wasteland. Smoke and purple plant juices and spores rose into the sky like a mushroom cloud. This indiscriminate area attack bore immediate fruit. Howls of pain and furious roars erupted as dozens of grotesque and terrifying beasts were forced from their hiding places by Naba's violent strike. Some of these creatures resembled enlarged purple scorpions, their venomous stingers glistening with an eerie luminescence. Others appeared as enormous lizards adorned with bat-like wings, their mouths dripping with corrosive slime. Still others resembled multi-legged worms encased in heavy chitinous armor, emitting a sound that grated on the teeth. Each of these monstrosities bore various wounds, disoriented by the shockwaves, yet their pairs of eyes, brimming with ferocity and hunger, remained fixated on the Saiyan team in the center of the clearing. They had been incited to fury. In that very instant, as the creatures emerged, Vegeta sprang into action. His movements were as swift as a phantom, almost imperceptible. 6 brilliant golden energy orbs surged forth from his fingertips, each one locking onto a beastly leader whose combat power exceeded 1,000, as indicated by the scouter. Boom, 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 boom. The thunderous explosions erupted within the throng of monsters. Flames soared skyward. Flesh and blood flew in all directions. The largest and most ferocious beast leaders had no chance to react. They were reduced to ash under Vegeta's precise and lethal assault. The tremendous shockwave even tore apart some of the weaker beasts nearby. Suspended in the air, Vegeta's crimson cape billowed without the need for wind, as he coldly surveyed the scene below. For him, eliminating these lesser beings was merely a trivial task. However, the instantaneous demise of their leaders did not deter the remaining monsters. Instead, the sight of blood and the remains of their companions ignited their savagery. Hundreds of grotesque purple creatures, varying in shape and exuding a foul stench accompanied by low growls, surged towards the flattened ground like a tide. Their crimson eyes flickered with madness under the violet light, fangs bared, claws scraping the earth, unleashing deafening roars. The ground trembled beneath their stampede, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench and the ferocity of their murderous intent. Vegeta swiftly scanned the remaining horde through the scouter, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. Although the number of remaining monsters was considerable, their combat power was generally low, the strongest barely reaching around 1,500, with most hovering around 400 to 500. Such adversaries did not even warrant a warm-up for him. He snorted disdainfully, a flicker of impatience and contempt crossing his crimson gaze as he regarded them like a swarm of filthy ants. He slowly descended onto a raised purple rock in the center of the leveled ground, arms crossed, his scarlet cape cascading down, exuding an aura of pride and coldness. "Humph. You lot take care of the remaining trash," Vegeta commanded, his voice as frigid as ice, laced with an undeniable tone of authority. "Do not allow them to approach or create a ruckus." He did not even spare a glance at Vikimo, Late Eyes, Kaneki, Kuri, or the remains of Garu sprawled on the ground. To him, these lowly monsters and those underlings were indistinguishable. They were mere obstacles to be removed. "Yes, Your Highness Vegeta," Naba hastily responded, bowing deeply, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. "We are immensely grateful to you. If it weren't for your timely intervention, that massive bird might have annihilated us." He cast a wary glance at the blood-red mist still lingering in the air. "Indeed, truly deserving of the title, Your Highness," Late Eyes chimed in, eagerly patting his chest, feigning a shaken demeanor, completely forgetting his earlier embarrassment. His eyes were filled with reverence and relief as he looked at Vegeta. Chapter 15. Commencing the sweep, the most brilliant Saiyan warrior is undoubtedly none other than His Highness Vegeta. Kaneki gazed at Vegeta's imposing and aloof silhouette, genuinely expressing his admiration, his tone filled with awe. The precise energy orbs that had obliterated the beast leaders reaffirmed the prince's unmatched strength. Once again, we thank you, Your Highness Vegeta, for saving us. Kuri bowed deeply, his posture reflecting utmost humility. In the face of death's threat, even the pride of a Saiyan must yield to absolute power. Vegeta, his back turned to them, felt the fabric of his crimson cape flutter gently in the violet wind. He emitted a cold scoff, as if to dispel a few bothersome flies. There is nothing to be grateful for. It merely proves your inadequacy. You are so weak that you cannot even withstand such a level of ambush. He slowly turned, his scarlet eyes like icy probes, sweeping over Vikimo, Raditz, Kaneki, and Kuri. His voice tinged with an undeniable and cruel command. Next, it is time for you to prove your worth. Go and cleanse this encroaching filth. Let me warn you, if anyone falls to these rabble, it will only indicate their unfortunate luck and lack of ability. Do not expect me to rescue them when they become the monster's excrement. The chilling declaration swept through the air like a cold wind, causing Raditz and the others to shudder. This was the survival principle of the Saiyans, harsh and direct. Yet, just as Vegeta's words fell, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh! A figure shot up into the sky. It did not charge towards the beast horde, but soared straight upwards. It was none other than Vikimo. Vegeta, Naba, Raditz, Kaneki, Kuri, and even the snarling beasts closing in could not help but gaze upward in astonishment at the suddenly ascending figure. What was he doing? Retreating? Flying up to become a target? Do not look at me. Vikimo's clear yet slightly urgent voice resonated from above, echoing in the ears of everyone below. Vegeta's brow furrowed tightly. What do you mean, do not look at you? What trick is this fool attempting? Naba wore a baffled expression, his thick eyebrows knitting together. Unable to suppress a laugh. Vikimo must be terrified, trying to fly up and hide. What a coward. His tone dripped with disdain. Coward. I scorn you. Raditz immediately joined in, making a crude gesture towards the sky, his face etched with contempt. You just boasted a combat power of 780. Now you want to run at the first sign of trouble? Pathetic. What is he flying towards? The spaceship is not in that direction. Kaneki pondered Vikimo's flight path, perplexed. Did he seek a hidden place to conceal himself? That was utterly foolish. Exactly. On this unfamiliar planet, acting alone is 1,000 times more dangerous than staying beside His Highness Vegeta. It is a path to certain doom. Kuri shook his head, convinced that Vikimo's mind had truly been rattled by the earlier encounter with the pterosaur. Naba crossed his arms, shaking his head in disdain. And he wants us not to look at him? Is he foolish? Does he think flying to the sky will render him invisible? Is the scouter just for show? He pointed at his own scouter, as if he were witnessing an absurd joke. Fool. Hopelessly foolish. Raditz concluded with a finality in his tone. However, just as the collective mockery, disdain, and confusion of those below focused on Vikimo in the sky, a triumphant smile curved at the corners of Vikimo's mouth. He suddenly raised his hands, fingers spread wide, palms inward, as if cradling an invisible sun, firmly pressing it against his temples. Solar fist. A resounding shout echoed through the heavens. In an instant, at the center of Vikimo's head, an indescribable force, pure to the extreme, as if compressing the brilliance of the entire purple sun into a single point before erupting in a blinding white light, poured forth uncontrollably in all directions like the explosion of a cosmic singularity. That was not an energy impact, but pure light, an intensity beyond the limits of visual perception. My eyes. Ugh. Arc. Below, whether it is the coldly smiling Vegeta, the scornful Naba, the sneering Latizi, or the bewildered Ka, Neig, and Kuli, including those purple beasts that are raging forward, baring their fangs. All creatures that momentarily gaze up at Wei Ka Mo are not spared. Vegeta's sharp, eagle-like scarlet eyes, upon encountering that blinding white light, suddenly constrict to the size of pinpricks, only to be engulfed by an overwhelming, suffocating pure white. He lets out a muffled groan, instinctively shielding his eyes with his arm. But it is too late. All that remains in his vision is an endless, nerve-wracking brilliance. A wave of intense dizziness and searing pain radiates from his eyes. The mocking expressions of Naba and La Tz freeze on their faces, replaced by contorted agony and horror. They feel as if their eyes have been viciously pierced by burning needles, tears uncontrollably streaming forth. Neig and Ku Li emit piercing screams, covering their eyes as they writhe in anguish on the ground. The charging beasts react even more violently. They unleash a cacophony of sharp, painful, frenzied howls. Many vision-dependent beasts instantaneously lose their sense of direction, colliding and trampling each other like headless flies. Some insect-like monsters with compound eyes seem even more sensitive to this intense light, emitting faint cracking sounds. Negative emotion values from Vegeta. 666. System prompt. He has been deceived. The Prince's Fury. Negative emotion values from Naba. 888. System prompt. My eyes hurt. I've been tricked. Enraged. Negative emotion values from La Tz. 999. System prompt. It hurts terribly. Vikimo, this is not over. Negative emotion values from Neig. 555. Negative emotion values from Ku Li. 444. Negative emotion values from the purple-scaled scorpion monster Sua, Shia La Air Bote, Neig. 666. System prompt. My eyes are blinded. It hurts. Rage. Negative emotion values from the corrosive-winged lizard Ku La Bo Te Sa Lulu. 777. System prompt. Light. Detestable light. My eyes are melting. Negative emotion values from the armored centipede worm Lu Air La Luo, Te Ji Ku Sai De Pao, 999. System prompt. I can't see. Where's my prey? I crashed into a rock. It hurts. I'm furious. Negative emotion values from the thorn howler Ba La Ka Luo Li, 555. In Wei Ka Mo's mind, an information flow akin to being thrown into a nuclear bomb explodes. The cold and dense system prompt sounds flood the screen. His expression freezes in that instant, a hint of dazed ecstasy on his face. The negative emotion values from Vegeta and the others are expected. But what is this long string behind it? Vikimo feels as though he is perusing an alien creature catalog. The names are increasingly convoluted and bizarre, overflowing with untamed imagination. Lu Air La Luo Te Ji Ku Sai De Pao? Surely that is not a monster name, but some kind of weapon model? Bala Ka Luo Li, what on earth is that? But the ecstasy swiftly drowns out the confusion. He understands. He comprehends entirely. In the cosmology of the Dragon Ball universe, the divine perspective might differentiate only between humans and gods, with ordinary animals below. Yet, these myriad beasts assaulting them are evidently organized, disciplined, and tactically coordinated. They understand ambushes, cooperative combat, and environmental utilization. They possess intelligence. Although perhaps primitive, they are by no means ordinary beasts. They are a form of sentient life, and as long as they possess wisdom and emotional perception, they can fuel his negative emotion value system. Fear, anger, pain, confusion, these intense negative emotions are surging into his system like a raging river. Good gracious. This solar fist has effectively detonated a gold mine of negative emotion values. Vikimo is nearly beside himself with excitement. Below, over 100 intelligent units, including Vegeta's team and the Beast Horde, simultaneously fall victim, providing negative emotion values like a floodgate burst. In less than 3 seconds, Vikimo observes his total negative emotion values skyrocketing like a rocket, effortlessly surpassing the 100,000 mark. Moreover, the numbers continue to wildly fluctuate and refresh. Thousands of points are credited every second. The anguished howls of those monsters sound like celestial music to his ears. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. This one Shou-Xing is truly a treasure trove customized for me to score points. Vikimo's heart is brimming with joy. Compared to his previous expedition with the Badaku team to Shili Air Xing, a relatively civilized planet, this place is chaotic, primitive, and filled with violence. With negative emotion generation efficiency soaring geometrically, observing the chaos below, with creatures and beasts covering their eyes and screaming, writhing, and colliding. Vikimo feels no trace of pity. A shrewd glint sparkles in his eyes, reminiscent of a capitalist. It is time to reap the rewards. Take advantage of your affliction to score points. No, rather, take advantage of your blindness to rack up points. He hovers in the sky, palms facing each other, as a sphere of golden energy swiftly coalesces into a ball the size of a basketball. The energy within the sphere rotates, emanating a dangerous aura. Yet Vikimo deliberately controls its power, seeking not an instant kill, but maximum suffering. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Vikimo waves his hands, sending golden energy balls cascading down like hail, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being cut, accurately striking the struggling beast horde below that has lost its sight. He avoids the positions of Vegeta and the others, not yet wishing to push his luck, targeting the beast swarm. Boom, 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 boom. The ear-splitting explosions reverberate through the beast horde. Golden flames erupt, accompanied by splattered purple blood and shattered shells. Vikimo meticulously controls the power of the energy balls to inflict grievous wounds, causing excruciating pain without delivering immediate death. Hiss, roar. The howls become even more wretched, more agonized, more enraged. Those creatures already blinded by the intense light now suffer from the bombardment of the energy balls. Severed limbs, burns, and internal injuries drown them in waves of suffering. The air is instantly saturated with the charred scent of flesh and the pungent aroma of blood. Negative emotion values from the purple-scaled scorpion monster Sua, Shia La Air Bo Te Neig, 999. System prompt, pain. It hurts. Who is hitting me? Negative emotion values from the corrosive winged lizard Ku La Bo Te Salulu, 999. System prompt, my wings. My wings. They are burnt. Rage. Negative emotion values from the armored centipede worm Lu Air La Luo, Te Ji Ku Sai Da Pao, 999. System prompt, my shell is shattered. So hot. I can't see where the enemy is. Despair. Negative emotion values from the thorn howler Ba La Ka Luo Li, 999. Vikimo's mind is once again flooded with 999. Negative emotion values surge forth like a geyser. The total instantly surpasses the 200,000 mark and continues to climb at an astonishing rate. This efficiency is simply higher than an entire year of painstakingly extracting resources on Vegeta Xing. Indeed, coming to Wanshou Xing was an extraordinarily correct decision. Here, walking experience packs abound. Vikimo's heart blossoms with joy. While maintaining the precise pressure of the energy balls, he keeps a keen eye on the situation below. He can sense that some stronger beasts or those more adaptable to light, including Vegeta and others, are gradually regaining their vision. Blurred outlines begin to emerge at the edges of their sight, and the glaring white light starts to fade. Almost there, it is time for the next round. Vikimo takes a deep breath and, once more, directs his full strength toward the chaotic battlefield below. Emitting a resonant shout infused with energy, "Do not look at me." This time, his voice carries a peculiar penetrating quality, clearly reaching the ears of every creature that has just regained a hint of sight, bewilderedly searching or angrily seeking the instigator. Then, under the countless gazes filled with suspicion, anger, and fear, Vikimo's hand shot up once more like lightning, accurately pressing against his temples. Solar Fist. The second wave. An unparalleled torrent of brilliance. Unreservedly. It descended again. No. More. Vikimo, you scoundrel. A roar erupted. The ground below instantly boiled over. Desperate screams, furious howls, and painful cries intertwined in a chaotic symphony. Vegeta, whose vision had just begun to clear, was once again completely engulfed by that familiar, loathsome, blinding light. An unprecedented fury surged to his head. He felt that his dignity as a prince was being repeatedly rubbed into the ground by this inferior warrior. Naba and Raditz emitted pig-like screams. The tears that had just stopped flowed forth again. The stinging sensation in his eyes was more intense than before. Carnegie and Kuririn completely collapsed, rolling on the ground and wailing, "My eyes. I'm going blind. Vikimo, I'll get you for this." Meanwhile, the monsters that had just begun to recover from their suffering and were preparing to seek revenge against their foes suffered a devastating psychological blow. They had just begun to adapt to the light, just locked onto that detestable figure in the sky, and yet, it was this move again. Is there no justice? Negative emotion value from Vegeta, 888. System prompt, second blinding. Murderous intent boiling. Negative emotion value from Napa, 999. System prompt, It hurts so much. Vikimo, I will kill you. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 999. System prompt, Vikimo, I swear, I will make you suffer forever. Negative emotion value from Carnegie, 666. Negative emotion value from Kuririn, 777. Negative emotion value from the purple-scaled poisonous scorpion, Sashialair Potaniki, 999. System prompt, despicable, shameless. Humans are too cunning. Negative emotion value from the acid-winged lizard, Kulapot Solulu, 999. System prompt, my eyes. I can't see again. How I hate this. Negative emotion value from the armored centipede worm, Ralala Low-Tech Zyke's Cannon, 999. System prompt, more light. More light. I want to burrow into the ground. Negative emotion value from the thorny howler beast, Balabala Karoli, 999. The total negative emotion value from Vikimo surged like a runaway horse, madly breaking through 300, 000, 400, 000, racing towards the 500, 000 mark. This efficiency was so exhilarating that he almost moaned with pleasure. He employed the same tactic again, gathering energy orbs to deliver precise, intensified pain to the chaotic and suffering beast horde below. The sounds of explosions, screams, angry curses from humans, and mournful cries from beasts intertwined to create a hellish symphony. When Vikimo felt that most of the monsters and humans had nearly regained their sight and the increase in negative emotion values began to slow, he reluctantly ceased the bombardment of energy orbs and slowly descended from the sky. The scene below was nothing short of tragic. The flattened ground was dotted with charred craters, smoking remnants of monster limbs, and emanated a peculiar scent of purple blood and slime. The few monsters still standing were battered and bruised, lying on the ground in pain, moaning, twitching, and emitting weak, desperate whimpers. The air was thick with the acrid stench of charred flesh, blood, and a strange, pungent odor reminiscent of sulfur mixed with decaying vegetation. Though Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz still stood, they were pale, their eyes red and swollen, bloodshot, with traces of tears lingering at the corners. They looked at Vikimo as if he were a demon risen from hell, filled with profound anger, resentment, and a hint of barely perceptible trepidation. This guy is too sinister, too treacherous. Vikimo ignored the almost devouring gazes directed at him, casually clapping his hands with a satisfied smile on his face, as if concluding a performance. All done. Much quieter now. So refreshing. His seemingly harmless demeanor only served to infuriate Raditz and the others, making them tremble with rage. At that moment, Vikimo's gaze swept over the remaining monsters still struggling to regain their fighting spirit, as well as his teammates, mainly Raditz, who were covering their red, swollen eyes and glaring at him with gritted teeth. A more wicked idea surged into his mind. A malicious smirk crept across his lips as he suddenly took a deep breath and, addressing the battlefield with an exceptionally clear and mocking tone, shouted those three words, Solar Fist. Buzz. No light. No energy fluctuations. Nothing at all. It was merely a simple, resounding slogan. However, the effect was surprisingly potent. The remaining monsters, who had just regained their sight and were looking at Vikimo with terror, instinctively emitted terrified shrieks upon hearing those three words. Akin to a demonic curse, they slammed their eyes shut. Some even covered their heads with their claws. Those already gravely injured monsters trembled at this false alarm, aggravating their wounds and letting out even more agonizing wails. On the ground, Raditz's reaction was the most intense. Upon hearing the word Solar Fist, he felt as if he had been struck by high voltage, his body jolting in shock. Almost instinctively, at lightning speed, he pressed his hands tightly against his swollen, stinging eyes. He hunched over, as if trying to shield himself from the non-existent, blinding light. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 666. System prompt, deceived. So angry, but dare not lower the guard. Negative emotion value from Sashialair Potaniki, 999. System prompt, fraud. Humans are all liars. You scare me to death. Negative emotion value from Kulapot Solulu, 999. System prompt, where is the light? No light. Is he playing us? Furious. Chapter 16, what if I try it too? Vikimo's blustering solar fist struck like an invisible whip against the nerves of the remaining beings on the battlefield. The monsters, who had just regained their sight and were now looking at Vikimo in fear, erupted in a frenzy upon hearing those three words that felt like a nightmarish curse. Fear overwhelmed their anger, and the instinct to survive took precedence over all. They emitted desperate, terrified screams, instinctively shutting their eyes tight. Some even covered their photoreceptive organs with claws, tentacles, or wings, curling their bodies into tight balls, trembling uncontrollably. Those already gravely injured monsters twitched in response to the false alarm, aggravating their wounds and letting out even more despairing wails. On the ground, Raditz's reaction was the most pronounced. He reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, jolting violently, with a speed surpassing his usual training. He quickly clasped his hands over his still swollen, stinging, bloodshot eyes. He hunched over, curling up as if this would protect him from the non-existent, yet vividly remembered blinding light. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 666. System prompt: a startled bird. Tricked again. So angry. Negative emotion value from Sashialair Potaniki, 999. System prompt: fraud. Despicable fraud. Scared the scorpion to death. Negative emotion value from Kulapot Solulu, 999. System prompt: where's the light? No light. Is he playing with us? Furious. Negative emotion value from Ralala Lowtech Zyke's Cannon, 999. System prompt: don't flash again. I beg you, don't flash again. I want to burrow underground. Negative emotion value from Balabala Karoli, 999. Vikamo's mind was once again inundated with a flurry of system prompts. Once again, a torrent of negative emotional energy surged forth like a flood breaking through its dam. Although not as intense as during the previous two blinding episodes, the influx remained considerable, instantly granting him nearly 100,000 points. In less than 10 minutes since he first soared into the sky to unleash the Sun Fist, the total amount of negative emotional energy accumulated by Vikimo had wildly exceeded 400,000. Moreover, with the ongoing terror and resentment of the fleeing monsters, coupled with the supportive camaraderie of his Saiyan allies, this figure continued to rise, delightfully refreshing with each moment. 400,000. A staggering total of 400,000 points of negative emotional energy. Vikimo felt elated, akin to being struck on the head by a golden brick while strolling down the street. What efficiency! What yield! This planet, Wansho Xing, was not a perilous place. It was clearly a paradise, a sanctum for accumulating points. Previously, while laboring tirelessly with Bardock's team on Shili Air Xing, he hadn't amassed such a fortune. 400,000 points meant 40 chances for a lottery, each one guaranteed a reward. Even if each time yielded only a few points of battle power, though the system had become more generous after the upgrade, Vikimo still prudently prepared for the worst. The cumulative effect would still result in a substantial increase. Furthermore, what if he were to acquire a special item akin to the Battle God Water? Joyful anticipation surged through him. Vikimo gazed at the monsters before him, trembling and covering their eyes, and he perceived them as radiating a golden glow. It was the brilliance of negative emotional energy. Curse you, Vikimo. Raditz finally lowered his hands from shielding his eyes, though his vision remained somewhat blurred. Anger compelled him to disregard the discomfort. He pointed an accusatory finger at Vikimo, trembling with rage. What kind of strategy is this? You've blinded our own comrades. Do you have any idea how close that came to costing us our lives? Reflecting on the earlier moment of being blinded, a chill ran down Raditz's back at the thought of the monsters seizing the opportunity to pounce. From Raditz, negative emotional energy surged to 888. System notification: post-traumatic anger. Vikimo innocently dug at his ears and looked at Raditz with a feigned expression of naivete, his tone laced with a hint of exasperation. Hey, big brother Raditz, I distinctly and emphatically shouted not to look at me. You chose to look up. Is that my fault? You. Raditz was left speechless. His face flushed crimson. Indeed, Vikimo had shouted. But who could have anticipated such a devious tactic? Next time, give a warning in advance. Vegeta's icy voice interjected. His crimson eyes, though still slightly squinted in discomfort, had regained their sharpness. He cast a cold glare at Vikimo, his expression dark enough to draw water. Being outmaneuvered by a lower-class warrior in such a manner, even with a favorable outcome, had provoked his princely pride. From Vegeta, negative emotional energy surged to 333. System notification: feeling toyed with. What kind of absurd tactic is this? Naba, still rubbing his sore eyes, grumbled in a deep voice, clearly dissatisfied. You could easily obliterate them with sheer power like Prince Vegeta, yet you resort to such blinding tricks. It's simply not satisfying. He revered the aesthetics of a straightforward, overpowering battle. From Naba, negative emotional energy surged to 444. System notification: displeasure. Not manly enough. This method minimizes casualties. After all, Vikimo shrugged, maintaining a disarmingly innocent smile, as if the chaos he had incited was not his doing. As he spoke, he approached the nearest creature, an exceptionally grotesque monster, covered in irregular bone spikes and slime, resembling a grotesquely enlarged pangolin hybrid, which had contributed significantly to the negative emotional energy. Sual, Shia la air bote neig. You see, dealing with such a creature directly is far more laborious. I senti it. Blinding it to render it powerless is much safer, right? Before he could finish, he abruptly unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! With a muffled thud, his fist, enveloped in golden energy, struck the monster's grotesque, slime-covered head with precision. The tremendous force drove the creature's entire body into the soft, purple ground, leaving behind a bubbling pit. The pit echoed with the creature's muffled, agonized whimpers. From the purple-scaled, venomous scorpion monster Suashi la air bote neig, negative emotional energy, surged to 1,000. System notification, pain, humiliation. Struck again. Vikimo glanced at the system notification. Momentarily taken aback. Suashi? TSK, what a lengthy name. Yet it's such an eyesore. He grimaced in disdain. You're the first on my list for a thorough cleansing. With that, Vikimo bent down, firmly grasping one of the monster's protruding, spiked claws, or forelimbs, that emerged from the pit. He engaged his core, his arm muscles bulging. Huh! Vikimo shouted, and astonishingly, he yanked the creature, several times his size, out of the pit. Then, under the astonished gazes of all present, he swung the claw like a colossal meteor hammer, spinning in circles. Whoosh! The massive form of the creature was sent soaring as Vikimo spun it faster and faster. 1 rotation, 2 rotations, 3 rotations. The speed increased exponentially. The creature emitted desperate, terrified shrieks, its body leaving trails of purple afterimages in the air. Each impact with the ground resonated with a heavy thud and the sound of crunching bones. Purple slime and shattered bones splattered everywhere. Bang, 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 bang. From the purple-scaled, venomous scorpion monster Sua Shia la air bote neig, negative emotional energy, surged to 999. 999. 1,000. 999. The notifications of negative emotional energy flooded Vikimo's mind like a rapid-fire barrage. Each slam resonated with the creature's heart-wrenching pain and overwhelming resentment. This was nothing short of an inexhaustible negative emotional energy, perpetual motion machine. Whoosh! Feeling that the rotation speed had reached its peak, Vikimo suddenly released his grip. The unfortunate monster, already disoriented and bearing countless broken bones, shot forth like a massive purple cannonball, accompanied by a piercing sound. Tracing a high arc towards the depths of the dense purple jungle several kilometers away. Along its path, it smashed through several twisted giant trees, ultimately vanishing from sight, leaving behind a massive, gaping passage and a flurry of purple wood chips. Vikimo dusted off his hands, feeling satisfied, and turned his gaze towards the other monsters still writhing in agony on the ground or retreating in fear. The surviving creatures, having witnessed Suashi's grim fate, were paralyzed by terror upon encountering Vikimo's seemingly gentle yet devilish gaze, rendering them utterly petrified. They forgot to wail, reduced to trembling teeth clattering and uncontrollable shivering. Some of the more cowardly ones even lost control of their bladders, releasing a foul odor. Ululu. Translation, demon. He is a demon. SSSSS. Translation, run. Stay away from him. Roar. Translation, mama. I want to go home. In the next moment, an unknown monster emitted the first desperate, sobbing shriek, turning its massive form and using every ounce of strength to roll and crawl frantically away from Vikimo. This cry acted as a spark. Boom. All remaining monsters, regardless of their injuries or fear, unleashed their ultimate survival potential in that moment. They emitted a cacophony of incomprehensible, terrified screams, retreating frantically in all directions. Into the depths of the jungle, anywhere to escape Vikimo. The scene descended into utter chaos, with creatures trampling one another amidst swirling dust. From the corrosive wing lizard Ku La Bo Te Sualulu, negative emotional energy surged to 999. System notification, escape. Quickly escape. From the armored, thousand-legged worm Lu Air La Luot's negative emotion value of 999. System prompt, dig underground. Hurry up and dig. From the Thorn Howler Beast ba la ka luo, Lee's negative emotion value of 999. System prompt. Don't block the way. Let me run first. A surge of fear and resentment's negative emotion value is rushing forth. Wei Ka Mo gazes at the monstrous creatures fleeing in panic. A grin stretching across his face, filled with unrestrained joy. Hey, don't run away. Come back and play. Wei Ka Mo calls out symbolically to the retreating beasts. In response, he is met with an even swifter escape and another round of negative emotion value prompts. Your Highness Vegeta, Carnegie observes Wei Ka Mo's jubilant demeanor. Akin to someone who has just won a cosmic lottery. Unable to contain his curiosity, he leans closer to Vegeta and whispers, "Why do I feel like this guy is particularly happy when fighting? Even a bit overly excited?" He struggles to find a more suitable term to describe Wei Ka Mo's mischievous smile. I see it too. Naba, arms crossed, glares at Wei Ka Mo's retreating figure. Baring his teeth, look at how he smiles. He is simply asking for a beating. Battle is sacred. It's a clash of power. How can he laugh like he has just found money while fighting? He suppresses the urge to rush at Wei Ka Mo and give him a good thrashing. This style of fighting is simply too shameless. Raditz clenches his fists, his face darkened. Watching the monsters that Wei Ka Mo toyed with and tormented before they fled in terror, he feels a strange, almost sympathetic emotion rising within him, albeit just a hint. But more so, a strong dissatisfaction with Wei Ka Mo's unconventional tactics that completely defy the Saiyan's honor of direct combat. Initially thinking he would flee, he instead ascends into the sky, launching a dazzling solar Kamehameha, shaking his head in disbelief as he watches Wei Ka Mo. But speaking of which, how can he derive such pure joy from fighting? It seems as if he is not engaged in battle, but rather playing some delightful game? Humph. Vegeta suddenly emits an ambiguous grunt, his crimson eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. Fixating on Wei Ka Mo's satisfied smile, he slowly speaks with a low, authoritative tone. This is the true Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Naba, Raditz, Carnegie, and Cooley all stand stunned, staring at their prince in astonishment. Vegeta's gaze sweeps over them, his tone carrying an almost pedagogical weight. The more we fight, the more we can feel the exhilarating rush of our blood boiling. The more we can experience the pure pleasure of power clashing. This is the instinct that flows in our veins. Wei Ka Mo. He looks again at the figure still relishing in the negative emotion value, his expression complex. Perhaps he employs some clever tactics, but the genuine, pure joy he exhibits during battle is the attitude a Saiyan ought to possess. He pauses, his crimson cape billowing without wind, his voice resonating with the decree of a king. You all should learn from this. We are the warrior race, the Saiyans. The joy of battling is the source of our strength. It is an imprint etched into our very bones. Naba and Raditz exchange glances, enveloped in a heavy silence. Vegeta's words seem to carry a semblance of truth. Saiyans indeed live for battle, reveling in the thrill of combat. But is Wei Ka Mo's demeanor truly just joy? Raditz gazes at Wei Ka Mo's face, almost overflowing with a mix of pride and mischief, his mind filled with doubts. He looks just like a weasel that has successfully stolen a chicken. Truly joyous, isn't he? As various thoughts swirl in their minds, Wei Ka Mo finally returns, satisfied. From a distance, landing lightly on the flattened ground, clapping his hands joyfully, as if he had just completed a delightful outing. Done. It's peaceful now. What a relief. All the monsters have run away. Raditz surveys the wreckage of the battlefield and the empty surroundings, raising his chin, his brow furrowed, his tone laced with confusion and frustration. Why do we feel like we are the ones who barely survived an onslaught? This is entirely different from his expectations of a sweeping conquest. According to the intelligence provided by Frieza's army, Naba frowns, pressing the scanner, watching the swiftly retreating lights on the display. These beasts on this planet should be low-level creatures driven by instinct, lacking higher intelligence. But just now, those creatures. He recalls how the monsters coordinated ambushes, understood teamwork, and even exhibited fear and strategic retreats after being toyed with by Wei Ka Mo, clearly indicating a considerably intelligent biological community. Humph, Vegeta scoffs derisively, a cold glimmer flashing in his crimson eyes. You actually dare to believe what that Frieza fellow said? When has he ever provided us with accurate information? He seems to see through it all, his tone filled with disdain and distrust toward Frieza. Wei Ka Mo, however, remains disengaged from their discussion. His mind is fully immersed in his system panel. Current total negative emotion value, 510, 327 points. 510, 000 points. A single battle has garnered him 510, 000 points in negative emotion value. This is akin to a windfall. Gazing at this dizzying number, Vikimo feels his heart race. The danger level of this one Shou Xing far exceeds expectations. Even a 7,000 combat power pterodactyl appears. Who knows what more terrifying monsters lurk in the depths of the forest? Chiu Yi, that lackey of Frieza, might be on his way here too. Strength. I must enhance my strength without delay. The rebirth ability is a trump card. But its cooldown lasts 10 years. Better not use it if I can avoid it. Lottery. Right now? Without hesitation, Vikimo's thoughts plunge into the system. Selecting the alluringly glowing lottery button. 50 consecutive draws. Initiate. Congratulations. You have received combat power of 77 points. Congratulations. You have received combat power of 11 points. Congratulations. You have received combat power of 43 points. Congratulations. You have received combat power of 56 points. Congratulations. You have received combat power of 29 points. A series of system prompts resonate like a cheerful symphony in Vikimo's mind. With each notification, he can distinctly feel a warm current infusing his limbs. His physical strength steadily and clearly increasing. The upgraded system is indeed powerful. Although no special items have appeared temporarily, the combat power increments are quite substantial. No longer the meager single digits. As he continues the lottery, he silently prays, "Let us get something good, like the battle god water. Or maybe instant transmission would suffice. Let me see if there are any more oblivious creatures nearby." In an attempt to alleviate the embarrassment of just being scolded by Vegeta and to divert attention from Vikimo's peculiar smile, Raditz quickly presses the scanner button. Scanning the surrounding environment. The scanner's feedback brings him relief. They have all fled, scared off by Vikimo's tactics. The nearest one has retreated nearly 400 kilometers away. It appears they truly have been struck with psychological trauma. It seems that Vikimo's tactics have proven quite effective. Naba comments with a complex tone. Although he still feels it lacks masculinity, he cannot deny the results are effective. Vikimo, your combat power. Raditz's gaze inadvertently sweeps across the display of Vikimo's readings, suddenly freezing in shock. He thought he was seeing things, blinking rapidly, then focusing again. He cannot help but exclaim, "Hey, Vikimo, your combat power, be quiet. I'm busy, just increasing my combat power." Vikimo replies tersely without turning around. His tone laced with annoyance at being interrupted. He is immersed in the thrill of increasing strength and the anticipation of prizes. Raditz. From Raditz's negative emotion value, 666. System prompt. Yet again rebuffed. How frustrating. The notion of enhancing one's combat prowess is not as simple as merely eating or drinking, thought Lottie Z, who was internally berating the absurdity of it all. Yet, in the next moment, he was utterly astounded by the frenzied numbers flashing on the detector's lens. The value representing Vikimo's combat power was soaring like an uncontrollable rocket, escalating at a visibly rapid pace. Beep. Combat power 857. Beep. Combat power 868. Beep. Combat power 880. Beep. Combat power 892. The numbers danced erratically, fluctuating in speed, yet the overall trend was an unwavering ascent. Lottie Z was left utterly bewildered. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate a dinosaur egg. He glanced at the detector, then at Vikimo, who stood with his back to them. Seemingly doing nothing, his mind a blank slate. What on earth is happening? Is the detector malfunctioning? Or is Vikimo genuinely increasing his power? What's with all the fuss, Lottie Z? Naba, drawn by Lottie Z's exclamations, inquired with a hint of impatience. He thought Lottie Z was behaving rather neurotically today. Could it be that my detector is malfunctioning? Lottie Z's voice trembled with disbelief as he pointed at Vikimo. Vikimo's combat power is increasing right before our eyes. It's incessantly rising. Combat power increasing? Huh. Naba scoffed dismissively, waving his hand. What's so strange about that? After a battle, adrenaline surges, or perhaps one gains insight. Temporary fluctuations in combat power are quite normal, are they not? My combat power is said to be 3,000. But there are decimals trailing behind. I simply can't be bothered to check. He felt Lottie Z was overreacting. Lottie Z's complexion fluctuated between red and white, rendered speechless. fixated on Wei Kamo's silhouette as if he were witnessing an extraterrestrial phenomenon. He would rather believe that his detector was at fault. Speaking of which, Your Highness Vegeta. Naba diverted his attention from the paranoid Lottie Z, donning a smile as he turned to Vegeta. That game of eating, sleeping, and hitting beans is rather amusing. It certainly livens up the atmosphere during tedious journeys. A mischievous glint flashed in his eyes. How about you join us next time? Consider it a way to connect with the common folk and share in their joy. He calculated that if Vegeta participated, Wei Kamo, the thorn in their side, would likely be chosen to hit the beans, providing an excellent opportunity to teach him a lesson for stealing the spotlight today. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's crimson eyes shifted slightly, as if he were contemplating the suggestion seriously. As the future king of the Saiyans, occasionally lowering his guard to interact with his subordinates might indeed foster camaraderie. He nodded thoughtfully. We may give it a try. His tone was devoid of discernible emotion. Just then, Lottie Z's exclamation broke the moment once more. Combat power 1100. It's still rising. His voice had reached a pitch of sheer disbelief. This time, he could no longer maintain his composure. What? 1188. Carnegie pressed the detector, his eyes nearly bulging out in shock. 1199. Cooley followed suit, his voice tinged with terror. 1298. Lottie Z gazed at the newly refreshed numbers, his mouth twitching uncontrollably as he felt his understanding of reality crumbling. What sort of absurd growth pattern is this? Carnegie was in a frenzy, utterly baffled by the events unraveling before him. How could combat power increase so inexplicably and chaotically, akin to a rocket launch? Vegeta and Naba finally grasped that something was amiss. Lottie Z and Carnegie could not possibly experience simultaneous detector malfunctions. The two swiftly pressed the buttons on their left eyes, their movements remarkably quick. When the detector clearly displayed Wei Kamo's current combat power, Naba's robust frame jolted as if struck by an invisible hammer. His smile froze instantly, his eyes widened like saucers, and his mouth hung open in a ghastly expression. 11,300. Naba's voice warped in disbelief, cracking as he stammered. How can this be possible? Wei Kamo was just at 780. How long has it been? 1 minute? 2 minutes? He hasn't done anything, merely stood there, and his combat power has surged over 500. Intriguing, Vegeta's icy lips curled into a rare, distinct smile filled with intense interest. His deep crimson eyes, akin to a hawk discovering a precious treasure, locked onto Wei Kamo 1300? No, it's still climbing. 3 minutes. A full 3 minutes. The battlefield lay shrouded in an eerie silence. Only the sporadic beeping of the detector, representing Wei Kamo's combat power rapidly refreshing, echoed alongside the increasingly labored breaths and gasps of the Saiyan team members. Lottie Z, Naba, Vegeta, Carnegie, and Cooley, 5 pairs of eyes, 10 gazes, focused intently on Wei Kamo, as if observing a walking cosmic miracle. Beep. Combat power 3,400. When this figure finally settled on the detector's lens, time seemed to come to a standstill. Combat power 3,400. Naba's voice was parched, each word forced from his throat. He gazed at Wei Kamo, his eyes brimming with profound shock, bewilderment, and a hint of fear he was reluctant to acknowledge. What manner of monster are you? He instinctively echoed Lottie Z's earlier thoughts. Lottie Z was utterly petrified, staring at Wei Kamo as one might at an otherworldly being, his mind blank, fixated solely on the blinding number 3,400. This exceeded his own combat power of 700 by more than fourfold. It was even nearing Naba's 3,000. How is this possible? Wasn't it clear enough when I mentioned it before? Wei Kamo finally ceased his display of power, slowly turning to face them with a sincere expression that seemed to say, "See, I wasn't lying." He spread his hands wide, speaking with utmost seriousness. Only by maintaining a tranquil heart can one better perceive oneself, unearth potential, and hone one's abilities. This is the rightful path to enhancing combat power. He surveyed the astonished crowd, ultimately landing his gaze on Vegeta's eyes, which brimmed with curiosity and intrigue. He emphasized slowly, with a calm heart, strength will naturally follow. So you achieved such a remarkable increase in combat power from 780 to 3,400 simply by maintaining this serene mindset. Lottie Z's voice trembled with excitement and a fervent desire. If this were true, the method was truly extraordinary. Did you think otherwise? Wei Kamo retorted. wearing a smile that suggested it was self-evident. Internally, he reveled at the thought. With the system at my fingertips, the world is mine. Is that also why you appeared so joyful during battle? Carnegie swallowed hard, cautiously pointing at Wei Kamo's lingering smile, and asked, does maintaining a peaceful and happy mindset contribute to enhancement? Well, Wei Kamo seemed slightly bashful as he rubbed his nose, nodding in acknowledgement, considering it a tacit agreement. Although the reasoning was somewhat skewed, the outcome was indeed correct. Yet, Vegeta remained silent. His sharp, blade-like crimson eyes pierced through Wei Kamo, as if attempting to delve into his very soul. His gaze held scrutiny, inquiry, astonishment, but more than anything, it bore the weight of a deeply shaken conviction. A tranquil heart? Joyous combat. Could it be that the Saiyan tradition of pursuing strength through anger and extreme pressure was truly flawed? This lowly warrior Wei Kamo, with his almost frivolous approach to joyful combat, had achieved such an astonishing leap in power in such a short time. Is this method genuinely viable? Should I also give it a try? Chapter 17. The Fury of Incompetence. By the way, Wei Kamo. Naba just suggested that His Highness Vegeta join in the game of hitting beans. Carnegie, a smile plastered on his face, leaned closer to Vikimo, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of flattery. Prince Vegeta had actually nodded, saying he could give it a try. Vikimo, that Carnegie guy really changes his tune quickly. He's already eager to curry favor with me? I've heard about it too. Raditz nodded hastily beside him, afraid of being a step too late. It's true. Vegeta's lips curled into a slight, enigmatic smile, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally sweeping over Naba. Napa's face instantly turned a deep purplish red, then deathly pale, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Embarrassing. He'd practically shot himself in the foot. He'd just used the excuse of hitting beans to try and draw Prince Vegeta's attention to Vikimo, to show the prince how incompetent this good-for-nothing was. And what happened? Vikimo's fighting power had skyrocketed, not only exceeding his expectations, but also completely crushing him. Napa's negative emotion level is 666. Raditz was overjoyed to see Napa's discomfiture. Serves you right. You always bully others because of your high fighting power. Now you'll taste this bitterness. Napa, you finally understand my frustration. We'll talk about Dodo back on the spaceship. Vegeta snorted coldly, instantly breaking the delicate atmosphere. He surveyed everyone, his voice carrying an unquestionable command. This planet still harbored many troublesome monsters that needed to be thoroughly eliminated. Since Vikamer's fighting power had reached the required level, he deliberately paused, his gaze lingering on Vikamer for a moment, then divided into 3 groups. Me, Napa, and Vikamer, each with one person. Your Highness Vegeta, please allow me to accompany you. Raditz's voice trembled with excitement as he stepped forward, his eyes filled with fervor. Curry, you're with me. Vegeta didn't even glance at Raditz, directly pointing to Curry, the small, skinny figure who always huddled in the back of the team, as the absolute core and strongest member of the Saiyan team. Vegeta's choice stemmed from a cold, pragmatic logic. Taking the weakest member would minimize unnecessary casualties. This wasn't out of mercy. He simply didn't want the hassle of cleaning up the mess alone after the mission, or facing questioning from Frieza's army. Yes, thank you. Your Highness Vegeta. Curry was flattered and almost jumped for joy, his voice trembling. To fight alongside you. It's my greatest honor. Humph, mind your own business. Don't drag us down. Vegeta coldly retorted. That Vikimo. Raditz quickly turned to his newly promoted ally, a fawning smile plastered on his face, asking with a hint of expectation, can I team up with you? Sure. Vikamer nodded readily, his gaze sweeping over Raditz with a hint of barely perceptible amusement. Great. Raditz breathed a sigh of relief, secretly delighted. Following Vikamer, who had just unleashed astonishing power, was certainly better than following Naba, who was currently seething with anger and might take it out on him at any moment. After all, the 3,400 number on the detector was a clear victory over Naba. Raditz, Carnegie, watching Raditz's triumphant expression, couldn't help but shake his head and let out a meaningful sigh. Huh, what's wrong? Raditz looked at Carnegie, somewhat puzzled. Carnegie leaned closer to Raditz and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. I was worried you wouldn't be able to keep up with Vikamer's takeoff speed. Brother, his power surge is a bit strange. I was afraid you couldn't handle that kind of pace. Raditz's smile froze instantly, as if doused with cold water, his face turning deathly pale. Carnegie's words were like a needle, precisely puncturing the bubble of security that had just formed in his body. Yes, Vikamer's current state was like that of a completely different person, Would his actions become dangerous too? A strong sense of unease instantly gripped him. All right, stop wasting time here. Move out immediately. Vegeta snapped impatiently, his body suddenly erupting with powerful energy. He transformed into a purple streak of light, tearing through the air and hurtling towards the northwest, a direction marked on the detector as densely populated with high-powered monsters. Yes, Your Highness. Curry dared not delay, hastily gathering his energy and using all his strength to keep up, his figure staggering slightly in the air. Naba, his face grim, glared fiercely at Vikamer and Raditz, snorted heavily, and roared at Carnegie. Carnegie, come with me. With that, he too transformed into a streak of light, carrying Carnegie towards the southeast. Let's go too. Vikamer felt the surging power within him, an unprecedented sense of control invigorating him. He let out a low shout, his feet leaving the ground, transforming into an even faster, more concentrated white streak of light, hurtling towards the area on the detector to the south where the monster's energy reaction was most concentrated. Whoosh! The speed was incredible. Vikamer's figure became a blurry dot on the horizon in the blink of an eye, then completely disappeared from Raditz's sight. Only the violent gusts of wind created by his high-speed flight left behind, kicking up clouds of dust. Raditz stood frozen, mouth slightly agape, staring at the empty space ahead. The dot representing Vikamer on the detector receding at an unbelievable speed. Raditz's negative emotion value, 666. Hey, wait for me, Vikamer. Raditz finally reacted, jumping up and down in a panic, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Why are you flying so fast? Wait for me." He frantically mobilized all his energy, desperately chasing after the direction Vikamer had disappeared in. Inwardly groaning, he'd just formed a team and already been left behind. What kind of mess was this? His combat power skyrocketed from 780 to 3,400, more than a fourfold increase. Vikamer felt as if he had broken free of invisible shackles, his body as light as a feather, yet as fast as a cannonball. With each breath, he could feel the explosive power surging and roaring within him. The surrounding scenery rushed past, blurring into a patchwork of colors. This surge of power and the resulting extreme speed made it difficult for him to control precisely, like a novice suddenly receiving the keys to a supercar. However, the Saiyans' innate fighting instincts and powerful adaptability began to kick in. After flying at high speed for several tens of seconds, Vikamer quickly adjusted his energy flow and body posture. A few subtle changes in posture gave him a clearer perception of this surging new power, and his flight trajectory changed from wild to stable and smooth. He deliberately slowed down, hovering above a desolate mountain range, waiting for his teammate, who had been left far behind. After a while, Raditz finally caught up, panting and sweating profusely, his face pale from exhaustion. He stopped beside Vikamer, hands on his knees, gasping for breath, regretting his actions immensely. Following Naba, though it was tough, was safe. Following Vikamer at this speed was practically fatal. Don't leave me alone. Raditz finally caught his breath, wiping the sweat from his face, and nervously scanned the jagged, eerily silent valley below. This place was teeming with monsters. The detector kept beeping. It was too dangerous for me to be alone. The detector on his wrist was emitting a rapid, intense beeping, indicating the presence of numerous energy sources nearby. Oh, sorry, Vikamer smiled sheepishly, stretching his shoulders. The sudden surge of power had been too much to handle. He'd overshot his target. I'll be more careful next time. He did feel a little apologetic. After all, leaving a teammate stranded wasn't exactly honorable. Raditz looked at Vikamer's relaxed demeanor, then at his own disheveled state, feeling frustrated but unable to lash out. He could only roll his eyes in exasperation. Raditz's negative emotion level, 666. He steadied himself, lowering his gaze to scrutinize the pulsating data on the detector's screen, then lifted his eyes towards the direction in which Vikimo was advancing. Unable to suppress his urge to reconfirm, Vikimo, are you truly certain we are flying directly south? The detector indicates a dense cluster of red dots over there. The energy readings are intensifying with each passing moment. It is the most concentrated area of monsters on the entire planet. Absolutely certain, Vikimo replied, his eyes shimmering with excitement and eagerness. If there aren't many monsters, what's the point of clearing them out? It's the sheer volume that provides the thrill. The efficiency increases when there are more to tackle. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can wrap up and head back. He clenched his fist, the knuckles emitting a faint crackle, brimming with anticipation for the practical test of his newfound powers. Leitai swallowed hard. The words of Carnegie echoing in his ears like an incantation. I fear you may not be able to handle it. Observing Vikamer's expression, as if he were preparing for a grand feast, a chill coursed through Leitai from his toes to the crown of his head. This is it. This guy's style has become so reckless after his surge in power. Teaming up with him truly feels perilous. Wait. Leitai's voice quivered with a hint of desperation as he pointed to a particularly glaring area on the detector. Look, it's right in front, the center of that mountain range. The detector shows at least 15 energy readings exceeding 1,000, and 3 of them surpass 1,500. One peaks at 1,800. Vikamer, shall we change our course? Or perhaps start with some softer targets? His complexion had grown even paler, his lips trembling. An 1,800 combat power monster. For him, with only a combat power of 700. It felt like a death sentence. Rest assured, Vikamer reassured him, patting Leitai on the shoulder, his tone exuding confidence. With a combat power of 3,400. A mere 1,800 cannot stir up any waves. Just stay close to me. Do not stray too far, and you will be safe. Leitai's thought. Negative emotional value from Leitai, 222. You are at 3,400, so of course, you are safe. It's easy for you to say that, but I am at 700. 700. Any monster above 1,000 could easily obliterate me with a sneeze. Not to mention the 1,800 ones. Stay close to you, with the speed you just displayed. Could I possibly keep up? Leitai's inner turmoil raged, though he dared not express it outwardly, merely wearing a grimace that conveyed his despondency. At that moment, Leitai's attention was once again drawn to Vikamer, the companion who had been at the bottom of their ranks just days ago. Now radiated an entirely different aura of power. Envy, jealousy, and an intense curiosity intertwined like creeping vines around his heart. Vikamer, Leitai could not resist asking, his voice betraying his eagerness and inquiry. How on earth did you achieve this? Your combat power increase is simply astounding. It feels like you have transformed into a different person. Have you discovered some extraordinary training method? Or does this planet hold secrets? He probed cautiously, his eyes fixed intently on Vikamer, hoping to catch a glimmer of insight. If he could uncover the secret to becoming stronger, would that not deter Naba from bullying him? A thought ignited within Vikamer as he beheld Leitai's hopeful yet fearful gaze. An idea crystallized in his mind, the perfect test subject. The bucket of combat divine water provided by the system was just the thing to allow this fellow to experience its effects. It would serve to validate the results, while also collecting valuable data. A mysterious smile graced his lips. Would you like to enhance your strength as well? Vikamer slowed his flight, almost matching Leitai's pace. His voice laced with temptation. In no time, you could double your combat power. Double. Leitai's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath quickening. Of course I want to. I dream of it. Doubling my combat power would make it 1,400. While still less than Vikamer and Naba, it would be sufficient to crush Carnegie, and might even bring me close to Cooley's level. Naba would no longer dare to bully me. The immense allure clouded his judgment, momentarily overshadowing his fear of the approaching monsters. However, he had not lost all sense of caution. Glancing at the increasingly dense cluster of red dots on the detector, he hastily cautioned, Vikamer, slow down. Seriously, slow down. Ahead lies the monster's lair. If we fly in boldly, we will be surrounded. Then we shall stop here. Vikamer decisively halted, his body hovering steadily hundreds of meters above ground. Below lay a desolate valley, the wind howling fiercely. With a thought, a distinctive large bucket containing a clear, transparent liquid materialized in his hand. What is this? Leitai gazed at the sudden appearance of the bucket, bewildered. Where did this come from? I didn't see you carrying it earlier. An excellent find, Vikamer replied with a mysterious smile, cradling the bucket with one hand while scanning below. His keen eyes spotted what appeared to be an abandoned natural cup, made from some hardy plant stems nestled in a rock crevice. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared, now holding the rough yet clean cup. He expertly opened the bucket, scooped a full cup of the clear combat divine water, and offered it to Leitai. Take a sip, Vikamer urged, his voice imbued with an undeniable allure. Just one sip, and your combat power will double. A sip to double. Leitai's voice grew high-pitched from shock and excitement as he stared incredulously at the gently swaying transparent liquid in the cup. Is this for real? Vikamer, did you drink this to become so strong? His heart raced, a whirlwind of immense joy and a flicker of doubt clashing within his mind. Shoo! Vikimo gestured for silence, his expression turning serious, even bearing a hint of responsibility. Leaning closer to Leitai, he lowered his voice. Keep this a secret. Your father, Bardak, used to take special care of me and specifically instructed me to look out for you if the opportunity arose. He patted Leitai's shoulder thus. I am making an exception to provide you with this special favor. Do you understand? Father. Leitai's body trembled at the mention of his serious and powerful father, who had perished during the destruction of planet Vegeta. A complex wave of emotions surged within him. Vikimo knew his father, had even received his care. The mere mention of Bardak's name shattered the last vestige of doubt within Leitai's. In the hearts of the Saiyans, a father's name carried profound weight and credibility. I understand. I get it. I will absolutely keep it a secret. I want to say a word. Leitai exclaimed, his hands trembling slightly with excitement as he reverently accepted the cup, as if cradling a rare treasure. Just as he was about to bring the cup to his lips, a sudden thought struck him, and he hesitated, caution creeping back into his voice. But Vikimo, I've never seen you drink this stuff before. He had indeed never witnessed Vikimo drinking from the bucket. Of course, Vikimo replied with an expression that suggested Leitai was simple-minded. Such a treasure. Why would I drink it in front of you all? I always find a secluded corner to indulge in it secretly. Would I announce to everyone that I possess such a marvelous item? That makes sense. It makes perfect sense. Leitai realized, the last remnants of doubt dissipating. If I had such a treasure, I would certainly keep it well hidden and not let anyone know. No longer hesitating, he lifted his head with profound reverence and excitement, gulping down the entire cup of clear, icy combat divine water in one go. As the liquid slid down his throat, a peculiar sweetness enveloped him, instantly transforming into a warm, soothing flow that spread throughout his limbs. Leitai immediately held his breath, closing his eyes, focusing intently on every subtle change within him, his heart racing with anticipation. Power. A tremendous force. It was about to surge forth. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. His body felt warm and comfortable, akin to soaking in a hot spring. Yet, where was the explosive power he had envisioned? Where was the torrent of energy that would transform him? Why was there no response? He abruptly opened his eyes and glanced down at his tightly clenched fist. In a swift motion, he raised his wrist, fixating intently on the detector that displayed his combat power, a glaring, unchanging 700. The negative emotional value from Leitai was 888. A surge of indignation, feeling utterly deceived, washed away all anticipation and excitement, striking straight to the crown of his head. Vikimo, you scoundrel! Leitai's face transformed from red to blue, and then to black, akin to an overturned dye vat. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes blazing with fury, glaring at Vikimo, his teeth grinding audibly. A fraud. A colossal fraud. This is utterly useless. My combat power hasn't changed one bit. Not even slightly. He was so enraged that he felt like jumping up, realizing he had been made a complete fool, toyed within the name of his father. What doubling? What secrets? What special privileges? All nonsense. Vikimo was momentarily taken aback, then immediately looked down at his own detector screen. The energy reading representing Leitai remained firmly at 700, completely still, without even the slightest fluctuation after the decimal point. Doubling? 1,400? Not even a shadow of it. Vikimo was bewildered. This doesn't make sense. Is the System S product not genuine? Or is Leitai's S physique peculiar? Or perhaps he simply didn't drink enough. He instinctively glanced at the bucket of water, then at the trembling Leitai, his brows tightly knitted. System, what is going on? Vikimo urgently called out in his mind. Has the combat divine water failed? Or is Leitai drinking counterfeit water? Chapter 18. The rise of Leitai's combat power. Leitai stared at the glaringly frustrating 700 on the detector, seething with rage, feeling like a clown being played for a fool. Especially with Vikimo's inscrutable expression, it made him feel so stifled he nearly wanted to vomit blood. Vikimo. Leitai's question dripped with the scent of gunpowder, nearly igniting into flames. However, Vikimo seemed oblivious to his fury, stroking his chin, thoughtfully gazing at him. Then at the bucket of clear combat divine water, his eyes glimmering with an unsettling light, akin to that of a researcher studying a rare specimen. Don't rush, Leitai. Vikimo suddenly spoke, his tone carrying a strange mixture of reassurance and encouragement. Perhaps the dosage was insufficient? Or maybe it requires a special catalyst. What catalyst? Stop making excuses. Leitai roared, but deep within, an intense yearning for power prevented him from entirely relinquishing hope. What if it were true? That warm sensation earlier, didn't he feel fake? Should I try another sip? Vikimo suggested, his tone as casual as if discussing another glass of water, as he picked up the rough bamboo cup, poised to pour water. Does it really work? Leitai's voice was laden with skepticism, his teeth grinding audibly. Don't deceive me again. I've already drunk a large cup like a fool. He felt akin to a gambler, fully aware it might be a trap, yet unable to resist the urge to wager once more. Just give it a try? Vikimo smiled innocuously, presenting the cup filled with water before him. After all, trying doesn't cost anything. What if it works? Imagine a combat power of 1400. Would that Ba dare to shout at you again? The negative emotional value from Leitai's was 333. Vikimo's words hit his sore spot precisely. The resentment towards Ba and the thirst for power tugged at him like invisible hands. All right. Leitai's gritted his teeth, a fierce determination flickering in his eyes. I will trust you one last time. If it doesn't work again, Vikimo, I won't let this go. He snatched the cup, a tragic resolve in his demeanor. Tilting his head back to gulp down the second cup of combat divine water in one go. His movements were even more grandiose than the first time, as if he intended to swallow all his pent-up frustration and hope. This time, the sensation was entirely different. The icy liquid surged down his throat, unleashing a torrent of heat, far more overwhelming and violent than before, erupting from his lower abdomen. The feeling transformed from merely warm to a searing torrent. Like molten lava coursing through his veins, Leitai let out a muffled groan, his body involuntarily arching as an abnormal flush spread across his skin, veins bulging on his temples and arms. He couldn't help but emit a low roar, feeling every cell in his body rejoicing, greedily absorbing this immense energy that had appeared from nowhere. A sense of power, an explosive sense of power inundated his limbs. Vikimo had already pointed the detector at him, and the numbers on the screen began to fluctuate wildly. 700, 800, 900, 1000, 1200, 1300, 1400. The numbers finally stabilized at 1400. Vikimo gazed at the detector, softly uttering the words. A huge stone lifted from his heart. Indeed, the system did not deceive him. The doubling was a genuine increase. 700's double is 1400. No mistake. The first cup didn't work. Surely it was because the so-called activation conditions weren't met. Now, Leitai's state of overflowing anger perfectly aligned with the requirements for an adrenaline surge. My combat power. Leitai stared intently at the unprecedented number 1400 on his wrist detector. An overwhelming joy crashing through all his anger and doubt like a tsunami. He suddenly lifted his head, gazing at Vikimo, his eyes brimming with incredulous delight and a hint of lingering astonishment. 1400. It's truly 1400. Vikimo, did you see that? I have reached 1400. He was so excited he stumbled over his words, flailing his arms in the air like a child who had just received their beloved toy. Now you believe it? Vikimo replied with a smile, observing Leitai's ecstatic expression, secretly reveling in the moment. The experiment with the little white mouse had achieved a stage of success. I believe it. I believe it. Ha. Leitai laughed heartily. All previous frustrations evaporated, leaving only the exhilarating sensation of triumph. This indeed could double combat power. How marvelous. Vikimo, why didn't you reveal such a marvelous thing sooner? His gaze towards the bucket of water had transformed into one of fervent admiration, as if beholding the key to the pinnacle of power. Such a treasure must be utilized at crucial moments. Vikimo evasively responded, yet his mind raced with calculations. The system description stating that a sip doubles combat power could easily lead to misunderstandings. Doubling could mean an increase or transforming into double. It now seemed clear that it meant multiplying the original value. Moreover, the effect appeared to be instantaneous. He fixed his gaze on Leitai's, continuing to encourage. What if he took another sip? What would happen then? He needed more data. Another sip? At this moment, Leitai's was utterly intoxicated by the ecstasy of power. His vigilance towards Vikimo diminished to its lowest point. With a combat power of 1400, he was elated. If he could achieve even more, wouldn't he be able to directly crush Ba? He dared not think further. The immense temptation compelled him to nod without hesitation. his voice trembling with excitement. Let us try. Of course, we must try. Quickly, give me another cup. However, Vikimo did not immediately fill the cup. A glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes as he pondered a critical question. The system specified a sip, but did not define how much a sip was. This bamboo cup was not small, and Leitais had downed a full cup to reach 1400. What if he drank less? Would the effect be counted by the number of sips, or by the total volume? This directly impacted the utilization rate of this precious resource. Wait a moment. Vikimo stopped the impatient Leitais. This time, don't drink so much. Let us try a small sip. He picked up the cup, this time pouring only a shallow amount. Roughly 1/5 of what he had drunk previously. A small sip? Leitais was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the meager amount at the bottom of the cup, somewhat perplexed. Would such a small amount be effective? The 1400 combat power filled him with confidence, yet Vikimo's caution made him feel slightly anxious. You'll know if you try. Vikimo handed the cup over, his gaze filled with encouragement, or perhaps the anticipation of a researcher towards a test subject. Leitais, filled with skepticism, cautiously leaned toward the cup, gingerly sipping a small amount. Once again, a miraculous phenomenon occurred. That familiar, surging sensation of energy surged within him anew, although not as frenzied as the second cup. The enhancement was still undeniably vivid. The screen of Vikimo's detector flickered once more. 1400, 1450, 1500, 1600, 1800, 2100. The numbers ultimately settled at 2100. Wow. Leitais gazed at the soul-shaking figure of 2100 on the detector, letting out a thunderous roar of exhilaration. 3 times. A full threefold increase in his original combat power. This sensation was akin to ascending to the heavens. 2100. It was truly 2100. Vikimo. Even a small sip proved effective. How marvelous. Ha. He was so elated that he performed several flips in the air, feeling as if the entire world was bowing before him. How formidable was Naba's combat power? At most, it barely reached 2003 or 4. He was now infinitely close, perhaps even surpassing it. A wave of immense joy and greed instantly drowned his rationality. Another sip. Leitais completely forgot his earlier caution, seizing the water bucket from Vikimo's hands, who did not resist, as this was precisely what he desired. Eagerly pouring himself another small cup and tilting his head back to drink. The sensation of power surged once more. 2100, 2200, 2400, 2600, 2800, 2800. For times, Leitais' combat power soared to an astounding 2800. An uncontrollable aura erupted around him, forming a visible circle of white light, the potent energy stirring the air around him. He felt unprecedentedly powerful, as if he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. He looked at Vikimo with wild joy, ready for a 5th sip. However, when he eagerly took another small sip, that familiar surge of energy vanished. The power within him remained robust, yet the numbers on the detector remained firmly at 2800, unmoving. The ecstasy on Leitais' face froze, and he curiously took another small sip, but still no reaction. No further enhancement? He scratched his head, confusion and disappointment written across his face. What was happening? Why could Vikimo's combat power increase so dramatically? Vikimo had skyrocketed from 780 to 3,400, nearly a 6-fold increase. Yet this elite warrior, he still remembered this identity, had only reached the limit after a 4-fold increase? This defied logic. It seemed that the water's effects varied from person to person, and there was a limit. Vikimo understood that the system's explanation regarding individual physical condition was indeed accurate. Leitais' potential, or rather the limit of enhancement his current physique could endure, was precisely 4-fold. Simultaneously, he confirmed another crucial point. The effects were counted by the number of sips, unrelated to the amount consumed in one go. A small sip also counted as a drink. This was extraordinarily good news. It implied that this large bucket of water could theoretically sustain him for thousands of sips. Of course, the prerequisite was that his body could withstand the corresponding multiplicative increase. Enough fretting over your elite warrior status. Vikimo interrupted Leitais' musings, his tone tinged with a barely perceptible urgency. 2800 is already quite impressive, sufficient for you to stride confidently across this planet. Do not waste time. Hurry and get to work. He was eager to discover the side effects of this divine battle water. Leitais, as a living specimen, must be swiftly thrust into practical observation. Wow, indeed. Leitai was reignited by the phrase stride confidently, and the tremendous confidence brought by his 2,800 combat power filled him with bravado. He no longer pondered the multiplicative issue, feeling the power surging within him, letting out an excited cry as he instantly accelerated to his utmost speed, transforming into a blur as he raced toward the area on the detector, displaying the densest concentration of monster energy. To him, these monsters appeared as mere stacks of experience points awaiting harvest. Vikimo smiled faintly, immediately following suit. He was eager to see what surprises Leitai, whose combat power had soared to 2,800 after 4 sips of divine water, would bring. Leitai's speed was extraordinary. 2,800 combat power granted him an agility far beyond his previous capabilities. His eyes were fixed solely on the horde of monsters ahead, symbolizing glory and release, as if he could already envision himself sweeping through them effortlessly. He even began to fantasize about the shocked expressions on Naba and Carnegie's faces upon witnessing his newfound strength. Just as he was about to plunge into the canyon entrance, thick with hundreds of monsters, with combat powers generally between 500 and 1,000, ready to unleash a thunderous strike, a powerful hand, swift as lightning, grasped his tail that fluttered behind him due to his high-speed flight. Ugh! The entirety of Leitai's strength deflated like a punctured balloon in an instant. An indescribable, bone-deep sensation of weakness and fatigue enveloped him. His previously rapid momentum came to a sudden halt, and he plummeted like a kite with its string cut. Negative emotional value from Leitai, 999. A tumultuous wave of fear, anger, shame, and intense frustration crashed over his elation. Who was it? Which scoundrel had grabbed his tail? For a Saiyan, the tail was an undeniable vulnerability. Once seized, even the mightiest warrior would lose all combat power, rendered a helpless lamb to slaughter. This hereditary, irresistible sensation of weakness filled him with profound humiliation. He awkwardly twisted his stiff neck, glaring with a nearly murderous gaze behind him. Vikimo's face, adorned with a hint of mocking amusement, came into view. Why did you grab my tail? Leitai's face darkened like a soot-stained pot, his voice trembling with weakness and anger. He felt as though he might explode, just when he had gained unparalleled power and was ready to showcase his prowess. He was immediately brought back to reality, especially in front of Vikimo. What's the rush? Vikimo released his grip, allowing Leitai to sway momentarily before regaining his balance. Speaking slowly, the area was too densely populated with monsters, far too many for someone like you, who has just acquired power and is still unaccustomed to charge in recklessly. What if you were surrounded and faced a setback? He pointed to a nearby area that was relatively sparse, with only dozens of monsters, suggesting, go practice over there. Get accustomed to your new strength first. Leave the dense feast over here to me. Vikimo's true intention, of course, was not to worry about Leitai's safety. He was concerned that Leitai might rush in and indiscriminately slaughter, prematurely exhausting his precious source of negative emotional value from those living monsters. This densely populated area was his field of harvest. Acknowledging this, Leitai felt the power returning to him, though still angry and frustrated. Vikimo's words seemed to hold some merit, mainly because he dared not refute them now. Gritting his teeth, he said, next time, just let me know. No need to grab my tail. It's so embarrassing. The sight of a Saiyan caught in such a predicament was a tremendous disgrace. All right. Vikimo readily agreed, though his eyes lacked sincerity. Grabbing the tail was so efficient, instant control. Leitai shot him a resentful glare, filled with pent-up anger and the power he had just regained. Turning to race toward the sparse area designated by Vikimo, he resolved to unleash all his frustration upon those unfortunate monsters. Watching Leitai depart, Vikimo's smile turned cold and calculating. He shifted, ascending to several hundred meters above the canyon, gazing down at the hundreds of uniquely shaped monsters below. Slightly agitated by Leitai's earlier surge of energy, it was time to reap the rewards, Vikimo murmured, his eyes glistening with the fervor of a capitalist discovering a gold mine. Without a hint of hesitation, he raised his right hand, palm upward, as a dazzling, radiant sphere of white energy instantly coalesced into form. The energy sphere, though not colossal, contained an essence of power that was both pure and concentrated. Vikimo's intentions were unequivocal, to incite chaos and suffering, all the while avoiding direct fatality to his targets. Descend, he commanded sharply, pressing his right hand downward with fervor. With a resounding whoosh, the white energy sphere plummeted to the ground, striking precisely at the heart of the densest cluster of beasts. The violent shockwave of energy immediately radiated outward, stirring a tempest of dust and debris. The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the valley. Roars of anguish, terror, and fury erupted from the creatures, filling the air with a cacophony of primal screams. Amidst the swirling dust, many monsters were left battered and bloodied. Some hurled far away by the force of the blast, disoriented from the impact. Although Vikimo had deliberately restrained the intensity of his attack to avoid mass casualties, the intense pain and sudden assault were sufficient to plunge these fierce beasts into a state of extreme rage and fear. The notifications of negative emotional values echoed in Vikimo's mind, ringing out in a frenzied cascade. From the Crackland Violent Bear, a negative emotional value of 999. From the Steelwing Vulture King, a negative emotional value of 888. From the Poison Thorn Beast, a negative emotional value of 777. In just this one strike, he amassed over 50,000 points of negative emotional value. Such efficiency far surpassed the arduous task of one-on-one combat. As the dust began to settle, the scene below was one of utter devastation. Hundreds of injured or frightened monsters raised their heads in unison, their myriad eyes filled with brutality, hatred, and agony, all fixated on Vikimo, who hovered high above like a deity surveying its subjects. The intensity of their hatred was nearly palpable. Excellent, Vikimo nodded in satisfaction, fully aware that this was the desired outcome. The accumulation of hatred ensured a continuous stream of negative emotions. Clearing his throat, he drew in a deep breath, his voice resonating with powerful energy, akin to thunder crashing through the canyon. Behold me. This proclamation, laden with mental force and taunting undertones, was akin to dousing boiling oil with cold water, instantly redirecting all the monsters' attention and their overwhelming anger and humiliation toward him alone. The beasts roared even more ferociously, their rage intensifying. Some adept at ranged attacks opened their massive jaws, beginning to gather energy for projectiles, intent on tearing apart the audacious being who dared to mock and harm them. A sly smile curled at the corners of Vikimo's lips, relishing the moment. It was the perfect opportunity. He raised his hands dramatically, his fingers splayed wide, swiftly bringing them together in a signature pose. Solar Fist. In an instant, Vikimo's palms, along with his upper body, erupted in a blinding radiance a billion times more brilliant than a star. This light enveloped the entire canyon without exception, as if a miniature sun had detonated in low Earth orbit. Beneath, all the monsters that had been fixated on Vikimo with their hateful gazes let out a cacophony of wails that twisted in pitch with despair. The moment their pupils met that destructive white light, it was as if they had been seared by a branding iron, instantaneously robbing them of all sight. An overwhelming sensation of burning and an abyss of fear engulfed them. The alerts for negative emotional values surged to unprecedented heights in Vikimo's mind, cascading like a torrential waterfall. From the Steelspine Earth Dragon, a negative emotional value of 999. From the Shadow Hunter, a negative emotional value of 999. However, amidst this frenzy of notifications, an exceedingly familiar and piercingly distressed alert sounded. From Raditz, a negative emotional value of 666. Vikimo was taken aback. Instinctively, he turned to the direction Raditz had flown toward earlier. Behind a sizable rock not far from the canyon entrance, Raditz was seen, painfully clutching his eyes, stumbling through the air like a blind man, his voice filled with anguish. My eyes. My eyes. Vikimo, why are you looking at me? I was focused on my own target. Who have I wronged? Oh, I can't see. Vikimo helplessly rubbed his forehead. All right, let us forget that. The Solar Fist was an indiscriminate, blinding attack. It seemed Raditz had not retreated far enough, and he had clearly been curious enough to glance toward the center of the explosion, or rather, to observe Vikimo's impending grand move. Curiosity, it appeared, had indeed led to his blindness. Chapter 19. Raditz display. Raditz was immersed in an unprecedented and almost savage exhilaration. His large hand gripped the coarse mane of the iron-spined demon wolf fiercely, while his other fist hammered down like a pile driver, striking relentlessly against the creature's broad back. Covered in dark bone armor, the demon wolf emitted a thunderous roar of pain, each strike causing its massive form to tremble violently. It possessed a combat power of 1,200 points, In the past, Raditz's meager combat strength would have been insufficient even to serve as a mere annoyance. Just the scent of its ferocity would have sent him fleeing. This beast, over 10 meters in length, resembled a moving black fortress. Its menacing fangs glinting with a metallic sheen, and its thick, glossy black fur seemed as though it could drip with ink. Each powerful step left deep impressions in the hard ground. However, times had changed. Thanks to the selfless gifts of a certain benefactor, Raditz's combat power had skyrocketed to an astonishing 2,800 points. This vast chasm in strength allowed him to pin down this once dreaded creature and rub its face into the ground, relishing its deep, humiliating groans of defeat. What sheer delight! Raditz reveled in the satisfaction, delivering even heavier and faster blows. He took a moment, in the depths of his mind, to silently offer a few incense sticks to Vikamo's ancestors. Oh, Vikimo! Despite your unscrupulous methods and a thick-skinned demeanor that surpasses even the earth of Namek, I must admit, you are truly a great benefactor. Without your generous assistance, I could never have achieved this today. As this thought crossed his mind, Raditz instinctively cast a grateful glance toward Vikamo's direction, mixed with a sense of caution for the potential pitfalls that lay ahead. In that fleeting moment, Vikimo seemed to have timed Raditz's distraction perfectly. With a leisurely demeanor, he raised his hands, his index fingers precisely pressing against his temples. No, Raditz's pupils shrank to pinpricks. A wave of cold despair surged from his feet to the crown of his head, as if millions of mythical beasts were stampeding through his mind, trampling his fleeting sense of gratitude into dust. Can it get any worse? Here it comes again. Solar Fist. Vikamo's voice rang clear, though to Raditz it sounded like the whispers of a demon. In an instant, the world faded into darkness. An indescribably pure and overwhelming light erupted as if a supernova had ignited within Raditz's very eyes. Vision was utterly obliterated, leaving only an endless expanse of searing white. The iron-spined demon wolf, already reeling from the blows, found its crimson eyes ignited by the intense light, awakening its instinct to survive and hunt. Its dazed mind suddenly cleared, recognizing the terrifying Saiyan who had been relentlessly battering it. This was the moment. Despite the agony coursing through its spine, the wolf summoned every ounce of strength for a desperate counterattack. The colossal figure suddenly twisted with force, liberating itself from the grasp of Lotties who had clutched its mane. Its mouth, lined with jagged spines, opened with a speed that was almost deafening, unleashing a foul tempest that reeked of blood and an insatiable hunger, descending upon Lotties, who stood paralyzed by the blinding light, his vision a blank canvas. With a sickening gulp, the sound echoed ominously. In that moment, only the iron-spined demon wolf remained, contentedly licking its lips, its belly slightly distended from having consumed a massive prey. Meanwhile, Vikimo, perceived by the wolf as the greatest threat, appeared as a blurred silhouette in the distance. The detector displayed a clear message: negative emotion value from Lotties, 999. The crimson numeral pulsated, resonating with Lotties' overwhelming resentment. Vikimo mused, slightly bemused as he stroked his chin, wondering at the tempestuous wave of negativity. Was it truly necessary to react so intensely over being swallowed, albeit briefly? Lotties' psychological fortitude clearly required enhancement. He swiftly adjusted the detector, scanning the area where the wolf had been and its surroundings. Where was everyone? That mass of Lotties had just been unleashing punishment upon the wolf, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had vanished? Had he fallen into a ravine due to the solar punch? That seemed unlikely. There were no ravines nearby. Just moments after Vikimo's confusion, a tremendous rumble emanated from the swollen abdomen of the iron-spined demon wolf, as if a cataclysm from the depths of hell had erupted. Blood and flesh flew in all directions. Thick, green beast blood and shattered internal organs cascaded like a torrential downpour, instantly staining a vast expanse of ground in verdant hues. The iron-spined demon wolf was unable to emit even a final howl. Its massive body was violently torn apart by the horrific internal explosion, leaving only its relatively intact, fearsome head, rolling away with a look of incredulous terror. From the center of the explosion, a blood-soaked figure, radiating a feral aura, ascended like a demon returning from the abyss. Lotties, now a sight of utter disarray. His battle attire was tattered, smeared with repulsive slime and blood. Yet his eyes burned with a fury capable of incinerating all in its path. You wretched creature, how dare you consume me? Latiza's roar shook the very air. He crashed down like a meteor, precisely landing on the rolling wolf's head, halting its momentum. Following this, he lifted his battle boot, caked in viscous green blood, and unleashed a storm of furious kicks upon the head, which was larger than his own body. Bang, 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 bang. I shall make you suffer. I shall teach you a lesson. You dare to digest me? Lottie shouted, each kick infused with terrifying power, enough to deliver 2,800 points of combat prowess, causing the hardened skull to cave and crack, with the sound of splintering bone echoing. Green brain matter mixed with blood continuously erupted from the shattered eye sockets and mouth. Vikimo observed the violent spectacle from a distance, his lips twitching in disinterest as he turned his gaze away. Such primitive expressions of rage were inefficient. He redirected his focus to the broader battlefield, where monsters, startled by the wolf's agonized howls and the subsequent explosion, were either stirring restlessly or fleeing in all directions. Scoring points was the true path to victory. However, Vikimo quickly sensed something amiss. The beasts, which had previously surged towards him in fury at the slaughter of their companion, now regarded him with extreme fear and a cunning wariness. Various bizarre shrieks and cries erupted, signaling a retreat rather than an advance. Those creatures, weather-winged lizards with bony wings, colossal insects clad in rocky shells, or the eight-legged scythe mantises, all seemed to receive an urgent command, immediately turning tail and fleeing with unprecedented speed into the depths of the forest, crevices in the rocks, and subterranean caverns. The sight resembled a retreating tide, a chaotic mass kicking up clouds of dust. Despite the immense power and range of Vikimo's solar punches and energy blasts, he found himself at a loss against this comprehensive and panicked exodus. He launched a few energy blasts towards clusters of monsters, causing debris to scatter and dust to billow, seizing the opportunity to unleash an enhanced solar punch upon a group of fleeing creatures. The solar punch, Radiant Storm, a blinding brilliance erupted, magnitudes more intense than before, enveloping a vast area. The creatures fleeing from the light fared better, but those caught in its direct path shrieked in terror, flailing about like headless flies. Some even colliding with rocks or their companions, creating a scene of utter chaos. Negative emotion value from the rock-shelled giant claw insect, 233. Negative emotion value from the corrupted wing lizard, 198. Negative emotion value from the scythe predator, 215. The detector displayed a cascade of negativity values, akin to a waterfall, though each individual number paled in comparison to Lottie's earlier 999. The sheer volume was overwhelming. Vikimo calculated that before the monsters completely vanished from the detection range, they had collectively contributed nearly 250,000 points of negative emotion value. Quite the swift retreat. Vikimo observed the battlefield, now desolate save for scattered corpses and ravaged ground, and sighed in resignation. The intelligence and adaptability of these beasts exceeded expectations. Having suffered a significant loss, they had learned to avoid confrontation. Hey, Vikimo, has everyone fled? Lottie's, having expended his rage, finally paused to catch his breath. The massive wolf's head lay beneath his feet, utterly mangled. He surveyed the empty battlefield and the distant clouds of dust from fleeing creatures, incredulity etched across his face. He then raised a thumb, smeared with green blood and brain matter, in admiration towards Vikimo. Incredible. Truly incredible. I knew you were something else. It feels like these beasts aren't just afraid of me. They are genuinely terrified of you. Look at how they flee with such coordination, as if rehearsed. He completely forgot his earlier embarrassment of being consumed, his tone filled with awe for Vikimo's intimidation factor. Vikimo chuckled, graciously accepting the praise. Scoring points was nothing to be ashamed of. Even instilling fear was a commendable skill. At that moment, the detector on Lottie's eye emitted a rapid beeping sound, and a bright area on the screen was flashing furiously. He immediately looked down to check the coordinates, and excitement washed over his face. Hey, Vikimo, look, focus area. Coordinates 489,776. My goodness, the detector shows over 1,500 energy responses clustered there. It's densely packed. At our speed, we can reach it in about 10 minutes. A big catch. Absolutely a big catch. Upon hearing this, Vikimo's eyes lit up like searchlights, the earlier frustration from the monster's retreat vanishing instantly. 1,500. What a staggering amount of negative emotion value awaited him. What are we waiting for? Let's go? Vikimo commanded, his body transforming into a blur as he sped towards the coordinates provided by Lottie's. Lottie's let out a wild cry, following closely behind, and the two shot through the desolate land like meteors tearing through the air. 10 minutes later, they beheld a vast basin encircled by enormous circular mountains. The terrain within the basin was exceedingly complex, with jagged rocks resembling towering stone forests, bubbling murky swamps, and extensive thickets shimmering with a metallic sheen. What is most unsettling is that this region is densely populated with grotesque and menacing creatures. Among them is the crystalline armored beast, comparable in size to a small spacecraft. Adorned with energy crystal cannons on its back, the liquid metal devourer, hovering in midair and perpetually shifting its form, the bone-corroding ant swarm. Surging across the ground like a black tide, equipped with razor-sharp mandibles, and the three-headed hellhound, perched atop the tallest stone pillar, exhaling toxic mists of varying attributes. The air is thick with a pungent scent of sulfur, the metallic tang of blood, and a palpable wave of chaotic energy. Even the battle-hardened Rathizi gasps in awe at the sight. The individual combat prowess of these monsters is formidable, with many boasting combat ratings in the hundreds, and some approaching 2,000. The dense clusters of life signals detected by the scanner would instill fear in anyone suffering from claustrophobia. Vikimo, Rathizi said, swallowing hard as he pointed to a few relatively diminutive beasts in the throng, each resembling gigantic pangolins covered in dark purple energy scales, their claws glimmering with a ghostly light. Those three shadow-rending beasts have combat ratings of around 1,100 to 1,300. How about I take them on for practice? The rest, ahem, I leave to you. He astutely assigned the more challenging task of dealing with the over 1,000 beasts to Vikimo, understanding the need for balance when following a powerful ally. Vikimo glanced at the three cautious shadow-rending beasts on the outskirts of the monster horde, then surveyed the grand spectacle at the center of the basin, nodding in satisfaction. Very well, those three are yours. I shall handle the rest. Rathizi was indeed becoming more adept. With a shared glance, they launched their assault in unison. Rathizi charged forth like a tiger descending a mountain, unleashing his full might, with a combat power of 2,800 creating an overwhelming pressure directed at the three shadow-rending beasts. He deliberately created a commotion to draw their attention, luring them away from the main battlefield. Meanwhile, Vikimo, like a specter, stealthily positioned himself at a vantage point on the basin's edge. He observed the massive beast horde stirred into chaos by Rathizi's sudden assault, a signature smile gracing his lips, a smile that would haunt countless monsters in their nightmares. Energy bomb, celestial cascade. He danced his hands like phantoms, launching golden orbs of concentrated energy, each the size of a fist, yet harboring terrifying destructive power, cascading from his palms like a torrential rain. These orbs were not shot aimlessly, but were precisely targeted at the larger beasts, those appearing to be leaders, and the most densely packed center of the horde. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions reverberated. The golden energy shockwaves wreaked havoc among the beasts. Severed limbs and corpses were hurled into the air alongside anguished cries. Panic spread like a plague. The monsters struck directly by the blasts were obliterated, while others were tossed about by the shockwaves, sustaining injuries, plunging the scene into chaos. Roar, hiss, growl. The sounds of agonized roars and terrified shrieks filled the basin. Yet, this was merely an appetizer, as the horde, disoriented by the sudden barrage, instinctively sought the source of the attack to retaliate. Vikimo's figure appeared as if teleporting, hovering above the densest area of monsters in the basin. He gazed down at countless beastly eyes, now tinged with rage and pain, his smile unwavering as he lightly touched his temples with two fingers. Ladies and gentlemen, look here. A grand giveaway under the sun. Solar fist, supernova eruption. The brilliance this time was more intense than any before, more enduring. If the previous solar fist was a flashbang, this was akin to detonating a genuine star in low Earth orbit. Buzz. An indescribable blinding light flooded the entire basin. It engulfed the jagged stone forest, vaporized the murky swamp vapors, and even made the metallic thorns appear as if they were about to ignite. The light transformed from white to a searing, gold-tinged brilliance imbued with a sense of annihilation. My eyes. I can't see. Everything is gone. The anguished cries of the monsters echoed. That demon. The glowing demon. Run. Quick. Run. Countless creatures emitted heart-rending wails. The intense light not only robbed them of their sight, but the searing energy contained within pierced their skin, eyes, and even their very spirits. Weaker monsters, or those with particularly delicate ocular structures, found their eye sockets emitting smoke, rendering them instantly blind. The entire basin morphed into a colossal, cacophonous purgatory of light. Negative emotion values surged from the crystalline armored beasts at 288, from the liquid metal devourers at 305. The liquid metal bodies appeared particularly sensitive to bright light. From the bone-corroding ant swarm, a staggering 888. The collective consciousness seemed to share in the agony. From the three-headed hellhound, 666. 3 heads, threefold suffering. The negative emotion value notifications from the scanner were no longer mere spam, but rather a deluge akin to a bursting dam. The values fluctuated so rapidly that they blurred into a continuous stream of light. A cursory glance from Vikimo revealed the total had surpassed 300,000 points within mere seconds, and it continued to soar at an astonishing pace. Ha, a bountiful harvest. Vikimo nodded in satisfaction. This scale of emotional harvesting was indeed astonishingly efficient. Meanwhile, Rithizi's battle had reached a fever pitch. The 3 shadow-rending beasts were exceedingly cunning. Possessing not only formidable defenses, their dark purple energy scales effectively absorbing and deflecting energy attacks, but also adept at burrowing and utilizing their environment for ambushes. Although Rithizi's combat power far exceeded theirs, he found himself entangled, kicking up dust and causing the earth to tremble. Grasping one shadow-rending beast by its stout tail, he swung it like a meteor hammer, roaring as he hurled it toward the other 2. Get over here. Feel the hammer. Crash, crash, crash. The beast used as a weapon emitted a mournful wail as its body collided violently with the rocks, and its companions, scales shattering and blood spilling. The other 2 shadow-rending beasts were similarly disoriented, letting out furious and pained howls. Rithizi grew emboldened, reveling in the exhilaration of overpowering strength. He raised the nearly defeated shadow-rending beast high once more, preparing to deliver a final blow while intimidating the others. However, just as his power reached its zenith, a sudden transformation occurred. The sneer on Rithizi's face froze instantly. His pupils dilated. An indescribable wave of weakness washed over him, as if his very soul were being wrenched from his body, leaving him utterly vulnerable. The once surging 2,800 points of combat power dissipated like a punctured balloon, vanishing without a trace. Strength, the very essence of his survival and combat, gone. Rithizi managed only a short, terrified gasp before his raised arm succumbed to inertia. Dropping limply, the shadow-rending beast he had held fell with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, Rithizi himself was engulfed in darkness. His legs buckling as if all his bones had been extracted, collapsing forward like a marionette with severed strings, landing squarely beneath the massive shadow-rending beast that had just fallen in front of him. Only 2 legs were exposed, feebly kicking. What? The Yoing show, which had been thrown into disarray, was struggling to rise. It shook its slightly dizzy head and looked down at Raditz, who was pinned beneath its massive body, revealing only half of his form. Confusion and disbelief filled its small eyes. What was the meaning of this? Just moments ago, it had been full of vigor, treating me like a sandbag, striking me until I cried out in pain. Where had that terrifying momentum gone? Where was the ferocious strength? Why had it suddenly collapsed? Had it exhausted its energy? Or was it feigning death? The Yoing show instinctively felt an overwhelming unease. Cautiously, it raised its head, its terrified, beastly eyes darting towards the center of the battlefield where the malevolent Vikimo hovered in midair, seemingly intrigued by the spectacle. This glance nearly frightened the Yeti show's soul away. Looking around, its heart sank further. Where were its other 2 companions? They had been nearby just moments ago. One was knocked unconscious on a nearby rock, while the other, dragging its injured body, was stealthily digging towards a hole, apparently attempting to escape alone. As for the massive main beast group further away, they had long been blown to pieces, scattered in disarray, with the dead, the injured, and the fleeing. There were no companions left to speak of. This place, where it pinned the Saiyan, was the epitome of danger. Flee. I must flee. Immediately. At once. With the utmost speed of its life. The Yoing show made the wisest decision in an instant. It unleashed its survival instinct, disregarding its pain, as its robust limbs exerted force to spring off Raditz, while curling its body, preparing to employ its expertise in burrowing underground to escape. However, just as it raised its body halfway, whoosh, a figure appeared before it like a ghost, silently, less than half a meter from its snout. It was Vikimo. His face still bore that terrifyingly gentle smile that struck fear in the hearts of beasts. The Yoing Lidisho scales erupted in panic. Its body froze. Its outstretched forelimbs suspended in midair, even its breathing halted. It felt as if its blood were freezing. This demon's speed was unfathomable, surpassing its comprehension. Vikimo scrutinized this creature that appeared more intelligent than the wolf-like and bat-like monsters, and spoke with a smile, his voice soft yet clear, cutting through the remnants of the battlefield's wails and reaching the ears of the Yoing Lidisho. "Can you speak?" The Yoing Lidisho shuddered, the immense fear rendering it nearly incapable of thought. It gazed at Vikimo's seemingly harmless smile, then glanced at the device on his eye, which flickered with a cold red light. In its view, undoubtedly a sinister apparatus for locking onto and tracking. The intense desire to survive eventually overwhelmed its paralyzing fear. It struggled to nod slowly, managing to croak out a few dry, hoarse words, trembling. "I can. A little, my lord." It even employed a respectful tone. "Oh, you can indeed speak." Vikimo's eyes sparkled with delight, his tone laced with surprise as if he had discovered a fascinating toy. While he had anticipated a level of intelligence among the creatures here, the ability to articulate human speech made communication far more convenient, primarily for scoring points. "Very well." Vikimo's smile softened further as he flexed his wrist, producing a crisp cracking sound from his knuckles. "If you articulate well, I shall spare your life. If poorly." He deliberately elongated the last word, his gaze sweeping over the remains of the beast shattered by energy blasts, his meaning unmistakable. "You will meet a very rhythmic demise, I assure you." The Yoing Lidisho trembled again, nodding frantically, the speed so rapid it almost created an afterimage. "Understood. My lord, please ask." Vikimo cleared his throat and adopted a tone akin to teaching a child poetry, encouragingly saying, "Come, repeat after me. 4 is 4, 10 is 10, 14 is 14, 40 is 40. Do not confuse 4 with 10, nor 10 with 4. To distinguish between 40 and 14, practice saying 10 and 4 frequently." The Yoing Lidisho? Its small, self-proclaimed wise eyes were instantly filled with overwhelming confusion and bewilderment. The complex combination of syllables, the convoluted logic, the dreadful 4 and 10. This was 1,000 times more painful than gnawing on the hardest energy crystal. 4, 4, 4, 4. The Yoing Lidisho struggled to mimic, but its vocal apparatus seemed inherently unsuitable for the intricacies of human language, particularly the flat and curled sounds. 4, 4, 4, 10. 10, 10, 10, 14, 4, 4. It stuttered, its tongue knotted, growing more chaotic with urgency, merging 4 and 10 into a cacophony of meaningless, guttural hisses. The negative emotional value from the Yoing Lidisho, Decisive, soared to 999. On the detector, an exceedingly vivid 999 suddenly flashed. Following it was a temporary name bestowed by Vikimo, filled with derision. "TSK." Vikimo frowned discontentedly, his smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by a stern, icy demeanor akin to a harsh instructor. "What are you saying?" Muddled and unclear, "I cannot comprehend at all. 4 is not 4, 10 is not 10. Repeat. Speak clearly." The Yoing Lidisho felt its brain nearing overload. Clear articulation? This demand was more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Gathering all its wisdom and courage, it mustered its strength for another attempt. 10 is 10. 4 is 4. 10, 14. 40 is 14 is 4. It endeavored to separate each word. Yet its speech became even more disjointed, intermittent, and due to excessive tension, its voice turned sharp and distorted, sounding increasingly bizarre and comical. The simple opening of 10 is 10, 4 is 4 was torturously difficult for it to articulate. The negative emotional value from the Yoing Lidisho, Decisive, reached 999. Despair washed over it like a cold tide. This was a challenge beyond a beast's capabilities. This demon was undoubtedly intent on making things difficult. To kill while tormenting the heart. "Stop." Vikimo impatiently interrupted its increasingly absurd recitation, his gaze as cold as ice. "Stuttering is one thing. But why are you adding and omitting words? Who allowed you to follow 10 is 10 with 4 is 4? The order is all wrong. Also, what about do not confuse and do not say? Did you devour them? Your attitude towards learning is highly problematic. The Yoing Lidi show, its massive body trembled slightly, its enormous claws digging deeply into the rocky ground, leaving behind deep ruts. Adding and omitting words? The order was wrong. It felt on the verge of tears from frustration. It had exerted all its effort. The negative emotional value from the Yoing Lidi show, Duty Jisuyen, continued to climb to 999. Vikimo observed the persistent 999 on the detector, secretly pleased, yet maintaining a serious demeanor. It appears your foundation is too weak. You need to practice diligently. The next time we meet, if you still cannot recite this tongue twister. He deliberately paused, then pointed to the device glowing with cold red light on his right eye, its lens reflecting the terror-stricken face of the Yoing Lidi show. Do you recognize this? The Yoing Lidi show nodded fervently, as if pounding garlic. It had noticed this glowing eye earlier. It was undoubtedly this demon's critical tool for perceiving the world. Do you know what it is used for? Vikimo's voice carried an enticing malice. The Yoing Lidi show shook its head in confusion. Vikimo's lips curled into a devilish smile. This device is called a life energy tracking locator. It not only detects your combat power, but also, like the keenest hound, locks onto your unique life energy signal. Do you understand? Unique. He emphasized the word, thus. No matter where you hide, whether burrowed deep beneath the earth or fleeing to the highest peak. Even if you immerse yourself in magma for a bath, Vikimo's smile grew ever more radiant. It could pinpoint your location with the precision of a lighthouse illuminating the night. Therefore, upon your return, his voice abruptly turned icy, laced with an undeniable command. You must. Give me. Practice diligently. For as 4, 10 is 10. Master it thoroughly. Practice until it becomes second nature. If you fail the next assessment, he clenched his fist, the joints cracking ominously. An aura of terror emanating from him that even the Yoing Lidi show's soul trembled at. I will be exceedingly angry. The consequences are for you to ponder. The Yoing Lidi show, the digger shattered rock, who had just begun to entertain a glimmer of hope at the notion of returning to practice, was instantly doused with a bucket of icy water named Precise Location. Its massive body stiffened abruptly, the dark purple scales seemingly devoid of luster, as its small eyes fixated on the reflection of its own desperate and ludicrously large silhouette in the lens of Vikimo's detector, filled with disbelief and utter despair. Can it really locate a unique life signal? Does this not imply that it could never escape from the grasp of this demon? Unless it can destroy that damned eye. This notion sprouted like a toxic weed within its heart. Destroy it. If only it could obliterate that glowing device. Then this demon would lose track of it. Yes, surely that is the way. Its colossal claws instinctively lifted slightly, the sharp tips glimmering with a ghostly light. Its gaze locked onto the detector on Vikimo's right eye. A fierce resolve began to coalesce in its depths. Negative emotion value from the Yoing Lidi show. The digger shattered rock, at a staggering 999. Vikimo keenly sensed the shift in its gaze and the sudden surge of tumultuous negative emotions. Yet his smile only deepened in inscrutability, as if he had already seen through all of it. Oh, you wish to make a move? He tilted his head slightly, his tone laced with amusement. You are welcome to try. The wind in the basin carried with it the scent of smoke and blood, sweeping across the bizarre tableau of man and beast in confrontation. Chapter 20. Tongue Twister. Vikimo observed the Yoing Lidi show, the digger shattered rock, fixated on his detector. Its claws shimmering with ghostly light, an aura of ferocity coalescing, and instead of retracting his smile, it only deepened with intrigue. He gently shook his head, a gesture imbued with an almost leisurely calm, slowly raising his hand, and under the gaze filled with despair and murderous intent from the Lidi show, he truly removed the detector from his right eye. Then, as if offering a piece of candy to a child, he casually extended the flickering, ghostly red detector towards the tip of the beast's enormous, scaled snout. Here, Vikimo's voice floated lightly, tinged with mockery. How about it? Would you like to try and destroy it? I'm giving you a chance. The digger shattered rock's massive form jolted as if struck by an invisible current. The fierce resolve that had just coalesced shattered in the face of Vikimo's utterly irrational, even considerate gesture, dissolving into a profound fear. It gazed at the detector, now within arm's reach, its cold metallic shell and ghostly red light transforming into the most terrifying poison in the world. Its enormous claws recoiled as if shocked, and due to the abruptness of the movement, its vast body stumbled backwards, nearly toppling over. It shook its heavy head frantically, emitting urgent, terrified hisses from its throat. Its immense eyes filled with pleading that screamed, "I dare not. Absolutely dare not." It struggled to swallow a mouthful of sulphurous saliva, feeling as if its heart might leap from its throat. Destroy it? Right beneath the demon's very nose? What cosmic joke is this? This is undoubtedly a trap. A colossal trap. The moment my claws graze that thing, I will be obliterated by this demon. Not a single bone will remain. Wasn't it just a matter of practicing that damned 4 is 4, 10 is 10? I will practice. I'll return and practice. I'll practice until I drop. Just let me leave here alive. I would even learn to bark like a dog. The Yueying Lidi Show emitted a low, submissive whimper, its enormous head nodding like a pestle, its gaze filled with urgency that conveyed, "I understand. I will practice diligently. Please spare me." Vikimo looked on with satisfaction at its terrified demeanor. Although the negative emotion value representing the digger's shattered rock no longer spiked at 999, it continued to contribute steadily at a rate of 233, 198. It seemed that fear and humiliation had penetrated to the very marrow. Commendable attitude. Vikimo leisurely reattached the detector to his right eye, the cold red light illuminating once more, locking onto the life signal of the Lidi Show. "Go on, practice well. I look forward to your progress." He waved his hand casually, as if shooing away a bothersome fly. The digger's shattered rock felt as if it had been granted amnesty. Its massive body erupted with unprecedented agility. It even refrained from using its favored digging technique, terrified that any delay might lead to misunderstandings. Instead, like a startled giant wild boar, it scurried away with all 4 limbs, rolling and scrambling in a frenzied escape from Vikimo. Its heavy footsteps pounding the ground with a thunderous roar, disappearing in an instant behind a massive rock crevice, leaving only a trail of dust and a few dark purple scales that had been scraped off. Vikimo watched its hasty retreat, a devilish smile gracing his face, and he could not resist shouting enthusiastically after it, "Keep it up. I have faith in you. The next time we meet, there will be an assessment." Negative emotion value from the Yueying Lidi Show, the digger's shattered rock, at a staggering 999. The vibrant red number on the detector surged once more. As the digger's shattered rock fled for its life through the rocky crevice, the shout of encouragement caused it to stumble, nearly crashing into the rock wall. What encouragement from this beast? What a farce. This was not an assessment. It was a death sentence. A Damoclean sword hanging over my head. Could it not be a little less treacherous? You devil. Vikimo felt a surge of delight in his heart. The negative emotion value flowing into him like a gentle stream, though not as explosive as during a battle. This sustainable and continuous mode of extraction seemed to possess its own peculiar charm. These were all tangible sources of combat power. Truly a no-risk, high-reward venture. He leisurely scanned the surroundings with the detector once more. The energy reactions within a radius of several hundred kilometers had nearly reached zero. Aside from the distant, pitifully weak presence of Ladizi and the even more distant, rapidly moving energies of Vegeta and Naba, which were evidently sweeping through the remnants of enemies. This area was thoroughly cleared. Ah, such efficiency. Vikimo clicked his tongue, pondering how wonderful it would be to acquire the ability to sense energy like on Earth. Relying solely on the detector felt limiting and cumbersome. He couldn't help but wonder if the system would reward such an ability in the future. Surely, he couldn't rely on this metallic contraption forever. However, such thoughts were a distant concern. His gaze shifted towards Ladizi's direction. The hour-long time limit had long since passed, and it was time to assess the specific side effects of this little test subject. Vikimo flickered and instantly appeared beside Ladizi. At that moment, Ladizi leaned against a massive rock, his complexion as pale as if painted with white lacquer, his eyes vacant, embodying a state of utter exhaustion as if his body had been hollowed out and his soul drained. Upon hearing the commotion, he weakly lifted his head, recognized Vikamer, and managed to form a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. Vikamer Raditz's voice was weak and feeble, as if he might die at any moment. What on earth was going on? He felt like all his bones had turned into noodles, his muscles like rotten cotton soaked in water. Even breathing was difficult. He gasped for breath, swaying as he tried to stand up, but his legs gave way, and he slumped back down with a thud, utterly pathetic. Vikamer didn't speak, but silently activated the detector, aiming it at Raditz. On the detector screen, the value representing Raditz's combat power clearly fluctuated, eventually stabilizing at a number that made Vikamer raise an eyebrow. 175. As expected, Vikamer understood. 2800 divided by 4 equals 700, and 700 divided by 4 again equals 175. This side effect was a double 4x weakening. The first weakening was to reduce the increased 2,800 points back to the original 700 points. The second weakening effect halved the original 700 points by 3/4, reducing it to 175 points. This discovery made Vikamer gasp, a chill running down his spine. The mechanism of this battle potion was too ruthless, too unfair. It weakened by the same amount after each boost, and it was a continuous, cumulative weakening. If he had initially boosted his power by 100 times, a terrifying image flashed through Vikamer's mind. Himself, full of vigor, his combat power soaring to tens or even hundreds of thousands, sweeping across the battlefield. Then the effects wore off and his combat power was continuously weakened by 100 times. The first time it was reduced to a fraction of a percent, the second time to a fraction of tens of thousands. How many points would be left? Would he become a vegetable with zero combat power? Or even negative? He couldn't help but shudder, his face turning slightly pale. This thing, using it was truly a combination of risk and opportunity, and the risk was astonishingly high. Raditz's power level only increased fourfold relative to his original base. Yet the side effects were already so terrifying. If the multiplier were higher, the consequences would be unimaginable. Vikamer looked at Raditz with genuine sympathy. This kid was truly unlucky. Wait a minute. Raditz seemed to finally snap out of his daze. He suddenly remembered something, frantically groping for the detector on his eye, his trembling fingers pressing the button to check his combat power. When the blinding, bright red 175 was clearly displayed on the lens, Raditz felt as if struck by lightning. He froze. His eyes were fixed on that number, as if trying to see through the lens. The air seemed to freeze. A few seconds later, a piercing, tearful howl, filled with despair and resentment, burst from Raditz's throat. 175. Why 175? Where's my fighting power? Where's my 700 points? Prince Vegeta will kill me. He clutched his hair, looking frantic, his eyes instantly reddening, large tears welling up, threatening to spill. For a proud Saiyan warrior, even a low-ranking one, fighting power is life, is dignity. Dropping from 700 to 175 points is worse than death. It's like falling from the clouds into a cesspool. Perhaps Vikamer cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound objective. Perhaps it's a side effect of this stuff, he said. Look, your fighting power just increased fourfold, 2,800 704. Now it's decreased fourfold, 704 175. Isn't that reasonable? He tried to soothe, or rather, add fuel to the fire, with mathematical logic. Raditz suddenly looked up, his eyes brimming with tears, staring at Vikamer, his voice trembling. Is that possible? A side effect? You said you drank it too? He clung to this like a last straw. Vikamer blinked innocently, shaking his head honestly. I never said I drank it. I just said this stuff can boost combat power. The effects vary from person to person and last about an hour. Specific side effects, well, that needs to be tested. You're the first brave soul to try it. Raditz. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 555. His expression instantly shifted from despair to blankness. Then from blankness to disbelief, finally settling on a look of utter despair and utter despair. You didn't drink it? You didn't drink it, and you dared to give it to me? Raditz's voice suddenly rose, a roar laced with sobs echoing between the empty rocks. Vikamer. You bastard. You huge bastard. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 666. Vikamer shrugged, a nonchalant expression on his face. Relax, relax. Every cloud has a silver lining. Didn't you enjoy beating that demon wolf just now? Having experienced 2,800 points of power, being temporarily weakened is fair. Life is interesting because of its ups and downs. Right? Raditz. He felt a mouthful of blood rising in his chest, almost spitting it out. Fair. Interesting. What a joke. Raditz's negative emotion value, 777. So, how long is this temporary? Clinging to the last glimmer of hope, Raditz's voice was pleading. Is it also an hour? He desperately wanted Vikamer to nod. Vikamer stroked his chin, pretending to think. Well, I'm not sure either. After all, you're the first sample. Maybe an hour, maybe a day, maybe longer. Seeing Raditz's face turn deathly pale, he quickly added, his tone full of concern. But don't worry. You're a precious little lab rat. I will protect your life. I'll stay by your side every step of the way. I won't let any monster or any fool hurt you. You must hold on. Don't die. You must live until the side effects disappear, or until I'm sure they won't disappear. Upon hearing these words, Raditz's vision went black, his body swayed, and he almost fainted on the spot. A precious little lab rat, protecting you every step of the way. Hold on, don't die. The side effects might not disappear. Uffed. Raditz felt his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys convulsing, an indescribable grief and resentment shooting straight to the top of his head. It wasn't just 100,000 alpacas stampeding through his mind. It was like an entire alpaca galaxy was having a wild party in his head. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 999. Don't worry, Raditz spat out through gritted teeth. His voice weak, yet filled with determination. I will live well, and not let you down. The word protect was emphasized. Vikamer seemed oblivious to the resentment in his voice, patting Raditz's limp shoulder with satisfaction, making Raditz wince. That's right. A real man must be strong. Come on, let's find Prince Vegeta and the others. This planet should be mostly cleared out. The next few hours were hellish for Raditz. Under Vikamer's meticulous protection, he was indeed unharmed, not even a hair on his head. But the extreme weakness, the complete loss of power, and the immense fear of the future tormented his nerves constantly. He felt like a fragile porcelain doll, easily blown over by a gust of wind. Whenever this feeling of weakness washed over him, the thought that his combat power of 175 points might never be restored filled him with an uncontrollable surge of anger and resentment. Then, Raditz's negative emotion value, 233. Raditz's negative emotion value, 198. Raditz's negative emotion value, 215. Like a gentle stream, it flowed continuously into Vikamer's body. Raditz, watching Vikamer's lips curl into a slight smile that seemed to reflect a bountiful harvest, gritted his teeth in hatred, countless times imagining himself delivering a vicious blow to this scoundrel from behind. However, reason, coupled with the overwhelming sense of powerlessness brought on by the 175 combat points, ultimately restrained him from pursuing this reckless notion. Vikimo, on the other hand, joyfully tallied his gains. With the prior monster hunting and the gracious sponsorship from La DZ, his total negative emotion points had surpassed the significant milestone of 900,000. He was tantalizingly close to his coveted goal of 1 million points, just a step away. 100 consecutive draws, averaging 50 combat points each, that would yield 5,000 points. Vikimo mused, filled with anticipation, and with his current 3,000 points, he would soar to 8,000 points. Although he still lagged behind Vegeta's 18,000 points, at least he was no longer an insignificant insect. His safety was greatly enhanced. He decided to accumulate 1 million points before embarking on a bold gamble. After all, this planet appeared sufficiently secure. Just as Vikimo, accompanied by the humanoid walking resentment generator La DZ, prepared to head towards the meeting point agreed upon with Vegeta and Naba, an unexpected old friend made an appearance. In the shadow of the rocks ahead, a massive, familiar bat-like figure stealthily adhered to the cliff, seemingly attempting to slip away under the cover of night, or rather, the dusk of this planet. It was none other than the creature formerly subjected to Vikimo's playful tongue-twister training, Zamasudalong Kutkalalungaku. The bat monster immediately recognized Vikimo and La DZ, its enormous wings abruptly stiffening, its entire body frozen mid-air as if under a spell. Its small eyes were filled with immense fear and disbelief. A multitude of frantic thoughts raced through its mind. Why? Why was it so unfortunate? I deliberately took the longest route, avoiding all potential paths. Why would I encounter this demon here? Oh heavens, if such a deity exists on this planet. Are you mocking me? The negative emotion points from Zamasudalong Kutkalalawangkaku amounted to 999. Upon seeing it, Vikimo's eyes brightened, and a benevolent smile, reminiscent of a long-lost friend's reunion, spread across his face. To the bat monster, it resembled the grin of a devil. Is that not our diligent Zamasudalong classmate? What a coincidence. It seems you've made good progress. Now, let us assess your learning. Recite what I taught you last time. The bat monster was so frightened that its feathers, or the fluff on its wings, bristled, yet under Vikimo's gentle gaze, it dared not resist. Taking a deep breath, though it was uncertain if bats needed to, it struggled to recall the torturous phonetic combinations from their training, and then, with utmost clarity and precision, as if exhausting its life as energy, it proclaimed, Heihua fehue huefa, huefewa buhue huefa, perfectly enunciated. flawlessly articulated. Nearby, the feeble La DZ, upon hearing this colossal bat articulate human speech with such clarity, was so astonished that his jaw nearly dislocated, almost colliding with his foot. He regarded Vikimo as one would a creature of horror. What on earth had this individual done to these monsters? He vividly remembered that while these indigenous creatures possessed considerable intelligence, he had never heard of any capable of human speech. Vikimo's methods were utterly unfathomable. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Vikimo's smile widened, unabashedly giving the bat monster a thumbs up, his tone brimming with admiration. Your progress is astonishing. It seems you've practiced diligently. Well done. Hearing this praise, Zamasudalong cut Kalalankaku couldn't help but produce a contorted expression that could vaguely be deemed a smile, a flicker of absurd accomplishment blossoming within its heart. Being commended by this demon was not so unbearable after all. It even felt a twinge of happiness. However, Vikimo's next words instantly froze and shattered this fleeting joy. Excellent. Now that the foundation is solid, let us advance to the next stage of advanced training. Vikimo rubbed his hands, appearing immensely enthusiastic. Listen closely. This next content presents a challenge, but I believe, with your talent, you shall master it. Repeat after me. Clearing his throat, he recited with extreme clarity, yet at an exceedingly rapid pace, infused with challenge. Huifewa huefa, huifehua. Heihua fehua, huifehua huiwa fewa. Upon completing the tongue twister, even he felt his tongue begin to tie itself in knots. This tongue twister was undoubtedly a pinnacle of inhuman, or rather, in-creature, challenge. In his previous life, he had bitten his tongue numerous times while practicing this. Fortunately, his current physique was robust, granting him better control. After finishing, he turned to the bat monster with a beaming smile, his eyes filled with encouragement. To the bat monster, it seemed like a death sentence. Your turn. Go on. Give it a try. Speak boldly. The bat monster's smile vanished in an instant, utterly bewildered. The fleeting sense of achievement and joy was crushed by the incomprehensible complexity of the syllable combinations. Huifewa wihuifa huifewa. It stammered, its tongue entangled as if tied in 18 knots, utterly unable to straighten it out. The sounds of hua and fei, fa and hua, hui and hei clashed violently within its enormous mouth and unique vocal apparatus, creating a chaotic cacophony. It was 100 times more chaotic than when it first attempted hei hua fei hui. Nearby, the weak La DZ, on witnessing the bat monster's tongue-tied and flustered demeanor, could not contain himself and burst into laughter. This laughter jolted his frail body, prompting a fit of violent coughs. Cough, cough, ha ha ha, foolish creature. La DZ coughed and laughed, not forgetting to mock. You can't even say such a simple phrase? Look at me. It seemed he had momentarily forgotten his own weakness, driven by a peculiar urge to reclaim some semblance of Saiyan pride in front of Vikimo. Attempting to mimic Vikimo's earlier tone, hui hui huefa fa fewa. Oh dear. He spoke too eagerly, and due to his weakened state, his control faltered, resulting in his tongue being severely bitten by his own teeth. The sharp pain made him tear up instantly. From La DZ, a negative emotion point total of 999. The intense pain and overwhelming sense of shame made him wish he could disappear into the ground. He had mocked a monster, only to end up looking more foolish himself? And he had bitten his tongue, all while in a weakened state with only 175 combat points. What a disgrace. Zamasudalong cut Kilalawankuku abandoned its futile attempts at pronunciation. Casting a sideways glance at the pained La DZ, whose teeth were bared and eyes teary, filled with a complex blend of pity and mockery, as if to say, aren't you the fool? You, a Saiyan, could overpower me when strong, but now you're weak and still attempting such a hellishly difficult tongue twister? Isn't that self-degradation? You can't even pronounce Heihua Feihue as well as I can. The bat monster silently withdrew its gaze, and strangely, a flicker of sympathy, and perhaps schadenfreude, replaced its resentment towards La DZ. Its gaze towards Vikimo became increasingly filled with awe and acceptance. The negative emotion points from Zamasudalong cut Kilalawankuku amounted to 666. Vikimo observed the comical scene of mutual misfortune between man and beast, alongside the continuously fluctuating negative emotion value on his detector, and his smile blossomed even brighter, akin to a seasoned farmer during harvest time. It appears that the advanced course presents a bit of a challenge for you both, Vikimo remarked, stroking his chin with an expression of a distinguished teacher, but fear not. Continue to practice diligently. Zamuzitlang, remember, the next time we meet, I expect to hear you recite this passage fluently. As for you, Lottie Z. He turned to the Saiyan warrior, whose mouth was covered and eyes glistening with tears. How's your tongue? Shall I assign you some after-class homework as well? Lottie Z. He shook his head violently, eyes wide with terror, as if he had heard the most dreadful thing in the world. The negative emotional value from Lottie Z reached 888. The dying rays of the setting sun, if this planet had one, cast elongated shadows of a man, a beast, and a weakened Saiyan. The air was thick with a faint scent of gunpowder, blood, and a dense atmosphere of resentment. Chapter 21. The Escape. Practice well when you return. If I see you next time, and you haven't improved, I shall strike you down. Vikamo's fist whistled through the air, nearly brushing the damp nose of the bat monster, his voice laden with unabashed menace. The bat monster nodded its grotesque head vigorously, as if pounding garlic. Forgetting to flap its wings, almost plummeting from the sky, it emitted a series of unintelligible gurgles, which roughly translated to, I believe, absolutely believe. Whatever you say, esteemed one, is truth. You ought to be grateful to me. Vikimo grinned, revealing a smile that appeared more diabolical than the bat monster could fathom. He pointed towards the distant horizon, where the remnants of explosions and vast chasms lingered. Look at my companions. See what havoc they have wrought upon this planet? And look at me. I am a good person. I have slain not a single monster. Should you not express your gratitude? The bat monster. It's enormous. Bloodshot eyes fixated on Vikimo, vacant, as if its soul had already departed to another realm. An immense silence enveloped them, broken only by the faint sound of air stirred by its wings. Grateful? The bat monster's mind buzzed, as if 1,000 furious hornets had taken residence within. The self-proclaimed good person before it, with his golden hair and fierce gaze, not to mention the short figure clad in black armor with a whip-like tail. And that burly bald man. These were the true calamities. Wherever they passed, the earth quaked, mountains crumbled, and lava flowed. Its unfortunate kin were either blown to bits or charred beyond recognition. It itself had barely escaped a near-fatal beating from that golden-haired boy, its bones shattered in numerous places, only to find refuge in this relatively tranquil ruin. And what was the result? Encountering this even more terrifying black-haired youth, he had indeed refrained from slaying monsters. Yet when his gaze swept over, the bat monster felt as if it had been thoroughly exposed, its blood nearly freezing. The tone in which he spoke, as if bestowing an enormous favor, was 100 times more unbearable than being outright strangled. The bat monster silently raged, lamenting within, "Just kill me, I beg you. Facing someone like you, it would be far more pleasant to be blown or burned to death. This kindness of not slaying monsters is far too burdensome. I cannot bear it. Go away, go away." Vikimo seemed to take great pleasure in the bat monster's expression of despair, casually waving his hand as if shooing away an annoying fly. The bat monster felt as if it had been granted a reprieve, exhaling a long, almost exhausted breath tinged with the scent of blood. It summoned the last of its remaining strength, desperately flapping its battered wings, kicking up a whirlwind of dust and burnt odors, fleeing in the opposite direction of Vikimo and his companions, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. However, just as it was about to vanish from sight, its massive head abruptly turned back. Those eyes, filled with pain and malice, shot a fierce, silent glare at Lottie Z, filled with accusations. "It's all your fault. You wretched boy. You reduced me to this pitiful state, causing me to collide with an even more dreadful fiend." Lottie Z leaned weakly against a charred tree trunk, gasping for breath, his complexion as pale as if he had just crawled out of a grave. The bat monster's gaze fell upon him, and its immense confusion quickly eclipsed its resentment. Why does this fellow appear more feeble than I? He looks as if a gust of wind could topple him. A powerful impulse, tinged with vengeful delight, surged through the bat monster's mind. Should I take the chance? Turn around, give him a claw, reduce him to a pulp, avenge myself. This thought grew wildly like a poisonous vine. An opportunity, a rare chance. That fearsome demon beside him seems not to be observing this way. The bat monster's heart raced, its wing beats involuntarily slowing, its body hesitating in the air. Its stout claws flexed, muscles tensed, struggling to gather strength amidst the agony of its broken bones. No, almost simultaneously, a chilling fear from the depths of its soul gripped it. Although Vikimo was turned away, conversing with Lottie Z, his very presence exuded an aura akin to an invisible mountain, suffocating it. A sneak attack? What if he perceives me? The bat monster shivered, envisioning itself torn to shreds like a rag. The enormous temptation clashed violently with the greater fear within its mind, and ultimately, the profound dread of Vikimo decisively overwhelmed the impulse for revenge. The bat monster emitted a low whimper, audible only to itself, as if relinquishing something of utmost importance, and abruptly turned, fleeing with greater speed and a more disheveled demeanor, disappearing into the gray horizon without a backward glance. Hey, Vikimo, Lottie Z raised his leaden arm, trembling as he pointed towards the direction the bat monster had vanished, his voice hoarse, tinged with reluctance and lingering ferocity. Are we just letting that scoundrel go? Its gaze was venomous. He struggled to mimic an aiming gesture, but his fingers quivered violently, unable to gather even a flicker of energy. Vikimo leisurely turned around, appraising Lottie Z from head to toe, his expression one of disdain and mockery, as if observing a defective product. What do you intend to do? With your current pitiful combat prowess? He scoffed, extending his pinky, gesturing mockingly at Lottie Z. Hit him? Huh, you might as well be scratching an itch. Your strength is so feeble. Save yourself the embarrassment. Lottie Z. It felt as if an invisible hammer had struck his chest with great force. His already pallid face instantly flushed a deep shade, his lips quivering, producing a series of incoherent sounds from his throat, yet he could not utter a single word. A wave of intense humiliation mingled with unexpressed fury surged within him like molten lava. My combat prowess is so meager? Who reduced it to this? If it weren't for you, you wretched scoundrel, draining away the vast majority of my strength with that bizarre ability, would I have fallen to this state? Like a sickly dog, unable to intimidate even a wounded bat monster? The overwhelming sense of grief and powerlessness nearly engulfed him, his eyes involuntarily welling with heat and moisture. His vision rapidly blurring, and he longed to weep uncontrollably. The negative emotional value from Lottie Z reached 999. A cold, only audible to Vikimo's system prompt rang joyfully in his mind. This sound quenched the minuscule trace of sympathy that had momentarily arisen in his heart due to Lottie Z's pitiful appearance, replacing it with a pure, delightful sense of satisfaction. The corners of Vikimo's mouth curled slightly upward, then swiftly suppressed, striving to maintain an outward facade of seriousness. However, speaking of which, Lottie Z inhaled sharply, forcing down the wretched bitterness, his voice thick with nasal tones and tremors of despair. It's been over 3 hours. Why is it that my fighting power shows no signs of recovery? He lowered his gaze to his still feeble hands, then looked up at Vikimo. His eyes filled with a flicker of fragile, precarious hope, as if Vikimo were the last straw he could cling to in his moment of drowning. He felt on the verge of collapse. Vikimo slightly turned his head, avoiding the burning, pleading gaze of Lottie Z, and looked into the distance at a hill flattened by energy shockwaves. After a deliberate pause, he replied in an unnaturally calm tone, as if discussing the weather. Just wait a little longer. How much longer must I wait? Lottie Z's heart leapt to his throat, his voice suddenly rising with an urgency that teetered on the edge of despair. How much longer must I endure? One more day? Vikimo turned back, his gaze settling once more on Lottie Z's face, his tone flat and unperturbed, as though stating an inconsequential fact. One day? Lottie Z's eyes instantly sparkled, akin to a dying man catching a glimpse of dawn. His voice trembled with excitement. Would he truly be able to fully recover after just one day? A wave of immense joy surged through him, nearly causing him to overlook the subtle unease in Vikimo's tone. Observing Lottie Z's face, ignited by hope, Vikimo sighed gently and shook his head, his voice tinged with a hint of regret and a touch of detachment. If you are not recovered after a day, it seems there will be little that can be done. He paused, seemingly weighing his words. At that point, you may have to gradually cultivate your strength back from square one. The implications hung unspoken in the air. The ecstasy on Lottie Z's face shattered like ice doused with water. Darkness abruptly enveloped his vision, a buzzing echoed in his ears, and it felt as though all his strength had been drained in an instant. His legs gave way, and he fell backward, crashing heavily onto the stony ground. Stirring up a cloud of dust, he stared at the gray sky, his eyes rolled back, revealing only the whites, and a desperate, gasping sound escaped his throat, reminiscent of a deflating bellows. Did you hear that? What you said is not human. One day is not recovery. It is a death sentence. I have to cultivate again. This is 100 times more distressing than being killed outright. The overwhelming sense of disparity and utter despair coiled around his heart like a frigid serpent. Negative emotional value from LATZ, 999. The system alert chimed in a timely and melodious tone. Vikimo's brow unfurled completely. A sensation of indescribable relief blossomed from within, swiftly spreading throughout his limbs. He fought to suppress the urge to laugh aloud, maintaining a serious demeanor. Yet the glimmer of concealed mirth in his eyes betrayed his elation. This feeling is exquisite, even more addictive than the destruction of a planet. Let this storm of negative emotions intensify. Vikimo silently rejoiced within. On the opposite end of the planet, the scene starkly contrasted with the desolation surrounding Vikimo and LATZ, though it was far from vibrant life. Once, this had been a vast swamp forest blanketed in peculiar purple moss, but now it was unrecognizable. Towering trees, oozing with slime, had been violently severed. Their charred remains leaning at odd angles in toxic marshes, exuding a pungent stench of burning and decay. The ground was riddled with enormous craters, some created by energy blasts. Their edges still bearing the marks of scorching heat, others formed by some tremendous impact, filled with murky, bubbling toxic water. The air was thick with acrid smoke, blood, and an indescribable, nauseating sweetness. The remnants of battle had yet to completely extinguish, tendrils of black smoke swirling amidst the shattered branches. Boom! The final, muffled explosion erupted deep within the swamp, abruptly silenced by a hauntingly short, beastly wail. A colossal swamp creature, adorned with 3 compound eyes and a scorpion-like tail, was hurled high into the air by the violent shockwave, crashing down into a steaming pit of poison, splattering putrid muck everywhere. Vegeta slowly retracted his smoldering fist, suspended in midair, slightly panting. His iconic deep blue battlesuit was splattered with mud and dark green creature fluids, with several edges showing minor tears, yet overall intact. His austere visage betrayed little emotion, save for a hint of fatigue post-battle and his habitual arrogance. He surveyed the hellish terrain he had personally cleansed, his gaze sharp as a blade, ensuring no threats remained. "Thank you. I am truly grateful, Prince Vegeta." A voice filled with clear obsequiousness and lingering shock emerged from behind him. It was Ku Li, a relatively diminutive Saiyan warrior with light gray hair. He too floated, though his posture lacked Vegeta's stability, wobbling slightly. His battlesuit was in worse shape, a large tear exposing skin marred by a deep claw mark that, though it had stopped bleeding, remained grotesque. Mixed emotions of relief and reverence for Vegeta's strength played across his face as he repeatedly bowed in gratitude, apologizing profusely for not contributing much and nearly hindering Vegeta. His voice dwindled, laden with deep remorse and shame. In the face of the ferocious swamp beasts, his once proud combat prowess felt utterly inadequate. Had it not been for Vegeta's timely interventions, he might have long been devoured by the beasts. Humph! Vegeta emitted a brief, disdainful snort from his nostrils, not even lifting his eyelids, let alone turning to acknowledge him. All his focus remained on sensing and recovering his stamina. Ku Li's thanks and self-reproach sounded to him like the buzzing of mosquitoes, utterly insignificant. Gratitude from the weak held no meaning for him, the Prince Vegeta. Ku Li's face flushed crimson, frozen in embarrassment as he stood awkwardly, unsure where to place his hands and feet. Vegeta's frigid demeanor was more piercing than the toxic fumes of the swamp. "What is that?" To alleviate the suffocating awkwardness, Ku Li instinctively turned his head, scanning the smoke-filled sky with bewildered eyes. Suddenly, he froze, his pupils constricting, and pointed toward the distant horizon, his voice rising in shock, even slightly faltering. Vegeta spun around almost simultaneously with Ku Li's exclamation, his sharp gaze like 2 searchlights, precisely locking onto the direction Ku Li indicated. In the polluted gray-purple sky, a brilliant streak of light, trailing a long tail of flame, cut through the atmosphere at an astonishing speed, descending obliquely toward their location. The radiance was intense, its velocity unmatched, clearly unnatural. "Is it a spaceship?" Ku Li's voice trembled with disbelief as he instinctively pressed a button on the power level detector adorning his left eye. A cascade of complex identification data flashed across the detector's lens, ultimately settling on a distinct outline. Ku Li's face turned as pale as a ghost, and he gasped in horror. This is not our Saiyan-class spherical spacecraft." This design he struggled to swallow, an overwhelming fear gripping him. "It belongs to the Frieza force." "Frieza's people?" Vegeta's brow instantly furrowed into a tight knot, the usual arrogance on his face replaced by a heavy cloud of trepidation, his expression turning gravely serious. An ominous premonition coiled around his heart like a cold serpent. Why would Frieza's forces appear at this moment, on this remote planet undergoing a low-level cleanup mission? Is it targeted at him? Or has their plan changed? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Ku Li, utterly petrified, trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering audibly. The infamous reputation of the Frieza army has long been etched into the very marrow of every Saiyan, embodying an unyielding terror that is impossible to resist. In a state of near panic, he exerted every ounce of his strength to hastily press the locking button on the side of his power level detector. The targeting cursor on the lens flickered wildly, swiftly locking onto the meteor plummeting at high speed. When the red numbers representing the target's energy intensity vividly appeared on the detector's lens, Ku Li felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his body freezing in midair, as if his blood had instantaneously turned to ice. The color drained from his face, his lips quivering as he finally managed to utter a hoarse, despairing voice akin to a withered bellows. That guy's power level is 17,000. This number struck Vegeta's heart like an invisible hammer. His pupils constricted sharply, and his muscles tensed instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he too raised his hand and pressed the locking key on his detector with lightning speed. The data on the detector's lens refreshed frantically before coming to a halt. A glaring, crimson number, akin to a death sentence, clearly displayed, 17,000. The cold metal lens pressed against Vegeta's eye socket. The chill emanating from that number seemed capable of piercing through his skin and reaching his very bones. 17,000. It exceeded his current full power battle level by a staggering 2,000 points. The immense disparity felt like a chasm separating them. This was no ordinary scout or logistics personnel. Vegeta's heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, heavy and sinking. He forced himself to remain calm, his mind racing as he analyzed every possible scenario. Was it Shoei? Or Dodoria? Or that damned Zarbin? The Frieza army had dispatched an elite warrior of this caliber to this wretched planet. Their intentions were undoubtedly sinister. Was it aimed at the Saiyans? At him, Vegeta? Or was it part of Frieza's true plan, hidden in the shadows? Regardless of the possibility, it signified immense danger. He clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the intensity, emitting faint cracking sounds. Engaging in a direct confrontation under normal circumstances held no chance of victory. The only hope lay in the transformation into a great ape. He had to devise a method to create a full moon. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, akin to the planet's anguished groan, emanating from the edge of a nearby swamp. The intensity of the sound caused the ground beneath Vegeta and Ku Li, soaked in toxic water, to tremble violently, the mud boiling as if it were in a frenzy. A colossal shockwave swept through, carrying mud, debris, and uprooted bizarre plant remnants, forming a murky circular wave that violently spread in all directions. A massive crater, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, abruptly manifested in their sight. The soil and rocks along the crater's rim gleamed with a glass-like sheen, melted and rapidly cooled by an instantaneous surge of heat. At the center of the pit, a deep gray, standard Frieza army spherical landing pod stood silently, its door tightly sealed, with scorching white vapor still swirling around its surface, emitting a strong scent of burnt metal and energy overload. Swish! A sharp sound pierced the air. The door atop the landing pod opened like petals, and a figure shot upwards with ghostly speed, exuding an unmistakably powerful and cold aura, hovering steadily at a height of several dozen meters above the pod. The newcomer was tall and slender, clad in the Frieza army's standard purple battle attire, with an eerie blue-gray complexion. A bald head save for a small tuft of purple hair resembling a comb, and a long, sinister visage with lips habitually curling downward, radiating an air of superiority. This was none other than Shoei, the elite warrior under Frieza. Shoei's elongated, snake-like eyes narrowed slightly, his sharp gaze penetrating the swirling dust, pinpointing Vegeta and Ku Li's positions with precision. A confident smirk crept across his lips, laced with evident mockery and provocation. He raised his hand, elegantly pressing the button on his more advanced eye detector. Beep, beep, beep. The detector emitted a soft buzzing sound, the lens clearly displaying 2 points representing life response and energy intensity, alongside their respective power levels, 15,000, Vegeta, 4,800, Coolie. Upon seeing Vegeta's 15,000, a flicker of barely noticeable surprise crossed Chioi's eyes, quickly replaced by a more profound disdain and excitement. Indeed, there was some merit, after all. He was the prince of the Saiyans. However, a disparity of 15,000 to 17,000 remained glaringly evident. Lord Frieza's orders were to eliminate the other Saiyans. But it was not stated that he could not teach this arrogant Saiyan prince a lesson. Perfectly convenient to stretch his muscles and simultaneously fulfill Lord Frieza's true directive to eradicate the trash known as Coolie. Swish. Chioi made no further delay, his body leaning slightly forward in midair, instantly transforming into a purple streak of light, nearly impossible to perceive with the naked eye. Tearing through the air with an ear-splitting sonic boom, hurtling towards the direction of Vegeta and Coolie at a terrifying speed. In mere seconds, merely the blink of an eye, that purple streak had appeared directly above Vegeta and Coolie. Chioi's form became clear again, arms crossed. He exuded an air of relaxed nonchalance, as if merely enjoying a post-meal stroll. He looked down, like a giant surveying ants, his gaze laden with unmasked amusement and mockery, firmly locking onto the poised Vegeta below. A colossal pressure descended upon the area, akin to a tangible tsunami, instantly engulfing the region. The remnants of toxic water in the swamp seemed to cease bubbling under this overwhelming force. "Who are you?" Vegeta tilted his head back, his icy glare meeting Chioi's malicious eyes, his voice deep and alert, each word forced through gritted teeth. "Did Frieza send you?" His muscles were coiled tightly, energy surging within, ready to erupt at any moment. "No." Chioi smiled lightly, the sound dry and cold, reminiscent of an owl's hoot. Gradually, as if stepping down an invisible staircase, he descended from the sky with an unhurried demeanor, finally landing steadily on a relatively dry, elevated black rock a few meters in front of Vegeta. The advantage of his elevated position allowed him to appreciate every subtle change in Vegeta's expression. Vegeta's expression shifted slightly, his gaze sharpened, akin to a drawn blade. Not sent by Frieza? This revelation did not ease his tension. Rather, it heightened the alarm bells in his mind. This elite warrior of the Frieza army, boasting a power level of 17,000, would not simply pass by this forsaken trash planet without reason, and he conveniently landed nearby? Such a feeble lie resembled nothing more than a child's trick. Seemingly satisfied with Vegeta's grave expression, Chioi deliberately paused before leisurely weaving his deceit. "I happened to be passing through this star region when my detector picked up an unusually powerful energy response." I raised my hands, feigning surprise, stating that out of curiosity, and of course, to ensure Lord Frieza's domain remained secure, I decided to take a look. His gaze swept over the hellish landscape, hinting at the apparent interest in the events that had transpired here. Lord Frieza's true command was for him to discreetly eliminate all Saiyans except for Vegeta, Naba, Raditz, and Vikimo. Particularly, the one known as Coolie must be eradicated. He could not expose that he had come bearing Lord Frieza's orders. Otherwise, alarm would be raised, jeopardizing Lord Frieza's grand scheme against the Saiyan home planet, Planet Vegeta. Just the thought of Frieza's icy gaze and those fingers capable of crushing stars sent a chill racing from the base of his spine to the crown of his head. The consequences would be 100 times more terrifying than death. Just passing through, indeed. Vegeta's expression darkened completely, as if shrouded in a layer of frost. He fixated intently on Chioi's eyes, which shimmered with cunning light, and his doubts and vigilance had escalated to a peak. The rationale presented was so superficial that it bordered on an affront to his intelligence. The mere presence of Frieza's soldiers here signified a monumental conspiracy. An increasingly intense intuition whispered to him that this individual undoubtedly bore clandestine orders from Frieza. Chioi appeared unfazed by Vegeta's skepticism. Or perhaps he simply deemed it beneath him to waste words on deceit. He shifted the topic, his gaze probing Vegeta with palpable interest, as if evaluating prey. "You are the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta?" His voice elongated with mockery. "I have heard that your kind prides itself on being a race of warriors, and you are lauded as the most gifted fighter in Saiyan history. Am I mistaken?" He tilted his head, an expression that seemed to say, "Let me witness your so-called genius." "Humph." Vegeta's cold snort pierced the air like ice against stone. He straightened his back. Despite being at a height disadvantage, The regal pride emanating from him remained undiminished. What do you intend to convey? His right hand had subtly dropped to his side, fingers curling slightly as a faint golden aura began to swirl around his fingertips, coalescing. The disparity of 2,000 power levels rendered a direct confrontation foolish. He needed to strike with utmost force at the moment his opponent let down his guard, seizing any fleeting advantage. Simultaneously, his mind raced, contemplating how to generate enough energy for an artificial full moon under the absence of the actual moon. What is there to say? Qiu Yi's smile widened, exuding a sadistic delight akin to a cat toying with its mouse. There's much. He took a slight step forward, elegantly leaping down from the rock onto the muddy ground, his purple combat boots squelching against the detritus. I have heard that the blood of your warrior race runs hot, and that your bones are unyielding. Qiu Yi spoke languidly, his gaze slicing through Vegeta like a sharpened blade. And you are the genius among geniuses. How about it? Why don't we engage in a friendly competition? Two princes pitting their strengths against one another? Allow me to personally experience the brilliance of a Saiyan prince. He emphasized the words prince and genius, laden with unrestrained mockery. Humph, I am more than willing to oblige. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta accepted the challenge, his voice icy yet resolute, echoing a determination akin to burning bridges behind him. He could not afford to lose face. The Saiyan blood coursing through him simmered under immense pressure. He needed time. He needed opportunity. Transformation into a great ape was his sole hope. Even the slightest possibility warranted an attempt to harness the energy for an artificial full moon. It is worth mentioning that Qiu Yi appeared quite satisfied with Vegeta's response. He lifted his chin slightly, donning a condescending smile, and even extended his hand to symbolically smooth out non-existent wrinkles on his combat uniform. I am the Prince of Qiu Yi Planet. Qiu Yi Planet is named after our greatest ancestral figure. And I, Qiu Yi, am the undisputed strongest genius warrior of our lineage. He posed dramatically, his eyes brimming with mockery, as if showcasing a rare treasure. Oh, is that so? Vegeta's response remained frosty, tinged with impatience. But what does that have to do with me? His focus was predominantly on channeling his energy and observing the external environment, searching for the optimal moment to strike and create the artificial full moon. Qiu Yi's self-aggrandizement was mere background noise to him. Of course it matters. Qiu Yi's smile morphed into a dangerous grin as he advanced a step closer, an invisible pressure surging toward Vegeta like a tidal wave. Let us truly measure our strengths as princes. He deliberately accentuated the term princes, laden with scorn. Simultaneously, he raised his hand, lightly tapping the shimmering sensor lens above his left eye, his tone dripping with condescension. However, before we commence, I feel it necessary to remind you, he paused. Savoring Vegeta's increasingly severe expression, the gap in our combat power is a full 2,000 points. He held up two fingers, waving them before Vegeta's eyes. 2,000 points. Prince Vegeta, that is no trifling number. His voice suddenly turned icy, akin to a serpent's hiss. So do be cautious. The smile vanished from Qiu Yi's face, replaced by a cold, menacing glare. I have never shown mercy to my enemies. He licked his parched lips, his eyes gleaming with bloodthirst. Then, as if struck by a realization, his tone softened, feigning magnanimity. But fear not. Given Lord Frieza's special consideration for you, he deliberately drew out the words while his gaze subtly swept over the almost overlooked figure of Coolie behind Vegeta. I assure you, I will not kill you. I merely intend to impart a lesson on the vast chasm that exists between geniuses. These near-humiliating words, coupled with Qiu Yi's fleeting, murderous glance, sent a cold shiver through Coolie, who had been shrinking behind Vegeta, desperately trying to minimize his presence. It felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, leaving him trembling from head to toe. An overwhelming dread clamped around his throat like a cold iron vice, rendering him nearly breathless. He understood. He fully grasped the hidden malice in Qiu Yi's words. The assurance of not killing you was directed at Prince Vegeta. The veiled glance, the pause when mentioning Lord Frieza's special regard, was unmistakably conveying to Coolie, you are not among those favored. You are deemed expendable. The soldiers of Frieza's army are here to silence you. What to do? What to do? Coolie's heart raced wildly against his chest, each beat bringing intense pain and a sense of suffocation. Cold sweat drenched his tattered combat uniform, rolling down his forehead and temples in large beads. His legs trembled violently, akin to chaff in the wind, nearly unable to support his suspended form. The urge to flee burgeoned wildly. Is there still time to escape? Chapter 22. Tragedy. Vegeta hesitated not a moment, unleashing his full power. This was not merely a release of strength. It was as if every ounce of defiant Saiyan blood within him ignited, boiled, compressed, and then surged forth with ferocity. Like magma buried deep beneath the earth finding its sole outlet, a visible crimson-gold aura erupted from his youthful form, stirring the tainted air of this desolate planet. A tempest of energy formed around him, howling in every direction, shattering the hard rock of the ground, pulverizing it, lifting debris into the air, creating a murky veil of death. With a swish, the crimson-gold light sliced through the dust, and Vegeta's form vanished from sight. The air compressed by his incredible speed emitted a shrill scream. Target, Choi. That squat, repulsive figure with skin resembling a toad stood grinning mockingly in place. Boom. The heavy thud resonated like a giant hammer striking a broken drum. Vegeta's diminutive form suddenly appeared before Choi, all his momentum channeled into a precise, cunning, and upward striking punch. The muscles of his arm, encased in battle armor, bulged as his small fist struck Choi's abdomen, covered with a toughened exterior. Ugh! Choi's sinister grin froze on his face, his eyes bulging. The immense impact defied the laws of physics, causing his robust body to fold downward as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, his legs lifting off the ground. His entire form momentarily arching grotesquely like a massive shrimp, saliva uncontrollably spewing from his agape mouth. Vegeta's movements were fluid and unimpeded, resembling a flowing stream. Utilizing the recoil from his uppercut, he executed a rapid, almost blurred twist in midair, his right leg descending like a colossal battering ram, splitting the air with a piercing sound as it struck directly at Choi's arched spine. The impact resonated with a clearer sound, accompanied by the faint crack of bones under immense pressure. Choi's massive frame soared into the sky like a heavy cannonball hurled by a giant, propelled upward with a chilling rush of wind. In a flash, Vegeta vanished from his previous position, leaving behind a ripple of lingering energy. In the next instant, he appeared above Choi's body with ghostly precision, his small form executing a stunning inversion in the air. His right leg, akin to a battle axe, harnessed the gravitational potential of his descent, carving a deadly arc as his heel, imbued with tremendous force, crashed mercilessly onto Choi's unguarded chest. The sound of impact was thunderous, carrying the weight of divine retribution. Choi's form transformed into a blurred shadow, plummeting to the ground below, where jagged stones awaited him. At an even more terrifying speed than before, the collision unleashed a tremendous energy, akin to a meteor striking the earth. A deafening explosion erupted, accompanied by a blinding flash that consumed the impact site, while a violent shockwave spread outward in a circular fashion, leveling all protruding rocks within hundreds of meters, grinding them into powder. A massive crater, over 30 meters in diameter, emerged on the ground, its walls smooth as a mirror. At the bottom, dust swirled, with fragments cascading like rain. Vegeta followed suit, resembling a hawk diving toward its prey, plummeting straight down from the heights. His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from exertion, as the blazing golden aura trailed behind him in a long stream, targeting the core area where the dust was thickest and the energy response most chaotic. He channeled all remaining strength into his fists, descending with resolute intent to obliterate. A thunderous boom echoed from the depths of the crater, shaking the walls violently and causing more debris to tumble. Dust enveloped the gaping wound, obscuring it from view. Vegeta's form slowly ascended from the pit, hovering at the edge, breathing heavily. His chest heaved, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and his youthful face bore the pallor of exhaustion. Yet, within his obsidian-like eyes burned the cold pride of a victor. He disdainfully spat a blood-tinged glob onto the dry ground, crossing his arms defiantly over his chest. Behind him, the vibrant crimson cloak symbolizing his status as the Prince of the Saiyans billowed wildly in the explosive winds, resembling flickering flames. It is finished, Your Highness Vegeta. You are truly formidable. From behind a massive rock, the timid Kuri, peeking out with only half his head visible, finally erupted in a scream of exhilaration tinged with terror, his voice breaking with excitement as he clapped his hands vigorously, his small frame trembling from a mix of fear and exhilaration. Vegeta's lips curled slightly upward, and he let out a brief, cold scoff. Humph, it's nothing. His voice remained frosty, laced with habitual disdain. Yet deep within, a flicker of pride stirred, akin to a stone cast into still waters, sending ripples through his consciousness. Success. This all-out, tempestuous combination attack had achieved perfect timing, angles, and force. It was only unfortunate that this damned frog had underestimated the might of Prince Vegeta. By the time this fool recognized the true danger, it would already be too late. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. Just as the spark of pride within Vegeta began to swell, a sudden, low, hoarse groan emanated from the depths of the crater, shrouded in smoke. Reminiscent of an ancient bellows being forcefully pulled, the sound bore a sickening, viscous quality, as if his throat was choked with clots of blood. Vegeta's pupils dilated in shock. His arms, previously crossed over his chest, dropped in an instant, every muscle tensing to its utmost. He fixated on the swirling smoke, disbelief washing over his youthful features. The pallor that had just appeared vanishing, replaced by incredulity and a hint of suppressed terror. What cosmic jest was this? His full-strength barrage, capable of flattening a steel mountain, had failed to utterly incapacitate this wretched frog. The smoke was abruptly pushed aside by an unseen force. Chioi staggered upright from the debris at the pit's bottom, his battle suit torn in multiple places, revealing green skin marred with abrasions and bruises, reminiscent of a toad. Dark green blood oozed from the corner of his cracked mouth. Yet he stood. With a spurt, Chioi expelled a mixture of sand, stones, and blood, then wiped his mouth with the rough back of his hand. He lifted his head, and on that grotesque face, a twisted smile re-emerged, exuding a cruel appreciation as he gazed up at Vegeta. Not bad, little Vegeta, Chioi's voice, resonating with a deep thrum from the impact, pierced through the echoes of the explosion, crystal clear in Vegeta's ears. Those hits actually stung a bit. Nice rhythm, but the force left something to be desired. Just a tickle? He deliberately rolled his neck, producing a spine-chilling crack. Suspended in the air, Vegeta trembled slightly, not from fear, but from a surge of furious rage and the humiliation that ignited within him. His youthful visage darkened, resembling a storm-laden sky. His knuckles cracked ominously from the tension. Damn it, his worst fears had been confirmed. The 2,000-point gap in battle power could not be easily bridged by a momentary explosion of force and brilliant tactics. He had been naively optimistic, believing such an assault could fell him. Chioi's gaze, mingled with admiration and mockery, seared into Vegeta's pride. The disparity of 2,000 points forming an icy chasm before him, now starkly revealed in its ferocity. The blood and flippant remarks from that toad struck like poison needles deep into the core of Vegeta's Saiyan pride. It appeared there was no other recourse. In the crucible of wrath, Vegeta's thoughts crystallized into a cold determination, leaving only one thorny path: the transformation into a great ape. Only the tenfold power amplification from the transformation could bridge this cursed divide. Next, Chioi twisted his thick neck, the bones emitting a disconcerting crack, his cruel smile widening like a gaping wound. Time for me to stretch my muscles, wouldn't you say? He took a step forward, shattering the stones beneath him into dust. His unabashed murderous intent locked onto Vegeta in the air, even extending to the trembling Kuri hidden behind the distant rocks. Kuri gasped sharply, feeling as though his blood was freezing. That frog was nothing less than a monster in human guise. Vegeta's devastating assault, which could obliterate mountains, had merely prompted a trickle of blood from him. Chioi's gaze, akin to that of a butcher surveying a lamb, sent Kuri's soul into a frenzy. A chilling, viscous sense of impending doom gripped his slight frame, causing him to tremble like a leaf in the wind. Suddenly, Chioi's figure became a blur. Only a sonic boom remained in the place where he had been, the air cracking with his rapid movement. His speed surpassed the limits of visual perception, akin to teleportation. In one moment, he was grinning menacingly at the edge of the pit, and in the next, that palm, covered in a rough, calloused layer and imbued with terrifying power, was firmly pressed against Vegeta's chest. The thud echoed like a heavy hammer striking decayed wood. Vegeta had no time to adopt any defensive posture. He felt an overwhelming force crash against his sternum. Agonizing pain exploded within him, shrouding his vision in darkness, as if an invisible hand had seized his internal organs and twisted them brutally. His diminutive body was entirely beyond his control, akin to a kite severed from its string, violently propelled backward by this frenzied force. "Your Highness!" Kuri's scream pierced the air, filled with despair. his pupils constricted to pinpricks from sheer terror, his face as pale as parchment. The direction in which Vegeta was flung was precisely toward the massive rock where he had taken refuge. What would be the consequence of Vegeta's body, propelled by such immense force, colliding with it? Kuri's mind went blank, leaving only the primal fear of being crushed to oblivion. He had to evade. Survival instincts urged Kuri's legs to move, but fear had already frozen his nerves, rendering his body as rigid as stone. He opened his mouth in vain, unable to utter a sound, helplessly watching as the golden figure hurtled toward him like a harbinger of death, rapidly enlarging in his horrified gaze. The impact was a thunderous, terrifying sound, accompanied by the cracking of stone. Vegeta's body, like a humanoid cannonball, collided forcefully with Kuri. The frail Saiyan warrior appeared as fragile as a stuffed doll filled with cotton when faced with such overwhelming force. Kuri's brief, piercing wail, filled with endless pain and the last vestiges of life, ended abruptly within half a second. The sounds of bones shattering and organs rupturing were swallowed by the greater cacophony of the collision. With a sickening thud, Vegeta crashed into Kuri's limp body, maintaining his momentum, careening backward. The two figures, propelled by tremendous inertia, ricocheted against the ground like stones hurled by a giant, furiously bouncing and rolling, carving deep furrows into the earth. Each impact sent forth heart-stopping booms, as shattered rocks and dirt flew in all directions. They tumbled, dragging the scent of death, soaring over 1,000 meters before finally coming to rest in a thoroughly ravaged expanse, resembling two discarded sacks of refuse, devoid of all energy, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust began to settle, Vegeta struggled, propping himself up with trembling arms, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His vision was awash in crimson. The searing pain in his chest nearly suffocated him, each breath pulling at his insides like a tearing agony. Was this the crushing weight of a 2,000-point power disparity? He laboriously lifted his gaze to the distance. Qiu Yi's figure descended silently, standing not far from Vegeta, his toad-like face adorned with feigned concern and unabashed mockery. "Oh dear, my apologies, Prince Vegeta," Qiu Yi said with a flippant tone, extending his hands. "It seems I may have struck a little too hard." He deliberately elongated his words, glancing at Kuri's twisted, silent corpse, barely recognizable, a malicious smile creeping onto his lips. "And your companion? Tut tut, what a pity. But this matter has nothing to do with me. You were the one who caused his demise." Everyone saw it clearly. He effortlessly deflected all blame, as if merely stating an indisputable fact. Vegeta did not waste a moment to regard Kuri's lifeless body. Comrades, in the lexicon of science, particularly in the survival doctrine of Prince Vegeta, they were mere disposable commodities, easily discarded or exploited. Their lives and deaths were as insignificant as dust. At this moment, his scarlet eyes were fixated solely on Qiu Yi's loathsome visage. The only thought igniting within him was the burning desire to utterly obliterate this toad, to trample him into the mud. The Prince of the Saiyans? Qiu Yi stepped closer, looking down at the struggling, bloodied Vegeta, his voice dripping with scorn. Like a cold blade. The universe's strongest warrior race? A genius fighter? How disappointing. He shook his head, as if lamenting a counterfeit artifact. "You." Vegeta trembled with rage, not from his injuries, but from the indignation of having his pride trampled underfoot. The dignity of the Saiyan royal family could never be subjected to such humiliation by a mere lackey of Frieza. His blood roared within him. "Shall we continue, Vegeta?" Qiu Yi loomed above, grinning at him, his eyes glinting with mockery, as if toying with a mouse. "Or have you come to terms with reality? Just lie down obediently, and I'll grant you a swift end. Rest assured, in deference to Lord Frieza, I will strive to make your demise somewhat dignified." He extended his crimson tongue, licking his rough lips. "Humph, you rejoiced too soon." Vegeta suddenly lifted his head, the flames of madness igniting in his dark eyes, locking onto Qiu Yi. He ceased his chatter, enduring the tumultuous pain within his abdomen, and forcefully raised his right arm. His fingers splayed, palm facing upward. A piercing hum erupted. A sphere of energy, brilliantly concentrated and radiating blinding platinum light, materialized above his palm, as if a miniature star had been conjured from thin air. The light was pure, violent, pulsating with a heart-stopping aura of destruction, instantly illuminating Vegeta's bloodied visage in a pale glow. The surrounding light seemed to be drawn in, devoured by this energy sphere. "What's this?" Qiu Yi's triumphant smile froze, swiftly replaced by sheer astonishment. His bulging eyes were fixed on the wildly spinning orb of energy in Vegeta's hand, its fluctuations resembling the eye of a storm. What on earth is that? He instinctively growled, raising his hand to press against the battle power detector affixed to his left eye. On the green lens, Vegeta's energy reading was fluctuating wildly, then plummeting like an avalanche. Warning: target energy response is rapidly diminishing. Current battle power, 7,000. Warning: target energy response is rapidly diminishing. Current battle power, 7,000. The cold, urgent electronic voice of the detector rang sharply in Qiu Yi's ears. 7,000. Qiu Yi's heart seized. Just moments ago, that onslaught had maintained Vegeta's power above 10,000. Creating this energy sphere had drained more than half of his energy. Such a colossal expenditure, such a desperate gamble, a terrifying ability almost mythic in nature, attributed to this cursed race, struck Qiu Yi's mind like lightning. His voice trembled, unrecognized by himself, as his brow furrowed deeply, an intense unease gripping him. Could it be an artificial full moon? Vegeta's lips curled into a cold, yet wildly maniacal grin, illuminated by the chaotic sphere of light. There was no fear, no hesitation in that smile, only a desperate resolve to drag his opponent into the abyss alongside him. Die Toad! A beastly roar erupted from the depths of Vegeta's throat. He hurled the energy sphere, infused with most of his remaining strength, skyward into the tainted atmosphere of the planet. The sphere shot forth like a white comet unbound, trailing a long, fiery tail, emitting a piercing shriek as it soared through the air at an unimaginable velocity, scorching the space around it, causing it to warp slightly. An artificial full moon. You bastard! The terror that engulfed Qiu Yi finally manifested into a tangible roar of wrath. All mockery and disdain were instantaneously supplanted by an overwhelming sense of crisis. He understood all too well what it signified. Tenfold. That wretched monkey would gain a tenfold augmentation of power. Even with his current battle prowess soaring at 18,000, he would undoubtedly be reduced to nothing but rubble when confronted by a colossal ape of 100,000 in strength. Do you think I would allow you to succeed? Qiu Yi's sinister grin twisted like that of a malevolent specter, as his right hand swiftly ascended, fingers unfurling. Palm meticulously aimed at the luminous sphere that was rapidly ascending and poised to explode into a full moon in the high sky. A tempestuous surge of violet energy converged in his palm, compressing and emitting a piercing hiss. He intended to annihilate it before the sphere could fully form and release the Blutz wave necessary for the transformation into the giant ape. Vegeta's pupils constricted in alarm. Qiu Yi's reaction exceeded his expectations. He could not allow this wretched toad to prevail. The artificial full moon was his sole, final hope for a comeback. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain that felt as though it would tear his body apart, and with a throat-rumbling, beast-like roar, he propelled himself off the ground with fierce determination, charging towards Qiu Yi, who was poised to unleash his power. He sought to disrupt. He yearned to interrupt. Seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Qiu Yi's eyes. His right arm remained steadfast, locked onto the sphere in the sky. In the face of Vegeta's desperate assault, he merely sneered contemptuously and swiftly raised his right knee. The movement was as swift as lightning, precise as if rehearsed 1,000 times. The knee, encased in a hardened carapace, or the force capable of penetrating battleship armor, collided brutally and without adornment against Vegeta's unguarded left side. A dull thud, excruciating to the ears, resonated. Vegeta's forward momentum abruptly halted, as if he had crashed into an invisible wall of steel. An indescribable, heart-wrenching agony erupted from his ribs, sweeping through his entire being. Stars danced before his eyes, and his vision was suddenly shrouded in crimson. He felt as though his insides had been reduced to a pulpy mass by that strike. A torrent of scalding blood mixed with fragments of his insides uncontrollably gushed from his mouth, forming a ghastly mist of crimson. Ugh! Vegeta emitted a short, pained grunt, his body feeling as if all its bones had been stripped away, collapsing sideways and crashing heavily onto the ground littered with debris, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. He curled up, convulsing violently, each cough expelling more blood, his vision dimming from the agony and blood loss. What? You wish to transform into a great ape to battle me? Qiu Yi's derisive laughter slithered into Vegeta's ringing ears like the hiss of a serpent. He did not even glance at the writhing Vegeta on the ground, All his focus was fixated on the now soaring sphere, its brilliance flickering ominously, seemingly on the verge of detonation. Do you think I would grant you this opportunity? Perhaps in your next life, little prince? With a sudden rush, a deep violet beam of energy, as solid as reality itself, erupted from Qiu Yi's raised palm, screeching with a sound that promised annihilation. The beam traveled at an astonishing speed, leaving a straight, searing violet death ray in its wake, aimed directly at the artificial full moon that Vegeta had painstakingly crafted. Now suspended in the sky, the air was instantly ionized, releasing a sharp scent of ozone. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment, freezing in place. Vegeta lay curled upon the cold, filthy ground, his body racked with pain, each breath pulling at shattered ribs and damaged organs, inflicting excruciating agony. Warm blood continually seeping from the corners of his mouth, staining the debris beneath him. His vision was a blur of crimson and swirling darkness. Barely able to perceive the lethal violet beam, akin to a spear of judgment from the depths of hell, ruthlessly cleaving through the sky. Directly aimed at the artificial full moon, he had sacrificed everything to create. Despair, cold and void like the vacuum of the universe, gripped Vegeta's heart with newfound clarity. He had failed. His meticulously crafted series of attacks were as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree, and the gamble on the artificial moon was easily seen through by his adversary. The 2,000 point gap transformed into an insurmountable chasm of despair, utterly shattering the pride of the Saiyan prince. He could almost envision the next moment, where that violet beam pierced the sphere, exploding it into a shower of energy fragments. Then would come this wretched toad's mocking and cruel finishing blow. Is it over? The little prince of the Saiyans? Qiu Yi's nauseating voice, laced with the arrogance of a conqueror, dripped down like icy venom, clearly penetrating Vegeta's buzzing ears. That voice was saturated with a sense of appreciation for the prey's final struggles and the ease with which he would complete his task. Is it over? Those three words burned into Vegeta's fraying nerves like a branding iron. No, absolutely not. In the lexicon of the Saiyans, there is no end, only death in battle, or the annihilation of all enemies. A surge of frenzied will, rooted in the deepest essence of his Saiyan lineage, erupted like a dormant volcano in dire straits. Vegeta's eyes, once dulled by pain, instantly contracted to a piercing focus, igniting with an almost inhuman, life-consuming golden radiance. This was not mere energy. It was the very essence of his soul ablaze. Fool! A roar erupted from the depths of Vegeta's throat, akin to a wounded wolf retaliating in its death throes, laden with the scent of blood, exploding forth. The sound was so piercing, so frenzied, that even Qiu Yi, who had been savoring his victory, instinctively shuddered, just as Qiu Yi's gaze was drawn to the soaring violet beam, barely curving his lips into a victorious smile. The seemingly lifeless Vegeta, curled like a defeated dog, ignited with the force of a miniature star. Boom! A surge of energy, far more chaotic and ferocious than that which had earlier created the light sphere, erupted from Vegeta's battered body without warning. This was not an attack. It was akin to a sacrificial explosion. His muscles tightened and tore under the deluge of energy, blood seeping from his skin, enveloping him in a thick, blood-hued energy storm. He was indeed burning through the very essence of his life. What? Qiu Yi's mocking grin froze, transforming into sheer astonishment. He could not fathom how a severely injured, nearly depleted individual could unleash such a tumultuous wave of energy. Was this a prelude to self-detonation? He instinctively sought to retreat, but it was already too late. Vegeta's body shot up within the energy storm, not towards Qiu Yi, but in a near-twisted posture, raising his bloodied left hand high, resolutely towards the heavens. That bloodied palm bore no trace of a gathered sphere. Instead, it emitted a radiant crimson glow, illuminated by his own chaotic energy. Qiu Yi's gaze instinctively followed Vegeta's elevated left hand, his mind a whirl of confusion. Bait? Self-detonation? What was he attempting to accomplish? However, in that lethal moment of mental paralysis, the bloodied palm of Vegeta suddenly collapsed inwards, the red light imploding fiercely. Then, with a resounding hum, a beam of indescribable brightness and purity erupted from the palm of Vegeta's bloodied hand, without warning, akin to the very light of creation, surging skyward. This beam shone brighter and more concentrated than the bait sphere he had previously cast, radiating an ancient, pure power that awakened the very essence of his bloodline. In an instant, the murky air enveloping this planet was dispelled, its radiance so resplendent that it momentarily overshadowed the dim star in the distance. The beam ascended skyward, not erupting in an explosion, but rather expanding abruptly at an astonishing altitude far surpassing that of the previously projected bait sphere. It was as if the universe itself unfurled a canvas within the palm of Vegeta, a gigantic, perfectly round projection of a silver full moon. Exuding an ancient and desolate aura akin to that of the true lunar body, coalesced in the bloodstained sky above Vegeta's left hand. It floated silently, emitting a cold and mysterious energy, reminiscent of an eternal celestial body, casting an irresistible call, rooted in bloodline, directly upon Vegeta's battered form below. This was the true artificial full moon, a lethal trap devised by Vegeta with his bloodied left hand and his last frenzied will. The silver full moon, suspended above Vegeta's bloodied left hand, radiated an ancient chill, its light resembling the unyielding gaze of a cosmic cyclops, mercilessly surveying the insignificant creature, Chioi, below. The brilliance cascaded silently, enveloping Vegeta's broken body with precision. No, Chioi's roar was heart-wrenching, filled for the first time with genuine, bone-deep terror, even overshadowing the shriek of his energy blast slicing through the air. The sinister grin on his face had been replaced by sheer horror. Contorted as if he had seen a ghost, he desperately attempted to redirect his right arm, aiming the purple energy beam meant for the bait sphere at Vegeta or at the authentic, deadly projection of the full moon. But it was all too late. The purple energy beam, now aimed skyward, struck the bait sphere Vegeta had initially thrown. Boom. Chapter 23. Such disappointment. Boom. A deafening explosion shattered the last flicker of hope within Vegeta's heart, as he had expended the majority of his energy, wagering everything on the luminous sphere that was on the verge of coalescing into a full moon. Just before it could take form, it was brutally pierced and torn apart by a precise and malevolent purple energy beam. The blinding platinum light erupted, transforming into a cascade of golden fragments, resembling a meteor shower of despair, falling like rain and illuminating Vegeta's youthful face, now rendered vacant by profound shock. Vegeta collapsed onto the cold, debris-laden ground, his body racked with the excruciating pain inflicted by Chioi's knee, as if it were about to snap him in two. He stared vacantly at the fading golden specks, his spirit utterly crushed. His mind was blank, save for the remnants of the shattered moon swirling in his vision. The transformation into a great ape, amplified by tenfold strength, had been his sole and final reliance to bridge the chasm of 2,000 power levels. Yet this reliance was as fragile as a fleeting dream, a fatal weakness. With the right knowledge, whether destroying the full moon or severing the tail, could cause the Scion's proud great ape form to disintegrate in an instant. This was a curse etched into their very bloodline. Chioi, that wretched frog, was all too aware of it. How fortunate! Chioi exaggeratedly patted his chest. A trace of relief mingled with a mocking glee and a sense of control over the situation. He stepped forward, his coarse hand seizing Vegeta's defiant black hair, mercilessly lifting him from the ground. The tearing pain at his scalp elicited a short, muffled groan from Vegeta, whose body felt as limp as a rag doll, devoid of the strength to struggle. Tsk. Chioi raised Vegeta to eye level, his frog-like visage almost touching Vegeta's bloodied nose, foul breath escaping as he taunted. Our esteemed Prince Vegeta, were you just attempting to transform into that furry great ape to bite me? He deliberately elongated his words, each syllable like a poison needle piercing Vegeta's pride. Oh, what a pity. Just a hair's breadth away. He indicated a minuscule distance with his fingers, his face twisted with malicious mockery. Look at me, just a careless tremor, and I shattered the little moon you worked so hard to conjure. How does it feel? Is it not utterly despairing? Is there no chance left to transform? Vegeta gritted his teeth, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. The spot where Chioi had knocked out his teeth throbbing with dull pain. The humiliation coiled around his heart like a cold, venomous serpent, tightening its grip. He glared intently at Chioi's mocking eyes, his silence akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. However, it seemed Chioi found the humiliation insufficient, shaking Vegeta's hair violently. You Scions and your so-called transformations, TSK, how pathetic. He deliberately employed the most contemptuous language, exposing their glaring weaknesses. Any knowledgeable opponent could either destroy the moon or, with a lightning-quick motion, grasp the base of Vegeta's dangling tail. With a crack, he could sever this troublesome appendage. Heh, instantly reverting you monkeys back to your original forms. Am I right, our noble Prince Vegeta? He sneered, reveling in the humiliation and fury igniting in Vegeta's eyes. Slap, slap. Before Vegeta could react, Chewie unleashed a pair of resounding slaps, each accompanied by a whistling wind that struck his tender face. The force was so immense that Vegeta's head snapped to the sides, stars exploding in his vision, more blood mixed with shattered teeth splattering from the corners of his mouth. The young soul, having never endured such raw trampling and brutality, felt a vast shadow engulf him like a chilling tide, consuming the last remnants of his pride. Humph! How weak! And yet they dare claim to be the strongest warrior race in the universe? Chewie spat, his tone dripping with disdain. As if mocking the entirety of Frieza's army, he flung Vegeta to the ground like a piece of filthy trash. Thud! Vegeta's body crashed against the hard rock, stirring up a cloud of dust. Every bone felt as if it had shattered, a tsunami of pain crashing over him. Yet the stubbornness and tenacity inherent to the Saiyan royal bloodline sustained him. He clenched his jaw, letting out a beastly growl, using his trembling arms to prop himself up. Once, twice, and somehow managing to stand again, albeit unsteadily, though his body resembled a flickering candle, ready to extinguish at any moment. Oh, Chewie raised an eyebrow, a hint of amused surprise crossing his face. You can still stand? Your bones are quite resilient. He crossed his arms, leisurely observing the faltering figure before him, akin to a fly futilely struggling in a spider's web. What say you, little prince? Shall we continue the fight? Continue fighting? Vegeta's vision swam, the remnants of his strength ebbing away like the receding tide. Each breath sent shockwaves through his fractured ribs and injured organs, a torment that pierced the very core of his being. Continuing the fight would only lead to being beaten to death by this wretched frog, humiliated like a squashed insect. The gap of 2,000 power levels now loomed like an insurmountable abyss, coldly mocking all his efforts. Chewie regarded Vegeta's silent yet defiant stance with a dismissive shake of his head. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, but was ultimately subdued. Lord Frieza's orders resonated clearly in his mind. Leave this little prince alive. He still holds value. Although Chewie could not fathom how this easily subjugated weakling could be of any use, Frieza's commands were the law of the universe. He no longer paid heed to the young lion stripped of its fangs before him, raising his hand to press the button on his left eye scanner. Within the verdant lens, data flowed swiftly. Apart from the energy reaction of the fallen Vegeta before him, there were signals from two other Saiyans. One of them, Chewie's brow furrowed. The light representing Carnegie was plummeting at an alarming and abnormal rate. The vital signs flickered like a candle in the wind, faint to the point of extinguishment. Was this fellow on the brink of death? Chewie murmured under his breath, a hint of disappointment lingering in his tone. How dull. After exerting so much effort to chase after him, I merely managed to eliminate a worthless one, referring to Cooley. No, I must confirm this with my own eyes to avoid any discrepancies. He redirected his gaze towards the barely standing Vegeta, a nauseating victor's smile once again gracing his face as he strode forward with swagger. His rough fingers, imbued with an air of insult, struck Vegeta's dirted and bloodied youthful face twice with force. Vegeta, you are incapable. Chewie enunciated each word clearly, his voice resonating with absolute disdain and the weight of judgment. Vegeta's body trembled violently, not from pain, but from a rage that threatened to burst forth. Thoroughly humiliated, his teeth ground together, crimson blood spilling anew from the corners of his mouth. Leave, you worthless fool. Chewie discarded this ultimate insult, not sparing Vegeta another glance. And with a powerful push against the ground, his body transformed into a streak of purple light, soaring into the sky, vanishing into the murky horizon. It was not until the suffocating pressure dissipated completely that Vegeta's taut nerves relaxed like a bowstring cut in two, snapping back. He could no longer endure, his legs buckled, and with a heavy thud, he collapsed onto the ground. A violent cough racked his lungs, each gasp akin to an old bellows, filled with the metallic taste of blood and the agony of being torn apart. He lowered his head, observing his trembling hands, caked in dirt and blood. As all traces of anger and humiliation faded from his youthful countenance, leaving only a profound emptiness, a coldness akin to ashes, and a ghastly pallor. Meanwhile, in another desolate area of the planet, shrouded by colossal silicon clusters and crimson moss, the stench of blood pervaded the air, laced with a metallic rust. Carnegie lay on a bed of shattered silicon fragments. A horrifying gaping wound the size of a bowl marred his chest. The edges were charred, revealing bone, and the movements of ruptured organs were visible within. Thick, dark golden blood gushed forth, pooling beneath him. His body convulsed uncontrollably, each spasm expelling more blood froth. His life force flickering like a candle nearing its end. His pain-stricken, bloodshot gaze was fixated on the towering figure not far away, filled with a final plea for survival. "Help! Help me!" Carnegie's voice was barely a whisper, fragmented, each syllable punctuated with the sound of impending death. The bald giant, Naba, stood there like an iron tower, his rugged face devoid of any sympathy or emotion, only a pure, chilling indifference, akin to regarding a tattered rag ready for disposal. He crossed his arms, his cold gaze sweeping over Carnegie's lethal injury, his lips curling downwards in unmasked disdain. "Worthless." Naba's voice rasped like two rough stones grinding together. Low and merciless. How could a silicon lizard with a combat power of merely 600 have gutted him? Such disgrace to the Saiyan race. He stepped forward, his heavy boots crushing the crystalline shards underfoot, producing a jarring crack. "Someone like you doesn't deserve to live and squander resources. Help, please, I beg you." Carnegie's consciousness began to blur, the primal instinct for survival igniting his final vestiges of strength. He struggled, dragging his bloodied hand painfully towards Naba. His broken nails scraped against the hard silicon ground, leaving a trail mingled with blood. At last, with the last flicker of strength, his cold, trembling hand grasped Naba's muscular calf, clad in battle gear, as though clutching a lifeline. "Thank you. Thank you." Carnegie managed a weak, grateful smile through his bloodied face. He envisioned the healing pod in the spaceship, bathed in soft green light, filled with life-restoring fluid. If only he could reach it, there was still hope. However, Naba's lips, which had maintained a faint, elusive curve, widened into a cruel, cold smile the instant Carnegie clutched his leg. Waist belongs with waist. Naba's voice was devoid of warmth. His leg shook violently, easily dislodging Carnegie's feeble grip. In the same motion, his massive hand shot out like a steel claw, gripping Carnegie's wrist, which had just held gratitude. The force was overwhelming, causing Carnegie's wrist bone to groan under the strain. "I have no need for a Saiyan who cannot move." Naba's voice was as frigid as ice, delivering the final verdict. His arms' muscles bulged as a surge of violent power erupted. With a whoosh, Carnegie's gravely injured body was hurled into the air like a mere rag doll, soaring dozens of meters high. "Ah, Naba, what are you doing?" The sudden weightlessness, coupled with excruciating pain and overwhelming terror, enveloped Carnegie, and he let out a heart-wrenching shriek filled with boundless hatred and despair. He glimpsed Naba's cold, remorseless face below, saw his right hand slowly raise, gathering a blinding white light in his palm. "Slow death is too painful, worthless one." Naba tilted his head back, observing Carnegie flailing in midair, his cruel smile illuminated by the energy coalescing in his palm, rendering him even more terrifying. "As a former comrade, I grant you a swift end. Surely, Prince Vegeta would do the same." "Naba, you damn bastard. Traitor." With the last ounce of strength, Carnegie hurled the most venomous curse, his voice shrill as a wailing ghost. In response, a concentrated beam of white energy, infused with finality, shot forth. The beam sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, striking Carnegie, who was devoid of any means of escape, like a living target. Boom! A blinding orange fireball erupted in midair. The violent energy shockwaves spread instantly, sweeping up debris and dust from the ground. Carnegie's body was torn asunder in the searing heat and destructive energy, vaporized without leaving even the smallest remnant. Only a few sparks and charred fragments drifted down like filthy raindrops, returning to the earth. As the explosion's light and roar began to dissipate, a purple figure silently descended onto the apex of a massive silicon column, like a specter, Chioi, who had followed the signal from the detector. He looked down coldly at the remnants of the explosion and the bald giant still poised to unleash energy. His face bore no trace of surprise or anger, only an ingrained indifference, whether it be his Chioi clan or these Saiyan monkeys. Betraying comrades and eliminating the worthless was merely a commonplace lesson in the cosmic law of survival. Humph, it seems I need not dirty my hands. Chioi emitted an ambiguous snort, his gaze shifting from the explosion to Naba below. At that very moment, a green data stream flashed wildly within the combat power detector lens worn over Naba's left eye, a sharp alarm piercing his eardrum. Warning: ultra-high energy reaction detected. Location: directly above. Distance: 50 meters. Combat power value: 17,500. Danger level: catastrophic. What? The sinister smile on Naba's face instantly froze, replaced by an indescribable horror. He abruptly raised his head, and upon seeing the green figure dressed in the standard uniform of the Frieza Force, arms crossed, gazing down at him with a frigid stare. A chill surged from his soul straight to the crown of his head. A combat power of 17,000. How is this even possible? When did this monster arrive? How much did it witness? Cold sweat quickly drenched Naba's back. He instinctively glanced at another faint light on the scanner, representing Vegeta's signal, only to find the energy reading plummeting to around 5,000. What happened? Did this frog monster severely injure Prince Vegeta? A tremendous fear gripped Naba's heart like a cold hand. In the face of absolute power, his once proud strength and ferocity seemed pitifully fragile. Resistance? That would be tantamount to suicide. Trash. Chioyi's lips moved, clearly uttering those two words filled with utter disdain into Naba's ears. He couldn't be bothered to spare Naba another glance, as if the latter were merely a speck of inconsequential dust by the roadside. Casually scanning the scanner, he confirmed that Carnegie's signal had completely vanished. Only one mission target remained. Whoosh. Chioyi's figure did not linger for a moment, like an arrow released from its bow, transforming into a purple streak of light, changing direction toward the last target on the scanner, which emitted the weakest energy response, racing forth with even greater speed. There is still a piece of trash with a combat power of merely 175? As Chioi sped along, a hint of disdain curved his lips. Presumably that mid-tier warrior named Garu? It mattered little. He would confirm this last detail and crush this ant, thereby fulfilling Lord Frieza's orders. This hunting expedition had proceeded so smoothly that he felt an urge to laugh out loud. What nonsense about the prince of the warrior race. What genius of the Saiyans. Before him, Chioi, they were but pitiful creatures to be easily crushed and humiliated. Was Lord Frieza being overly cautious? To destroy their home planet, Planet Vegeta? For this group of monkeys? What of the legendary Super Saiyan? In the face of absolute power, it was merely a tedious tale meant to frighten children. Whoosh. A piercing sonic boom carved a long trajectory across the desolate earth. Chioyi's figure, bearing the terrifying pressure of 17,000 combat power, plummeted like a purple meteor towards the positions of Vikamer and Raditz. At the edge of a peculiar jungle formed by enormous, twisted dark purple vines, Vikamer leaned against a vine root as thick as a python, eyes closed in concentration, seemingly sensing something. Raditz paced anxiously nearby, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, Vikamer's eyes shot open. Almost simultaneously, the combat power detector affixed to Raditz's left eye emitted a shrill alarm, sharp enough to pierce eardrums. Beep, beep, warning, warning. A super high-energy response is rapidly approaching. Direction, southeast. Distance, rapidly closing in. Combat power value, 17,000. 17,000. 17,000. The cold, urgent electronic voice of the detector rang out like a death knell in the still air. Who is coming? Raditz was struck with terror. His once handsome face drained of color, turning as pale as paper, his body trembling uncontrollably, his voice wavering. Combat power 17,000. What kind of joke is this? How could such a monster exist on this planet? He felt as though his heart was about to leap from his throat. 17,000. This number shattered all his hopes like a cold hammer. Vikamer's expression turned grave, even more so than Raditz. He stood upright, his sharp gaze fixed on the direction indicated by the detector, every muscle in his body tensed to the limit. It was not fear that gripped him, but an overwhelming sense of heartbreak and unwillingness. Just a little more, just a fraction more. His consciousness sank into the depths of his mind, where only he could see a faintly glowing virtual panel. Negative emotion value, 997, 850, 100, 000. 997, 850 points. A mere 150 points separated him from the monumental threshold of 1 million points. 1 million points. This would allow for an unprecedented 100 consecutive draws. Even if each draw yielded only the minimum increase of 99 points in combat power, which was nearly impossible, but Vikimo preferred to prepare for the worst. The accumulation would be enough to elevate his combat power by nearly 10,000 points. If he could complete the 100 consecutive draws, Vikimo's heart ached, his mind racing. My current base combat power is approximately 3,000, and with this anticipated increase of 10,000 points, my total combat power could reach around 13,000. 13,000. This number would ordinarily elate him, but now, before the incessantly flashing 17,000 on the detector screen, it felt so pale and powerless. A gap of 4,000 points remained, an insurmountable chasm of despair. Chapter 24. A sip of water, it's over. Prince Vegeta's combat power has dwindled to merely 4,500. Raditz felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his entire body shaking violently, the last vestige of color draining from his already pale face. Resembling earth frozen by frost. Vikimo's brows furrowed deeper, the cold lens of the detector clearly displaying that glaring number, 4,500. This was not the end. It symbolized the Saiyan Prince's formidable vitality, rapidly diminishing like a flood breaching a dam, plummeting below 4,000 in the blink of an eye. 4,000. And still falling. Vikimo's heart sank, a chill racing up his spine. Severely injured, Vegeta had suffered unimaginable trauma. After just a brief skirmish, his once mighty combat power had been forcefully reduced to mere dust. Who is it? The answer loomed. Vikimo abruptly looked up, his gaze piercing through the sparse clouds. Locking onto the figure hovering in the distance, exuding a heart-stopping aura. The values returned by the detector burned into his retina like a searing brand. 17,000. A terrifying number capable of crushing all Saiyans present. Frieza. Vikimo clenched his jaw. That name coiled around his thoughts like a venomous serpent. It was the assassin sent by the Cosmic Emperor. The purpose was evident. Extermination. Aside from Vegeta, Naba, and perhaps Raditz, all surviving Saiyans were to be eliminated as potential threats. His fingers swiftly slid across the edge of the detector, summoning his teammates' life signals. The results were as grim as he had anticipated. Carnegie's signal had vanished. Curry's signal had also extinguished. Two glimmers representing the last embers of the Saiyans had been utterly obliterated in the cold expanse of cosmic data. They are dead. Vikimo felt a suffocating wave of rage and helplessness churning within his chest. There was no retreat. He must survive, for his comrades, and for himself. He must carve out a bloody path. He instinctively reached for a nondescript leather pouch at his waist, containing a cold metallic vial. The divine water of combat. Even that waste Raditz could quadruple his power from 700 to 2,800. Vikimo silently corrected Raditz's earlier exaggeration. What if he, Vikimo, were to drink it? With his far sturdier physique than Raditz, multiplying by 5 or 6 times, 17,000? No. At that point, his strength would be sufficient to crush that accursed Frieza lackey. This thought whispered like a devil's temptation, filled with deadly allure. However, in an instant, the image of Lottie Z, nearly drained of life and limp as a sack of mud, resurfaced in his mind. The terrifying side effects and backlash of power could utterly destroy the foundations of the future. He must remain calm. He forced himself to steady his racing thoughts, searching for any glimmer of hope. First, he must maneuver, create some emotional fluctuations. If only he could gather enough for another system lottery draw. That would introduce variables. He cast a glance at the virtual panel deep within his consciousness, visible only to him, which displayed emotional energy, 987,350. Just a tremor away from breaking the 1 million mark. Just as his thoughts raced, the sky above suddenly brightened. Bang! The piercing sound of a rending air split the heavy atmosphere. The bright streak of light, which had been circling from a distance with a combat power of 17,000, appeared above Vikimo and Lottie Z, approximately 50 meters in the air, as if teleporting. The lights swiftly coalesced, revealing a stout figure with deep purple skin, an oddly shaped head, clad in the standard battle attire of the Frieza force. He stood with his arms crossed, looking down at the two Saiyans on the ground, his cold gaze appraising them, as if they were mere insects awaiting slaughter. Humph, The database indicates one named Vikimo with a combat power of 600, and another named Lottie Z with a combat power of 700. The voice of Chioe, laced with unique buzzing, resounded, dripping with undisguised disdain. His crimson electronic eyes scanned Lottie Z, emitting a series of perplexed beeps. Why had this so-called Lottie Z's energy response plummeted to 175? It appeared he had just undergone a desperate struggle, exhausting his last remnants of strength. His tone dripped with mockery, but as the scanning beam fell upon Vikimo, the beeps became sharp and frantic. Something is amiss. The contempt on Chioe's face froze, replaced by a heavy suspicion. Vikimo? The data clearly indicated only a combat power of 600. Was the detector malfunctioning? 3,400. How could this be? Although this figure remained minuscule before his 17,000, the exponential deviation far exceeded expectations, instilling a profound unease in Chioe, who was accustomed to controlling everything. How could a lowly warrior achieve such a remarkable surge in power in such a short time? Did the Saiyans possess secrets unknown to him? With a flash of curiosity and a hint of offended anger, Chioe could no longer content himself with merely observing from above. His form transformed into a streak of deep purple lightning, accompanied by a violent gust, as he plummeted from the sky like a meteor. Boom! The earth let out a pained groan, shaking violently from the point where Chioe landed, rippling outward. The ground cracked, and debris flew. The already weakened Lottie Z was violently thrown by the fierce shockwave, rolling across the ground like a ragged sack before collapsing, covered in dirt, unable to utter a sound. With only his terrified eyes beneath the detector lens attesting to his survival, Vikimo, with a combat power of 3,400, barely managed to stabilize himself. Though the ground beneath him shattered inch by inch, amidst the swirling dust, he fixed his gaze on the towering, deep purple figure of Chioe, standing less than 10 meters away, a being renowned for his cruelty and power, an elite warrior under Frieza. The very same unfortunate soul who would be crushed by the enraged Vegeta on Namek in the future. Indeed, it was him, Frieza's minion. Vikimo's heart raced. His muscles tensed as if drawn tight like a bowstring. The instinct to fight prompted the energy within him to surge, ready to explode at any moment. He subtly adjusted his breathing rhythm, his hands shifting slightly, as a faint yet blinding light began to gather at his fingertips. The preparatory stance for the sun fist was ready. This was his only trick capable of instantly turning the tides. Chioe did not immediately launch an attack. His eyes, filled with curiosity and greed, scanned Vikimo like a scanner, finally settling on his young yet remarkably composed face. This unusual calmness, coupled with the sudden surge in combat power, ignited Chioe's intense curiosity and a trace of wariness. A twisted smile broke across Chioe's wrinkled face, shattering the oppressive silence. Interesting. Boy, do you recognize me? His voice dripped with a cat-and-mouse mockery. Here it comes. Vikimo's internal alarm bells rang, but his face quickly adopted a nearly obsequious smile. Bowing slightly as he exaggeratedly proclaimed, "Oh my, is this not the illustrious and formidable Chioe, renowned throughout the universe? I have long heard of your esteemed name. To meet you today is truly a stroke of luck for a humble soul like me. Your unparalleled strength is as boundless as the vast cosmos. Like a torrent of the universe, unstoppable." He racked his brain, hurling every flattery he could muster, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Vikimo chuckled inwardly. A villain? Especially those self-important minions of Frieza, who does not relish being exalted. First, let me flatter this purple-skinned toad into submission. Oh, ha ha ha. Indeed, Chioe basked in the flattery, his whole being relaxing, unable to suppress his laughter, which echoed like a broken gong. He felt an unprecedented satisfaction of his vanity, even finding this Saiyan boy far more amusing than the cold commands of Lord Frieza. No wonder Frieza specifically ordered to capture this Vikimo. It seemed he intended to bring him back as a source of entertainment. Quite clever. Vikimo, is it? You have a discerning eye and understand the rules. Chioe nodded in satisfaction at his oddly shaped head. Yes, yes. To have my name remembered by Lord Chioe is akin to my ancestors' graves smoking with green flames, an immense fortune from the universe. Vikimo bowed and nodded, his smile growing brighter, his tone more sincere. I am eternally grateful to Lord Chioe and your entire family. This debt of gratitude shall forever remain engraved in my heart. Chioe, his wide smile suddenly froze on his face. Grateful to the whole family? Why does that sound so awkward? When did the Scions start expressing thanks in such a manner? His crimson electronic eyes flickered, seemingly searching the database for similar Scion slang. But the result was a blank. An indescribable sense of frustration welled up within him. Emotional fluctuations from Chio E 111. Chio E scrutinized Vikamo's face, which was filled with admiration, attempting to detect any trace of mockery. However, the other's gaze was clear and his expression sincere, coupled with that mere 3,400 combat power. Chio E ultimately convinced himself. Perhaps, maybe, it was a crude way unique to this barbaric race of Scions to express extreme gratitude. Surely he wouldn't dare insult me. This minor discomfort was quickly overshadowed by a greater curiosity. Chio E suppressed his smile, adopting a tone infused with authority, his crimson gaze sharp as a blade. Enough idle chatter. Vikimo, tell me, what is the meaning of this combat power? The records indicate you possess only 600. Where did this 3,400 come from? Don't tell me you suddenly became enlightened. He advanced a step closer, a heavy aura of pressure enveloping Vikimo like a tangible force. Here it comes. The core issue. Vikimo's genuine smile was instantly replaced by an expression of extreme difficulty, as if he were struggling to voice something. He rubbed his hands together, his gaze evasive, as if harboring a monumental secret. This concerns a grave matter, Lord Chio E. Speak. Chio E barked impatiently, his formidable aura surging suddenly, like an invisible hammer striking Vikimo, crushing the debris beneath his feet. Do not test my patience. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to twist off your head and take it back as a trophy. Vikimo, overwhelmed by this oppressive aura, gasped for breath, his face paling, hurriedly waving his hands. No, Lord Chio E, please calm your wrath. I shall speak. As if making an immense decision, he gritted his teeth, casually brushing his right hand over a seemingly inconspicuous pouch at his waist. In the next moment, the space appeared to twist ever so slightly. In the astonished gaze of Leitais, who could barely lift his head beside Chio E, a massive cylindrical container, gleaming with a metallic cold light, materialized in Vikimo's hand. It stood half a person tall, filled with a peculiar liquid that emitted a faint glow, viscous like liquid gemstones. This was the fabled combat divine water. Chio Yi's electronic eye widened in disbelief, seemingly on the verge of popping out of its socket. He was initially taken aback by Vikimo's ability to conjure objects seemingly out of thin air. Space equipment? Where did you acquire it? A hint of astonishment washed over him at this legendary technology. It was merely luck that I stumbled upon this scrap in an abandoned ancient relic, Vikimo replied nonchalantly, as if it were an inconsequential trinket. He quickly redirected the conversation to the captivating container of divine water, wearing a look of pride, as if presenting a treasure. My Lord Chio E, this is the key to enhancing my combat prowess. Indeed, Chio E's attention was instantly captivated by the alluring liquid, overshadowing his curiosity about the space equipment. He fixated on the bucket of divine water, an uncontrollable greed igniting in his eyes. Water? This entire bucket? It can enhance combat power. His voice quivered with excitement. Indeed, my Lord Chio E, your discerning eye sees through everything. Vikimo immediately showered him with flattery, nodding fervently as if proclaiming a divine oracle. I found this combat divine water deep within an ancient and mysterious planetary ruin. There may be only this one bucket in the entire universe. Its effects are astounding. 1 sip doubles your combat power. 2 sips quadruple it. 3 sips increase it 8-fold. And so forth. The extent of enhancement depends solely on the drinker's potential and endurance. He deliberately exaggerated the effects, hinting that the stronger the potential, the greater the results. Perfectly appealing to someone like Chio E who held himself in high regard. What? Doubling? Such a miraculous substance exists. Chio E's breath quickened, a sheen of excitement glistening on his deep purple skin. If I can triple or quadruple my power, I would dare to challenge the Jinyu force. Lord Frieza would surely regard me with newfound respect. The overwhelming temptation shattered the dam of his rationality, greed burning through his nerves like poison. He instinctively reached out to seize the bucket of divine water within arm's reach. Beside them, Leitais buried his head deeper, his shoulders shaking slightly as he stifled an almost uncontrollable laugh. This rascal, Vikimo, was leading him to certain doom. Doubling? Considering potential? Just wait, frog spirit. In an hour you will understand the true meaning of suffering. Leitais was filled with malicious glee. Carnegie and Kuri must have perished at this fellow's hands, and Prince Vegeta, gravely injured, would be best served if Vikimo left him with nothing but remnants. Go ahead, my lord Shioi. Vikimo's face was adorned with a sincere smile, reminiscent of the most enthusiastic salesman. Try it, there's no cost. Look at this divine water. It is pure and brimming with energy, truly a treasure. I would stake a Scion's honor on its safety. To bolster his credibility, he produced a bamboo cup and carefully scooped a small portion of the luminous divine water from the bucket, presenting it reverently to Shioi. The radiant hue and the peculiar waves emanating from it, seemingly imbued with the universe's primordial power, involuntarily made Shioi's throat constrict. Yet, as an elite warrior of the Frieza force, his inherent caution had not been completely overwhelmed by greed. He did not immediately accept the offering, but narrowed his crimson electronic eyes, coldly scrutinizing Vikimo. You drink first. Vikimo cursed inwardly, calling him an old fox. Indeed, he was cautious. However, drinking a sip should not pose a significant risk, right? Leitais had consumed several sips before collapsing. One sip's side effects should be negligible. Perhaps just a slight dizziness? No problem. To demonstrate my respect for my Lord Shioi and the purity of this divine water, I will partake first. Vikimo maintained his smile, undeterred, lifting the bamboo cup to his lips and gulping down the small portion of combat divine water in one swift motion. The icy liquid, with a hint of an unusual sweet metallic taste, slid down his throat and transformed into a warm current coursing through his limbs. Vikimo could distinctly feel a gentle yet substantial energy awakening and surging within him, although it did not trigger the violent transformation and doubling experienced by Leitais. His combat power reading on the detector merely fluctuated, rising from 3,400 to around 3,500 before stabilizing, as if he had merely replenished some expended energy. With a long exhale, Vikimo's complexion flushed, and his spirit seemed to lift. He shook the empty bamboo cup, grinning at Shioi, revealing his pearly white teeth. See, my lord Shioi. Nothing amiss. I feel invigorated. This divine water is indeed a wonderful tonic. However, Shioi's brows furrowed even deeper as he pointed at Vikimo. The numbers on the detector were glaringly clear. 3,500? Only a mere increase of 100? Did you not claim that one sip would double my power? Your 3,400 should be 6,800 when doubled. You think you can fool me? A chilling murderous intent began to radiate from him. The gravel beneath his feet once again crushed to powder by an invisible force. He sensed he might have been duped. The atmosphere plummeted to an icy tension. Leitais' heart raced, fear causing his body to tremble. Vikimo felt a tightening in his chest as well, yet he maintained a feigned expression of helplessness and grievance. Hurriedly waving his hands to explain, My lord Shioi, please calm your anger. You misunderstand. I mentioned that the effects vary from person to person. I am merely a lower-tier warrior, my bloodline is mixed, and my potential has long been exhausted. My body has limited capacity. One sip can replenish some energy. Raising my power by 100 or so points is already the maximum. The true prowess of this divine water depends on the drinker's foundation. He spoke rapidly, simultaneously directing the focus toward Leitais, pointing at the feigning dead warrior on the ground and exaggerating with envy. Look at Leitais. He is a genuine upper-tier warrior. His bloodline purity far surpasses mine. In that critical moment, he went all out and consumed 8 sips of the combat divine water. Can you imagine? 8-fold. His combat power skyrocketed from 700 to 5,600. He was almost able to take down the enemy who ambushed us. Unfortunately, he ultimately overexerted himself, and now look. He is incapacitated by the side effects. Leitais felt a surge of rage as if a cloud of blood was about to burst from his chest. 8 sips? 8-fold. 5,600? Vikimo, you scoundrel. If you're going to boast, at least have the decency to not drag me into your lies. I only had 4 sips before nearly meeting my end. 5,600? If I truly possessed such power, would I be prostrated on the ground eating dust? A profound sense of indignation and absurdity overwhelmed Leitais' fragile psyche. In Vikimo's consciousness, the numbers on the panel surged momentarily. Shioi's murderous intent was temporarily subdued by Vikimo's seemingly rational explanations. His crimson electronic eyes shifted suspiciously toward Leitais, who lay on the ground. Breath shallow and complexion pale, though obscured by dirt. The detector indicated that Leitai's combat power was indeed only 175, weakened to the utmost limit. This state resembled the severe exhaustion following a power surge, potentially indicating a harmful side effect. Upper-tier warriors eightfold to 5,600? Chiu-Yi murmured, his greed rekindling with a fervor even greater than before. For he was an elite of the Frieza force, a powerhouse with a combat power of 17,000. His foundation, his potential, could not be compared to a lowly Saiyan like Leitai's. If he were to consume it and achieve fourfold or fivefold enhancements, or even higher, what terrifying power would he wield? Vegeta? Captain Ginyu? All would be beneath his feet. Lord Frieza would surely bestow upon him unparalleled glory. Chapter 25. The Surge. Isn't it true, Raditz? Vikimo wore an innocuous smile, his gaze sincerely shifting towards the dust-covered Raditz, who lay prone on the ground, as if seeking the most reliable witness. A chill coursed through Raditz, reaching from his tailbone to the top of his head. Vikimo, you scoundrel! Why must you drag me into this? I am an honest man. I do not wish to lie. Yet as he gazed into Chiu-Yi's greedy and scrutinizing crimson electronic eyes, along with the terrifying pressure of 17,000, possibly even higher now, Raditz felt as if his tongue had frozen solid. Ha 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 indeed. Raditz suddenly lifted his head, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Nodding fervently with all his might, his voice quivering slightly from guilt. Vikimo is correct. I just had 8 sips. 5,600. It felt as if I might explode. Alas, I failed to control it. As he spoke, he inwardly lamented, great dragon above. Today, I, Raditz, have been compelled to utter the greatest lie of my life. May the ancestors of the Saiyans spare me from punishment. From Raditz's emotional fluctuation, 666. The numerical display within the depths of Vikimo's consciousness flickered again, inching closer to the million mark. The corners of his mouth subtly curved upward. Deceive, and then deceive again. Raditz, filled with indignation, sensed that this purple-skinned toad was about to face dire consequences. Even His Highness Vegeta had fallen into his trap. Was he to be ultimately ensnared by Vikimo's foolishness, meeting his demise from a mere bucket of water? The thought of such a beautiful scene made Raditz feel that the bitterness of being forced to lie had dissipated considerably, even igniting a sense of anticipation. Indeed, the term's battle power 5,608-fold exploded like droplets hitting a boiling pot of oil within Chiu-Yi's greed-filled heart. His crimson electronic eyes radiated unprecedented brilliance, fixating intently on the glowing battle-enhancing water in Vikimo's hands. Could this mere Saiyan riffraff momentarily reach the height of 5,600? How much more extraordinary would it be for his elite form of 17,000 to consume it? I must try. Chiu-Yi's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement and impatience. No longer hesitating, he reached for the bamboo cup Vikimo extended. However, just as his fingertips were about to graze the edge of the cup, the last vestige of vigilance, belonging to an elite of the Frieza force, flickered through his mind like a flash of light. He abruptly withdrew his hand, his gaze piercing like lightning towards the gasping Raditz, his voice suddenly turning cold. Wait, wasn't your battle power 5,600? Why does it now stand at just 175? Lying there like a dead dog? Explain yourself. He had to eliminate all potential traps. Raditz's heart leapt into his throat, cold sweat soaking the ragged fabric of his back. He swallowed hard, his throat feeling like it was filled with sand, his mind racing. Well, cough cough, he forced out a smile that was more painful than tears. Avoiding Chiu-Yi's gaze. Just before you arrived, dear Lord Chiu-Yi, we were besieged by a horde of basey magic insects. Those creatures were numerous and fearless, specifically feeding on energy. One careless moment led to such exhaustion. His words stumbled, growing fainter, as he dared not meet Chiu-Yi's eyes. Chiu-Yi's deeply wrinkled, dark purple skin quivered slightly, his crimson electronic eyes glinting with calculating light. Basey magic insects? Such inferior cosmic beings indeed proliferate on certain planets, and their special energy-draining appendages pose a threat to lower-tier warriors. Raditz half-dead. Energy-depleted state aligns with the characteristics of someone who had forcefully unleashed their power under siege and subsequently suffered backlash. It aligns closely with my thoughts. This fellow must have suddenly acquired 8-fold strength, becoming overconfident, recklessly squandering energy, and ultimately exhausting himself. The last shred of doubt evaporated. With no further reservations, Chiyo-e snatched the bamboo cup from Wikamo's hand. The cup contained a small portion of the radiant battle-enhancing water recently ladled by Vikimo. Its resplendent hue and the immense energy it contained emitted an enticing aroma, as alluring as the most deadly poppy. Without hesitation, Chiyo-e tilted his head back and gulped down the small portion in one swift motion. The icy, viscous liquid slid down his throat, transforming swiftly into a gentle flow of energy. Chiyo-e held his breath, focusing all his senses to feel it. However, the vast reservoir of energy within him, towering at 17,000, seemed utterly unresponsive. There was no tumultuous surge as he had envisioned, no overwhelming sensation of power rising within him. What is happening? Chiyo-e's countenance darkened instantly, resembling the sky before a storm, his crimson electronic eyes narrowing dangerously, icy killing intent piercing towards Vikimo. As the ground beneath him silently cracked with spiderweb-like fissures, he sensed that he might have been played for a fool. A fury ignited within him, fueled by the feeling of being mocked. Raditz trembled in fear, nearly soiling himself. Vikimo, did you mess up? Wikimo's heart tightened. Yet he immediately donned an expression of exasperation tinged with disappointment, as if to say, how could you be so foolish? He spread his hands, his tone imbued with patient persuasion. Lord Chiyo-e, please, do not rush. I was very clear earlier. One sip, and your battle power doubles. What is your battle power? 17,000. What is double 17,000? He questioned like a mathematics teacher. Double 17,000 is certainly 34,000. Chiyo-e replied without a moment's hesitation, his tone laced with indignation at being underestimated. Then what is double 17,000? Vikimo pressed on, his gaze earnest. Chiyo-e felt as if his mind had been momentarily obstructed. Double 17,000? 34,000. No, 34,000 is 1 times 17,000. Double 17,000 should be 34,000. Wait, something feels amiss. His deep purple skin flushed slightly, his crimson electronic eyes flashing wildly, as if engaged in rapid calculations of this simple yet confounding question. A powerful sense of frustration, as if ensnared by a logical trap, surged within him. From Chiyo-e's emotional fluctuation, 777. The numerical display within the depths of Wikamo's consciousness finally pulsated with the intensity of this emotional surge, akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Resonating with a thunderous beat, emotional energy, 1,000,000. Success. Wikamo's heart soared with joy, akin to a drumbeat, yet his facial expression remained impeccably composed, maintaining an air of simplicity. To hell with logic. One must test to discover the truth. Disturbed by this basic arithmetic problem and his own confusion, Chiyo-e decided to verify the truth through action. He seized the metal bucket from Wikimo's hands, foregoing the cup entirely, and directly drank deeply from the bucket. This quantity far surpassed the previous sip. Boom. The moment the divine water entered his stomach, it was as though ice water had been poured into a boiling pot of oil. Chiyo-e felt an unimaginable torrent of energy erupt violently within him. No longer was it the gentle stream from before. It was a chaotic storm reminiscent of the universe's inception, ruthlessly sweeping through every vein and cell. Beneath his deep purple skin, veins bulged like coiling dragons, muscles uncontrollably expanding and contracting, emitting a sound that made one's teeth ache. An overwhelming and suffocating aura, far surpassing before, erupted explosively from Chiyo-e's center, like an invisible tsunami. Chiyo-e could not suppress a low, agonized yet ecstatic roar. He hastily pressed the self-check button on his detector. The crimson lens displayed the number representing his battle power, which danced wildly, flashing, before finally stabilizing at a figure that made his heart nearly stop. 34,000. 34,000 had truly doubled. The voice of Chiyo-e trembled with overwhelming excitement, his peculiar visage contorting in ecstasy, mouth agape, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, as if he truly wished to joyfully consume the air itself. Power. Unprecedented. A force potent enough to crush his former self surged within him, roaring and galloping. This sensation surpassed the delight of conquering 100 planets. You see, I did not deceive you, did I? Vikimo timely offered his compliments, wearing a smile that seemed to say, as I had previously warned you. while inwardly he scoffed. Drink more, the greater the fall later. Drink again. In that moment, Chiu-Yi harbored no doubts. The immense joy and insatiable greed completely consumed him. Like a parched traveler in the desert, he seized the heavy metallic barrel and tilted it toward his throat, pouring the remaining half of the divine combat water down his gullet with fervor. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The viscous, luminescent liquid cascaded into his mouth like a waterfall, flowing down his esophagus. This time, the torrent of furious energy surged even more violently, akin to countless untamed cosmic beasts rampaging within him. Chiu-Yi's body quaked violently, his skin beginning to exude tiny purple droplets of blood, a signal that his body was nearing its limits. Yet, he paid no heed, his crimson eyes solely reflecting an insatiable desire for power. As the last drop of divine water vanished into the bottom of the barrel, Chiu-Yi eagerly pressed the self-check button on the detector once more. He yearned to witness the miracle of his leap firsthand. Bang! A piercing explosion erupted. The combat power detector affixed to Chiu-Yi's left eye shattered, as if detonated from within, fragments of metal and crystalline powder scattering everywhere. Startled by the sudden explosion, Chiu-Yi instinctively stepped back, raising a hand to shield his left eye. Yet, in the next moment, his remaining right eye erupted with a radiance more fervent than the sun. The detector had exceeded its limits. What could this signify? Ha ha ha. Chiu-Yi could no longer contain his inner ecstasy, bursting into laughter that echoed like a night owl's shriek, filled with madness and self-satisfaction. Although he could not see the specific value, he could distinctly sense the torrent of energy within him, akin to the core of a star. This power undoubtedly surpassed the previous 34,000. He meticulously contemplated the vast intensity of that energy, recalling his previous experience of doubling. And a number that made his heart race appeared in his mind, approximately 41,000, equivalent to more than 24 times his base combat power. He rationally converted this in his mind to 3 times 170,000. No, he felt that this intensity of 41,000 resembled more like 3 times. Pour again, quickly. Chiu-Yi roughly shoved the emptied metallic barrel back into Vikimo's arms and handed over the bamboo cup that had been used by both Vikimo and himself. His tone urgent and commanding. Vikimo felt a pang of pain in his heart, but dared not show it. Merely reopening the barrel, pretending to scoop from it while actually drawing from the system space, and cautiously pouring more than half a cup into the bamboo vessel. Watching the luminescent liquid swirl, Chiu-Yi's greed intensified. Just as he was about to tilt his head back to drink, Vikimo firmly grasped his wrist. Lord Chiu-Yi, calm down. Listen to me. The effectiveness of this divine water is calculated by the number of times consumed, not the quantity. That previous large gulp counts as only once. If you down this cup in one go, it will also count as just one. That would be a loss. You must sip it in small amounts to maximize the benefits. He wore an expression of sincere concern, as if he were deeply pained for Chiu-Yi's sake. Chiu-Yi was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected interruption, then erupted in furious anger, deep purple energy uncontrollably flashing across his surface, causing Vikimo's arm to tingle. He glared at Vikimo, as if reprimanding him for his meddling and pettiness. Yet, Vikimo's words pierced through him like a needle. Striking at his greedy nature, multiple sips could yield greater returns? Perhaps there was some truth to it? Humph. Chiu-Yi snorted coldly, suppressing the impulse to snatch the cup and gulp it down, ultimately deciding to heed Vikimo's advice. He took the bamboo cup, this time not drinking greedily, but rather savoring it as one would a rare vintage, cautiously bringing it to his lips and taking a minuscule sip. Buzz. The familiar, intoxicating sensation of power surged once more, although the increase was not as explosive as the previous 2 times. The discernible enhancement in strength confirmed Vikimo's assertion about the number of times. The key was the number. More. Chiu-Yi passed the cup back. Vikimo hurriedly poured a little more. Chiu-Yi took another tiny sip. Power surged. More. Pour. Sip. Engaging in a sacred yet greedy ritual. Chiu-Yi carefully sipped one small mouthful after another. Each minuscule swallow accompanied the steady rise of energy within him, and with every increase in power, the joy on his face and ambition in his eyes swelled further. He sipped a total of 10 times. Each mouthful was pitifully small, but cumulatively, the bamboo cup was nearly empty. In that moment, Chiu-Yi felt as if his body had transformed into a furnace of energy on the verge of bursting. The immense and boundless force flowed ceaselessly within him, each movement seeming to induce tremors in the fabric of space. The sensation of power was so overwhelming that he believed he could shatter stars with a single punch. He meticulously estimated the intensity of the tempestuous energy within him, combining it with the initial base value of 17,000, and a number that sent shivers through his soul materialized, tenfold. This was undoubtedly 10 times his base combat power. 170,000. 17,000 combat power. How could such a divine object exist in the universe? Chio-E trembled with excitement, his body shaking, his deep purple skin glowing faintly with energy. 17,000. What did that signify? Captain Jinyu of the Jinyu Force possessed only 120,000. The first form of King Frieza was recorded at 530,000. The gap did not seem insurmountable. A wild thought blazed in his heart like wildfire. Meanwhile, Raditz stood agape, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. I could barely ascend after 4 sips, and this purple-skinned frog could drink 10 times? Tenfold. An indescribable bitterness and jealousy surged within Raditz. People surpassing others could be infuriating. Was the Saiyan bloodline inferior to that of a frog? Yet, another more vindictive thought sprouted like poisonous weeds. Ha. Let us see you revel for another hour. No, perhaps it would not take that long. Once your tenfold power recedes like a tide, you will be left with a pitiful 700. Ha. Raditz gripped his thigh tightly, burying his face deep in the scorching sand, his shoulders shaking violently as he exerted all his strength to suppress the laughter that threatened to burst forth. Vikimo was insidious. This was akin to a heartless betrayal. Once Chio-E fell to 700, not only Vikimo and the severely injured Vegeta, but even he, Raditz, could easily crush him like a bug, provided he regained even a modicum of strength. More, just a little more. Chio-E, still unsatisfied, poured the last remnants of the luminescent liquid from the bamboo cup into his mouth, greedily licking the cup's walls like an addict, yearning for that miraculous sensation of power to surge once more. However, this time, the miracle did not arrive. The vast power within him continued to surge, yet there was no further increase. It was as if he had reached an invisible barrier, a limit belonging solely to Chio-E himself. Was this truly the limit? Chio-E licked his lips, a flicker of unmistakable disappointment and unwillingness flashing in his crimson eyes. 17,000? No, he believed he could be even stronger. He should be able to multiply it 11 times. 12 times. Lord Chio-E, you should be content. Vikimo immediately donned an expression of utmost reverence, dramatically raising both thumbs. Tenfold. This represents a staggering tenfold surge in combat power. Across the vast expanse of the universe, aside from the legendary Saiyans and their rare Super Saiyan transformations, what else could possibly compare? Even the Saiyan's transformation into a great ape during a full moon merely results in a tenfold increase. What you have just consumed is akin to a Super Saiyan endowed with the might of a great ape. He deftly equated Chio-E's remarkable achievement with the Saiyan's most formidable transformation ability, instantly striking a chord with Chio-E's ego. Transformation into a great ape? Humph. Chio-E snorted disdainfully. Yet the disappointment etched on his face had indeed lessened considerably. Indeed, it was equivalent to a great ape Saiyan warrior, and without the downside of losing one's sanity. Was this not sufficient? He, Chio-E, a non-Saiyan, had accomplished what Saiyans could only achieve under the light of the full moon. An overwhelming sense of superiority surged within him. Yet he remained unyielding. Greed gnawed at him like a relentless parasite. He fixed his gaze on Vikimo and commanded, pour a bit more. Just a mouthful. Let me try again. Vikimo cursed silently in his heart, but dared not defy him, reluctantly opening the barrel once more. In reality, it was the last time he would extract a minuscule amount from the system space, symbolically dripping a few drops into the bamboo cup, a quantity that barely coated the bottom. Chio-E gazed at the pitiful few drops of divine water, almost negligible, and compared it to Vikimo's expression as though he were sacrificing flesh, giving him an exceedingly contemptuous glare. Stingy. When I leave, this entire barrel, along with your spatial equipment capable of concealing items, shall be mine. I shall dedicate them to. An unprecedented thought, akin to a cosmic thunderbolt, suddenly cleaved through Chio-E's power-dazed mind. Dedicate to Frieza? Chio-E's heart leapt. An indescribable absurdity and an ember of ambition ignited within him, like dry kindling suddenly ablaze. Why should I give it to him? I am now a top-tier warrior in the universe with a combat power of 170,000. 17,000. Frieza's first form is merely 530,000. I might still possess the strength to challenge him. Even the once unfathomable name reverberated in his mind like an incantation. Lord Frieza? Chioi mulled over this title internally, a wave of unprecedented rebellion and disdain coursing through him like venom. Bah! What lord? From now on, I shall simply call him Frieza. This universe should be ruled by the mightiest warrior. That is I, Chioi. At that moment, the face of a petty tyrant was unmistakably revealed upon him. The mentality of overnight wealth had utterly distorted his perception, and the false sense of power from his 170,000 combat strength made him feel as if he stood atop the pinnacle of the cosmos. With excitement bordering on spasms, Chioi trembled, this time from exhilaration, as he accepted the bamboo cup, carefully tilting it to pour the meager drops of divine water into his mouth, savoring it as if it were the elixir leading to the throne of the universe. 1 second, 2 seconds, his internal energy remained vast, like a surging galaxy, yet now devoid of ripples. That invisible barrier, impenetrable, held firm. His combat power ultimately stabilized at a foundational tenfold increase of 170,000 points. Though he failed to break through, the power itself was enough to make him look down upon all. Vikimo observed with acute clarity the shifting ambitions, disdain, and ultimately the rebellious sentiment towards Frieza that painted Chioi's visage were as vivid as a finely rendered tapestry. He smirked internally, a frog at the bottom of a well. The terror of Frieza is beyond the comprehension of this upstart who believes himself to have emerged from merely drinking some potion. 530,000 is just the beginning. The final form's 1.2 billion is the true despair. Yet this suited him perfectly. The more inflated Chioi became, the more catastrophic his fall would be. Chioi remained undeterred, even turning the bamboo cup upside down, vigorously shaking it to lick clean the last remnants of the luminescent liquid from its walls. Still, there was no reaction. Humph! A wave of indignation surged within him, and Chioi clenched his fist. Crack! The hardened bamboo cup crumbled in his grasp like rotten wood, disintegrating into fine powder. He slowly raised his head, his remaining crimson electronic eye now devoid of greed and inquiry, replaced by a cold, condescending gaze, fixated upon Vikimo as if appraising refuse destined for disposal. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel and meaningful arc silence. This thought coiled around him like a venomous serpent. Eliminate this Saiyan brat. Seize this barrel of invaluable divine battle water and that mysterious spatial equipment. Then challenge Frieza. Claim that exalted throne. The universe shall bow beneath my feet. Vikimo sensed the palpable chill of murderous intent, every muscle in his body tensed to its utmost, the energy within him swirling wildly. Yet, his expression remained oddly composed, as if unperturbed. For deep within his consciousness, a virtual panel shimmering with golden light displayed a clear message. Emotional energy, 1,000,000. Eligible for Destiny Roulette Draw. More crucially, the trump card that no one else knew was the absolute control over the narrative afforded by Rebirth, serving as the final safeguard in dire straits. Chapter 26. Shock. Vikimo's heart beat steadily within his chest, yet his face maintained an impeccably nuanced smile of flattery. He was not unafraid of death. Rather, he was wagering on a subtle psychological game. If Chioi truly intended to kill him, why bother descending from the skies, wasting breath? A mere energy blast could resolve the issue, but he chose close proximity and inquiry, indicating Chioi's keen interest in him or the anomalies he exhibited, the surge in combat power and that barrel of water. Perhaps even a task entrusted by Frieza, such as capturing a jester alive. Utilizing this interest to buy time, allowing the terrifying side effects of the divine battle water to manifest within Chioi, was the strategy Vikimo deemed the least risky, yet most rewarding. It was far better than consuming that concoction himself. The duration of the side effects was uncertain, an hour, a day, or even permanent. The sight of Raditz in a half-dead state served as a cautionary tale. Vikimo had long resolved that before fully grasping the essence of this divine battle water, he would never become a guinea pig. Chioi was the perfect test subject. Vikimo, quite impressive. This divine battle water is indeed a remarkable substance. Chioi's remaining crimson electronic eye flickered with a glimmer of greed, his gaze viscous as it flitted between Vikimo's face and the barrel of luminescent divine water in his hands. That gaze transcended mere desire for power, infused with an evaluative yearning for possession of all. An alarm blared in Vikimo's mind, yet his smile grew even more radiant, akin to the most obedient loyal hound. Without any hesitation, even with a hint of perceptive courtesy, he cradled the heavy metal barrel in both hands and respectfully offered it to Chioi. "My lord Chioi, I hope you are pleased. Here." His voice brimmed with genuine spirit of dedication. "Oh." Chioi appeared momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his deep purple visage. He had expected this lad to guard the barrel of divine water as if it were his lifeblood, yet he had unexpectedly presented it so willingly. This sudden generosity caught him off guard, and a wave of profound satisfaction surged within him. This fellow, indeed, knows the score. "Are you certain?" Chioi's voice held a trace of barely perceptible inquiry, but more so, it radiated the pleasure of being appeased. He casually accepted the cold metal barrel, weighing it in his hands, heavy, brimming with the power to reshape the cosmic order. The more he observed Vikimo, the more he found him agreeable. Decent combat strength, though far inferior to his current self, a nimble mind, aware of how to present offerings, and, most importantly, he was quite astute. Taking such an individual as a subordinate seemed a prudent choice. He could indulge in divine water at will, though he had no immediate use for it, while also having a runner. "Of course, I am certain." Vikimo straightened his back, a heroic smile spreading across his face, his tone frank and moving. "Lord Chioi, you see, I'm just a lowly warrior. My potential is limited, and my body can't withstand the true power of this divine water. Keeping it in my hands would be a complete waste. It's better to give it to someone like you who has the destiny to receive it. Let it realize its greatest value." He cleverly positioned himself as a self-aware good-for-nothing, elevating Chioi to the status of a chosen one. "You're very sensible." Chioi's deep purple lips curved into a satisfied smile, offering his praise without reservation. He felt that on his path to becoming a cosmic emperor, he needed such sensible subordinates. "Very good. From now on, you'll follow me, Chioi. As long as you serve me wholeheartedly, I guarantee you can roam freely on whichever planet you want in this vast universe. Choose any woman of any race you desire." He waved his hand, painting an incredibly tempting picture. "Thank you so much, Lord Chioi, for your guidance. It is my honor to follow you." Vikimo immediately bowed, his smile as radiant as a blooming sunflower. He straightened up, his gaze naturally falling on the large bucket in Chioi's hands, and with a hint of considerate concern for his boss, suggested, "Lord Chioi, you see, this bucket is quite heavy. I can't let you carry it all the time, can I? That's not befitting your esteemed status. How about I keep it for you? Whenever you need it, just give the word, and I'll bring it to you immediately. I guarantee I'll be there at your beck and call." Chioi's crimson electronic eyes scrutinized Vikimo again. The slight doubt that had just arisen in his mind, whether this kid was trying to pull a trick, was completely dispelled by this impeccable flattery and attentive service. That's right. He was now a top-tier powerhouse in the universe with a combat power of 170,000, the future emperor of the universe. What kind of nonsense was it for him to personally carry a large bucket? What was the point of having a follower? Isn't this just for doing chores? Chioi thought, feeling the surging power within him. He confirmed that the divine water had reached its maximum effect on him. The greatest value of this bucket of water would be used to reward his subordinates and win their hearts. Having Vikamer keep it was indeed the most suitable arrangement. That makes sense. You take it. Chioi readily handed the metal bucket back to Vikamer, his gesture carrying an arrogant, almost condescending air. But after handing it over, a flicker of resentment rose in his heart, burned by the power, and he stubbornly pressed on. Can it really be increased, even a little bit more? I feel my body can handle more. While 170,000 was powerful, thinking of Frieza's unfathomable 530,000 first form, he still yearned for even greater strength. Vikamer took the bucket, a cold smile playing on his lips, but a thoughtful expression on his face. Then, as if struck by a flash of inspiration, he slapped his thigh, his tone flattering with sudden realization. Lord Chioi, I've got it. The effect of this divine water might be related to the body's condition. Look, you've just experienced a massive power boost. Your body is like a fully drawn bow, needing recovery and replenishment. Are you hungry? I'll go prepare some top-quality roasted meat for you right away to replenish your energy. Then you should rest for an hour. allowing your body to fully absorb this power and get back to peak condition. Then, we'll try again. Maybe there will be a surprise? He paused. Then, to increase credibility, added candidly, to be honest, that's what I did before. After the battle, I rested for an hour, my body recovered somewhat, and then I drank 4 more sips. Although the boost wasn't as exaggerated as the first time, it was at least doubled. Solid. He cleverly shifted the focus, presenting Raditz's side effects as his own experience with a second power boost. So, the second time he drank it, the effect would be halved? Xiao-Yi immediately grasped the key point, a flicker of hope rekindling in his crimson eyes. Halved? Even if it's halved, doubling it again would still be 340,000. Closer to Frieza's 530,000. Lord Xiao-Yi, you are truly exceptionally wise. You understand so quickly. Vikamer nodded vigorously, his face beaming with affirmation. That's exactly it. Raditz, who was pretending to groom wild boar bristles, heard this and his shoulders trembled violently, almost bursting into laughter. He quickly buried his face even lower, inwardly cursing. Drink it again in an hour? Ha ha. Vikamer, you bastard, you're so mean. In an hour, forget doubling it. This toad will be lucky to even stand up and talk. His combat power will drop to 1700? Probably not even 1700. Hee. A strong sense of schadenfreude made him almost want to dance with joy, but he could only pinch his inner thigh hard to suppress the impending burst of laughter. Good. That's settled. Xiao-Yi, completely ignited by Vikamer's description of the prospect of a second upgrade, waved his hand, full of bravado. Go and prepare. I want the best roast meat. To replenish my energy and prepare for new power. He could almost see himself breaking through the 300,000 mark in combat power, sending Frieza flying with a single punch. His deep purple face glowing with triumphant red. Yes, sir. Lord Xiao-Yi, please wait a moment. The food will be ready soon. Vikamer responded loudly, then called to Raditz. Raditz, hurry up. Don't keep Lord Xiao-Yi waiting. The two immediately threw themselves into the culinary work. The unfortunate wild boar monster was treated to the highest standards, plucking its hair, skinning it, gutting it, and cleaning it. Every step was done with utmost care and meticulousness, striving for perfection. Just cleaning the internal organs and removing the stench took nearly half an hour of painstaking work. During this time, Vikamer and Raditz, with perfect understanding, removed their combat power detectors and carefully stored them away. What a joke! With a 170,000 strong boss standing right next to me, capable of blowing up the detector at any moment. Wearing that thing is no different than carrying a bomb. Raditz, while slicing through thick pieces of wild boar meat with his air blade, whispered an order only the two of them could hear. Go. Add some seasoning to this fattest piece of tenderloin, marinate it properly. Raditz, who was laboriously moving a piece of pork leg, paused, looking up blankly. Add seasoning? Marinate? Add what seasoning? Saiyans always grill meat in its original flavor, maybe a sprinkle of salt. What do they know about complicated seasonings and marinades? Vikamer gave him a disapproving look, then whispered something quickly in his ear. Though the voice was soft, it exploded in Raditz's ears like thunder. Raditz's eyes widened instantly. His mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg, his face screaming, "Are you crazy?" He instinctively turned his head, stealing a glance at Xiao-Yi a few dozen meters away. The newly minted 170,000 strong leader stood with his back to them, gazing up at the gray sky, hands on his hips, his body trembling slightly, seemingly laughing silently, or perhaps rehearsing a speech to rule the universe. He was completely absorbed in the euphoria of his sudden power surge and future ambitions, oblivious to the conspiracy of his two lackeys behind him. You're too much. Raditz's voice trembled, his eyes filled with awe and a hint of fear as he looked at Vikimo. This guy was ruthless and unscrupulous when it came to scheming. However, a glance at Xiao-Yi's arrogant back instantly overwhelmed any semblance of morality. Kill this toad. Avenge Carnegie and Curry. Avenge Prince Vegeta. Raditz thought viciously to himself, a lewd and smug grin involuntarily creeping onto his face. Meanwhile, as Raditz furtively pulled a pitifully small vial containing some suspicious gray powder, a souvenir he'd stolen during an expedition on a certain planet, which the locals said could cause severe diarrhea, from a hidden compartment in his tattered combat suit, he whispered to Vikamer, "What's he doing over there? He's acting like he's having a fit." Vikamer, who was carving another piece of meat, didn't even look up when he heard this. A knowing smile played on his lips as he replied in a similarly breathy tone, What else could it be? Your fighting power has suddenly increased so much. Just like when you drank it. You're probably racking your brains figuring out how to show off and enjoy this sudden power. Maybe you're even planning how to overthrow Frieza and become the emperor of the universe yourself. Raditz. He felt like he'd been shot in the knee. The memory of his own power spiked to 2,800 after drinking the elixir. That smug, self-important feeling of being able to punch the earth flashed through his mind, making him blush. A strong sense of shame and annoyance at being exposed surged within him. Raditz's emotional fluctuation 666. Vikamer's mental panel pulsed again, his smile deepening. Meanwhile, tens of kilometers away, in a rugged mountainous region. Thump! Vegeta could no longer hold on, collapsing against a cold, massive rock and slumping to the ground. Sweat soaked through his tattered battle suit, trickling down his forehead and mingling with the undried blood at the corner of his mouth. His face, always etched with arrogance and coldness, was now ashen white, his golden pupils constricted sharply, filled with unbelievable horror. Just minutes before, he had endured the excruciating pain of displaced organs, using his remaining detectors to monitor Chiu-Yi's movements. When the point of light representing Chiu-Yi moved near Vikamer and Raditz, the detectors suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. On the crimson lens, the value symbolizing Chiu-Yi's life energy surged like a rocket, skyrocketing instantly. 17,000, 18,000, 20,000, 25,000, 30,000, 34,000. What a joke. Vegeta's voice was dry and hoarse with extreme shock, each word seeming to be forced out of his throat. How could this be? Why did his fighting power suddenly increase so much? This completely defies all his understanding of power. Without any transformation, without any charging, just standing still, his fighting power almost doubled. However, this was only the beginning of the nightmare. Bang! A deafening, explosive sound, far more piercing and deafening than the previous detector alarm, exploded in Vegeta's ears like a thunderclap. The latest model detector on his left eye, theoretically capable of detecting a fighting power of 20,000, its lens and intricate internal components seemed to be torn apart and squeezed from the inside by an invisible, immense force, instantly shattering. Hot metal fragments and crystalline powder sprayed out like shrapnel, some even grazing Vegeta's cheek, leaving a burning sting. Vegeta froze completely, like a statue frozen in ice. He kept his hand raised to cover his left eye, his right eye fixed on the detector debris falling through his fingers. His golden pupils filled only with boundless horror and blankness. The detector exploded. What did this mean? It meant that Chiu-Yi's fighting power had, in a short time, soared to a level far exceeding 20,000, a height Vegeta could never reach. What exactly happened to Vikamer and Raditz over there? That faint reaction of 175 fighting power was Raditz? Was he still alive? Where was Vikamer? Where was the guy whose fighting power was listed as 3,400? A huge wave of questions and an unprecedented sense of crisis coiled around Vegeta's heart like a cold, venomous snake. He abruptly flung the detector debris from his hand, ignoring the excruciating pain from his internal injuries, and struggled to his feet. Losing the detector meant he could no longer accurately sense Chiu-Yi's energy fluctuations and location. But Chiu-Yi's detector must have exploded too. The terrifying energy that erupted in that instant far exceeded the limits of a conventional detector. This was an opportunity, an extremely dangerous, but perhaps the only, chance to uncover the truth. A ruthless and resolute glint flashed in Vegeta's eyes, befitting a Saiyan prince. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his surging blood, and concealed his aura to the extreme. Like a cheetah blending into the shadows, he silently crept towards the direction where Vikamer and the others had disappeared, the direction of the energy burst. Every step was cautious, using the jagged rocks as cover. He had to know what had happened to Chiu-Yi, who had suddenly become like a monster. Almost at the same moment, on another vast grassland far away. Bang! A similar explosion rang out. Naba stared in astonishment at the detector on his left eye, now a pile of scrap metal. His rugged face filled with bewilderment and a barely perceptible fear. Just now, the detector captured Chiu-Yi's energy surge, like a stellar explosion. The values fluctuating wildly before finally collapsing and completely failing. Over there, in the direction of Vikamer and Raditz, Naba abruptly turned his head, his massive body facing the source of the energy burst. Although he couldn't see anything due to the vast distance and undulating terrain, the horror in his eyes was palpable. What on earth happened? Is that Chiu even human? The sheer intensity of that instantaneous energy burst sent a chill down his spine. Even for this Saiyan warrior who prided himself on strength. Losing the detector was like losing navigation in the dark universe. He could no longer contact Prince Vegeta, nor could he sense the fate of Vikamer and Raditz. A profound sense of isolation and helplessness washed over him. Go check over there. This thought had barely formed before Naba ruthlessly extinguished it. What a joke. The energy that monster Chiu was unleashing was enough to destroy the detector even from this distance. Going there would be no different from suicide. Prince Vegeta might have a way, but Naba should forget it. Too dangerous. No way. Naba shook his bald head violently, as if trying to shake off the fear. He made a decision most in line with his character. Back to the spaceship. He'd wait there. If Prince Vegeta or Vikamer were still alive, they'd eventually return. Having made up his mind, Naba didn't hesitate any longer. His massive body unleashed a speed disproportionate to his size, like a cannonball, hurtling towards the Saiyan spaceship's landing point on the other side of the planet, without looking back. Getting away from the terrifying vortex's center became his only thought. Meanwhile, with Vikamer and Raditz, the cooking continued. Raditz, like a thief, carefully used his fingernail to scoop out a little gray powder from the bone vial, spreading it evenly and with extreme restraint on the fattest piece of wild boar tenderloin that Vikamer had specified, rubbing it vigorously with his fingers to ensure the powder was absorbed. After doing all this, he nervously hid the small bottle, as if it contained some deadly poison. Vikamer, meanwhile, built a campfire and skewered large chunks of wild boar meat with sharpened branches. Flames licked the meat, sizzling and dripping fat, releasing an aroma mixed with a faint, strange smell masked by spices that began to permeate the air. He skillfully flipped the skewers while observing Chiu out of the corner of his eye. Chiu remained lost in his own world. Sometimes he would laugh silently, his shoulders heaving. Sometimes he would make fists and gestures as if throwing punches and releasing energy blasts, seemingly rehearsing his defeat of Frieza. Sometimes he would stand with his hands on his hips, head held high, as if receiving the adoration of millions of subjects. His deep purple skin shimmered with a powerful glow in the firelight, and even though he deliberately concealed his 170,000 combat power, it still emanated a chilling aura. Like a dormant volcano, time ticked by, punctuated by the sizzling of the roasting meat, Raditz's heavy breathing, and Chiu's silent performance. Vikamer's heartbeat quickened slightly with each flicker of the campfire. 40 minutes had passed since Chiu drank the last drop of the divine water. The 1-hour mark was drawing ever closer. Chapter 27. Forget it, I'm going. Keep an eye on him, don't let him find out. The voice of Frieza was low and tense, as if forced from the depths of his throat, laden with a sense of desperation and palpable anxiety. He cast a quick glance at the distant, massive, and silent figure of Chiu, who sat cross-legged upon a colossal boulder. The deep purple of his skin glimmered with a chilling sheen under the faint starlight, his single eye half closed, clearly lost in some profound scheme. Vikimo nodded discreetly, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings to ensure Chiu's attention was indeed elsewhere. Go ahead, don't worry, he replied in a steady tone, offering Frieza an inexplicable sense of confidence. He slightly turned his body, cleverly shielding Frieza from any angle that might expose him to Chiu's line of sight. Frieza took a deep breath, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. Swiftly, he grabbed the most succulent piece of pork leg left behind for handling monsters. Its flesh a tantalizing shade of pink, marbled with just the right amount of fat, perfect for roasting. Clutching the hefty pork leg tightly, he crouched low, using the dense ferns and bizarrely shaped ancient trees as cover, and darted swiftly into the depths of the jungle. The dry twigs and fallen leaves beneath his feet crackled softly with each step, sending jolts of fear through Frieza. He dared not look back, desperately burrowing deeper into the more verdant and shadowy areas until he confirmed he was completely concealed by layers of broad leaves and drooping vines. At least several hundred meters away from Vikimo and Chiu's open space. Only then did he halt abruptly, leaning against the trunk of a tree thick enough for 3 men to embrace, gasping for breath. Sweat trickled down his forehead. He strained to listen intently, save for the distinct sounds of insects and birds native to the jungle, though these birds sounded more like sharp metallic screeches. And the rustle of leaves in the breeze, there were no other suspicious noises. The suffocating oppressive aura of Chiu seemed to be kept at bay by the thick green barrier. Frieza exhaled a long breath, steadying himself. He looked down at the hefty pork leg in his hands, his expression a complex mix of disgust, tension, and the thrill of mischief about to be realized. Damn it. For survival, for the ability to stand and relieve myself in the future, he muttered under his breath, seemingly encouraging himself. He quickly unbuckled the belt of his combat suit, urgency evident in his movements. The pressing urge to relieve himself surged forth, and he could hardly wait to release it. The sound of water splashing in the stillness of the jungle was remarkably clear. As Frieza relieved himself, he nervously darted his eyes around, vigilantly scanning the darkness for any unwelcome creatures that might be drawn by the noise, or, worse, for Chio-E to notice. He endeavored to control the stream's direction, ensuring that most of it accurately drenched the succulent pork leg in his hand. The dark yellow liquid quickly soaked into the pink flesh, seeping into the muscle fibers, leaving dark, pungent stains. The distinct, sharp odor of ammonia mixed with a wild, beastly scent spread rapidly, invading Frieza's nostrils. He couldn't help but grimace, his stomach churning. The stench was overwhelming. He fought through the nausea, even flipping the pork leg to ensure an even marination, making sure every surface received its share. Chio-E, let me add some flavor for you. Try something fresh. As Frieza engaged in this unsavory act, he began humming a tune to mask his tension and create a facade of normalcy. It was a vulgar ballad from Planet Vegeta, recounting the blunders of a reckless Saiyan warrior, the melody irregular and fragmented, resonating eerily within the ominous jungle. He tried to make his voice sound relaxed and casual, as if merely addressing a personal hygiene issue while humming a tune. Soon, the stream ceased. Frieza quickly tidied his combat suit and rebuckled his belt. He glanced down at the carefully processed pork leg. The dark stains were clearly visible on its surface, the strong odors still lingering. He hurriedly grabbed handfuls of damp moss and aromatic leaves from unknown plants, vigorously rubbing them on the meat's surface in an attempt to mask the most apparent scents and marks. After completing this, he picked up the pork leg again, forcing a semblance of satisfaction and ease onto his face, then crouched low, scampering back to the campfire. Vikimo had been closely monitoring the direction Frieza had vanished into. Upon seeing him return safely, though his face wore a look of contentment, the underlying tension and a hint of paleness did not escape Vikimo's keen eyes. As Frieza approached, a peculiar blend of the odor of urine and the fresh scent of plants wafted over, somewhat masked but still discernible to Vikimo's sensitive nose. He suppressed a chuckle and the discomfort in his stomach, discreetly giving Frieza a thumbs up. Well done. Throughout this ordeal, Chio-E remained utterly motionless, his enormous form undisturbed, his single eye still drooping as if frozen in stone. He was completely absorbed in his grand ambitions, showing no interest in the trivialities of these two lowly warriors. Eliminating Frieza? Certainly, that was the ultimate goal. But before that, how to consolidate power? Countless thoughts collided fiercely within the convoluted recesses of Chio-Yi's mind. The peculiar yet formidable members of the Ginyu Force were undoubtedly Frieza's sharpest weapon. Should he annihilate them to eliminate future threats, or subdue them for his own use? Chio-Yi's solitary eye shifted slightly, a glimmer of cold, calculating brilliance flashing across it. The latter option appeared more advantageous. The Ginyu Force's unique abilities and teamwork were renowned throughout the universe. If he could enlist them to serve his purposes, his odds against Frieza would undoubtedly increase. Just think, Jinyu's body swapping, Raikam's formidable strength, Berta's unmatched speed, Gaiza's fusion techniques, and Guldo's time-stopping abilities could all be at his disposal. Humph. A low, confident snort escaped Chio-Yi's throat. With his current unfathomable combat prowess, one that even detection devices struggled to fully display, dealing with Jinyu and his crew would be as easy as squashing a few bothersome insects. He had already envisioned a scene in which Jinyu knelt before him, pledging loyalty. As Chio-E reveled in this delightful fantasy, his lips almost betraying a smile. An extraordinarily enticing aroma, a blend of greasy char and spices, slithered into his nostrils like a nimble serpent. Chio-Yi's enormous head jerked up, his solitary eye sharpening its focus, casting a piercing gaze toward the direction of the campfire. The delightful scent was wafting from there. Vikimo was carefully manipulating the meat over the fire, his technique remarkably adept, as fat dripped onto the charcoal, producing a satisfying sizzle, sending up plumes of fragrant white smoke. Instinctively, Chio-E swallowed audibly, his throat bobbing vigorously. The sound resonated clearly in the still night. He was indeed a bit hungry. Although the previous battle had been a mere slaughter, it had still consumed a fair amount of energy. The aroma of roasting meat was an unparalleled temptation on this desolate planet. Chioi to run. Please hold on a moment. The meat will be ready shortly. Rathizi called out, forcing what he considered his most enthusiastic and flattering smile toward Chioi, attempting to mask the frantic beating of his heart and his underlying anxiety. Chioi's gaze lingered for a moment on Rathizi's face, nodding slightly. This little brat is quite clever, his eyes are lively. In his heart, he secretly calculated. This Saiyan, named Vikimo, appears to possess commendable culinary skills, and in the future, he could be retained as a chef and a handyman. Should he perform admirably, a few drops of battle divine water could be bestowed upon him, enhancing his combat prowess by 2- or 3-fold, which would be an immense favor. However, the smallest cup must be employed to meticulously control the dosage, ensuring he becomes formidable enough to serve as cannon fodder, yet never a threat to himself. That is the essence of subjugation. As for the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, a flicker of undisguised disdain and murderous intent flashed in his singular eye. That haughty visage, those eyes that regarded everything as refuse. HMPF. Before departing from Wanxiaoxing, an opportunity must be seized to eliminate him completely. Such a latent threat, imbued with royal blood, must not be allowed to persist. Under Vikimo's precise control of the grilling process, a perfectly roasted pig leg, with its skin golden and crispy, sizzling with oil and exuding an irresistible aroma, soon materialized. The rich scent of the fat, the savory fragrance of the meat, and the exotic spices scattered by Vikimo, sourced from the planet, coalesced into an overwhelmingly dominant and aggressive aroma, nearly masking any underlying essence that might exist. Vikimo gestured to Leitais with his eyes. Go. It is your turn to shine. Upon receiving Vikimo's gaze, Leitais' face instantly fell, and despair surged within him. He instinctively shrank back, silently protesting with his lips. You want me to go? A pig leg soaked in urine. If he detects something amiss, I will be torn apart. Why do you not go instead? Vikimo remained unmoved, his gaze resolute, silently urging. Hurry. This is part of the plan. You are a key contributor. Simultaneously, he discreetly extended a hand, signaling with a 6 gesture to remind Leitais of the time. A notification from the system echoed coldly in Vikimo's mind. Negative emotional value from Leitais. 999. Yet at this moment, Vikimo was too preoccupied to savor this revelation, his focus entirely on urging Leitais and remaining vigilant of Chioi. How much longer? Leitais lamented, his voice barely a whisper, laden with despair. He felt akin to a martyr rushing into enemy territory with a bomb. 6 minutes remaining. Vikimo replied in a low voice, his tone leaving no room for debate. Hurry. If you dawdle, Chioi will become suspicious. Why has it been nearly 5 hours, and I still haven't recovered? Leitais' voice quivered with a hint of tears, instinctively glancing down at himself. A wave of terror engulfing him. Could it be that he would never recover? Would he be like this for eternity? The thought of potentially losing vital functions made Leitais feel as though the sky were collapsing around him. Didn't I tell you to wait a day? There's no need to rush. It's still early in the day. Vikimo suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, striving to sound relaxed and confident. Even managing a hint of jest. Who knows, you might feel better in the next moment. Don't scare yourself. Leitais gazed at Vikimo's carefree demeanor, filled with a mix of sorrow and frustration, yet feeling utterly powerless. Another notification from the system chimed. Negative emotional value from Leitais. 999. Now is the time. Vikimo's heart surged with joy. Leitais' continuous high-quality output of negative emotions, coupled with the occasional flicker of resentment from Chioi due to Vegeta or Frieza, and his own amassed reserve of negative emotional value, finally breached the 1,000,000 mark like a torrent breaking through a dam. 1,000,000 points. Vikimo's heart raced, blood coursing through his veins as if accelerated. He forced himself to suppress his excitement, maintaining an appearance of concentration on the grilling, while his mind was sharply attuned. Like the most precise radar, the detectors of Chioi had been damaged in previous battles, and with Vegeta and Naba absent, Leitais' detector had long been tricked into removal. At this moment, no detectors within 100 miles could sense any energy fluctuations. A golden opportunity. System. Execute 100 consecutive draws immediately. Vikimo silently roared within. Buzz. Deep within his consciousness, an invisible, colossal lottery wheel began to spin wildly. Countless prizes, shimmering with various hues, raced through Vikamer's mental vision like meteors, too swift to capture in anything but blurred shadows. The cold, emotionless electronic prompts began to cascade in his mind. Congratulations. You have gained combat power of 66. Congratulations. You have gained combat power of 55. Congratulations. You have gained combat power of 88. Congratulations. You have gained combat power of 33. Congratulations. You have gained combat power of 77. A torrent of combat power notifications flooded his mind. Vikamer could distinctly feel a stream of subtle yet tangible warmth emerging from deep within his being, seamlessly integrating with his muscles, bones, and blood. His body was undergoing a silent transformation, cells greedily absorbing this pure energy, becoming more resilient, and the latent strength quietly burgeoning. With each breath, he felt as though he breathed deeper and more powerfully than before. This sensation was exhilarating. Vikamer nearly lost himself in the bliss of this escalating power. Although each individual increase was modest, the sheer volume and relentless nature of it were profound. He felt akin to a parched pond, rapidly being filled by a surging stream. Just as this torrent of power surged forth, a unique, ancient, and dignified notification resonated, overpowering all others. Congratulations, you have obtained the legendary Super Saiyan experience card. Vikamer. His thoughts momentarily stalled, and even his hand, which was turning the meat, hesitated for a fraction of a second. The legendary Super Saiyan experience card? What is this? The name alone exudes an air of grandeur, rich with the essence of the forbidden and the powerful. Immediately, his consciousness beheld a card emanating an indescribable aura, quietly materializing within the system's ethereal shelf space. This card exhibited a profound, mysterious green hue, as if imbued with boundless vitality. Its glow was not blinding, yet it bore an understated, soul-shaking pressure. On the surface of the card, a blurred yet potent silhouette of a Saiyan, with hair resembling green flames, flickered in and out of view, evoking a primal sense of thrill and fear deep within his bloodline. Vikamer instinctively held his breath. He allowed the subsequent notifications of combat power increases to continue flooding his mind. Congratulations, you have gained combat power of 11. Congratulations, you have gained combat power of 44. Concentrating all his thoughts on this suddenly appeared green card. As he focused, the card's detailed information unfolded instantaneously. Legendary Super Saiyan Experience Card. Effect. Experience the legendary transformation of the Super Saiyan, capable of annihilating the universe, Brawliform, and gain a projection of its partial power. Duration, 1 hour. Amplification. After transformation, base combat power is enhanced 3,000 times. Note, this amplification is based on the user's current base combat power value. Usage. Materialize the card, press it against the center of the forehead, and silently chant to activate. The activation will be accompanied by a massive energy eruption. Description. This experience card encapsulates the ferocious power of the Super Saiyan. During its use, emotions may be influenced, increased irritability and combativeness, but it will not cause permanent mental damage or bodily loss of control. A brief feeling of weakness will follow after the power dissipates, equivalent to fatigue after intense exercise, with no other side effects. Warning, the power is immense. Please choose the usage scenario cautiously to avoid uncontrollable damage to oneself or the environment. Vikamer meticulously read through the explanation, his heart pounding as if struck by a hammer. An enhancement of 3,000 times combat power. No restrictions or terrifying permanent side effects were noted. The only aftermath is a slight fatigue and perhaps a touch of irritability. This is truly a trump card of nuclear proportions. What was his combat power again? Prior to the draw, it was around 3,400 points. This time, with 100 consecutive draws, although most yielded only a few points, the sheer number made up for it. On the system panel, his combat power value was wildly fluctuating and ascending. Congratulations, you have gained combat power of 22. Congratulations, you have gained combat power of 99. Congratulations, you have gained combat power of 44. Congratulations, you have obtained the legendary Super Saiyan experience card. Another verdant notification chimed in. Vikamer felt as if he were on the verge of suffocation. Another one. System. Are you intending for me to ascend and challenge the god of destruction directly today? The 100 consecutive draws, like a frenzied tide, finally came to a halt. The cold notification sound faded into silence. Vikimo's consciousness immediately focused on the system panel. Host, Vikimo race, Saiyan, low-level warrior, combat power, 10,000. A full 10,000 points of combat power. This gamble of 1,000,000 negative emotion points directly propelled him into a 6,600-point surge in combat power. From 3,400 to 10,000. This is a qualitative leap. On Vegeta star, this already qualifies as the level of an elite warrior. Although he was still far from the pinnacle, he was no longer an ant to be trampled upon. A surge of power filled his entire being. His muscle fibers seemed to be invisibly enhanced, his senses sharpened, and even his perception of energy became much clearer. Vikimo felt as if he could now punch through the monsters he previously struggled against with all his might. However, the joy of breaking through the 10,000-point barrier paled in comparison to another acquisition. His consciousness sank into the system's shelf, where 3 cards radiating with a faint green glow, containing world-destroying power, quietly hovered, resembling 3 green stars ready to explode at any moment. Legendary Super Saiyan Experience Card, X3. The corners of Vikimo's mouth involuntarily lifted, as an unprecedented confidence and ambition surged within him. The legendary Super Saiyan, a 3,000-fold enhancement. Even with his current base combat power of 10,000, once used, it would instantly grant him 30 million combat power. 30 million. This number thundered in his mind. How much strength would it take to crush Chio-E, that frog? 10,000 points? No, maybe just a few thousand would suffice. 30 million? That would be like a god crushing an ant. No, it would be infinitely easier than that. He even felt that the breath he inadvertently exhaled in his transformed state could turn Chio-E into cosmic dust. Exhilarating. So exhilarating. Vikimo sensed every cell in his body rejoicing. The suffocating feeling of being overwhelmed by Chio-Yi's terrifying combat power, compelled to resort to desperate means like urinating on pickled meat to survive, vanished in an instant. Now, when he looked at Chio-E, it felt as though he was gazing at a moving, grotesque hunk of meat, nothing more. However, after the ecstatic moment, Vikimo's formidable rationality swiftly regained control. Such cards are too extraordinary and too rare. 100 consecutive draws of 1,000,000 negative emotion points yielded only 3. This is undoubtedly the ultimate trump card to turn the tide or preserve one's life in critical moments, and must not be squandered on someone like Chio-E. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? With 10,000 points of combat power, combined with a few clever tactics, it should be sufficient to deal with him. Better to save it for when it might be truly needed. Vikimo silently admonished himself, forcefully suppressing the impulsive thrill. Simultaneously, a broader thought emerged uncontrollably. Since there exists a legendary Super Saiyan, Broly, experience card, could there be a regular Super Saiyan experience card? Super Saiyan 2? Or even an experience card for the god of Super Saiyans? Or that legendary Divine Realms Zizai Ji Gong experience card? If such items truly exist. Vikimo felt his heart race once more, blood surging. In this vast universe, where could he not go? Frieza? The god of destruction? The Omni King? They seem not so far out of reach after all. Just as Vikimo's thoughts soared toward the stars, Raditz's urgent voice, tinged with a whimper, pulled him back to reality. Vikimo, the meat. The meat is ready. Lord Chio-E is watching. Raditz's voice trembled as he cradled the golden, glistening roasted pig leg, like holding a bomb that could explode at any moment, looking to Vikimo for help. He simply lacked the courage to present this offering to Chio-E himself. Vikimo instantly collected his thoughts, his face regaining a calm demeanor tinged with humility. He glanced at Raditz's creation, then stole a look at the distant Chio-E, who was clearly growing impatient, his single eye revealing an immense craving for food. Chio-Yi's throat emitted a loud swallow once more, his massive foot unconsciously scraping the ground. Just right. Vikimo nodded, as if admiring a piece of art. He naturally extended his hand and accepted the heavy, tantalizingly aromatic roasted pig leg from Raditz, who was both relieved and apprehensive. The meat was warm to the touch. The fragrance of fat mingling with the spicy aroma of the seasoning perfectly cloaked any potential underlying discord, at least to Vikimo's now heightened sense of smell, which could only detect a faint, nearly imperceptible anomaly, entirely obliterated by the high temperature and spices, undetectable to an ordinary person or ordinary universe being. Vikimo internally scoffed, yet wore a perfectly agreeable smile on his face. Cradling the roasted pig leg, he strode steadily toward the colossal figure perched upon the boulder. With each step, he felt the surge of 10,000 points of combat power coursing through him, alongside the absurdity and danger represented by the meat in his arms. Lord Chioi. Vikimo paused a few steps away from Chioi, slightly bowing, his voice respectful. The roast is ready, please enjoy. This is carefully roasted from the most succulent hind leg meat, and I hope it suits your palate. Chioyi's enormous single eye was entirely focused on the roasted meat in Vikimo's hand. The golden, crispy exterior, the sizzling oil sheen, and the overwhelming aroma completely conquered his senses. As for the furtive whispers and antics of those two little Saiyans earlier, they were utterly insignificant in the face of absolute power and impending delicacies. Chioi emitted a satisfied rumble from his throat, akin to distant thunder. He extended his enormous hand, covered in deep purple scales, and effortlessly snatched the pig leg, which was no small feat for Vikimo. As if grasping a mere chicken leg, the comparison between his massive hand and the roasted meat was particularly comical. Chioi eagerly brought the meat closer, inhaling deeply, lost in the intoxicating aroma. The rich scent of fat and spices surged to his head, dissipating any lingering doubts. Delicious, Chioi murmured appreciatively, opening his massive maw filled with sharp teeth and taking a hearty bite of the roast, which was bursting with flavor. Crunch. The crispy outer skin cracked. Splat. The scalding juices mingled with the fat exploded in his mouth. Chioi emitted a satisfied, almost moaning sound, his enormous eye squinting in pleasure. The high-temperature roasting, the abundant fat infusion, and the exceptionally potent spices selected by Vikimo combined to create a marvelous chemical reaction. Chioyi's vast but not particularly refined taste buds were completely overwhelmed by the tumultuous flavors of salty, savory, and rich fat. That tiny hint of a peculiar taste, almost entirely decomposed by the high heat and thoroughly masked by the intense spices, had long since vanished without a trace. Utterly incapable of transmitting any effective taste signals to his sluggish taste nerve center, he found the roasted meat perfectly cooked, with a crispy exterior and tender interior, overflowing with juices, surpassing many gourmet dishes he had encountered in high-end restaurants. Indeed, that fellow Vikimo had some merit. Chioi no longer hesitated and began to feast with abandon. His enormous mouth opened and closed, sharp teeth effortlessly tearing through the resilient fibers of meat, producing an unpleasantly crunchy sound. He devoured the meal with great gusto, his mouth glistening with grease, a profound sense of satisfaction radiating from his fierce countenance. Vikimo maintained his hunched posture, lowering his head, stealing glances at Chioyi's voracious consumption, silently reveling in mirth, while simultaneously unleashing a torrent of mockery. Tasty, isn't it? This is doused in my exclusive secret sauce. Lottie Z's brand of pure, natural, unadulterated essence, a cosmic rarity. Chew vigorously. That essence has seeped right into the meat. High temperatures for sterilization? Nonsense. This is the authentic flavor. How impressive is one's combat prowess. Yet here you are, relishing my urine-marinated meat. Ha. Each taunt brought with it a wave of immense pleasure derived from his mischievous triumph. Meanwhile, Lottie Z, standing not far behind Vikimo, experienced a mood akin to a tempestuous clash of ice and fire. Observing Chioi savoring the meal so delightfully, he felt a bizarre sense of absurdity and relief. The plan succeeded. He didn't detect anything unusual, but as he witnessed the meat, once soaked in his own urine, vanishing into Chioyi's cavernous mouth, a tumultuous wave surged in his stomach, his complexion fluctuating between crimson and pallid. From Lottie Z emanated a negative emotional value of 250. Relieved disgust. From Lottie Z emanated a negative emotional value of 250. Continued disgust. From Lottie Z emanated a negative emotional value of 250. Seeing Chioi lick his fingers. Disgust at its peak. Chapter 28. The roast is here. Lottie Z held the golden, glistening roasted pig leg, exuding a dangerously alluring aroma. His arms trembling slightly, as if cradling a volcano ready to erupt. He forced himself to wear the most humble, obsequious smile, inching closer to the colossal figure perched upon the boulder. Each step felt as though he were walking on clouds, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. Chioyi's massive single eye was entirely fixated on the roast, oblivious to Lottie Z's subtle anxiety and pallor. His enormous nostrils flared, greedily inhaling the rich aroma of fat and spices, his Adam's apple bobbing violently, producing a resounding swallow. The pride of a Saiyan? It seems King Frieza's words were not entirely accurate. This little rascal named Lottie Z knows how to present the finest offerings to me, the future ruler of the universe. Master Chio-E, please enjoy. Lottie Z stood before Chio-E, his voice tinged with barely perceptible tremors, striving to maintain a respectful posture while elevating the pig leg high. Chio-E emitted a satisfied rumble from his throat, akin to thunder rolling in the distance. He extended his enormous hand, covered in deep purple scales, nearly the size of Lottie Z's entire body, effortlessly seizing the pig leg that, to Lottie Z, seemed substantial, as if grasping a mere toothpick. The stark contrast rendered the scene both comical and oppressive. Ah, splendid, you are quite perceptive. Chio-Yi's voice bore a hint of condescension as he cast a glance at Lottie Z, akin to that of a master observing a submissive pet presenting tributes. Without further ado, he opened his cavernous maw, lined with menacing teeth, and took a savage bite into the most succulent section of the roasted pig leg. Crack! The crispy, golden-brown skin shattered, producing a delightful crunch. Splurt! The scalding juices mingled with rich fat erupted in Chio-Yi's mouth, a robust and savory explosion. Coupled with the unique spiciness of the seasonings, assaulted his vast yet unrefined palate like a balm. Chio-Yi emitted an extremely satisfied, almost moaning sound, his enormous eye narrowing to a slit in sheer pleasure. The high temperatures locked in moisture, while the fat provided an unparalleled richness, and the potent local spices sprinkled by Vikimo played the role of a flavor bomb, obliterating any potential, deeper notes of discord. In Chio-Yi's dulled taste perception, this was a perfectly roasted delicacy, irresistibly flavorful. He chewed vigorously, his sharp teeth easily shredding the resilient meat fibers, emitting an agonizing crunch. Fat dripped from the corners of his deep purple mouth, and he paid it no mind, feeling exhilaratingly refreshed, his spirits uplifted by this unexpected culinary delight. It seemed a wise decision to keep these two Saiyan rascals around, especially Vikimo, who proved to be quite a competent cook. Lottie Z observed Chio-E, his mouth glistening with grease, utterly entranced, his emotions in a state of extreme complexity. On one hand, witnessing the plan unfold seamlessly, with Chio-E remaining entirely oblivious to the unusual circumstances, a heavy stone in his heart eased slightly, granting him a feeling of post-crisis exhaustion. Yet on the other hand, watching the meat saturated with his hours-old concentrated yellow urine disappear into Chio-Yi's toothy maw sent his stomach into a tumultuous upheaval. He fought against the urge to vomit, his complexion shifting under the firelight, alternating between ashen relief and sickly green. Chio-E suddenly halted his chewing, a flicker of confusion crossing his enormous eye. He smacked his lips a few times, seemingly savoring the taste, finding it somewhat peculiar. Lottie Z's heart leapt into his throat. Blood seemed to freeze in his veins. Had he been discovered? His legs felt as if they were cramping, nearly buckling under him. He barely managed to force a dry voice from his throat. Is it? His voice trembled uncontrollably. Chio-E furrowed his massive brow, if those stacked folds could be called brows, pondering, it is indeed a bit salter than the usual meat. Lottie Z felt as though his soul might exit his body. Could it not be salty? It was marinated in highly concentrated natural salt. His mind went blank. All the responses Vikimo had taught him vanished. His mouth opened, yet no words emerged, cold sweat trickling down his temples. Just as Lottie Z felt he might suffocate, Chio-Yi's furrowed brow relaxed, even displaying a hint of appreciation. However, this saltiness enhances the flavor, paired with the crispy exterior and tender meat inside. The taste is quite rich. Not bad. Vikimo, your roasting skills are indeed impressive. As he spoke, he took another hefty bite, chewing with renewed vigor. Lottie Z nearly choked. All prepared retorts and attempts to divert the conversation lodged in his throat, reddening his face in exasperation. This sudden turn of events is truly testing my heart's resilience. You are called Lottie Z, is it not? Chio-E mumbled with his mouth full, slurring his words, his gaze returning to Lottie Z, imbued with a sense of patronizing approval. Yes, Master Chio-E. Lottie Z nodded vigorously, as if seizing a lifeline. You are quite astute, respectful, and understand to present the finest offerings to me first. Chio-E nodded approvingly at his immense head. From now on, you shall accompany me. Following me, Master Chio-E, offers far greater prospects than trailing behind that arrogant Prince Vegeta. Yes, Master Chio-E. Thank you for your appreciation. Lottie Z hastily responded, his heart inwardly cursing. Prospects? Following you while consuming my own urine-marinated meat? Yet he managed to maintain a grateful, tearful smile. Seeing you scurrying about, you haven't eaten anything yet, have you? Chiu-yi appeared in remarkably good spirits, exhibiting what he considered generosity. He glanced down at the pig leg, from which a large chunk had been gnawed away. And with his enormous claws, he skillfully pried off a steaming piece about the size of Lottie Z's fist, handing it over. Here, a gift for you. Taste Vikimo's craftsmanship. Late eyes. He felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him directly on the crown of his head. His mind momentarily crashed. He stared blankly at the piece of roasted meat, which had been pried off by Chewie-S finger, still glistening with the other's saliva and emanating a unique aroma. The overwhelming nausea roiled violently in his stomach, surging up his throat. A chilling system notification echoed in Vikimo's mind. 888 points of negative emotional value from Late Eyes. Vikimo, watching from the side, nearly burst into laughter, hastily stifling it with a cough. What a delightful setup. Late Eye's inner self was raging. Vikimo, this is far from over. You made me pickle meat with urine, and now this frog wants me to eat my own pickled meat. What is this? Self-sustenance? Recycling? His expression twisted. His gaze filled with struggle and resistance, as if what was being offered was not meat, but a scorching iron brand. What is wrong with you? Why does your face look so ghastly? Are you disdainful of the meat I bestowed upon you? Chewie-S enormous single eye narrowed slightly, a displeased atmosphere beginning to permeate the air around them. Late Eyes felt a jolt. If he refused to eat, he would immediately be suspected. All his previous efforts would be in vain, and his life could be at stake. With a sense of tragic determination, as if he were a warrior severing his own wrist, he tremulously extended his hands, as if accepting a bomb about to explode, and took the piece of bestowed roasted meat. The warm sensation at his fingertips made his body's hair stand on end. Under Chewie-S scrutinizing gaze, Late Eyes shut his eyes, steeling himself, and abruptly shoved the meat into his mouth. He didn't even dare to chew, wishing only to swallow it whole. However, when the intense aroma of spices, grease, and that familiar, stubbornly lingering scent, despite being masked by heat and spices, burst forth in his mouth, a visceral rejection completely shattered his will. Ugh! Late Eyes doubled over, violently retching, tears and snot uncontrollably streaming down his face as he expelled the meat onto the ground, mingling with gastric juices. He felt as though his very soul were being pickled by that odor. What is wrong with you? Chewie-S brow furrowed again, his enormous single eye filled with confusion and impatience. What is the matter with this Saiyan brat? I offer him meat, and he vomits? Does he despise the meat, or is there something wrong with his body? Late Eyes, retching in despair, found his mind blank, unable to conjure any reasonable explanation. It's over. All is lost. His lies would be exposed. Fear coiled around his heart like a cold serpent. Just then, Vikimo's voice interjected with an oddly relaxed tone. Holding a freshly cooked, clean piece of meat, blissfully gnawing on it, grease dripping from his mouth. It's no big deal, Lord Chewie. He even leisurely smacked his lips, as if savoring the finest delicacy. Chewie-S attention was instantly drawn to Vikimo, but it quickly transformed into greater fury. This little chef dared to eat before he had finished, and he ate it so delightfully. This was nothing short of blatant usurpation and disdain. Vikimo. Chewie-S voice thundered like a clap of thunder, shaking the surrounding leaves to the ground. His enormous single eye fixed firmly on Vikimo, an overwhelming murderous intent pressing down upon him like a palpable force. The freshly roasted meat should be offered to me first. That is the rule. How could you, as my subordinate, lack any sense of decorum? He felt his authority as a powerful being had been gravely insulted. Yet, Vikimo faced this terrifying pressure with a grin. Unafraid, even waving the half-eaten meat in his hand. Lord Chewie, that's not the point. Rules, well, they can be learned slowly. The crux of the matter. He elongated his tone, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Is that do you know why Late Eyes vomited? Why? Chewie instinctively inquired, his enormous single eye brimming with a mixture of anger and an imperceptible hint of unease. He sensed something was amiss. Not far away, behind a thicket of gigantic ferns glowing with an otherworldly light, Vegeta curled tightly, peering through the large leaves, fixating on the unfolding scene by the campfire. When he saw Late Eyes respectfully offering the large, golden roasted pig leg to Chewie with both hands, An indescribable sense of humiliation and rage surged through him, overwhelming his reason. Traitor! Spineless fool! Waste! Vegeta's teeth ground together, nearly shattering from the pressure. His clenched fists turned pale from exertion, nails digging deep into his palms. Blood seeping out without his notice. The pride of the Saiyan royal family, the dignity of a warrior, trampled beneath the feet of these two scoundrels. Especially Late Eye's sycophantic expression, it made him feel nauseous. You two are worthless. You do not even deserve to be called Saiyans. Once I regain my power, I will tear you apart. Vegeta raged within, wishing to burst forth and obliterate those two disgraceful miscreants and that ugly frog with a ki blast. Soon after, he witnessed Vikimo also gnawing on a piece of meat, oblivious to the world, relishing it in front of Chewie. He devoured it with utter delight. The carefree demeanor, devoid of any reverence, further fueled the flames of his ire. You scoundrels! You feast on roasted meat here while this prince hides like a stray dog, starving. And I must endure your betrayal. A powerful hunger intertwined with the fury of being overlooked and betrayed burned through Vegeta's nerves like poison. He felt his dignity being repeatedly ground into the dirt. From Vegeta, a staggering 999 points of negative emotional value. The cold system notification once again echoed in Vikimo's mind. Vikimo's heart stirred. Vegeta? Where is this fellow hiding to watch the show? It seems he has quite the opinion on our performance. However, this negative emotional value is truly generous. For a 3,000-point fighter, his grievances have reached astronomical levels. Yet, at this moment, Vegeta is not even worthy of being his opponent. A hint of disdain curled at the corner of Vikimo's mouth as he redirected his attention back to the grand spectacle before him. Do you know why Late Eyes vomited after eating the meat? Vikimo repeated, his smile growing brighter, imbued with a teasing understanding of all. Just then, Late Eyes received the signal conveyed through Vikimo's gaze. It was a discreet wink, signifying now, the fear and disgust that had hung over Late Eyes' heart suddenly found an outlet. The humiliation of being forced to eat his own special roasted meat erupted like a volcano. No longer hesitating, he bent down sharply and, with a loud retch, expelled everything left in his mouth, along with the acidic juices from his stomach, purging it all clean, as if he were banishing the hellish experience from his body. Ha ha ha. Chewie, you've been played. Late Eyes straightened up, pointing at Chewie, erupting into a maniacal laugh. That laughter was filled with vengeful delight, a release of pent-up madness, and a hint of reckless abandon. Chewie. His enormous single eye widened in shock, akin to two colossal searchlights, filled with bewilderment and confusion. The movement of chewing came to a complete halt, half a piece of meat still protruding from his fangs. What does this mean? Has this brat lost his mind? Or? Vegeta, hidden behind the ferns, was equally taken aback. His mind blank. What role is Late Eyes playing now? Just moments ago, he was groveling like a dog. And now he is pointing and laughing at Chewie? Is he courting death? What? What exactly do you want to say? Chewie's voice suddenly rose, harsh as metal scraping. A chilling aura accompanied by terrifying pressure enveloping the entire campfire area. His massive form slowly rose from the boulder, casting a shadow that completely engulfed Vikimo and Late Eyes. The flames of the campfire flickered violently under this oppressive force, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Ha ha ha. Late Eyes hid behind Vikimo, protruding only half of his head, yet his laughter resonated with unparalleled mockery. He deliberately wiggled a finger that had just been down his throat and still bore remnants of vomit, articulating each word with clarity. Fool. The piece of meat you devoured. I unleashed a torrent of urine upon it. I held it in for hours. Thick and yellow. Now do you understand why it tasted so salty? That is not ordinary salt. It is my exclusive secret broth. Is the flavor not unique? Delightful? Ha ha. Each word pierced into Chewie's ears like a searing steel blade, directly striking at his proud and sensitive nerves, especially concerning food. Chewie's expression froze instantly. His enormous singular pupil first contracted to the size of a pinprick, then, like a volcano erupting, filled with bloodshot veins. His deep purple, wrinkled, hideous face transformed from purple to black, then to a nearly boiling, heart-stopping shade of purplish black at an alarming rate. He still instinctively chewed the piece of succulent barbecue that had previously seemed rich in flavor, but at this moment, its taste underwent a horrific metamorphosis. The crispy skin, expertly roasted by Vikimo? No, that was the filthy shell formed by urine at high temperatures. The tender, juicy meat? No. It was thoroughly soaked in foul liquid, exuding a pungent stench of decay. The savory saltiness? That was the concentrated essence of repulsive waste from the Saiyan bladder. Ugh. Chioi's massive body trembled violently. His enormous eye rolled back instantly. As if struck by an invisible giant hammer to the chest, he bent over, mouth agape. Emitting a bone-chilling retch, he roughly thrust his fingers deep into his throat, frantically clawing, attempting to expel everything he had just ingested. The morsel he once deemed delicious now felt like the foulest poison in his mouth. He viciously slammed the half-eaten pig leg onto the ground, the tremendous force shattering the leg and the hard earth beneath it into fragments. Bits of meat, splinters of bone, and dust scattered everywhere. Ah, you wretched insects. How dare you? How dare you mock me, Lord Chioi? An unprecedented fury, an unparalleled sense of humiliation, and a rage from being deceived erupted within Chioi like a million volcanoes simultaneously. His enormous singular eye transformed into a frenzied crimson. The fire burning within was sufficient to incinerate stars. Boom. An indescribable torrent of terrifying energy erupted like a long-dormant apocalyptic volcano. Centered on Chioi, a visible shockwave of dark purple energy surged forth like ripples of destruction, sweeping in all directions. The earth groaned, like fragile ice cracked by a massive boulder. Immense fissures spiderwebbed outward from Chioi's point of contact, spreading wildly. Within a radius of several hundred meters, towering peculiar trees, solid rocks, and dense fern forests were torn asunder, disintegrated, and vaporized like fragile paper. Not a trace remained. A massive crater over 100 meters in diameter, with edges as smooth as a mirror, formed instantly amidst the deafening roar. The pit's bottom sank deep, emitting wisps of blue smoke. The campfire had already turned to nothingness in the first wave of impact. Vikimo and Laid Eyes were like two leaves caught in a tempest, violently hurled away by this overwhelming force. They rolled through the air, crashing heavily onto the cracked ground, tumbling for several more meters before finally coming to a halt. Laid Eyes felt as if all his bones were about to shatter. His blood surged, stars danced before his eyes, and a deafening buzz filled his ears, drowning out everything except Chioi's hellish roar echoing deep within his soul. Puffed. Laid Eyes spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise, only to find that his limbs were numbed by pain. He gazed at the purple figure standing in the center of the enormous pit, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, and an unfathomable dread seized him. This was a force beyond his comprehension. It was pure, destructive oppression. Hey, Vikimo, is it not time yet? Does that damned potion even work? Laid Eyes screamed with all his might, his voice twisted by fear and internal agony. He felt as if he would be torn to shreds by Chioi in the next moment. No, he would be reduced to cosmic dust. Vikimo fared slightly better. The enhancement from his battle power of 10,000 allowed him to withstand the edge of the shockwave, though he too was rattled. He struggled to half kneel, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at the apocalyptic scene ahead, feeling the terror that threatened to freeze his very soul, and his scalp tingled. He quickly glanced at the system time in his consciousness. Then his expression turned exceedingly peculiar, marked by embarrassment and disbelief. Vikimo scratched his disheveled hair blown by the energy storm, speaking in a dreamy, almost innocent tone. It seems I miscalculated the time difference. The potion's incubation period seems to be a bit longer than anticipated. Laid Eyes felt as if his brain had completely crashed. A wave of emotion more absurd, desperate, and sorrowful than facing the death threat from Chioi obliterated all his psychological defenses. Negative emotion value from Laid Eyes, 666. The system's prompt rang out, unprecedentedly urgent and loud, as if it were frantically sounding an alarm. Vikimo, I curse you. Laid Eyes expended every ounce of strength to unleash a wretched, distorted howl filled with blood and tears. You are the #1 fool. You managed to miscalculate something like this? Are you trying to get us killed? We will be crushed into molecules by this furious frog, reduced to ashes. Not even a trace will remain. In the center of the pit, Chioi slowly raised his head. His singular eye, completely consumed by blood and madness, locked onto the two Saiyan insects that had humiliated him so deeply. Especially the one hiding behind, who was still pretending to be innocent, Vikimo. Chapter 29. Deceive. The air was as silent as frozen ice. Chioi's massive purple form was rooted in place, surrounded by a seething aura akin to boiling magma. melting the gravel beneath his feet into dark red glass, emitting a hissing sound and rising noxious white smoke. The oppressive force weighed heavily upon the cracked earth, making it nearly impossible for Late Eyes to breathe. He felt as if his organs were about to be crushed, the taste of blood rising thickly in his throat. 170,000. The cold absolute, despair-inducing figure on the detector transformed into a palpable breath of death, tightening around his throat. It felt as if an invisible giant hand had gripped him. His body shaking uncontrollably, pressed tightly against Vikimo's back, as if that narrow spine was the last thin wall separating him from hell. Vikimo, however, remained steadfast like a stubborn rock, solidly standing at the center of the energy storm. He even leisurely took another bite of the greasy, charred pig leg in his hand, oil glistening at the corners of his mouth. He raised his eyelids, and his dark red pupils showed no hint of fear, instead carrying a cruel mockery. His gaze flitting over Chio's twisted frog-like face, finally settling on the enormous nostrils that quivered with intense emotion. TSK, he smacked his lips, his voice resonating with unusual clarity amidst the silence, feigning confusion. Lord Chio, does this seasoned pig leg taste strong enough? Is it particularly refreshing? Boom. Chio's already raging aura erupted once more. A visible shockwave expanded violently, plowing deeper trenches into the ground, grinding stones into powder. His bulging eyeballs nearly burst from their sockets, fixated fiercely on Vikimo's oily grin. Humiliation. An unprecedented, profound humiliation. He was unexpectedly toyed with by a lowly Saiyan foot soldier, reduced to a mere puppet by a piece of rotting meat soaked in urine. How contemptible these Saiyan monkeys are. Lord Frieza was absolutely right. You deserve to be utterly annihilated. Chio's voice was hoarse and distorted, each word forced out as if squeezed through clenched teeth, saturated with deep-seated malice. Did I, Chio, mistake you for dogs? Today, I will grind you down to cosmic dust, making you regret ever coming into this world. The negative emotional value from Chio reached an astounding 999. A chilling notification flickered deep within Vikimo's consciousness, and the smirk on his lips deepened. Vikimo. He is truly about to strike. Raditz's voice, tinged with desperation, reached Vikimo from behind, trembling uncontrollably. His heart felt as if it would leap from his throat, the icy grip of death clinging to his skin. What a time. Has it arrived yet? Why does his rage still feel so terrifying? What are you panicking for? Vikimo replied without turning, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. He leisurely took another bite of pork leg, his cheeks puffed up as he savored it, as if the looming figure exuding an aura of destruction before him was merely an unremarkable backdrop. Not panicking. If we don't panic, we'll turn to ashes. Raditz felt on the verge of a breakdown, immense fear robbing him of his ability to think. He watched in despair as Chio drew closer, each step causing the ground to tremble like a drum, the countdown to death echoing in his ears. Vikimo's cursed composure was, in this moment, even more suffocating than Chio's murderous intent. Chio halted just a few steps from Vikimo, his massive shadow enveloping him entirely. From his elevated stance, his purple visage contorted, revealing a smile that blended cruelty and mockery. Boy, are you paralyzed with fear? Or has that waste, Vegeta, infected you with stupidity? Open your eyes and see clearly. 170,000. My battle power is 170,000. And you? Combined. You are not even enough to serve as my toothpicks. Do you really think your pathetic courage can withstand me? He abruptly raised his arm, his thick fingers pointing toward a distant crumbling mountain, its surface marked by the charred remnants of unleashed fury. Do you see that? That is where your noble Prince Vegeta was sent flying like a dead dog by me. Now it is your turn. Chio's fist slowly tightened, knuckles cracking ominously as destructive energy rapidly coalesced at his fingertips, compressing into a blinding point that radiated a heart-stopping pulse, sucking the air from the surroundings and distorting the light. The price for mocking Lord Chio is a rhythmical death, starting with that foul mouth of yours. The blinding energy sphere erupted atop Chio's fist, akin to grasping a miniature sun. The violent energy gust whipped Vikimo's hair and battle attire, the ground beneath him fracturing with each passing moment. Raditz emitted a half-hearted whimper of despair, eyes tightly shut, his body petrified like stone. Yet Vikimo remained with his arms crossed, the bone of the pork leg he had been gnawing on casually dangling from his lips, his gaze eerily calm, even laced with a hint of provocation. Just as the fist, fueled by all of Chiu Yi's fury and 170,000 battle power, was poised to strike Vikimo's chest. A strange, agonized groan erupted from deep within Chiu Yi's throat. His massive form lunged forward as if struck by an invisible hammer, abruptly freezing. The terrifying aura that had burned like a star just a second ago dissipated at an astonishing speed, collapsing as if a balloon had been punctured. The energy sphere, capable of shattering mountains, flickered violently before vanishing with a soft pop, leaving not even a ripple of energy in its wake. Chiu Yi's grotesque visage drained of color, turning a ghastly shade of green, his muscles spasming uncontrollably. He felt the torrent of energy that had bestowed upon him unparalleled power suddenly vanish as if the source had been drained, leaving him in profound emptiness and weakness. A dizzying sensation overcame him, his vision darkening, the world spinning around him. Thud! Like a mountain collapsing, Chiu Yi's colossal purple form buckled, his knees giving way as he fell heavily and undignified to the ground. His knees crashed against the molten glass-like surface, producing a dull thud. He instinctively braced himself against the earth, barely managing to avoid complete collapse. Yet his body trembled violently, sweat pouring like a stream from his forehead and neck, instantly soaking his battle attire. He gasped for air, each inhalation reminiscent of a bellows being pulled, producing a sound filled with agony and disbelief. Ha 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 ha. Raditz's face, once twisted in fear, now blossomed with euphoric delight. The stark contrast propelled him into uncontrollable laughter, sharp and filled with relief. He shot forth like an arrow from behind Vikimo, racing towards the battle power detector that had been sent flying by Chiu Yi's earlier onslaught, landing amid the gravel nearby. He snatched the single-lens device, deftly attaching it to his left eye, fingers trembling with excitement as he pressed the scanning button. Beep, beep, beep. The detector emitted a soft scanning sound, green data streams flashing rapidly across the lens, locking in. Ha ha ha. Raditz barely glanced at the reading before yanking the detector away from his eye, as if it were a burning coal, not wishing to look further. He laughed with abandon, gesturing animatedly towards Vikimo, his voice tinged with elation. Vikimo. Incredible. You were right. 1,700. This detestable frog is down to just 1,700 points. Ha ha ha. Ah, splendid. The sensation feels just right. Vikimo finally discarded the pork leg bone from his mouth, brushing off imaginary dust from his hands, his face illuminating with the unadulterated excitement of a hunter who has awaited his prey's capture. He rolled his neck, the joints cracking, and began to stroll leisurely towards the trembling, kneeling Chiu Yi. What did you say? 1,700? Nonsense. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chiu Yi's head snapped up, his pale face a canvas of horror and panic, his voice hoarse as if scraping against sandpaper. He attempted to summon the energy within him, but was met only with a deafening silence, an emptiness colder and more despairing than plunging into an icy abyss. Vikimo stood before him, gazing down upon the once mighty purple frog. His right foot gradually lifted, the sole of his shoe expanding in Chiu Yi's wide, terrified eyes, landing precisely upon his large, greasy chin. Bam! A dull thud accompanied by a faint crack of dislocated bones. Vikimo's kick was imbued with pure strength, though lacking in fiery bravado. It was more than sufficient to deal with a weakened target reduced to a mere 1,700 battle power. Whoosh! Chiu Yi's massive form shot into the air as if struck by a giant bat, devoid of any resistance. Under Raditz's ecstatic gaze and Vikimo's cold scrutiny, he became a hapless purple parabola, howling in despair as he spun wildly, soaring towards the heavy clouds above, rapidly dwindling into a distant black. The negative emotional value from Chiu Yi reached an astounding 1,000. The negative emotional value from Chiu Yi reached an astounding 1,000. The negative emotional value from Chiu Yi reached an astounding 1,000. The cold and dense prompts surged chaotically across Vikimo's consciousness, akin to celebratory fireworks heralding a triumph. This is impossible. A low growl, stifled yet filled with profound shock, erupted suddenly from behind a massive, fractured boulder. The shadow of the rock slowly parted, revealing a diminutive figure, exuding an astonishing sense of power. His silver-white battle suit was caked in dust and dried dark purple stains, evidently the blood of Chiu Yi, with several ragged tears exposing scarred skin beneath. His signature messy hair appeared somewhat disheveled, yet his elongated, piercing eyes were intensely fixed upon Vikimo. swirling with emotions akin to tumultuous waves, disbelief, immense confusion, and a potent mix of anger at having been deceived and an insatiable, almost explosive greed. Prince Vegeta. He approached steadily, each step firm, emanating the inherent pressure of Saiyan royalty, while his gaze pierced through Vikimo like a searchlight, the god water of battle. His voice was low and gravelly, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, imbued with an urgency suppressed to the extreme. A tenfold increase, then a tenfold drop. His eyes swept over Vikimo before darting towards the nearly invisible speck in the sky, which had just vanished, finally locking onto Vikimo's face as if attempting to penetrate his skull to unveil all his secrets. Vikimo met the burning complexity in Vegeta's gaze, his previously nonchalant smile dimming slightly. However, in the depths of his eyes, a more obscure, cunning glimmer flickered, reminiscent of a swirling undercurrent. He nodded lightly, his gesture casual, yet imbued with an air of control over the situation. Your Highness, your sources are quite astute. Indeed, it is that thing. In the short term, it can render you as formidable as a deity. As for the price, he deliberately elongated the final syllable, gesturing towards the sky. His meaning unmistakable. It will leave you weaker than a mere insect, at the mercy of others. Humph. Vegeta let out a heavy snort from his nostrils, his tone replete with disdain for Chiyoyi's fate, but more so, an acute displeasure at Vikimo's possession of a pivotal power. He stepped forward abruptly, his silver hair defying gravity, a formidable aura unique to Saiyan royalty expanding with an undeniable dominance, instantly overshadowing the relaxed atmosphere Vikimo had crafted, causing even the still giggling Raditz to instinctively retract his neck. Vegeta's gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing into the depths of Vikimo's eyes, laden with a blatant command and unmasked possessiveness. That object, in your possession? Hand it over. Each word struck the air like cold iron, leaving no room for rebuttal. The atmosphere grew tense, palpable. The remnants of a smile on Vikimo's face vanished entirely, his expression deepening into inscrutability as he calmly faced Vegeta's oppressive stare. Raditz's laughter abruptly ceased, belatedly sensing the suffocating chill in the air, nervously swallowing as he glanced between Vikimo and the brooding Vegeta. Subtly shifting half a step closer to Vikimo, the wind swept through the fragmented battlefield, stirring up fine dust and producing a mournful sound. In the distance, the small black dot representing Chiyoyi had long since vanished, leaving behind a desolate battleground and 3 Saiyans, each harboring differing thoughts, the atmosphere suddenly tense and charged. Just then, a piercing, shrill whistle sliced through the air, drawing near at an astonishing speed. Following this was a thunderous sound, akin to a heavy object crashing into mud. Mere dozens of meters from where the 3 stood in confrontation, a relatively soft, cracked patch of sandy ground erupted violently. Sand and debris shot up like a fountain, cascading down in a chaotic shower. Amidst the swirling dust, a massive, distorted human-shaped pit emerged. At the center of the pit lay Chiyoyi, trapped in the mud in a most disgraceful position. Face down, his body was nearly embedded in the earth, with only half of his back and a robust purple tail exposed, twitching weakly. His Frieza force battle suit was tattered, smeared with viscous mud and dark red stains. Vikimo's precise and ruthless kick had not only sent him soaring, but had also compounded the devastation upon his already weakened body. A series of heart-wrenching, blood-tinged coughs emanated from the pit. Chiyoyi struggled to move, attempting to prop himself up, but each exertion brought excruciating pain akin to shattered bones, forcing him back down. Mud caked his face, yet his eyes, filled with pain and humiliation, were fixed on Vikimo, burning with a desire to devour him whole. Negative emotional value from Chiyoyi, 1000. The notification echoed once more in Vikimo's mind. Without even glancing at the pit, Vikimo appeared indifferent, as if it were merely an eyesore. His entire focus remained on Vegeta, a semblance of that infuriatingly calm smile returning to his face. Tinged with a hint of mockery, "Oh, is your Highness in such a hurry?" he replied leisurely, as though oblivious to Vegeta's unyielding command. That object indeed holds some intrigue. But, he stretched the last word, tilting his chin towards the sky, the implication clear: it will render you weaker than ever, vulnerable to slaughter. Are you certain you wish to proceed now? What if Frieza's lackeys catch a whiff and come back? Silence. Vegeta interrupted Vikimo brutally, his patience evidently at a breaking point. Vikamo's flippant demeanor, his blatant disregard for Vegeta's will, infuriated him far more than Chiu-Yi's provocation. His energy began to fluctuate uncontrollably, tiny pebbles beneath his feet grinding to dust under an invisible force. Enough chatter. Vikamo, my patience is limited. That object now? Immediately. Hand it over. His voice was as cold as ice, each word laced with lethal intent, his gaze sharp enough to pin Vikamo in place. Raditz trembled at Vegeta's sudden outburst, instinctively retreating slightly behind Vikamo, scarcely daring to breathe. He watched Vegeta in terror, anxiously glancing at Vikamo, fearing that the next moment the prince would erupt in violence. In this suffocating standoff, a violent, gasping sound emerged from the pit, akin to a windbag being pulled apart. Chiu-Yi, somehow mustering a sliver of strength, struggled to flip over, lying on his back in the mud. He gasped for air, each breath accompanied by a gurgling sound from his chest, as blood-tinged foam spilled from his mouth and nose. His face was smeared with mud and blood, yet his eyes, filled with venomous hatred, were fixed fiercely on Vikamo, despicable monkey. Chiu-Yi's voice was hoarse and broken, saturated with deep-seated hatred, each word seemingly draining his remaining vitality. Lord Frieza will not spare you. All Saiyans must die. He summoned the last vestige of his strength to raise a mud-caked hand. Trembling as he pointed at Vikamo, the gesture brimming with a malignant curse. Finally, Vikamo turned his head slightly, his gaze lazily sweeping over the pit where Chiu-Yi lay like a piece of refuse, his expression devoid of any fluctuation, exuding an air of indifference. He even let out a light scoff, as though he had just heard an exceedingly dull joke. Save your energy, frog. Vikamo's voice was eerily calm, imbued with a chilling finality. Your Lord Frieza will soon accompany you to your fate. He paused, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The place you belong is hell. As the words fell, Vikamo moved. There was no earth-shattering explosion of energy, no dazzling light. His form flickered slightly in place, leaving behind a blurred afterimage, while his true self appeared at the edge of the pit at a speed beyond Raditz's comprehension. He hardly cast a glance at the pool of muck at the bottom of the pit. With a casual lift of his right foot, he stomped down towards the position of Chiu-Yi. The ground shook with a thunderous crash, akin to a colossal hammer striking the earth. The entire surface suddenly sank. And from the point where Vikimo landed, a violent shockwave erupted, mixing viscous mud with dark crimson blood, explosively forming a perfect ring. It resembled a cruel and filthy death flower blooming in an instant. Mud splatters, droplets of blood, and shattered fragments of bone shot outward like a torrential downpour. The depth of the pit instantly expanded by more than double. In the center of the pit, only a clear and terrifying indentation patterned with the tread of battle boots remained. As for Chiu-Yi, along with his venomous curse, he had been utterly crushed into the depths of the earth by this raw and primal force, merging with the cold soil and rock. Only the heavy scent of blood and the earthy odor in the air silently proclaimed the complete demise of a Frieza army commander who once possessed a battle power of 170,000. A chilling notification of Chiu-Yi's negative emotional value of 1,000 flashed through Vikimo's consciousness, akin to a final punctuation mark. Chapter 30. I want to drink too. That number surged dramatically, reminiscent of a floodgate being opened, a ceaseless torrent that elicited overwhelming joy. In just a short span, the accumulated value had brazenly surpassed the 100,000 mark. Vikimo maintained an impassive facade, his mind calculating with a satisfying click. If all of this were converted into tangible battle power points, it would undoubtedly skyrocket by several hundred. Oh, Chiu-Yi, you truly are a precious gem, a first-rate benefactor, ATM. At this moment, Chiu-Yi, ensnared in an unending cycle of high-altitude throes and agonizing torment, oscillated between consciousness and excruciating pain. With each brief moment of clarity before being kicked back into the clouds, he was beset by the profound humiliation of being deceived, toyed with, and treated like a ball, igniting an inferno of rage against his own foolishness, as if countless heated steel needles were mercilessly stabbing into his nerves. The divine water of combat. That cursed substance was undoubtedly flawed. It could only bring about a fleeting, illusory strength, akin to quenching thirst with poison. The price being a terrifying backlash that drained power tenfold. Why had he previously succumbed to the beguiling words of those two despicable Saiyans, blinded as if by lard? Vikimo's seemingly sincere yet calculating visage, Raditz's exaggerated flattery, all wove together into a vast and malevolent trap. He felt as though every bone in his body had been dismantled and haphazardly reassembled. Each breath drew forth a splintering agony. And the mental torment born from this awareness was 100-fold worse than the physical pain. That negative emotional value was a quantifiable manifestation of the despair echoing from the depths of his soul, continuously enriching Vikimo's coffers. Vikimo was nearly unable to contain the delight, threatening to break his calm demeanor. Chioi's efficiency was unparalleled, surpassing all the emotional sources he had encountered before. This was no enemy. It was clearly a gold mine sent by the heavens. As you have observed, Your Highness Vegeta, Raditz said. Rubbing his hands together with a smile that bore a hint of apprehension, I, along with Vikimo, specifically orchestrated a grand barbecue feast for him, to placate him. Bide our time until the effects of the drug wore off, and then we could deal with him thoroughly. All is fair in war. Vegeta remained silent, his narrow, sharp eyes resembling the most precise scanner, deeply scrutinizing Vikimo with an indescribably complex gaze. This individual, once merely a trivial subordinate soldier in his perception, now appeared strikingly foreign and perilous. It was not merely an absolute physical dominance, but rather a chilling calculation of profound cunning. Manipulating the rules, even those of the drug, to toy with his opponent at will. The pit was indeed deep. He could almost trace Chioi's psychological journey in his mind, from the elation of acquiring the divine water and the arrogance of looking down upon the world, to the abrupt loss of that power, falling into the dust, and becoming prey to others, a stark contrast. This method of elevating someone only to cast them into the mire was 100 times more brutal than simply killing them. Vegeta felt an unusual flicker of sympathy for his nemesis, Chioi. No, it was more awareness towards such manipulative tactics that sent a chill through him. This battle power of 1700, Vegeta finally spoke up, his voice low and probing. Is it permanent? Or will it remain at this low point? Can it be restored? His gaze turned sharply to Raditz, the core of his concern. If the side effects were merely a temporary weakness, then the strategic value of this divine water would be immeasurable. If it were a permanent decline, it would be akin to self-sabotage. Upon hearing this, Raditz's expression fell, resembling a wilted eggplant. He sniffed, his voice tinged with a hint of despair. Your Highness Vegeta, have you not noticed? My detector's readings have plummeted to a dismal 170. He pointed to the unresponsive detector above his left eye, his expression one of utter desolation. It had been nearly 6 hours since he drank the water. 6 hours. My energy, my strength show no signs of recovery. It feels as though I've been drained by a cosmic black hole. He felt so weak that a mere breeze could topple him. This sensation was worse than death itself. You drank it too? Vegeta's pupils constricted. His gaze at Raditz filled with shock and a hint of incredulity. Indeed, I drank it as well. Raditz nodded with a woeful expression, regretting it deeply. Who could resist the temptation of a tenfold power boost? Vikimo's grandiose claims and witnessing Chioi's once mighty form. What was the outcome? A negative emotional value of 777 from Raditz. A chilling notification flashed through Vikimo's mind. Raditz was in turmoil. He felt like a foolish donkey hooked on a carrot by Vikimo. That divine water was poison wrapped in honey. Vegeta's gaze was like a spotlight, suddenly fixing back on Vikimo's face, filled with scrutiny and deeper suspicion. Vikimo, what about you? Did you drink it too? Although his perception was not as precise as a detector, the power Vikimo exhibited when he kicked Chioi was not something one could possess after a drastic drop in battle power. Vikimo felt uneasy under Vegeta's piercing gaze, his eyes darting momentarily as he nodded slightly, appearing somewhat guilty. Then why has your battle power not diminished? Vegeta's voice rose sharply, filled with undeniable inquiry. This is utterly unreasonable. Raditz has fallen to pieces, and Chioi is left with only 1700. Why is it that you, Vikimo, are immune to the side effects? Does the divine water select its recipients? Vikimo stroked his chin, adopting a serious demeanor as he pondered. Perhaps it is due to my unique constitution, naturally resistant to the side effects of this divine water? Or could it be that my Saiyan bloodline has undergone some beneficial mutation? He attempted to infuse his tone with the semblance of scholarly discussion. Raditz, a negative emotional value of 888 from Raditz. Raditz felt as though he had a lump of anger lodged in his throat. Unique constitution? Bloodline mutation? You did not say such things when boasting about the divine water's effects. You clearly stated that everyone would drink together, grow stronger, and endure the side effects. A liar. A great deceiver. The look Raditz directed at Vikimo was filled with the anguish of betrayal from a dear friend. Vegeta furrowed his brow, finding Vikimo's explanation to be filled with dismissal and evasion. Unique constitution? How special could the physique of a subordinate soldier be? Could it be more exceptional than his royal Saiyan bloodline? A surge of intense dissatisfaction and curiosity roiled within him. The secret of this divine water must surely hold the key that Vikimo was concealing. Give me some. Vegeta practically ground his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. He needed to experience it firsthand to understand the intricacies involved. The temptation of a tenfold increase in power whispered in his ear like a devil's murmur. What if he could possess strength far exceeding that of Frieza, even if only for an hour? Prince Vegeta, be cautious. Please, exercise great caution. Raditz, terrified, hurried over to dissuade him, momentarily forgetting to blame Vika. Mo, look at me. Look at Xiaoyi. What if this power never returns? Or if you end up like me, plummeting to the depths? That would be the end. Completely ruined. He pointed at himself, a living example of a cautionary tale. Raditz's words fell like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing part of the impulsive flame within Vegeta. Indeed, what if he too fell to a mere 1,000? Or like Raditz, was left with only 100? In this perilous universe, under Frieza's watchful gaze, what would be the difference between that and suicide? The pride of the Saiyan prince clashed violently with the rationality of a warrior in his mind. He fixed his gaze on the seemingly innocuous divine water in Vikimo's hands, his expression fluctuating. Why should a lowly warrior he had never regarded highly escape unscathed while he, a genius, had to bear such a tremendous risk? This stark contrast left him deeply unsettled. Yet he could not deny the harsh reality of Raditz's warning. After a long hesitation, Vegeta's tightly clenched fist finally relaxed slightly. He let out a heavy huff, momentarily suppressing the impulse to try it immediately. The risk was too great. He, Vegeta, could not afford to lose. Prince Vegeta, the battle has drained your energy. You should eat something to replenish your strength. Seeing that Vegeta seemed to have temporarily abandoned the thought of trying the divine water, Raditz quickly shifted the topic, pointing eagerly toward the enormous roasted pig monster sizzling over the nearby campfire, its aroma wafting through the air. Vegeta's sharp gaze swept over the large pieces of roasted meat, his nostrils instinctively flaring. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something incredibly distasteful, and his lips twitched in a grimace of disgust. Meat soaked in urine? Just the thought of it made his stomach churn. It's all fine. Absolutely clean. Raditz immediately understood, swearing to the heavens that only the front leg given to Xiaoyi had been seasoned. Everything else was properly roasted. I promise. He pounded his chest, fearful that the prince might starve due to aversion. Vegeta's tense expression softened slightly, and with skepticism, he approached, selecting a rib that appeared to be the most evenly roasted and richest in fat. He tore off a large chunk and rudely stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. This pig-like monster was colossal, towering over 10 meters tall. Even when roasted, the remaining meat was sufficient for the 3 gluttonous Saiyans to feast for several meals. Vikimo also showed no restraint, tearing off a succulent piece of hind leg, biting into it with gusto, grease trickling down his chin, thoroughly enjoying the feast. The rich aroma of the meat temporarily dispelled the lingering bloodshed and tension from the battlefield. However, just as Vikimo swallowed a mouthful of delicious roast and licked his lips contentedly, a familiar, despair-laden sound pierced the air. A purple meteorite reappeared above them. Xiaoyi was plummeting from thousands of meters high at an astonishing speed. Vikimo's eyes glinted with determination, reacting almost instinctively. He hurled the half-eaten pig leg aside and blurred into motion. Bang! A dull thud that made one's teeth ache resonated. Vikimo's figure appeared like a specter beside Xiaoyi's descent trajectory, delivering a precise and brutal side kick that landed squarely between Xiaoyi's already mangled waist and abdomen. The immense kinetic energy erupted once more. Poor Xiaoyi, unable to emit even a complete scream, was struck like a baseball hit by a giant bat, transforming into a desperate purple streak, soaring into the sky at 10 times the speed of free fall. In the blink of an eye, he vanished above the thick clouds, leaving behind only a rapidly shrinking black. This time, Xiaoyi lost consciousness the moment the searing pain struck him. Yet even in the depths of unconsciousness, the humiliation and anguish repeatedly trampled and ravaged from the depths of his soul, continued to manifest as an inexhaustible source. Transforming into cold numbers. Negative emotional value from Chio-E, 2,500. Unconscious resentment. Negative emotional value from Chio-E, 2,500. Vikimo landed gracefully, brushing off non-existent dust from his battle suit, his face adorned with a nearly cruel satisfaction, as if he had just completed an enjoyable exercise. He returned to the campfire, picked up the half-eaten pig leg, and continued to indulge in the feast, seemingly oblivious to everything else. After savoring a few bites of the delicious roast, he glanced at the sky, gauged the time, then leaped upward with precision to deliver another kick to the falling Chio-E, moving with practiced fluidity as if following a preordained program. Vegeta, his hand, holding the roast, froze mid-air as he observed Vikamo's seamless actions, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Negative emotional value from Vegeta, 666. This fellow was truly a devil, enjoying his meal while treating a former formidable opponent like a toy to be kicked around for amusement. The scene was filled with absurd black humor and a chilling cruelty. Chio-Yi's misfortunes in this life seemed to be entirely exhausted in this day. Raditz. He felt the roast in his hand lose its appeal, watching Vikamo's busy figure, a chill creeping up his spine. Negative emotional value from Raditz, 666. So ruthless, so skilled. It was as if Chio-E had become an unceasing source of emotional extraction. Observing Vikamo's delight, Raditz inexplicably felt a twinge of envy. He too wanted to join in and deliver a few kicks. Unfortunately, with only 170 power level, he couldn't even jump high enough. Kicking would likely result in his own bones breaking. Vikimo reveled in the pleasurable cycle of eating meat, kicking, and collecting emotional values. As Chio-Yi's total contribution of negative emotions soared, brazenly surpassing the threshold of 50,000, Vegeta could no longer endure. The incessant sound of air being pierced, the dull thuds of flesh colliding, and Vikimo's unabashed, nearly obsessive expression ignited the last flicker of irritation within Vegeta. Chio-Yi's screams, even if silent, and Vikimo's antics filled him with an indescribable noise and base amusement. That's enough. Vegeta suddenly stood, his voice cracking like ice, carrying an undeniable finality. My anger has long dissipated. There's no need to endlessly torment a useless frog for my sake. He unconsciously attributed Vikimo's actions to avenging Chio-Yi's earlier provocation. In that instant, Vegeta's gaze sharpened, disregarding the purple figure plummeting from above. He casually raised his right index finger, a blinding, destructive golden light gathering at its tip. Whoosh! Boom! A slender yet lightning-fast golden beam precisely pierced the purple figure descending from several thousand meters high. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a dull sound akin to a water bag bursting. Immediately, a burst of dark purple mist rapidly expanded and swiftly dissipated in the high altitude. Chio-Yi's battered body, along with all his pain, humiliation, and unfinished curses, was utterly reduced to the smallest speck of dust in the universe under Vegeta's seemingly casual gesture. Vikimo. He had just stuffed the last bite of roasted meat into his mouth, not even having the time to chew, when his smile froze, brows knitting tightly, eyes filled with unmistakable regret and a hint of anger. What a splendid, sustainable, high-efficiency source of emotional value. Just like that, it was gone. He felt as if his heart was bleeding. Vegeta, that rascal, is merely a meddler in affairs that do not concern him. Who on earth is standing up for you? I am merely tending to my emotional farm. You have ruined my golden goose. In his heart, Vikimo was fervently venting, yet his expression swiftly regained composure. Although his gaze towards Vegeta held a hint of resentment for the disruption of his plans. Bring forth that so-called divine water of yours. Vegeta appeared to disregard the look in Vikimo's eyes, or perhaps he simply did not care. Having neutralized the source of noise, his focus immediately shifted back to the mysterious barrel of water. His tone resumed its authoritative, royal quality, leaving no room for dissent. Vikimo smirked. Although displeased that Vegeta had destroyed his device, he had no qualms about demonstrating the divine water. With a flicker of thought, a barely perceptible ripple of space manifested in the air. In the next moment, a metal barrel, half his height and seemingly ordinary, filled with a substantial amount of clear liquid, clattered into existence beside the campfire. The barrel bore no special patterns or markings, as unremarkable as a water bucket found in a rural backyard. Here it is, Vikimo proclaimed as he patted the barrel, producing a dull echo. A mischievous smile crept across his face, one that Vegeta found exasperating. What say you, Prince Vegeta? Care for a taste? Experience the exquisite power of tenfold strength? Such a rare opportunity. He deliberately elongated the last syllable. Vegeta gazed at the unremarkable barrel of water, then at Vikimo's eager expression, feeling a throbbing in his temples. Negative emotional energy from Vegeta, 111. This fellow is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Knowing full well his current trepidation, he still dares to tempt him with such flippant words. How utterly detestable. Vegeta suppressed the impulse to upend the barrel onto Vikimo's head and, maintaining a stoic demeanor, approached the metal barrel. He did not immediately touch it, but instead circled it slowly, much like a cautious scientist examining a potentially hazardous specimen. His keen gaze swept over every inch of the barrel, leaving no detail overlooked. Finally, he halted, leaned slightly, and drew near to the opening. His nostrils subtly flaring as he inhaled. What is the scent? He inquired in a low voice, his piercing eyes directed at Raditz, as if seeking to validate Vikimo's prior claims. No scent. Absolutely none. Raditz interjected hastily, shaking his head vigorously. It's as pure as the clearest spring water. Colorless and tasteless. When consumed, it even felt somewhat bland. He strained to recall the taste, adding further details. Understood. Vegeta nodded impassively, straightening his posture. He still lacked the courage to touch the barrel, let alone drink from it. The cost of the unknown loomed too heavily. He, Vegeta, could not afford to lose. His gaze shifted to the dejected Raditz beside him, and he inquired once more, Vikimo, in your estimation, does Raditz have any chance of recovery? He posed this question to the one individual who seemed immune to the side effects, hoping to unearth some patterns or glimmers of hope. Let us wait and see for a day, Vikimo replied, his tone still infused with that ambiguous nonchalance, leisurely chewing on meat as if discussing a trivial matter. A day to recover? Vegeta pressed, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. If it were merely a day of weakness, the value of this divine water would be immeasurable. No, Vikimo swallowed the morsel, raising his gaze to meet Vegeta's, his tone flat, yet imbued with a cruel certainty. What I mean is, if after a day there are no signs of recovery in his combat power, then it is highly likely he will never recover. He shrugged, as if stating an undeniable truth. The campfire was suddenly engulfed in a profound silence. Vegeta, negative emotional energy from Vegeta, 666. What sort of statement is that? It is tantamount to saying nothing. A day is merely a trial period? After that, a death sentence? This answer is more despairing than the unknown. He felt his blood pressure rising. Raditz. He abruptly raised his head, his complexion paling to a ghostly white as he gazed at Vikimo, with eyes filled with terror and disbelief. Negative emotional energy from Raditz, 777. Never to recover. Vikimo, you never mentioned such an ultimate verdict. Am I truly destined to be a weakling with a power level of merely 170 for the rest of my life? This is more painful than death. Chapter 31, 10,000? Raditz felt as though his heart was gripped tightly by a massive fist, akin to being struck directly by Prince Vegeta's energy blast, suffocating despair washing over him. Vikimo, Prince Vegeta, why did you not inform us sooner? Raditz's voice trembled, laced with a whimper, the weight of his 999 negative emotional energy manifesting as chilling water coursing through him. He looked down at his hands and touched his once proud hair, feeling as if those 175 precious combat power points were slipping away with each strand, never to return. Vikimo's nonchalant speculation and Prince Vegeta's almost certain confirmation struck him like poisoned daggers, piercing his most vulnerable spots. I had just remembered myself. Vikimo's response came across as so innocent, even carrying a hint of mischievous glee. His face, which Raditz found utterly detestable, now bore an air of carefree indifference. You cannot be this cruel. Are you intent on ensnaring someone only to drag them down? Raditz lamented, his nose tinged with bitterness, his eyes burning with heat. Warm tears finally spilling over uncontrollably. He sniffed, attempting to maintain the last vestige of a Saiyan warrior's dignity, but the overwhelming sense of loss and humiliation washed over him, breaking the dam, and tears cascaded down his dirt and blood-stained cheeks, leaving two trails of despair. He felt utterly foolish, having trained tirelessly, finally attaining greatness through the divine water, only to find it all in vain. And now, having greedily consumed a few more sips. He might not even retain his final 175 points. This anguish surpasses the pain of death. Worthless. Vegeta cast a cold glance at him, devoid of sympathy. Only disdain for the weak and indifference towards the validation of his own judgment. He turned his attention away from the weeping Raditz, focusing instead on the giant wild boar roasting beside the fire, sizzling and fragrant. The pride of the Saiyan prince and the demands of reality compelled him to immerse himself in the battle of replenishing his energy and healing his wounds. When the last sturdy leg bone of the wild boar was carelessly tossed aside by Vegeta, producing a dull thud upon landing, he had rejuvenated remarkably. The Saiyan's terrifying recovery capabilities, fueled by ample sustenance, nearly erased the grievous injuries he had previously sustained. Although he was not yet at his peak, the powerful aura of the Saiyan prince had returned. He rose, stretching his limbs, the sound of cracking bones echoing softly. Prince Vegeta, the decent resistance on this planet has been largely eradicated. Those indigenous warriors and formidable beasts are either dead or fled. Raditz wiped his face, forcing down his grief. Cautiously inquiring, should we not return to planet Vegeta? He longed to escape this place that had inflicted such profound psychological trauma and return to a relatively familiar environment to heal his wounds. Vegeta's sharp, narrow eyes surveyed the surrounding ruins and charred forests, revealing a cold, conquering scrutiny. First, we must thoroughly cleanse this planet. He decisively rejected Raditz's suggestion. Lord Frieza demands a planet that is entirely subjugated, devoid of any resistance, not a wasteland still inhabited by vermin. Any being that poses a potential threat must be eradicated. Understood. Raditz's heart tightened, and fearing to speak further, he could only nod in agreement. The cleansing operation would entail more battles and risks, and given his current state, hand over your scouter. Vegeta commanded unyieldingly, extending his hand towards Raditz. Raditz's expression instantly fell, and he internally lamented, not again. He had just been reduced to a mere 175 battle power, and now they were demanding the surrender of his precious detector? This was an essential piece of equipment for him. However, he dared not show any defiance and could only force a smile as he bent down to retrieve his mud-stained, slightly deformed detector from a pile of rubble. After vigorously wiping it with his sleeve, he respectfully handed it over. Vegeta took the detector and expertly flicked the switch with his fingertips, preparing to wear it over his eyes. Hesitating, Raditz mustered the courage to interject, reminding him of what Vikamer had said earlier, that Frieza might be listening in on their communications through the detector. Shouldn't they refrain from speaking while wearing it? Fearful of inciting the prince's wrath, his voice dwindled to a whisper. Humph. Vegeta snorted dismissively, his sharp gaze sending a shiver down Raditz's spine. I was already aware of that. Did you think I needed your reminder? Though he feigned disdain, his movements paused momentarily. Nevertheless, the pride of the Saiyan prince and his reliance on the detector ultimately prevailed. He decisively attached the device to his left eye, feeling the cold metal against his skin. Upon pressing the switch, a faint electronic hum filled the air, and the lens began to display flickering lights and values, representing various life forms. Currently, there were still numerous lurking threats on this planet, with monsters boasting battle powers ranging from 300 to 800 scattered throughout the marshes to the southeast and the depths of the mountains to the west. As Vegeta scanned rapidly, he issued commands to ensure a thorough sweep, leaving no potential danger behind. Upon hearing this, Raditz's expression grew even more pained, as if he had swallowed an entire bitter melon. But, Your Highness, we only have 2 detectors left. That oaf Naba broke his, and mine seems to have been affected in the recent battle, so the scanning range might not be accurate, he lamented, gesturing to himself. With my 175 battle power, I wouldn't stand a chance against even a 300 power beast. Following along would only slow us down or lead to my demise. You will accompany Vikamer. Vegeta interrupted impatiently, assigning tasks directly. I'll team up with Naba. He 1T perish. He'll be at the spaceship tending to his wounds and repairing his detector. Vegeta had already locked onto Naba's life signal and position through the detector. Raditz instinctively inquired about the other low-level warriors who had come along. Vegeta remained silent for a few seconds, the cold data streaming across the lens reflecting his expressionless face. Although he said nothing, the ominous silence and the fleeting indifference in his gaze conveyed a brutal truth. Aside from the 3 of them, the others had become mere dust on this nameless planet. A fleeting sorrow washed over Raditz, tinged with a hidden relief. So, Karniki and the others are dead? Alas, it's a shame. I can no longer partake in the game of eating, sleeping, and playing around. He suppressed an inappropriate smirk. At least he wouldn't have to endure being the target of everyone's ridicule, or be used as a punching bag by Naba anymore. This was perhaps the only solace amidst such a dismal mission. As Raditz's thoughts wandered, Vegeta suddenly emitted a sharp, incredulous gasp. The sound was soft yet struck Raditz and Vikamer, who appeared to be idly cleaning his teeth, like a bolt of electricity. "What is it, Your Highness?" Raditz anxiously inquired. Fearing yet another formidable enemy had been discovered. Vegeta did not respond immediately. He leaned forward slightly, his left eye fixed on a specific direction through the detector. The numbers on the lens fluctuating wildly before finally settling on a figure that caused his pupils to constrict. Battle power, 10,000. Vegeta's voice was laden with incredulity as he uttered this astonishing number. 10,000. On this planet, which they had already ravaged, where even a semblance of resistance could not be organized, there was still a being with such formidable battle power hidden away. How could this be? What? 10,000? Raditz exclaimed, nearly jumping out of his skin, his voice rising in pitch. Was there truly a beast with a battle power of 10,000 on this planet? Was it the legendary Swamp King crocodile? Or perhaps the lava giant ape lurking in the mountains? Hadn't the detector failed to detect them before? Had they been hiding all along? He immediately entered a heightened state of alert, adopting a combat stance, scanning the surroundings warily as if that terrifying entity with a battle power of 10,000 could leap from the ruins at any moment. It's not a beast. Vegeta's voice grew even deeper, tinged with a hint of an unrecognized rasp. His neck turned stiffly, and the light reflecting from the detector lens shifted with his gaze. Raditz followed Vegeta's line of sight, and when his eyes finally landed on a familiar figure, his mouth dropped open wide enough to fit a dinosaur egg. Trembling, he raised his hand, incredulity etched on his face. Pointing at the person looking at them with an innocent expression, "Vikamer? Is it you?" Vegeta abruptly raised his hand and yanked the detector off his left eye with a swift motion. Without hesitation, he pressed the shutdown button. As if the device had become a scalding hot potato, he fixed his sharp Saiyan Prince gaze on Vikamer, scrutinizing him with an intensity that held a mixture of examination, suspicion, and an almost imperceptible wariness. He scanned him from head to toe, as if seeing this companion he had always deemed inferior for the first time. "You." Vegeta's voice bore an unprecedented gravity, each word measured. "What is the meaning of your battle power?" 10,000. The number struck Raditz like a heavy hammer to the heart. He clearly remembered that Vikamer's previous battle power barely exceeded 1,000, placing him in the lower tier among Saiyans. How could it have skyrocketed to such terrifying heights in such a short time? This was beyond his comprehension of battle power increments. Could it be the divine water? But Raditz had taken 5 sips, and his battle power had plummeted. Faced with Vegeta's almost piercing gaze and Raditz's incredulous expression, Vikamer displayed his characteristic grin, which held a hint of naivete yet concealed cunning, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. "Oh, that? Of course, it's from drinking the battle god water. How else could it happen?" He shrugged casually, as if discussing the weather. How many times have you increased?" Raditz's voice soared, filled with shock and a jealousy that felt insurmountable. He glared at Vikamer, his eyes nearly bulging. Why? Why did he drink the divine water only to have his battle power plummet to nothing, while this guy's soared to 10,000? It was utterly unfair. He felt like a clown, his efforts and risks merely serving as a backdrop to Vikamer's achievements. Vikamer smiled broadly, exposing his pearly whites, a grin that seemed blinding to Raditz. "Multiples? My physique seems to be quite special. After drinking the divine water, it doesn't seem to increase linearly by multiples." He scratched his head, adopting a thoughtful expression. "It feels more random? Or perhaps it depends on the body's absorption ability. I'm not entirely sure. It just increased." He concluded nonchalantly, as if that surge of over 8,000 battle power were as natural as eating or drinking. Random? Raditz was utterly speechless, his bitter smile more painful than tears. He felt as if his worldview was crumbling. Random? Based on absorption capacity? What kind of explanation was that? It was far more difficult to accept than simply being told he was worthless. A profound sense of disparity and helplessness once again engulfed him. He gazed at Vikimo's relaxed demeanor, then glanced down at his own pitiful combat power, which barely even compared to the others. A wave of intense bitterness and frustration surged in his throat, almost bringing him to tears. Why? Why does all the good fortune fall upon this individual? Why does his combat power rise steadily like a mountain, while mine plummets like a melting iceberg? Is there no logic left in this universe? Vegeta remained silent, his youthful yet imposing visage devoid of expression, while tumultuous emotions churned within. Vikimo's explanation struck him as filled with insincerity and gaps. Random absorption capability? Vegeta scoffed internally. What a farce. Although Saiyans possess varying physiques, the enhancement of combat power follows a distinct pattern. It is either a monumental boost after a near-death experience or a breakthrough achieved through arduous training. Such a dramatic increase from merely sipping water was unheard of. His keen eyes, akin to searchlights, swept back and forth over Vikimo, attempting to uncover any concealed secrets or signs of deceit. Vikimo's expression remained as earnest as ever, even tinged with confusion, as if he too were astonished by this sudden surge of power. Yet, Vegeta astutely detected a fleeting glimpse of something profoundly different within the depths of Vikimo's eyes, an air of mastery, perhaps even a hint of mischief. Was this fellow truly relying on that mysterious bottle of water for his enhancement? For the first time, Vegeta harbored grave doubts about Vikimo, a lowly warrior. 11 years his senior, Vegeta at 5, Vikimo at 16, whose potential should have long been established, even if that divine water possessed miraculous effects. Raditz's tragic fate served as a cautionary tale. What made Vikimo worthy of such immense gains without consequence? Did his bloodline conceal some hidden secret? A more unsettling thought, one that felt like a creeping threat, emerged uncontrollably. Could Vikimo's combat power possibly rival mine? The moment that thought surfaced, Vegeta's formidable pride and self-esteem forcefully suppressed it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He internally roared. I, Vegeta, am the Prince of Saiyans. I possess the noblest bloodline. At 5 years old, I wielded combat power far surpassing that of ordinary adult warriors. What is Vikimo? A lowly fighter. A waste who only barely reached the threshold of 10,000 at 16 through dubious means. What gives him the right to catch up to me? Age? Potential? In what aspect could he possibly compare to me? I, Vegeta, am the strongest Saiyan. Beneath Frieza, none can rival me. He forced himself to regain composure. Employing cold rationality to analyze, that divine water must have significant side effects or limitations. Raditz was proof of that. Vikimo may appear prosperous now, but he could very well collapse at any moment, perhaps even worse. Yes, it must be so. He is merely holding on. Or perhaps the scanner was just interfered with, and the readings were erroneous. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the scanner, his knuckles turning pale. However, deep within, that sensation of threat coiled around him like a venomous serpent, refusing to dissipate. Vikimo's innocent smile, at this moment, appeared glaringly dangerous and shrouded in uncertainty to Vegeta. While Vegeta wrestled with his inner turmoil and Raditz wallowed in profound disappointment and jealousy, Vikimo suddenly ceased his smile. He raised his hand, gently stroking his chiseled jawline. A furrow forming on his brow as his gaze deepened, as if penetrating the ruins and jungles before him, reaching into the depths of the cosmos. Yet, none of this was the crux of the matter. Vikimo's voice turned grave, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness that shattered the oppressive silence. Prince Vegeta, Raditz. I am contemplating something of great significance. Chapter 32. The Pitfall of the Cosmic Emperor? Vikimo's startlingly audacious question struck like a thunderclap upon the still surface of a lake, unleashing not merely ripples but a roaring tsunami of shock. Raditz, gripped by the icy chill of that speculation, felt his spirit shatter, his tongue tangled as he stammered, "What important matter?" He nearly screamed, his voice distorted by overwhelming fear. The earlier terrifying deductions regarding the divine water's manipulation and the scanner's eavesdropping had left him as skittish as a startled bird. To him, Vikimo's important matter seemed akin to the harbinger of death. Yet, Vikimo appeared oblivious to Raditz's pale face and the incredulous fury simmering in Vegeta's eyes. He stroked his chin, a nearly innocent yet chilling smile spreading across his face, brimming with bold, mad, and even blasphemous imaginings. Tell me, Vikimo tilted his head, his eyes sparkling with a brilliance that suggested he had unearthed the most captivating toy in the universe. What if we made Frieza drink the remaining combat divine water? He grinned widely, revealing pearly teeth, exuding the excitement of a child who had just pulled off a prank. The air froze instantly. Raditz and Vegeta stood as if struck by the universe's mightiest immobilization spell, rooted to the spot, their minds blank. Save for Vikamo's seemingly casual, yet profoundly weighty words echoing in their ears. Make Frieza drink the combat divine water? Having already ensnared that unfortunate creature, Chio-E, and left Raditz with a mere 175 points of combat power, this lunatic was now targeting the cosmic Emperor Frieza? Raditz felt his heart stop, as if his very soul were about to escape from the crown of his head. He looked at Vikamo's innocent smile, suddenly realizing with crystal clarity that this fellow was no mere lowly warrior. He was undoubtedly a demon risen from the abyss. No, even demons would not be this insane. To ensnare Frieza? That was the ultimate nightmare that one wouldn't dare even to contemplate. Vegeta's expression darkened to such an extent that it could have dripped with water. His sharp eyes, belonging to the Prince of Saiyans, fixed intently on Vika-mo, swirling with shock, absurdity, rage, and a hint of a heart's tremor that he himself was loath to acknowledge, stirred by this mad idea. His tightly clenched fists trembled slightly from exertion, the knuckles cracking ominously. Humph. After a prolonged silence, Vegeta finally squeezed out a cold grunt through clenched teeth, forcibly suppressing the absurd thrill rising within him, redirecting his fury towards another target. Clearly, that scoundrel Frieza had harbored ill intentions from the very beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent that waste, Chio-E here. His voice trembled slightly with barely concealed rage. He sent Chio-E here not for so-called reinforcements, but to humiliate us, to disgrace the Saiyans, to make us lose face before those inferior warriors and monsters. That damned, sadistic, frozen demon. Vegeta's anger blazed like a tangible flame engulfing him, and he could almost see the unabashed contempt and mockery on Chio-Yi's grotesque froggy face, the immense humiliation causing his blood to boil and roar. His tightly clenched fists felt as though his nails would embed into his palms. In contrast, Vika-mo seemed entirely oblivious to Vegeta's impending volcanic wrath. Instead, he followed the thread of Vegeta's words, his excitement growing brighter, rubbing his hands together, eyes glinting with cunning light. Since he is so malignantly inclined, why not return the favor? Let us give him a taste of his own medicine using this miraculous divine water? Raditz struggled to swallow, his throat feeling as parched as sandpaper. He looked up at the overcast sky, as if seeking a sliver of rationality from the chaos. His voice tinged with bewilderment and a sense of absurd resignation. But with Frieza's monstrous physical constitution, how much could he possibly drink? What would happen to him after consuming it? He began to subconsciously calculate whether excessive drinking would render him a mere waste, possessing a battle power in the single digits. Upon hearing this, Vikamo's eyes gleamed with a spark of intense focus, as if he were genuinely contemplating this outrageous subject. Let me do the math, he murmured, lowering his head, his fingers tracing invisible patterns in the air, reciting softly as if engaged in a meticulous deduction concerning the fate of the universe. Assuming Frieza's power level is X, and the decrement ratio per sip is fixed, then after consuming 100 sips in the depths of his mind, a chilling figure known only to him flickered, 120 million. This was the despairing true power of Frieza at his peak. Consuming 100 sips, an hour later, the side effects would reduce his power to 2 million. After 10 sips, the side effect would leave him with a mere 12 million. If he could devise a way for Frieza to drink 10 sips, the aftermath would yield only 2 million. Vikamo's thoughts brushed past a mysterious presence within his consciousness, the ultimate trump card upon which he relied for a turnaround. All I need is an opportunity, a catalyst to activate the legendary Super Saiyan experience card. The energy value embedded within that card was indelibly etched into his soul, 30 million. 30 million would utterly overwhelm 2 million. An absolute domination. An indescribable exhilaration surged within Vikimo, as if he could already envision the once mighty cosmic emperor trembling beneath his feet. Alternatively, his thoughts subtly shifted to the Saiyan prince beside him, who was taut with rage, contemplating whether to leave this chance for revenge to Vegeta, to grant him the illusion of defeating Frieza, to let him believe he might truly succeed. That seemed to be an intriguing prospect, one that could incite his negative emotional energy. After all, the feeling of plummeting from a false peak to the depths again. Oh, how delightful. Vikimo's internal calculations were cold and efficient, brimming with manipulation and scheming. Regardless of the plan, They all appeared feasible. He nearly applauded his own genius. 100 sips? What cosmic joke is this? Raditz's scream interrupted Vikimo's inner deliberation, his expression one of incredulity as he gazed at Vikimo, as if he had just heard the most absurd jest. You want Frieza to drink 100 of those things? Forget about battle power. I doubt he could even catch his breath. He'd be reduced to cosmic dust. Raditz believed Vikimo's mind must have been muddled by the noxious gases of the marsh. Vikimo cast a disinterested glance at Raditz, ignoring his unproductive quip. The imagination of fools is always so barren. However, speaking of which, Vegeta seemed to have sparked an idea in Raditz, who cautiously turned to the still-fuming prince. What do you think Frieza's true battle power really is? Surely it can't be as low as what the scanner indicates, only a few tens of thousands? The scanner's upper limit being locked was almost a public secret within Frieza's army. Vegeta's fury was momentarily diverted by this question. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his boiling murderous intent, his face wearing the inherent arrogance and certainty of a Saiyan prince based on limited understanding. How much could it possibly be? Even if he concealed his strength, at most, it's 200,000. This figure, within Vegeta's current comprehension, was already an insurmountable height, a presence he had to look up to. He absolutely refused to believe, nor did he wish to accept, that Frieza's power could far exceed this range. 200,000. Raditz mumbled, instinctively calculating according to Vikimo's deceptive logic, realizing that if reduced by tenfold, it would only leave 20,000 battle power. He immediately shook his head in dismay. 20,000, Your Highness Vegeta. Unless you can transform into a great ape on a full moon night, even if Frieza is left with only 20,000, we still cannot defeat him. His current battle power of 175 was utterly insignificant against 20,000. Vegeta's expression darkened instantly. Raditz's seemingly casual analysis struck him like a cold dagger to his proud heart. 20,000 reduced tenfold is 2,000. And he, Vegeta, the noble Saiyan prince, currently possessed a power level of less than 10,000. He conveniently overlooked Vikimo's anomaly of 1,000. Even if Frieza were reduced to merely 20,000, he still could not prevail. This brutal contrast of reality was far more suffocating and humiliating for Vegeta than Vikimo's plan to deceive Frieza. A profound sense of helplessness and anger at being mocked by reality immediately engulfed him. He felt like an ant shouting beneath the feet of a giant. All his pride and ambition rendered laughable and pale in the face of absolute power. He clenched his teeth, his cheeks bulging, suppressing the urge to explode. Silent as a volcano on the brink of eruption. Enough. Shut up. Vegeta finally could no longer endure the stifling atmosphere and Raditz's foolish analysis. He growled, forcibly shifting the topic to escape this humiliating predicament that severely wounded his pride. Let us not dwell on these meaningless hypotheses. That fool Naba scanner must be utterly ruined. Our speculations here are futile. To the spaceship. Naba should still be there, lying in wait. Before he could finish his sentence, Vegeta, as if fleeing, stomped his foot with such force that a small crater formed on the ground, propelling him into the sky with the velocity of a released arrow, carrying with him an uncontrollable surge of rage, not looking back as he sped towards the direction of their spaceship. His speed was so swift that it tore through the air with a piercing shriek. Vikimo watched as Vegeta fled with an almost disheveled demeanor, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seemed the prince's proud heart had taken quite a blow. His negative emotional energy should be substantial. He mused with pleasure. Let us go, Raditz, Vikimo called out, leisurely ascending to follow. Raditz looked at the two as they soared away, then glanced at his own meager battle power of 175, surveying the ravaged surroundings, fraught with peril. A chill shot up from his feet to the crown of his head. He shivered, no longer daring to delay, and hurriedly unleashed every ounce of his meager energy, clumsily and awkwardly pursuing them. The flight speed afforded by his 175 battle power was dismally slow, almost bringing him to tears. Before long, the three landed in a relatively flat area that had been lightly cleared. At the center lay their battered Saiyan spherical spaceship. Beside it, Naba's massive form leaned against a rock, a fresh scab of blood glistening on his bald head, with multiple bandages adorning his body, though his breath was somewhat labored. His gaze remained fierce. Upon seeing the three land, especially noticing that Vegeta was unharmed. A flicker of relief crossed Naba's eyes. Prince Vegeta, Raditz, Vikimo. Naba struggled to rise and salute, drawing on his wounds and grimacing in pain. Thank goodness. You are all safe. His voice bore the tone of someone relieved to have survived a calamity. What of Carnegie? After landing, Raditz instinctively scanned the area, failing to spot the familiar figure, and asked reflexively. Although he had a premonition, he sought confirmation. Naba's relief instantly vanished, replaced by the Scion's characteristic indifference and disdain for the death of the weak. He grimaced, casually gesturing towards a nearby thicket strewn with wreckage. That useless fool? Humph. He was ambushed by a beast with a battle power of less than 700. Its claws pierced through his chest, leaving his guts spilling everywhere. Naba's tone was as flat as if describing the squashing of an insignificant insect. Hearing him wail as he lay there was utterly disgraceful for us Scions, so I put him out of his misery. He mimicked the motion of slashing downwards with his hand, as if merely disposing of an inconsequential piece of refuse. Leitai. A chill intertwined with a sense of sorrow crept once more into Leitai's heart. He gazed at Banas's nonchalant demeanor, opened his mouth to speak, yet ultimately said nothing, merely turning his face away in silence. This was the law of their existence, merciless and efficient. When he turned his gaze to Vikimo, he found no trace of surprise on the latter's face, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along, his eyes eerily calm, even carrying a hint of indescribable amusement. Leitai could not fathom it, only feeling that Vikimo was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Indeed, Vikimo was not surprised. The survival of the fittest and the betrayal among comrades were inherent traits of the Saiyan race, especially evident in warriors like Vegeta and Naba, who had been raised in a harsh environment from a young age. However, as his gaze swept over Leitai's complex and unspoken expression, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, tinged with a touch of experimental sentiment. After all, this boy was the son of Bedak and Janae, the elder brother of Wukong. Vikimo's thoughts drifted momentarily. Leitai, at the tender age of 5, was at a pivotal stage in character formation and being constantly surrounded by the fierce Vegeta and Naba. It was only natural for him to be imbued with a sense of hostility. Yet, at this moment, the flicker of compassion and confusion in his eyes resembled a fragile, new shoot emerging from the muck, suggesting that a trace of humanity, or perhaps a rare emotion among Scions, still lingered within him. If guided properly, Vikimo's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. Perhaps there was indeed a chance for redemption, much like his younger brother? However, this thought was but a fleeting notion. To Vikimo, whether Leitai could redeem himself was of no consequence. All he perceived was the continuous influx of negative emotional energy, flowing like a gentle stream into the depths of his consciousness. Once a life is extinguished, like that of Kanegi, the supply is utterly severed. Vikimo assessed calmly. Although Leitai's combat capabilities were rendered ineffective, he possessed an abundance of emotions, his mentality easily susceptible to collapse. Look at him now, upon learning of Kanegi's demise. Reflecting on his own combat power of 175, his negative emotional value must have surged to 250. What a splendid emotional generator he was. As long as he lived, there would be ongoing production. Upon hearing Naba casually report Kanegi's death, Vegeta merely emitted an ambiguous cold grunt from his nostrils, neither expressing approval nor casting blame. This manner of handling was, in his eyes, the most normal Saiyan code of conduct. Your Highness Vegeta, Naba, noticing Vegeta's mere grunt, felt a twinge of unease. Leaning slightly forward, he forced a dry and somewhat obsequious smile, cautiously inquiring, "You won't blame me, will you? I mean, our Saiyan team shouldn't require a burden that cannot fight and only hinders us, right?" He attempted to justify his actions with a grandiloquent rationale. Humph. Vegeta's sharp gaze swept over Naba, assessing him from a position of superiority. While it was true, he affirmed the first half of Naba's statement. Scions indeed had no need for useless individuals. His brow furrowed tightly, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. However, by killing him, we will have even fewer personnel to clean this planet. Efficiency will be severely compromised. Lord Frieza demands absolute cleanliness in results. Naba's smile instantly froze, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he hurriedly explained, "Your Highness, you don't understand the situation at that time. Kanegi was truly incapacitated. He had a massive hole in his chest, his internal organs severely damaged, even with the healing device on the ship. It would take a long time just to keep him alive, let alone fight. I was merely trying to lighten the burden and conserve resources. Enough. Spare me your futile arguments. Vegeta impatiently interrupted Naba's pale and weak defense. He only wished to complete this damn task swiftly and leave this exasperating planet. You. Pair with me. He pointed at Naba, then glanced at Vikimo and Raditz. You two, head to the southwestern marshlands. Eliminate any suspicious life forms with combat capability on site. Move out. Yes, Your Highness Vegeta. Naba felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted. His heart finally at ease, standing tall and responding loudly. Vegeta said no more, his form a blur as he dashed toward the northeastern mountains with incredible speed. Naba dared not linger, suppressing his pain and unleashing his energy, clumsily yet swiftly following suit, his massive frame cutting through the air with a dull sound. During their flight, Naba could no longer contain his curiosity and drew closer to Vegeta, whispering, Your Highness Vegeta, earlier, near the ship, my scanner suddenly detected a terrifying combat power reading. 17,000. Absolutely no mistake. And it was right near us. Then that reading suddenly skyrocketed, surpassing the scanner's limits and causing it to explode. Who could that be? Is it a hidden super beast on this planet? Or has Frieza sent someone else? Where did he go? Has he left? Vegeta's pace abruptly halted, his speed instantly increasing, leaving Naba trailing behind. He did not turn back. Nor did he respond to Naba's questions. His tense posture and sudden acceleration silently revealed his inner agitation and a desire to avoid further inquiry. Hey, Your Highness Vegeta. Wait for me. Naba's questions caught in his throat. He could only watch Vegeta's receding figure, helplessly shouting and desperately pushing his energy to catch up. Meanwhile, Vikimo observed Vegeta and Naba vanish into the horizon, a deeper amusement gracing his features. He turned his attention to Raditz, who wore a sorrowful expression, still brooding over Kanaji's death and his own diminished combat power. Come, Dodo, Vikimo deliberately provoked Raditz with the nickname he detested. Let us explore the marshlands. See if there are any small fry left behind for you to practice on and rebuild your confidence. Who knows? We might even uncover something valuable. He purposefully patted the small pouch at his waist that contained the remaining potion of combat divine water. Upon hearing the name Dodo, Raditz's expression instantly fell, his negative emotional value skyrocketing to 100. Then, hearing practice and rebuild confidence, as he contemplated his own combat power of 175, his negative emotional value surged to 150. Finally, the mention of valuable things, reminding him of that torturous divine water, sent his negative emotional value soaring by 300. Vikimo reveled in the refreshing surge of values in his consciousness, his mood buoyant as he led the way toward the southwestern marshlands, shrouded in an aura of decay. Raditz felt like a wretched creature under a demon's gaze, trudging behind with heavy steps and an even heavier heart. The southwestern marsh, beneath the dim light of the distant star, resembled a monstrous maw, emanating an ominous presence. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, cold and lifeless, the colossal flagship of the Frieza force loomed like a predator lying in wait in the darkness, quietly suspended in the void not far from the serene, blue-glowing planet of Vegeta. The massive viewing windows resembled a cold, indifferent eye, silently observing the planet that birthed a race of warriors. In the most luxurious observation chamber aboard the ship, King Frieza sat gracefully in his signature floating infant pod. The pod drifted silently to the enormous window, Frieza propping his chin on one hand, keenly admiring the beautiful blue planet outside. On the planet's surface, faint points representing Saiyan activity could be discerned, the glow of returning spaceships. Lord Frieza, a voice tinged with a subtle tension accompanied by respect, resonated from behind him. His high-ranking advisor, Bilibulu, adorned with insect-like compound eyes and a chitinous exterior, was bowing deeply. Frieza did not turn around, merely emitting a languid sound from his nostrils, hinting at inquiry. Regarding Master Chioe, Bilibulu's voice dropped lower. He has gone missing. We have completely lost the last signal transmitted by his detector. Oh. Frieza's slender tail flicked slightly, indicating a hint of interest, yet he remained unmoved. What has transpired? Has that arrogant little frog met his downfall? His tone was laced with mockery, as if discussing an inconsequential jest. The specifics remain unclear, Bilibulu replied with a tone of helplessness and confusion. The environment on Wan Shaoxing is exceptionally peculiar. with a chaotic magnetic field that severely disrupts long-range communications. The signals we received were intermittent and rife with static. Even with the most advanced stitching and analysis techniques, we could not reconstruct any complete or valuable fragments of information. Master Chiu Yi's signal vanished abruptly, without any forewarning. He added cautiously, perhaps Master Chiu Yi's detector was inadvertently damaged during intense combat? Finally, Frieza slowly rotated his hovering throne, bringing his exquisitely sinister visage to face Bilibulu. His purple lips curled into a chilling arc, as if he understood everything. Damaged, you say? Frieza let out a soft laugh, the sound echoing eerily through the vast observation chamber. Or perhaps our proud little Prince Vegeta could no longer resist and surprise that loquacious frog. You mean to say Vegeta killed Master Chiu? Bilibulu's compound eyes flashed with astonishment. This was not an impossibility. The Saiyans were notoriously rebellious, especially that Prince Vegeta. Who knows? Frieza's smile widened, radiating a cruel delight akin to a cat toying with its prey. A few restless little monkeys gathered together. And something amusing is bound to happen. He seemed utterly indifferent to Chiu Yi's fate, even deriving pleasure from it. Should we dispatch another elite team to Wanxiaoxing to ascertain the situation? Or perhaps impose consequences on Vegeta's team? Bilibulu tentatively inquired. Unnecessary. Frieza waved his hand lightly, his throne shifting back to face the viewport, his gaze fixed once more on the beautiful blue planet. His expression turned profound and icy. They are merely small monkeys. Whether they live or die, whether they stir or remain quiet, is of no consequence. His voice was soft yet imbued with a chilling finality. More importantly, he paused, posing the question he was most concerned about at that moment. How have our dear Saiyan friends fared in their return? Bilibulu immediately straightened, respectfully reporting, My Lord Frieza. According to our meticulous monitoring of the return records, over the past 8 days, aside from a few teams engaged in long-term missions in remote star regions, nearly all Saiyan warriors on planet Vegeta have been ordered to return, including those elite teams currently on the battlefield. His tone carried a hint of relief, as if the task was nearing completion. Oh, the corners of Frieza's lips curled into a cold, cruel smile, reminiscent of a poisonous flower blooming upon a glacial expanse, gradually widening until it enveloped his entire face. Under the glow of the blue planet reflected in the viewport, his visage appeared particularly sinister and terrifying. That is good. Frieza's voice emanated like a sigh from the depths of the netherworld, filled with an unsettling satisfaction, his gaze firmly fixed on the blue planet that had birthed countless warriors. There was no trace of admiration left in his eyes, only a pure, frigid intent to annihilate. Very well. Chapter 33. Kakarot Bilibulu's mechanical fingers tapped rapidly on the console, producing a staccato of sounds. She raised her eyes towards the cosmic emperor seated upon his floating throne, her voice imbued with a barely perceptible excitement. By the way, Lord Frieza, while intercepting the latest information flow from Wanxiaoxing, we captured a vague yet noteworthy fragment. Combat power doubled. The specific mechanism and origin are still under deep analysis, and the signal source seems to be interfered with by some primal energy field. Combat power doubled. Frieza's elongated purple eyes narrowed slightly, his fingertips tapping lightly on the armrest of the throne, emitting a cold metallic echo. The term resonated within him like a stone cast into a deep pond, causing ripples in his icy heart. It could also be the desperate murmurs of those uncivilized beasts, or the exaggerated boasts of some lesser beings, Bilibulu added hastily, sensing Frieza's unusual demeanor, instinctively scratching her smooth metallic head. Frieza fell silent for a moment, a fleeting, elusive glimmer passing through the depths of his crimson pupils. He slowly raised a hand, his voice low and authoritative. Bilibulu, immediately send a mandatory recall order to all Saiyan battle teams on planet Vegeta. By my command, I order all Saiyans, regardless of their location or the tasks they are undertaking, to return to planet Vegeta in the shortest time possible. No delays. Lord Frieza? Bilibulu's electronic eyes flickered, a programmed smile appearing on her metallic cheek. Are you planning to eliminate them completely, once and for all? Humph. Frieza emitted an ambiguous hum, a rare hint of confusion surfacing on his otherwise flawless white visage. He raised a finger and gently tapped his temple, his voice dropping even lower. As if speaking to himself, for some reason, just now, a faint sense of unease brushed through my mind. Very brief, yet so clear. It felt as if a Scion's presence was growing at an unreasonable speed in some corner. This sensation was vague and distant, yet undeniably real. His keen gaze swept over Belibulu. Has there been any abnormal reports concerning that brat Vegeta recently? Prince Vegeta? Belibulu's database whirred into action, responding promptly. According to feedback from frontline detectors, he is currently leading a team on planet Kanesa to carry out a cleanup mission. The fluctuations in combat power are within expected ranges, with no significant abnormal enhancements recorded. Do you suspect him? Uncertain. Frieza's brow furrowed for the first time, forming two cold creases. Yet he would rather mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than overlook a single potential threat. Execute the command immediately. Recall all Saiyans. I wish to confirm in person on planet Vegeta. Yes, Lord Frieza. Belibulu affirmed, her directive confirmed, and the highest priority recall order was immediately dispatched to all Saiyan detectors. She dared not delay further, her fingers moving like a blur across the console. Whoosh! A brilliant streak of light sliced through the vast, unfathomable canvas of the universe. It was a rugged, battle-scarred small Saiyan fighter, trailing cerulean plasma flames from its rear, creating a fleeting yet dazzling light trail across the void of space. Within the cramped cockpit, the distinctive scent of sweat-soaked battle suits mingled with energy fluids filled the air. Bardock, a lower-class warrior renowned for his fierceness and resilience, fixated on the navigation star chart ahead, his angular face illuminated by the soft glow of the dashboard, appearing particularly stern. Beside him sat Rick, an equally seasoned yet more expressive comrade. Rick irritably tapped the edges of the detector, his heart ignited by the urgent recall information that had just forcibly popped up on the screen, emblazoned with the scarlet insignia of Frieza's army. Hey, Bardock, did you see that? That damned Frieza has summoned all the Saiyans back. An emergency recall. This has never happened before. What on earth does he intend to do? Bardock did not respond immediately. His gaze remained locked on the increasingly clear pale blue planet, planet Vegeta. A peculiar sense of anxiety enveloped him, akin to a cold serpent coiling around his heart, tightening its grip with each passing moment. He spoke in a low, measured tone. Before you hurl insults, perhaps you should remove your detector. The surveillance network of Frieza was no mere decoration. If you wish to hasten your demise, then by all means, continue. Rick's complexion paled immediately, cold sweat trickling down his brow. In a frantic flurry, he yanked the detector from his ear as if it were a searing iron, casting it onto the control panel beside him, breathing heavily with lingering trepidation. Damn, I almost forgot about that. Thank you, Badak, he added. We are nearing Vegeta planet. Badak's voice was deep, laced with an almost imperceptible weariness and weight. It had indeed been a long time since they had departed. Yes, Rick wiped his face, attempting to dispel the shock from earlier. After their arduous battle on Shiliur planet, it was customary to return for a period of recuperation. Yet, one command from above had unceremoniously dispatched them to the desolate and inhospitable Kalibo planet to gnaw on stones instead. Hey, it seems to have worked out well for Vikimo. I heard he joined Prince Vegeta's squad and must have reaped substantial rewards on the resource-rich Might planet. It matters not, Badak replied, the corners of his mouth twitching into a dry smile. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, pierced through the viewport, fixating intently on a massive, sinister shadow lurking in the starry expanse. That was indeed Frieza's flagship, ominously hovering in the near orbit of Vegeta planet, its vast shadow threatening to engulf the pale blue sphere below. What is that? Rick followed Badak's gaze, drawing in a sharp breath, his voice trembling. Frieza's ship? How could it be stationed here? Indeed, Badak's voice emerged as if pulled from an icy abyss, each word laced with chill. The intense sense of foreboding swelling in his chest surged like a tsunami, nearly overwhelming him. Why had it chosen this location? The battlecraft violently shook as it penetrated Vegeta planet's thin atmosphere, generating heat and a piercing shriek while diving toward a familiar landing site composed of rugged rock structures. Badak's grip on the control stick tightened, veins bulging on the back of his hand, knuckles whitening as he glared at the approaching Frieza flagship, squeezing out cold words through clenched teeth. What is that bastard scheming? I have an extremely ominous feeling. What? No way. Ha. Rick forced a laugh, aiming to dispel the heavy atmosphere within the cabin, but the sound fell flat and hollow. Perhaps Lord Frieza summoned us back because he discovered a particularly tough planet to conquer, and he needs to concentrate our forces, right? Don't frighten yourself, Badak. He patted Badak's shoulder, though the gesture was tinged with uncertainty. With a thunderous crash, The battlecraft landed heavily on the designated helipad at the town's edge, stirring up a cloud of dust. The cabin door's hydraulic mechanism emitted a dull hiss as it slowly opened. Badak and Rick descended the ladder in succession, their boots meeting the familiar ground infused with the sense of smoke and dust. The streets of the town were far more boisterous than usual, with Saiyan warriors clad in battle attire scattered about, some engaged in loud banter, while others whispered in hushed tones, the air thick with an unsettling restlessness. "Hey, isn't that Badak? Tough enough to survive the radiation on Shilier planet?" A scar-faced Saiyan warrior greeted them with a broad grin, his tone imbued with the characteristic rudeness and straightforwardness of his kind. Badak ignored the jibe, striding directly to him with a furrowed brow, asking in a grave tone, "Do you know why Frieza suddenly summoned everyone back? What's with this grand spectacle?" The scar-faced warrior shrugged, taking a swig from his energy drink, mumbling, "Who knows? The command center is tight-lipped. However, there are rumors that Frieza's Legion discovered a super planet deep in the cosmos, with energy readings off the charts. It might hide something extraordinary, requiring all elite forces to capture it." He paused, glancing around before lowering his voice, a hint of mystique in his expression. "Oh, and there's something strange. Recently, Frieza's underlings have been buzzing around like flies, inquiring about a legendary artifact." "A legendary artifact?" Badak's heart raced. "Super Saiyan." The scar-faced warrior uttered the term, his eyes gleaming with a mix of fervor and subtle trepidation. It was the ancient legend of an entity capable of obliterating planets with a single punch. Frieza's forces seemed to be secretly gathering every fragment of information regarding Super Saiyans. Whether truth or myth, they sought it all. "Super Saiyan," Badak muttered, his pupils constricting sharply. The term struck him like a cold lightning bolt, instantly linking with his profound sense of unease. An alarming thought surged uncontrollably to the forefront of his mind. He refrained from exchanging further words with the scar-faced warrior, delivering a firm pat on his shoulder before turning away and striding purposefully towards the town's heart, the direction he called home. His steps were heavy and hurried, as if a ravenous beast was in pursuit. Vegeta planet, once the illustrious cradle of a warrior race, now lay in ruins. The rugged stone edifices appeared desolate and forlorn. Although the streets were busier than usual, the passing Saiyan figures numbered barely in the thousands, insufficient to muster even 10,000 true warriors. The relentless cosmic battles resembled a colossal mill, grinding down the lives of this proud race day after day. Each expedition meant an increase in the death toll. The population dwindled, their bloodlines fading, and the glory of yesteryears lay shrouded in dust. Pushing open the familiar metal door, marred with scars from battle, a wave of aromas, food mingling with the warmth of home, washed over him. "Badak," a voice filled with joy rang out. Janae, Badak's wife, a woman of exceptional gentleness amidst the Saiyan race, rushed to him like a gust of wind, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Her chestnut short hair brushed against Badak's rugged cheek, bringing with it a sense of familiarity and comfort. Badak's stiff body gradually relaxed within her embrace, and he extended his strong arms to return the hug with equal fervor. The weariness of survival and the love for his family momentarily eclipsed the shadows in his heart. "I have returned, Janae," he murmured, his voice low and gravelly. "There are many people on the street." Badak released his wife and approached the window, gazing out at the bustling street with a complex tone. "Indeed," Janae replied, her face radiant with the joy of reunion. "With Lord Frieza's orders, everyone has returned." She leaned against his broad shoulder. "What of Raditz?" Badak surveyed the surroundings, failing to spot his eldest son, who bore the name of the Saiyan Prince. Janae's smile brightened, tinged with maternal pride. "He has officially been promoted to a warrior. Moreover, he is quite fortunate, assigned to partner with Prince Vegeta. He should be on some planet executing a mission by now. Considering the days, it has been 7 or 8. Once matters are settled there, he should return soon." "Prince Vegeta?" Badak's brow furrowed slightly, a dry smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "Partnering with that prodigious young prince?" The image of Vegeta's youthful yet cold and proud visage flashed through his mind. Raditz mentioned that fighting alongside Prince Vegeta, a true genius warrior, would accelerate his growth and strength. Janae's eyes sparkled, but then she recalled something. "Oh right, I heard that the warrior named Vikimo is also in Prince Vegeta's squad. Wasn't he on a mission with you before? How is he faring?" "Vikimo?" Bardock's lips twitched suddenly, as if recollecting a painfully bothersome matter. That reckless boy, in battle, was a complete madman. He fought without any strategy, charging forward blindly and disrupting his teammates' formations. He could only hope that Raditz and his team would not be dragged down by him. His tone was laced with unmasked concern. Really? Is he that chaotic? Jine's smile froze, a hint of worry creeping up her brow. Bardock chose not to pursue the topic further. He turned away, directing his gaze toward the tightly shut door of the inner room, his voice dropping to a somber tone filled with an indescribable urgency. Is Kakarot still in the incubation pod? Yes, Jine nodded, her expression softening with tenderness. He has been inside for a full 3 years now. According to protocol, it is indeed time for him to come out. Shall we go check on him? She suggested, pointing toward the inner room. Bardock silently approached the inner room and gently pushed the door open. The room was modest, dimly lit. In the center stood a cylindrical, transparent container, nearly 2 meters tall, filled with a light green nutrient solution that constantly bubbled with tiny bubbles. A small figure curled up, suspended in the liquid, eyes closed, sound asleep. He bore the same stubbornly spiky black hair as Bardock, his tiny body gently rising and falling with the waves of the nutrient solution. He has grown so much, Bardock remarked as he stood before the incubation pod, his rough hands gently tracing the outline of the small figure reflected on the cold, reinforced glass, his voice unexpectedly soft. Indeed, Jine replied, standing beside him, her eyes brimming with maternal affection. He looks just like you, especially with that hair. It's almost identical. Bardock gazed at his sleeping son, whose small face, so reminiscent of his own, was presently so serene. However, this tranquility starkly contrasted with the ominous premonition that was expanding within him like a dark ink stain. Taking a deep breath as if steeling himself, he spoke with a low, resolute voice. After dark, I will procure a spherical escape pod. An escape pod? Jine exclaimed, looking up at her husband in confusion. What are you planning? Kakarot has just turned 3. According to the schedule, he will soon be out of the incubation pod for training. Why the need for an escape pod? And sending him away? It's far too dangerous. You know the odds of success are dismally low. This is for Kakarot's sake. Bardock's voice was firm, imbued with undeniable strength. He did not meet his wife's astonished gaze, his eyes fixed intently on their son in the incubation pod, as if he wished to engrave the image into his very soul. For his sake? Bardock, I do not understand. What does this mean? Jine grasped her husband's arm, her voice trembling slightly with urgency. Bardock slowly turned to face her. His expression was devoid of emotion, but within his often fierce, battle-hardened eyes, there swirled a heavy, unshakable gloom and fear that Jine had never witnessed before. He grimaced, revealing a near-menacing expression, and through clenched teeth, uttered cold, cutting words. I have seen what Frieza is plotting. Jine, I have seen it. This is not conquest. It is utter destruction. It is an extermination order aimed at all Saiyans. I have an overwhelming premonition of death. The scent has already permeated the skies above planet Vegeta. His voice struck Jine's heart like a cold iron weight. The color drained from her face, her lips quivering as cold sweat trickled down her smooth forehead. She looked into Bardock's eyes, filled with a desperate certainty, and a chill surged from her feet to the crown of her head. Night enveloped planet Vegeta like a vast cloak of inky darkness, and the once bustling town fell into a profound silence, broken only by the distant, heavy footfalls of patrols. Bardock, like a phantom merged with the night, bore a spherical metallic pod, approximately 1 meter in diameter, a standard small escape pod. He swiftly and silently returned home. Jine had been waiting anxiously. Her face was pale, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she bit her lip to suppress any sound. The incubation pod was opened, and the light green nutrient solution slowly drained away. The sleeping Kakarot was carefully lifted from the pod, wrapped only in a thin thermal cloth. As he exited the warm liquid environment and encountered the cool air, the little one stirred uneasily, his long eyelashes fluttering. Bardock silently placed his young son into the cold spherical escape pod, his movements awkward yet strangely gentle. He clumsily adjusted the restraints within the pod to ensure Kakarot's small body would not be harmed during turbulent movements. As the cold metal sealed around them, isolating father from son, and the narrow observation window reflected Kakarot's bewildered little face, Bardock's heart, forged of steel, felt as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Wah! At the moment the hatch closed completely, cutting off familiar scents and light, Kakarot seemed to finally sense the overwhelming anxiety, erupting into loud cries. His tiny fists pounded against the sturdy, transparent window, producing dull thuds, tears quickly filling his large, dark eyes as he gazed desperately at his parents through the glass. Kakarot, stop crying. Bardock's voice was deep and stern, a reprimand mixed with suppressed emotion. He abruptly turned away, refusing to look at his son's tear-streaked face. Bending down to hoist the heavy escape pod onto his shoulders, striding purposefully into the pitch-black wilderness outside. Each step felt unbearably heavy. Jine followed closely behind, tears finally streaming down her cheeks in silence. She watched her husband bear the metallic cage containing their son, moving through the cold night, his figure appearing so solitary and burdened. She quickened her pace to catch up with him, her voice thick with nasal tones and a barely perceptible tremor. Bardock, let us escape together. Take Kakarot and leave this place. To the ends of the universe. There must be a place where Frieza cannot find us. She reached out, almost pleadingly, grasping her husband's sturdy arm. Bardock paused slightly, not turning back, his voice hoarse. Escape? Where can we go? Frieza's army is spread throughout the galaxy. If we are discovered, death will come swiftly, and it will implicate him as well. He did not elaborate further, only steadied the escape pod on his shoulders. Jine's hand fell limply. She understood the cruel reality her husband spoke of. Approaching the escape pod, she looked through the small observation window at their son, who was crying heart-wrenchingly inside. She forced a smile, more grotesque than her tears, and reached out her finger, gently tapping the cold glass before making a silly face. Miraculously, the sobbing Kakarot, through his misty tear-filled eyes, caught sight of his mother's familiar, loving grimace. His small body hiccuped as his cries gradually subsided, his tear-stained dark eyes blinking in confusion, seemingly captivated by her expression. Moments later, he unexpectedly broke into a silly, tear-drenched smile, pressing his tiny hand against the window, as if wishing to touch his mother's finger. Bardock stood amidst the desolate wilderness, far from the town, where only endless rocky terrain lay. The cold night wind tousled his unruly hair. He carefully placed the heavy spherical escape pod on the frigid, hard ground. Jine stood beside her husband, gazing at their son's innocent smile within the pod, her heart swelling with immense pain and reluctance. Taking a deep breath to dispel the suffocating sorrow, she softly broke the heavy silence, her tone tinged with a bittersweet jest. By the way, Bardock, I never expected you would worry about your own child. This is not typical of a Saiyan, especially not for someone like you, notorious for your love of battle. She gazed at her husband's resolute profile, striving to discern a hint of softness that belonged to both a husband and a father amidst the cold hardness. Bardock's gaze remained fixated on the small face of his son within the escape pod, a visage strikingly akin to his own. He fell silent for a few moments before responding in a tone that was remarkably flat, yet seemed to encapsulate a plethora of unspoken words. Perhaps your innocence has infected me. Chapter 34, Restoration Futile. Bardock's voice was decisive, imbued with a weariness that suggested he had seen through the threads of fate, interrupting the last flicker of hope in Jine's eyes. He lifted his gaze to the profound night sky, shrouded in the immense shadow of Frieza's flagship. His eyes sharp as blades. The Frieza Army's detection network enveloped the entire planetary orbit and beyond. We have nowhere to escape. We will soon be locked onto. His heavy gaze returned to the solitary spherical escape pod, where Kakarot's small hand remained pressed against the cold observation window, his dark eyes filled with innocent unease. Fortunately, Kakarot's combat power is a mere 2. Bardock's voice trailed off, tinged with a bittersweet relief and an endless sense of helplessness. In Frieza's eyes, such an existence would hardly be worth noticing, unlikely to draw his attention. Jine observed the unwavering conviction and concealed pain in her husband's eyes, and the last shred of her hesitation was crushed. She inhaled sharply, forcing back the tears that threatened to spill over. She understood that this was her husband's desperate attempt to carve out a solitary path for their son. Without further words, she swiftly approached the control panel of the escape pod. Her slender fingers, imbued with the strength of a warrior, deftly manipulated the cold metal buttons, setting the course for the vessel that bore their child's fate. Target locked on a distant planet at the edge of the Milky Way, Earth. Jine murmured as she operated, as if persuading herself while also comforting her son within the pod. The data from the sensors indicated that the planet's environment was primitive, yet its food resources were remarkably abundant. However, the intelligent life forms and energy resources available there were of little value. On Frieza's conquest list, it would likely rank at the very bottom, a nondescript planet that would not attract attention. Her finger hovered momentarily over the confirmation button, her voice trembling slightly. What if? Bardock, you are overthinking it. Frieza means no harm. We will return for you as soon as possible. Kakarot. Remember. Bardock bent down, bringing his face as close as possible to the small observation window. Through the glass, he pointed towards the vast night sky with his rough finger, his tone imbued with unprecedented gravity. Kakarot, no matter where you find yourself in the future, if you see a large, luminous white moon in the sky, you must absolutely not gaze at it for too long. It is dangerous. Promise me. Remember. This near-mortal admonition was the last warning he could impart to his son regarding the instincts of their bloodline. When Raditz returns, I will tell him every word. Jine nodded vigorously, her voice choked with tears yet resolute. You must survive, Kakarot. Bardock straightened, waving vigorously at the innocent face within the observation window. In that moment, all the hardened exterior of this once defiant and cold lower-class warrior shed away, revealing only the profound paternal love and reluctance that enveloped him. His gaze seemed to imprint his son's likeness deep within his soul. Farewell, my child. Jine could no longer contain herself as the scorching tears flowed forth, cascading down her pale cheeks, falling onto the cold exterior of the escape pod, instantly dispersed by the night wind. She abruptly turned her head, unable to bear the sight of her son's pure yet bewildered eyes. Within the pod, Kakarot's small body shifted restlessly. He reached out with his tiny hand, futilely tapping against the glass, his cherubic face etched with immense confusion and the impending fear of abandonment. Where are you going, Mommy and Daddy? Don't you want me anymore? With immense resolve and anguish, Jine pressed down fiercely on the crimson launch button, as if shattering a piece of her own heart. Boom. The rear of the spherical escape pod erupted with a brilliant blue flame, the powerful thrust propelling the pod violently into the sky. It tore through the oppressive night of planet Vegeta like a comet defying its course, breaking through the atmosphere at astonishing speed, leaving behind a fleeting yet blinding trail of light, resolutely racing towards the vast, cold, and merciless depths of space, toward the unknown realm known as Earth. In the night sky, only the wailing of the engines lingered, echoing until ultimately swallowed by the boundless silence. Frieza's flagship, control room. The cold metallic sheen reflected Frieza's impassive, perfect visage. Outside the enormous viewport, planet Vegeta appeared as a pale blue gem awaiting its slaughter. Biliblu's mechanical body was aligned with the complex radar array when suddenly, her sleek metallic head snapped towards the throne, her electronic eyes flickering with excitement. Lord Frieza, a high-energy reaction has been detected, her voice tinged with a thrill of discovery. A small spacecraft has just been launched urgently from the surface of planet Vegeta. It has breached the planetary defense network. It is accelerating away from the planet's gravitational pull. Oh, Frieza's elongated purple eyes narrowed slightly, the veins on his forehead pulsating ominously, a suffocating pressure enveloping the control room. At such a critical juncture, a Saiyan dared to slip away unnoticed? This was a blatant provocation of his authority. Target locking, signal source identification complete. Biliblu processed the data with remarkable speed, instantly retrieving matching information. According to the spacecraft's registration code and life sign scans, it is carrying a Saiyan infant of merely 3 years of age. Combat power, 2. She reported the dismal figure, then added, registered name, Kakarot. Kakarot, combat power, 2. Frieza tilted his head slightly, the perfect line of his jaw tightening momentarily. This name and its pitifully low combat power were like a tiny needle, pricking at the vast database of his memory, stirring up a vague ripple. This name sounds somewhat familiar, he mused, a hint of confusion lacing his deep voice. Biliblu's metallic cheek simulated an expression blending mockery and realization. My lord, have you forgotten? This is the name mentioned by the warrior Vikimo in the mission report, who boldly referenced it. Ah, half jokingly, half seriously, claiming that Kakarot is Raditz's brother and predicting he has an exceedingly slim chance of becoming the legendary Super Saiyan. As she uttered those last words, her tone brimmed with unabashed absurdity and barely contained laughter. Boom. Frieza felt as though struck by an invisible lightning bolt, his entire body freezing in place upon his floating throne. His characteristic triangular eyes widened to their limits, the emotion of shock crystallizing in the depths of his pupils for the first time. Kakarot, Super Saiyan, that Saiyan infant with a combat power of only 2. mentioned casually by one of his lower-class warriors. According to the data, he had only just emerged from the incubation chamber today. For 3 whole years, his combat power had shown no growth, remaining steadfast at the lowest possible 2. Biliblu continued, her voice nearly overflowing with mirth, her metallic body trembling slightly from the effort to contain her amusement. It seems his parents deemed him worthless, a failure, and thus cast him away as a forsaken child. Ha! She could no longer contain herself and emitted a series of sharp, piercing, mechanical laughter that reverberated through the cold control room. My Lord Frieza, do you truly believe that such a being, a mere infant with a battle power of only 2, abandoned by its own race, could one day transform into a Super Saiyan capable of obliterating planets with a single punch? Ha! This is undoubtedly the greatest joke since the birth of the universe. That fellow Vikimo possesses an imagination beyond belief. She laughed so heartily that her mechanical joints groaned under the strain. Go ahead and laugh to your heart's content, Bilibulu. Frieza's voice returned to its cold, monotonous tone. His purple eyes glanced at his nearly disassembled subordinate, and he leisurely added, but do mind your exhaust system. I would rather not have the stench of oil and other mixed gases permeating my control room. Ha! At your command. Frieza's words were abruptly cut off by an explosive, prolonged sound, unmistakably characteristic of gas expulsion. A hidden vent on her smooth metallic posterior suddenly released a cloud of white vapor, tinged with the scent of oil and faint electrical arcs. The control room fell into an eerie silence. Frieza's flawless white visage contorted in a rare frown. Almost instantaneously, he raised his gloved hand, symbolic of his imperial dignity, and firmly covered his mouth and nose. For the first time, his cold triangular eyes revealed unmasked disdain and absurdity. He instinctively moved his hovering throne back by half a meter. Bilibulu's electronic eyes flickered wildly, her metallic cheeks frozen in a simulated expression of utter embarrassment, with the red warning lights of her malfunctioning system flashing. She fumbled to close the exhaust valve while desperately attempting to shift the topic with a voice tinged with near tears. Lord Frieza, should we intercept and destroy that cockroach spacecraft immediately? After all, he could potentially become a Super Saiyan. This statement was delivered with little conviction, more an attempt to seek an escape from her own embarrassment. Frieza regarded his subordinate with an expression that conveyed the utmost disbelief at her recent biochemical mishap. You've laughed so hard that you've nearly disassembled, treating that so-called Super Saiyan seed as a cosmic joke. And now you dare to ask me if we should take him down? Frieza felt a profound insult to his intelligence. He kept his hand over his nose, squeezing out a cold syllable from between clenched teeth. Humph. This sound embodied the entirety of the Cosmic Emperor's fury, disdain, absurdity, and profound disappointment in his subordinate's intellect. He resolved to immediately, utterly, and completely forget the terms cockroach and battle power of 2. They represented an indelible stain on his long existence. On the planet Wansho, the acrid smell of gunpowder and the heavy scent of blood hung thickly in the air. Once a vibrant world filled with monstrous roars and chaotic life, it now lay in ruin. Enormous craters, forests charred by energy beams, shattered rocks, and the grotesquely mutilated remains of countless creatures painted a picture of apocalyptic devastation. The battle was nearing its end. In a relatively flat, cleared rocky area, Raditz slumped like a heap of mud. His once relatively intact battle suit was now stained with filthy blood and dirt, tattered in several places, exposing his weary skin beneath. He tilted his head back, his hollow, vacant eyes staring blankly at the enormous moon of Wansho, glowing ominously in dark red, a satellite shrouded in thick clouds of dust. An entire day, non-stop, high-intensity combat. Evading the special attention of that scoundrel Vikimo, struggling for survival amidst the onslaught of countless beasts, his once proud battle power remained frozen, stagnant. The accursed 2 flickered on the scanner screen like the cruelest mockery. A full day had passed. Raditz's voice was hoarse and dry, filled with despair and collapse. My battle power is still that damned 2. Not a hint of recovery. Vikimo, you fraud. Return my battle power. He struck his fist against the nearby rock, shattering it. His knuckles instantly broke, blood gushing forth. Yet he felt no pain, only a deep-seated despair. He let out a piercing wail that echoed across the desolate battlefield, filled with resentment and bitterness. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 888. The numbers on Vikimo's wrist-mounted virtual panel, visible only to him, danced joyfully. He stood nearby, leisurely observing Raditz collapse, even casting a casual glance at the time displayed on the scanner, a smirk playing on his lips. Raditz, calm down. Hasn't he a full 24 hours passed yet? There's still 1 minute left until planet Vegeta completes its rotation. His tone was as relaxed as discussing the weather. Raditz abruptly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes glaring daggers at Vikimo, as if wishing to devour him whole. Just 1 minute? What can that change? This hellish torment has tortured me every single second. This scoundrel is casually counting down the time. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 666. The numbers on the panel jumped higher. Vikimo's grin deepened. Rest assured, await your fate, Raditz. He approached, patting Raditz's blood-stained shoulder with a feigned gesture of comfort. Yet his words plunged Raditz into despair. There's truly no need for such anxiety. If, after a day, your battle power has not restored, perhaps you can wait another 2 days, or even 3. Who knows, a miracle might be just around the corner. His eyes sparkled with sincere encouragement. 2 more days? 3 days. Raditz felt darkness cloud his vision, a sickly sweetness rising in his throat. How had he endured this day? Fleeing for his life from the claws and fangs of beasts, led by that scoundrel Vikimo toward ever more dangerous places, struggling like the lowest of cannon fodder. Every second was a torment of humiliation and fear. Now, this demon expected him to wait 2 more days. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 666. The numbers on the panel crossed the threshold, and Vikimo felt a surge of delight. 1 million target achieved. Time for some delightful pulls. Vikimo. You. Raditz's roar was abruptly cut off. Suddenly, it was as if his voice had been seized by a vice. Raditz's entire being stiffened as a familiar. Violent energy surged forth, like a dormant volcano erupting, or a dry riverbed suddenly filled with a torrential flood. This power exploded from the depths of every cell within him. The cold, heavy shackles that had bound him for an entire day shattered in a fraction of a second under the onslaught of this overwhelming energy surge. A wave of invisible force radiated outward from Raditz, sending debris and dust swirling into the air. His tattered battle suit flapped as if caught in a windstorm. His previously pale and exhausted face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes filled with bloodshot vigor from the rapid influx of energy. In mere seconds, the familiar, intoxicating sensation of power swept over him like a tsunami. Whoa! Raditz leaped from the ground, unable to suppress an ecstatic howl of joy. The overwhelming elation left him dizzy. He resembled a wild beast reveling in its exuberance, completely disregarding his image as he executed an exceedingly exaggerated backflip, followed by a display of frenetic gestures, appearing almost mad with joy. I have returned. My power. My fighting spirit. It is back. Ha! Raditz exclaimed, his excitement rendering him incoherent as he dashed before Vikimo, seizing his shoulders and shaking him vigorously, droplets of saliva nearly splattering onto Vikimo's face. Quick, Vikimo! Look at my fighting power. Is it not stronger than before? His voice trembled with fervor. Vikimo, slightly dizzy from the shaking, disdainfully brushed aside Raditz's hands and raised the device on his wrist to gauge his power. The values on the device's screen fluctuated rapidly before stabilizing at a number that brought uncontainable joy to Raditz. Not bad, Vikimo nodded. His tone is indifferent, as if appraising an ordinary object. 700, quite a thorough recovery, spot on. He understood. The side effects of the divine water indeed lasted precisely 24 hours, according to the standard time of planet Vegeta. This crucial information was immensely valuable. Suddenly, 2 figures descended with sharp sounds piercing the air, crashing down beside Vikimo and Raditz like meteorites, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was Vegeta and Naba. As soon as Vegeta's diminutive yet imposing figure touched the ground, his keen, hawk-like eyes fixed intently on the ecstatically euphoric Raditz. Just moments ago, the sudden spike in Raditz's fighting power on the device had triggered his acute alertness, akin to a flare shot into the night sky. Hey, I never expected there would be talking beasts on this wretched planet. We cleared out so many without discovering this. Naba chuckled gruffly, scratching his bald head, shattering the brief silence. Just earlier, I encountered a creature that resembled a giant bat in that ravine. It was babbling and biting its tongue as if it were trying to say something like flower flutter. Bah, it must have been cursing me. It was so annoying. I sent it to meet the king of hell with a single energy wave. Ha! He spoke with exuberance, clearly relishing his tale. Talking? What did it say? Raditz's joy abruptly froze, and he instinctively turned to Vikimo, his gaze tinged with inquiry and unease. He was aware that Vikimo had conducted some clandestine experiments on this planet. Raditz awkwardly forced a smile at Vikimo, one more painful than tears. It was over. The experimental subject that Vikimo had painstakingly nurtured was dismissed as mere trash by the brutish Naba. Vikimo felt a subtle twitch in his facial muscles. That bat creature. How much effort had he expended, employing various special methods to make it barely learn a few syllables, becoming a stable source of his negative emotional energy. After accumulating nearly 1,000,000, it was obliterated into cosmic dust by Napa's energy wave. A wave of intense anguish surged within him. It seemed he would need to quickly find another suitable target. However, at least the bat creature had died with purpose during its existence. It had contributed over 300,000 negative emotional values. As Vikimo felt the enticing glow of the lottery pool, now brimming with 1,000,000, his frustration began to ease. What treasures would the next 100 draws bring? A surge in fighting power? Or perhaps a rarer treasure, such as the legendary Golden Experience card? It appeared that the side effects of the divine water indeed lasted only a day. Vegeta's icy voice interrupted Vikimo's thoughts. He raised his hand, decisively removing the device from his right ear, his gaze piercingly intense as it bore down on Vikimo, exuding an aura of scrutiny and unavoidable pressure. Naba, perceiving Vegeta's demeanor, promptly removed his own device. Yes, indeed, Prince Vegeta, as we previously speculated, Vikimo cooperatively removed his device. A respectful smile gracing his lips as he nodded in agreement. Then, Vegeta stepped closer, narrowing the distance between himself and Vikimo, slightly tilting his head, his sharp gaze seemingly penetrating through Vikimo's very soul. How long can this enhanced fighting power last? This was the core of his concern. 1 hour? Or perhaps even shorter? Or longer? 1 hour. Raditz interjected eagerly, his tone brimming with the certainty of a survivor, tinged with lingering trepidation regarding the divine water's effects. A full hour. Not a second lost. The sensation of power surging through me is exquisite. He relished the memory of that exhilarating feeling, excitement igniting within his eyes once more. An hour. Vegeta fell silent. He no longer regarded Raditz, his profound gaze refocusing on Vikimo, as if trying to see through him entirely. The allure of a 1-hour boost in fighting power with an unknown magnitude was irresistible for a Saiyan prince who prioritized strength above all else, particularly now that the primary threats on this planet had been eliminated. A faint, nearly imperceptible energy fluctuation coursed through Vegeta, akin to a pebble thrown into a still lake, creating ripples within him as he probed. His formidable perception clearly indicated that Vikimo's current fighting power remained as tranquil as a deep well, devoid of any signs of abnormal escalation. This suggested the other party was not utilizing the divine water. Did this lower-class warrior truly pose no threat? Yet, was there truly no threat? Vegeta's mind was embroiled in an unprecedented turmoil. His proud and suspicious nature, akin to the most unyielding of shackles, firmly restrained his yearning for power. An hour of super strength could be critical during a battle against formidable foes. But if he were to consume the divine water, reaching the pinnacle of power, would the inevitable side effects return him to his former state, perhaps rendering him even weaker than Raditz? What then? Chapter 35. A gaping abyss, a massive question mark, seemed to crystallize on Napa's bald head, his thick brows knitting into a furrow as he spoke in a deep, perplexed tone. What divine water? What are you talking about? He leaned forward slightly, his copper bell-like eyes scanning the faces of Vegeta, Vikimo, and Raditz, attempting to catch a hint that would allow him to comprehend. I don't understand anything. He paused, as if registering that his previous confusion was insufficient to convey his current bewilderment, and posed another question. By the way, what about that guy from the Frieza Force? The one named Choi, why hasn't he made a move? His thick fingers unconsciously scratched the back of his smooth head, his tone laden with suspicion, sensing that they were concealing something from him. Napa's instincts warned him that the atmosphere was profoundly off. He's dead. Raditz grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth, his smile exuding a sense of relief, even tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Dead. Napa's pupils constricted sharply, his massive frame instinctively retreating a step. Disbelief etched across his face. With such high fighting power, how could that guy Choi be dead? Who did it? He struggled to fathom how. Within their small team, anyone besides Prince Vegeta could silently eliminate Xiaoyi. A Raditz's grin widened, now imbued with a mischievous undertone. He was outsmarted. He seemed quite pleased with his succinct yet dramatic reply. Nappa. The colossal question mark nearly materialized, crashing into Nappa's bald head. He felt as though he had been thrust into a weightless void, his mind buzzing. Outsmarted? He repeated this strange phrase, his voice steeped in deeper confusion. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand anything? How could he have been outsmarted? By whom? What was the ruse? He flailed his robust arms, anxiously seeking answers, much like a child left in the dark, desperate for enlightenment. Beep, beep, as the vast confusion and unease enveloped Naba. The standard issue detectors worn on the wrists of Vikimo and Vegeta emitted a simultaneous, crisp electronic alert. A flickering azure message materialized on the small screen, scrolling into view. Vikimo lowered his head slightly, his keen gaze sweeping across the display. The sender was unmistakably marked as the headquarters of the Frieza force, and the message was exceedingly brief, carrying an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. Team Vegeta. Mission terminated. All personnel return to Vegeta Xing and await further orders. Confirmation code, FZ7741. Latizi leaned closer to Vikimo, craning his neck to discern the message, his face betraying astonishment. We are to return to Vegeta Xing? So suddenly? He immediately turned to Vegeta, instinctively seeking guidance. Your Highness, the remaining resistance on this planet has been essentially eradicated, and the major cities have met the destruction criteria. Should we execute the command to return? A hint of hesitation colored Latizi's tone, his gaze involuntarily flickering towards Vikimo. The recent disappearance of Xiaoyi and their previous conversation about betrayal had evidently instilled a sense of foreboding regarding this unexpected recall. Vegeta did not respond immediately. His proud and scrutinizing eyes shifted towards Vikimo, revealing a subtle curiosity. Vikimo, what do you think? His rare direct solicitation of Vikimo's opinion took both Latizi and Naba by surprise. When had Prince Vegeta ever sought the counsel of others? A slow smile began to curve Vikimo's lips, appearing casual at first. Yet within his depths flickered a dangerous and exhilarating glint. Rather than directly answering Vegeta's question, he posed a shocking counterquery. His voice low, yet resonating like thunder in the ears of the other three. Your Highness, do you wish to annihilate Frieza? The atmosphere seemed to freeze instantly. Naba gasped, his massive form trembling violently, nearly losing his balance. Latizi's astonishment was swiftly replaced by sheer terror. He instinctively covered his mouth, as if he had heard words that could summon destruction. Vegeta's expression stiffened, a hint of shock sweeping across his traditionally haughty features, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Vikimo, are you mad? Vegeta's voice dropped to a terrifying murmur, laced with incredulity, as he fixated on Vikimo, seeking confirmation that this was not a jest. You cannot possibly wish to administer that divine water to Frieza, can you? The very idea of deploying the substance that had proven so effective on Xiaoyi against Frieza sent a chill racing up Vegeta's spine. Yet, Vikimo's smile grew increasingly radiant, imbued with a fervent certainty. This is a golden opportunity to eliminate him, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. It all hinges on your decision. Your Highness. He stepped forward, his gaze piercing into Vegeta's, as if challenging him with the unspoken question. Do you dare to wager everything on this opportunity? Vegeta's chest heaved violently, the proud Saiyan prince's self-esteem clashing with the long-suppressed humiliation imposed by Frieza. To eradicate Frieza? The notion was like the sweetest poison, enticing every nerve within him. He inhaled sharply, the icy air filling his lungs, as if to quell the tumultuous heartbeat threatening to burst forth. Clenching his fists tightly, the knuckles cracked under the strain, veins protruding on the back of his hands. Ultimately, the pride of the Saiyan royal lineage and an insatiable thirst for freedom overwhelmed his instinctual fear. He raised his head abruptly, his eyes igniting with a resolute fierceness, and through gritted teeth uttered a cold snort. Humph. Then let us proceed. Vegeta's voice was resolute, imbued with a sense of determination that signified he would not remain a mere pawn beneath Frieza's heel, subject to his whims. Vikimo's smile blossomed to its fullest, a triumphant glint dancing in his eyes. Excellent. How about we target Frieza's spacecraft? He pointed directly to the destination of their mission, the stage for their regicide. Once more, Vegeta inhaled deeply, as if expelling all doubts and hesitations from his being. His tightly clenched fists trembled, not out of fear, but from the repressed ambition and flames of vengeance raging within him. Vikamo's audacity eclipsed even the vastness of the cosmos, and the plan was so audacious it took his breath away. Yet, inexplicably, this madness ignited the long-dormant ferocity of the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. If this opportunity could indeed shatter the nightmare looming over all Saiyans, Vegeta forcibly suppressed the tumultuous emotions, and for the first time, his gaze towards Vikimo held not just wariness, but a glimmer of unexpressed admiration and perhaps a hint of camaraderie and conspiracy. He clenched his teeth, forcing out a single word from his throat. All right. Curiously, Latizi furrowed his brow, murmuring softly as he attempted to assuage his overwhelming fear with a technical query. Why did the Frieza Force send us a text message? Wouldn't direct voice communication be swifter? Is it due to the ionosphere interference on this planet? Is the signal poor? Upon hearing this, Vegeta could not suppress a cold, expectant smile, nodding in agreement. That is highly probable. If so, that would be splendid. This implies that Frieza and his minions are entirely unaware of our activities here. The disappearance of Chio-E was perfectly concealed, presenting an opportunity that felt divinely ordained. Wait, what were you just saying? Naba finally regained a semblance of his voice amidst the shock and confusion, his enormous frame trembling with fear and disbelief, his features pale. Eliminate Frieza? Are you serious? Frieza the Great. I can't even dare to imagine. Each word from Vegeta and Vikimo struck him like a hammer to the heart. Are you three truly serious? This is utterly insane. What? Vegeta spun around abruptly, his icy gaze locking onto Naba's massive form, an unmistakable aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Do you wish to betray us to Frieza? Each word dripped with chilling menace. Naba, ensnared by Vegeta's murderous glare, felt his soul recoil in terror. His body quaking as he desperately waved his hands, his voice cracking. No, absolutely not. How could that be possible? Your Highness, I've long harbored disdain for that Frieza fellow. Truly, he babbled fervently, fearful that the next moment, Vegeta's energy wave would strike him down. Humph, that is good, Vegeta replied with a cold snort, his murderous intent not fully dissipating, but deepening as he scrutinized Naba. He hesitated, contemplating whether to eliminate this substantial yet unstable variable entirely. The fewer individuals privy to their regicide plan, the better, especially someone as impulsive and dim-witted as Naba. Any minor oversight could lead to catastrophic failure. Fortunately, Vegeta silently rejoiced that Naba, in his foolishness, appeared entirely oblivious to the nature of the combat divine water. This was their greatest asset and secret. Let us do this, Vikimo, who had been calmly observing, spoke up, his voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. For the absolute safety and success of our plan, we should leave Naba here on this planet to continue executing the unfinished cleanup task. His gaze assessed Naba, tinged with both evaluation and a barely perceptible disdain. In the eyes of Vikimo, undertaking the Herculean task of eliminating Frieza, a mission of infernal difficulty. With only himself and Vegeta as allies, despite Vegeta's occasional volatility, supplemented by the ace in the hole that is the god water, suffices. However, including Naba, a formidable yet intellectually challenged giant with emotional instability, would not only be unhelpful, but could potentially transform him into a ticking bomb. Should he inadvertently reveal his nervousness before Frieza or become paralyzed by Frieza's overwhelming presence, the consequences could be dire. As for Raditz, Vikimo's gaze shifted to the anxious figure beside him. Although this young man possessed a relatively low combat power, he had demonstrated considerable cleverness in dealing with Chio-E, showing a commendable level of cooperation without faltering. Moreover, he seemed to consistently generate a significant amount of negative emotional energy. A sly smile crept upon Vikimo's lips. Bringing him along might prove advantageous at unexpected moments, serving at the very least as a competent emotional power bank, with risks being relatively manageable. What did you say? Naba exclaimed, as if struck by lightning, his enormous eyes widening in disbelief. You want to leave me here in this desolate, forsaken place? Vikimo, do you even comprehend what you're saying? A surge of anger mixed with immense grievance welled up within him. Grinding his teeth, his voice trembled with rage. Why? Why must I be left here? I am also a member of the team. He felt akin to a child cast out of a game. the overwhelming humiliation threatening to unleash his fury. The system's cold notification echoed in Vikamer's mind. Negative emotional energy from Naba, 999. Simultaneously, he could almost hear Naba's inner roar. Vikamer, you scoundrel. You are inhumane. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't defeat you, do you believe I wouldn't blast you into cosmic dust with my ki blast right now? Enough chatter. Vegeta snapped impatiently, his icy voice slicing through Naba's protests like a whip. It's settled. Vikamer's proposal is sound. This is an order. Your Highness Vegeta. Naba's massive form slumped instantaneously, his face etched with pleading and reluctance, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. I want to go too. I wish to contribute to the freedom of the Saiyans. I beg you, my lord. He attempted one last desperate struggle. Vegeta's gaze turned as frigid as eternal ice, his intensified murderous intent locking onto Naba like a tangible force. His voice resonated like the echoes of hell. Naba, do you wish to defy my command? Or do you truly intend to inform Frieza? Naba, terrified by Vegeta's unabashed malice, trembled violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. He flailed like a leaf in a tempest, desperately waving his arms. And no, I would never dare to defy your orders. I have no intention of informing him. I suddenly find this planet quite appealing. Yes, quite appealing. There are mountains and waters. Although they have been destroyed, there is still food. One can always find some canned goods in the ruins. And something to drink. He struggled to conjure a smile more grotesque than tears, looking around at the charred earth and crumbling walls. I and Raditz will stay here. Raditz, you're staying too, right? We will await your triumphant return. Wishing you success. He spoke rapidly, fearing that any delay would provoke Vegeta's death beam. Good luck. Naba. Raditz breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Naba's intention to remain, nodding vigorously, even managing a supportive smile. It was truly a blessing to avoid confronting the monster Frieza. Raditz, Vikamer's voice resonated calmly, shattering Raditz's moment of relief. You shall accompany us. His tone was as casual as if he were merely suggesting someone fetch a cup. Raditz's smile froze instantly, collapsing like shattered glass. He whirled to face Vikamer, his eyes widening even more than Naba's had moments before. His mouth moved, but no sound emerged, only an overwhelming fear spreading through his pupils. Negative emotional energy from Raditz, 888. Vikamer clearly perceived Raditz's inner cry of despair. You want me to join you in eliminating Frieza? Are you joking on a cosmic level? Frieza could obliterate me with a mere breath. My combat power is insufficient to even be considered cannon fodder. Vikamer, do you wish for my demise to come swiftly? Vegeta raised an eyebrow in surprise, glancing at Vikamer. He too was puzzled as to why Vikamer insisted on bringing along Raditz, who was evidently also a liability. Was it merely because he had inadvertently contributed to the demise of Chiui? This reasoning seemed rather insufficient. See, can I not go, Lord Vikamer? Raditz's voice trembled, laced with unmistakable desperation as he gazed pleadingly at Vikamer. My combat power is far too low. I would be of no assistance and might hinder you instead. I could remain to help Naba clear the battlefield. I promise to tidy the planet thoroughly. He scrambled for any reason to stay. Vikamer regarded Raditz's nearly petrified expression with a gentle smile, patting Raditz's shoulder, causing him to stumble. I find you to be rather clever. In crucial moments, your reflexes are commendable. Sometimes, brains surpass brawn in utility. Therefore, accompany us. You may prove invaluable. His final smile appeared to Raditz as an invitation from a demon. Raditz felt the urge to weep, truly wishing to cry. He felt akin to a chicken driven to the slaughterhouse. Negative emotional energy from Raditz, 555. Despair and terror engulfed him like a frigid tide. Wait, you all must return to retrieve me soon. Naba gazed at Vikamer and Vegeta, who seemed poised to leave him behind, as panic surged once more. He shouted, his voice laced with helplessness. Without a spaceship, I cannot go anywhere. You cannot abandon me here forever. He envisioned a dismal fate of growing old alone on this desolate planet. Ah, I see, Vikamer mused, observing Naba's anxious demeanor, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, an idea struck him. To prevent you from becoming too bored during this time, and to, exercise your linguistic abilities, I shall assign you some homework. He unveiled a smile that sent shivers down both Naba's and Raditz's spines. When I return, I shall expect to review it. Homework. Naba was utterly bewildered, his massive head filled with question marks. Having spent years in Frieza's army, where killing and arson were commonplace, the concept of homework felt like an archaic term. Vikimo cleared his throat, and, with a clear yet deliberate tone imbued with an eerie charm, recited a spell that rendered the air itself stagnant. You say, black fertilizer turns gray fertilizer turns black. Black fertilizer turning gray will vaporize. Gray fertilizer vaporizing will turn black. Black fertilizer vaporizing into gray will cause flowers to bloom. Gray fertilizer vaporizing into black will allow flowers to fly. Each syllable struck Naba's mind like a small stone, precisely targeting his already limited capacity. Raditz, observing from the side, felt his mouth twitch, cold sweat forming on his forehead as he discreetly wiped it away with great effort. Here we go again. Vikimo's wicked humor. This time, the challenge seemed tenfold more terrifying than the previous request for him to recite something about red carp and green carp. Poor Naba would surely suffer. Raditz silently lit a candle for him. Naba. The vast expanse of his bald head felt as though it had been struck by an invisible hammer, resonating with a dull thrum. He felt as if he had been thrust into a blender filled with black and gray fertilizers, the world spinning around him. He opened his mouth, attempting to repeat the first phrase. Hey hey fa hue. His tongue and teeth seemed to become hopelessly entangled in an instant. Vikimo observed the bewildered expression on Naba's face, as if his soul had left his body, and his smile grew more benevolent. He leisurely added, when I return, if your articulation is inadequate. He deliberately elongated his tone and performed an unexpected action, casually removing the expensive Frieza Force standard combat power detector from his wrist and tossing it towards Naba. Instinctively, Naba reached out with his enormous hands and caught the device. He stared blankly at the detector in his grasp, then looked up at Vikimo. His large eyes filled with countless questions. What do you intend to do? Why give me this? Who should I measure? To see my combat power value, Vikimo said, crossing his arms and gazing at Naba with a radiant smile that revealed his dazzling white teeth. You will know everything. Dazed by Vikimo's smile, Naba nonetheless felt compelled to press the activation button on the side of the detector, aiming the lens at Vikimo standing before him. The azure screen lit up, data streaming rapidly, locking onto the target. Upon seeing the results, Naba felt as if struck by a 1,000,000-volt current. His massive body trembled, eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. He stared at the unmistakably clear value on the detector's screen, which struck him like an astronomical figure beyond comprehension. His mouth involuntarily opened, emitting a gasp, and the flesh on his face quivered in shock. Wow, what? Combat power 10,000. Naba's voice, rough and sharp as if sanded, was filled with utter disbelief and horror. What cosmic joke is this? Vikimo, when did you elevate your combat power to 10,000? He distinctly remembered that not long ago, Vikimo's strength was far below his own. How could he have skyrocketed to such heights in such a brief span of time? This utterly shattered Naba's perception of the speed of power enhancement. It was simply impossible. Is the detector malfunctioning? Beside him, Vegeta furrowed his brows, a flicker of impatience and annoyance flashing in his eyes. That fool Naba, making such a commotion as if he wanted everyone to hear. He shifted his stance and instantly appeared before Naba, his movements as swift as lightning. He roughly yanked the detector from Naba's hands, which was still displaying 10,000, gripping it tightly. Fool, why shout with the detector on? Vegeta coldly reprimanded, his gaze toward Naba brimming with unfiltered disdain and disgust. Indeed, leaving this clumsy oaf on the planet was the wisest choice. Letting him know Vikimo's combat power was already a considerable risk. What is going on here? Naba remained engulfed in tremendous shock, his massive hands instinctively grasping at thin air as if trying to seize the incredible answer. His voice, strained from astonishment, questioned, why has your combat power increased so rapidly? This is unscientific. The genetic modifications of the Frieza Force shouldn't allow for such swift gains. He felt his decades of established beliefs regarding combat and power utterly collapse in that moment. Something monumental must have transpired with Vikimo. Not important, Vikimo said, his smile vanishing, his eyes sharpening as he stepped forward, gazing up at Naba's towering frame. An invisible pressure enveloped Naba, leaving him breathless. Vikimo slowly clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking crisply, his voice icy. The assignment I left for you earlier. He paused, his gaze piercing like ice picks aimed at Naba. If upon our return, your performance is lacking, if you cannot articulate clearly. Wikamo's lips curled into that unsettling grin, sending shivers down Naba's spine. I would not hesitate to use this 10,000 combat power fist to give you a proper lesson. Humph, Vegeta interjected coldly, crossing his arms and looking at Naba with a mocking glint in his eyes. I, too, am eager to see if you can recite that tongue twister from Wikamo flawlessly and fluently. Don't let us down, Naba. Vegeta's words struck Naba's heart like the final judgment hammer. Naba, sweat poured down his enormous bald head like a stream. He glanced at Wikamo's fist, shimmering with dangerous energy, then recalled the earlier phrase that had sounded as if it were whispered by a devil, and finally felt Vegeta's unabashed anticipation. A torrent of overwhelming emotions, fear, grievance, absurdity, and despair washed over him. From Naba, negative emotional value, 999. He felt as though he had not been left behind on the planet, but rather thrown into a hell brimming with fertilizer and a 10,000 combat power iron fist. Vikimo, Vegeta, you are utterly inhumane. Chapter 36. Communication. Could you repeat that? It was too long. I didn't remember. Naba trembled violently, hastily saying, sweat glistening on his forehead in the dim light of the spaceship. The convoluted incantation felt like a slippery cosmic eel wriggling in his mind, impossible to grasp. Vikamo suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, patiently repeating, each word clear and deliberate, as if instructing a child. Kamatachi aliwe la furue de musan katusi idanar iganisi. Did you remember, Lord Naba? Pronunciation must be precise. Otherwise, the power of the divine water cannot be summoned. Naba nodded vigorously, assuring that he had indeed remembered this time. He took a deep breath, puffed out his cheeks, and began to recite slowly and solemnly. Following Wikamo's rhythm, Kamatachi aliwe la furue demo. When he reached Sankatu Si, his tongue felt knotted, and he jerked suddenly, nearly biting his tongue and gasping in pain. From Naba, negative emotional value, 666. A prompt flashed clearly in Wikamo's mind. Observing Naba's contorted, pained expression, Vikamo felt a surge of delight, nearly humming a cheerful tune. Yet he maintained a respectful demeanor, calmly offering a cup of water. My lord, are you all right? This incantation indeed requires a bit of finesse. Why must you make me say this? Naba grumbled, rubbing his cheeks, his voice deep and questioning, filled with confusion and resentment. And how did you pronounce such a long string of nonsense so clearly and smoothly? It's as if you've recited it 100 times. Vikamo inwardly reveled in his triumph. Who told you to destroy my beloved brush machine, causing me to lose precious negative emotional value? The laws of karma are indeed just. Now, let you, the proud Saiyan elite warrior, become my new brush machine. Savor this experience. Let us go. Vegeta's frosty voice interrupted Naba's complaints. He was already impatient, soaring into the air. The ship's door slid open in response to his energy. He transformed into a streak of light, precisely targeting the spherical spaceship docked nearby. His aim was clear, his actions decisive. Vikamo followed swiftly, unwilling to lag behind. Radz, however, appeared troubled, drifting slowly with a complex gaze cast upon the backs of Vikamo and Vegeta, and then glancing at the unfortunate Naba, who remained behind, rubbing his tongue. He felt a mixture of emotions, very much out of sorts. It was as if he were an outsider, excluded from the core of their actions. Naba stood helplessly, watching the three depart, frustration swelling within him. He could not comprehend why he was not included. He was the strongest warrior after Vegeta. Why bring along Radz, whose combat power was only 700? What were Vegeta and Vikamo thinking? What use could Radz possibly serve? Moreover, what exactly is that so-called divine water they incessantly speak of? It sounds utterly enchanting. It is quite perplexing. What he finds most difficult to comprehend is why His Highness Vegeta has suddenly become so compliant with Vikimo's words. Is it merely because this young lad's combat power has surged at an astonishing rate? A rate that seems almost uncanny? Countless questions collide and explode within his mind, which is not particularly adept at complex reasoning, causing him to irritably scratch his gleaming scalp. 10 minutes later, with a resounding roar and a powerful gust of wind, the spherical spacecraft carrying Vikimo, Vegeta, and Raditz emitted a dazzling blue flame from its rear, soaring skyward like an arrow released from a bowstring, instantly tearing through the dense atmosphere of Wanshou Xing, breaking free from the planet's gravitational grasp and plunging into the cold, profound, and boundless expanse of the cosmos. Once the spacecraft had completely exited the unique and chaotic interference field enveloping Wanshou-Shing, the previously intermittent and noisy communication signals became clear and stable, with a green light beam on the screen steadily pulsing. Seated around the cramped control panel of the spacecraft, Vikimo, Vegeta, and Raditz wore solemn expressions. They needed to devise a flawless plan, a grand deception capable of fooling the cosmic Emperor Frieza. Engaged in intense discussions surrounding the falsehood of that vial of combat divine water, as well as how to utilize this lie to approach Frieza and ultimately eliminate him. The trio meticulously scrutinized, simulated, questioned, and revised every detail. Vegeta, with his keen gaze, raised various potential questions and probing tactics Frieza might employ. Vikimo, drawing from his understanding of Frieza's character, largely derived from fragmented memories of a past life, contributed critical points for counter-strategies and psychological maneuvers, while Raditz supplemented insights into the internal protocols and communication habits of Frieza's forces. A tense atmosphere enveloped the small cabin, and time seemed to stand still. This life-and-death script discussion continued for over 3 hours, with several empty cans of energy drinks piling up on the table. At last, a plan emerged that could be deemed reasonably meticulous, albeit fraught with immense risk, and the three reached a temporary consensus, although each bore a heavy weight upon their hearts. The arrow was knocked, and it had to be released. Raditz let out a long sigh, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Despite the spacecraft maintaining a constant temperature, he felt drenched with perspiration. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing heart and solemnly donned his signature single-eye scanner. The cool metal pressed against his forehead, instilling a semblance of tranquility. He adjusted the communication frequency and initiated the encrypted contact channel with Frieza's headquarters. After a brief waiting tone, the communication connected. A voice, chilling and characteristic of Frieza's forces, echoed. "This is the 7th communications hub of Frieza's army. Please state your identity and purpose." "Greetings, this is the Saiyan Battle Team, Vegeta Division. I am the warrior Raditz." Raditz endeavored to make his voice sound steady and respectful as he spoke clearly into the integrated microphone. "We have successfully completed the extermination mission on Wanshou-Shing. The resistance on the target planet has been eradicated, and we are currently en route back to planet Vegeta for resupply and rest. Received. Mission completion has been recorded." The operator mechanically responded, adhering to protocol. By the way, Raditz seized the opportunity, his tone intensifying to convey a sense of discovering a significant secret during our mission. "We uncovered an exceptionally important special item that may greatly benefit Lord Frieza. This matter is of great consequence, and we hope to report directly to Lord Frieza himself." "Could you transfer the line?" "Special item? Reporting directly to Lord Frieza?" The operator's tone noticeably hesitated, seemingly taken aback. Not daring to be negligent, he promptly replied, "Please hold. I need to consult with my superiors." The communication momentarily fell silent. The operator swiftly connected to Frieza's personal aide, Bailey Bulu, relaying Raditz's report verbatim, particularly the keywords regarding the item of great importance and the request for direct communication. Bailey Bulu's enormous brain floated in the nutrient solution, subtly undulating as her electronic eyes flickered with analytical light. She maneuvered her floating chair silently to Frieza, who was reclining in a massive floating seat, eyes closed in contemplation, and reported in her characteristically emotionless electronic synthesized voice. "Lord Frieza, Raditz from the Vegeta Division requests direct communication, claiming to have discovered a special item of immense importance to you on Wanshou-Shing." "Oh." Frieza slowly opened his cold purple eyes, a slight, curious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "A special item of great importance to me? What could a Saiyan monkey possibly discover that is worthwhile? Yet, it seems Vegeta's little division has piqued my interest. That lowly warrior Vikimo's rapid increase in combat power is rather suspicious." He recalled Bailey Bulu's previous interception reports, which indeed captured multiple mentions of Vegeta and Vikimo discussing doubling combat power. "Connect them, Bailey Bulu. I happen to have a few minor questions for them as well." He languidly waved his gloved hand. "At your command, Lord Frieza." Bailey Bulu immediately complied with the order. Through a complex series of transfers and encryptions, the communications soon reached Frieza's luxurious, yet chilling private communication hall. The enormous screen illuminated, displaying Frieza's signature face, which bore an infantile roundness yet exuded an aura of malevolent oppression, alongside Bailey Bulu, resembling a vast, silent mechanical specter. Lord Frieza. Upon seeing Frieza's image on the screen, Raditz's heart jolted, an overwhelming sense of dread nearly suffocating him. Forcing himself to suppress the tremors within, he stood erect, performing a standard salute of the Frieza army towards the screen, his voice barely concealing a quiver. I am Raditz, an elite warrior from the Saiyan battle team, Vegeta Division. It is our utmost honor to report directly to you. Frieza emitted a chilling, bone-chilling laugh, his purple pupils scrutinizing Raditz on the screen. Along with the indistinct forms of Vikimo and Vegeta behind him, you claim to have discovered a special item of great importance to me? Pray tell, what is this thing that warrants such solemnity from you? His tone appeared casual, yet an invisible pressure emanated from the screen. Raditz swallowed hard, forcing a sycophantic and excited smile onto his face as he explained, in reporting to you, Lord Frieza, during our conquest of the royal treasury on Wanshou Xing, we uncovered a marvelous object within an ancient security apparatus. According to the ancient star maps nearby, it is referred to as the Combat Divine Water. He deliberately paused, gauging Frieza's reaction. Combat Divine Water? Frieza raised an eyebrow, the name sounding rather intriguing. Indeed, my lord. Seeing Frieza's interest, Raditz hastily continued, his tone brimming with exaggerated astonishment. According to the records, consuming this divine water will astonishingly enhance the Dringer's combat power within a short period. It doubles. Moreover, the extent of the enhancement depends entirely on the Dringer's physical potential. The greater the potential, the more terrifying the increase. He gestured animatedly, fervently embellishing the miraculous nature of the divine water. Oh, doubling combat power? Frieza's eyes flickered slightly, and his posture seemed to straighten a fraction. He emitted his signature laughter, though it was imbued with a heightened interest. Such a treasure exists? Bailey Bulu, I recall you mentioning the term doubling in your previous interception reports? Indeed, Lord Frieza. Bailey Bulu's electronic eyes flickered, confirming that the keywords of doubling, divine water, and enhancement had frequently appeared in the encrypted communications between Vegeta and Vikimo. With a matching degree of 876, Frieza nodded slightly, his gaze refocusing on Raditz, his smile unchanged, but his question went straight to the point. That sounds interesting. So, has any of you personally tasted this miraculous battle potion? How was the effect? His drawn-out tone carried a cat-and-mouse teasing tone. Radit's heart leaped into his throat. He struggled to control his breathing and answered according to the rehearsed script. Your Excellency, because the potion is extremely precious and scarce, we dare not use it without permission. Currently, only Vikamer, that low-ranking warrior, was allowed to try a small sip of the potion to verify its effects and save his life in order to complete the mission. Oh, Vikamer? Frieza's gaze bypassed Raditz, landing precisely on Vikamer, who stood slightly behind. His purple pupils scrutinized him. That low-ranking warrior, whose fighting power was once only a few hundred points? What level is he at now? Raditz immediately replied with a tone mixed with shock and envy. Unbelievable, Your Excellency. Vikamer only took a small sip, and his combat power instantly soared from a base of 600 points to over 10,000 points. The value displayed on the detector is absolutely true. He specifically emphasized a small sip and 10,000 points. 10,000 points. For the first time, a clear and genuine look of surprise appeared on Frieza's face, which had maintained an elegant smile. Although 10,000 points of combat power was still insignificant in his eyes, the speed and magnitude of an increase in a low-ranking warrior's power from a few hundred to 10,000 points in such a short time was indeed somewhat unbelievable. Just a small sip? Absolutely true, Your Excellency Frieza. Raditz nodded vigorously, as if to reinforce the credibility of his words. Vikamer's current combat power is second only to Prince Vegeta in our team. So, Frieza's surprise vanished quickly, replaced by his usual chilling, all-controlling smile. He leaned forward slightly, his massive tail swaying gently beside his hovering chair, and asked meaningfully, You specifically reported this matter because you intend to offer me this bottle of miraculous water that can transform even lowly warriors into elites? Oh ho ho ho. Yes, Your Excellency Frieza. Raditz immediately seized the opportunity, his face plastered with the most humble smile, his tone utterly respectful. Such a wondrous treasure is only worthy of your possession and use. Your Excellency, in our hands, it is a jewel underfoot. We know its value and dare not keep it to ourselves, so we offer it here. Because the quantity of this divine water is extremely limited, with only this small bottle, we immediately thought of offering it to your excellency. As he spoke, he gestured to Vikamer with his eyes. Vikamer understood, took a deep breath, and forcefully suppressed the instinctive fear he felt when facing Frieza. He stepped forward, walking in front of the camera, his face straining to maintain the excitement of discovering a treasure and the reverence of presenting it. In his hand was a rather unremarkable, semi-transparent container, similar to an earth mineral water bottle. The bottle wasn't large, containing about 200 milliliters of a murky, dark yellow liquid. The opening was tightly sealed with a leather stopper from some kind of creature. It looked ordinary, even somewhat crude and dirty. This was their carefully concocted battle potion. Lord Frieza, this is it. Vikamer's voice trembled with just the right amount of excitement. He carefully held the small bottle up to the high-definition camera inside the spaceship, even turning it upside down so Frieza could see every angle, including the deliberately aged, blurred ancient runes on the bottle. Actually, they were casually burned by Vegeta using his ki blast. When we found it, it was sealed in this ancient bottle, heavily protected. Frieza squinted, carefully examining the magnified image of the bottle on the screen. His critical gaze swept over the bottle's material, the liquid's color, and the stopper's style. His brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. Frieza let out a low, enigmatic chuckle. Looks quite ordinary. Wasn't this bottle filled with the urine of some kind of wild beast? Or just ordinary, stained, dirty water from a planet? His tone was full of suspicion and a hint of barely perceptible contempt. His gaze like a cold probe trying to pierce the screen and penetrate Vikamer's heart. Vikamer's heart skipped a beat, but he dared not show any panic on his face. He immediately followed his plan, taking over the conversation with a seemingly unrelated, yet earnest, tone. Lord Frieza, your insight is keen. Indeed, judging from its appearance alone. It looks like an ordinary bottle of dirty water that's been sitting out for too long and has gone bad. The color isn't appealing either. Vikamer's tone was full of understanding and agreement. He first acknowledged Frieza's doubts, then shifted his focus, his voice becoming mysterious. But according to the ancient star chart we found alongside the divine water and Vikamer's own experience, the magic of this battle-ready water lies precisely in its simplicity. Its power is inherent, imperceptible to the naked eye. He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts, before explaining clearly and in detail. Its drinking rules are very unique, not by quantity, but by frequency. Each sip requires only a tiny touch. Even just a tiny bit on the tip of the tongue counts as one complete drink. And each sip will temporarily double the drinker's base fighting power. A tiny sip. Double? Frieza's pupils contracted slightly. This rule was indeed strange and novel. Yes, Your Excellency. Vikamer nodded vigorously, emphasizing his words. 2 sips, and that's double the base fighting power. 3 sips, 3 times. And so on. Theoretically, there's no upper limit. But, his tone shifted again, his expression turning serious. The ultimate ability to withstand a multiplier, and for how long, depends entirely on the drinker's physical attributes, potential, and willpower limits. The body is the container, potential is the fuel. Vikamer's base combat power was 600 points. He only tried the first sip and gained a doubling of 600 points, reaching 1200 points, and stabilizing there. This was already the limit his body could withstand at the time. Subsequent increases required his body to adapt before another sip. Vikamer cleverly explained why he only increased his power once, foreshadowing the inability to drink continuously. As for my current combat power of over 10,000 points. A look of relief and lingering fear appeared on Vikamer's face. It was in a later, extremely dangerous, near-death situation that, to save my life, I risked drinking 3 sips in a row. My body almost burst from the violently increasing power. Fortunately, Prince Vegeta intervened in time, allowing me to barely stabilize at just over 10,000 points. This is practically my limit. Any more, and I'll explode. He touched his chest with lingering fear. His performance quite convincing. 18 times the base power of 600 after 4 drinks. Reaching a mere 10,000 is barely reasonable. Frieza's calculations raced. A low-level Saiyan warrior's physique could increase his fighting power by 18 times, 600, 181, 0800. The effects of this divine water are truly astonishing. Then, with my unfathomable potential and the universe's strongest physique, how many times could I increase it? 180 times? 360 times? Even 1,000 times? Just imagine my already unparalleled fighting power multiplied by hundreds or thousands. What invincible power that would be. Dominating the entire seventh universe would be a matter of a snap of my fingers. An indescribable desire and greed, like a venomous snake, quietly coiled around Frieza's heart. A small sip counts as one. A means to enhance. Frieza's gaze shifted back to the bottle of dark yellow liquid before him, as if it were a rare treasure. He extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips, observing the diminutive bottle, which appeared to hold merely 20 to 30 milliliters. How many sips could it provide? Surely no more than 30 sips at most? To elevate his power by 20 or 30 times. A trace of subtle regret tinged his tone, as though he found the bottle's size inadequate. Your Excellency Frieza, you have misunderstood. Vikimo promptly clarified, wearing a smile that suggested he underestimated the divine object. The material of this bottle and the divine water within it are extraordinary. We have conducted tests, and it appears there is a special spatial structure or concentration technique at play. Do not be deceived by its small volume. The liquid inside possesses an exceptionally high density and an astonishing amount of energy. Each time, only a minuscule amount is needed to trigger the effect. According to our estimations, this single bottle can provide enough for at least 100 sips, sufficient for a magnificent being such as yourself to delve deeply into potential exploration and power enhancement. Vikimo adroitly painted a picture of promise, redirecting Frieza's attention from the quantity to the frequency and potential of enhancement. 100 times? Ho ho ho. Frieza's laughter grew more buoyant, imbued with a hint of delight. How intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. It seemed this small bottle indeed concealed great mysteries. He appeared quite satisfied with Vikimo's explanation. Well, I sense your intentions. Frieza slightly reclined in his hovering chair, his massive tail gently thumping against the edge of the seat, a smile of condescension gracing his face. Speak, what rewards do you seek? A more advanced planetary mission? Or perhaps additional energy blocks? He habitually contemplated in terms of exchanges for mutual benefit. However, just as Frieza finished his statement, preparing to await requests from Raditz or Vikimo, the enormous electronic eye of Bilibulu beside him suddenly flickered with a piercing red light, accompanied by a rapid, beeping alarm. Frieza was interrupted, casting an irritated glance at Bilibulu. The synthetic electronic voice of Bilibulu carried a barely perceptible tremor, a rare emotional response. Lord Frieza, a hyperspace communication request has been detected from Lord Gula's flagship. Highest priority. It has forcibly breached the backup encrypted channel. Requesting connection. Who? Frieza's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold fury and profound unease. His violet pupils contracted sharply as he demanded in a stern voice. This sudden communication not only disrupted the transaction, but also introduced a variable he was most reluctant to confront. Frieza's inquiry abruptly stifled Raditz's prepared request to present the divine water personally. Both Raditz and Vikimo felt their hearts sink, an ominous premonition enveloping the entire spaceship. Though Vegeta remained expressionless in the background, the knuckles of his clenched fists began to turn pale. It is Lord Gula, Bilibulu confirmed, her voice reverting to a flat electronic tone. Gula. Frieza's voice sharply escalated, filled with unmasked disdain and wariness, his brow furrowing in distaste as though he had heard something profoundly repugnant. What does that fiend want to contact me for? Tell him I am currently occupied. I have no time for him. He instinctively sought to refuse. Yet, it was evident that the other party possessed exceedingly high communication privileges, capable of breaching certain firewalls. As Frieza's words subsided, a cold, arrogant voice, familiar and metallic, abruptly emanated from the communicator, resonating clearly in Vikimo's spaceship communication channel. Don't be so cold. My dear brother Frieza. Gula's voice echoed like the icy winds of the universe, penetrating the distant starry sea with a tone of condescension. Of course, as your elder brother, I have come to see you. After all, blood is thicker than water. You are my only brother. He deliberately emphasized the words only and brother, devoid of warmth, dripping with sarcasm and an air of dominance. Vikimo felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, as though his heart were gripped by a cold cosmic hand. Frieza's brother Gula, the frost demon, colder, stronger, and more unpredictable than Frieza. He intended to visit Frieza at this critical juncture? This was disastrous. The plan lay in tatters. Vikimo's mind raced with alarm. If Gula were to arrive at Frieza's lair, how could they possibly execute the flawed, yet hopeful plan involving the divine water? even if Frieza consumed the enhanced divine water. Yielding the anticipated side effects, such as fury, weakness, or even energy disarray, Gula would be present, a powerhouse of unfathomable combat ability. Gula, the entity that, according to the fragments of the original host's memories, was even more terrifying than Frieza. Vikimo desperately recalled the vague knowledge of Dragon Ball from his past life. Cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He vaguely remembered that Gula's ultimate form had a combat power that reached an astronomical figure of 470 million. Yes, exactly 470 million. This number seared into his mind like a heated iron. It is worth noting that in the future, when Son Goku first transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan on Namek, his combat power was merely around 150 million. 150 million versus 470 million? The gap between them was akin to a vast chasm. Vikimo's only card was the system's reward of a one-time legendary Super Saiyan transformation experience card, originally intended as the ultimate trump card against Frieza. The power unleashed by the experience card would likely only reach the level of a beginner Super Saiyan, barely exceeding 100 million. Such power, while it might create an opportunity against a peak Frieza, would be utterly insufficient in the face of Gula's 470 million combat power. Vikimo despaired, realizing that it would likely not even qualify to warrant Gula's seriousness. Like an ant attempting to shake a star, Gula could obliterate them and their ludicrous divine water plan into cosmic dust with a mere flick of his finger or a glance. Gula must not be allowed to come. At the very least, he must not be permitted to rendezvous with Frieza. Vikimo fervently prayed within his heart, his pulse racing as if it might burst from his chest. Frieza, I implore you, in the name of the divine water, refuse him. Find any excuse to send him away. Do not let him come. Humph. Frieza's cold snort interrupted Vikimo's desperate thoughts, as well as Gula's insincere brotherly declaration. A frostiness enveloped Frieza's face, his violet pupils ablaze with anger and deep trepidation, though mingled with a hint of resignation. It was clear that Gula's forceful communication and visitation request displeased him greatly, yet he seemed unable to outright refuse. After a few moments of silence, as if weighing his options, he finally replied in an exceedingly impatient tone, reminiscent of dismissing a beggar. Humph. Do as you please. If you wish to come, then come. This is no vacation spot. Frieza's voice brimmed with hostility. Then, he shifted his tone, cold and direct, as though eager to conclude this unpleasant conversation. How long will it take for you to arrive here? He deliberately used the word arrive, unabashed in his disdain. Chapter 37. Fragments. Gula's face, covered in purple biological armor with rigid lines, froze into a slightly mocking smile on the communication screen. At least a week to fly over from my location. His tone suggested he was discussing an inconsequential outing. Then take your time flying, Frieza replied, clearly lacking even the most basic patience and interest toward this nominal brother. His icy voice remained devoid of inflection as he abruptly terminated the communication, the screen instantly fading into a void of silence. Vikamer, in the ship's main control room. Only the heavy breathing of Vikamer, Vegeta, and Raditz remained. Vikamer's heart sank as he rapidly calculated the timeline in his mind. Cooler. That monster with a power level of 470 million. Based on his flight speed and their journey to Frieza's lair, we should be encountering Cooler. He stated this despairing fact in a dry voice. Then what's the point of going? Vikamer almost roared. Going would just be suicide. The core of the plan was to use the battle elixir to weaken Frieza, then have Vegeta consume the elixir for a fatal blow. Now, with Cooler appearing out of nowhere, far stronger than Frieza, how could this script possibly play out? Let's continue our previous topic. Frieza's chilling face once again dominated the main screen. He spun his chair with interest, his crimson eyes sweeping over Vikamer and Raditz, a playful smile curving his lips. His voice, as soft as a viper's hiss, said, "That battle elixir, are you planning to offer it to me, Frieza?" This gesture is rather unexpected. The air seemed to freeze. Vegeta clenched his fists, his knuckles white, while Raditz's forehead beaded with cold sweat. Both waited for Vikamer to deliver the predetermined, deadly bait. However, Vikamer looked up, a dazzling, almost irritatingly innocent smile spreading across his face. He cleared his throat and said in an almost infuriatingly relaxed tone, "No, Your Majesty, King Frieza. I just wanted to show you what a good thing we gotten our hands on. That's all, goodbye." Having said that, he even mimicked Frieza's action of cutting off Cooler's communication, casually swiping his finger across the control panel. Beep, the screen instantly went dark. Frieza's exquisite yet inhuman face, along with the fleeting glint of greed and amusement in his eyes, was swiftly extinguished in the darkness. Frieza, Planet Frieza, the opulent palace's main control room. Deathly silence. Baraburu stood in a corner, not daring to breathe. She clearly saw 3 thick, blue veins bulging like writhing earthworms on Frieza's smooth, white forehead. His signature triangular eyes were wide open, pupils contracted to dangerous pinpoints, and his already somewhat greenish face was now covered with a layer of iron blue, as if splashed with poisonous paint. Negative emotion value from Frieza, 999. Negative emotion value from Frieza, 999. Frieza's negative emotion value, 999. The cold system notification sound bombarded Vikamer's mind like popping beans, the value higher and faster than ever before. Frieza had never been so angry. An indescribable rage surged and roared in his chest like molten lava. He'd gotten such a powerful item, doubling his fighting strength. That was the power he'd always dreamed of. And what did this lowly Saiyan monkey say? Just came to show off. Who are you trying to infuriate? Show off. Frieza spat out those 2 words through clenched teeth, his voice low and menacing like a sob from the abyss, yet containing a violent energy capable of tearing apart a planet. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, his custom-made battle suit seemingly stretched to its limit. A murderous intent, pure, icy, enough to freeze the soul, surged forth from his crimson eyes like a tangible chill, instantly filling the massive control room. The air seemed to be sucked out. The pressure so low it nearly suffocated Beliblu. Beliblu kept his head bowed, wishing he could shrink into the shadows of the wall. Madness. These Saiyans are absolutely mad. How dare they toy with Frieza like this? Do they want to be ground to dust, their souls crushed into cosmic dust? Inside Vikamer's spaceship, Vegeta and Raditz stood frozen in place like 2 statues, their faces etched with utter bewilderment and terror. What just happened? We agreed to go and destroy Frieza together. This opening line is an insult to Frieza. Raditz's lips trembled, and he finally managed to find his voice, which choked with sobs. Vikamer, what? What do you mean? He felt his heart was about to leap out of his throat. How could anyone be so treacherous? I'm going to be killed by you. Frieza will hunt us down to the ends of the universe. A surge of fear and resentment manifested as a system notification. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 666. What exactly do you want? Vegeta's anger was even more direct and intense. He strode up to Vikamer, his golden pupils practically spitting fire. We'd spent 3 whole hours rehearsing our lines. We finally connected with Frieza, and this is what you show me. You're playing with fire. I want to punch you right now. The shame and rage of having his princely dignity and plans utterly trampled upon nearly drove him to the brink of madness. Negative emotion value from Vegeta, 888. Facing 2 faces etched with shock and anger, Vikamer simply shook his head heavily. A hint of helplessness and gravity on his face. The plan has changed. The plan has changed? Raditz's voice trembled. He couldn't keep up with Vikamer's leaping thoughts. Changed what? Changed to how to be turned into a specimen by Frieza even faster? Is it because of Frieza's brother, Cooler? Vegeta reacted faster, forcibly suppressing his anger, his brow furrowed, his sharp gaze fixed on Vikamer. The moment Cooler's name was uttered, Raditz's face turned even paler. That's right. Vikamer nodded, confirming Vegeta's guess. Cooler had intervened. His fighting power, conservatively estimated, was more than 10 times that of Frieza. Humph, isn't that perfect? Vegeta let out a disdainful snort, his chin held high, as if his previous anger had been instantly replaced by a fervent fighting spirit. He even gave Vikamer a contemptuous glare. Just wipe them both out together. Much easier. Saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. His eyes burned with the Saiyan Prince's inherent, almost obsessive pride and arrogance. Vikamer was truly speechless. Looking at Vegeta's face, which screamed I'm invincible, he just wanted to facepalm. You really have courage, Prince Vegeta. Cooler with a power level of 470 million. Plus Frieza with at least 40 million. You're going to wipe them all out? You won't even know how you died. Not even a bone fragment will remain. Tell me your thoughts, my great prince. Vikamer decided not to dampen his precious enthusiasm, asking in a slightly teasing yet inquisitive tone, is there any way to salvage your grand plan of wiping them all out? He emphasized the word remedy. How can we remedy it? Raditz's voice trembled with despair as he pointed to the now-off screen. Frieza must be furious by now. I feel like we're locked onto by Frieza. The kill order will spread throughout the entire North Galaxy in the next second. We're doomed. He could almost picture himself being pierced by the death beam. Raditz's negative emotion level, 666. Vikamer stroked his chin, thinking seriously. Should we just say we were joking? Apologize sincerely, cry our hearts out, and say we were wrong to bother the great King Frieza with something as trivial as the battle elixir? Maybe he'll be happy and forgive us. He even forced a naive smile. Raditz. He was completely speechless, just looking at Vikamer with an expression as if he were an idiot. Do you think Frieza is a kindergarten teacher? If apologies worked, Frieza wouldn't be called the Emperor of the Universe. Raditz's negative emotion level is 666. Vegeta was also taken aback by Vikamer's naive suggestion, but he was clearly more focused on the actual combat aspect. He forcefully disregarded Vikamo's ramblings, furrowing his brow as he analyzed. However, if Frieza's brother truly arrives, it is conceivable that one of them might succumb to the temptation of the battle god water. If that occurs, confronting both would indeed be a formidable challenge. With renewed vigor, a fierce glimmer of confidence ignited in Vegeta's eyes. He gestured emphatically, as if he had already seized control of the situation. Wait for Frieza or Cooler to succumb to the allure and consume the battle god water. In about an hour, the effects will manifest, significantly diminishing their combat power. At that moment, he pointed to himself, his voice resonating with determination. I shall consume the battle god water. My power will double. No, it will multiply several times over. His gaze became fervent. With my physical prowess, if I can achieve a 30-fold increase, my combat power will soar to 450,000. That figure is sufficient to crush a weakened Frieza or Cooler. Exploit their weakness to eliminate them both in one fell swoop. Vikimo observed Vegeta's flushed face, radiating an invincible aura of 450,000 combat power, and a singular thought crossed his mind. Surely, you jest. You believe you can extinguish Cooler's 470 million combat power with a mere 450,000? Even if Cooler drinks the battle god water, reducing his power to a tenth, he would still possess 47 million. You intend to challenge him with 450,000? Unless. Vikimo's thoughts abruptly halted. Unless I provide Vegeta with a legendary Super Saiyan experience card. That golden trump card, embodying cataclysmic power. Ah, what a splendid idea. Vikimo's mind raced. If Vegeta's combat power is first enhanced tenfold by the battle god water, reaching around 150,000, his base power is approximately 15,000. And then he utilizes a legendary Super Saiyan experience card. According to its unreasonable mechanics, it would elevate him to the pinnacle of his theoretical limits. Vegeta's power might instantly escalate to nearly Cooler's peak, about 470 million. Thus calculated, Vegeta's strength would match Cooler's. If Vegeta's power could be boosted to 165,000 or more through the battle god water, and then he used the experience card, he might very well surpass Cooler, achieving a true sense of domination. However, a shadow loomed over Vikimo's heart. The legendary Super Saiyan experience card was a rare commodity, a genuine life-saving trump card, immensely valuable. He possessed only 3 in total. To expend one for such a high-risk endeavor for Vegeta? Would it not be wiser to reserve it for his own escape in a critical moment? This bottle of battle god water. Raditz's despondent voice shattered Vikimo's reverie. He lifted the container filled with the dubious pale yellow liquid, shaking it with a pained expression. I have sacrificed much to concoct this. Must it be wasted? His heart ached, feeling as though he were squandering a precious resource. Allow me a moment to think it over. Vikimo decisively gestured for silence from the two. He needed time, and, more importantly, luck. The urgency stemmed from the recent surge of Frieza's relentless negative emotional energy, akin to a volcanic eruption, propelling his system's reserves to an astonishing figure, 1 million points. Lottery. I must draw immediately. 100 consecutive draws. Vikimo's consciousness plunged into the system's realm. The colossal golden will spun rapidly within his mind, shimmering and pulsating with an enticing allure. Whether he could obtain the legendary Super Saiyan experience card would determine his next course of action. If he could secure even a few more, perhaps he could risk giving one to Vegeta. If he failed to acquire such an extraordinary card, holding his breath, he commanded with intent. 100 consecutive draws. Commence. Congratulations, you have received a combat power of 22. Congratulations, you have received a combat power of 33. Congratulations, You have received a combat power of 66. Congratulations, you have received a combat power of 44. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed relentlessly in Wei-Kamo's mind. Waves of pure, potent energy surged forth, enveloping him like a warm current, fortifying his muscles, bones, and meridians. He could distinctly feel his power steadily increasing, his cells rejoicing, as his combat power soared like a wild stallion. Yet, Wei-Kamo's heart gradually sank. He fixed his gaze on the pointer of the wheel as it glided over various segments, eagerly awaiting the radiant gold light signifying the Super Saiyan experience card. The wheel spun swiftly, illuminating prize after prize. Ordinary combat power points, recovery potions, fragments of low-level combat techniques, spaceship fuel, yet the coveted golden light remained elusive. Is it gone? Wei-Kamo's heart raced. 3 cards are hardly sufficient. The odds are truly dismal. Even a basic Super Saiyan experience card would suffice. Just give me a glimmer of hope. As the 100 consecutive draws approached their conclusion, despair threatened to engulf him when suddenly, congratulations, you have obtained a decisive fragment. Congratulations, you have received a combat power of 99. Congratulations, you have obtained another decisive fragment. Congratulations, you have received a mental strength enhancement potion. Congratulations, you. Wei-Kamo's heart jolted, as if struck by lightning. Decisive fragment. What on earth is this? He forcibly suppressed the exhilaration surging from his newfound power, swiftly directing his attention to the system's storage space. There, 2 peculiar card fragments floated quietly. They were not physical entities but rather composed of countless intricate, mystical silver runes, exuding an ineffable aura of tranquility and depth, starkly contrasting with the surrounding combat power points and potion vials, emanating a transcendent, divine essence. Wei-Kamo's gaze eagerly swept over the system's description beneath the fragments. Decisive fragment. A fragment of comprehension of the highest martial arts realm in the universe. Decisive Gong. Collect 100 fragments to gain the understanding of Decisive Gong autonomously. No external force required, no side effects. Current progress, 2100 boom. Wei-Kamo felt as though his head had been struck by an invisible hammer, leaving him momentarily blank, only to be engulfed by overwhelming ecstasy. Decisive Gong. The legendary technique mastered by the angel race, transcending the Super Saiyan form, allowing the body to instinctively evade and attack beyond consciousness. The divine skill coveted even by the god of destruction, Beerus, to collect 100 fragments and gain understanding autonomously. Moreover, the description bore no parentheses, no time constraints, nor any mention of costs. This signified that if he truly comprehended it, he would possess this divine technique permanently. In this lottery, he had acquired 2 fragments at once. Though still far from 100, this was undoubtedly a pathway to greatness. A path more luminous, fundamental, and filled with potential than any reliance on Battle God Water or Super Saiyan experience cards. Let me attempt a few more million draws. As long as the negative emotional value accumulates sufficiently, I shall swiftly gather the 100 fragments. Chapter 38, Pinnacle the Cold. Mechanical voice of the system faded into silence within Wei-Kamo's consciousness. The 100 consecutive draws concluded. Aside from the 2 fragments radiating a serene silver glow, inscribed with arcane runes, the remaining 98 draws yielded nothing but combat power points. 22, 33, 66, 44. Like a relentless downpour, they continuously fell into his reservoir of strength. No golden light, no exhilarating surge of energy. The legendary Super Saiyan experience card had not appeared even once. The drop rate is indeed appallingly low. A sense of helplessness flickered through Wei-Kamo's heart. If even the drop rate for the decisive fragments is this disheartening, then gathering 100 of them will truly be a headache. He immediately redirected his focus onto himself. His consciousness sank into the system panel, where a clear figure sprang forth. Host, Wei-Kamo, combat power, 14, 600. A mere 400 points to go, with just 400 more points. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with that proud prince, Vegeta. An indescribable thrill coursed through Wei-Kamo's entire being like a subtle electric current. 14,006. Just months ago, that was a height he could only look up to. Yet now, it is almost within his grasp. Negative emotional value is indeed the express ticket to power. A cold hum filled with strength and immense confidence shattered the brief silence within the spaceship. Vegeta crossed his arms. tilting his chin at a haughty angle, as his crimson cape fluttered without wind, crackling majestically. "Do as I say." His voice was decisive, radiating an undeniable kingly aura. "Go find Frieza. Isn't that Gula going too? Perfect." He waved his hand vigorously, as if commanding the universe, intending to eliminate them both in one fell swoop. No need for me to hunt them down one by one. First, let them drink the battle god water. And when the effects are about to kick in, close to an hour later, I'll drink. It shall be I, Vegeta, who personally ends the era of the Ice Demon. His eyes blazed with a fiery passion, as if he could already envision Frieza and Gula groveling and wailing under his newly acquired strength. Vikimo observed Vegeta's invincible demeanor and sighed inwardly. Such arrogance. With a combat power of 300,000, he dares to challenge both Frieza and Gula simultaneously? In the original tale, Vegeta was defeated by Frieza, whose power was 530,000, when he himself had a mere 240,000. Has he chosen to forget that? Oh no. The storyline has long been altered beyond recognition by his butterfly effect. "Let us consider this, Your Highness Vegeta," Vikimo said, a sincere smile gracing his face. His tone laced with just the right amount of flattery and a hint of caution for the greater good. "While the plan is commendable, one must understand both oneself and the opponent. We should first observe how much your unparalleled Saiyan prowess can enhance your combat power after consuming the battle god water. This will allow us to better estimate the timing of the drug's effects, ensuring absolute certainty and a guaranteed strike." As he spoke, he naturally picked up the bottle containing the suspicious light yellow liquid, the one contributed by Raditz, and handed it to Vegeta. "Vegeta." The air instantly thickened. Vegeta's once spirited and commanding expression was abruptly doused, as if splashed with liquid nitrogen at a chilling 273 degrees below zero, freezing in place. He stared intensely at the bottle Vikimo had offered, his gaze seemingly capable of melting through the thin glass. 3 prominent veins bulged on his forehead like awakened serpents, pulsating violently. A tumultuous mix of extreme nausea, deep humiliation, and volcanic rage surged within him, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably, his bones creaking softly. From Vegeta? Negative emotional value, 999. That chilling system notification echoed in Vikimo's mind like a heavenly chime. He nearly burst into laughter, quickly suppressing the corners of his mouth with sheer willpower. Even the smallest morsel is still a morsel. You see, this negative emotional value is indeed rolling in. It would be a crime against nature not to seize this opportunity. This is all tangible combat power. Fear not, Your Highness Vegeta. Vikimo endeavored to sound incredibly considerate and understanding, even infusing a hint of consolation for his fellow compatriot. There is nothing to feel disgusted about. For the glory of the Saiyans and the grand cause of vengeance, this small sacrifice is trivial. He deliberately emphasized the word compatriot. Vegeta's face shifted from green to black, then to a rust-like dark red, as if he were about to bleed at any moment. He felt his temples throbbing furiously, an impulse to annihilate everything before him crashing against his rationality. At that moment, a timid voice, laced with fear and urgency to dissociate, emerged from the corner. "That is my urine." Raditz raised his hand high, much like a student eager to answer a question in class, but his complexion was pale, and his lips quivered uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He felt Vegeta's almost tangible, icy glare bore into him, freezing him in place, prompting him to hurriedly add, "Vikimo made me do it. I held it in for a long time to produce this. It's all mine. I have nothing to do with anyone else." He emphasized the word mine, fearful that Vegeta would hold him accountable, using him as a punching bag for his frustrations. "This burden is too heavy. Raditz cannot bear it." Vikimo immediately turned to Raditz, his face radiating an exceedingly friendly smile, as if he had found the perfect solution. "Oh, so it's yours? How fortuitous. Raditz, you drink. Show His Highness Vegeta how it works." He deftly thrust the bottle into Ratice's motionless hand. Raditz. He stared at the bottle, which seemed to contain the essence of demonic liquid, then glanced at Vegeta's almost fiery golden gaze, and finally at Vikimo's encouraging expression. A wave of profound desolation and grievance washed over him. "Can't you two combat power freaks stop toying with me? I'm merely a pitiful creature with a combat power of less than 1,000. From Raditz. Negative emotional value, 555. Vikimo looked at the system notification, feeling immensely pleased. This negative emotional value is indeed easy and delightful to acquire. He ceased to tease the two Saiyans on the brink of explosion, swiftly retrieving the genuine Battle God water, unadulterated version, taking out a new, clean glass bottle, and carefully pouring in half a bottle of the clear liquid, which gently rippled within the bottle. Here you go, Your Highness, a clean one. Vikimo handed the bottle to Vegeta. Only then did Vegeta's expression relax slightly, though the lingering anger in his eyes remained. He let out a cold snort, nearly snatching the bottle away with a sense of resolute determination, tilting his head back to gulp down a small mouthful. Gulp! The liquid slid down his throat. 1 second. 2 seconds. Vegeta frowned slightly, sensing within himself. No reaction? He paused for a moment, then suddenly realized. He hadn't consumed enough before. He tilted his head back again, taking a hearty swig. Boom! It felt as though a miniature star had ignited within him. An unimaginable, explosive torrent of power erupted from his stomach, surging wildly through his limbs and bones. His muscles rejoiced, his skeleton hummed, and his blood boiled like molten lava. He could distinctly feel each cell in his body greedily absorbing this energy, his sense of power skyrocketing as if propelled by a rocket. One time, his combat power doubled. A radiant joy exploded in Vegeta's eyes. No longer hesitating, he raised the bottle as if a parched traveler in the desert had found an oasis, gulping down one mouthful after another. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The third gulp, his combat power doubled again. The fourth gulp, power surged like a tsunami, stacking upon itself. The fifth, sixth, seventh gulps came faster and faster, each swallow accompanied by a colossal leap in strength. Around his body, a faint golden energy aura began to emanate visibly, albeit weakly, yet filled with explosive pressure. The air pressure within the spaceship suddenly surged, the walls emitting faint groans under the immense strain. Raditz stared in awe, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. The first time he drank, there hadn't been such a dramatic reaction. Vikamer, like a focused scientist, stared intently at Vegeta, carefully sensing every change in the energy emanating from him, silently counting. 8 times, 10 times, 15 times, 18 times. As Vegeta downed his 20th mouthful of the Battle God water, the pale golden aura around him surged violently, then quickly receded back into his body. A breathtakingly powerful energy wave, like a tangible tide, roared through the cramped spaceship cabin. Vikamer and Raditz's hair was whipped back by this invisible shockwave, and the clutter on the table clattered. Vegeta stopped. He slowly lowered his head, looking at his clenched fist. His knuckles were white from the force, and golden currents seemed to surge beneath his skin. Power. An unprecedented, overwhelming power, enough to move mountains and fill seas. It filled every corner of his body. He grinned, his mouth stretching almost to his ears, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Ecstasy and extreme confidence burned like flames in his golden eyes. Ha ha ha! A low laugh rolled from the depths of his throat, finally erupting into a wild, unrestrained roar. 300,000. A full 300,000. Ha ha ha! Although the detector was unusable, how astonishing was Prince Vegeta's control over his body. This surge of power clearly told him that his current fighting strength had reached an astonishing 300,000 points. Raditz, a superior warrior, only quadrupled his power? That toad named Chio-E, with a fighting strength of 17,000, only increased his power tenfold? But he, the Saiyan Prince, the most talented warrior in history, Vegeta, had increased his power 20-fold, reaching a terrifying 300,000. 21 gulps. In his ecstasy, a fierce, defiant glint flashed in Vegeta's eyes. He craved more. Without hesitation, he raised the bottle and gulped down the 21st mouthful of the Battle God water. However, the anticipated surge of power didn't materialize. The surging energy within him only fluctuated slightly before settling back into stillness, like a lake rippled by a pebble. The pale golden aura vanished completely. Vegeta's ecstatic expression froze, as if frozen in time. Unwilling to accept defeat, he tilted his head back and gulped down his 22nd mouthful. Glug! The power remained dormant. 20 times. This was his body's limit. No further increase. A profound sense of loss, like a cold tide, instantly overwhelmed his earlier elation. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding together, his knuckles turning white from the force. Far from enough. He thought he could at least increase it 50 times. Only 20 times. Was 300,000 enough? Frieza's base power was 530,000, and after transformation, it was astronomical. And what about cooler? How many times? Vikamer's voice, brimming with undisguised curiosity and the excitement of watching a lab rat, rang out at just the right moment, interrupting Vegeta's disappointment. Vegeta jerked his head up, his golden pupils flashing with a hint of offended rage as he glared at Vikamer. But upon meeting the latter's seemingly sincere gaze, which Vikamer was deliberately feigning, he forcibly suppressed his anger and forced out a cold number through clenched teeth. 20 times. Vikamer immediately displayed an exaggerated expression of admiration, clapping his hands vigorously and giving Vegeta 2 thumbs up. As expected of your highness, the Saiyan genius of all time. This physical ability, this potential limit, is simply astonishing. Raditz, that superior warrior, only has 4 times. Compared to you, he's like a firefly to the moon. This flattery was perfectly executed. The gloom on Vegeta's face instantly dissipated, replaced by immense pride. He straightened his back, his crimson cloak billowing even without wind, his chin held high again, a reserved yet arrogant smile playing on his lips. Humph. This is nothing. A mere 20 times, just the tip of the iceberg of my potential, Vegeta. He basked in Vikamer's flattery, finding this usually somewhat annoying guy surprisingly agreeable now. Raditz, standing nearby, he felt as if a knife had been plunged into his heart. Why was the difference so vast? 4 times and 20 times, this wasn't just a difference. It was an insurmountable chasm. He silently lowered his head, staring at his toes, a powerful sense of inferiority washing over him. Alas, Vikamer seemed to feel the stab hadn't gone deep enough, shaking his head and sighing, his gaze falling regretfully on Raditz. Raditz, aren't you a superior warrior? Why only 4 times? This difference is rather large. He deliberately drew out his words. Raditz jerked his head up, his face flushed, his eyes filled with resentment and anger. Can't you stop speaking the truth? Raditz's negative emotion level, 999. Humph, that's perfectly normal. Vegeta snorted coldly, glancing at Raditz with an air of superiority, his tone icy and cruel. The difference in our fighting power is 20 times. The difference in bloodline. The difference in talent. How can the title of superior warrior make up for that? He spoke as if stating a universal truth. Raditz was speechless, only able to scratch his signature spiky hair, looking up at the cold ceiling of the spaceship, muttering under his breath. This doesn't seem to be calculated based on fighting power, does it? That Shio-E guy's fighting power is 17,000, but it only increased 10 times. Didn't it? He tried to salvage a little bit of his pitiful dignity with this example. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. Shio-E? That green toad? What is he? Just a grunt. If I had used this battle potion earlier, he wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my shoes. Now, he's not even qualified to be my opponent. Vegeta's tone was filled with extreme contempt for his past opponents. With a power level of 300,000. Everyone else is just an ant. So, Raditz carefully changed the subject, afraid of being hurt again. Are we going to challenge Frieza now? He looked at Vegeta, his eyes questioning, but also carrying a hint of uncertainty and fear about the future. Go. Of course we'll go, Vegeta declared decisively, his golden pupils burning with fierce fighting spirit and unwavering confidence. My power level has reached 300,000. Frieza's power level, according to intelligence, is only a little over 200,000, normal state. As for his brother Cooler, Vegeta's lips curled into a disdainful sneer, as if discussing 2 chickens and ducks waiting to be slaughtered. At most, 250,000. At most. These 2 together saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. Wouldn't it be easier to wipe them out together? Perfect for announcing the arrival of the Vegeta era to the entire universe. His voice was powerful and resonant, filled with an overwhelming aura of dominance. Excellent. Vegeta had already sketched out a crystal-clear victory plan in his mind. After destroying Frieza and Cooler, he would immediately find a secluded planet to recover for a day and remove the side effects of the Battle Divine Water. Then, he would drink the Battle Divine Water again. With his talent as Prince Vegeta, the second boost would definitely be even greater. Once his fighting power soared to a new level, he optimistically estimated at least 400,000. He would go and destroy Frieza's father, Cold. In this way, the entire Frozen Demon dynasty would be completely destroyed in his hands. Cosmic Emperor. This prestigious title would finally fall upon Vegeta's head. The resources and power of the entire universe would be in his hands. The glory of planet Vegeta would be restored by his own hands. A thought flashed through his excited mind like lightning. He wondered if the battle elixir would still work the second time he drank it. Would the power-up be different? Vegeta's sharp gaze instantly shifted to Raditz, who was trying to minimize his presence in the corner. Raditz was startled by Vegeta's sudden gaze, his hair standing on end. Lord Vegeta? Vegeta didn't speak, but the command in his eyes was unmistakable. Drink it again. Experiment. In an instant, Ladizzi comprehended Vegeta's intent, and the cold sweat that had just formed on his forehead began to trickle down again. What? I still have to drink? He felt a dull ache in his bladder. Vegeta remained silent, his gaze growing colder and more unyielding. All right, I shall drink. Ladizzi gritted his teeth and resignedly acquiesced. Under the absolute pressure of Vegeta's combat power of 300,000, he had no grounds for refusal. Vikimo was quite straightforward, pouring out some more of the battle god water and handing it to Ladizzi. Little guinea pig number 2 continued to shine. He was eager to observe the effects and patterns of the second consumption of the battle god water. With a sense of tragic resolve, Ladizzi accepted the bottle, closed his eyes, and began to sip slowly. A familiar warmth surged within him once again, though it was not as overwhelming as the first time. Ladizzi felt carefully, taking 1 sip, 2 sips, 3 sips. When the 5th sip of the battle god water was swallowed, the sensation of power surged to its peak before plateauing. Fivefold. An increase of 5 times. Ladizzi's eyes flew open, and disbelief mingled with joy painted his face. He clenched his fist, feeling a strength that was evidently superior to before. An increase of 1-fold compared to the initial boost. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. It appears your physical attributes have improved. Vikimo analyzed, stroking his chin. The first consumption pushed your body to its limit. After a significant enhancement, your body has expanded its capacity, allowing for greater energy bursts, thus increasing the multiplier of the second enhancement. Upon hearing this, a spark of hope ignited in Ladizzi's eyes. If I drink again next time, could I potentially gain another fold? If this trend continues, could Ladizzi not also become a formidable warrior? That depends on the extent to which your physical attributes can be enhanced. Vikimo shook his head, refraining from giving a definitive answer, suggesting the existence of a threshold beyond which enhancement would not be possible. He dampened their spirits somewhat. However, Vegeta's face displayed an exceedingly confident smile, as if Vikimo's caution had no effect on him. As long as the multiplier does not diminish upon the second consumption, that is sufficient, he proclaimed loudly, his tone brimming with absolute trust in his innate talents. With my capabilities, the multiplier upon the second enhancement will undoubtedly far exceed that of this waste. He cast a disdainful glance at Ladizzi. Within Vegeta's mind, uncontrolled fantasies began to unfold. Once he annihilated Frieza and Gula, he would consume the battle god water again. Given that he achieved a 20-fold increase the first time, a 30 or even 40-fold increase was possible upon the second. At that point, his combat power would reach 1,000,000. The likes of King Kurd and the Frost Demon Ancestor would be mere trifles. The ruler of the universe, who could stand in his way? An unprecedented ambition surged within his chest. He abruptly waved his hand. His crimson cloak billowed as if it were a war banner unfurling. Now, execute my strategy. Once Frieza was defeated, and I, Prince Vegeta, ascended as the new ruler of the universe, he paused deliberately, his gaze sweeping over Vikimo and Ladizzi, his voice imbued with a condescending authority. I appoint you both as my lieutenants, commanding all Saiyan warriors under my banner. Together, we shall share in the glory of the universe. Yes, Your Highness Vegeta. Ladizzi responded without hesitation, bowing deeply, his voice laced with excitement and flattery. Lieutenant, second only to one above thousands. This position was sufficient to allow him to forget the sting of recent humiliation. Vikimo observed Vegeta's inflated demeanor, then glanced at Ladizzi, who was trembling in excitement, and a single thought crossed his mind. These two seemed blissfully unaware of their impending doom. Frieza's normal state is at 530,000, crushing you at 300,000 in his first form. Gula is a monstrous 470 million, and they wish to be lieutenants? It would be a miracle to escape with their lives. Nonetheless, he wore a perfectly measured expression of agreement and respect, nodding. As you say, Your Highness Vegeta. For the future of the Saiyans, we shall follow your command. His tone remained calm, devoid of any tremor. At this moment, only a fool would dare to provoke Vegeta. He was currently inflated to a combat power of 300,000, radiating confidence and viewing all as mere ants. Should he utter a single ill-chosen word, inciting his wrath, he might find himself on the receiving end of a royal assault. It would be foolish to waste a precious, legendary Super Saiyan experience card, simply to placate this reckless youth's anger. Chapter 39, Departure set forth. Annihilate Frieza. Vegeta's petite frame radiated an astonishing aura as he thrust his right hand forward. His crimson cloak billowed behind him without wind, rustling like a burning battle standard. The youthful yet defiant visage bore an ingrained pride and the thrill of imminent vengeance, as if Frieza's frozen demonic head was already within his grasp. The spaceship's engine emitted a deep, powerful hum, its rear ejecting a blazing blue flame, propelling the steel beast through the vast, unfathomable sea of stars like an arrow released from its bow. Outside the porthole, the cold, desolate silhouettes of swiftly passing celestial bodies and flowing star rivers appeared, magnificent and eternal. Within the cabin, the brief surge of excitement was swiftly replaced by a disquieting weakness. After merely an hour, the bottle of Battle God water, shimmering with a strange purple glow, unleashed its tyrannical potency, which ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving behind nothing but a desolate beach swept clean. A suppressed groan, laden with discomfort, escaped Vegeta's throat. His once erect, spear-like form now felt as if all his bones had been extracted, and he slid helplessly from the pilot's seat, landing with a thud on the cold, hard metallic floor. The face that always bore a haughty expression was now ashen, beads of sweat emerging from his forehead and temples, cascading down to soak the collar of his battle attire. He gasped for breath, each inhalation seeming to drain him of all strength, his chest heaving violently. Small fists clenched tightly, nails nearly embedded in his palms, yet unable to suppress the overwhelming sense of debilitating weakness that spread through every limb. The combat power detector faithfully relayed the harsh data, 750, a number so glaring it nearly made him vomit blood. It was even less than his childhood outburst in a fit of rage. The immense disparity felt like a cold serpent coiling around his heart, inflicting waves of suffocating pain. On the other side, Ladizzi was faring even worse. His massive frame lay sprawled on the floor like a puddle of melted mud, arms and legs splayed out. Even moving a finger felt an insurmountable challenge. Sweat flowed freely over his robust, yet feeble muscles, darkening his battle attire to an even deeper shade. He gasped like a fish out of water, futilely trying to draw in the metallic-tasting air circulating within the spaceship. The combat power detector displayed a feeble 140, leaving him devoid of the strength to curse, engulfed by endless confusion and a hollow sensation of being utterly drained. The two exchanged glances. Vegeta's eyes filled with extreme humiliation and rage, while Ladizzi's reflected pure, physiological agony and bewilderment. A shared sense of vulnerability enveloped the small cabin like a cold tide, silently drowning them. Humph. Vegeta abruptly turned his head, attempting to mask his disarray with a nasal tone, his teeth clattering. This damn side effect. Yet a thought spiraled in his mind like a toxic vine. What if this peak power of 300,000 could be sustained indefinitely? Frieza? Humph. I, Prince Vegeta, can easily crush him like an ant and relish the experience. Let that frozen demon taste the humiliation of being trodden into the dust. As he envisioned that scene, a twisted sense of pleasure momentarily overshadowed his physical frailty, causing a ghastly yet radiant smile to involuntarily stretch across his pallid face. Thus, he forcefully gathered his breath, his voice quivering imperceptibly, yet still maintaining the dignity of a prince. It would take nearly 7 days to reach the location of that scoundrel, Frieza. Time was ample. Once this wretched phase of weakness passed, the flames of ambition would reignite in his eyes, as if he could already envision Frieza kneeling in supplication. However, just as Vegeta immersed himself in the vengeful reverie he had woven, a silent figure stirred. Vikimo, like a specter, leaned against the console's shadow, coldly observing the transition of the two Saiyans from grandeur to utter collapse. His obsidian pupils displayed no fluctuations of emotion, only an indifferent chill. At this moment, he disregarded Vegeta's declaration and Raditz's gasps, striding directly to the ship's main control console, adorned with countless blinking indicators and intricate light pathways. His long, steady fingers leapt rapidly across the cold metal buttons and the floating screens, tapping with precise accuracy, producing a faint yet distinct sound akin to raindrops striking a silent cabin, creating a peculiar rhythm imbued with a technological essence. On the screen, the deep blue light strip representing the current trajectory was swiftly erased. New coordinate data cascading like a waterfall. His movements flowed seamlessly, exuding a calmness and efficiency incongruent with that of a Saiyan, resembling a precisely programmed automaton. A sharp, final thud resonated as Vikimo's index finger pressed heavily upon the large, crimson diamond crystal button at the center of the console, symbolizing the confirmation of commands. The ship trembled violently. The roar of the engines escalated to a piercing, ferocious pitch. Through the expansive, curved observation window, the previously steadily retreating backdrop of stars suddenly distorted and twisted. The ship, in the vacuum of space, altered its course in an abrupt and jarring manner, akin to a near right angle. The immense inertia caused Vegeta and Raditz, sprawled on the floor, to slide helplessly a short distance before colliding with the cold bulkhead. The blue flames spouting from the rear of the ship traced a sharp zigzag, resolutely hurtling towards a direction entirely opposite to Frieza's domain, accelerating beyond all previous speeds. Vikimo, expressionless, gazed at the rapidly shifting starry sky beyond, with only one thought swirling in his mind. I have truly lost my senses. To challenge Frieza? That is a path fraught with certain death. What I should be doing now is harvesting those incessantly flowing, nutrient-rich negative emotions. That is what truly empowers me to survive, and even grow stronger, in this merciless universe. You, Vikimo, what are you doing? The first to react was Raditz, struggling to prop himself up. He gazed in terror at the completely unfamiliar trajectory of stars outside the viewport, then abruptly turned to the tall, indifferent figure at the console, his voice trembling from weakness and fright. Vegeta also forced himself to rise on his elbows, his pale face etched with astonishment and the imminent eruption of wrath. His golden pupils locked onto Vikimo, brows furrowed like a young lion offended in its territory. Vikimo, what are you trying to do? Why has the course changed? His voice was hoarse, laden with incredulous inquiry. Raditz struggled to access the ship's embedded star map projection, a miniature starfield map formed of light points unfurling in the air. He traced the direction of the green light point representing the ship's movement, suddenly taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you heading back to Wanshouxing to retrieve Naba?" He recalled that Naba had been dispatched by Vegeta to that beast-ridden planet for a cleanup mission. Vikimo finally turned slowly, his back to the swirling stars outside. Enveloped in the console's ethereal blue glow, appearing both mysterious and detached. He gently shook his head, his voice calm and devoid of any ripples, yet piercing like an icicle into Vegeta and Raditz's eardrums. "I will not go to Frieza anymore. You too, fend for yourselves." "What?" Raditz was utterly bewildered, the immense confusion momentarily overshadowing his physical weakness, his eyes wide as if seeing this fellow clan member for the first time. "It was you who proposed to eliminate Frieza. You were the one who provided us with that vial of water. Why have you suddenly changed your mind?" He pointed at Vikimo, his finger trembling slightly from agitation and confusion. Vegeta's complexion had shifted from pale to ashen, his lips pressed into a cold, straight line, the fury in his eyes nearly erupting into a tangible force. He fixed his gaze on Vikimo, awaiting an explanation, or rather, an excuse to vent his anger. Vikimo's gaze swept over the furious Vegeta and the bewildered Raditz, a hint of barely perceptible mockery flashing in the depths of his dark eyes. He sighed softly, the sound echoing distinctly in the silent cabin, imbued with a sense of pity for their naivety. If the target were merely Frieza, with the power exhibited by Prince Vegeta earlier, coupled with our element of surprise, we might indeed have a fighting chance. However, his tone abruptly shifted to gravity, reminding them, "Do not forget, Frieza is currently accompanied by Cooler, his older brother, a frozen demon whose strength is undoubtedly on par with Frieza's. Faced with their combined might, our chances of victory dwindle to near zero." He shook his head slightly, as if lamenting the impending doom of two fools about to step into their graves. "Prince Vegeta's combat power has already reached 300,000. Raditz, seizing upon a glimmer of hope, fervently argued, attempting to persuade Vikimo, more so convincing himself. "Frieza's combat power is only over 200,000. His brother, even if slightly stronger, would top out at 250,000. The prince is entirely capable of handling Frieza. Vikimo, you must have faith in Prince Vegeta. He glanced at Vegeta, his eyes pleadingly affirming. Hearing Raditz's words, Vegeta's chest swelled slightly. Despite his ongoing weakness, the pride inherent to a Saiyan prince re-emerged. He scoffed, his golden pupils flashing with indignation over the perceived slight, piercing sharply at Vikimo. What? Vikimo, are you questioning my power? Do you think I cannot defeat that scoundrel Frieza? Each word seemed to be forced through clenched teeth, anger bringing a faint flush to his previously pale cheeks. Vikimo observed them quietly, akin to two frogs bickering at the bottom of a well. He refrained from immediately countering, instead posing a simple question, his voice low yet resonating like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Do you know Frieza's true combat power? Humph. How much could it possibly be? Vegeta scoffed, chin raised high, exuding undeniable arrogance. Did I not make myself clear? Over 200,000. That is the maximum. He spoke as if declaring an undeniable cosmic truth. The corners of Vikimo's mouth twitched slightly upwards, the coldness of that curve devoid of warmth. He inhaled deeply, the air circulating within the ship, tinged with the scent of metal and oil, filling his lungs. Then, in a tone so calm it bordered on cruel, he unveiled the fatal truth. As far as I know, Vikimo's voice resounded clearly in the hushed cabin, each word striking Vegeta and Raditz's hearts like a hammer. Frieza's normal combat power is 530,000. Boom. An invisible wave of mental shock instantly engulfed the entire cabin. What did you say? Vegeta's golden pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks, the color draining from his face in an instant, rendering him even paler than before. He abruptly straightened his upper body from a slumped position, the sudden movement straining his frail form and inducing a fit of violent coughing and dizziness. He fixed his gaze on Vikimo, his voice rising in pitch due to overwhelming shock and the absurdity of the situation, almost cracking with a sharp edge. 530,000? What kind of cosmic joke is this? Raditz was similarly struck, frozen in place as if struck by lightning, even forgetting to breathe. 530,000. This number gripped his throat like an invisible giant hand, causing darkness to encroach upon his vision. A chilling sensation surged from his feet to the crown of his head, instantly freezing his blood. How could this be possible? If this were true, all their previous schemes and battle ambitions would merely amount to a one-way ticket to hell. You were the one who started this joke. Vikimo coldly met Vegeta's horrified gaze, mercilessly retorting in a tone as flat as stating an objective fact, claiming that Frieza's combat power was only 200,000. He even disdainfully rolled his eyes, a gesture filled with contempt for Vegeta's lack of information. Vegeta opened his mouth, but it felt as though a scorching iron had lodged itself in his throat, causing a searing pain that rendered him speechless. An unprecedented sense of absurdity intertwined with a faint, suppressed fear, assaulting his proud ego. 530,000. How can this be? I, Prince Vegeta, the prodigy of the Saiyans, had a base power level barely approaching 20,000 before consuming that vial of divine water. Frieza, the frozen demon I have regarded as my lifelong enemy, possesses a base power level of 530,000. The cold system notification echoed in Vikimo's mind, bringing a faint warmth that sparked a glimmer of satisfaction in his dark eyes. Excellent. The output has begun. Is it truly so? Vikimo, is Frieza really that terrifying? Raditz's voice trembled uncontrollably, his complexion paling as if coated in chalk. The immense fear caused his muscles to twitch involuntarily. 530,000. This is beyond mere terror. It is a despairing chasm. Humph. This is impossible. Vegeta violently shook his head, attempting to dispel the gloom in his heart, summoning every ounce of strength to maintain his royal pride, with disbelief and struggle burning in his golden eyes. Absolutely impossible. You are sensationalizing. It was as if he were trying to convince Vikimo, but in reality, he was persuading himself. Vikimo observed Vegeta's strained demeanor, and the mockery in his eyes deepened. He slightly shook his head, as if ridiculing Vegeta's failure to grasp the gravity of the situation. He stepped closer to the two seated figures, bending slightly, and in a low, menacing tone, he dropped another mental bombshell. It doesn't end there. Vikimo's voice slithered like a whisper from the abyss, carrying a chilling aura. Frieza, he can transform. With each transformation, his combat power increases exponentially. He paused, enunciating every word clearly. In his second form, his combat power is approximately over 1,000,000. In his third form, it exceeds 2,000,000. And in his final form, his base power level is 3,000,000. Boom. If 530,000 was a heavy blow, then the subsequent figures of 1,000,000, 2,000,000, and 3,000,000 were relentless. Planet-destroying salvos crashing down upon the already fragile mental defenses of Vegeta and Raditz. Vegeta was utterly immobilized. His mouth gaped open, revealing a set of orderly teeth. Yet no sound emerged. The arrogance, anger, and disbelief in his golden eyes were replaced by a profound blankness known as stupor. 3,000,000. This number loomed like an unimaginable mountain of pure power, crashing down with the weight of apocalyptic pressure, shattering his proud Saiyan heart. His once-cherished peak power of 300,000 felt as insignificant as dust before this mountain. Raditz was equally terrified, his massive form shaking violently as though sifted through a sieve, his teeth clattering audibly. 3,000,000. Before him stood Frieza, a grinning figure resembling a demonic god, capable of reducing him to ashes with a mere glance. A hot wave surged uncontrollably toward his lower body, which he desperately suppressed with the last remnants of his sanity. A combat power of 3,000,000. This was beyond mere strength. It was divinity, an invincible ultimate nightmare. The cabin fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the monotonous hum of the spaceship's engine and the heavy, labored breathing of the two. Vikimo coldly regarded the pair, their expressions hollow as though their souls had been extracted, his dark eyes revealing no sign of emotion. He spoke again, his voice still calm, yet reminiscent of a devil's whisper, dragging the two from their fleeting days back into a deeper abyss of despair. Do not be too quick to be astonished. Vikimo's tone even carried a hint of amusement. I have yet to finish. Raditz and Vegeta stood like two statues frozen in an instant, their eyes unmoving. An even colder, deeper chill, akin to the universe's absolute zero, instantly froze all their thoughts and blood. The terrifying figure of 3,000,000 was, astonishingly, not the final threshold. Why, you mean to say? Raditz's voice, as if sanded down, was dry and hoarse to the extreme, his lips uncontrollably twitching. His true combat power is not merely 3,000,000. He felt on the verge of madness. 3,000,000 is not enough? Then how much? To the ends of the universe? Vikimo deliberately elongated his tone, observing the two as their nerves tightened to the breaking point and their faces turned ashen, relishing the pleasure of harvesting their negative emotions like fine wine. Yet, just as Raditz and Vegeta felt their hearts near bursting from their throats, he suddenly closed his mouth, shaking his head. Never mind, I think I won't say. From Vegeta, negative emotion value, 999. From Raditz, negative emotion value, 666. Vegeta and Raditz felt a surge of frustration rising to their heads. Frustration, anger, madness, and that overwhelming fear manipulated at their fingertips. Vikimo, this bastard. He was undoubtedly doing this on purpose, elevating their fear and curiosity to the highest peaks, only to sever it with the lightest touch. This was more torturous than revealing the truth directly. Why won't you say? Raditz almost shouted, his voice tinged with a sob and utter bewilderment. This feeling of being suspended in midair, neither here nor there, was far more unbearable than a direct death sentence. Vikimo turned back, facing the control panel, leaving them with a tall, indifferent silhouette. He slightly turned his head, revealing a portion of his sharply defined profile, the corner of his mouth seemingly curving into a faint, cold arc, his voice carrying a sincere, well-meaning concern for them. I fear that revealing the truth would truly frighten you. He paused, as if weighing his words. For after all, their current combat power was quite low. Their bodies were so weak that, should anything go awry, their hearts might not withstand it and burst. He let out a long, pity-laden sigh. Then I would inadvertently become an accessory to murder. From Vegeta, negative emotion value, 999. From Raditz, negative emotion value, 777. Vegeta trembled with rage, his steel teeth nearly ready to shatter. He glared at Vikimo's back, the fire in his eyes almost igniting that black combat suit. Bastard! Bastard! This opportunistic, heartless manipulator, especially at a time when his combat power had plummeted to its lowest, struggling even to stand. If he were still at that peak of 300,000, he would surely tear this detestable creature to shreds. Speak! Vegeta struck the cold floor with a resounding thud, his knuckles instantly breaking the skin and oozing blood. He compelled himself to lift his head, summoning every ounce of strength to uphold the vestiges of his royal dignity. His voice, hoarse yet imbued with an undeniable commanding tone, declared, "I, Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyans. What spectacle have I not witnessed? Merely the true battle power of a frozen demon." He demanded, "Speak." In his golden eyes burned an almost obsessive flame, a blend of pride and the madness birthed from fear. "Yes, Vikimo, speak. We can withstand it." Raditz gritted his teeth, seemingly throwing caution to the wind, pounding his chest in a futile attempt to bolster his own spirits, though the gesture appeared feeble and laughable. "Humph. Regardless of your words." Vegeta abruptly turned his head, presenting the back of his skull to Vikimo, his voice thick with stubborn defiance. "I refuse to believe. Frieza cannot be that powerful." It was as if he addressed Vikimo, yet more so, he was attempting to hypnotize himself into believing his own words. Vikimo, in response, lazily waved his hand, too indifferent to turn his head, his tone as casual as if discussing dinner. "Oh, you don't believe? Perfect. Saves me the trouble of explaining." He even chuckled softly, a sound that resonated with endless mockery in Vegeta's ears. Negative emotional value from Vegeta, 999. A wave of metallic sweetness surged in Vegeta's throat. He clamped his mouth shut, forcibly suppressing the urge to vomit blood. Hatred. A hatred unprecedented, burning through his very being like venomous fire. That wretched Vikimo, that despicable little man. To humiliate him in such a vile manner when he was at his weakest and most powerless. To trample upon him, if only his strength remained. Vikimo's voice echoed once more, laden with a prolonged sigh, as if he were guiding two wayward lambs. "Frieza's battle power far exceeds your pitiful imagination." He paused deliberately, emphasizing his words. "He is merely a fraction stronger." He turned, his gaze settling calmly upon Vegeta's violently trembling shoulders and Raditz's pale visage, advising earnestly, "So, heed my counsel. Do not seek death. Is living not preferable?" His tone resembled that of one urging two fools intent on leaping off a cliff. "A fraction stronger?" Raditz mumbled, his mind reeling from the enormity of that figure, instinctively shaking his head in rebuttal. "Vikimo, that is no mere fraction. If his battle power truly was 3 million, how could it be merely a fraction?" He found Vikimo's description utterly inaccurate, even absurd. Vikimo observed Raditz's earnest yet still ignorant expression and a glimmer of clarity. Unmasked mockery flickered in his dark eyes. He tilted his head slightly, speaking with a clarity that ensured every syllable penetrated Raditz's eardrums, leisurely uttering two words, "A fraction." "Raditz?" Vegeta abruptly turned his head back. "A fraction?" Raditz instinctively flexed his thick fingers, attempting to comprehend the magnitude of the term. "Units of 10, 100, 1,000, million, billion?" "That billion." He jerked his head up, his green eyes bulging with sheer horror, fixated on Vikimo. "What did you say?" Vegeta screamed, his voice piercingly shrill. His small frame trembled violently in reaction to profound shock and a dreadful suspicion. Even his signature spiky hair seemed to lose its support, drooping slightly. Vikimo met his horrified gaze, slowly and resolutely nodding, as if signing a death warrant. Indeed, Frieza's final form, when fully unleashed, possesses a battle power exceeding 1 billion. He added nonchalantly, "The unit is billions. Don't jest." Vegeta erupted in a hysterical roar, akin to a beast driven to desperation. He slammed his hands against the floor, attempting to support his frail body, but the weight of the revelation and the lack of strength sent him crashing down again, his forehead striking the frigid metallic floor with a dull thud. Ignoring the pain, he lifted his head, his golden pupils bloodshot, glaring at Vikimo, his voice hoarse and frenzied. "This jest is not amusing at all. 1 billion? Huh, 1 billion. Do you take Frieza for some sort of cosmic creator? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." His words seemed to accuse Vikimo of lying, yet they also reflected his desperate struggle against the terrifying truth that threatened to shatter his very spirit. Vikimo regarded Vegeta on the brink of collapse, unwilling to accept reality, then glanced at Raditz, who appeared petrified, nearly ceasing to breathe. His heart felt indifferent. He shrugged nonchalantly, as if discarding two useless pieces of refuse. I knew you wouldn't believe. He turned away, his fingers dancing across the control panel, inputting a new set of intricate coordinates. So, should you insist on challenging Frieza to prove your courage or folly, then by all means. The ship can set itself to autopilot to take you there. His tone remained flat, yet it bore a chilling detachment. As for me, I have my own matters to attend to. To harvest more delectable negative emotional values. That is the true path. Wait, Vikimo. Raditz sprang up as if a cat had stepped on its tail, though his movements were shaky due to weakness. An overwhelming fear eclipsed all else. Frieza, 530,000, 3 million, 1 billion. Whichever number was true signified absolute death. To follow Vegeta? That was akin to willingly leaping into the furnace of a star. He scrambled towards the control panel, in Vikimo's slightly astonished gaze, clenching Vikimo's thigh tightly. His fierce countenance now bore the purest expression of desperation and flattery. His voice sharp and trembling with excitement. Master, Vikimo, please don't leave me behind. Take me with you. I beg you, take me with you. He looked up, his green eyes shimmering with the most humble and urgent plea. Vegeta slumped against the cold floor, his forehead resting against the equally frigid wall of the cabin. Vikimo's pronouncement of over 1 billion echoed like the ultimate death knell in his mind, resonating and thundering, pulverizing all his pride, ambition, and thirst for vengeance, along with the fleeting glorious dreams brought forth by that vial of combat divine water, into the most insignificant dust of the universe. He heard Raditz's plea, devoid of dignity, akin to a bereft dog. Under normal circumstances, this would have incited his wrath, feeling it tarnished the glory of a Saiyan warrior. Yet at this moment, that voice seemed to emanate from a distant shore, blurred and distorted. In his world, only that colossal figure, 1 billion, remained, freezing his very soul. Vikimo looked down at Raditz, who clung desperately to his leg like a drowning man grasping for a piece of driftwood. The fierce expression on his face had been replaced by the most abject supplication, his green eyes sparkling with a near-overflowing desire to survive. A nearly imperceptible curve flickered at the corner of Vikamo's hardened lips. He raised his gaze, peering past Raditz's disheveled hair, out at the rapidly flowing, cold, boundless expanse of the cosmos. Deep within his pitch-black pupils, there was no trace of compassion for Vegeta's plight, nor any delight at Raditz's submission, only a pure calculation and chilling indifference. The path of harvesting negative emotional values is long and intriguing. Having an additional companion capable of stable nutrient production, who could serve as cannon fodder in critical moments, does not seem too bad. He slightly shifted his leg, not breaking free, nor responding to Raditz's urgent pleas. He merely redirected his attention to the control panel's ethereal blue star map, gently tapping the floating screen with his fingertip. Chapter 40. Stronger than you. The profound gaze of Vikamo lingered on Raditz for a moment, ultimately yielding no objections. His thoughts raced. This young man, remaining by his side, was nothing short of an exceptional experimental subject. Such a resource must not be squandered. Marvelous. Raditz's elation nearly burst forth from his chest, yet he soon cast a glance at Vegeta, feeling a twinge of awkwardness and remorse. Your Highness Vegeta, I truly apologize. I cannot accompany you. My fighting prowess is simply too much of a hindrance. His voice dwindled to a whisper, tinged with the rare self-deprecation typical of a Saiyan. Humph. Two utter cowards. Vegeta spat through clenched teeth, veins in his forehead pulsating with ire. He glared at the two, exclaiming, "Do as you wish. Leave as far as you desire." However, Raditz gathered his courage, attempting once more to persuade. But your Highness Vegeta, why not set aside the matter with Frieza for now? Consider a long-term strategy? He felt strongly that Vegeta's current state would make challenging Frieza akin to a moth drawn to a flame. You wish to depart. I shall not impede you. Vegeta abruptly waved his hand, interrupting Raditz, his gaze sharp as he turned to Vikamo, his tone leaving no room for dissent. However, I require more battle divine water. This was the core issue he was most concerned about at that moment. With enough divine water, he would have the confidence to implement his plans, be it vengeance or otherwise. Vikamo maintained his gentle and harmless smile, as if everything were well within his control. He readily nodded. Of course, Your Highness Vegeta. He produced the inconspicuous mineral water bottle once more, skillfully tilting it as the clear liquid flowed forth, swiftly filling another empty bottle that Vegeta had handed over. This time, he was particularly generous. A whole bottle of crystalline battle divine water, swaying gently in Vegeta's grasp. What about this? Late Eyes suddenly remembered he still held the special bottle containing the battle divine water mixed with urine, concocted by Vikamer earlier. He awkwardly shook it, the murky liquid emitting a faint sound. Bring it over as well. Vegeta frowned, his distaste unabashed, yet he extended his hand. He received the bottle of tainted divine water with a measure of stiffness, as though handling something filthy, his fingertips avoiding excessive contact with the bottle's surface. So, Your Highness Vegeta, Late Eyes could no longer suppress his intense curiosity and cautiously inquired, are you truly planning to confront Frieza with the divine water? He found it hard to fathom how Vegeta would challenge the Cosmic Emperor with merely a bottle and a half of divine water. Humph. Vegeta scoffed with a brief, cold huff, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Mind your own business. Late Eyes felt the sting of rejection and withdrew his neck slightly. His gaze shifted to Vikamer, harboring a hint of confusion and inquiry. By the way, Vikamer, why did you not mention Frieza's battle power earlier? He referred to Vikamer's silence during Vegeta's inquiry. Vikamer's expression remained unchanged, his tone as flat, as if stating an inconsequential fact. Just now, Your Highness Vegeta's battle power was 300,000. The implication was painfully clear, a person with a power level of 300,000. Fueled by the temporary boost of divine water and blind confidence, challenging Frieza was a reckless endeavor. Anything he said would be superfluous, perhaps even incendiary. Late Eyes comprehended Vikamer's unspoken message in an instant. A mix of trepidation, exasperation, and admiration for Vikamer's cleverness washed over him. Negative emotional value from Late Eyes, 666. The system faithfully recorded this influx. You are truly astute, Vikamer. Late Eyes mentally berated. When Vegeta had a power level of 300,000, you dared not utter a word. Now that he has consumed the counterfeit divine water, you leisurely divulge Frieza's card. What a cunning strategy. Meanwhile, within the cold, luxurious, and technologically advanced command room of the Frieza Army flagship, Frieza sat in his iconic hovering infant pod, his diminutive form trembling uncontrollably with unrestrained fury. His already pale and cold visage contorted into a ghastly representation of a creature emerging from the depths of hell. Waves of potent and pure negative emotions surged relentlessly across space toward Vikamer's direction. Negative emotional value from Frieza, 999. Negative emotional value from Frieza, 999. Negative emotional value from Frieza, 999. Alerts inundated Vikamer's perception. Frieza's breath turned heavy and stifled, a deep, beast-like growl emanating from his throat. His crimson eyes burned with an intensity capable of incinerating stars. Since my birth, I, Frieza, have never endured such a profound humiliation. Each word escaped him like shards of ice, laced with excruciating coldness. That despicable Saiyan monkey, Vikamer, he clenched his fists tightly, the metallic armrest of the pod creaking under the strain. I showed you mercy, and you dared to mock me. Shame. An unprecedented sense of humiliation gnawed at his pride. To be toyed with by a lowly Saiyan possessing merely a fraction of his power, this was more unbearable than death. Vikamer's seemingly knowing and pitiful expression replayed in his mind, each iteration striking his sensitive nerves like a whip. Dodoria. Frieza suddenly lifted his head, his sharp, piercing voice cutting through the heavy alloy walls, echoing throughout the vast command room. The hatch slid open silently, and the stout, pink-skinned Dodoria rushed in, nearly tumbling over himself. He had felt the suffocating aura of terror outside, and upon witnessing Frieza's twisted countenance, he was utterly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. His forehead pressed firmly against the cold floor, scarcely daring to breathe. Frieza-sama, what is your command? Dodoria's voice trembled noticeably. Dodoria. Frieza's voice was as sharp and venomous as an ice pick. Now, immediately, go capture that Saiyan monkey named Vikamer. I want him alive. The last 3 words he nearly roared, causing the air around the infant pod to shimmer with his uncontrolled energy. Vikamer? A Saiyan? Dodoria raised his head in bewilderment, his massive cranium adorned with question marks. Aside from a few stragglers from Vegeta's team, there should be no other Saiyans in the army, right? What significant figure could possibly incite Frieza-sama's wrath to the extent of personally demanding his capture? Mr. Dodoria? The hovering spherical communication robot, Bailey Bulu, glided over, emitting a gentle electronic voice. Here are the basic details regarding the target Vikamer. A beam of light projected from its circular eye, forming a virtual file in midair. Dodoria squinted his small eyes, carefully reading the information displayed on the screen. Target: Vikamer. Race: Saiyan, lower-class warrior. Date of birth: year 737 of the AG calendar. Initial power level: 5. Current age: 16. Current power level: base 600. Affiliation: survivor from the original Vegeta planet. Now a member of Vegeta's team. Suspected defector. Remarks: no significant battle records, no reports of special skills. A power level of 600? Dodoria was utterly flabbergasted, his massive jaw nearly unhinging. He read the data again in disbelief. A Saiyan lower-class warrior with a mere power level of 600? At this tier of weakness, he wouldn't even qualify to be a foot soldier in the army. Frieza-sama demanded his capture personally, and even erupted in fury over this. Dodoria felt that his intellect was somewhat insufficient, a situation even more absurd than hearing about the collective betrayal of the Ginyu Force. Mr. Dodoria. Bailey Bulu seemed to have anticipated his reaction, as his spherical body rotated slightly, projecting another document marked with the words top secret. This document contained concealed intelligence, including the final fragment analysis transmitted by Mr. Sabo before his demise, along with the abnormal energy readings recorded prior to Chiu Yi's team's disappearance. Hidden information? Dodoria's heart raced, sensing that matters were more complicated than they appeared. He reined in his disdain and gazed gravely at the new information. The contents of this document drained some color from his pink skin. Target: Vikimo, high danger. Abnormal record 1. Year 753 of the age of the universe. Near the ruins of planet Vegeta, the target's battle power readings surged from 600 to approximately 10,000 in a very short time. The energy form is anomalous, indicative of abnormal training growth. Abnormal record 2. Year 753 of the age of the universe. On planet Wansho, the battle power of the target's associates, Vegeta, Raditz, Naba, exhibited unusual surges. Vegeta peaked at 300,000. Raditz and Naba each peaked at approximately 4,000. Associated item: Battle God Water. Tentative name. Description: a colorless and transparent liquid, suspected to be a water source, when consumed, can exponentially enhance the drinker's battle power in a matter of seconds to minutes. The effects are significant, but it is suspected to have a time limit or unknown side effects. Vegeta's battle power rapidly declined after peaking. This item is possessed and distributed by the target, Vikimo. Mr. Sabo's final communication fragment mentioned this and included footage of Vegeta's power surge after consumption. The abnormal spike in energy readings recorded before Chiu Yi's team went missing also closely aligns with this pattern. Threat assessment: extremely high. The target's inherent battle power is low, yet the possession of Battle God Water holds strategic value capable of subverting the existing power structure. The holder, Vikimo, possesses a high degree of uncertainty. How could this be possible? Dodoria gasped, his massive frame swaying slightly. To elevate battle power by dozens or even hundreds of times in a short period. This utterly contravenes the universally acknowledged laws of power growth in the cosmos. If this Battle God Water is authentic, its value is incalculable. No wonder Lord Frieza is so enraged. Vikimo possesses such a substance, yet uses it to humiliate him with mere vials. This is not merely betrayal, but an ultimate provocation against Lord Frieza's authority. Lord Frieza's command was, Bailey Bulu's electronic voice broke through Dodoria's shock, to capture Vikimo alive and ensure that all samples of Battle God Water are brought back intact. This is a mission of the highest priority. The confusion and contempt on Dodoria's face vanished, replaced by solemnity and a barely perceptible greed. He straightened his formidable frame, striking his right fist heavily against the armor on his left chest, producing a dull sound. Yes, I understand. I will guarantee the completion of the mission. Vikimo and the Battle God Water, not a single one will be missing. His voice brimmed with conviction. Remember, I want Vikimo alive. Frieza's cold voice reiterated, his crimson pupils fixed intently on Dodoria. I wish to express my gratitude personally. Yes, I shall keep this in mind. I will certainly bring the living Vikimo before you." A chill coursed up Dodoria's spine, and he promptly bowed again to accept the command. 5 minutes later, a spherical mini-spaceship shot forth from the launch bay of Frieza's main ship like an arrow, instantly merging into the vast starry sky, racing towards the coordinates of planet Wansho at maximum speed. Inside the spaceship, Dodoria gripped the control stick, his eyes sparkling with determination. The immense merits of the battle god water, or perhaps a hint of personal ambition, beckoned to him. Whoosh, breaking through the thin atmosphere of planet Wansho, accompanied by a sharp whistling and the scorching airflow expelled from the rear thrusters. Vikimo and Raditz's small spaceship landed steadily on a relatively flat rocky terrain covered in peculiar purple moss. Not far away lay the wreckage of Chiu-Yi's ship, which appeared menacing and solitary at this moment. The roar of the spaceship's engine gradually subsided, and the hatch opened with a hiss. Vikimo and Raditz jumped out in succession, inhaling the strange air of planet Wansho, which was mingled with the scent of humus and a certain sulfurous odor. Almost simultaneously as they landed, a tall and robust bald figure on a weathered rock peak, resembling the bones of a giant beast, abruptly lifted his head. It was Naba. He was sitting cross-legged on a relatively smooth stone, looking troubled and muttering something about blackened fertilizer and its peculiar qualities. Precisely the tongue-twister training method Vikimo had previously left behind. He practiced until his tongue nearly twisted in knots. Yet he felt no increase in battle power and was filled with frustration. Napa's sharp gaze instantly caught sight of the descending spaceship and the two familiar figures emerging from it. Naba paused, his immense confusion replacing his irritation. How long has it been since they left? Not even a day, right? How could they return so quickly? He counted on his thick fingers, confirming it was indeed less than 8 hours. An uncontrollable thought surged forth. Could it be that they have had a change of heart? Did they feel it was too unkind to leave me alone in this wretched place, so they returned to fetch me? This thought stirred within Naba a wave of inexplicable excitement and grievance. He abruptly stood up, his massive frame creating a gust of wind. "Hey, wait for me," Naba bellowed, his voice rumbling like thunder as it echoed among the rocks. He pushed off the ground with a forceful leap and with a loud crash. The rocks beneath his feet shattered as he soared toward the direction of the descending spaceship, his bald head gleaming under the dim starlight. Vikimo paid no heed to Napa's shouts, his gaze fixed upon the wreckage of Chiu-Yi's ship. Raditz, meanwhile, flew over with purpose, gathering his energy and somewhat straining to lift the relatively smaller, yet still hefty wreckage of the ship, wobbling as he carried it back to the vicinity of Vikimo and the other spaceship. Vikimo nimbly squeezed into the breach of Chiu-Yi's ship and rummaged inside for a moment, soon dragging out 2 intact spherical single-person mini-spaceships. These compact vessels, with their simple structures, were commonly used in the cosmos for escape or short-distance travel. Prince Vegeta. Raditz placed the wreckage of Chiu-Yi's ship down, wiping away non-existent sweat from his forehead, as Saiyans are heat-resistant, then turned again to the distant ship belonging to Vegeta, calling out loudly, "We shall take our leave. Do take care of yourself." His tone was filled with reluctance to part and uncertainty about the future. Vegeta's ship remained silent, offering no response. The hatch was tightly shut, as if it were empty inside. Raditz awkwardly scratched his nose. "Prince Vegeta," Vikimo's voice resonated calmly, penetrating the alloy shell of the ship. "Before we part ways, let me offer one last piece of advice. Please remember to maintain a steady mindset, possessing a heart capable of calm insight, one that is not wholly consumed by anger. This is crucial for your future. This may well lay an invisible cornerstone for your aspiration to become that legendary warrior." His words carried an enigmatic quality, akin to a prophecy or a counsel. In response, a resounding and dismissive scoff echoed from within Vegeta's ship. "Humph. A baseless load of nonsense. Only cowards would seek such excuses." Vegeta's voice emanated from the ship's loudspeaker, cold and arrogant, clearly dismissing Vikimo's notion of becoming a legendary warrior. Vikimo gently shook his head, opting not to say more. Some seeds had already been sown. Whether they would sprout depended on Vegeta's own fate. He no longer hesitated and boldly approached one of the spherical mini-spacecraft, deftly opening the narrow hatch and slipping inside. Upon witnessing this, Lattice hurriedly climbed into another vessel. Whoosh, whoosh. The tails of the 2 spherical mini-spacecraft instantaneously expelled fierce blue plasma streams. the powerful recoil propelling them upwards like two meteors defying gravity, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. In an instant, they transformed into two streaks of light, effortlessly breaching the murky atmosphere of Wanshou and plunging into the cold, silent, star-studded abyss of the vast universe. The destination was already set for Earth. Vikimo leaned against the cramped pilot's seat, watching the rapidly passing nebulae through the porthole, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Planet Vegeta? Frieza? The legend of the Super Saiyan? All of these seemed too distant and perilous. How wonderful Earth was, with its myriad of simple or emotionally rich humans. A veritable treasure trove of negative emotions. To go there, steadily amassing points to enhance his system capabilities while subtly guiding those with potential, like a certain bald little monk and a combat fanatic. Was it not enticing? As for the path to planet Vegeta, it was a choice he had made, and he alone would bear the consequences. Just as Vikimo and Latai's spacecraft vanished into the depths of the starry sky, Vegeta finally pressed the start button of his own ship. The powerful engine began to warm up, emitting a low hum. At that moment, a resounding thud resonated, accompanied by a slight tremor of the ground, as a massive figure crashed down beside Vegeta's spacecraft like a meteor, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was Naba, breathless and looking relieved. "Wait for me. Your Highness Vegeta. Wait." Naba panted, patting his chest, a smile of someone who had narrowly escaped disaster lighting up his face. "I thought you really left me here." His tone bore a hint of lingering fear and an almost imperceptible complaint. Vegeta coldly regarded Naba's face, written with relief, through the porthole, remaining silent for about 3 seconds. Within those 3 seconds, he rapidly weighed the options, to bring this burden along or not. Taking him along would mean a larger target and potentially slower action. Leaving him behind seemed to incur no loss, perhaps even granting a measure of peace. Yet ultimately, one thought prevailed. Perhaps this fellow might serve some other purpose? With a hiss, the hatch on the side of the spacecraft slowly opened under Vegeta's command. Upon seeing this, Naba's smile blossomed instantaneously, an overwhelming surprise almost causing him to leap. "Wonderful. Your Highness Vegeta. Thank you. Thank you." He expressed his gratitude in a flurry, hurriedly squeezing himself into the narrow hatch. His massive form made the space feel even more cramped as he finally managed to squeeze inside, the hatch closing behind him. The interior became exceptionally crowded due to his presence, the air thick with Naba's unique scent of sweat mixed with the dust of Wanshou. Only then did Naba take in his surroundings, realizing that apart from Vegeta, there was no one else. "Your Highness Vegeta," Naba gasped, regaining his breath. Unable to contain his curiosity. "What about Vikimo and Latai's? Aren't they coming with us?" An ominous premonition arose within him. "Shut up," Vegeta replied coldly without turning back, his voice imbued with an undeniable command. "Sit tight. Their whereabouts are of no concern to you." Without hesitation, he pressed the main engine's ignition button. Boom. The engine, far mightier than the mini spacecraft, erupted in a deafening roar, causing the entire vessel to tremble violently. The powerful thrust slammed the unprepared Naba against the uncomfortable metal seatback. The spacecraft surged forward like a wild beast breaking free from its restraints, charging toward the heavens with relentless momentum, swiftly tearing through the clouds and leaving behind the desolate surface of Wanshou, plunging headfirst into the boundless expanse of space. The ship's course was resolutely directed toward the coordinates that once belonged to planet Vegeta, now reduced to a cold belt of rubble. After the spacecraft entered a stable sublight speed cruising state, Naba finally recovered from the overwhelming overload, exhaling deeply, his face reflecting the relief of survival. "Your Highness Vegeta, you truly are our pillar of strength. I thought I would be trapped in that dreadful place for the rest of my life, surrounded by those mindless beasts." His tone brimmed with genuine gratitude. Vegeta, seated in the pilot's seat with his back to him, displayed no reaction to Naba's heartfelt thanks. As if he had not heard a word, his attention was entirely focused on the mineral water bottle left by Vikimo, which contained the battle god water that Latai's dismissed as refuse, tainted with urine. Vegeta's gaze shimmered with a complex radiance, a mixture of disdain, hesitation, yet predominantly a cold calculation and experimental desire. He carefully twisted off the bottle cap, an indescribable, faintly pungent odor wafting through the cramped cockpit. Vegeta's brow furrowed even tighter. Emotionless, he retrieved a small metal cup typically used for drinking water and cautiously poured a shallow amount of the murky liquid into it. his movements meticulous as if handling a toxic substance. "Drink this." Vegeta turned, extending the small cup containing the meager amount of murky liquid toward Naba, his tone flat, yet carrying an irresistible command. Naba was taken aback, staring at the liquid that appeared and smelled off, then glancing at Vegeta's icy visage. The overwhelming surprise engulfed him. I can't accept this. Your Highness Vegeta." Naba stammered, excitement causing his voice to waver, his large hands trembling slightly from exhilaration. He gingerly accepted the small cup as if cradling a rare treasure, eyes filled with incredulous honor. "You personally poured this for me to drink? This is truly the supreme glory of my life." He instinctively leaned closer to the cup, smelling the strange odor, prompting him to pause, yet he still managed to ask, "Is this some special tea? A new energy supplement developed by the Legion?" Vegeta's lips twitched minutely, but his voice remained cold and impassive. "Less chatter. Sip it slowly. This little amount. You must finish in at least 20 sips. Each sip should linger in your mouth before swallowing." His command was detailed to the point of being harsh. His sharp gaze fixed on Naba as if supervising an exceedingly important experimental procedure. Naba was utterly bewildered by this bizarre request, his bald head reflecting the console's dim light, filled with question marks. I need to take 20 sips? Just this small amount? He found it impossible to comprehend. But out of absolute obedience to Vegeta and the gratitude of being favored, he vigorously nodded. "Yes. Your Highness Vegeta, I understand." He carefully lifted the cup to his lips, lightly licking the murky liquid with the tip of his tongue. An indescribable taste, tinged with saltiness and a faint metallic tang, instantly assaulted his taste buds. This water." Naba struggled to muster a smile, attempting to find a less rude descriptor. "The quality is quite unique, I suppose." He paused, unable to restrain himself from adding, "It seems a bit salty. I told you to sip it. What you just did counts as licking, not drinking." Vegeta's brow furrowed into a tight knot, sharply reprimanding him, his gaze growing even more severe. "What? Even smaller sips?" Naba was thoroughly perplexed, grasping his slick head, feeling that Vegeta's demands were more perplexing than Vikimo's tongue twisters. However, he dared not question further and could only take a deep breath, striving to control his movements. He brought the rim of the cup close to his lips once more, this time merely allowing his lips to brush against it ever so slightly, merely moistening them. The amount of liquid he ingested was negligible. He smacked his lips together, his brow furrowed in concentration, sensing an odd flavor that was not only salty, but also carried an indescribable aftertaste that was somewhat unsettling. He suppressed the discomfort, adhering strictly to the command, holding that minuscule amount of liquid in his mouth without swallowing it immediately. Vegeta observed coldly, offering no reaction. After a few seconds, Naba cautiously swallowed the tiny amount. His throat rolled, and he felt nothing particularly remarkable. He glanced at Vegeta, awaiting the next instruction. Vegeta merely signaled him to continue with a glance. Naba bowed his head again and took an exceedingly small sip, this time as that trivial liquid slid down his throat. An unimaginable torrent of unrestrained energy erupted from the deepest recesses of his being, akin to a dormant volcano erupting after eons of silence. This energy was colossal, searing, and utterly wild, far surpassing the limits of his comprehension. It surged uncontrollably, akin to a flood breaching its banks, recklessly coursing through every vein, every nerve, and every muscle fiber. Naba's eyes widened to the brink of bursting from their sockets. His entire body convulsed uncontrollably, muscles swelling, with veins beneath his skin bulging like coiling dragons. A tremendous sensation of power flooded his limbs, as though a mere movement could shatter the sturdy spacecraft. Shock, ecstasy, disbelief, and a fear of being overwhelmed surged through his thoughts like a tsunami. This sensation was swifter and more domineering than any surge of power he had ever experienced after a near-death revival. Just then, as Naba's mind blanked from the violent energy coursing within him, Vegeta calmly raised his wrist and pressed the button on the power level detector. The device emitted a rapid beeping, the green digits on the display fluctuating wildly before finally stabilizing at a value that caused Vegeta's pupils to constrict. Power level, 4,000. As expected, a flicker of understanding crossed Vegeta's eyes, quickly replaced by a deeper chill and a hint of barely perceptible mockery. The efficacy of this concocted divine water remained strikingly evident. Naba's base power level was 4,000, and after merely 2 small sips, the effective components likely amounting to only a few drops, it had doubled. This confirmed his previous suspicions and prompted a reassessment of the vial of so-called waste left by Vikimo. He set down the detector, gazing at the imposing bald man who was now caught in the throes of overwhelming power, his expression twisted and his body trembling uncontrollably. A cruel, almost sadistic smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. "How does it feel, Naba?" Vegeta's voice was imbued with an icy authority, commanding him to drink further. "There are still 18 sips remaining. Remember, small sips. In the cold confines of the spaceship's chamber, only the faint hum of machinery and the monotonous whir of the life support system could be heard." Vegeta sat with his arms crossed, leaning against the command chair, his gaze sharp as a blade, coldly fixed upon the bottle emitting an eerie blue luminescence in the dim light, a divine battle water. It resembled a solidified nebula, harboring knowledge-defying power while concealing deadly traps. "Continue drinking." Vegeta's voice, though low, carried an undeniable commanding tone that shattered the silence. His gaze fell upon Naba, imbued with a hint of scrutiny and an almost imperceptible curiosity. At once, "Yes, my lord Vegeta." Naba's massive frame trembled slightly, his eyes lighting up as if ignited by the mysterious liquid. He carefully accepted the bottle once again handed to him by Vegeta, his throat rolling as he recalled the peculiar sensations from the previous sips. It felt as if a dormant volcano within him had awakened. Waves of scorching energy surged through his limbs, expanding and crashing against the limits of his muscles and bones. This sensation was 100-fold more exhilarating than any battle he had ever experienced. "This substance is truly miraculous." Without hesitation, Naba tilted his head back and gulped down several generous mouthfuls. The azure liquid slid down his throat, instantly transforming into an even more ferocious torrent. He felt his cells rejoicing, tearing and reconstituting themselves, the sensation of power surging uncontrollably like an engine gone awry. Veins beneath his skin bulged, resembling twisted blue roots, and his muscles swelled, as if they would burst through his battle suit. He could not help but let out a low roar, a release of power reaching its zenith. However, this frenzied growth did not persist for long. After a few seconds, the energy radiating from Naba began to stabilize, eventually coming to a complete halt. He clenched his fists, reveling in the tumultuous power within him, his face a mix of ecstasy and a hint of perplexity, as if he had reached his maximum capacity. Worthless. A cold scoff pierced through Naba's exhilaration, as Vegeta's sharp gaze swept over him, replete with unabashed disdain. His power had only multiplied eightfold, not even breaching the threshold of the detector's upper limit. What else could it be but worthless? Vegeta lightly tapped the detector on his ear, his tone laced with contempt. The numbers on the screen settled at a value far from reaching its limits. Prince Vegeta's scorn pierced through Naba like an icy blade, yet more than that. He was engulfed by astonishment and curiosity regarding the explosive surge of his own power. He disregarded the embarrassment and urgently inquired, "I feel my energy rising at an unprecedented speed. What is happening? What is this blue water?" He gazed down at the bottle, now half empty in his hand, as if it were a rare treasure. "Your current power level," Vegeta's voice remained unperturbed, as if stating an inconsequential fact, "has reached 16,000. What?" Naba felt as though struck by lightning, his massive form jolting, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. 16,000. My power level has reached 16,000. Overwhelming joy flooded him in an instant, his voice quivering with excitement, even tinged with a hint of tears. This figure was beyond his wildest dreams. He repeatedly examined his hands, feeling the surging power coursing through his veins, hardly able to believe this miraculous reality. "This is called divine battle water." Vegeta's tone remained flat, as if introducing a glass of ordinary drinking water. The more one consumes, the more the power unleashed in a short span of time multiplies. He succinctly explained the core principle, yet his gaze involuntarily darted back to the vial of divine water, a fleeting, complex emotion flickering in the depths of his eyes. "Such a remarkable substance exists in this world," Naba exclaimed, the immense surprise rendering him somewhat dizzy. Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind like lightning. Could it be that Vikimo, that scoundrel, experienced his sudden surge in power because he drank this divine battle water? He turned to Vegeta, seeking confirmation. "What else would you assume?" Vegeta scoffed coldly, his chin held high, embodying the pride of a Saiyan prince. However, in that moment of retort, a wave of intense, indescribable bitterness surged within his chest. "Why?" Why does that damned lowly warrior Vikimo gain such tremendous power from this divine water without suffering the terrifying side effects that I endured? And he, the genius of the Saiyan race, the proud Prince Vegeta, must endure the agony of having his power stripped away, his body hollowed out? This was the utmost affront to his lineage and talent. It was utterly unfair. An unquenchable flame of nameless fury and jealousy ignited within him. Thus, it can be said that Naba was entirely oblivious to the tempest raging within Vegeta. He was immersed in an overwhelming sense of power and astonishment at the divine water, eagerly inquiring, "Your Highness Vegeta, have you also partaken of it? What is your battle power now?" His eyes brimmed with admiration and reverence, as if Vegeta had transformed into an invincible war deity. Vegeta instinctively began to respond, "My current battle power is less than 1,000, but the words caught in his throat. A chilling sense of vigilance swiftly supplanted his anger. He regarded Naba, who appeared somewhat exhilarated by his surging power, a once loyal yet simple-minded subordinate who prioritized strength above all else. Should Naba discover that he was in an unprecedented state of weakness, although the likelihood of betrayal was minuscule, Vegeta never relied on the loyalty of others. Power alone is the singular truth of the universe. One must never let down their guard. As his thoughts raced, Vegeta's expression rapidly reverted to its customary pride and indifference. He slightly raised his chin and, in a tone that conveyed an air of inevitability, stated, It has multiplied 20-fold. 20-fold. Naba gasped, his enormous head seemingly shrinking in shock. His voice soared, filled with incredulous awe. "Your Highness Vegeta, does that mean your battle power is 300,000? 300,000. The enormity of this figure struck him like a hammer, causing him to tremble involuntarily, his complexion turning ashen. What did it mean to possess a battle power of 300,000? The legendary Captain Ginyu of the elite Ginyu force under King Frieza was said to have only 120,000. Had Vegeta truly attained such an astonishing level of power? This realization shattered his understanding of reality. Vegeta did not respond directly, merely offering a characteristic cold snort in reply. With decisive grace, he raised his hand, and with a sharp click, he removed the battle power detector from his ear, tossing it aside onto the control panel as if it were a mere toy. This action radiated strength and undeniable confidence. Naba gazed at the casually discarded detector, his mouth twitching uncontrollably, his expression a kaleidoscope of shock, reverence, and a hint of instinctive fear, as if he had overturned a palette of colors. Vegeta's actions made it clear that his power had transcended the detector's ability to measure, rendering it unworthy of assessment. 300,000. This number was indelibly etched into Naba's mind. With great difficulty, he swallowed hard, and after the initial shock, a more frenzied thought emerged uncontrollably. He trembled with anticipation, asking, "Are we now to eliminate King Frieza?" Even as he uttered the words, he felt a tinge of madness. But the prospect of having Vegeta with a battle power of 300,000 seemed to cast a glimmer of hope upon this seemingly impossible task. Precisely. Vegeta's gaze sharpened, a chilling aura enveloping the chamber, causing the temperature to drop. His demeanor bore an unprecedented gravity. Challenging Frieza was no trivial matter. Yet the possibilities offered by the divine water and the flames of wrath ignited by Vikamo's disdain solidified his resolve. Time passed unnoticed. An hour in the vastness of space is but a fleeting moment, yet for Naba, it felt like an eternity of torment. A suppressed groan, filled with fatigue and weakness, escaped his lips. He slumped in the co-pilot seat like a pile of mud, his face ashen, beads of sweat cascading from his bald head. He felt as if 100 colossal elephants had trampled over him, as if his entire being had been hollowed out. Even lifting a finger felt like an insurmountable task. The once thrilling sensation of power that had surged through him vanished without a trace, replaced by a profound emptiness and weakness. What on earth was happening? Why had he suddenly become so feeble? An unprecedented panic seized him. Negative emotional value from Naba, 999. Struggling to turn his head, Naba rasped urgently, casting a final glimmer of hope towards Vegeta. "What is my battle power now?" He desperately needed the answer to confirm the terrifying changes occurring within him. Vegeta barely glanced at the detector. His perceptive abilities were sufficient to ascertain Naba's current state. A cold smile curled on his lips as he coldly declared a chilling number, 250. A profound silence enveloped the chamber. Naba's pupils dilated instantaneously, his facial muscles twitching violently as a wave of indescribable shame and absurdity crashed over him. 250. Your Highness Vegeta, are you mocking me? I have not offended you. This number struck like a venomous thorn, piercing deeply into his pride. Could it truly be? Naba's voice trembled, laden with despair. Is my battle power really reduced to just 250? He could scarcely believe it. Just an hour prior, he had wielded a cataclysmic battle power of 16,000. Yet now he found himself in a state inferior to that of an ordinary space pirate. This disparity was more catastrophic than plummeting from heaven to hell. Fool. Vegeta regarded Naba's woeful demeanor with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, as if witnessing a reflection of his own suffering from the side effects. He coldly explained, his tone tinged with barely perceptible mockery. The effects of the divine water forcibly double the dringer's battle power based on their physical potential within the hour. After an hour, it exacts its toll through side effects. The greater the multiplier, the more drastically the battle power diminishes, and this state of weakness will persist for an entire day. Naturally, it will reduce to a corresponding multiple of your original battle power. Naba, upon hearing this, was completely dumbfounded, his enormous head resting limply against the chair's back, staring vacantly at the cold metallic ceiling. Your Highness Vegeta, what point is there in this game? He internally raged. To experience an hour of false strength in exchange for an entire day of profound weakness and a plummeting battle power? It felt like a cruel prank, designed solely to toy with him. The overwhelming sense of loss and frustration nearly suffocated him. He felt like a monkey played for amusement, having briefly reveled in excitement for nothing. Yet then Naba recalled a crucial question. The greatest mystery in his mind. Why had that scoundrel Vikimo not experienced a decline in battle power after consuming the divine water? He seemed to maintain a robust state throughout. He distinctly remembered Vikimo exhibiting genuine strength during his betrayal, showing no signs of weakness. Suddenly, Vegeta's expression darkened like a pot's bottom, a sharp pang of pain piercing his heart once more. Vikimo, that name, relentless and haunting. Naba, the fool, had touched upon the wrong subject. He is an exception. Vegeta nearly ground his teeth, forcing out the words through clenched jaws. His voice so frigid it could shatter metal. An uncontrollable surge of anger and jealousy swelled within him, causing him to clench his fists. Why? Why was that inferior warrior allowed to be the exception? This was the utmost insult to him. Prince Vegeta. Naba, startled by Vegeta's sudden eruption of icy fury and somber visage, shuddered and immediately realized he had misspoken. He forced a dry smile, more grotesque than tears, and wisely fell silent, refraining from further comment. The chamber descended once more into a stifling silence, the only sound being the monotonous roar of the spaceship's engine. After a long while, Vegeta forcibly suppressed his negative emotions, his gaze sharpening with renewed calculation. He slightly turned his head and gazed at the slumped Naba. A chilling smile, tinged with madness, suddenly curving his lips. Naba, what do you think of our audacious plan to vanquish Frieza? He slowly articulated the bold and nearly insane scheme that had taken root in his mind. Upon hearing this, Naba's massive frame quivered violently, and he laboriously lifted his head to meet Vegeta's eyes, ablaze with the flames of ambition. To annihilate Frieza? By using the battle god water? He stroked his glistening bald head, falling into a tense contemplation. The crux of Vegeta's plan was remarkably simple. Exploit Frieza's insatiable greed for immense power to entice him into consuming the battle god water. Once Frieza ingested it, regardless of how many times his strength multiplied, an hour later, when the terrifying side effect struck, his combat prowess would plummet to an unfathomably low abyss. That moment would present the opportune time for them to strike. The risks were monumental, but the rewards would upend the dominance of the entire universe. Naba's heart raced uncontrollably. He carefully weighed the situation, envisioning the scene of Frieza, weakened, trampled beneath them. The overwhelming temptation ultimately triumphed over his fear. He nodded vigorously, his voice hoarse with excitement. Your Highness Vegeta, I believe it is feasible. After a brief silence, Naba posed a question. However, Your Highness Vegeta, the Frieza King, that scoundrel Frieza, has publicly claimed his combat power is only over 200,000, right? According to intelligence, Captain Jinyu is at 120,000. Given your current combat power of 300,000, if you consume the battle god water, you should be able to easily suppress or even annihilate him. Why take the risk of allowing him to drink it as well? To him, it seemed that Vegeta was already an invincible presence, and simply crushing Frieza outright appeared much simpler. How naive. Vegeta scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain. That traitor Vikimo, though a coward, disclosed a piece of information before his demise. He paused, his tone becoming somber as he relayed. Frieza's true combat power is 3 million. What did you say? 3 million. Naba's exclamation nearly tore the ship's roof off, his face turning as pale as paper. The ambition he had just mustered felt doused by a bucket of ice water. 3 million. How could that be possible? Even 120,000 for Jinyu was considered the pinnacle of strength in their understanding. 3 million exceeded Naba's wildest imagination. If this were true, Vikimo even claimed that Frieza's power could reach billions. Vegeta's voice carried a hint of absurdity. However, that is merely nonsense. 3 million is already the limit. He forcibly suppressed the unease that Vikimo's last words had instilled within him. Billions? That is sheer fantasy. Jinyu is only at 120,000. No matter how strong Frieza is, 3 million is the maximum. He chose to believe this reasonable figure. If it truly is 3 million, Naba's voice quivered. A profound terror seized him once more. Yet, recalling the side effects of the battle god water, a flicker of hope ignited stubbornly within him. Then if he actually consumes the battle god water, even if it only doubles his power for an hour, afterward, if his combat capability drops by 20 times, no. Even if it merely decreases by 10 times, to 300,000 or 150,000. He glanced at Vegeta, whose eyes rekindled with a frenzied gleam. Then we might truly have a chance of victory. A weakened Frieza, with only tens of thousands or even just over 100,000 in combat power, would no longer be an invincible myth. Indeed, Vegeta's lips curled into that cold and self-assured arc once more, his gaze ablaze with ambition. This is our opportunity. He envisioned Frieza collapsing in weakness, and himself ascending to the throne of the universe. What Vikimo, that coward, dared not accomplish, he, Vegeta, would achieve. Subsequently, Vegeta lowered his voice and began detailing to Naba his intricate, deceitful, and perilous plan. From how to approach Frieza, to demonstrating the power of the water and inciting his greed, to ensuring he would drink it, and finally, how to strike decisively when the side effects emerged. Every step was fraught with cunning and risk. Naba listened intently, his massive head nodding in rhythm with Vegeta's narration, his eyes sparkling with fervent anticipation for the future and profound admiration for Prince Vegeta's intellect. 3 hours slipped away in the tense plotting and waiting. Vegeta felt his body begin to regain some vitality. Although still far from peak condition, the sense of being drained had lessened considerably. He took a deep breath and picked up the combat power detector he had previously discarded, adeptly placing it over his ear. The cold metallic sensation invigorated him. It was time to contact that demon. However, just as Vegeta's finger was about to press the communication button, a piercing beeping sound erupted unexpectedly. The red indicator light flashing frantically, the screen displayed the chilling, exclusive communication code belonging to Frieza. Vegeta's heart sank, an ominous premonition sweeping over him. He immediately connected the call. A voice, soft yet frigid, akin to a serpent's hiss, filled the ship's communication channel, laced with profound hatred and a cat-and-mouse mockery. It was Frieza. My dear Vikamer, did you think you could escape? I, Frieza, assure you that your demise will be exquisitely rhythmic. The coldness in that voice was potent enough to freeze one's very soul. Vegeta's gaze sharpened, instantly grasping Frieza's intent. It appeared that the news of Vikamo's defection had reached Frieza, who had pinpointed the signal of Vikamo's ship. He quickly regained his composure, his expression returning to that of the proud and aloof Saiyan prince. Facing the communicator, he spoke with unwavering certainty. Humph, Vikimo? He is already dead. On the other end of the communication channel, the suffocating cold murderous intent seemed to momentarily freeze. After a brief silence, Frieza's voice resounded once more, tinged with evident astonishment and displeasure at being interrupted. What did you say? That meticulously crafted torment plan seems to be falling apart before it even began. Frieza's mind surged with intense agitation. How could he be dead? He actually died. I, Lord Frieza, had yet to properly entertain him. How could that scoundrel, who dared to betray me and escape with such vital items, perish so easily? Capturing him alive and subjecting him to a fate worse than death was the script I desired. He intended to escape with the battle god water. Vegeta's voice carried a precise coldness and anger, as if stating a fact, but I discovered him. I personally dealt with him. He deliberately emphasized the words personally dealt with, underscoring his decisiveness and power. The communication channel fell into a deeper silence. Frieza was evidently digesting this unexpected turn of events. Vikimo was dead, and the battle god water now rested in Vegeta's hands. This was a far cry from the script he had envisioned. So what? Finally, Frieza's signature voice, laced with a disingenuous smile, echoed again, revealing no discernible emotions, yet harboring greater peril. Vegeta, your revelation of this delightful news. What are you trying to convey? His tone was playful, as though awaiting Vegeta's next words. Vegeta inhaled deeply, recognizing that the critical moment had arrived. He had to present a bait of sufficient weight to ensnare Frieza. His voice suddenly rose, brimming with unabashed pride and the absolute confidence that power instilled. So, the battle god water is now mine. Frieza, I just consumed it. He paused deliberately, maximizing the shock effect, then pronounced emphatically, my current combat power has surged a full 20 times. I have reached the heights of 300,000. The communication channel fell into a profound silence. Frieza was indeed taken aback. His astonishment was not derived from the battle power figure of 300,000 that Vegeta mentioned, which he still considered insignificant as dust. What truly surprised him, even stirred a sense of excitement, was the magnitude of enhancement described by Vegeta. 20-fold. Frieza was acutely aware that Vegeta's original battle power was approximately 18,000. He was unaware of Vegeta's enhancements on Earth. A 20-fold increase could indeed yield over 300,000. While this figure itself was negligible, the terrifying multiplier of 20 struck Frieza's mind like a thunderclap. A Saiyan monkey like Vegeta could achieve a 20-fold increase. Frieza's mind raced with calculations. If the effects of this divine water were genuine, then with Frieza's vast and terrifying power base, how many times could he enhance himself after consuming this water? 50-fold, 80-fold, perhaps even 100-fold. Frieza's breath quickened imperceptibly on the other end of the communication. His current battle power was 120 million. If he could amplify it 100-fold, what an unimaginable concept that would be. 12 billion battle power. The moment this figure flashed in Frieza's mind, he felt a shiver of his very soul. 12 billion. What a concept that was. He even dared to think that he might be worthy of challenging the supreme god of destruction, Beerus. This thought ignited the deepest desires within Frieza for absolute power like the most enticing poison. An uncontrollable, extreme greed sparked within the depths of his cold eyes, resembling the most perilous starfire in the universe. This divine water was undoubtedly an unprecedented treasure capable of overturning the cosmic order. It must be obtained at all costs. It could only belong to me, Lord Frieza, Vegeta, merely a foolish delivery boy. Chapter 42. Launch in the vastness of space. Cold starlight adorned the boundless darkness. Frieza's massive spaceship loomed like a dormant steel behemoth, suspended in the silence of the starry void. The atmosphere in the control room was oppressive. Ho ho ho. A sharp, malicious cackle shattered the stillness. Seated in his hovering chair, the cosmic Emperor Frieza flicked his slender tail leisurely, a chilling smile gracing his pale, bloodless face. His elongated triangular eyes glimmered with a predatory light, fixated on the enormous communication screen before him. Little Prince Vegeta, you truly are remarkable. Even that worthless Vikimo fell into your hands. On the other end of the screen, in the control room of Vegeta's spaceship, the Saiyan Prince stood with arms crossed, chin raised, his expression a mask of perennial arrogance and indifference, though a flicker of gravity briefly crossed his eyes. Upon hearing Frieza's praise, he merely emitted a short, disdainful huff from his nostrils. Humph. Frieza seemed unfazed by Vegeta's coldness, leaning forward slightly, his fingers elegantly entwined, his voice deliberately slowed, laced with malicious amusement. But my dear little prince, do you know what my battle power truly is? He elongated the tail end of his question, as if savoring the final struggles of his prey. Vegeta's brow twitched almost imperceptibly before he regained his steely demeanor. He forcibly suppressed the tumult of horror ignited by the terrifying number 3 million, revealed by Vikimo before his demise. Responding in a tone that aimed to sound as confident and even contemptuous as possible, at most 200,000. Frieza, do not think I am unaware of your true capabilities. His scoff was an effort to maintain the pride of a Saiyan prince, attempting to mask the innate fear stemming from his very bloodline towards this demon before him. Frieza's smile widened instantly, becoming even more twisted and self-satisfied. Ho ho ho, how delightfully naive, Prince Vegeta. He gently shook his finger as if toying with a child who did not understand. Let me tell you the truth. My battle power is 530,000. Each word was crystal clear, laden with destructive force, striking heavily against Vegeta's heart. The communication channel fell into a silence once more. Vegeta felt as though an invisible hand had seized his throat, draining the air from his chest. 530,000. This figure seared into him like a red-hot iron, causing his very soul to tremble. Vikimo's desperate scream before he died, the claim that his power far exceeded 530,000 at 3 million, echoed like a curse in his ears. Could it be that the traitor's dying wail was true? Did Frieza possess such terrifying power, capable of crushing stars? Cold sweat silently soaked into his battle suit. Frieza, clearly pleased with Vegeta's silence, interpreted it as a sign of intimidation and fear. He retracted his smile, his voice suddenly turning icy, like a polar wind. Enough, Vegeta. I have no time for idle chatter. If you are wise, promptly deliver the divine water to me. He paused, his tone dripping with contempt and threat, akin to tangible icicles. Otherwise, with your pitiful battle power just newly raised to 300,000, do you think you can challenge my authority? A disdainful huff accompanied his words, nearly shattering Vegeta's dignity. Vegeta remained silent. His clenched fists turned white from the exertion, nails digging deeply into his palms. Humiliation and fury surged like magma within his veins. Yet the icy dam of reason held it at bay. To retaliate now would be tantamount to suicide. What? Lost your tongue? Frieza's voice suddenly rose, filled with impatience and bare-knuckled malice. Do not blame me for not giving you a chance. Should you dare to hoard the divine water for yourself or pull any tricks, I would not hesitate to personally come over and erase you and your dilapidated spaceship from this universe. His fierce gaze pierced through the screen, as though it could pin Vegeta in place. The immense pressure nearly suffocated Vegeta. He understood that Frieza's threats were not mere bluster. In the face of absolute power, any pride seemed utterly pale and laughable. He swallowed hard, his throat constricting as if he were gulping down red-hot coals. Each syllable trembled with humiliation as he forced out from between his clenched teeth. Understood. I hope you do not disappoint me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Frieza received the response he desired, sneering coldly, but as if recalling something, he added, by the way, that damned Vikimo, is he truly dead? Did you see it with your own eyes? Mentioning Vikimo seemed to provide an outlet for the pent-up anger within Vegeta. He shot his gaze up, fury blazing in his eyes as he roared at the screen. Believe it or not, Frieza. The venom and irritation in his tone nearly shattered the communication channel. Frieza was momentarily taken aback by this sudden retort, a glint of cold light flashing in his triangular eyes, yet seemingly eager for the divine water. He suppressed his immediate urge to retaliate. Ungrateful wretch. Very well. Before he finished speaking, he decisively severed the communication. The vast screen went dark, leaving only flickering static in its wake, devoid of Vegeta's defiant and furious visage. Inside Vegeta's spaceship, an oppressive silence reigned. The massive figure of Naba stood rigidly in the corner, not daring to breathe, acutely sensing the terrifying low pressure emanating from the prince, akin to an imminent volcanic eruption. Following the conclusion of the conversation with Vegeta, Frieza's expression remained dark, now tinged with an added layer of uncertainty. He scarcely paused, his fingers gliding swiftly across the control panel, instantly connecting him to the formidable warrior Dodoria, who was currently undertaking a mission in the cosmos. Lord Frieza, came Dodoria's rugged yet respectful voice through the communicator. I am still en route to the designated coordinates. What are your orders? Dodoria, Frieza's voice was frigid and direct, imbued with an unmistakable tone of command. Vegeta has just claimed that he has killed Vikimo. You are to investigate this matter immediately. Verify whether that worthless Vikimo is truly dead, and secure either the body or any remains for confirmation. I require irrefutable evidence. He paused, a calculating glimmer flickering in his slanted eyes. Additionally, based on your flight path, you should have the opportunity to encounter Vegeta's ship. Once you locate him, bring him to me without delay. Make it known that this is a direct order from me. Do you understand? Yes, Lord Frieza. Your subordinate comprehends. I will fulfill the task. Dodoria's voice brimmed with loyalty and vigor as he accepted the command without hesitation. The communication ended once more. Frieza leaned back in his hovering chair, his slender fingers lightly tapping the armrest as he fell into contemplation. However, soon a wave of uncontainable greed and ecstasy supplanted his earlier gloom, spreading within him. A low, sinister chuckle escaped his throat, filled with anticipation. The god water could elevate that fool Vegeta to an astonishing 30,000. If this were true, it would be nothing short of magnificent. He could already envision himself consuming the divine liquid, his combat prowess surging once more, enabling him to dominate the entirety of the seventh universe, perhaps even challenge higher beings. It must be obtained at all costs. Vegeta had better be wise. Lord Frieza, the ever-watchful advisor Baraburu cautiously interjected, his expression laced with deep suspicion. Is it truly the case that Vikimo was killed by Vegeta? I cannot shake the feeling that this news is peculiar. Although Vikimo may not possess Vegeta's strength, he is cunning and resourceful, skilled in self-preservation. Moreover, Baraburu did not finish his thought. But the implication was clear. Vikimo's status as a vital member of Frieza's army warranted more rigorous confirmation of his fate. Let Dodoria investigate. Frieza waved his hand, displaying a hint of impatience. The allure of the god water overshadowed everything else. The immediate priority was to acquire the god water as swiftly as possible. As long as it remained in Vegeta's possession, Vikimo's life or death was of little consequence for the moment. Nevertheless, Frieza habitually directed a wave of negative sentiment towards the missing Vikimo. After all, regardless of his fate, this traitor deserved the Emperor's wrath. Yet, compared to the seething rage he felt upon learning that Vikimo might have hoarded the god water, the current wave of negativity seemed rather mild. Meanwhile, within Vegeta's spaceship, the atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. The oppressive silence following the communication was shattered by a more immediate and lethal concern. Naba, he rubbed his bald head, his massive form appearing somewhat hunched due to anxiety. After much hesitation, he gazed at Vegeta's grim profile, ultimately summoning his courage to ask in the softest voice possible. Your Highness, I have a question. I am unsure if it is appropriate to voice it. Vegeta cast a cold glance at him, his eyes akin to a corpse's gaze. Speak. Naba swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry. Your Highness, if we truly go to Frieza's ship, he will undoubtedly assess your combat power, right? It is his custom. And now that he is aware of the god water, he will certainly want to confirm its effects personally. Observing Vegeta's expression, he noted the absence of immediate fury and pressed on. But your Highness, you are currently in a weakened state following your great ape transformation. Even if you recover in a day, your combat power will only be, at most, 15,000. That is far too distant from the 30,000 you just claimed to Frieza. What shall we do? Naba's words struck Vegeta like the coldest water in the universe, drenching him entirely. Vegeta stood frozen, his pupils constricting in shock. A wave of immense dread surged from his soles to the crown of his head. A catastrophic miscalculation. Such a critical, fundamental, and obvious issue had completely eluded me. Vegeta, overwhelmed by anger and the desire to intimidate Frieza, I lost my clarity. What to do? Vegeta felt as if an invisible force had tightly gripped his very essence. A searing pain mingled with profound embarrassment enveloping him. An unprecedented sense of being trapped in a predicament threatened to suffocate him. The 30,000 combat power he had boasted before Frieza now loomed over him like a Damocles sword, ready to fall at any moment. Frieza would undoubtedly, absolutely check. Naba's face fell, almost bursting into a lament. He could already imagine the cruel and mocking smile that would spread across Frieza's devious face when the power detector displayed a pitiful 15,000. The consequences would be unthinkable. Perhaps even a swift death would become a luxury. Vegeta found himself at a loss for words, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. For the first time, he perceived the blunt wisdom in Naba's words, piercingly accurate. In his fervor to use the god water and the 30,000 combat power to intimidate Frieza and buy time, he had completely forgotten the undeniable truth of his current weakened state. Damn it, that bastard Vikimo. Had he not dropped the bombshell of 300,000 before his demise? disrupting my focus and pushing me to bluster in front of Frieza. How could I have made such a fundamental error? Vegeta's inner fury roared, partially attributing the blame to the traitor who had become cosmic dust. He forced himself to regain composure, his mind racing at unprecedented speed. Cold sweat trickled down his brow. Time seemed to stretch, each second laden with torment. He meticulously pondered every conceivable possibility, every strategy, in a desperate bid to find an escape route from this dire situation. Should Frieza's detector reveal my true power, the lie would be instantly shattered. The cause of Vikimo's death would become suspect. Frieza would never believe that a weakened version of myself could have defeated Vikimo, and my secret hoarding, or even consumption, of the god water would infuriate Frieza. More critically, the dubious effectiveness of the god water and the potential that it was a fabrication of my own would be laid bare. Threefold accusations would await me. Frieza's most torturous and protracted vengeance. The revival of the Saiyans would be utterly extinguished. No, absolutely not. Vegeta's eyes ignited with an astonishing will to survive and a near-manic cunning. Time was of the essence. He must devise a remedy before Frieza reached out to him again or Dodoria found him. A plan that could maintain the facade while temporarily evading Frieza's grasp, buying him time to restore his strength. 1 minute later, a resolute glint flickered in Vegeta's eyes as a bold, perilous, and even self-destructive scheme took shape in his mind. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, and addressed the control panel with a firm voice. Naba, prepare for communication. Connect to Frieza again. His tone was icy and resolute, carrying an air of unwavering determination. Huh, Your Highness? You wish to contact him again? Naba was taken aback, unable to comprehend why the prince would willingly leap into the fire. Less chatter. Execute the order. Vegeta barked. He inhaled deeply, swiftly retrieving a small, exquisite glass vial containing a pale yellow liquid from a concealed compartment in the corner, his meticulously prepared diluted version of the god water. He clutched the vial tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Naba dared not question further and hurriedly set to work. Soon, the communication request was sent to Frieza's ship once more. In Frieza's command room, the communication alert sounded abruptly. Barabura glanced at the identification signal on the screen and exclaimed in surprise, Lord, it is Vegeta. He has requested to connect again. Frieza's fury, which had just begun to subside, was reignited in an instant, his slanted eyes gleaming with cold light. This reckless wild monkey. What does he intend to do now? Bring it on. I am eager to see what tricks he has left. A hint of unease crept into his heart. Sensing a cunning scheme behind Vegeta's erratic behavior, the communication was established. This time, Vegeta actively requested a video call. Frieza, with a darkened visage, acquiesced. On the vast screen, Vegeta's figure reappeared. However, this time, the expression on his face was no longer one of humiliation or rage, but rather a blend of madness, mockery, and a resolute defiance. In his hand, he held aloft a glass bottle filled with a pale yellow liquid. Frieza, Vegeta's voice came through the speakers, laden with provocation. Vegeta, you had better have a compelling reason to interrupt me with your foolishness. Frieza's tone was as chilling as a voice from the depths of hell. Vegeta's lips curled into a near-manic grin. Disregarding Frieza's threats, he enunciated clearly, I will not allow you to succeed. He deliberately elongated his words, each syllable striking like a hammer against Frieza's taut nerves. What did you say? Frieza's pupils constricted sharply, an ominous premonition seizing him. Vegeta's smile grew ever more radiant, yet increasingly perilous. Humph. I, Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans, would rather hurl this precious bottle of combat divine water into the cold, vast, and empty expanse of the universe. Let it drift eternally until consumed by a star or frozen into ice. I will absolutely, unequivocally not deliver it to you. The despicable cosmic tyrant. His voice rose suddenly, infused with a madness that threatened to annihilate everything. You dare. Frieza's forehead erupted with 3 prominent veins, the elegance he had maintained evaporating in an instant. He felt the blood rush to his head, his body trembling violently with extreme rage. The hovering chair emitting a strained hum. After all his meticulous planning, the divine object was within reach, and that madman Vegeta intended to cast it into the boundless universe? That was more excruciating than death. Humph, just watch me. Vegeta's smile bore a cruel delight, denying Frieza any chance to intervene. Suddenly, he spun around and pressed a button on the control panel. A small emergency supply launch hatch on the side of the ship slid open with a hiss, revealing the deep and frigid void of space. Frieza, you can search for it yourself in this vast sea of stars. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta erupted into a hysterical laugh, and under Frieza's furious gaze, he violently flung the bottle containing Frieza's ambitions into the eternal darkness beyond the hatch. The pale yellow glass bottle traced a brief, yet dazzling arc illuminated by starlight, only to be wholly swallowed by the infinite blackness, vanishing without a trace. In the next moment, Vegeta unhesitatingly pressed the communication disconnect button with a sense of achievement, plunging the screen into darkness. Vegeta! Frieza's roar echoed through the control room like a wounded cosmic beast, resonating even within the sturdy hull of the ship. The bones in his body crackled with rage, his light purple skin turning a deep violet from overwhelming fury, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that shattered numerous precision instruments on the console. Wild monkey! Damn Saiyan, wild monkey! I will dismember you. I will make you wail in endless agony for 1,000 years. I will reduce planet Vegeta to cosmic dust. Frieza lost all control, never having despised a life form as he did at this moment. Vegeta's actions not only robbed him of the coveted divine water, but also brutally trampled and insulted his imperial dignity. Simultaneously, deep within Frieza's consciousness, filled with rage, a potent and vengeful intent towards a specific target surged forth like a venomous serpent, instantly traversing unimaginable distances to become an invisible stream of energy emanating from Frieza's negative emotional value of 999. It precisely reached a distant corner of the universe. After taking several deep breaths, Frieza barely managed to suppress the impulse to obliterate everything before him, yet the malice and murderous intent in his slanted eyes were palpable. Belibulu. His voice was hoarse, heralding the destruction of all. At your service. Belibulu, terrified by Frieza's wrath, trembled. Immediately, lock onto the coordinates of the area where Vegeta launched that damned bottle. Command Dodoria. At all costs. Change course. Head to that area and search. Retrieve the combat divine water. Even if it is just a fragment, bring it back to me. Frieza nearly roared his command. Should we still pursue Vegeta? Belibulu cautiously inquired. Vegeta? A grotesquely sinister smile spread across Frieza's face. He has openly rebelled. His sins are unforgivable. Furthermore, his recent actions, If he truly had a battle power of 300,000, why resort to such self-destructive measures? He is insecure. He is likely lying. Frieza's intellect sharpened, immediately discerning the frail essence behind Vegeta's actions. Even if he truly possessed 300,000, Dodoria would not be his match. Forget about him. Focus entirely on searching for the divine water. Yes, your brilliance shines. Belibulu promptly executed the command while analyzing the star map. Sir, based on Vegeta's last stable trajectory, it seems he is altering course, likely returning to planet Vegeta. Returning to planet Vegeta? Frieza's eyes glinted with a more intense cold light. Excellent, very good. Let him return. Let him think he can hide in his lair and survive. A cruel smile twisted at the corners of his mouth. Once I find the divine water or confirm its complete disappearance, I will personally descend upon planet Vegeta. I will make him witness as his kin and his planet gradually turn to cosmic dust before his very eyes. I will make him experience every conceivable agony. Begging for mercy in despair. A maniacal and vengeful laughter reverberated through the control room, more jarring and chilling than before. In the vast starry sky, in the boundless universe, in a distant star domain far from Frieza's dominion and Vegeta's trajectory, two spherical mini-spacecraft sped towards the blue planet Earth in the solar system. One following the other like two minuscule specks of dust, racing silently and resolutely at sublight speed. Within one of the spacecraft, Vikimo was meditating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. A surge of incredulous joy exploded in his otherwise tranquil gaze, as if the most brilliant star in the universe had erupted within him. It has come. It has returned. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, his body trembling with excitement. Just moments ago, an unimaginably vast and pure torrent of negative emotions surged through the cosmos, disregarding light years and the laws of the universe, striking precisely into the depths of his consciousness. That malice, that fury, that explosive rage from being toyed with, that ultimate madness from shattered ambitions, all these emotional particles nourished the source of his unique abilities like the sweetest nectar. Negative emotional value from Frieza, 999. The Emperor's Wrath. Worth its weight in gold. Negative emotional value from Naba. 888. A tremor interwoven with fear and despair. Negative emotional value from Vegeta. 666. Humiliation, lingering dread, and heart palpitations after desperation. Just this wave alone far surpassed the total from before. Vikimo felt his emotional reservoir inundated with nearly 100,000 points of surging energy. This was akin to a windfall. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. Vegeta, you have indeed not disappointed me. Frieza, your contributions are truly beyond imagination. Vikimo's smile nearly split his face in two as he rubbed his hands together in excitement, resembling a gambler who has just struck the cosmic jackpot. Before departing from the Frieza force, he had taken advantage of his position to thoroughly dismantle and physically destroy the ship's navigation system and all communication modules, ensuring that the Frieza force could not trace the coordinates of Earth through technological means. The emotions of Earth's inhabitants are the most vibrant, active, and easily harvested fields of chives. Vikimo's eyes sparkled with shrewd calculations, planning to steadily accumulate a significant wave of negative emotional value to bolster his strength. Once he possessed sufficient power for self-preservation, or even domination, he would return to this vast cosmic stage to play with you all. The thought of the pure and adorable warriors on Earth potentially providing immense emotional value filled him with immense joy. The ship's navigation system indicated that arrival at Earth was approximately 10 days away. 10 days would be ample time for me to carefully devise a harvesting strategy. Vikimo leaned back in his chair, his consciousness delving into the ever-pulsating and increasing negative emotional value panel. The continuously rising numbers represented the most solid steps toward the pinnacle of power. The goal was to first accumulate 10 million points of negative emotional value. He boldly set this target for himself, envisioning 1,000 consecutive draws. I refuse to believe that with 1,000 chances, I cannot obtain fragments of the Zizai Ji Gong. Even if luck runs a bit low, a few legendary Super Saiyan experience cards would suffice. At the very least, more permanent boosts to battle power or special skills would do. Vikimo immersed himself in delightful fantasies, as if he could already envision himself commanding the winds on Earth and making waves throughout the universe. Chapter 43. Dodoria in the depths of the cosmos. It was cold and silent. Vegeta's battered Saiyan spherical spaceship traced a barely perceptible arc along its predetermined course, quietly veering from its original trajectory like a ghost, heading towards a relatively barren planet unmarked by the Frieza force. For this proud Saiyan prince, a temporary retreat was not an act of cowardice, but rather a necessary means to gather strength in anticipation of revenge. Shortly after Vegeta's ship vanished beyond the edge of the star map, on a desolate planet where he had once briefly lingered and engaged in a fierce battle, immense explosions erupted, echoing like the dying cries of the planet. Lava surged forth. The ground cracked open, and thick smoke obscured the light of the stars. The cleanup work Vegeta had carried out before his departure was brutally erasing any traces he might have left behind. Meanwhile, light years away from this doomed planet, Dodoria, the elite warrior of the Frieza force, a large pink figure, was undergoing an excruciating search in his career. His massive body was crammed into a small single-person probe, clumsily manipulating the delicate instruments with his enormous fingers, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, floating as tiny droplets in the zero-gravity environment, displaying his agitation and fatigue. Damn Vegeta. Damn Saiyan monkey. Where did he toss the items off to? Dodoria cursed while widening his eyes, scanning the complex starfield data composed of countless fragments and dust uploaded by the probe. The order given personally by Lord Frieza required him to find the lost battle god water of Vegeta, which weighed heavily upon him. Vikimo and Raditz, those two fools, had completely lost contact, likely meeting their doom, and he did not wish to be the next. Suddenly, the probe emitted a sharp and continuous beeping. A faint energy signal, incongruous with the surrounding environment, was locked onto. The signal source appeared to be partially buried beneath some high-intensity alloy fragments, flickering amongst the cosmic dust. Found it. The small eyes of Dodoria lit up with ecstatic brilliance, and his massive fist slammed down on the control panel, shaking the entire probe. He immediately maneuvered the mechanical arm, carefully pushing aside the fragment. A dark bottle of ancient design, with an unknown material, quietly floated in the vacuum, its mouth seeming to bear traces of violent prying. It was precisely the bottle discarded by Vegeta. Dodoria trembled with excitement, cradling the bottle as if it were a rare treasure, gently retrieving it into the probe. The bottle felt cold and heavy in his hands, exuding an indescribable aura of mystery. Lord Frieza, I found it. I have located the battle god water. Dodoria eagerly connected to the encrypted communication channel, linking up with the command room of Lord Frieza's flagship, where the enormous projection screen immediately displayed Frieza's iconic, coldly charming smile. Oh, Frieza sat elegantly in his hovering chair, his crimson eyes narrowing slightly as he scrutinized the bottle shaking in Dodoria's hand. You have done well, Dodoria. His voice was steady, revealing little emotion, but those familiar with him recognized this as rare praise. Dodoria immediately grinned widely, revealing a set of uneven teeth. His face brimming with obsequiousness. It is my honor to serve Lord Frieza. Additionally, regarding Vikimo and Raditz, he hastily reported, we have completely lost their life signals and ship positioning. It can be confirmed that they have met with misfortune. Dodoria's tone carried a barely perceptible hint of schadenfreude. Frieza's tail, covered in purple scales, gently tapped against the armrest of his chair, producing a crisp sound. A flicker of deeply veiled disappointment and anger passed through his crimson pupils. Did Vikimo, that experimental subject with a unique bloodline and Sharingan, die without a trace? Along with that useless Raditz? What a waste of the resources he had invested. Especially Vikimo's Sharingan, modified by the system to consume gas rather than chakra. He estimated that at the boy's biological ink strength at the time, he could only maintain full activation for a maximum of 5 minutes. What kind of power could burst forth in those 5 minutes? This had originally been a topic of great interest to him. Humph. Frieza snorted coldly, suppressing the displeasure. Dismissing them. Consider it Vikimo's good fortune to have had a quick death. His tone was icy, as if discussing two ants crushed underfoot. What is your current location? Lord Frieza, I am not far from the positioning point of Vegeta's ship. At the probe speed, I will soon catch up. Dodoria puffed out his chest, confidently volunteering. I shall go retrieve that traitor and present him to you. To capture Vegeta? Frieza's lips curled into a mocking arc, his crimson eyes glinting with cunning. Dodoria. Based on the information we have obtained, if the effects of this battle god water are real, Vegeta's current battle power is conservatively estimated to be at least 300,000. 300,000. Dodoria's smile instantly froze, his small eyes bulging wide in disbelief as he glanced down at the unassuming bottle in his hand, his voice becoming high-pitched. Just with this bottle, the battle power could increase to such terrifying heights? This is impossible, right? He felt as if his understanding was undergoing a tremendous shock. He had trained tirelessly for years, and his battle power barely exceeded 20,000. Could drinking a few sips of the liquid in this bottle surpass him by tenfold? Thus, Frieza's voice pierced through Dodoria's illusions like an ice pick. With your meager battle power of 20,000, seeking out an opponent of 300,000. Do you wish to die even faster? He elegantly crossed his legs, seemingly enjoying the splendid expressions playing across Dodoria's face. Cold sweat instantly dripped from Dodoria's forehead, his massive form uneasily shifting in the cramped cockpit. 300,000 was indeed an unattainable height for him. Rushing in would surely mean death. He quickly lowered his head. Yes, I was short-sighted. Lord Frieza is wise. The sinister smile upon Frieza's visage widened once more, his crimson pupils fixated on Doria, as if regarding an intriguing specimen for experimentation. Thus, to ascertain the authenticity of this divine combat water, and to grant you the privilege of capturing Vegeta, he deliberately elongated his tone. Doria's heart raced, an indescribable surge of ecstasy and immense anticipation coursing through him. Could it be? You drink it. Frieza's voice floated down lightly, imbued with an undeniable tone of command. Now, immediately. Can I really drink this, Lord Frieza? Doria's voice trembled with excitement, his massive hands tightly gripping the vial, knuckles whitening from the exertion. This was a miraculous substance capable of elevating Vegeta's battle power to 300,000. How could Lord Frieza permit him to consume it? Of course. Frieza's smile grew ever more radiant, yet his gaze remained as cold as ice. With such a loyal, or rather foolishly controllable, guinea pig willingly testing the potion, why would he not seize the opportunity? It was a perfect scenario to both validate the effects and enhance the strength of a subordinate. Yes, as you command, Lord Frieza. Doria nearly leaped in weightlessness. bowing deeply toward the screen, his enormous frame almost touching the ceiling of the spacecraft, filled with a thrill akin to that of an impending coronation. He cautiously twisted open the ancient bottle's cap with trembling fingers. The moment the cap was removed, a nauseatingly potent and overwhelmingly pungent odor erupted from the vial, striking Doria's nostrils like a physical blow. The aroma, a grotesque blend of aged fermentation, acrid ammonia, and an indescribable stench reminiscent of decaying marshland, instantly filled the cramped cockpit. Caught off guard, Dodoria was overwhelmed by the stench, his vision darkening, and his stomach roiling violently. He instinctively retched, his massive body swaying as his face contorted in revulsion. Frieza, observing from the screen, keenly noted Doria's distress, narrowing his crimson eyes in inquiry. What's the matter? Is there an issue? And no, nothing at all, Lord Frieza. Dodoria stammered, suppressing the urge to vomit, forcing a grimace that was more painful than a cry. It's just that the taste of this divine combat water feels rather unique, extremely impactful. He struggled to articulate, comparing it to a biochemical weapon's scent. Given that it's a substance meant to enhance combat power, isn't it normal for its flavor to be peculiar? Frieza dismissed his concerns with a wave, seemingly indifferent to such trivialities. Stop dawdling, drink it. Sip it slowly. Remember, the effects seem to accumulate with each dose. Just a small sip will suffice. Don't waste it. He reiterated, irritation creeping into his tone. Yes, I understand. Dodoria nodded fervently, holding his breath and closing his eyes, adopting an expression of resignation. Pinching his nose, he brought the vial to his lips and cautiously, sparingly took a small sip. The viscous liquid, imbued with an eerie warmth, erupted in a complex explosion of flavors within his mouth. Salty, bitter, and accompanied by an indescribable taste reminiscent of stale, inferior herbs. The overwhelming stench surged violently toward his senses. Dodoria felt his taste buds wail in protest, his tongue rebelling as he battled against the tumult in his stomach, desperately seeking some semblance of sweetness or energy from the divine water, only to be met with intensified nausea. How is it? Has your battle power increased? Frieza's voice resonated with eagerness, clearly more invested in the outcome than the taste. Dodoria stifled his queasiness and hastily pressed the button on the battle power detector affixed to his left eye, eager to see the results. The numbers flickered on the screen, 20,000. And no response, Lord Frieza. Doria's face fell, confusion and disappointment clouding his voice. His battle power remained at 20,000, unchanged. Could it possibly be false? Had that scoundrel Vegeta deceived them? His mind began to spiral into doubt. False. A glint of cold light flashed in Frieza's crimson eyes. But he quickly regained his composure, analyzing the information previously acquired. Drinking just one sip is ineffective? The reports suggested that it requires multiple doses to achieve a doubling effect. One sip isn't a doubling? Doria's mind struggled to comprehend, instinctively questioning. Isn't 20,000 doubled still 20,000? Drinking it would be equivalent to not drinking at all. Your battle power is 20,000. What is 1 times 20,000? Frieza asked patiently, employing a tone akin to instructing a simpleton. 40,000. Dodoria replied, momentarily taken aback. And what is 2 times 20,000? A mocking smile crept onto Frieza's face. Doria's massive form froze, his eyes wide with realization and a hint of embarrassment at having been outsmarted. So that is how it is. 1 sip merely means multiplying by 1. Equivalent to no change? 2 sips actually multiply by 2, achieving a doubling effect? What a ridiculous premise. The creator of this divine water must be deranged. I understand now. Lord Frieza, it was my folly. Dodoria quickly admitted, glancing at the vial emitting a terrifying aroma, his expression one of tragic heroism. For the sake of power. For Lord Frieza's recognition. I shall risk it all. He pinched his nose once more, closed his eyes, and resolutely gulped down a larger mouthful. This time, the quantity far surpassed the hesitant sip he had taken previously. The viscous, bitter, salty, and foul liquid coursed down his throat, igniting a fierce burning and suffocating sensation within him. He endured the extreme physical discomfort, smacking his lips and murmuring in a tearful tone. The flavor feels even more intense. So salty and bitter. What in the world is this? That's irrelevant. Frieza's voice suddenly spiked, laced with impatience and a sense of urgency. Enough chatter. Quickly assess your battle power. His focus was solely on the data, utterly uninterested in the taste. At the very moment Frieza's words fell, a torrent of indescribable heat erupted from Doria's stomach. It felt as though a miniature sun had ignited within him. The ferocious energy surged like a flood, sweeping through every muscle fiber and nerve ending of his enormous form. Power. An unprecedented sensation of strength surged within him. His skin flushed crimson, his body temperature skyrocketing, and the confined cockpit echoed with the faint cracking sounds of his bones as they filled with energy. Ugh! Doria could not suppress a deep, resonant roar filled with newfound power. His excitement caused every inch of his corpulent body to tremble, and he eagerly pressed the detector's button again. The numbers on the display fluctuated wildly before settling at a value that nearly made his heart stop. 40,000. It doubled. It truly doubled. 40,000. Lord Frieza, my battle power has indeed transformed into 40,000. Doria bellowed in ecstatic triumph, the torment from the unbearable taste dissipating in an instant due to the overwhelming sensation of power. He exuberantly waved his fists, nearly smashing the control panel before him. In Frieza's crimson eyes, a glimmer of genuine, greedy light flickered, and his smile morphed into one that was both dangerous and exhilarated. Excellent. Continue drinking. Let us discover your limits. Yes, Lord Frieza. In that moment, Doria was intoxicated by the euphoria of power. His reverence, or perhaps fear, for the vial of divine water temporarily overshadowing his physiological disgust. Without hesitation, he raised the bottle again and downed a third mouthful with fervor. The energy surged once more. The sensation of power intensified. He eagerly glanced at the detector. Bang! A crisp sound erupted. The precious combat power detector lens on Dodoria's left eye could not withstand the sudden surge of energy, shattering into countless tiny fragments with a soft sound. A few sharp shards even cut through the skin near his eyelid, causing beads of blood to seep out. You foolish fat pig! Frieza's furious roar echoed through the communicator, shattering his elegant facade to reveal a fierce expression of rage. Your outdated detector can only measure up to 50,000 in combat power. Is your brain filled with fat? Dodoria flinched at the scolding, his massive form shrinking slightly as he gazed at the drifting fragments of the detector, then touched the small wounds on his bloodied face. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily apologized. I was careless. I sincerely apologize, Lord Frieza. I got too excited. After a pause, he recalled a crucial question and asked in confusion, but how did Vegeta know that his combat power had reached 300,000? Does he possess a more advanced detector? I don't remember him having such equipment. Fool. Frieza was almost amused by Dodoria's lack of intelligence. He calculated it based on the number of times he has taken sips. With your intellect, you are no better than a 5-year-old Saiyan. Dodoria's face turned red from shame, his massive fists cracking as he clenched them, yet he dared not retort. Lowering his head in bitterness, you are right, Lord Frieza. I know what I must do. He glanced at the nearly full vial of divine water in his hand, his expression growing complex, filled with both a desperate thirst for power and a deep-seated fear of its horrifying taste. Don't just stand there. Keep drinking until the energy stops increasing, Frieza commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. He needed more precise data. Yes, Dodoria gritted his teeth, determined to proceed. He no longer sipped cautiously but gulped the thick, foul liquid as if it were wine, tilting his head back and swallowing mouthful after mouthful. Each swallow was accompanied by muffled groans as he suppressed the urge to vomit, and his body trembled violently. The taste was nothing short of torture, yet the overwhelming surge of power within him made it irresistible. Gulp, gulp. Did the taste change a bit? Is there a hint of sweetness? Or is my sense of taste failing me? Dodoria mused as he drank, instinctively smacking his lips, attempting to analyze the peculiar shift in flavor. This action made Frieza, watching on the screen, clench his jaw in frustration. Finally, after downing the 16th gulp, the familiar sensation of energy surging like a volcanic eruption within him dissipated. No matter how he adjusted his energy, his combat power seemed to have reached a stable peak, with no further increase in sight. Lord Frieza, after the 16th gulp, there was no change in energy, Dodoria panted, his skin still flushed, radiating an astonishing heat, making the cramped vessel feel like a steam room. He licked his lips, a hint of lingering satisfaction crossing his face. You know, Lord Frieza, at first, This divine water was unbearable, but as I continued, it seems to have developed a bit of flavor. There's a unique richness to it. He attempted to find a less repulsive description. Frieza suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, focusing solely on the results. Drink one last gulp to confirm. Dodoria complied, downing the 17th gulp. He carefully sensed the changes within his body, and after a moment, shook his head. It truly hasn't increased, Lord Frieza. The energy inside me is very stable, showing no signs of further enhancement. He couldn't help but savor the taste, noting, this last sip feels even smoother, a bit intoxicating. Frieza disregarded Dodoria's comments about flavor, his crimson eyes sparkling with excitement. Excellent. Therefore, you have increased your combat power 16-fold. His voice carried a barely discernible thrill. With a base of 20,000. 16 times that equates to 320,000. The effect of this divine water exceeded his initial expectations. If this substance could elevate him by dozens or even hundreds of times, the position of Cosmic Emperor would face no challengers. He envisioned himself reigning invincible across the universe. Does this mean my combat power has reached 320,000? Dodoria's massive frame trembled with exhilaration, his eyes alight with unprecedented brilliance and arrogance. 320,000. This is a figure I never dared to dream of. That so-called Prince Vegeta is only at 300,000. I surpass him by a whole 20,000. Indeed. Frieza nodded in satisfaction, his face returning to its signature sinister smile. Thus, Dodoria, your task is clear. Go, retrieve that traitor Vegeta for me. Remember, you have an advantage of 20,000 in combat power, which is sufficient to create an overwhelming edge. However, his tone suddenly turned cold, his crimson gaze sharp as the most lethal icicle. Do not underestimate him. A Saiyan's last-ditch effort can sometimes be unpredictable. Rest assured, Lord Frieza. Dodoria straightened his back, his massive fist thudding heavily against his solid chest with a dull thump. His face brimming with absolute confidence and fierce killing intent. 320,000 against 300,000. A full 20,000 difference. No matter what schemes Vegeta concocts. Even if he attempts a sneak attack, it will all be futile against absolute power. I will make him understand the consequences of betraying Frieza's army. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength, as if he could crush a planet with a single punch. Go. Frieza waved his hand gently, severing the communication. The moment the screen darkened, his smile vanished, leaving only cold calculations and a deeper greed for that vial of divine water in his crimson pupils. The true source and cost of this miraculous water, which could exponentially elevate combat power, remained shrouded in mystery. Frieza's fingertips lightly tapped the armrest of his chair. Lost in contemplation. Inside the vessel, Dodoria felt the tsunami-like power surging within him as he gazed at the vial of divine water, now containing only a thin layer at the bottom, emanating a strange odor. A mix of ecstasy from the power and shadows of the lingering taste played across his face. He carefully stowed the vial, and then abruptly pushed the control stick. Vegeta, your grandpa Dodoria is coming. The rear of the vessel expelled a furious blue flame, like an arrow released from a bow, tearing through the silent expanse of space, racing toward the last known direction of Vegeta's ship. The flames of vengeance and surging power inflated him completely. Chapter 44, Tragedy Strikes Again. The vacuum of space was silent, pierced only by the low hum of the engine reverberating against the cabin walls. Dodoria's corpulent form sank into the pilot's seat, his short fingers deftly maneuvering across the complex control panel, each keystroke imbued with a playful mockery. Beyond the massive viewport, the gray-brown target planet loomed larger at an astonishing speed, drawing closer. Whoosh! The ship's tail expelled a blinding azure flame, the massive body hurtling like a precisely thrown meteor through the thin atmosphere, accompanied by a piercing shriek of friction as it crashed heavily onto a barren, crimson wasteland. The engine ceased, kicking up a cloud of dust akin to boiling blood mist. The hatch creaked open, sliding upwards. Humph! Dodoria's colossal purple form stepped out from the dust cloud, the rocks beneath him instantly shattering to powder. His narrow, fierce eyes, like two poisoned amethyst crystals, greedily scanned the unfamiliar, desolate landscape. The air was thick with the acrid sense of sulfur and rust. Vegeta, the little mouse of the Saiyans. Let us see where you hide this time. He sneered, knees slightly bent, and the hard rocky ground exploded beneath him with a resounding crash. The tremendous recoil propelled his seemingly clumsy body skyward like a cannonball. The terrifying energy emanating from a combat power of 320,000 surged within him, transforming this seemingly simple leap into a moment of air-rending teleportation. The fierce winds at high altitude caused his violet skin to ripple slightly as he hovered, his senses expanding like an invisible, colossal spiderweb, instantaneously enveloping the vast and desolate terrain below. Suddenly, from the northwestern horizon, a blindingly brilliant sphere of light erupted without warning. The radiance expanded wildly, instantly engulfing several long-eroded colossal mountains. Following this, a gargantuan mushroom-shaped cloud of dust, accompanied by a devastating shockwave, ascended violently, piercing the leaden-gray sky with a thunderous roar. Even from a distance, the turbulent energy currents made Dodoria, suspended in the air, feel a prickling sensation on his skin. He had found it. A fierce glint ignited in Dodoria's eyes, and his lips curled into a cruel arc. Even at death's door, they continued to wreak havoc? Truly the nature of an inferior race. He leaned forward sharply, resembling a vulture zeroing in on its prey, and dove toward the core of that destructive light. The air was compressed by his speed, emitting a wailing shriek akin to a ghostly cry. The barren land below rapidly magnified in his vision, blurring into a swirling mosaic of colors. Within mere heartbeats, the remnants of the explosion and the still emanating scorching shockwave met him head-on. Dodoria hovered in midair, and below, two minuscule figures appeared starkly at the edge of the enormous circular impact crater. From his elevated vantage point, Dodoria's gaze, cold as a probe, swiftly locked onto the diminutive figure of the Saiyan prince, Vegeta, clad in tattered battle attire and facing away from him. Beside him, the tall, bald figure, naturally, it was Naba, was gazing up in alarm. It must be said, with a combat power enhanced 16-fold, my speed has similarly surged. Dodoria reveled in the unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, every cell within him screaming with excitement. 320,000. This figure resonated in his mind, imparting an unparalleled sense of inflation. He gazed down at the insignificant Vegeta, and a wave of cruel delight washed over him. Watch how I discipline you, little prince of the Saiyans, he silently declared, his massive form descending with the weight of a meteor, crushing the air in its wake. The ground trembled violently. At the point where Dodoria landed, spiderweb-like fissures instantaneously spread several meters, with debris and dust shooting forth like a fountain. Amidst the swirling dust, Dodoria's imposing and menacing violet form straightened slowly, resembling a terrifying mountain that had suddenly surged from the earth, casting an immense, oppressive shadow over Vegeta. The dust was abruptly dispersed by an invisible wave of force. Vegeta spun around abruptly, his youthful face, typically adorned with arrogance, now drained of color, turning a shade of ashen gray. His pupils constricted suddenly, like prey ensnared by a venomous serpent. No scouter. An alarm blared in his mind, regret entwining around him like toxic vines. When did that damned fatso sneak up on me? Silent as a specter. A colossal sense of crisis seized him. The oppressive weight of the 320,000 combat power pressing down upon him like a tangible iceberg, nearly suffocating him. He forced himself to calm down, his fingers discreetly brushing against a cold, hard object concealed within the inner side of his battle suit's belt. Thank goodness for this. The battle god water. The side effects for him and Naba had long passed. If only he could buy a little more time. Isn't that the little Saiyan Prince Vegeta? Dodoria observed Vegeta's ghastly complexion with keen interest, as though admiring a fascinating collectible. A grotesque smile spread across his pudgy face, each crease brimming with sadistic pleasure. Why the grim expression upon seeing an old friend? Vegeta suppressed the tumult within, straightening his back, though he appeared diminutive beneath that massive shadow. The flame of pride belonging to a prince had not been extinguished. He scoffed, deliberately raising his voice to convey a facade of bravado. Dodoria, Frieza's lapdog. What do you want? He attempted to erect a fragile barrier of words. Beside him, Naba, overshadowed by Dodoria's massive form and overtly menacing aura, trembled uncontrollably. 320,000. This figure struck like a hammer upon his nerves. He desperately shrank back, beads of cold sweat forming on his bald head, teeth chattering uncontrollably, his gaze consumed by the primal instinct of fear. Of course, I am here to take you back, Dodoria began leisurely, his voice rasping like sandpaper. Imbued with a nonchalant control over all, to be dealt with personally by the great Lord Frieza. The price for betraying Lord Frieza, I believe. The prince should be quite aware of, right? He deliberately elongated the term prince, laced with malicious mockery. Humph. Vegeta feigned calmness, yet his heart thundered within his chest. Capture me? Do you even know my current combat power? He endeavored to leverage this information to intimidate his opponent, buying himself precious moments to devise a strategy. Isn't it merely a combat power of 300,000? Dodoria replied dismissively, casually waving his hand, as if brushing away an inconsequential speck of dust. Vegeta momentarily choked. The notion of 300,000 combat power being so inconsequential in his mouth. A profound absurdity and a deeper chill seized him. As if your combat power has already surpassed 300,000. Vegeta stifled his shock, rolling his eyes with all his might. Attempting to maintain the last shred of his princely dignity, though the slightest tremor in his voice betrayed the turmoil within. Dodoria emitted a low, gleeful chuckle, reverberating eerily across the desolate expanse, particularly unsettling. Unhurriedly, as if performing a magic trick, he produced a familiar metallic vial of battle god water, gleaming with an eerie blue sheen from the confines of his taut purple battle suit. He flaunted it before Vegeta and Naba. The viscous, deep blue liquid within the vial trailed murky strands along the bottle's walls as he waved it. More repulsively, a thick layer of filthy yellow foam floated atop the liquid. This foam was viscous and heavy, constantly bursting and reforming with movement, producing faint popping sounds that echoed in the still air, exuding a nauseating, indescribable sweetness mixed with a scent reminiscent of something putrid and fermented. Vegeta's pupils constricted to pinpricks. In that moment, his heart nearly ceased to beat. The plan actually succeeded. Exhilaration surged through him like an electric current, nearly overwhelming his expression. He forcibly suppressed the smile threatening to escape his lips, his face swiftly contorting into a mixture of shock, regret, and furious wrath. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze piercing like a poisoned dagger toward the trembling Naba beside him. Naba. The colossal bald warrior was utterly dazed, his mind blank. Is Prince Vegeta glaring at me? Why? I haven't said anything or done anything. I'm so frightened I can't even let out a sound. You insufferably foolish waste of space. Vegeta's roar crashed like thunder in Naba's ears, filled with a seething contempt. I told you long ago. To utterly destroy that damned god water. Reduce it to ash. Evaporate it completely. You insisted on saying it would be found nowhere in outer space. He pointed at the vial in Dodoria's hand, his finger trembling violently with rage. Look at the mess you've made. Each word felt like shards of ice squeezed from between his teeth. Naba, he opened his mouth, his face a canvas of confusion. Destroy it? Outer space? When did you say such things, my prince? Oh, a delayed lightning bolt struck through Naba's muddled brain. It was an act. The prince was performing for this fat, dead weight who had consumed the tainted god water. A sudden wave of intense nausea surged up Naba's throat. He desperately fought against the urge to vomit, the veins on his bald head bulging prominently. Dodoria's combat power had exceeded 300,000 after he consumed that substance. Good heavens. Inside that was. I sincerely apologize, Prince Vegeta. In that moment, Naba comprehended the gravity of the situation, his massive frame bending forward abruptly. His voice filled with regret and trepidation. It is I am so foolish. I was negligent. Please punish me. He strained to ensure his voice conveyed sincerity, while his peripheral vision fixated on the bottle in Dodoria's grasp, his stomach churning violently. Vegeta took a deep breath. Seemingly striving to suppress his fury, his gaze refocused on Dodoria with a semblance of forced composure. Just how many times has your combat power multiplied? This was both an opportunity for Dodoria to boast and a means for Vegeta to confirm the time. Not too much, Dodoria replied, shaking the bottle that was frothing with repulsive bubbles, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. It's merely a modest 16 times. He paused deliberately, relishing the transformation in Vegeta's expression. However, my base combat power is 20,000. He elongated his tone, akin to proclaiming a death sentence. Can you calculate my current power? Clever little prince. Vegeta's teeth ground together, his facial muscles tensed, and he forced out the despairing number through gritted teeth. 320,000. Bingo. Correct answer. Dodoria's grin blossomed. reminiscent of a carnivorous flower unfurling its jaws, full of cruel satisfaction. He lifted the bottle once more, bringing it close to his face. Inhaling the murky liquid and thick yellow foam with a sense of intoxication, then exclaiming a genuine, bone-chilling admiration that made both Vegeta and Naba shudder. But I must say, this bottle of combat divine water has a truly unique flavor. It possesses an indescribable aftertaste and richness. If we could develop a similar beverage for everyday thirst, it would undoubtedly be a cosmic bestseller. He smacked his lips, savoring the imagined elixir. Vegeta felt a surge of bile rush up his throat, his stomach convulsing violently. He swallowed hard, his complexion shifting from ashen to pale. Had this guy's taste buds completely died? Naba, too, felt darkness cloud his vision, his massive body swaying dangerously, nearly collapsing. He clamped his mouth shut, suppressing a retching sound filled with anguish. Dodoria had the audacity to claim that substance was palatable, and it had an aftertaste? Richness. Naba felt his worldview shatter, the contents of his stomach rising to his throat. Enough. Dodoria's smile abruptly vanished, morphing into a chilling intent to kill. Let us cease this idle chatter. He clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking ominously, his brawny purple arms bulging with muscle. I will thoroughly teach you a lesson, then drag you back like a dead dog for Lord Frieza to witness the sorry state of the once proud Saiyan prince. He advanced with heavy steps, each footfall causing the ground to tremble, like the ominous drumbeats of death approaching Vegeta. The shadow of death enveloped him instantaneously. Every nerve in Vegeta's body tightened to its limit. 15,000 against 320,000. This was an absolute crushing disparity. Any hint of negligence could result in his annihilation. Wait. Vegeta suddenly raised his hand, his voice tinged with desperation and a hint of defiance. I will go with you. Dodoria halted abruptly, narrowing his elongated eyes. Scrutinizing Vegeta with suspicion, he elongated the vowel, a hint of amusement creeping into his tone, admitting defeat before the fight even begins. This is not the Saiyan prince I know. Where has your inherent wildness and pride gone? Eaten by dogs? His tone was laced with blatant mockery. Humph. Vegeta turned his head, his youthful face marred by humiliation and resentment, an intricate tapestry of emotions playing across his features. With a staggering 20,000 combat power deficit, how could he possibly fight? He nearly shouted, his voice trembling imperceptibly. If it were merely a difference of 2,000 or 3,000, with everyone around the 300,000 mark, I, Vegeta, would not hesitate to risk my life against you, you fat oaf. He emphasized the 20,000 gap. Yet his gaze burned with a stubborn defiance akin to a cornered beast. It seems the gap in power is too vast, Dodoria smirked, shaking his massive head. Even you, proud little wildcat, have learned to tuck your tail between your legs. How very accommodating of you. His words dripped with derision. Yet the ferocity in his eyes remained undiminished, flaring with intensity. But I've decided to indulge myself today, to stretch my muscles. Moreover, your self-satisfied face is exceedingly displeasing to me. Before he finished speaking, Dodoria's enormous frame surged forward with a terrifying speed that belied his size. He left only a hazy purple afterimage in his wake. His robust right arm swung like a battering ram, slicing through the air with an agonizing whine. Aimed directly at Vegeta's chest. The very fabric of space seemed to warp in the wake of his fist. Vegeta's nerves had already reached their breaking point. The instant he perceived the slightest twitch in Dodoria's shoulder muscle, he channeled all his strength into his legs. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself backward with explosive speed, leaving behind a faint afterimage. Boom! Dodoria's colossal fist struck nothing but air. The violent gust generated by his punch crashing into the ground where Vegeta had just stood. The solid crimson rock shattered like brittle cookies. A massive crater, over 10 meters in diameter, formed instantaneously, debris shooting in all directions like a torrential downpour, dust billowing skyward. Damn it! Vegeta narrowly avoided the fatal strike. Landing several meters away, his heart racing as if it would burst from his chest, his back soaked with cold sweat. He stared at the enormous crater, his scalp prickling. That was too close. Had that punch connected, he would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. 15,000 combat power felt as fragile as paper against 320,000. Just as Vegeta steadied himself from the shock, a chilling, Bone-deep killing intent materialized behind him without warning, like a specter. The intensity of that malice nearly froze his blood. Vegeta's body hair stood on end. Instinctively, he stiffly turned his neck, akin to a rusted machine, struggling to glance backward. The dust had yet to settle when Dodoria's massive, grotesque purple visage nearly pressed against the back of his head. In his narrow eyes sparkled the cruel light of a cat toying with a mouse, coupled with a surprising glimmer of unexpected admiration. "You dodged quite swiftly just now. Little mouse." Dodoria's voice slithered like a serpent, exuding a nauseatingly damp chill that brushed against Vegeta's ear, but alas, compared to the speed afforded by my 320,000 combat power, your meager tricks are laughably inadequate. Do you feel it? The taste of despair? He cackled, reveling in the sight of Vegeta's face turning ashen. No, this is bad. Vegeta's spirit plummeted. His mind went blank. The speed of 320,000 was overwhelming, so fast that he could not react in time. Bang! The thunderous crash reverberated like a heavy hammer striking a fragile bag. Dodoria's purple fist, brimming with terrifying power, landed squarely upon Vegeta's unguarded back. Puff! Vegeta's body crumpled as if it had been struck head-on by a speeding starship. He bent forward sharply, his eyes bulging, the whites of his eyes suffused with crimson veins. A large mouthful of mixed internal fragments, boiling and viscous blood, erupted from him like a geyser, tracing a blinding crimson arc through the air. He distinctly heard the horrifying sound of his sternum shattering, as if his very soul were being violently expelled from his corporeal form by that singular blow. Just as Vegeta felt he was on the brink of exploding into a mist of blood, Dodoria's fist appeared to falter slightly, the ferocious power receding just a fraction, akin to a tide drawing back. Yet even so, that residual might was still beyond what Vegeta could endure at that moment. With a whoosh, Vegeta's body was hurled like a tattered doll cast by a catapult, emitting a chilling sound as it cut through the air, tracing a low and desperate parabolic arc towards the unforgiving rocky terrain below. Boom! The earth again groaned in anguish. A crater, deeper and larger than before, abruptly formed amidst the swirling dust. At the bottom of the pit, Vegeta's small frame lay in an unnatural contortion, trapped among the debris, utterly motionless. Blood seeped from his mouth, nose, ears, and even from lacerations in his skin, quickly staining the rocks beneath him. Each faint breath tugged at the shattering pain coursing through his body, his vision darkening, consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. He had come perilously close to death, with only this singular thought flashing desperately in the midst of agony and dizziness. A battle power of 320,000 was indeed despairingly formidable. Chapter 45. The super pit. The violet sky of Namekexing hung low, reminiscent of stagnant, unhealed bloodstains. Wisps of thin, acrid mist drifted across the desolate wasteland, carrying a nauseating, metallic scent of sweetness. Even the wind here seemed weary, whispering past jagged rocks and the cracked, parched purple earth, emitting a faint, monotonous whimper. In the profound silence of this alien realm, only two figures radiated starkly different auras. Dodoria's massive form resembled a moving mountain of flesh, his deep purple skin glistening with an oily sheen under the dim light, his powerful arms firmly clutching Vegeta. His knuckles turned white with exertion, fingers deeply embedded in the muscles surrounding Vegeta's shoulder blades, the sickening cracking sound echoing the bones' lament under immense pressure. 300,000? Huh. Dodoria's voice rasped like sandpaper against rusted metal, each word laced with a thick stench of blood splattering onto Vegeta's face, his small, fierce eyes fixated on the dust and blood-streaked visage of his opponent. Vegeta, your pitiful struggles resemble the final writhing of an insect. Before Lord Frieza, your ridiculous lies are less than mere bubbles. Speak. Have you consumed it or not? The excruciating pain pierced through Vegeta's shoulder like a red-hot iron rod. Each breath a tormenting tug of agony. Cold sweat mingled with blood, dripping down his taut jawline and splattering onto the purple dust below, forming a dark stain. He clenched his teeth, tasting the metallic tang of rust in his mouth, his throat emitting a strained, wheezing gasp. Dodoria's immense body coiled in the shadow of nearby rocks. Paralyzed by overwhelming fear, his breath stilled, save for his terrified eyes peering through the gaps in his fingers, fixating on the hopeless scene before him. With a sudden cough, Vegeta expelled a copious amount of thick blood, the glaring crimson splattering against Dodoria's chest like a bizarre proclamation. In that moment, as Dodoria's mocking grin deepened, Vegeta's bloodied lips curled into a twisted arc, devoid of submission, embodying a near-mad, chilling calculation. "You fool," Vegeta's voice was raspy, akin to gravel grinding together, yet possessed a peculiar clarity, each word striking Dodoria's ears with precision. "Do you truly believe Lord Frieza cares so much? That minuscule increment matters not," he gasped, his gaze locking onto Dodoria's face, contorted with rage. The real secret lies in the second amplification. Dodoria's grip on Vegeta slackened instinctively, a flicker of bewilderment and suspicion replacing the rage in his eyes, as if he had heard something utterly incomprehensible. "Second?" he repeated unconsciously, his voice tinged with uncertainty for the first time. Vegeta sensed this subtle shift, akin to a drowning man clutching at a final straw. He bore the shattering pain in his shoulder, summoning every ounce of strength to force the words from his clenched teeth, each syllable dripping with blood, yet resoundingly clear. "Indeed. The second. As long as the method is correct," he gasped, a cruel smile deepening at the corners of his mouth. "What is the first double worth? The true power lies in the second." 32 times. Just after the first. 32 times. Dodoria's pupils dilated sharply, as if struck by a blinding light. All the violent lines on his face froze in an instant, replaced by a near suffocating astonishment. His grip on Vegeta completely released, his massive body swayed slightly, as if overwhelmed by this sudden numerical revelation. 32 times. This figure spiraled chaotically within his tumultuous mind, swelling, exploding. Uncontrollably, a dazzling halo flashed before his eyes. No longer a humble minion beneath Lord Frieza, but Dodoria, that once icy first form of Lord Frieza, whose despair-inducing battle power of 530,000 he now stood upon, crushing it beneath his feet. No, pulverizing it, as effortlessly as squashing an insect. The throne of the Cosmic Emperor seemed within grasp. "Say it again," Dodoria's voice soared, sharp and strained, intermingled with incredulous ecstasy and an insatiable thirst that threatened to tear him apart. He gasped heavily, his chest heaving, veins bulging beneath his deep purple skin, as if they might burst. In his small eyes, the earlier fear of Frieza and the murderous intent towards Vegeta were now utterly eclipsed by a primal desire to seize everything, ablaze with a terrifying light. He stared intensely at Vegeta, as if the latter had transformed from prey into the ultimate key capable of unlocking the universe's mightiest powers. Vegeta's body collapsed, crashing heavily against the cold purple rocks, raising a fine cloud of dust. The agony from his shattered shoulder blurred his vision, each breath a rending torment, the metallic taste of blood filling his throat. He curled up, his body trembling from pain and blood loss, yet his eyes remained unnaturally bright, sharp as blades, piercing through his disheveled hair, locking onto Dodoria's face, twisted with greed and ecstasy. It worked. This fool took the bait. The immense temptation was as sweet as the most delectable poison, instantly numbing the beast's murderous intent and vigilance. The method was simple. Vegeta's voice, still hoarse, carried the weakness of an injured man, yet he struggled to lift the one arm that still held strength, using the back of his bloodied and dirt-stained hand to wipe away the blood trickling from his lips. This motion tugged at his wounds, eliciting a muffled groan, veins bulging at his temples, but he forced himself to steady his voice, his words flowing like the most enticing whisper into Dodoria's ears. After drinking the god water for the first time, wait for an hour. He paused deliberately, gasping, his gaze sweeping over Dodoria's face, which was nearly eager enough to leap at him. "Once the hour is up, drink it again." He slightly raised his bloodied chin. Despite his disheveled state, his expression emanating a sense of control, as if looking down upon his opponent. It is that simple. The second amplification of 32 times is within easy reach. Do you not wish to try? Drink again. Dodoria's breath hitched violently, a tidal wave of euphoria crashing over him. He did not even delve into the bizarre calmness hidden behind Vegeta's words. 32 times. The cursed number completely consumed all his cognitive pathways, dispelling the last flicker of rationality. He almost clumsily loosened his grip on Vegeta, his massive frame awkwardly retreating a half-step in excitement. His small eyes, deeply set in flesh, suddenly ignited with a terrifying brilliance, fixating on Vegeta. as if he intended to extract every word from the bloodied lips of his opponent for confirmation. Was it really that simple? Dodoria's voice trembled with a dreamlike quality, his enormous hand instinctively moving towards the bulging inner pocket of his tight combat suit. When his fingertips brushed against the cold, smooth outline of the small vial, an indescribable surge of ecstasy, akin to a current of electricity, coursed through his entire being, causing him to shudder. A strange sheen glossed over his deep purple face, fueled by overwhelming excitement. Meanwhile, Vegeta lay on the ground, weakly gasping for breath, yet his gaze was like icy needles dipped in poison, silently piercing Dodoria with immediate effect. Do you not feel that time is drawing near? His voice was soft, imbued with a guiding charm. Time. Dodoria suddenly paused, as if awakened by this utterance. He instinctively lifted his gaze towards the unchanging, oppressive purple sky of Namek, seemingly calculating something. Then, an inexplicable thrill and urgency seized him. It was almost here. The moment that would elevate him to greatness, crushing Frieza beneath his feet, was imminent. His rough fingers trembled almost reverently as they finally retrieved the small metal vial from his inner pocket. The vial felt cold, reflecting a faint, enticing sheen under the dim light. The liquid within now appeared to him not as a mere task bestowed by Frieza, but as the elixir to unparalleled power, the sacred fire igniting the ultimate brilliance of his life. Dodoria could no longer contain himself. A deep, greedy laughter erupted from his throat, his face quivering with excitement. Mine. It is mine. 32 times. Lord Frieza? Humph. A glimmer of unabashed ambition and contempt flashed in his eyes, as if the name's owner had become a relic of the past. He eagerly twisted off the cap, and an indescribable, bizarre aroma, a mixture of sweetness and metallic tang, instantly filled the air. He greedily inhaled the scent, as if it were the most exquisite delicacy in the universe, and without hesitation, he aimed the vial at his mouth, ready to consume the fateful liquid in one gulp. Behind the rocks, that was nearly overwhelmed with terror, his heart raced, fearing that even the slightest sound might disrupt this life-altering moment, his widened eyes brimming with utmost fear and a flicker of improbable hope. Just as the cold, slippery liquid was about to cascade down his throat, Dodoria's colossal body suddenly convulsed violently, as if struck by an invisible, colossal hammer upon his spine. The motion of twisting off the cap froze in an instant, his raised arm suspended in midair like a grotesque statue, suddenly stripped of its magic. An indescribable chill, originating from the depths of his soul, surged violently, engulfing every corner of his being without warning. The immense power that had surged through his veins just moments before, a force that had dared him to challenge Frieza's over 300,000 battle power, receded like a retreating tide. No, not a retreat, but a collapse. A catastrophic breaking of levees. An abyss drained in an instant. A piercing, distorted wail shattered the silence of Namek's atmosphere. The ecstasy and greed on Dodoria's face were instantly replaced by sheer terror and disbelief, his features contorting grotesquely. He felt as if his body had been hollowed out in an instant, leaving behind a heavy, decayed shell, with even the effort to stand becoming excruciatingly difficult. His legs trembling uncontrollably like they were filled with lead. He staggered, his massive form swaying precariously, nearly collapsing to the ground. No, this is impossible, he screamed, his voice laced with desperation and madness. He instinctively glanced down at the scouter strap to his wrist, a symbol of Frieza's technological supremacy. At that moment, the smooth lens displayed the battle power values fluctuating with unprecedented, terrifying speed, plummeting. The red warning light blinked frantically, akin to the rapid heartbeat of a dying man, nearly blinding him. 340, 000, 280, 000, 190, 000. The values descended like a kite severed from its string, like a flood breaching its dam, plummeting in a manner that was utterly despairing. 80, 00040, 00020, 000. Dodoria's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, fixated on the dancing numbers, each fluctuation striking his heart like a cold blade. His mind went blank, with only the cruel, flickering red light on the scouter lens, symbolizing the complete disintegration of his power. 5, 0003, 0001, 250. Ultimately, the frantically oscillating number seemed to exhaust its last vestige of strength, freezing at a glaring, abject figure. 1, 250. Dodoria stood frozen, as if instantly encased in the coldest winds of the universe. He stared at the 250, as if he could not comprehend these simple digits. The blood drained from his deep purple face, leaving behind a hue akin to despair. The once formidable sense of power that had allowed him to look down upon all vanished entirely, replaced by boundless weakness and heaviness, so profound that he found even lifting a finger to be an insurmountable challenge. The world seemed to spin beneath his feet, collapsing, dragging him toward an endless abyss. Finally, he had arrived. A cold, calm voice, yet filled with infinite malice and cruel delight, echoed behind him like a whisper from hell. Dodoria stiffened, twisting his robust neck with the creak of rusty machinery. In his line of sight, the figure that had just been sprawled upon the ground, coughing up blood, was now slowly rising from the purple dust. Vegeta's movements were not swift, marked by the sluggishness and pain of injury, each shift pulling at his shattered scapula, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his brow. Yet he ultimately stood upright. His blood-stained face, streaked with sweat and dirt, bore the marks of his struggles. However, his eyes were sharp, icy, ignited by the flames of vengeance, akin to two stars illuminating the darkness, locking onto Dodoria with unwavering intensity. In his gaze, there was not a hint of weakness, only the raw, bloodthirsty glint of a hunter who had finally ensnared his prey. A smile curled at his lips once more, this time devoid of any concealment, fully unfurling, his bloodied teeth bared beneath the purple skies, resembling a beast poised to feast. 250? Vegeta's voice carried a mocking, cruel amusement, piercing through Dodoria's ears, drowning in the phantom of collapsing power. This number suits you perfectly. He gently flexed his injured arm, the searing pain knitting his brow together, eliciting a suppressed grunt, yet this agony only sharpened the ferocity in his gaze. Dodoria's heart felt as though it were gripped by a cold iron hand, plunging him into an unfathomable icy abyss. The monstrous fear engulfed him like tangible ice water in an instant. Vegeta's bloodied grin, his frigid gaze, and that death sentence of 250 shattered his last flicker of hope. He finally comprehended. What second enhancement? What 32 times? All were mere traps intricately woven by that cunning Saiyan prince, luring him towards his demise. The god water was not a staircase to divinity, but rather the poisoned honey bestowed by Lord Frieza. It could only briefly ignite his life before plunging him into eternal darkness. You deceived me. Doria's voice was hoarse and fractured, laden with boundless fear and resentment. His massive frame stumbled backward uncontrollably, each step leaving a heavy, chaotic imprint upon the violet dust. Vegeta, you despicable bastard. Lord Frieza will not spare you. He bellowed with a facade of bravado, attempting to summon a flicker of courage through that name, yet his trembling voice betrayed the collapse of his spirit. Frieza? Vegeta scoffed, the sound low yet saturated with profound disdain and hatred. Of course, he will not let me go, just as I will never let him go. He slightly bent his body, lowering his center of gravity. Though his injured arm could not be raised, the other hand slowly clenched into a fist, the knuckles cracking softly. A faint yet intensely concentrated energy began to circulate around him, stirring the fine dust. As for you, his gaze pierced through Doria's bluster like a cold probe. It seemed you were enjoying yourself earlier? Before the words could settle, Vegeta's figure abruptly blurred. He moved with a speed that transcended Doria's current perception. In his widened eyes, driven by fear, he beheld a blood-stained shadow tearing through the brief distance between them, charged with a resolute and chilling killing intent. Bang! A dull, heart-stopping impact echoed, accompanied by the unmistakable crunch of shattered bones, exploding across the desolate wasteland. Vegeta's uninjured elbow struck Doria's unguarded chest with the force of a battering ram. Devoid of embellishment, yet devastatingly effective, Doria's eyes bulged as if he were a dying fish, his colossal body lifted off the ground by the ferocity of the blow. A torrent of boiling blood mixed with fragments of his insides erupted from his gaping mouth, painting a tragic scarlet arc in the air. The excruciating pain drowned his thoughts, leaving only a void filled with tearing despair. He felt as though he had been struck directly by a meteor, his chest collapsing inward, the agony of broken ribs akin to countless searing needles twisting within him. Yet, his nightmare had merely begun. His body continued to ascend, weightlessness ensnaring him. In this helpless moment, he glimpsed Vegeta's bloodied yet cruelly exhilarated face drawing near once more. A foot, accompanied by a shriek that tore through the air, rapidly magnified in his vision. Bang! Another suffocating thud resounded. Vegeta's massive foot, infused with the entirety of his strength and vengeful fury, accurately struck between Doria's hefty abdomen. The force penetrated deeply as if aiming to shatter his spine. A more agonizing wail resonated through the heavens. Doria felt as though he were a ragged doll, hurled upward by an irresistible force. His vision spun wildly, inverting. The violet sky, the cracked earth, and Vegeta's demonic visage all swirled chaotically. The howling winds filled his ears, accompanied by the grating moans of his own bones. Overwhelming terror and weightlessness nearly caused him to faint on the spot. Vegeta squinted slightly, gazing up at the purple mass propelled like a cannonball toward the violet heavens, a cruelly delighted expression manifesting on his face. He shook his arm, which throbbed with pain from the intense action, and murmured to himself with an unusual savor. So this is what it feels like when Vikimo kicks Chioe. He licked his cracked, blood-streaked lips, the bloodlust in his eyes intensifying. Indeed, quite exhilarating. Before the words faded, he slightly bent his legs, the hard purple rock beneath him crumbling into powder without a sound. Boom! The shockwave erupted. Vegeta's form transformed into a decisive black arrow, cleaving through the air, soaring faster to pursue the descending purple figure. In the upper atmosphere, the cold, thin air felt like knives against his cheeks. Vegeta appeared like a specter, stabilizing himself directly in front of Doria, who was now dazed from pain and fear, mirroring his descent. The violet winds violently tugged at their hair and tattered battle gear. Doria, Vegeta's voice cut through the howling wind with clarity, laced with a teasing tone akin to a cat playing with its prey. Where is your scouter? That little gadget capable of detecting hundreds of thousands of battle power? His gaze swept over Doria's empty wrist. Doria's consciousness battled through the agony and the dizzying descent, Vegeta's voice filtering through as if muffled by thick water. He strained to turn his eyes toward his bare wrist, marked only by a ring of red indentations. It exploded. His voice shattered, thick with blood and pain. It went beyond the detection range. Each breath tore through his chest like shards of glass. It exploded? Vegeta's smile widened suddenly, radiating a genuine delight that was pure and unrestrained. Wonderful. His voice escalated sharply, cutting through the wind with an unbearable shrillness. Absolutely wonderful. This unabashed ecstasy plunged Doria's already despairing heart into the abyss. The absence of a scouter meant that Lord Frieza could not possibly know what transpired here. His final distress signal had been utterly severed. A chilling sense of abandonment by the cosmos seized him. Vegeta, spare me. The instinct for survival overwhelmed both fear and dignity. Doria cried out, his voice warping under the rapid descent. I beg you, spare me. I can plead for you with Lord Frieza. I can. His words tumbled forth, grasping at the last threads of hope. Spare you? Vegeta interrupted, his smile unwavering, yet his gaze was as frigid as eternal ice. Perhaps. He lightly uttered those two words. Doria's eyes ignited with an incredulous, desperate joy, akin to a drowning man spotting a lifeline. Yet, Vegeta's smile twisted into a fearsome and cruel grin, resembling a demon baring its fangs. But you must fly a bit longer. As the last word fell, he abruptly executed a fluid and rapid spin in midair. His right leg sliced through the air like a steel whip, emitting a piercing shriek as it swung down. Bang! The force of this kick surpassed the previous one in ferocity. It struck Doria with the impact of a hammer against decayed wood. Doria's scream was forcibly swallowed back into his throat. He felt every bone in his body emit a lament of overwhelming strain, as if on the verge of complete disintegration. His form was once again sent spiraling upward like a rogue purple comet, accompanied by an even more anguished sound, soaring toward the deeper, more profound violet firmament. His vision blurred entirely, consciousness sinking rapidly into the abyss of pain and terror. So this is how Vikimo felt when he kicked Chioe. A chilling realization pierced through Doria's chaotic mind like a serpent, instantly connecting all the fragmented clues. Chioe, who had also been dispatched under Lord Frieza's orders, pursuing Vegeta with the battle god water, his mysterious disappearance, his silence. The truth struck him like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through his muddled consciousness. It was no accident. It was not a formidable foe. It was a trap identical to the one Doria now found himself ensnared in. It was Vegeta and that damned Vikamer, who had used the nefarious side effects of the battle god water to ensnare Chioe. like a cat toying with a mouse, like kicking a lifeless, tattered ball, until the strength was drained, bones shattered, and sinews snapped. The turbulent emotions swirling within Xiao Yi, mixed with an indescribable fury at being deceived, an acute fear of death, and a chilling torrent of deep-seated resentment towards the Scion prince before him, erupted violently as he faced the abyss of despair that threatened to engulf Dodoria. This was an embodiment of malice towards the universe, a profound regret for his own foolishness, and the purest negative emotions ignited in the final moments of existence. The negative emotional value from Dodoria reached an astonishing 999. In Chapter 46, Cowardice, the cold metallic walls of the spacecraft reflected the bewildered expression of Vikimo. He languidly slumped in his seat aboard the Raditz spacecraft, his consciousness submerged in a system interface that only he could perceive. Just moments ago, a stream of clear information refreshed his vision. Negative emotional value from Dodoria, 250. Negative emotional value from Dodoria, 300. Negative emotional value from Dodoria, 500. What? Vikimo straightened abruptly, nearly sliding off his chair. He blinked rapidly, confirming that he was not mistaken. He could not fathom how a mere utterance from Vegeta could prompt Dodoria to provide him with such emotional values. It was utterly perplexing. Faced with this cascade of negative emotional values, Vikimo felt utterly dazed. He furrowed his brow and racked his memory. Why would Dodoria supply me with negative emotional values? Since my arrival in this world, I have yet to meet him. The rotund, pink-hued henchman of Frieza should theoretically be busy executing tasks in a distant galaxy or being entertained by Prince Vegeta on his home planet. Their only connection might be their mutual associations with Frieza and Vegeta. How very strange. Vikimo ran his fingers through his hair, bewildered. Could it be that Vegeta had done something that incited Dodoria's wrath to such an extent that he also directed his animosity towards me, a fellow Scion? This negative emotional value was too abstract to comprehend. Unable to make sense of it, Vikimo decided to regard it as a peculiar interspatial empathy mechanism of the system, or perhaps simply a glitch. He sighed and reclined back in his seat, gazing out at the unchanging, profound starry sea and the endless darkness beyond. The spaceship was moving far too slowly. It would take several more days to reach Earth. Vikimo could not suppress his complaints. Although this Frieza Force standard spaceship surpassed any spacecraft he had known in his previous life in speed, it still felt painfully sluggish when measured against the vastness of the universe, where distances were counted in light years. However, he consoled himself, recalling that Vegeta and Naba had taken nearly a year to travel from a distant galaxy to Earth. A year. To be confined in that small, monotonous metal coffin for over 300 days? Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. If Vikimo were to endure a year aboard a spacecraft, he would surely perish from boredom. He silently cried out into the void, or rather, at the Systemos system. Could you not provide some form of instantaneous travel? Do you not understand that time is money? Yet, the system remained as silent as ever. The low and steady hum of the spaceship's engine serving as its only response. Resigned, Vikimo closed his eyes, praying that Vegeta would not make a grave mistake. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of Vegeta's planet, Vegeta slowly withdrew his fist, gazing down at Dodoria, who lay crumpled on the ground, battered and bruised. His pink skin marred with contusions and charred marks. This once arrogant confidant of Frieza now resembled a puddle of mud, almost devoid of strength to even grunt. After thoroughly tormenting Dodoria, Vegeta crouched beside him, a smile playing on his lips devoid of warmth, only cold scrutiny and a cat-and-mouse mockery. Dodoria had been thoroughly cowed, not daring to utter a sound. The remaining eye he possessed, the other swollen shut from Vegeta's blows, was filled with fear and pleading. "Let me go, Vegeta." Dodoria's voice came out hoarse and weak, heavy with gasps. "I was merely following orders. I never intended to oppose you." The intense will to survive compelled him to relinquish all dignity. "I have said before, I can let you go," Vegeta replied with a light laugh, that smile appearing to Dodoria as an invitation from a devil. "But you must do as I say." "What do you need me to do?" Dodoria asked without hesitation. Anything to preserve his life was acceptable. Vegeta's smile faded, his gaze sharpening. "What are Frieza's plans? Speak honestly." His voice bore an undeniable pressure. Dodoria shivered, unwilling to conceal the truth. He told me to capture you and bring you back, that's all." "Then, you are in contact with him aboard the spaceship?" Vegeta pressed for details. "Why yes, Dodoria nodded hastily. Good. Vegeta's lips curled into a calculating smirk. When you return to the spaceship, tell him you have captured me and are preparing to escort me back. What are you planning? Dodoria blinked in surprise, a chill rising in his heart. Vegeta was far too audacious. You do not need to know, Vegeta snorted coldly, his powerful aura pressing down on Dodoria once more. As long as you do as I say, you will live. This was a blatant threat. Dodoria, witnessing the murderous intent flickering in Vegeta's eyes, felt his heart race. He instantly grasped Vegeta's intention. You wish to use this to deceive Lord Frieza? He thought, stunned by the audacity. Should he find a way to inform Lord Frieza? Yet, the next moment, seeing Vegeta's hand poised as if ready to snap his neck, the thought was extinguished by fear. No. If I speak up, this man will kill me without hesitation, and then he will escape. He gasped heavily, suddenly recalling something and cautiously probing. How long is the side effect of the combat god water? This was his only hope. If the duration of the side effect was short, he might regain his strength and have a chance to survive. Vegeta's gaze flickered slightly. He was well aware that the true side effect lasted only a day. However, to maintain complete control over Dodoria, he maintained a stoic facade and lied. 3 days. His tone was resolute. He would not acknowledge that the side effect lasted just 1 day. 3 days? Dodoria's heart sank to the depths. This meant he would be a defenseless pawn for the next 3 days. He had just experienced Vegeta's strength, even without the combat god water. He was no match for him, especially now that he was gravely injured and weakened. Do not even think about regaining your combat power to defeat me, Vegeta warned with a cold smile, having seen through his thoughts. In these 3 days, you best behave yourself. So, you intend to kill me after 3 days? Dodoria trembled violently, gripped by overwhelming terror. I have stated, as long as you perform well, I can let you go. Vegeta once again revealed that enigmatic smile. He needed Dodoria alive as bait and required his cooperation in this charade. As for what would happen after 3 days, that would depend on his mood. Dodoria's mind was in turmoil. Resistance was a path to death, while compliance might offer a sliver of hope. With 3 days still ahead, many variables could arise. If he seized the opportunity, he might escape Vegeta's control. He resolved to take a gamble, to preserve his life first. He nodded laboriously. I will do as you say. Satisfied, Vegeta stood up. At that moment, as if recalling something of utmost importance, he looked down at the prostrate Dodoria and casually inquired, by the way, will Frieza transform? This issue struck like a massive stone thrown into the tranquil surface of a lake, instantly shattering the obedient facade that Dodoria had painstakingly maintained. He abruptly lifted his head, his remaining eye filled with shock. Did Chiyoidu tell you? He blurted out instinctively, only to realize his slip of the tongue too late. However, the words had escaped his lips, and he could only brace himself to respond. Indeed, Lord Frieza can transform, and he possesses 4 distinct forms. To emphasize Frieza's formidable power and to intimidate the madman Vegeta, he heightened his tone. You could never be a match for Lord Frieza. The air seemed to congeal. The smile vanished from Vegeta's face, and his pupils constricted sharply. He fell silent, but an ineffable chill emanated from him. Even the ever-watchful Naba, who had remained silent, turned pale, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Was what Vikimo said true? Frieza truly had 4 transformations. Vegeta's heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The mysterious Saiyan boy had such accurate intelligence. This heightened his wariness regarding Vikimo's origins and intentions, while simultaneously enveloping him in unprecedented pressure. For forms, this implied that Frieza's concealed strength vastly exceeded his imagination. Vegeta took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, gritting his teeth as he pressed further, his voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. Then, does Frieza's combat power reach 100 million? This was his last glimmer of hope. He wished for Vikimo to be exaggerating this figure. 100 million? Dodoria's expression froze, akin to someone hearing the most ludicrous joke. He scoffed, an air of absurdity lacing his words. What nonsense are you spouting? How could that be possible? Lord Frieza's power is unfathomable, but 100 million is utterly preposterous. In his understanding, a combat power in the millions was already an unimaginable monstrosity. I knew it. Vegeta's taut nerves suddenly relaxed, a long exhale escaping him, and he even regained a hint of color in his face. Although the information regarding the 4 transformations had been confirmed, the notion of a combat power of 100 million was indeed laughable. If Frieza's combat power were around 3 million, perhaps he could truly drown him in the battle god water. This audacious plan seemed to regain a semblance of viability. A flicker of anger rose within him towards Vikimo. You scoundrel, claiming Frieza's combat power reaches 100 million is clearly just a scare tactic. At that moment, aboard a distant spaceship, the bored Vikimo suddenly received another message. Negative emotional value of 666 from Vegeta. Vikimo. What now? Am I under fire while lying down? What have I done to provoke you? The inner voice of Vegeta seemed to penetrate through the void. I knew it. How could anyone's combat power reach such a height of 100 million? Shaking off the displeasure brought by this minor interlude, Vegeta refocused on the task at hand. He kicked the limp Dodoria. Now we are heading to your spaceship. His voice regained its commanding firmness. He roughly seized one of Dodoria's arms, lifting him as one would a tattered sack. Naba, follow closely. Vegeta commanded without turning back, his body soaring into the air, dragging the howling Dodoria towards the small spherical spaceship that belonged to Dodoria, parked not far from the ruins. Naba, not daring to lag, immediately unleashed his energy to follow closely behind. Soon, the three of them entered the spacecraft. The interior was clean and orderly, infused with the cold, hard technological aesthetic characteristic of Frieza's army, starkly contrasting with the somewhat crude Saiyan ship belonging to Vegeta and his companions. Vegeta unceremoniously tossed Dodoria onto the seat before the communication console, coldly stating, "You know what to do. Remember, my detector is always trained on you." He gestured to the detector on his ear, then indicated the communication screen. "Misstep even a word, and your head will explode like a watermelon." His threat was simple and direct, yet profoundly intimidating. Simultaneously, he prepared for the worst. If Dodoria dared to inform Frieza, he would eliminate him right here and then make a hasty escape. That rascal Vikimo and Raditz seemed to have ventured to a planet called Earth. If it comes to that, I will go to Earth too. Earth had seemingly become a subconscious retreat for him. However, if everything proceeded smoothly, perhaps he could leverage this opportunity to eliminate Frieza. The immense ambition and thirst for power once again overshadowed his caution. Dodoria, enduring excruciating pain and humiliation, trembled under Vegeta's cold gaze, reluctantly extending his hand to operate the complex console. He entered the encrypted code for Frieza's dedicated communication channel. "No, I will remind Lord Frieza immediately upon seeing him." This was the only opportunity he could conceive to temporarily preserve his life and potentially turn the tide. The communication request was sent. Seconds later, the screen flickered before revealing a cold, elongated face adorned with purple scales. It was the cosmic tyrant, Frieza. Frieza's emotionless crimson-slitted eyes scanned the screen, instantly capturing the crucial elements in the frame. Vegeta, bound and battered, kneeling helplessly on the cold floor, and Dodoria, seated at the console, equally bruised and bloodied, one eye swollen to a mere slit. Lord Frieza. Dodoria managed to force a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. His voice strained with suppressed agony and a hint of fatigue from completing the task. "I have successfully captured Vegeta." Frieza's lips curled into a smirk that was both amused and sinister, his eyes, seemingly capable of seeing through everything, scrutinizing Dodoria's pitiful state. "Dodoria, it seems you are quite injured. How is it that, despite having 20,000 more combat power than him, you allowed him to be in this condition?" This was both a question and a reproach. Dodoria's heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat, as he felt Vegeta's gaze piercing into his back like a knife. He forced a dry smile, beads of sweat soaking his brow. "I sincerely apologize, Lord Frieza. I was careless." He dared not make any extra movements or give any suggestive glances. If Vegeta caught on, he would not hesitate to kill him. Prince Vegeta is tougher than anticipated. "Fool." Frieza reprimanded without restraint. "Did I not instruct you to be cautious?" He was displeased with his subordinate's ineptitude. Yes, I acknowledge my mistake." Dodoria hastily bowed his head in acknowledgement, then quickly added, attempting to divert Frieza's attention, "But at least I have not failed my mission." He is now subdued. He pointed to the weakened Vegeta on the ground. Frieza's icy gaze finally shifted from Dodoria to Vegeta, bearing an air of utter disdain and a hint of playful mockery. "Vegeta, you have quite the audacity to openly rebel against me." Vegeta seized the moment to lift his head, deliberately contorting his face into an expression of extreme rage and defiance, swaying weakly as he gritted his teeth and lowly growled, "Damn it, He portrayed the image of a defeated yet defiant prince with striking authenticity. Frieza appeared quite pleased to witness Vegeta in such a state, emitting a few low, chilling chuckles. Bring him back to me. His command was unquestionable, infused with a cruel anticipation. I want to personally crush him. Yes, Lord Frieza. Dodoria immediately responded loudly, though his heart felt icy. Bring him back? Was that madman Vegeta planning to strike on the way? Just then, Frieza seemed to recall something, casually inquiring. Is the battle god water still with you? Dodoria's heart tightened, and he swiftly retrieved a vial containing a shimmering, eerie purple liquid from a nearby secure box. Shaking it before the camera, it's right here. This is the task's credential, as well as something that Frieza holds dear. Frieza nodded with satisfaction, calculating the journey duration. It should take around 3 days to return, correct? Yes, indeed, Dodoria quickly affirmed. Let us set off at once. Frieza issued his final command, seemingly ready to conclude the communication. Yes, Dodoria replied respectfully, feeling a sigh of relief within and silently praying for the communication to end swiftly. However, just as Frieza's finger was about to press the disconnection button, he suddenly posed a seemingly trivial question. What about that Saiyan named Naba? Have you killed him? This seemingly casual inquiry reverberated like thunder in the confined space of the spaceship. Vegeta and Naba felt their hearts leap into their throats. A cold light flashed in Vegeta's lowered gaze, his muscles tensing instantly, prepared for an outburst of violence. Naba, gripped by terror, shivered uncontrollably, instinctively wanting to retreat, yet forcing himself to remain still, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, nearly suffocating from immense fear. Dodoria's pupils constricted sharply, his mind blank. How should he respond? In the cold, silent void of space, Frieza's massive spherical mothership loomed like a dormant steel beast, hovering in the ominous shadow of the crimson orbit of planet Vegeta. The bridge's windows resembled the indifferent eyes of a creature, reflecting the vastness of space adorned with countless stars. Frieza sat in his iconic, absurdly designed hovering infant carriage, his pale fingers unconsciously tapping the smooth armrest. Each tap echoed with a metallic resonance, spreading throughout the overly quiet bridge, striking the hearts of every subservient figure standing below. 3 days, Frieza's voice, though not loud, sliced through the silence like a steel wire immersed in liquid nitrogen, irritating everyone's eardrums. His crimson gaze swept over the silent members of the Ginyu Force and the advisor, Beelzebub. For 3 entire days, that fool Dodoria had been silent. And what of Vegeta? That small Saiyan monkey? Had they both vanished into the cosmic dust with my battle god water? He slightly tilted his head, casting his gaze toward the enormous, oppressive dark red planet Vegeta, which floated silently in the cosmic darkness, like a solidified, ominous drop of blood. A cold, cruel smile curled at the corners of Frieza's mouth, embodying a ruler's merciless mockery of the fate of his subordinates. Humph, Saiyans, a bunch of ignorant monkeys. Does that old fool King Vegeta think he can conceal his petty schemes from my eyes? His tone dripped with disdain, as if discussing insignificant ants, a nuisance best eradicated to avoid future troubles. It was merely unfortunate. Frieza's gaze returned to the profound starry sky, within which flickered an intensely pure flame named greed. He squinted slightly, seemingly envisioning the cataclysmic power that tiny vial of liquid could unleash. 10 billion. A figure that sent his blood racing. Once he possessed it, what god of destruction, Beerus? That slumbering lazy cat would inevitably find himself beneath the heel of Emperor Frieza. The true master of the universe would be none other than him. Lord Frieza, a voice, laden with urgency, shattered the stillness of the bridge's atmosphere. A communications officer nearly lunged at the control panel, his face twisted with excitement and tension beneath his helmet. We have detected an anomalous signal. It's Lord Dodoria's spaceship. It has returned. But Frieza abruptly turned his infant carriage, his crimson pupils narrowing sharply, keen as a blade. The signal is extremely weak. The structure severely damaged. The officer's voice trembled with disbelief. It appears to have been torn apart in space. Its speed is also highly unstable, heading toward our mothership. Or rather, drifting uncontrollably this way. A strange commotion replaced the silence. The members of the Ginyu Force exchanged bewildered glances, while Beelzebub's hybrid face displayed rapid electronic flickers of data. Frieza's infant carriage silently hovered before the massive holographic star map on the main control panel. The light representing Dodoria's spaceship approached the mothership's green identification circle in a decidedly disheveled manner. The edges of the light flickered with glaring red, indicative of structural damage, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Capture it immediately, Frieza commanded decisively, filled with undeniable urgency, with a tractor beam. Be cautious, do not shatter it. What lies within is more important than 10 Dodorias combined. The mothership's massive energy array illuminated instantly. Several robust blue tractor beams precisely shot forth, gently yet firmly enveloping the battered, nearly unrecognizable spherical ship. The ship's exterior was riddled with ghastly dents and charred marks from energy weapon burns, with a massive, twisted hole near its tail, as though it had been violently ripped apart by some ferocious beast. The ship was slowly dragged into the mothership's immense recycling bay. The shrill sound of metal scraping echoed in the vast chamber, causing discomfort to the ears. Frieza's infant carriage now hovered at the entrance of the recycling bay. As the hatch had yet to fully open, a mix of metallic melting, energy leaks, and the scent of charred flesh surged forth, causing several soldiers at the front to cough involuntarily. Frieza remained expressionless, though the crimson glow in his eyes intensified. As the hatch completely rose, the interior was exposed under the harsh white spotlight. The ship lay in utter ruin. Severed cables dangled from the ceiling like dying serpents, crackling with electric sparks. The control panel was smashed to bits, screens shattered, various gauges wildly spinning or completely frozen. The metal floor was stained with vast patches of deep brown, remnants of dried blood, extending to the edge of the gaping hole in the side wall. The cold void of space gazed back through the hole, chillingly observing everything within. Dodoria was absent, as was Vegeta. Only the cruel remnants left by death and destruction remained. Search. Frieza's voice was as frigid as the winds of an icy wilderness, carrying a barely perceptible tension. Leave no corner unchecked. Find that object for me. The soldiers, as if facing a dire threat, donned heavy protective suits, wielding energy detectors, and cautiously stepped into the wreckage resembling a colossal steel coffin. They rummaged through the twisted metal debris, moving aside fallen equipment. The detectors emitted a monotonous beep, piercing the silence. Time passed second by second. Frieza hovered there, motionless, his fingertips tapping the armrest with increasing frequency, betraying his inner turmoil. Captain Jinyu crossed his arms, his multicolored face betraying no emotion, yet his sharp gaze scanned every corner. Beelzebub analyzed each frame through the soldier's helmet cameras in synchrony. Report. No findings in Area A. No anomalous energy reactions in Area B. Area C. Frieza's expression darkened further. The surrounding air felt as if it had solidified into ice. Could it be that cunning monkey Vegeta had absconded with the divine water? Or worse, had he destroyed it entirely in battle? A destructive rage began to brew within his chest, and within the depths of his crimson pupils, a dangerous glint surfaced, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Lord Frieza, Area D, storage locker. A soldier's voice suddenly rose, filled with incredulous joy, piercing the oppressive atmosphere. There's a strong energy reaction. It's protected by some metallic shielding. Instantly, all gazes converged. Frieza's infant carriage glided silently and swiftly toward the scene. A wall-mounted metal storage locker, relatively intact, appeared at the rear of the ship. The locker door was twisted and deformed, its lock violently damaged, clearly having been hastily opened. The soldier labored intensely, employing a cutter to breach a layer of shimmering blue metal lining within the cabinet door. With a harsh hiss, the lining was pried open. Inside, there were no garments or supplies, only a solitary, deep blue, archaic-looking metal vial, quietly resting there. The vessel appeared to be forged from some unknown alloy, its surface glimmering with an indescribable, almost sentient glow. Even from a distance, an ineffable, pure, and surging energy wave emanated from it, akin to the heartbeat of a slumbering beast, sending ripples that caused the soldiers nearby to feel a tingling sensation on their skin. At that moment, Frieza's breath seemed to entirely halt. His crimson eyes were fixated on the diminutive vial, a voracious light emanating from them, as if it were about to ignite the ethereal blue container. All impatience, all rage, was supplanted by the allure of this readily obtainable ultimate power. Bring it to me. His voice, tinged with insatiable desire, trembled slightly, imbued with an irresistible rasp. The soldier cautiously cradled the metal vial, which felt as though it contained the weight of the universe, his hands trembling slightly. as if holding a searing iron or the very scepter of the cosmos. He advanced step by step towards Frieza's infant carriage, each footfall echoing hollowly upon the silent metal deck. Everyone present held their breath, their gazes magnetically drawn to the small, deep blue vessel. Captain Jinyu's eyes flickered, while Raikum and Berta instinctively edged forward, and Goku and Guldo tensed, the air thick with a silent, instinctual yearning and reverence for power. Frieza's pale, bloodless fingers extended, steadily and almost reverently, as he took the cold metal vial from the soldier's hands. The moment he grasped it, the pulsating energy, reminiscent of a dormant star's core, became increasingly palpable, coursing through his fingertips and igniting a fire deep within his brain. He meticulously caressed the surface of the vial, feeling the ancient and mysterious engravings, his crimson pupils reflecting only the vessel's profound azure glow. The god water of battle, he murmured dreamily, his voice suffused with a morbid infatuation and the impending ecstasy of triumph. My 10 billion, without a shred of hesitation. As Frieza abruptly removed the cork, an even richer and purer energy essence erupted forth, akin to an invisible shockwave that caused the nearest soldiers to grunt in surprise and instinctively retreat a few steps. In his eyes, there was nothing but that vial. Tilting his head back, he greedily poured the viscous, starry liquid into his mouth without hesitation, leaving not a single drop behind. The liquid coursed down his throat, icy and piercing, as if he had swallowed a liquid galaxy. Yet, in the next instant, that chill transformed into an indescribable, all-consuming heat. An unimaginable torrent of energy detonated deep within him, not a mere trickle, but the violent flames ignited by billions of stars. A cataclysmic wave that obliterated everything in its path. Ea! Frieza roared, a sound wholly unrecognizable as human, a blend of agony and sheer ecstasy. His diminutive form convulsed uncontrollably, and the energy field surrounding the hovering infant carriage crackled under the strain, collapsing in an instant. Frieza's body crashed onto the cold metal deck, but immediately after, an indescribable, visible, and tangible purplish-black energy surged from within him like a volcanic eruption. Boom! The entire recovery pod, nay, the entire Frieza mothership, quaked violently under the sudden outburst of energy, groaning in protest. The sturdy alloy walls twisted and tore as if struck by an invisible sledgehammer. The cacophony of metal fracturing, energy conduits exploding, and the soldiers terrified, despairing screams intertwined into a hellish symphony. Dozens of elite soldiers near Frieza did not even have time to scream. In an instant, as the furious purplish-black energy shockwave swept over them, they disintegrated as if thrown into a steel furnace, leaving not a trace of ash. This power, Frieza gasped, struggling to rise from the deck, his body expanding and distorting under the onslaught of wild energy, the veins beneath his skin protruding grotesquely in a deep purplish hue. As if ready to burst, he laughed maniacally, his voice resonating against the remaining metallic structure, filled with a rapturous sense of annihilation. He raised one hand towards the vast, dark void of space beyond the recovery pod, fingers splayed wide. A massive, deep violet energy beam, as formidable as the main cannon of an interstellar fortress, erupted from his palm without any buildup. The beam effortlessly tore through the mothership's thick armor, slicing through the cold vacuum of space, carving a path of destruction through the starry expanse. Wherever the beam passed, a small patrol satellite disintegrated silently, vanishing without a trace. Further away, a gray-white asteroid, a third the size of the moon and riddled with craters, was struck head-on by the beam. There was no explosion, no scattering of debris, only the most complete, silent annihilation. The point of impact instantaneously dissolved into nothingness, followed by the entire celestial body being obliterated as if it were a sandcastle swept away by the tide, vanishing utterly as if it had never existed. Only the void of space remained, a testament to that unimaginable strike. Ha! Do you see it, Jinyu? Barris, this is power. Absolute power. Invincible power. Frieza hovered at the edge of the recovery pod's breach, bathed in the cold starlight from outside and the fiery glow within, laughing maniacally. His body convulsing uncontrollably from the overwhelming energy, the purplish-black flames swirling around him, roaring like countless venomous serpents. 10 billion. No, I feel it. I feel this power still rising. Still, his laughter abruptly ceased, as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat. The ecstasy and intoxication of power that had once graced Frieza's face froze into a mask of horror, abruptly replaced by an excruciating, bone-deep pain. The sensation struck him with ferocity, as if he had been yanked from the heights of paradise to the depths of hell in an instant. A suppressed, beast-like groan escaped his clenched teeth. Pain. An indescribable agony. It was no longer the fiery heat of power, but a cold, tearing pain erupting from the very particles of his being. It felt as if every cell composing his formidable body was screaming and crumbling under the weight of that energy beyond limits. His once proud, resilient musculature, capable of withstanding planetary explosions, now crackled under the scorching sun like inferior leather, emitting a chilling hissing sound as countless fine webs of cracks spread across his skin, beneath which lurked the ominous, purplish glow of uncontrolled energy. With a sudden expulsion, a thick stream of viscous, ominous, purplish-black blood erupted from Frieza's mouth, sizzling against the metallic deck beneath him, emitting a corrosive sound. His crimson eyes, which had recently looked down upon everything, narrowed to pinprick size in response to the sheer agony and horror. Reflected within them was not the cosmos, but the terrifying abyss of self-destruction caused by his powers spiraling out of control. No, impossible. My body. Frieza could no longer maintain his levitation. He collapsed as if all his bones had been removed, crashing heavily onto the cold, twisted metal floor, his body convulsing violently. With each convulsion, there echoed the sound of bones succumbing to unbearable strain and the subtle pop of muscle fibers tearing apart. The terrifying force capable of obliterating planets had, at this moment, transformed into a lethal poison that ravaged his very essence, tearing at the fabric of his life. Lord Frieza. The panicked, electronic voice of Bailey Bulu pierced the air, tinged with incredulous alarm. She attempted to maneuver her mechanical arm closer, but the chaotic energy radiating from Frieza was akin to an invisible meat grinder, instantly reducing the outstretched alloy limb to a flurry of metallic debris. Captain Jinyu's vividly colored face lost all its usual irreverence for the first time, replaced by pure shock and gravity. He stared intently at the curled figure of Frieza on the ground, writhing in agony, instinctively adopting a battle stance of utmost vigilance. Lycum and Bardu retreated in shock, while JIS and Guldo stood frozen in place. What is happening? Is that thing toxic? Lycum's exclamation trembled with fear. The side effects. It must be that damn side effect. Jinyu's voice was low and urgent, his gaze sharp as an eagle, instantly grasping the crux of the matter. Vegeta, you cunning monkey. In the center of destruction, Frieza's wails resonated like a wounded cosmic beast in the depths of the shattered mothership. His once proud power had become the cruelest of instruments. The purplish-black cracks on his skin spread like living entities, each muscle spasm releasing a fine mist of blood, the capillaries bursting under internal pressure. His crimson eyes were now laced with spiderweb-like veins, the pupils clouded by excruciating pain and incomprehensible terror. Jinyu. Frieza struggled to lift his head, his vision hazy as it swept over his distant subordinates, his voice hoarse and fractured, tinged with unprecedented weakness and a hint of fear. He attempted to raise his hand to gather his power, but the destructive energy that once flowed through him with ease now surged chaotically within his veins, each movement bringing forth heart-wrenching backlash, forcing a thicker wave of purplish-black blood to surge up his throat, splattering onto the warped deck once more. Lord Frieza. Bailey Bulu's electronic eyes flickered wildly, her mechanical arm futilely attempting to approach once again, only to be violently repelled by the chaotic energy field, sending sparks flying. Do not approach, Jinyu barked, halting the other's futile attempts. He stared intently at the increasingly bright and dense purplish-black energy fissures on Frieza's body, his expression grave to the extreme. It's energy backlash. The side effects are destroying his physical structure. Damn it, that bastard Vegeta knew from the start. What do we do now? Barty's voice quivered with unmistakable panic. We must stabilize his energy core. Otherwise, Jinyu did not finish. But everyone understood the catastrophic consequences if the uncontrollable power were to explode. Not only this mothership, but even the nearby Vegeta planet would surely suffer. He abruptly turned to JIS and Guldo. JIS, use your psychic abilities to attempt to interfere with the raging energy flow within him. Guldo, time freeze. Even if we can buy just a fraction of a second. Jesus' face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. But he gritted his teeth and aimed both hands at Frieza, his invisible psychic force delicately probing, toward the tumultuous energy vortex. Guldo took a deep breath, his already plump body swelling even further, veins bulging on his face as he shouted, "Time freeze." An invisible wave of energy spread instantaneously, enveloping the area where Frieza resided. However, it lasted less than half a second before Guldo spewed blood, his hefty body sent crashing against the twisted wall, consciousness lost. The chaotic energy levels surrounding Frieza far exceeded the limits of his time-freezing ability. Guldo, Lycum cried out. The moment Jesus' psychic tendril made contact with the turbulent energy currents enveloping Frieza, it was as if snowflakes fell into a furnace, instantly devoured, obliterated. The intense backlash struck his psyche like an invisible hammer, causing Jais to grunt and stagger back, blood seeping from his orifices. "No, it's too strong. I can't interfere." Jesus' voice was filled with defeat and fear. Just as Jinyu Force descended into a state of despair, in a distant dark corner of this Death Star domain, another unassuming Saiyan spherical spacecraft floated quietly like a speck of dust in the universe. Behind the narrow window of the ship, Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, resembling a cold statue. Outside, the massive rupture at the rear of Frieza's mothership was clearly visible, the flickering energy explosion and faint vibrations resonating through the cold vacuum, silently conveying the tragedy unfolding. A cold smirk slowly crept across Vegeta's lips. It was not one of joy, but rather a sinister satisfaction wrought from countless bloody nights of repression, a grimace of vengeance finally breaking free from its shackles. In his crimson pupils, the flickering energy sparks erupting from Frieza's mothership were reflected, akin to reveling in the most splendid fireworks display of hell. "Do you see it?" Vegeta's voice was low and steady, each word striking like poison-tipped icicles against the taut nerves of Naba behind him. Naba stood rigidly a half-step behind Vegeta, beads of sweat dotting his massive bald head, his rugged face involuntarily twitching. Through another window, he watched the light of destruction igniting within the vast shadow representing Frieza's power. His enormous fists clenched tightly, nails nearly embedding into his palms. That is Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. And yet, at this moment, he is struggling in pain like the most feeble of insects. The impact of this sight was far more staggering than any description Vegeta had previously offered. "Do you see?" Naba's voice was hoarse and dry, trembling with uncontainable emotion. "It's really happening, Prince Vegeta. He seems to be at his limit." A chill raced up his spine, sending shivers through his scalp. He had never imagined that the lofty Frieza, who regarded them as mere insects, could find himself in such a vulnerable, weakened, and near-death state. "No." Vegeta's cold laughter deepened, laced with a cruel understanding of everything. "Not nearly enough. The life force of the Ice Demon clan is as resilient as cosmic cockroaches. This pain cannot kill him." He slightly turned his head, his scarlet gaze sweeping over a countdown screen on the control panel, the numbers flowing by second. There were still 7 hours and 34 minutes until Vegeta planet reached its full moon orbit. Vegeta's voice was as cold as machinery, precisely announcing the time. Frieza's period of weakness had only just begun. The sweetest fruit requires the most patient waiting. He redirected his gaze toward the chaos of the mothership in the distance, his eyes sharp as blades, as if capable of piercing through the heavy armor to see the figure writhing in torment amidst the energy backlash. The chilling curve of his lips resembled the scythe of death, silently suspended. "Enjoy it well, Frieza." Vegeta's voice was as soft as a whisper, but heavy as the sigh of an entire planet, echoing within the confines of the small cabin. "Imbued with the cold will to end everything. How does this poison, which I have personally concocted for you, taste?" The game has only just begun. Chapter 48. Finally obtained. Frieza's crimson pupils fixed intently on the small vial presented by Sorb, the liquid within appearing murky and unsettlingly brown under the stark white light of the cabin. A faint, unpleasant odor seeped through the not quite sealed cap, stubbornly wafting toward Frieza's keen sense of smell. "Oh." Frieza leaned slightly forward from his infantile floating seat, a temperatureless smile stretching across his lips as his slender fingers elegantly grasped the vial, feeling the chill of its surface. "Did you find this?" Sorbet's head nearly buried in the metal floor, his voice trembling with extreme awe and the sudden, immense favor bestowed upon him. Yes, Lord Frieza. I searched carefully through the wreckage of Lord Dodoria's ship and found it in a very well-hidden emergency storage compartment. What's your name?" Frieza's voice carried a peculiar, almost metallic, gentle quality as he held the bottle, examining the murky liquid as if admiring a rare treasure. I am Sorbet. Sorbet's voice rose a half-octave with excitement. Sorbet Frieza slowly uttered the name, his pale face deepening with a smile that radiated a chilling satisfaction. You've done well. Very well. He paused, his gaze finally shifting from the bottle to the top of Sorbet's bowed head. From today onwards, you are the Chief of Staff of the Northern Legion. Report for duty immediately. Sorbet shuddered, a surge of overwhelming joy coursing through him like an electric current, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. Chief of Staff of the Northern Legion. That was a position so coveted, yet unattainable for so many. He had merely been ordered to guard this star system, routinely inspecting the suddenly appearing, clearly heavily damaged flagship, the Dodoria, and by some strange twist of fate, had searched a few extra corners, stumbling upon this incredible fortune. Thank you so much, Lord Frieza. I will serve you with my life, even unto death. Sorbet's voice choked with emotion, the immense joy almost making him forget his fear of the cosmic emperor before him. Frieza merely waved his free hand casually, as if shooing away an insignificant insect. He didn't even glance at Sorbet again. All his attention was fixed on the bottle of brownish-yellow liquid. He maneuvered the stroller away silently, like a ghost, leaving Sorbet still reeling from the overwhelming dizziness, trembling with excitement. The stroller sped through the cold metal corridor, ignoring the soldiers and junior officers who bowed respectfully along the way. Baraburu appeared at the doorway of Frieza's private lounge. She was about to speak when the stroller, like a gust of wind, swept past her without even a glance. Baraburu opened her mouth, but ultimately just lowered her head in silence. The heavy alloy door of the lounge closed and locked silently behind Frieza. This was his absolute private domain, furnished with enormous chairs befitting his status and ornate decorations. But now, all of that was background. He gracefully floated down from the stroller, landing steadily on the cold floor. He impatiently unscrewed the cap of the battle elixir. An indescribable, nauseatingly strong stench erupted, like an invisible punch slamming into Frieza's face. The smell was so complex and persistent, a mixture of the pungent odor of ammonia, the sour stench of aged grime, and an indescribable, primal stench of biological excrement. Frieza's smooth forehead instantly furrowed, his crimson pupils instinctively contracting. This smell was an insult to his noble sense of smell. He instinctively wanted to throw this filthy concoction far away. But the next second, Dodoria's fawning and fanatical voice seemed to echo in his ears. Lord Frieza, you must believe me. Although the smell is very unique, its effect on enhancing combat power is immediate. That Saiyan monkey Naba became so troublesome after drinking it. Greed and ambition instantly overwhelmed his physical aversion. Power. Absolute power enough to crush everything, surpass his brother Cooler, and even make his father, King Cold, take notice. What did this smell matter if he could obtain it? Even if it was genuine filth, Frieza would swallow it without hesitation. He pinched his nose and brought the bottle to his mouth, a mouth usually reserved for the most exquisite delicacies in the universe. The viscous, icy liquid slid into his mouth, the taste exploding instantly, an extreme bitterness like a searing iron, followed by a numbingly salty taste, and finally settling on an indescribable stench like rotting mud. Frieza's throat tightened, his stomach convulsed violently, and a strong urge to vomit surged to his head. He clenched his teeth, veins throbbing on his forehead, and forced down this indescribable divine water. A strange warm current, accompanied by intense nausea, slid down his esophagus into his stomach. Almost simultaneously, an unprecedented sensation exploded within him. It wasn't pain, but rather the dormant, unimaginably vast energy core within him, as if a scorching star had been thrown into it, suddenly ignited and wildly churned. A boundless power, like a dormant volcano suppressed for millions of years, finally found its outlet, surging and roaring through his limbs and deep within every cell. Ugh! Frieza let out a short, suppressed growl, his body trembling uncontrollably. Beneath his icy white skin, a faint, flowing red light, like molten lava, flashed by. An invisible, suffocating pressure suddenly spread out from him, causing the exquisite crystal ornaments in the lounge to crackle and their surfaces to instantly become covered with spiderweb-like cracks. He snapped his eyes open, his crimson pupils seeming to pulsate with molten lava. An unprecedented sense of power filled every cell of his body. He clearly felt that the power within him, once like a deep pool, had now transformed into a raging torrent. He tried clenching his fist, his knuckles cracking crisply. With a mere thought, an invisible force emanated from his body with a whoosh, silently shattering a heavy alloy low table beside him into dust. Frieza chuckled, looking at his slightly glowing fist. A low, suppressed laugh escaped his throat, filled with unbelievable ecstasy and a morbid satisfaction. 530,000. No, absolutely more than that. At least 1 million. 1 million in his first form alone. After the ecstasy, a trace of doubt crept into his heart like a cold, venomous snake. The battle elixir's effects were terrifying, but it seemed to be enhancing the foundation of his current form. What he was so proud of was his transformation ability, enough to make the entire galaxy tremble. Could this elixir only strengthen his weak initial form? This joke was too much. Try it. He had to try. Frieza didn't hesitate, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. He took a deep breath, and the surging energy that had just been unleashed within him instantly found its outlet. Huh. A low growl, suppressed with ecstasy, exploded in the enclosed restroom. Frieza's small body expanded rapidly, as if inflating. Muscles bulged, knotted and coiled, instantly bursting through his magnificent white battle suit. His bones crackled and popped, his height increasing dramatically from less than a meter to over 3 meters in the blink of an eye. The jagged horns on either side of his smooth head extended backward, covered in a hard layer of keratin. A thicker, metallic gleaming white carapace covered his swollen torso and limbs. Second form. Frieza. Power. A power even more violent and surging than before washed over his nerves. If the power of the first form was a raging river, then now, he felt as if a vast, boundless ocean of energy flowed within him. He casually swung his now incredibly thick arm, the air shrieking with a piercing scream. The resulting wind pressure tearing a massive star map hanging on a distant wall to shreds. 2 million. Absolutely 2 million. Frieza felt the explosive power coursing through his muscles. His voice hoarse with excitement. Then let's go again. Without pausing, the power ignited within him by the battle god water, exploding like a supernova, was forcibly compressed and transformed once more. Ugh! An even more agonizing roar erupted. His body underwent another dramatic transformation. The inflated muscles began to contract inward, becoming more formidable and explosive, with lines that flowed smoothly and exuded a sense of destructive beauty. The skull elongated, with the mouth and nose protruding forward, forming a structure reminiscent of an insect's mandibles. Glimmering with a cold, chilling light. Along the spine, a row of sharp bone spines pierced the skin, arranged menacingly. The entire figure transformed into an extraordinarily bizarre and fierce entity. The third form. Frieza. Wild. An unadulterated torrent of ferocious energy surged within him. Each heartbeat resonated like a muffled war drum, and each breath exhaled a stream of devastating energy. He felt that with a mere thought, he could reduce the colossal spaceship beneath him, along with the surrounding planets, to cosmic dust. The space around him subtly warped, as if the light itself dared not approach. For million. It could not be higher. Frieza's voice became hoarse and sharp, filled with an inhuman quality. The power amplification of this form far exceeded his expectations. The foundation enhanced by the divine water of battle, augmented by his formidable transformation abilities, produced a terrifying escalation nearly geometric in nature. The ultimate desire burned in his crimson pupils. He was no longer satisfied with this grotesque form. He yearned to return to that elegant and lethal ultimate power. Show yourself. A roar that shook the heavens erupted, as if it emanated from the depths of the universe. The energy surrounding Frieza instantaneously compressed to its zenith, then erupted with the force of a cosmic explosion. Blinding purple light instantaneously engulfed the entire lounge, as a tempest of raging energy swept everything in its path. The indestructible alloy walls, capable of withstanding interstellar bombardment, groaned under the unbearable strain, torn apart and melted. As the brilliance receded, an elegant and cold figure hovered in the center of the now-ruined lounge. His entire body was cloaked in a smooth, jade-like white exoskeleton, with lines that flowed perfectly, embodying the ultimate balance of power and speed. The purple head was sleek and rounded, with a long tail swaying gently behind him. This was Frieza's most powerful and perfect ultimate form. He hovered silently, eyes tightly shut, savoring the boundless energy within him. Vast as a galaxy and deep as a black hole. So powerful, so overwhelming that he felt a twinge of palpitations. This sensation far surpassed any peak state in his memory. He slowly opened his eyes, and within his crimson pupils, cold, killing intent and an overwhelming confidence flowed like a tangible essence. 6 million? A confident smirk curled at the corners of Frieza's mouth. Not nearly enough. No longer content with mere sensations, he sought to unleash his full potential and witness the terrifying heights to which this divine water of battle had propelled him. The unreserved ultimate power erupted like an ancient beast freed from all restraints. Centered around Frieza, a visible, viscous purple energy shockwave roared outwards like a cosmic tsunami. Wherever it passed, the indomitable spaceship armor vaporized silently under the relentless force, disappearing entirely. The shockwave surged outward uncontrollably, instantaneously tearing apart the massive exterior of the ship, exposing the frigid void of space. Boom! The deafening sound of explosions echoed continuously as Frieza's flagship was mercilessly crushed, twisted, and torn apart by an invisible hand. The enormous structure contorted, shattered, with internal chambers exploding in a chain reaction, spewing flames and debris for miles. This colossal symbol of Frieza's supreme authority was devastatingly compromised by a single, full-force burst of energy. At the center of the raging energy storm, Frieza floated in the vacuum of space, surrounded by a bizarre purple flame. He felt the terrifying power within him capable of shaking galaxies. A clear figure in his consciousness shone like a star. 240 million. Oh ho 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 ho. Unable to restrain himself any longer, a sharp and frenzied laughter pierced through the vacuum, resonating in the minds of every surviving soldier nearby. It was a mixture of supreme ecstasy, a disdainful gaze upon the world, and a hint of mad trembling. He trembled with excitement, his long tail thrashing violently in the void. He gazed at the murky liquid in his hand, emitting a foul stench, and felt no revulsion. Only unparalleled greed and fervor remained. How could this be filth? It was the key to the realm of the divine. That lowly Saiyan monkey, Vegeta, could multiply by 20? Frieza licked the remnants of bitterness and salt from the corners of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with ambition that surpassed all. I, Frieza, am destined to become the one true god of the universe. 100-fold? No, I want more. Never-ending. He cautiously brought the bottle to his lips once more, savoring it as if it were the finest wine, sipping delicately. The second mouthful of viscous liquid slid down his throat. The same bitter, fishy taste, yet at this moment, in contrast to the explosive growth of power within him, it seemed trivial. Even Frieza smacked his lips, sensing an almost imperceptible, fleeting sweetness deep within his taste buds. Was it an illusion? Or had the ultimate pleasure of power distorted his senses? It mattered not. A colossal wave of energy surged through every corner of his being once more. He could clearly hear the sound of his power barrier being violently shattered again. The figure in his consciousness surged to a frenzied 360 million. The third, fourth, fifth sips, Frieza savored the remaining murky liquid like the most miserly of misers. Each swallow brought about a violent leap in power. 600 million, 720 million, 840 million, 1.0368 billion, 24,416 billion. When the 10th mouthful of divine battle water flowed into his belly, the purple flames engulfing Frieza blazed with the density of tangible purple crystal, enveloping him completely. An invisible force field warped the surrounding space, and any broken spaceship debris that approached was instantly torn apart into finer cosmic dust by the terrifying gravitational pull. He floated there, a moving storm of destruction. The number in his consciousness finally settled at an astonishing 24,416 billion. Not enough. Far from it. Frieza gazed at the shallow layer of liquid remaining in the bottle, his eyes devoid of satisfaction, only burning with insatiable greed. He had to be more frugal. Every drop meant an astronomical increase in combat power. The 11th, 12th sips, he merely dampened his lips, allowing the minuscule amount of liquid to seep into his mouth. 373 billion, 4492 billion, 53904 billion. The numbers danced wildly, each bringing a soul-shaking thrill. The 20th sip, when the last precious drop, with its unique, complex flavor, disappeared into Frieza's mouth, an unprecedented and terrifying power, as if it could explode the entire universe, awakened within him, roaring. He felt every cell transform into a miniature energy black hole, greedily consuming all surrounding energy. The number representing power in his consciousness ultimately settled at a staggering 2.51658,336 billion. Ho ho ho, ho 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 ho. And even sharper, more frenzied, and unabashed laughter pierced through the consciousness of all life in the nearby star regions like countless invisible blades. Frieza hovered above the wreckage of his flagship, arms outstretched, as if to embrace the entire galaxy. The purple flames soared into the sky, dyeing the surrounding nebulae with an eerie hue. Just then, a calm, yet almost stern voice, tinged with a barely perceptible gravity, came through the communicator implanted in Frieza's ear, forcibly interrupting his earth-shattering laughter. "Lord Frieza, may I interrupt you?" It was Belibulu. Her voice penetrated the energy storm's interference, ringing clear. "Speak." The voice of Frieza was imbued with unparalleled joy and a languid sense of dominion over all. He even extended his slender, purple tongue with evident curiosity, savoring the last remnants of bitterness and saltiness clinging to the rim of the bottle containing the divine battle water. Drawing it into his being, the power surged within him, a roaring tempest, as every cell within celebrated in jubilant exultation. He felt himself to be the very essence of the universe. In such moments, any tidings would only further elevate his spirits. There was a brief silence on the communicator, as if Belibulu was weighing his words. Before the name was articulated with clarity, "Lord Gula has arrived." "Gula?" Frieza's crimson pupils contracted sharply, followed by an uncontrollable smile, a blend of extreme excitement and cruel anticipation that almost split his mouth asunder. The timing was impeccable. He had been lamenting the absence of a worthy test stone to measure the terrifying surge of his own power. Who could serve as a more perfect punching bag than his elder brother, whom their father, King Cooled, regarded as the superior heir? Gula, that brother who always looked down upon him with disdain. That nightmare with a combat power of 470 million. Now Frieza licked his sharp teeth, as if already tasting the blood of his opponent. 5 billion against 7 billion? This was no mere crushing, it was utter devastation. "Bring him to me." Frieza's voice regained its customary chill, yet the underlying cruelty and anticipation nearly simmered over, sending a chill down Belibulu's spine. Immediately, he required an utterly private space, a stage to fully test his newfound strength. What better venue than the flagship wreckage he had just torn apart, resembling a colossal steel tomb? Frieza retracted his overwhelming purple aura, leaving only a faint, flickering halo of purple light around his form. He gracefully hovered above the shattered control room of the bridge, where the vast view revealed the cold expanse of the starry sky and drifting debris through the shattered windows. Patiently, he awaited, his slender tail swaying gently behind him like a coiled serpent poised to strike. He did not have to wait long. A figure of deep purple, exuding a cold yet powerful aura, sliced through the chaotic energy flow and floating metallic fragments, appearing at the entrance of the ruined bridge. Sabo and Belibulu bowed their heads respectfully as they guided him, swiftly retreating like shadows into the corridor's darkness. Gula. His form bore noble lines reminiscent of Frieza's final transformation, but was grander and more imposing. His carapace shimmered in a deep, nearly black purple, reflecting a metallic sheen. His head was sharply defined, exuding an innate coldness and authority. Embedded in his forehead was a striking red crystal, reminiscent of congealed blood. His gaze was sharp as a blade, scanning the chaotic bridge with a habitual disdain, finally settling on the floating figure of Frieza in the center. "Frieza." Gula's voice was deep and frigid, akin to the icy winds of the cosmos, each word dripping with inherent superiority. "What are you up to here?" Laughing like a deranged lower life form. He frowned slightly, his gaze drifting over the empty bottle still bearing suspicious stains in Frieza's hand. A flicker of barely concealed confusion and disgust crossing his features. What was that nauseating stench? Frieza's smile instantly brightened, a twisted expression combining utmost delight and the imminent eruption of cruelty. He carelessly tossed the empty bottle aside, allowing it to drift weightlessly into the vastness of the starry sky. His eyes, akin to the most precise probe, fixated upon Gula, admiring him as if he were a masterpiece poised for obliteration. "Brother Gula," Frieza's voice deliberately elongated, laced with a chilling familiarity and mockery. "Father has truly made you traverse great distances. Your efforts are commendable." He descended gracefully from the air, his feet gently landing upon a massive, twisted metallic fragment. producing a crisp sound upon impact. He tilted his head slightly, his crimson pupils glowing with swirling purple energy, a grin revealing 2 rows of sharp white fangs. "You've arrived." Frieza's voice suddenly ascended, brimming with uncontrollable excitement and an almost reverent yearning. "This is splendid." He raised a hand, slender fingers pointing toward Gula, with arcs of dangerous purple electricity dancing at his fingertips. Now, Frieza licked his lips, as if savoring the final remnants of the battle water, his eyes flashing with an unabashed ferocity akin to a hunter spotting prime prey. "I am in desperate need of a punching bag." Chapter 49. 6 billion. What are you drinking? Gula crossed his arms, a flicker of barely perceptible confusion passing through his crimson pupils. His gaze locked onto the peculiar metallic bottle in Frieza's hand. The slender bottle shimmered with a hue of azure light, foreign to their technological domain. "Nothing of consequence. No need to concern yourself with such details." Frieza's high-pitched voice carried an intentional lightness as he swiftly brought the bottle to his lips, savoring a precious sip. The liquid was a viscous, deep purple, seemingly infused with starlight, sliding down his throat and igniting an indescribable torrent of warmth within him. 23 times. A surge of power coursed through his limbs, each cell rejoicing in jubilation. Frieza roared within, maintaining an outward facade of composure. It was not yet his limit. This taboo elixir, referred to by those lower beings as battle water, exceeded all expectations. He was eager to discover just how many times this perfect vessel could amplify his might. "You are remarkably relaxed." Gula did not delve further, a customary smirk gracing his cold lips as he shifted the conversation to matters of greater concern. "By the way, how many Saiyans have returned to planet Vegeta?" Lost in the euphoric sensation of power augmentation, Frieza paused momentarily, calculating the travel time before responding in his characteristic languid tone. "At least another 20 days or so before they make their return. Their ships are hardly commendable." Before his words faded, he instinctively lifted the bottle once more, indulging in another sip of the precious divine water. Each swallow ushered in a leap in power. Amidst what seemed like a casual exchange, Frieza's actions established a rhythmic cadence. Each word from Gula prompted a sip from Frieza. Unbeknownst to him, the level of the deep purple liquid had significantly decreased. Frieza mentally counted 40 sips. An unimaginable surge of energy erupted within him, akin to a star igniting at its core. His bones emitted faint vibrations, and his muscle fibers were instantaneously fortified to an astounding degree. His combat power had increased by a staggering 40-fold. Frieza reveled in this power, feeling as though he could shatter stars, a euphoric ecstasy threatening to break through his icy exterior. 8 billion. A figure that would command the reverence of most life forms in the galaxy. He forcibly suppressed the tumultuous excitement within, maintaining an outward calm. Yet the flame of ambition within his golden eyes blazed fiercely, almost ready to manifest. "Are you done yet?" Gula's brow furrowed tightly, his crimson eyes flashing with unmistakable displeasure. This insufferable Frieza was utterly disrespectful. He was not only inattentive while conversing, but also dismissively casual. What was so delightful about that wretched drink? It was merely a small bottle, and he had been incessantly sipping it since the beginning. Moreover, the astute cosmic emperor, Gula, sensed an imperceptible yet distinct elevation in the aura emanating from Frieza each time he consumed that liquid. This was profoundly strange. Observing Frieza, seemingly entranced, once again bringing the bottle to his lips with utter disregard for his surroundings. Gula's long-standing arrogance and contempt for this ineffectual younger brother overwhelmed the last vestiges of his patience. His gaze turned icy, and without any forewarning, his right hand, encased in a metallic gauntlet, shot upward, the tip of his index finger coalescing a blinding point of white light. With a swift motion, a concentrated beam of white flame, imbued with destructive energy, tore through the stagnant air of the spaceship, targeting the metallic vial in Frieza's grasp that vexed him inexplicably. Gula's timing and angle were impeccable, executed at the precise moment Frieza was wholly absorbed in the ecstasy of his burgeoning power. Bang! The flame struck its mark with unparalleled accuracy. It did not graze Frieza in the slightest, showcasing Gula's exquisite mastery over energy, yet its potency was sufficient to obliterate a small planet. The entire sequence unfolded with such abruptness that even Frieza's staggering battle power of 4.8 billion could not elicit an effective response in time. Crack! The crystalline sound of shattering filled the air. The metallic vial, which held Frieza's every hope of surpassing Gula and ultimately ruling the cosmos. Shattered like fragile glass under the explosive energy unleashed by Gula's fingertip, viscous dark purple liquid splattered everywhere. The ecstasy and intoxication on Frieza's face instantly froze, replaced by a bewildering blankness and incredulity. He gazed at his empty right hand, then at the rapidly spreading pool of shimmering dark purple liquid on the floor. As if he were frozen in the grip of a cosmic tempest, the vial exploded. The divine combat liquid was spilled all over the ground. Furthermore, some of it was instantly vaporized by the intense heat of the energy flame, transforming into tendrils of strange, sweet-smelling purple steam that rose into the air. A wave of profound panic surged through Frieza, piercing his very marrow like a frigid cosmic ray. His meticulously devised path to power, capable of altering his fate, was on the brink of destruction. Gula, what have you done? Frieza's scream nearly shattered the sound barrier, a cacophony of rage, heartache, and sheer terror. He had no time to vent his fury at Gula. His body's instincts had overridden his reason. In a desperate bid, his diminutive yet presently potent form lunged forward, akin to a hyena deprived of its meal, heedlessly pressing his face against the cold floor. Slurp! He extended his long purple tongue, licking up a generous mouthful of the divine combat liquid that had soaked into the ground with unprecedented speed. Thick, icy, imbued with an indescribable, energy-laden sweetness that slid down his throat. Frieza's heart raced, threatening to burst from his chest. He held his breath, concentrating entirely on sensing the shifts in energy within him. Buzz! A familiar torrent of power surged through his being once more, sending shivers of exhilaration through his cells, while the energy core boiled with intensity. Thank heavens! It doubled. It did not lose its efficacy despite falling to the ground. A massive weight lifted from Frieza's heart, yet an even greater urgency arose. The remaining liquid on the floor was his final hope. He dared not hesitate, casting aside any semblance of the dignity expected of a cosmic emperor. Under Gula's incredulous gaze, which seemed to regard him as a madman or irretrievable refuse, Frieza, like a highly efficient and voracious vacuum, crawled on the ground, his tongue wildly extending and retracting. Slurp! 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 Each lick precisely covered a new area of the floor still glistening with droplets of the divine liquid. He raced against time, employing every licking technique he had mastered throughout his life, though he had never before utilized them in such a context. Greedily absorbing every last drop of the residual divine liquid. 10 licks. A full 10 licks. When the last visibly dampened section of the floor had been licked to a pristine shine, leaving behind only faint purple stains, Frieza abruptly halted, collapsing on the floor, gasping for breath. At this juncture, his battle power had surged an astonishing 50-fold. A figure potent enough to disrupt the cosmic order surged within him. Frieza, what on earth are you doing? Gula's voice resonated as if it emanated from the abyss of a frigid universe, laden with unprecedented suspicion and profound disgust. His stern visage bore the mark of disbelief, his crimson eyes wide with astonishment as if witnessing the most absurd and revolting spectacle in the cosmos. Even his form, representing ultimate evolution in its fifth state, stiffened momentarily in sheer shock. He could not comprehend it. A king of the frost demon race, his nominal brother, was now prostrated on the ground, licking up spilled drink like the lowest of reptiles. Has he lost his mind? Gula's tone was deep and menacing, each word akin to an ice pick. Frieza did not respond immediately. Clutching onto his last thread of hope, he hastily extended his tongue once more, vigorously licking at the nearly dried patches on the floor that bore faint purple traces. Nothing happened. No surge of anticipated energy, no sensation of power increase. Frieza's heart plummeted, akin to falling into a black hole's event horizon. A profound sense of loss and uncontrollable rage swept over him. He was now utterly perplexed. Was it because his own limit was this 50-fold, unable to endure more? Or was it that this method of licking the residual liquid could no longer extract effective components of the divine combat liquid? Or worse yet, had most of the divine liquid been evaporated by Gula's damned energy? It was gone. Frieza's voice quaked with extreme rage and frustration, each syllable forced through clenched teeth like shards of ice. He leaped from the ground, his diminutive form swelling slightly with fury, his golden eyes locking onto Gula, burning with wrath potent enough to incinerate stars. His entire being trembled, a prelude to the explosive release of power and emotion. Gula's precise and haughty energy beam had not only stripped him of his dignity as an emperor, but had also vaporized his ascent to absolute power. He had originally calculated that with the utmost care, he could sip from the divine combat liquid 100 times more. More than enough to propel him to heights unattainable even by legendary Super Saiyans. All of it had been destroyed by this insufferably arrogant fool. "You bastard." Frieza's roar echoed throughout the vast chamber of the spaceship, a sound filled with heart-wrenching anguish. His meticulously crafted path to the pinnacle had been utterly disrupted by this brother he had always sought to surpass, in such a disdainful and casual manner. "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Gula stared at his enraged and utterly disheveled brother, his brow furrowing deeper, his rigid face reflecting pure confusion and disdain. No matter how delightful the drink, one should not behave like a primitive creature from a lowly planet, licking the ground. "Frieza, where is your dignity? What of our family's pride?" He simply could not comprehend Frieza's frenzied actions, attributing them to some form of acute mental breakdown. "What do you know, you narrow-minded fool? You have ruined my grand endeavor. I will not let you off lightly." Frieza seethed, nearly bursting with pent-up rage, his battle power surging to an astonishing 6 billion. Akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, coursing violently through his veins, unstable red energy glowing beneath his purple skin. The overwhelming sensation of power, intertwined with the frustration of being interrupted, coalesced into an impulse bordering on annihilation. Frieza, confronted by the fury of his brother, Gula, exhibited no hint of fear. Instead, he appeared to have heard the most ludicrous joke in the universe. His signature, disdainful smile, embodying the essence of an absolute superior, resurfaced as he elegantly floated forward a short distance, looking down upon Frieza. His crimson pupils sparkled with mockery and unwavering confidence. "You seem to have forgotten something of great significance," he said. "You must comprehend that my combat power far surpasses yours. No matter how much of that repugnant beverage you consume, your struggles are futile in the face of an insurmountable chasm of strength." Gula's voice was cold and resolute, rooted in countless victories and his own formidable evolution. "Oh, is that so?" Frieza's wrath was suddenly doused as if doused with icy water, instantly transforming into a profound sense of danger and a twisted exhilaration. His golden eyes narrowed, glimmering with a serpent-like intensity. The power within him roared, and his battle power of 6 billion instilled an unprecedented confidence. Gula's arrogance, at this moment, seemed utterly ridiculous in Frieza's eyes. "What? Do you believe that your meager enhancements can surpass your elder brother?" Gula scoffed, lowering his crossed arms as an invisible wave of energy began to coalesce around him. The air in the chamber thickened, becoming dense and heavy, as if the gravitational system itself were under strain, emitting a burdensome hum. "Face reality, Frieza. You shall forever live in my shadow. Let's take this outside." Frieza suddenly lifted his head, his previously contorted face, twisted with rage, now revealing a near-grim calmness. Dark as the cosmic abyss. Within him, excitement and frustration clashed like two roaring dragons. The exhilaration stemmed from the palpable sensation of his power. Akin to a supernova explosion, 6 billion, a figure capable of reducing his former self to cosmic dust. Yet the source of his frustration was a venomous sting, deeply embedded within him. "Damn it, I feel as though my multiplier hasn't reached its limit." The potential for that growing power still lingered. But that cursed, solitary key, the Shinshui, had been destroyed by this wretched individual before him. It felt as though the ultimate treasure's door was within reach, only to have the key forcibly snatched away. "Oh, are you serious?" Gula's crimson pupils constricted sharply. The almost tangible battle intent and peculiar confidence emanating from Frieza for the first time ignited a flicker of doubt within him. Today's Frieza was exceedingly abnormal. From that bizarre beverage to the reckless indulgence, and now this fearless declaration of challenge. This was not the cunning, yet weaker, brother he had come to know. Swish. Frieza offered no verbal reply. Instead, he responded with action. With a mere thought, the spaceship's thick, special alloy walls silently parted like rippling water, revealing the cold, silent, and distant star-studded expanse of the universe. Frieza's form transformed into a barely visible purple streak, instantaneously bursting forth from the cabin and hovering in the void. The chilling cosmic rays brushed against his skin, yet could not extinguish the boiling battle intent within him. Gula's face contorted with further intrigue. Frieza's impatient demeanor resembled that of one preparing for an assured victory celebration rather than a challenge marked by a disparity in strength. He hesitated for less than a millisecond. The pride of the strongest Ice Demon royal clan ultimately overshadowed all doubts. With a cold snort, Gula also transformed into a swifter, metallic white streak, following closely behind. Stabilizing himself several hundred meters away from Frieza in the void, his formidable aura expanding like an invisible domain, reducing the surrounding floating meteors to mere dust. Frieza, do you truly intend to challenge me, your elder brother? Gula's voice resonated through the vacuum via energy vibrations, laced with a hint of amusement and condescension. If you regret this, it is still not too late to apologize to me, considering your splendid performance just now. He deliberately emphasized splendid performance, with sarcasm dripping from his words. Frieza's purple lips curled into a dangerously wicked arc as he slowly raised a hand, beckoning Gula with a finger. His posture was filled with utmost disdain and provocation. I shan't bully you. I shall simply stand here and let you strike. Let you throw 100 punches. 1,000 punches. Let's see if you can even move me, Frieza the Great. His voice, though not loud, pierced through the vacuum with an unprecedented, almost arrogant confidence. Gula thought, this is beyond abnormal. This is sheer madness. When did Frieza become so recklessly confident? Countless thoughts raced through Gula's mind. Could that beverage have potent hallucinogenic effects? Or did Frieza suffer a mental breakdown on some unknown planet? Regardless of the cause, this brazen provocation had touched upon his absolute dignity as an elder brother and a superior. Then I shall not hold back. The last trace of amusement vanished from Gula's face, replaced by an icy ruthlessness. If he were to inflict pain, or even death, he would show no mercy. With no further hesitation, since Frieza was intent on courting death, he would awaken him with absolute power or obliterate him entirely. Drink. Gula unleashed a low growl, his body, encased in a white biological exoskeleton, trembled violently. Boom. An aura far more potent than that within the spaceship exploded forth. He transitioned directly into his ultimate fifth form, the pinnacle of his evolution. The smooth white exoskeleton enveloped his entire being, sharp bone spikes protruding from his shoulders, elbows, and knees, glinting coldly atop his head. The signature. Metallic-hued tail slithered behind him like a venomous serpent. His momentum surged to its apex, akin to a colossal cosmic beast awakening. Swish. Gula's figure left a blurred afterimage as he traversed several hundred meters in an instant at a speed that tore through space. He executed no flamboyant moves. His right fist, encased in the thick biological exoskeleton, carried the destructive energy capable of shattering a planet, ripping through the vacuum with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at the face of Frieza, who wore a taunting grin. The air, if it existed at all, seemed to be completely evacuated, compressed, and ignited by this strike. What an exquisite request. In all my years Gula the Great, have truly never encountered such a thing. You dare stand there and invite me to strike. In that case, with this punch, I shall utterly shatter your ludicrous confidence, making you realize that before absolute power, all pretense is futile. A cruel delight flickered in Gula's eyes, as he envisioned Frieza's face contorting under his fist, bone shattering. However, just as Gula's fist approached Frieza's face, barely an inch away, Frieza moved. His action, incredulously slow yet transcending the perception of time, was executed with a casual, nonchalant grace as he slowly raised his right hand, extending a slender finger covered in purple scales. Clang. A sound as crisp as crystal clashing, yet heavy as two planets colliding resonated through the silent cosmic vacuum, transmitted through pure energy vibrations. Gula's terrifying fist, capable of obliterating planets, struck firmly against Frieza's upright fingertip. The anticipated shattering of bones and flesh did not occur. The expected energy explosion was forcibly suppressed. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Gula's crimson pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. The sensation transmitted from his fist was not the softness of flesh nor the crunching of bone, but rather a collision with a wall forged from the material of a neutron star, a wall of size. A boundless and overwhelming force of backlash surged through his fist and arm, instantly engulfing his entire being. The fifth form of his biological armor, which he had always taken pride in, emitted a faint, unbearable groan under the sheer collision of power. The tremendous impact halted Gula's forward momentum, leaving him suspended before Frieza, who remained utterly unperturbed, not even a strand of hair swaying. He maintained his posture, laced with a hint of mockery and a trace of languor. His finger that blocked Gula's full-force strike as steadfast as a mountain. A sound of disbelief escaped Gula's throat, akin to a voice choked by an unseen grip. The expression of perpetual disdain on his face fractured for the first time, as a wave of terror inundated his rationality like a chilling tide. Had it not been for the excruciating pain radiating from his fist and the immovable sensation reminding him of reality, Gula would have never dared to accept this jarring truth that shattered his every understanding. Although I did not unleash my full strength, he defended against my blow with merely a finger? Unscathed? How could this be possible? What kind of terrifying power and physical resilience must he possess? Could it be that cursed beverage? Gula, Frieza's sharp voice gradually disrupted the stifling silence, dripping with unabashed scorn and disappointment. Haven't you eaten? Put in some effort. Show me your strongest power in the universe. Let me feel it, brother. The last two words were bitten off with heavy sarcasm. Frieza. Gula finally emerged from his overwhelming shock, only to be ignited by a towering rage fueled by utter humiliation and provocation. His golden pupils were instantly veiled by a crimson fury, a wrath akin to being shaken by mere ants. This is your doing, Gula roared, shattering the void as energy erupted from his body like a supernova. A white aura surged skyward, warping the very space around him. He held nothing back. There were no more tests of strength. Boom, boom, boom. Gula's fists transformed into twin storms of destruction. The white afterimages swiftly enveloped Frieza's diminutive form. Each punch contained enough terrifying energy to rend continents asunder and vaporize oceans. The force of his strikes generated visible shockwaves, cascading into the distant cosmos, reducing all floating meteors and dust in their path to nothingness. The vacuum seemed ignited by this raging assault, emitting a soundless lament. Yet, Frieza made no attempt to retaliate. He did not adopt any defensive posture. Calmly hovering there, he permitted Gula's punches, capable of annihilating galaxies, to rain down upon him, striking his head, chest, and back. The violent energy detonated upon his purple scales, bursting into dazzling halos, yet it was akin to waves crashing against ancient, unyielding rocks, producing only a thunderous roar with no other effect. Far from exhibiting any pain, Frieza's visage revealed an expression of sheer enjoyment and ecstasy. He even blissfully squinted his eyes, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing ever more pronounced. Push a little harder. Frieza even let out a pleasurable moan, his voice crystal clear amidst the cacophony of energy, brimming with mockery and satisfaction. Yes, yes, right there, Gula, you haven't disappointed me. This massage is barely passing. He seemed less like a recipient of the universe's fiercest warrior's wrath and more like a patron indulging in a high-end Thai massage. Gula's onslaught grew increasingly frenzied, his speed reaching its zenith, his strength peaking. The white energy coiled around his fists like countless roaring dragons. Yet, no matter how he struck, regardless of which part of Frieza's body he hit, the latter remained as immovable as the hardest substance in the universe. Not a single scratch marred the purple scales. Instead, Gula himself felt the terrifying recoil numbing his arms, the muscles beneath his biological armor beginning to ache. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of heavy punches rained down upon Frieza's back, resonating like the thundering of drums. Ah, this feels good. Frieza even responded with an exaggerated elegance, gracefully turning to fully present his back to Gula's iron fists, humming commands. A little harder. Yes, yes, right there, my shoulder blades are a bit sore. Hit harder. Gula was utterly dumbfounded. A bone-chilling cold coursed from his tailbone to the crown of his head, freezing all his rage and desire to attack. This was no longer a battle. It was the ultimate humiliation of his lifelong beliefs and power. His once invincible fifth form, a force that could make millions tremble, had now become a mere tool for massage before this younger sibling. In a flash, Gula retracted his fists, retreating thousands of meters like a startled serpent. He gasped heavily, his crimson pupils fixating on the distant figure of Frieza, who still appeared intoxicated, seemingly unsatisfied, his expression filled with astonishment, shock, and a hint of fear he was reluctant to acknowledge. Why have you stopped, brother? Frieza's voice carried a tinge of regret, as if his interest had been interrupted. Slowly turning back, however, just as Gula was still in shock, his mind frantically processing this world-altering information, Frieza's figure vanished. Not as a mere afterimage from high-speed movement, but genuinely and completely, without a trace, disappearing from Gula's sight, energy perception, and even spatial locks. It was as if he had merged with the void of the universe. A deadly sense of crisis coiled around Gula's heart like a chilling serpent. This is bad. Gula's internal alarms blared, and his biological armor tensed to its limit. Instinctively elevating his energy defenses to the highest level, he desperately attempted to twist his body, but it was too late. A cold, mocking voice, akin to a specter, whispered near the back of his head, the breath exuding a cosmic chill. "Are you looking for me?" In that instant, Gula's blood seemed to freeze entirely. Like a rusted mechanical puppet, he stiffly turned his neck, inch by inch, only to find Frieza's purple face, adorned with a devilish smile, mere inches away. When had Frieza appeared? How had he done so? Gula had not sensed a single thing, not even a ripple in space. What a joke! Gula's voice trembled from sheer terror, even stuttering. His once proud countenance drained of color, etched with incomprehensible horror. All his composure and confidence shattered in that moment. How could this be possible? He nearly cried out in disbelief, his voice sharp and unsteady. When did you elevate your battle power to this monstrous level? He finally voiced the question that sent shivers through his very soul. Frieza beheld Gula's expression, reminiscent of a faith shattered. And the immense frustration and disappointment that had arisen from the depletion of his divine water was instantly replaced by an unprecedented ecstasy, akin to indulging in the most exquisite cosmic narcotics. He tilted his head slightly, extending a slender finger to rub his petite nose, his face breaking into an exceedingly radiant, yet chillingly sinister smile. "Since you are my dear brother, I shall enlighten you, Gula." Frieza's voice dripped with a condescending arrogance, each word striking like a hammer upon Gula's heart. "At present, my fighting power." He deliberately paused, relishing the unmistakable fear and despair reflected in Gula's eyes before he leisurely articulated the suffocating number. "It has reached the staggering height of 6 billion. What did you say?" Gula's body trembled violently, as if struck by an invisible cosmic thunderbolt. 6 billion. That figure echoed in his mind like a curse, draining him of all strength and will to fight in an instant. He hovered in the void, his crimson pupils losing focus, leaving only an endless void of confusion and bone-chilling coldness. This number had utterly surpassed his comprehension of Frieza's power, even his own limits. The ultimate form he took pride in, the invincible strength that traversed the cosmos, appeared feeble in comparison to this figure. What manner of monster is this? What is that purple liquid? A terrifying thought, like the deepest shadow of the universe, completely enveloped Gula's cold and proud heart. Chapter 50. End. Frieza's silent laughter tore through the vacuum, his elegant purple tail swaying like a living entity, the fingertips lingering with the intoxicating sensation of shattering Gula's skull. Panic, excruciating pain. The crushing feedback of overwhelming power, an unparalleled delight. 6 billion. Ha ha ha. Frieza's voice pierced through the communicator, chillingly penetrating Gula's eardrum. This power. How long it has been since I felt such pleasure, my dear brother. Gula, suspended not far away, felt his perpetually haughty visage shatter completely, leaving only a ghastly pallor and disbelief. His once proud silver armor bore a clear imprint of a finger, its edges melted and distorted. Each subtle breath tugged at the deep, tearing pain within his chest, a brutal mark of absolute power's oppression. "No, it's impossible," Gula roared, his voice rasping against the gravel. He fixed his gaze on the empty, ornately decorated vial in Frieza's hand, which reflected a cold and alluring light under the starlight. "It is the liquid in this vial that sparked this nightmare." This completely overturned his understanding of cosmic power. Frieza savored the tumultuous waves of panic and humiliation swirling in Gula's eyes, the overwhelming terror and disgrace greatly nourishing his desire for dominance. He elegantly raised a hand, his pinky slightly lifted, gently beckoning towards Gula. Whoosh! Space seemed to be erased by an invisible eraser. Frieza's figure vanished from his location, only to be precisely redrawn before Gula's widened pupils in the next split second, close enough to discern every tremor of despair in his irises. The sheer velocity crushed the limits of neural response. Gula could scarcely muster a single muscle. Bang! Another dull, tooth-aching impact sounded. Frieza's curled index finger, as gentle as a feather, precisely flicked the center of Gula's smooth, hard forehead. Gula felt an irresistible force crash into his skull. His vision erupted into a blinding white. His thoughts were utterly shattered, severed. His body was hurled backward like a meteor cast away by the gravitational pull of a star, uncontrollably soaring back, transforming into a blurred afterimage as it shot into the deep, dark void of the universe, leaving behind a fleeting trail of energy. Oh ho ho ho! Frieza's sharp laughter echoed wildly through the communication channel, his grinning mouth nearly tearing his elegant cheeks. He observed Gula's uncontrolled tumbling figure as one would admire a newly completed, clumsy piece of art. Swish! The purple afterimage flickered again, appearing with ghostly precision directly behind Gula's trajectory. Frieza leisurely raised a hand, fingers spread wide, palm facing outward. His movements so calm they were suffocating. Thud! Gula's spiraling body collided violently with that long-awaited purple palm. The raging kinetic energy vanished instantly, like a mud cow sinking into the sea. Frieza's hand remained immovable, firmly pressing against Gula's back, halting his desperate momentum in the cold void. Gula was utterly frozen. The icy sensation against his back was more despairing than any torture. The absolute suppression. Frieza's speed and strength were beyond his comprehension. The number 6 billion burned into his very soul like a searing iron. Gula, Frieza's voice whispered ominously near Gula's ear, carrying the chill of a serpent's tongue. It seems the bountiful star regions of the Eastern Universe require a more powerful master. He paused deliberately, allowing the humiliation to ferment silently in the vacuum. Perhaps it is time to find a picturesque little asteroid to enjoy your twilight years? What do you think of the name Sunset Red Rehabilitation Star? Oh ho ho ho! Gula trembled violently beneath Frieza's palm, not from fear, but from the searing humiliation that scorched his nerves. He struggled to turn his head, seeking a crack in Frieza's triumphant expression. What? What is happening? What is that liquid? He nearly howled, his voice twisted with confusion and defeat. Frieza's smile froze instantly, replaced by a fury capable of freezing stars. His fingers tightened around the empty vial, the hard special glass groaning in agony within his grasp. Humph! Frieza's teeth ground together, the energy radiating from him causing nearby cosmic dust to stir restlessly, dissipating. You dare ask? Gula, you fool, brute, destroyer. Each word pierced like a poisoned ice spike. What you have obliterated is a hundredfold future. A hundredfold? Gula was utterly bewildered, the enormity of the figure leaving his mind blank. Battle God Water. Frieza's voice suddenly rose, sharp enough to nearly rupture the communicator. An ancient cosmic treasure thought to be extinct. I exerted countless efforts and sacrificed innumerable subordinates to find this tiny bit in that wretched place of Wan Shou Xing. He raised the vial, the remaining drops of liquid reflecting an eerie glow under the starlight. A single sip, and your fighting power doubles. As long as your body can endure, it can stack infinitely. I drank 50 sips. A full 50 sips. From 120 million to 6 billion. Frieza's voice trembled with lamentation, the veins bulging beneath his purple skin. Originally, I could have taken 100 sips, reaching 100 billion. 100 billion, Gula. He abruptly smashed the empty vial against Gula's forehead. It's you, fool, barged in and interrupted my ritual, ruining my last chance. All that's left is this damned 50-fold. 6 billion. I am still far from crushing Beerus' great achievement. The vial struck Gula's armor, shattering and leaving the remaining divine water to vaporize and disappear in the vacuum. Gula stood frozen. 1 sip doubles? 50 sips? 6 billion? 100 billion? Beerus? These terms clashed wildly in his chaotic mind. He gazed at Frieza's distorted face, twisted with rage and regret, and absurdly felt a flicker of understanding arise within him. He instinctively blurted out, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "If I had known, shut up." Frieza's roar interrupted him, a violent energy erupting like a tangible hurricane. Deep purple energy arcs leapt wildly, screeching, distorting the surrounding space into a blur of light and shadow. The overwhelming aura of destruction suffocated Gula instantly, as if he would be torn apart at any moment. The intense malice, as frigid as a tidal wave, engulfed Gula. He had no doubt that at this moment, Frieza needed only a thought to obliterate him completely. Time froze. Only the tumultuous energy surrounding Frieza roared silently. Just as Gula believed he was doomed, that crushing energy pressure abruptly receded, as if a tide had withdrawn, diminishing significantly. Frieza's facial muscles twitched slightly, the murderous intent swirling in his eyes forcibly suppressed by a deeper, colder calculation. He slowly lowered his hand, the fingertip charged with destructive energy quivering slightly. To kill Gula? As easy as pie. But then what? Frieza's thoughts drifted far away. He seemed to glimpse a distant future, where he stood in an unrivaled posture, mercilessly trampling the god of destruction, Bylus, while indulging in humiliation and torment. What kind of humiliation and disbelief would manifest on Bylus's haughty, languid feline visage? The mere thought sent exhilarating tremors through his soul. Yet, how could a perfect drama unfold without an audience? Especially the brother, Gula, who had always boasted of being stronger than him. To have Gula witness his ascendancy to the pinnacle of the universe, experiencing despair and regret as he beheld his ultimate victory, was infinitely more splendid than simply ending his life. A cruel and cold arc slowly curled at the corners of Frieza's mouth. Humph! Frieza let out a disdainful snort, forcibly suppressing the raging fury within him due to the destruction of the divine water. He cast a glance at the shattered bottle in his hand. The immense regret and unwillingness gnawing at his heart like a venomous serpent. Was 6 billion enough to confront Bylus? The feeling of incompleteness, knowing that such power had yet to reach its zenith, drove him to madness. All of this was the fault of the worthless fool before him. Bang! Without warning, Frieza's elegant tail lashed out like a coiled steel whip, slicing through the vacuum with a piercing shriek, striking Gula's defenseless side with tremendous force. Ugh! Gula barely managed to emit a short, pained cry. The silver-white armor produced a cacophony of metallic shattering. A deep indentation, with edges torn and twisted, instantly branded itself upon him, the center revealing cracked skin and oozing purple fluids. Gula's body was violently propelled away by the impact, spinning and tumbling, hurtling at high speed into the depths of the cosmos. His vision blurred, consciousness obliterated by searing pain and shock. Darkness consumed all his sensations. Frieza hovered in place, coldly observing Gula transform into a chaotic meteor, disappearing into the distant stardust. The veins on his forehead throbbed, his gaze as sinister as the abyss of the universe. Humph! Consider yourself fortunate not to have been disintegrated by cosmic rays. Frieza's voice was chillingly piercing. He cast one last cold glance in the direction where Gula had vanished, his expression filled with contempt akin to that reserved for refuse. Then he turned, his purple form morphing into a streak of light as he entered the gaping maw of a massive spaceship, grotesque like a beast. The heavy alloy doors slammed shut, sealing off the frigid cosmos. In the ship's control room, the cold metallic sheen reflected Frieza's still smoldering fury. He approached the control panel, his footsteps echoing like the drumbeats of death. The enormous screen flickered with star maps and data streams, several aliens, including the diminutive Bailey Bulu, nervously operating instruments. The atmosphere thick with tension. The residual terror emanating from Frieza rendered the air almost suffocating. Frieza stepped before the control panel, his icy gaze sweeping across the screen. Bailey Bulu. Frieza's voice was low yet imbued with undeniable authority. The small Bailey Bulu shuddered, nearly leaping from his seat, rushing to Frieza's side. Bowing deeply, his voice trembling. Yes. Lord Frieza, how may I serve you? Assemble all combatants immediately. Frieza's eyes locked onto the image of the green planet marked as Wan Shouxing on the main screen, his gaze sharp as a blade. Target confirmed. Wan Shouxing. Full speed ahead. Dig 30,000 feet deep. Overturn every stone. We must recover the divine water of combat. At any cost. Without regard for casualties. Do you understand? The last 3 words fell like ice picks upon the ground. Bailey Bulu bowed even lower. Yes. Yes. Lord Frieza. At any cost. He immediately turned, roaring into the communicator with a sharp, urgent voice. Frieza gazed at the increasingly approaching Wan Shouxing on the screen, his eyes ablaze with greed and obsession. 6 billion is insufficient. Far from enough. More divine water must be found. 100 billion is the starting point to crush Bylus and reign supreme over the universe. The thought of the half that Gula had destroyed ignited a fiery rage within him once more. Gula, you wretched fool, he muttered under his breath, the deep-seated hatred echoing in the vast control room. The cold command activated the war machine. The engines roared, transmitting waves of fury, transforming into the violent azure flames spewing from the ship's external thrusters. The enormous vessel slightly adjusted its angle, tearing through space like an enraged metallic beast. Hurtling towards Wan Shouxing, time flowed silently. From the moment Frieza consumed the last sip of the divine water of combat to to his current position upon the cold throne in the control room. Anxiously observing the enlarging green planet on the screen, a full 40 minutes had passed. The threads of fate quietly wove coincidental nodes. Frieza's spaceship, with a clear objective, hurtled towards Wanshouxing. Meanwhile, on a distant trajectory ahead, another small spaceship, trailing a disheveled flame, faced away from Wanshouxing, striving toward the direction of Vegeta planet. The ship's exterior was marred with energy weapon scuffs, the armor panels warped and deformed, one engine's exhaust flickering erratically, clearly having just endured a fierce battle. This was the vessel of Vegeta and Naba. Prince Vegeta, arms crossed, was sunk into the pilot's seat. A layer of icy gloom veiled his proud countenance, his brow furrowed, and his sharp gaze fixated on the profound darkness outside the viewport. An anxious feeling gnawed at his core, like a venomous insect. The divine water of combat, Frieza's 6 billion, everything felt like a tangled mess in his mind. Beside him, the brawny Naba, with his shining bald head, was futilely pounding a communicating panel that flickered with static. Damn it. It's completely broken. Positioning and communication are useless. We're practically crashing blindly. He slammed his fist on the control panel in frustration. Just then, out of the corner of Naba's eye, he caught a glimpse of a rapidly enlarging, ominous metallic silhouette outside the side viewport. Rubbing his eyes, he focused his gaze. Boom. A chilling current surged through Naba's entire being. His muscles tensed, his gleaming bald head turned pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Prince Vegeta. Naba's voice twisted with sheer terror, his trembling fingers nearly puncturing the viewport. Is that Frieza's spaceship? Vegeta whipped his head around. In the vast universe, a colossal, suffocating saucer-shaped ship was cleaving through stardust, racing towards them, or rather, towards the Wanshouxing they had just departed from. Its distinctive crimson main cannon, the frigid metallic armor, the iconic massive array of thrusters. Vegeta's heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible, icy hand. His pupils constricted to pinpricks. How could this be? This wretched luck. It's 1,000 times worse than stepping in the foulest cosmic dung. To collide head-on in this vast universe. Vegeta felt the icy blood surge to his head, his jaw clenched, the muscles in his cheeks bulging. An army of furious giant apes stampeding through his mind. Naba was so frightened, he nearly went limp. His voice trembling uncontrollably. Is Frieza specifically coming to hunt us down? Vegeta forced himself out of the shock and curses, his mind racing at an unprecedented speed. He fixed his gaze on the precise trajectory of Frieza's ship. Humph. Vegeta suppressed his rage with a cold snort. Judging by its direction, it was almost certainly headed for Wanshouxing. A complex light flickered in his eyes, mingled with regret, calculation, and annoyance. The fool is going after the remaining divine water of combat. Divine water of combat? Naba was momentarily stunned, colossal fear replaced by confusion. Is he personally coming for the Baluti people? Or has he discovered us? The Baluti people? Vegeta scoffed, his gaze icy. Such trash is not worthy. He must have tasted success and now wishes to excavate more divine water on Wanshouxing. He slammed his fist against the armrest of his seat, the metal armrest instantly caving in. Damn it, I miscalculated. I should have left more divine water for him earlier. Let him indulge. His voice brimmed with resentment and a hint of strange anticipation. The higher Frieza's combat power escalates, the more splendid the final surprise will be, and the more assured he will be in dealing with Bylus. Jia Liao Naba chewed on the word, an overwhelming confusion overshadowing his fear. He scratched his smooth scalp, his brow furrowed, his face betraying a simple yet profound doubt regarding the essence of power. Vegeta, I have always found it difficult to comprehend, he spoke cautiously. Vegeta, exhibiting extreme impatience, cast a sidelong glance at him and commanded, speak. Naba shrank back, pointing at his own belly, and posed the core question that had been troubling him. You mentioned that we added that ingredient to the divine water which Frieza consumed. How can its effects still be so potent? Shouldn't the divine water be diluted, thus diminishing its effectiveness? Shouldn't the doubled power be weakened? He strained to recall the sensation of drinking pure divine water, but his mind was blank. He had not paid attention to the comparison at that time. Vegeta felt the atmosphere in the cockpit freeze, the temperature plummeting. He slowly turned his head, his handsome yet irritable face twitching, a vein at his temple rising like a venomous serpent. His gaze directed at Naba was as if he were observing a breathing piece of cosmic dust. This fool, a brain stuffed with muscles, Life hangs in the balance. Frieza's death ship is rapidly approaching, and this idiot is still entangled in nonsensical debates about dilution ratios and doubled effects. Vegeta's fists cracked ominously, his knuckles turning white. A violent urge to obliterate this fool with a ki blast surged within him, nearly consuming his willpower to restrain himself. Vegeta inhaled deeply through clenched teeth, forcibly suppressing the urge to annihilate. He abruptly turned his head back, his gaze fixed intently on the ever-approaching, increasingly distinct massive shadow of death outside the viewport. His mind raced, calculating the time elapsed since Frieza drank the last sip of divine water. How long had it been? 40 minutes? 41 minutes? A heavy weight settled in Vegeta's heart. The doubled power bestowed by the divine water lasts only 1 hour. After an hour, the user would enter a perilous state of weakness, their strength plummeting. Vegeta forced himself to remain calm. From the moment Frieza drank the last sip of enhanced divine water until now, it had been a maximum of 40 minutes. A cold and dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. At least there were still 20 minutes remaining. 20 minutes of invincibility. This time frame burned into his nerves like a searing iron. 20 minutes. Naba gasped, fear overwhelming him, his massive form beginning to tremble. He looked towards the menacing silhouette of Frieza's ship, feeling as if he were facing a cosmic beast with its jaws agape. Yet, Naba clung to a lifeline. His simple mind occupied with another crucial question. Vegeta, when does this hour of doubled power actually begin? From the first sip? The last sip? He strained to recall his own experience, only remembering the exhilarating sensation of power surging. Vegeta's body suddenly stiffened. He slowly, agonizingly turned his head, his movements exuding a chilling stiffness. His gaze transformed from one of indifference to that of repulsion, as if he were staring at a pile of foul cosmic refuse. A cold, murderous intent swept through the cramped cockpit like a tangible chill, dimming even the indicator lights. Naba's immense form went rigid, fear driven by instinct gripping him. He finally realized the foolishness of his death-seeking question. Vegeta's voice was low, like a deep abyssal wind. Haven't you consumed the combat divine water? His words were slow, imbued with a suffocating calm on the verge of eruption. Naba felt his tongue tie, cold sweat pouring down like a waterfall. At that time, the power surged so violently and joyfully that I didn't keep track of the time. His voice trailed off, his massive body instinctively shrinking into the seat, wishing to disappear. Vegeta did not utter another word. He abruptly turned his back, refusing to glance at Naba again, his chest heaving violently. Fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned pale, trembling in silent rage akin to a volcano about to erupt. This fool, a cosmic-level imbecile. Does he not realize that the golden hour of power begins the moment he drinks the last sip of the divine water that enhances combat strength? Is this not common knowledge? Vegeta felt the strings of his rationality fraying at the edges, being pulled to the brink of madness. Just then, the shrill, piercing alarm blared through the cockpit of Vegeta's dilapidated ship like a death knell. A red indicator light on the control panel flashed frantically, illuminating Vegeta and Naba's faces as if they were specters. Naba, as if jolted by high voltage, sprang up, his bald head colliding painfully with the low ceiling with a dull thud. Ignoring the pain, fear-stricken, he lunged towards the control panel, reading the newly received mandatory communication warning from Frieza's ship. Vegeta, the voice of Naba, trembling with sheer terror, was unrecognizable. Frieza's ship. Mandatory warning. They command us to halt immediately, to undergo inspection. What should we do? Should we stop? Vegeta remained silent. He maintained his posture, arms crossed, fixated on the viewport, resembling a statue of ice. Yet, amidst the burgeoning and increasingly vivid shadow of Frieza's ship, a single cold bead of sweat silently trickled down the corner of his tightly pressed lips, illuminated by the flashing red light of the alarm. Inside Frieza's command room, the atmosphere was similarly tense. The enormous main screen clearly locked onto the small, battered ship ahead, resembling a rusty can. The scorch marks on its hull, the twisted armor plates, and the flickering engine flames were all vividly displayed under the powerful scan. Target ship model, Saiyan standard small reconnaissance vessel, identification number blurred. Low energy response, unstable engine output, with multiple battle damages. The cold, electronic synthesized voice announced. The operator's fingers danced rapidly. Report to Lord Frieza. The target has ignored our 3 warnings. Speed unchanged. Continuing on original course. A soft, Disdainful grunt escaped Frieza's lips as he lounged on his throne. His crimson eyes narrowed slightly, like a serpent fixating on its prey, curiously observing the small, struggling light on the screen. A Saiyan ship? A remote route? In a state of injury? Peculiar. Having recently vented some of his wrath on Goldo, and being immersed in the anticipation of searching for the divine water, his mood was unexpectedly calm. Rather than feeling an immediate desire to crush this ship, it intrigued him, evoking a sense of playful curiosity akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Ho ho ho, Frieza chuckled lowly, his voice resonating ominously in the vast command room. A lost, wounded little mouse. The resilient insect of a Saiyan. He elegantly crossed his legs, tapping his fingertips against the armrest of his throne, initiating a deep scan. Let's see what this mouse's cabin conceals, or if there's anything to pilfer that belongs to me, hinting at the potential remnants of divine water from Wanshou Xing. Yes, Lord Frieza. The operator responded promptly. More sophisticated detectors activated, and invisible scanning beams enveloped the Saiyan ship in an instant. Time seemed to elongate. Suddenly, ding, ding, ding. Chapter 51. Do you want to? Just stop first. Vegeta's voice was as hard as ice, echoing in the cramped cockpit of the ship, carrying an unmistakable command. His crimson eyes fixed intently on the starry dark curtain outside the viewport. Deep within his pupils reflected the massive form of Frieza's flagship. That ship, resembling a crimson giant shark lurking in the cosmic abyss, now silently hovered in their flight path. Its cold exterior reflecting a chilling glimmer under the faint light of distant stars. The intangible pressure enveloped them like a viscous liquid, instantly filling the escape pod of Vegeta and his companions. Yes, Naba responded with a gruff voice, his large hands moving decisively across the complex array of controls on the console, accompanied by a faint mechanical hum and the flickering of indicator lights. The blue flames of the ship's rear thrusters suddenly extinguished, the powerful inertia perfectly countered, and the entire vessel came to a complete standstill in the silent expanse of space, akin to a speck of dust frozen in amber. Almost simultaneously, the colossal jaws of the Frieza mothership slid open soundlessly, and several small, glowing figures emerged, gliding towards them with the speed and silence of a school of deep-sea fish. Leading them was the agile figure of Zabo, his iconic green skin clearly visible under the starlight. Having cornered Vegeta, Frieza would undoubtedly leave no stone unturned. Zabo's mission was to board the ship, conduct an exhaustive search, extract information from Vegeta, and discover the whereabouts of the legendary battle god water that promised unparalleled power. In the command room of the Frieza mothership, the atmosphere was tense. A massive circular screen captured every detail of the solitary Saiyan vessel ahead. Belibulu, the strategist with a highly analytical mind, scanned the constantly fluctuating data streams on one side of the screen with keen eyes, her cold voice tinged with a hint of disbelief. Lord Frieza, 2 life signs have been detected aboard the target ship. Their power levels are recorded at 15,000 and 2,000, based on energy characteristics and data matching. The identities are confirmed as Prince Vegeta and Naba, without a doubt. She tilted her head slightly, glancing at the cosmic emperor suspended in the small spacecraft. Her tone laced with a formalized confusion. Vegeta is still alive? This clearly surpassed all their previous intelligence predictions. The Chioi team had been dispatched to Wanshou Star for a termination mission, and yet the target Vegeta appeared alive and well here, which was inherently bizarre. Frieza sat in his specially designed floating chair, his petite frame enveloped in cold metal and a purple combat suit. A barely perceptible, icy smile crept across his seemingly innocuous doll-like face, reminiscent of a crack in a glacier, revealing a pure, predatory delight. Alive or dead, it matters not. This way, we need not flail about like headless flies in the cosmos. His voice was soft, yet it pierced the nerves of every listener like poisoned ice needles. The source of the battle god water must be pried from his lips. He narrowed his crimson eyes slightly, as if envisioning Vegeta groveling beneath him in desperation. The remnants of resistance on Wanshou Star must have been nearly eradicated by now. The prize was within reach. However, a subtle, almost ineffable sense of discord slithered around Frieza's meticulously calculated mind, like a slippery serpent. Vegeta's power level of 15,000? This figure starkly contradicted the bizarre surge in strength mentioned in the last report from Chioi. If Vegeta had truly consumed the battle god water, how could his power still be a mere 15,000? 000. This was even less than his predefection data. Had he not ingested it? No. That thought was immediately dismissed by Frieza. If Vegeta had not drunk it, how could he have possibly defeated or even killed Chioi, whose power was close to 18,000? It made no sense. Could it be that the so-called Battle God water only provided a fleeting enhancement? A temporary surge with a limited duration? This notion cast a fleeting shadow across Frieza's crimson gaze. If that were the case, the value of the Battle God water would diminish significantly. Nevertheless, Vegeta himself was the only key to unraveling this mystery. Let us proceed. A comm command from Zabo echoed through the communication channel. Observing Vegeta's ship come to a stop so conveniently, Zabo remained alert, signaling to several elite subordinates. A few small landing craft detached from the main squadron, their rear thrusters expelling azure particles as they accelerated towards Vegeta's docking bay like sharks sensing blood. Inside the pod, the corner of Vegeta's mouth curled into a cold, calculating arc. His scarlet eyes fixated on the increasingly approaching lights on the monitor, akin to a hunter eyeing prey stepping into a trap. Now, Vegeta's voice cut through the suffocating silence within the cabin like a drawn blade. Max power. Understood. Naba roared with a sense of desperate resolve, his robust fingers crashing down onto the prominent red button, covered by a transparent protective shield, at the center of the console. Buzz. In an instant, the small ship, previously adrift like a lifeless object in space, erupted with a blinding, almost violent white light from its main thrusters, far exceeding its size limits. A colossal surge of energy surged forth, propelling the vessel like a projectile launched by immense force, tearing through the absolute zero of the void and leaving a dazzling trail of light in its wake. The speed was so extraordinary that it left visible ripples in space due to the intense energy disturbance. Just as they were about to forcibly dock, members of Zabo's team felt an irresistible force accompanied by a blinding light crashing upon them. Their small landing craft were tossed like leaves in a tempest, violently thrown away by the chaotic energy turbulence. In the silent vacuum, they spun and rolled noiselessly, alarms blaring wildly as the communication channel erupted into a cacophony of chaotic shouts and the sounds of equipment malfunctioning. Damn it! Zabo watched helplessly as the small ship shrank rapidly from view, becoming a distant point of light. His handsome green face contorted with extreme fury. He slammed his fist onto the control console, producing a dull thud. Shame. This is a blatant mockery and provocation. He immediately altered course, retreating with his disheveled subordinates back to Frieza's mothership at the fastest speed possible. Inside the command room, the atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. Bailabu looked at Frieza, awaiting orders. Lord Frieza, Zabo forced down his fury, his voice trembling slightly. They have escaped. Frieza hovered there, his doll-like face devoid of any expression, save for his crimson eyes, resembling two burning, solidified blood crystals, swirling with a murderous intent capable of freezing souls. He slightly raised a slender finger. Pursue. A single word. Light as a feather, yet laden with a terrifying pressure that dropped the temperature in the command room. Frieza's voice remained gentle, yet it bore a chilling quality that could crush steel. Dare to mock me, Frieza? I shall make them understand that death is a luxurious release. I want them to suffer, no to die. With a sudden flare, the colossal tail of Frieza's ship ignited with a terrifying brilliance, far surpassing that of Vegeta's vessel. Akin to a supernova explosion, the entire giant ship transformed into a streak of red lightning, tearing through the deep cosmos at a crushing speed towards the direction of Vegeta's fleeing ship. Wherever it passed, even the background starlight seemed to warp under its fierce aura. Oh no! Inside Vegeta's ship, Naba stared intently at the radar screen, where a massive red, akin to a parasite, rapidly closed the distance with alarming speed. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his face turned ashen. Our ship cannot match its speed. At this rate, we will be caught soon. Vegeta stood before the viewport, his scarlet eyes reflecting the swiftly approaching crimson glow that signified death and suffering. With arms crossed, his knuckles turned slightly white from the pressure. Yet his voice remained remarkably calm, imbued with a near-cold rationality forged in the crucible of desperation. Find a planet with a moon. Land immediately. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze piercing like the edge of a blade toward Naba. Listen, if we are shattered in this desolate expanse of the universe, we won't even have a chance to struggle. We must descend to the surface of a planet. Only on solid ground with gravity can we grasp a fleeting hope. Naba instantly comprehended Vegeta's intention. On a planet, at least there would be complex terrain to exploit, along with the possibility of a desperate counterattack. His massive form erupted with astonishing focus as his hands became a blur on the control panel. The radar's scanning range expanded to its maximum, feverishly sifting through nearby potentially habitable or uninhabitable planets with satellites. Soon, a planet displaying a gray-blue hue, its surface adorned with vast ice fields and sparse vegetation, was locked onto the star map. The radar indicated it possessed a sizable moon reflecting the brilliance of the star. "That's the one. Brace yourself," Naba growled, thrusting the thruster control stick to its limit. The escape pod emitted a groan under the strain, its engine operating at overload as it plunged into the atmosphere of the gray-blue planet, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, with a resolute demeanor. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, in a silent star domain far from Frieza's pursuit, a peculiar spacecraft resembling a colossal beetle glided steadily toward a beautiful planet enveloped in a blue halo. Expected arrival at the destination planet, Earth, in 3 minutes. The cold synthetic voice echoed rhythmically within the cabin, shattering the silence of days spent in transit. Vikimo slowly opened his eyes. The prolonged slumber left no trace of fatigue on his face. Rather, his profound gaze shimmered like polished obsidian, glowing with a sharper, more brilliant luster. He stretched, his body clad in a snug combat suit, as a series of crisp cracks resonated from his bones. An abundance of energy surged within him. The first act upon awakening had almost become instinctual. A flicker of thought summoned a translucent display screen visible only to him, unfolding before his eyes. Host, Vika Saiyan. Base power level, 12,800 stable. Mental strength, B. Special abilities, key perception, mastered. Key concealment, skilled. Items held, Senzu Beans X3. Universal Capsule X5. Current negative emotion value, 501,327. Gazing at that delightful 6-digit number, a smile unbiddenly crept upon Vikimo's lips. What splendid fortune! Along this journey, by deftly manipulating Raditz's emotional fluctuations, coupled with a few inadvertent scares inflicted upon unfortunate native cosmic creatures on desolate planets, this mental wealth had quietly accumulated to 500,000. No need to rush for a lottery. Vikimo mused inwardly, saving up. When the figure surpasses 1 million, or even 2 million, then a grand endeavor shall be taken. The King's Fist Experience Card, Weekend Version, and Instant Transmission, Beginner Guide, from the system shop had long been objects of desire. He suppressed the urge to squander immediately and closed the system panel. 3 minutes swiftly passed, entering the atmosphere of the target planet. Gravity engagement initiated. Prepare for impact. The alarm grew increasingly urgent. Vikimo and Raditz, who had also awakened from slumber, promptly secured their safety harnesses. The next moment, boom, boom, 2 earth-shattering roars erupted, akin to celestial meteors crashing down. Vikimo and Raditz's spacecraft, engulfed in the blinding fire and thick smoke generated from violent atmospheric friction, plummeted like 2 uncontrollable incendiary devices into a remote, rugged mountainous region in the northern hemisphere of Earth. The Earth trembled violently. A ferocious shockwave swept outward in a circular motion, effortlessly uprooting and shattering trees and boulders within hundreds of meters. Dust soared skyward, forming 2 massive, slowly ascending mushroom clouds. The impact left behind 2 blackened craters over 50 meters in diameter, plunging several meters deep, their walls glistening with a glassy sheen due to the intense heat, as wisps of smoke accompanied by a pungent, burnt odor wafted into the air. Bang! Bang! 2 figures nearly simultaneously ejected from the wreckage of their respective spacecraft, landing steadily on the scorching, cracked, and molten terrain at the edge of the crater. Raditz shook his trademark long black hair, dislodging the dust and debris clinging to him. He stretched his limbs with a series of sharp cracks, his scarred, rugged face reflecting a hint of scrutiny upon entering this unfamiliar land. He surveyed his surroundings, rolling mountains blanketed in dense primeval forests, the air infused with the fresh scent of rain-soaked earth, decaying leaves, and vibrant greenery, while distant calls of unknown birds and beasts echoed faintly, compared to the desolation of Vegeta and the cold metallic feel of Frieza's dominion. This place brimmed with primal vitality. Is this Earth? Raditz grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his tone laced with the typical Saiyan condescension. The environment is mediocre, but passable. The oxygen content is high, and gravity is weak. It feels like being in a cotton pile. He stomped his foot, feeling the softness of the soil beneath him. Vikamo was also observing. His gaze was more profound, sweeping over the distant towering peaks, glancing at the enormous ferns that had stubbornly survived the shockwave, inhaling the air rich in life energy. An indescribable sensation, as if the gears of fate had finally aligned at a crucial juncture, quietly surfaced in his heart. Earth, we've finally arrived. Let us go? Vikamo uttered no more words, slightly crouching as his leg muscles unleashed immense power, propelling him skyward like a blur, shattering the tranquility of the mountains with a sharp whoosh, startling a flock of birds. Hey, wait for me. Raditz, unwilling to lag behind, hastily summoned the ki within him, soaring upwards, creating a powerful gust as he caught up to Vikamo. The two soared in tandem, flying at high speed toward the distant human settlements, several hundred meters above the ground. In mid-flight, Raditz could not contain his curiosity, inching closer, his face alight with perplexity. Why have we come to such a primitive planet? What is so special about it? The energy readings are weak, and the natives appear quite primitive. He simply could not fathom why they would venture to this remote corner instead of seizing the resource-rich planets under Frieza's control, maintaining a steady flight. Vikamo glanced at Raditz's inquisitive, or perhaps gossiping, expression, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he began to weave his narrative. Raditz, your perspective is still too narrow. Do you believe that immense power arises solely from destruction and plunder? Raditz was momentarily taken aback, instinctively shaking his head. Based on my extensive research and observation, Vikamo's tone turned serious and persuasive, as if articulating a cosmic truth. This planet called Earth harbors an ancient and unique aura. This aura is not merely a mere accumulation of energy. Rather, it can be described as a resonance of life's harmony. He paused, studying Raditz's expression of partial understanding, and continued to elaborate. If we live here peacefully for a time, truly integrating ourselves into the natural environment, feeling the winds, the waters, and the ebb and flow of the flora, your mind will gradually settle, becoming as tranquil as a deep ancient well, undisturbed. Moreover, during this process, Vikamo deliberately elongated his tone, tantalizing Raditz's curiosity. The dormant cells within you will be slowly and continuously awakened, nourished, and proliferated in this serene, natural, and vibrant environment. This is to lay the most solid and indispensable foundation for your true journey towards evolving into a Super Saiyan. His words were imbued with an undeniable affirmation and an exclamation of discovering the mysteries of the universe. A Super Saiyan. Raditz's eyes widened instantly like copper bells, his breath quickening. This existence, akin to a myth in the ancient legends of the Saiyans, symbolizes absolute power and supreme glory. Vikamo actually knows how to become a Super Saiyan, and the key lies on this unassuming earth. The immense temptation seized Raditz's heart like the sweetest poison. The last time Vikamo spoke to him with such a mysterious tone, it was to ask if he wanted to rapidly enhance his combat power, and indeed, his battle strength had surged momentarily under the influence of some mysterious potion, although the price was feeling utterly weak like a dead dog for an entire day afterward. What do you think? Vikamo observed the intense flicker of desire and struggle in Raditz's eyes, revealing a coaxing smile. Do you wish to become the legendary Super Saiyan? Raditz shuddered violently. Vikamo's smile at this moment was eerily reminiscent of the one he wore before administering that potion with a taste akin to rotten meat juice. A strong sense of foreboding surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. No. Raditz decisively shook his head with all his might, his overwhelming survival instinct overpowering his thirst for power. The last experience was too profound. Vikamo's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a dark, ominous countenance. His gaze turning perilous. Raditz, your manner of conversing is becoming quite tiresome. An almost tangible, unsettling aura emanated from him, as if the surrounding air had thickened. Raditz felt a chilling sensation surge from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, his scalp tingling. He distinctly sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Vikamo, far surpassing his own. Vikamo's current combat strength was surely over 10,000. Crushing him would be no different from squashing an insect. So, Raditz immediately forced a supremely fawning and sincere smile onto his face, his massive frame appearing somewhat stiff in the air, hastily altering his tone with unwavering conviction. Yes, of course. Who wouldn't want to become a Super Saiyan? I was merely joking with you earlier, just trying to lighten the mood. Hee. His laughter was incredibly dry. The oppressive atmosphere around Vikimo gradually dissipated, and he resumed his encouraging expression, nodding in satisfaction. Yes, that's more like it. Rest assured, as long as you strictly follow my instructions, integrate into Earth, and cultivate your character, there should be no major issues. He deliberately emphasized the word should. Is that true? Raditz was so excited, he almost flipped in midair. The immense joy overshadowing his earlier fear, as if the brilliance of the Super Saiyan was beckoning him. Moreover, Vikimo's expression grew exceedingly serious and solemn, as if about to announce a significant secret concerning the fate of the universe. And what? Raditz's heart leaped into his throat, nervously swallowing. His enormous atoms apple-bobbing up and down. Vikimo used such a tone every time he spoke, and it typically preceded something unpleasant, but this time, it involved the Super Saiyan. He perked up his ears, fearful of missing a single word. Vikimo took a deep breath, his gaze distant and imbued with a profound foresight, articulating each word with remarkable clarity. Moreover, once you successfully break through your limits and transform into a Super Saiyan, he paused, observing the boundless anticipation and tension on Raditz's face, a peculiar smile creeping onto his lips. It's directly level 3. Raditz? A colossal question mark materialized in Raditz's battle-centric, relatively simple-minded Saiyan brain. His earlier excitement and tension froze completely, replaced by pure, extreme bewilderment and confusion. He gaped, his enormous eyes blinking, striving to comprehend Vikimo's statement. Level 3? What does level 3 mean? A combat power of 30,000? The third stage? Or the third form? What on earth does Vikimo mean? Is there a necessary connection between this 3 and becoming a Super Saiyan? Why can't I grasp it at all? Is this some sort of profound terminology unique to Earth? A wave of immense, incomprehensible absurdity and a sense of being mocked surged within him, followed by a strong, repressed frustration. Raditz's negative emotional score hit 666. The cold system prompt delightedly flashed through Vikimo's mind. Ahem. Vikimo seemed entirely oblivious to Raditz's expression of utter confusion and exasperation, clearing his throat and seamlessly transitioning into mentor mode, commencing his meticulously prepared Earth survival, or rather, persuasion guide. First, while maintaining a high-speed flight, Vikimo sternly instructed the still digesting Raditz. On this planet, killing indiscriminately is strictly forbidden. Unnecessary destruction is prohibited. Put away those bad habits you developed in the Frieza Force. Ah, yes. Raditz instinctively nodded, still tangled in thoughts about that 3. You must always maintain a peaceful mindset. Vikimo emphasized, as if reciting a sacred decree. Feel the rhythm of life. Learn to appreciate the beauty of a wildflower blooming. And listen to the sound of morning dew dropping. Anger, brutality, and murderous intent are the foes of nurturing cells. Only by genuinely integrating into the harmonious and tranquil atmosphere of Earth, allowing your mind to be as calm as the surface of the most serene lake, can you lay the perfect spiritual foundation for your future metamorphosis into a Super Saiyan. His words were half-truths, yet the effect on Raditz, whose mind was simple and body robust, was exceptional. Vikimo abruptly halted, hovering in the air, his sharp gaze locking onto Raditz like a searchlight, his voice suddenly turning cold, laced with undeniable menace. If you cannot control your hands or manage your violent temper, you should be well aware of the consequences that await you. An invisible killing intent pierced through Raditz's skin like icy needles. Raditz shivered, his massive body tensing as he hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, I understand, Lord Vikimo. I will certainly obey. I will not act recklessly. What a joke. Vikimo's current combat strength could crush him with ease. For the sake of that elusive Super Saiyan level 3, he would endure. Excellent. Vikimo nodded with satisfaction, the killing intent dissipating instantly, returning to the guise of a well-meaning mentor. Now, to more swiftly and effectively integrate into the Earth environment, nurturing your cells, and paving the way to become a Super Saiyan. He deliberately elongated his tone, watching Raditz's eyes reignite with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Raditz immediately straightened his posture, perked up his ears, and instinctively clenched his massive fists. Here it comes. The crucial training content. Is it meditation? A special breathing technique? Or some profound, ancient martial art from Earth? Vikimo took a deep breath, enunciating clearly, using the most standard Mandarin, though Raditz couldn't understand the language. Vikimo conveyed the pronunciation and meaning through thought, producing a series of syllables that left Raditz utterly petrified, his mind completely blank. First, you must fluently, clearly, and with emotion recite the following passage. A mischievous glimmer sparkled in Vikimo's eyes as he articulated each word distinctly. Black fertilizer turns gray, gray fertilizer turns black. Black fertilizer turning gray will evaporate, gray fertilizer evaporating will turn black. Black fertilizer evaporating gray will cause flowers to fly. Gray fertilizer evaporating black will cause flying flowers. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. The sounds of wind and birdsong appeared to vanish. Raditz's massive body hovered stiffly in the air, his mouth slightly agape. His eyes wide open, clearly reflecting Vikamer's serious face and a long string of syllables that sounded like a spell. Each word recognizable, but the combination utterly incomprehensible. Black fertilizer? Gray? Gray fertilizer turning black. Volatilization? Flying flowers? Flying flowers? What the hell is this? What does this have to do with Super Saiyans? This sounds a million times more incomprehensible than the most difficult ancient war song from planet Vegeta. Is Vikamer messing with me? A massive surge of anger. A mixture of absurdity, frustration, being mocked, and a profound sense of powerlessness erupted in Raditz's chest like volcanic lava. His rugged face instantly turned a deep liver color, and the veins on his forehead and temples bulged and throbbed violently like earthworms. He felt his Saiyan dignity had been trampled upon like never before, devastatingly. Raditz's negative emotion value, 999. The system notification sounded cheerfully in Vikamer's mind, like the most beautiful melody. He watched Raditz, who was about to explode but stubbornly holding back, trying to maintain a serious expression, while inwardly he was laughing his head off. Chapter 52 Sister? Darkened back to earth, Raditz hovered cross-legged in midair, his brows furrowed, his lips moving clumsily, his tongue seemingly tied in knots. Every syllable sounded like it was being forcibly dug from the depths of his throat, dry and twisted. Vikamer had flown away, leaving only this damned, incantation-like sentence buzzing in his mind. For Super Saiyan, Raditz gritted his teeth, his jaw clenching. It was just a few earthlings spouting weird nonsense. Raditz was a noble Saiyan warrior. He'd even withstood Frieza's oppression. How could he be stumped by this? He took a deep breath, his chest heaving, gathering all his strength as if facing not a tongue twister, but a mountain to be crushed. Black fertilizer turns gray. Gray fertilizer turns black. Uffed. A burst of air shot from his mouth, spittle flying, but he couldn't utter those damned words coherently. His tongue bounced clumsily behind his teeth, completely tangled up. A massive, indescribable sorrow instantly gripped him. He, a dignified elite Saiyan warrior, a survivor of planet Vegeta, was now practicing these meaningless syllables in thin air like a mentally challenged child just learning to speak. Ding. Negative emotion value from Raditz, 888. The cold system notification sounded in his mind, like a silent mockery. This nonsense. Can he really turn me into a Super Saiyan if I say so? Raditz stared at the direction Vikamer had disappeared. His eyes filled with deep doubt and unease. His newly ignited ambition had been doused with ice water, hissing and emitting white smoke of doubt. Could I have really been fooled by him? That smirking guy. Vikamer's speed was like a streak of light tearing through the sky. 20 minutes of full-speed flight had already left Raditz, who had been practicing tongue twisters, far behind, not even a trace of his exhaust fumes. The desolate landscape below was gradually replaced by orderly roads and low buildings. A sizable human town came into view. The presence of living people. A smirk played on Vikamer's lips. His body suddenly plummeted, like a precisely dropped bomb, leaving a not-so-gentle shockwave as he landed with a thud on a street corner. The breeze from the shockwave stirred a dazzling golden light. It was a young woman standing by the roadside, seemingly waiting for a bus. A head of smooth, long, golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, shimmering like honey in the afternoon sun. She wore a well-tailored light blue jumpsuit, the hem of which was gently lifted by the air currents from Vikamer's descent, revealing a slender, fair leg. She was like a fresh yet slightly flamboyant sunflower, strikingly eye-catching in the somewhat dull street corner. Huh. The blonde woman was startled by the sudden appearance, taking a small step back. Her beautiful blue eyes widened instantly, her long eyelashes fluttering, filled with pure surprise and curiosity, as if she had discovered some rare and exotic creature. You flew here?" Her voice was clear and melodious, tinged with an incredulous inquiry as she looked the handsome young man in the strange combat suit who had descended from the sky up and down. "Robbery." Vikamer's face hardened, trying to appear menacing. He placed his hands on his hips, slightly raised his chin, attempting to mimic the mannerisms of the space pirates he remembered. Ding. Negative emotion value from ties, 555. Ties? The name struck Vikamer like a bolt of lightning. His composed face nearly faltered. Ties? Bulma's sister? He immediately narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the blonde beauty before him from head to toe. The charm in her eyes, the habitual pout of her lips, and that scholarly yet slightly willful air, it couldn't be wrong. Although she seemed more mature and quieter than Bulma, that unique aura of the Briefs family was unmistakable. This. Ties was clearly flustered by the opening line and the scrutinizing gaze. She instinctively clutched her small handbag, her other hand frantically searching her pockets. Pulling out a delicate wallet. Without even glancing inside, she emptied out all the cash, a few brightly colored bills, and tremblingly handed it to Vikamer. Her voice trembling with a barely perceptible sob. "It's all for you. Please don't hurt me." Her beautiful eyes were filled with despair, a profound sense of utter bad luck. Vikamer glanced at the pitiful few banknotes, then at Tize's pale, yet still undeniably beautiful face, and a wicked thought uncontrollably surfaced. The ferocity on his face vanished instantly, replaced by an extremely lewd and self-righteous chuckle. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes deliberately sweeping over Tize's shapely figure. "Haha, money? That's so tacky. Let me introduce myself. I'm Clothes Hero, a professional clothes robber for 100 years. If you know what's good for you, hand over your clothes right now." He emphasized the word clothes. Tize. She froze completely. Her hand, which was about to hand over the money, stopped in midair. The fear on her face was instantly replaced by extreme absurdity and shame. She felt as if she had been struck by an invisible lightning bolt, embarrassed from head to toe. Ding. Negative emotion value from Tize, 666. What the hell is Clothes Hero? Tize roared internally. Stealing people's clothes? Could that excuse be any more lame? The expression on your face practically screams, "I'm lusting after you." However, Tize's gaze quickly swept over Vikamer's angular face and strong, muscular physique. A small, uncontrollable flutter stirred within her. Putting aside his perverted behavior and bizarre reason, this guy was undeniably handsome. Deep-set eyes, a high-bridged nose, and a roguish, wicked smile. He possessed a wild, exotic charm. Perhaps, maybe she wasn't entirely at a disadvantage. This thought had barely formed when Tize abruptly shook her head, her cheeks burning. No, Tize, you're a highly educated, modern woman. How could you be seduced by good looks? How could you have such dangerous thoughts? The most important thing right now is to keep this perverted robber and potential pervert calm. Tize took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the panic and strange tremor in her heart. She forced a smile that was extremely strained, even a little distorted, and pointed with a trembling finger to a fairly nicely decorated hotel across the street. "Hey, Mr. Clothesman, isn't it a bit inconvenient to take your clothes off here?" The cityscape is influenced by the presence of a hotel nearby, nestled in a tranquil environment with excellent soundproofing. Shall we retreat there to converse at our leisure? She endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, even infusing her tone with a hint of seductive allure. While her mind raced with frantic calculations, upon entering the room, she would lock the door and immediately call the police. Let the officers handle this lunatic. The smirk on Wei Kamo's face abruptly froze. Observing Tai Si's facade of feigned composure, he sensed for the first time that his rhythm had been disrupted. Was this woman truly so reckless? Panic surged within him, prompting an instinctive step back. No. Wei Kamo shook his head vigorously, as if to dispel a terrifying notion, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness and regret. Next time for sure. Today my great-uncle has arrived. It is quite inconvenient. Truly inconvenient. Tai Si's striking blue eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had just heard the most ludicrous joke of the century. Her rosy lips parted slightly, her gaze radiating utter astonishment and a sense of absurdity that screamed, "Are you kidding me? You have a great-uncle? Do boys actually have great-uncles? I, Tai Si, am a top student from Shidu University. I have even taken biology as an elective. Do not attempt to deceive me with such kindergarten-level lies. Is there really a great-uncle?" Tai Si's voice dripped with skepticism, her eyes sharp as a scalpel. as if she intended to dissect Vikimo to uncover the truth behind his bizarre claims. Absolutely true. Vikimo sighed heavily, his face adopting the weary countenance of a beleaguered man. His acting skills soared as he continued, I would not deceive you. As boys, we have to occasionally, well, change a certain part. Alas, being a man is exhausting. He even pretended to rub his lower abdomen for emphasis. Tai Si felt as though her worldview had been crushed and then tossed into a blender. Change a certain part? What on earth does that even mean? She regarded Vikimo's absurdly earnest expression with a profound sense of helplessness and absurdity, as if engulfed by a tsunami of disbelief. I believe you. Not at all. The little voice in Tai Si's mind was in a frenzy, turning tables in outrage. This guy is undoubtedly a lunatic. A handsome, flying, utterly delusional lunatic. Where is the location of the world's martial arts tournament? Vikimo appeared oblivious to Tai Si's crumbling composure, shifting topics with astonishing speed, as if their previous outrageous exchange had never occurred. Tai Si, still reeling from the absurdity of the earlier conversation, was momentarily taken aback by his sudden inquiry. You wish to participate in the world's martial arts tournament? She scrutinized Vikimo. Despite his eccentricity, he seemed genuinely formidable. The imposing aura he had displayed moments ago was no mere illusion. Indeed, Vikimo nodded vigorously, adopting a serious demeanor. How fortuitous. Tai Si's eyes sparkled with excitement, momentarily casting aside the earlier absurdity as she revealed, I am a journalist. I am headed to the world's martial arts tournament for an interview. We could collaborate. Her mind raced with calculations. Following this lunatic might just lead to a major scoop. Furthermore, observing him up close would surely present opportunities to call the authorities and apprehend him. Has it already commenced? Vikimo interrupted her reverie with a crucial question. Tomorrow is the preliminary round, Tai Si replied. Tomorrow? Vikimo mused, stroking his chin as his gaze turned vacant, lost in contemplation. A brilliant, yet wicked, image swiftly formed in his mind. A bustling venue for the martial arts tournament, basking in sunshine, competitors fiercely battling, and an electrified audience. Then, there he would be, Vikimo, descending like a divine being or a rampaging demon, onto the stage, addressing the crowd with a powerful shout, sunlight fist. Boom. In his imagination, a blinding radiance, 1,000 times more intense than the midday sun, erupted like a supernova, engulfing the entire venue. The excitement, exhilaration, and anticipation on thousands of faces would be instantaneously replaced by sheer agony, confusion, and the horror of, my eyes. What a spectacular deluge of negative emotions that would be. With 10,000 spectators, even if each contributed merely a baseline of 100 points of negative emotion value, Vikimo's breath quickened. That would amount to a staggering 1 million points. A full million. Converted into combat power, that equates to 5,000 points. 5,000 points. This was akin to rocketing up the ranks. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. A grin spread uncontrollably across Vikimo's face as he envisioned his combat prowess soaring. Ready to defeat Frieza and kick the god of destruction. Tai Si shuddered at the increasingly bizarre and unsettling grin that spread across Vikimo's face. Akin to a deranged killer fixating on prey. What sinister scheme was he concocting? Vikimo's thoughts drifted farther away. He recalled that Tai Si's character did not originally appear in the main storyline of Dragon Ball, but rather in Akira Toriyama's other short work, Galactic Patrolman Gak. The final chapter of that manga was titled Dragon Ball Negative. The narrative detailed how Bardock, Goku's father, foresaw the destruction of planet Vegeta and sent the infant Kakarot to Earth. This plotline was later beautifully depicted in the immensely popular Dragon Ball Super Broly movie. Tai Si's presence here aligned with that narrative timeline. Vikimo's eyes sharpened as he discreetly surveyed the streets and skies around them. That comical yet arrogant galactic patrolman Gak was likely lurking nearby. Gak's purpose for coming to Earth was none other than to eliminate the impending Saiyans, namely himself and Raditz. However, that fellow had notoriously bad luck. Vikimo distinctly remembered that Gak's spacecraft seemed to have barely entered Earth's atmosphere when. How long would it take to reach the venue for the world's martial arts tournament? Vikimo snapped back to the present, posing a pivotal question. Right over there. Tai Si pointed toward the edge of the town, where a lush island silhouette was faintly visible across a narrow strait. That island is called Muguo Island. The venue is located at its center. Taking the ferry over will take approximately an hour. Vikimo nodded, his feet lifting slightly off the ground as he silently floated to a height of several meters, peering toward Mugo Island. His keen Saiyan eyesight pierced the distance, clearly identifying the iconic structure resembling a colossal bowl, the venue for the world's martial arts tournament. The familiar domed roof and surrounding tall towers were unmistakable. He descended back to the ground, landing gently beside Tai Si, causing a soft breeze that tousled her golden locks. "You can truly fly," Tai Si exclaimed once more, her blue eyes sparkling with wonder and a trace of barely concealed admiration. Despite his lunacy, the ability to fly was undeniably impressive. "It's manageable, just basic skills." Vikimo chuckled lightly, feigning nonchalance as he shrugged. At that moment, a somewhat disheveled figure hurtled toward them, accompanied by a gust of wind, landing heavily on the ground beside them with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was Raditz, panting heavily, his forehead beaded with sweat. "Vikimo," Raditz gasped, clutching his knees, his breath ragged. "You fly way too fast. I almost lost my way." He felt as though his lungs were about to burst. "Another one?" Tai Si gazed in surprise at the newcomer, who sported an equally peculiar battle outfit and spiky hair resembling a hedgehog. "Who is this little fellow?" She instinctively edged closer to Vikimo. "My companion," Vikimo succinctly introduced, gesturing toward Raditz. Raditz. As night fell, Tai Si, ultimately acting out of kindness, or perhaps to keep a close watch on these two enigmatic and eccentric individuals, led Vikimo and Raditz to the seaside hotel where she was staying. She reserved 2 adjacent rooms with her press credentials, one for Vikimo and Leitais, while she herself occupied the other. In the spacious and bright bathroom, Leitais reveled in the comforting sensation of warm water cascading over his robust physique, unable to suppress a satisfied sigh. How long had it been since leaving the planet Vegeta, drifting through the cosmos and engaging in battles? He had lost track of the last time he enjoyed such a clean, hot shower. These fragile beings on Earth certainly had a knack for indulging in life's pleasures. He turned off the faucet, grabbed a fluffy, soft bath towel to dry himself, and stepped out of the bathroom enveloped in steam and droplets. The room was dimly lit by a soft bedside lamp. "Vikimo," Leitais called out in confusion, but the space was empty. Vikimo's bed was meticulously made. Not a wrinkle in sight. Where could he be? Leitais scratched his damp hair, recalling that he had been there just moments ago. Had he gone off to practice that damned tongue twister again? The mere thought of Hei Hua Fei Fa Hui made his tongue tingle. In the next room, Tai Si, clad in a comfortable pink silk nightgown, sat at her vanity, drying her half-damp golden locks with a towel. Her reflection revealed a lovely visage, yet marred by an unmistakable air of fatigue and exasperation. For, at that very moment, the self-proclaimed clothing hero, Vikimo, was in her room, specifically, in her bathroom. The sound of rushing water was unmistakable. Tai Si rolled her eyes, feeling her temples pulse. Did this guy have any sense of being a guest? Did he even understand the concept of boundaries between men and women? After being given a room, he audaciously wandered into her space to take a shower? This was beyond eccentric. He was a social terrorist. From the bathroom came Vikimo's languid, steamy voice. "Hey, can you help me scrub my back? I can't reach." Tai Si's actions froze mid-motion. She whipped around to glare at the frosted glass door, as if she could burn a hole through it with her gaze. "Help you scrub your back? You can't reach? Humph." In a fit of rage, she slammed the towel onto the vanity, producing a sharp sound. Hands on her hips, she lowered her voice in fury towards the bathroom door. "Vikimo, has a meteor struck your brain? Would you have a girl help you scrub your back? Do you think that's appropriate? Have that little brat come help you instead." She felt her blood pressure rising. The sound of rushing water paused momentarily, followed by Vikimo's unapologetic response. "He's too short. His arms are too short. He can't reach. Just help me out." His tone suggested that it was unreasonable for Tai Si to refuse assistance. Tai Si's chest heaved in anger, wishing she could grab the glass bottle from the vanity and hurl it at him. "Can't reach? You, a towering figure over 2 meters tall. How vast is your back? That little brat may be short, but surely he could find a stool." Excuses. All excuses. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose, just trying to take advantage. Clenching her teeth, Tai Si ultimately resisted the urge to smash the door, crossing her arms and resolutely sitting on the edge of the bed, determined not to enter. Eventually, the sound of water ceased. After a moment, the bathroom door swung open, releasing a wave of warm, fragrant steam. Vikimo emerged. A white towel wrapped around his waist, which seemed a bit small for him. He walked out nonchalantly, his muscular upper body glistening with droplets, bronze skin gleaming under the soft light. As he carelessly dried his damp black hair with a towel, he made his way to the soft, expansive double bed with utter disregard. Then, to Tai Si's astonishment, he flopped onto the bed like a fish returning to water, landing squarely in the center. Vikimo let out an exaggerated, utterly satisfied groan, bouncing twice on the luxurious mattress. Sprawled out with arms and legs wide, he buried his face deep into the fluffy pillow, inhaling deeply. The pillow carried a faint, sweet scent, mingled with shampoo and a unique fragrance that belonged to Tai Si, wafting into his nostrils. Comfortable. This bed is simply divine. Vikimo's voice emerged muffled from the pillow, dripping with unabashed pleasure and a sense of triumphant conquest. Tai Si felt a surge of blood rush to her head. She sprang to her feet beside the bed, trembling fingers pointing at the audacious figure sprawled out, her lips quivering with rage. Vikimo. Tai Si's voice rose to a piercing pitch. Get up right now. She practically spat out the words, "This is my bed. I paid for this room. Your room is next door. I reserved it for you, and that lay ties." Vikimo lazily lifted his head from the pillow, turning to gaze at the furious Tai Si, whose face was flushed with indignation. Instead of remorse, he wore an infuriatingly bright smile, flashing his white teeth as he rubbed his cheek against the fragrant pillow. "I know." But he prolonged his words, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "The bed next door is too small. It's uncomfortable. I just prefer a big bed. It's spacious and soft," and he took a deep breath, once more burying his face into the pillow, murmuring with a cheeky satisfaction, "It smells like a woman. So fragrant." "You." Tai Si felt darkness envelop her vision, nearly fainting from exasperation. The thread of her sanity snapped completely. "Shall I book you a bigger bed then?" Tai Si inhaled deeply, attempting to placate this clingy nuisance with material offerings. Her temples throbbed. Vikimo lounged against the headboard, his silver hair catching the dim light. Blinking innocently and almost provocatively, "Sister Tai Si, why can't you grasp the point? The size of the bed is never the issue." He spread his hands, his expression a mix of innocence and cunning. "What I truly desire is to sleep beside a beautiful girl. That's the core demand. Big bed or small bed. Those are mere details. The beauty of the girl is the essence, understand?" Tai Si felt the air thicken momentarily. A surge of unnameable anger coursed through her. Her fists clenched at her sides. She could hear the sound of a counter in her mind ticking ominously. From Tai Si, negative emotion value, 666. Vikimo's lips curled in a barely perceptible smirk, clearly pleased with the situation. "How can you even have this conversation?" Tai Si managed to squeeze out, her head throbbing. "I don't even know how to respond." Don't worry." Vikimo waved his hand dismissively, smiling sweetly, even with a hint of reassurance. "My great-uncle is here, truly, I assure you. These days are designated for wise reflection, absolutely safe and harmless, unable to commit any misdeeds. I simply enjoy sleeping beside a beautiful sister, seeking solace for the soul." Tai Si abruptly closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, her chest rising and falling violently, as if trying to inhale all the oxygen in the room to suppress the boiling fury within her. Mo. She suddenly opened her eyes, her lovely face flushed with embarrassment and anger, nearly shouting, "Stop repeating that ridiculous story about your great-uncle. I do not want to hear." From Tai Si, negative emotion value, 777. The sharp alert echoed in Vikimo's perception, akin to celestial music. "All right, let us not dwell on it." Vikimo, sensing the moment was right, adeptly shifted the subject with the fluidity of oil. "By the way, Sister Tai, this quaint little town appears quite tranquil. Are there any delectable treats to indulge in? I'm feeling rather peckish." He gently caressed his flat abdomen, a glimmer of anticipation evident in his gaze. As if the earlier mischief maker was a different persona altogether. Tai took several deep breaths, barely suppressing the urge to throttle him. With a huff of irritation, she replied, "Indeed. There is an old-fashioned barbecue restaurant at the east end of the town. It's reputed to be quite good. Would you like to take a stroll?" Her eyes instinctively roamed the room, searching for something to divert her focus and restore her composure. Suddenly, her gaze fixated. Just at the edge of Vikimo's casually draped gray sweatpants, a tuft of fuzzy material peeked out. The silvery gray fur was plush and soft, glimmering healthily under the light. with the tips playfully curling. Oh, curiosity swiftly eclipsed her irritation. She instinctively took a couple of steps closer, crouching down. What is this? She murmured, unable to resist reaching out, cautiously and tentatively brushing her fingertips against the soft texture. Wow, it feels so delightful, like a premium plush toy. She couldn't help but squeeze it again, reveling in its unique, warm vitality. Vikimo. A surge of indescribable electricity shot from the base of his tail up his spine to the crown of his head. He froze as if a cat had its tail stepped on, though he himself possessed a tail, shuddering violently, his body erupting in goosebumps. Visible even on his bare arms and calves. His smile faltered, replaced by a blend of shock, shame, and profound discomfort. Hey, excuse me, sister. Isn't it rather rude to touch someone else's tail without a word? Is a tail something one can just grab at will? What is this? A tassel that looks like a large scarf? Turn around, don't press on it. Tai remained oblivious to Vikimo's distress, finding the fuzzy texture simply too delightful. Driven by curiosity, she boldly grasped Vikimo's shoulder and gently pushed him to the side, eager to observe the full extent of this peculiar decoration. Vikimo, caught off guard, rolled onto his side, fully exposing that troublesome tail to the light, silvery, fluffy, and exuding strength, firmly anchored just above his toned, pert backside. Smack! Overwhelmed by a mix of shame and indignation, Vikimo instinctively controlled his tail, which at that moment felt unbearably embarrassing. With a hint of playful vengeance, he swiftly flicked the tip of his tail against Tai's cheek, delivering a light yet icy touch that was also oddly ticklish. Ah! Tai gasped, as if shocked by electricity, leaping back a step, covering her assaulted cheek with wide, incredulous eyes, staring in disbelief at the tail that was still gently swaying, then back at Vikimo. Her expression akin to that of someone who had encountered a creature from a sci-fi horror film. How do you have a tail? I clearly didn't see it before. What are you? Vikimo rolled his eyes dramatically, striving to suppress the blush rising to his face and the strange tingling sensations at the base of his tail. What's with the fuss? Is it that rare? Men have tails, after all. They just know how to keep them hidden. Do you understand what gentlemanly restraint means? He smirked, revealing a self-assured grin that was more roguish than suave. Tai's expression shifted from shock to profound skepticism, her gaze darting between Vikimo's handsome face and the incongruous tail behind him. I can't shake the feeling that you're trying to trick me again. And this time, the ruse is particularly absurd. A man's tail? Hidden away? Are you trying to deceive me? The negative emotional energy from Tai surged to 666. Vikimo sensed the influx of emotional energy, his inner self reveling in the triumph. Although the experience was somewhat humiliating, the outcome was undeniably favorable. Meanwhile, in the distant abyss of space, a planet shrouded in a deathly, ominous black, resembling a colossal tombstone in the cosmic graveyard, floated silently. Its surface was marred by craters and scars from meteor impacts, almost devoid of an atmosphere, directly exposed to the cold glare of a star and the relentless onslaught of cosmic radiation. The harsh environment was lethal enough to obliterate any unprotected carbon-based life form in an instant. Above this desolate planet, a massive moon, larger than Earth's, loomed like a frigid watchful eye, casting a pallid glow that oppressed the barren ground below. A fleet of spherical spaceships from Frieza's army, akin to metallic sharks sensing blood, had precisely and mercilessly tracked down Vegeta's battered small spherical ship, cornering it in this cosmic wasteland. Several thick beams of tractor light locked onto the target, securing it to a relatively flat expanse of black rock on the planet's surface. Inside the main control room of the spaceship, Frieza sat in his hovering infant seat, his delicate fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest as his crimson electronic eyes fixated on the Saiyan Prince's vessel. Time was his utmost concern at this moment. It had been a full 55 minutes since he consumed that bottle of combat divine water. The overwhelming force that threatened to tear apart his flawless physique surged within him like the final climax before the tide recedes, yet Frieza could distinctly feel it becoming restless, reminiscent of a dying star's core, subtly indicating a waning power. Only 5 minutes remained, just 5 minutes. That cursed, nauseating side effect was about to plunge him into unprecedented weakness. He had to eliminate Vegeta, his persistent threat, and acquire more divine water before his strength plummeted off a cliff. Whoosh! A blinding crimson energy beam erupted from Frieza's ship's main cannon without warning. It was as swift as lightning, striking with astonishing precision. The beam traversed through space, violently penetrating the main engine area at the tail end of Vegeta's ship. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, accompanied by the ear-piercing shriek of rending metal. The rear of Vegeta's ship was instantly blown apart, leaving a gaping hole, thick smoke billowing, the propulsion system utterly incapacitated, causing the ship to sway like a dying fish, completely losing its ability to struggle. Dozens of combatants from Frieza's army, akin to vultures drawn to rotting flesh, surged forth in their personal flying devices, their energy weapons flickering ominously, surrounding Vegeta's ship in an impenetrable barrier. Zarbon, one of Frieza's most capable subordinates, hovered in front of the ship, his green visage radiating cold malice. Through a loudspeaker, his voice sliced through the air like ice scraping metal. Vegeta, the game is over. Be sensible and come out. Don't make us reduce you and your rusty tin can to cosmic dust. A cruel smile crept across his lips as he glanced at the numbers displayed on his wrist monitor. 15,000. Only 15,000. Zarbon felt a sense of calm wash over him. Vegeta's earlier boast of a battle power of 300,000 was indeed a complete farce. He had nearly been deceived by this cunning monkey. The harsh sound of metal grinding echoed through the air. The warped and deformed hatch of the Vegeta spaceship struggled to slide open, moving painfully slowly in the absence of hydraulic support. Its pace was as lethargic as that of a snail, epitomizing the essence of procrastination. Inside the hatch, two figures finally emerged. Vegeta led the way, his small frame encased in tattered Saiyan battle attire, his youthful face devoid of expression, exuding a chilling stillness akin to stagnant water. Beneath that frigid exterior, however, lay taut nerves and a rapidly functioning mind. Each step he took felt exceedingly heavy, as if he were traversing a thick mire rather than solid rock. Close behind him was Naba, his massive form slightly hunched, beads of sweat dotting his bald head, and his singular eye betraying an unmistakable blend of fear and anxiety. He seemed to shadow Vegeta closely, almost wishing to move even more slowly than his prince. Ah, indeed it is His Highness Prince Vegeta, accompanied by his loyal companion, Mr. Naba. A voice laced with unexpected curiosity came from another aide, Bailey Bulu, who hovered beside Sabo, her keen gaze appraising the two sluggish figures below. It was a touching display of solidarity in adversity, her sarcasm evident. Frieza's crimson electronic eye narrowed slightly, his cold gaze slicing through the atmosphere, firmly fixed on Vegeta. Time was slipping away with every passing second, each moment precious. He needed to resolve this swiftly. Why? Is that not our illustrious Lord Frieza? Vegeta finally reached the expansive black rock surface beneath the spaceship. He halted, lifted his head, and managed to muster a rather standard, albeit feigned, smile, as though he were merely meeting an old friend amidst a grand spectacle. I wonder what prompts you to summon such a formidable entourage to intercept my humble vessel. His words flowed leisurely, deliberately casual, yet his eyes sharply scanned Frieza's pallid visage, searching for any hint of waning strength. Vegeta, Frieza's voice resonated through the loudspeaker. Devoid of any human emotion, his signature chilling chuckle absent, your tone in the communicator was far from this humble demeanor. I recall you being rather boastful, claiming a battle power of 300,000. The final carried an ominous weight, akin to the pressure before a storm. Vegeta's smile vanished in an instant. He let out a heavy snort, his chin slightly raised, revealing the inherent pride of a Saiyan prince, though it now seemed somewhat hollow. He chose silence as his response. And what of Dodoria? Frieza appeared unhurried to escalate the confrontation, instead posing another query. Did you kill that fool? His tone was flat, yet imbued with a chilling insight. Vegeta's heart skipped a beat, yet his face quickly adopted a blend of regret and resignation. He shrugged, his voice tinged with the capriciousness of fate. Alas, Lord Frieza, you have wronged me. It was not I who ended Mr. Dodoria's life. He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts, his expression turning somewhat pained. It was that accursed battle god water. The effects were too potent. Mr. Dodoria, he couldn't fully control the surge of power within him, and in a moment of carelessness, he unleashed an energy burst that punctured the spaceship's hull. Vegeta's voice deepened, laced with a perfectly timed regret. Poor Mr. Dodoria instantly succumbed to the vacuum and frigid temperatures of space. Oh, how unfortunate. As he spoke, he quietly observed Frieza's reaction. Keep spinning that tail. Each second counts. Ideally, I can stall until this fellow succumbs to the effects of the potion. Frieza's crimson electronic eye flickered slightly, seemingly analyzing the veracity of Vegeta's words. Before Frieza could inquire further, Vegeta seamlessly continued. I reacted quickly, activating the ship's emergency protective systems, which fortuitously spared me from being swept away. Naturally, I returned to my own ship immediately to resume my mission. That is precisely how events unfolded. His explanation was coherent and detailed, seemingly devoid of glaring inconsistencies. Frieza fell silent for a few seconds. He was indeed aware of Dodoria's recklessness. The possibility of a sudden surge in battle power leading to a loss of control and inadvertently breaching the ship's hull, while sounding foolish, was not entirely implausible for Dodoria. Frieza's doubts had lessened slightly. Now for the second question. Frieza's voice abruptly rose, infused with undeniable authority, striking Vegeta's heart like a hammer. You, Vegeta, you explicitly stated your battle power had reached 300,000. Now, why does the scanner reveal you possess a pitiful 15,000? Frieza's electronic eye bored into Vegeta, attempting to detect any flicker of guilt or deceit on his face. Here it comes. The pivotal question. Vegeta's body stiffened abruptly. He drew a deep breath, as if drawing strength from some unseen source. In an instant, a tumult of complex emotions erupted on his youthful face. Defiance, humiliation, rage, and a tinge of despairing sorrow. He clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking under the strain, his entire being trembling uncontrollably from the intensity of his emotions. I was deceiving you. Vegeta's voice emerged from between gritted teeth, raspy and fractured, each word seemingly draining the last vestiges of his pride, overflowing with an insatiable resentment. But, unacceptable, he suddenly lifted his gaze. His eyes reddened from rage, fixating fiercely on Frieza's ship, as though he intended to scorch through its cold metallic shell with his glare. I refuse to accept this. Vegeta nearly roared, his voice resonating across the desolate surface of the black planet, laden with anguish. Why? Frieza's electronic eye widened momentarily, clearly taken aback by Vegeta's sudden, dramatically charged outburst. Why? Vegeta's voice trembled, resembling a cry of accusation and bewilderment. Why is it that even a waste like Raditz, with a battle power of merely 1,500, can quadruple his strength to 6,000 after consuming the battle god water? Yet I, Vegeta, the most talented warrior of the Saiyans, the prince of the Saiyans. He pounded his chest vehemently, producing a dull thud. I drank that damned water, and it did nothing. Not a single reaction. 300,000? Huh. That was merely a pathetic daydream born of my despair. By the end of his tirade, his voice was thick with emotion, tinged with the nasal quality of impending tears, and a profound sense of rage at the whims of fate, his shoulders heaving violently, as if on the brink of an emotional collapse. If Vikimo were present at that moment, witnessing the tragic soliloquy of Prince Vegeta, a performance worthy of being immortalized in history, he would undoubtedly reach for his cherished Oscar statuette crafted from rare cosmic metals and personally award it to Vegeta. The acting, the emotional tension, the subtle control of expressions were simply extraordinary. Anger, defiance, humiliation, despair, and breakdown, layered and perfectly intertwined. Frieza was utterly stunned. He gazed at the Saiyan prince, emanating an aura of profound anguish, as if ready to take his own life at any moment, while his crimson electronic eye flickered intensely. The revelation that Vegeta's consumption of the battle god water had been ineffective was entirely unforeseen. He had anticipated Vegeta concealing his power, feigning bravado, but never imagined the potion would fail. After a brief moment of astonishment, an indescribable emotion, twisted with pleasure, surged within Frieza. Frieza's signature laughter, sharp and grating like nails scraping against glass, erupted suddenly, reverberating with boundless mockery and schadenfreude across the desolate expanse of the planet. So it is. The great Prince Vegeta was merely indulging in a fanciful dream of 300,000. How pitiful. How laughable. Ha ha ha. As that piercing laughter echoed around him, Vegeta's body trembled even more violently. He kept his head bowed low, biting his lip tightly, seemingly enduring immense humiliation. Only he knew that he was desperately suppressing the uncontrollable, mad laughter that threatened to escape from the corners of his mouth, a wild joy born from survival. It won't be long now. The louder Frieza laughed, the more he believed. The time was drawing near. But how infuriating. Vegeta let out another suppressed roar, his body shaking violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Frieza's laughter gradually subsided, yet the icy intent to kill remained undiminished. His voice returned to an emotionless monotone, like the pronouncement of a judgment. You, Vegeta, do you still possess the battle god water? Vegeta's trembling abruptly ceased. He slowly raised his head, his face still a mask of humiliation and unwillingness. But within his gaze flickered a glimmer of determination and a barely perceptible calculation. He remained silent, weighing his options, as if engaged in a final struggle. If you have it, hand it over immediately. Frieza's voice carried an undeniable command, cold and unyielding, suggesting that perhaps, while he was in a good mood, he might spare his miserable life. He deliberately emphasized the word miserable. Vegeta's internal conflict lasted less than 2 seconds. With a resigned sigh, he revealed a hint of despair upon his face, as if acknowledging his fate. No longer hesitating, he moved with an urgency that seemed almost frantic, swiftly retrieving a transparent container from a concealed pocket within his battle suit, identical to the one that had previously held the god water. Inside, it contained a little over half a bottle of slightly cloudy, pale yellow liquid, exuding a unique aroma. This was the specially concocted battle god water, a limited edition from Prince Vegeta, hastily produced during the flight, mixed with a bit of leftover true god water, derived largely from his own fresh bladder. With a decisive motion, Vegeta hurled the bottle accurately towards Frieza's spaceship. A soldier from Frieza's army promptly stepped forward, catching it securely in an energy field and respectfully delivering it to the control panel of Frieza's hovering chair. Frieza extended his pale, delicate fingers to grasp the bottle. He twisted off the cap, not drinking immediately, but cautiously bringing the bottle to his almost noseless nostrils, inhaling deeply and attentively. A stronger, more vibrant scent than that of the previous bottle flooded his senses, carrying an indescribable fishy aroma, mingling with the faint energy fluctuations of the god water, instantly filling his nostrils. Frieza's brow, if he had one, furrowed slightly, and his crimson electronic eye flickered with an unmistakably human-like skepticism. It seemed he murmured softly, tinged with confusion, "Why does this battle god water taste so remarkably fresh? There's an additional special aroma?" Below, Vegeta's heart nearly skipped a beat. Yet his face maintained a facade of humiliation and resignation, though his concealed fists dug their nails deep into his palms. How could it not be fresh? It's just been made. Still warm. Completely natural, no additives. The previous bottle had been sitting for days, so of course, its flavor had faded. Vegeta's mind was spiraling with silent sarcasm, while his exterior remained as composed as a seasoned veteran. Quite nice. Frieza seemed to suppress his trivial doubts for the moment, nodding in satisfaction at his smooth head. You are quite perceptive, Vegeta. In light of your filial piety, he shifted his tone, and his crimson electronic eye glimmered with a dangerous light as he posed a question that nearly caused Vegeta to falter. The god water I consumed an hour ago is nearing its end. If I drink this one you've provided, will its effects continue to double on top of the previous ones, or will it reset the calculations and start anew? Vegeta? He completely did not anticipate Frieza would ask this. This question was beyond the script. His brain CPU surged into overdrive. Striving to maintain the mask of a defeated individual, he shook his head vigorously, responding in a tone laced with confusion and fatigue. I don't know, Lord Frieza. I've never tried drinking consecutively. I only consumed that ineffective bottle once. He aptly displayed a hint of regretful bitterness. Yet, almost immediately, Vegeta seemed to remember something of utmost importance. His curiosity, feigned, bubbling to the surface as he could not help but ask, Lord Frieza, how many sips of your previous battle god water did you take? Have you finished it all? His gaze casually swept over Frieza's pallid face, which seemed to harbor a barely perceptible hint of fatigue. Frieza's trademark, laced with endless arrogance and delight, echoed in the thin air of Namek. Indeed, I finished it. He elegantly spread his hand, covered in purple armor, revealing 5 long, distinct fingers. I drank a total of 50 sips, and my battle power has increased 50-fold. Ha ha ha. What? Vegeta's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints, his heart feeling as if it were gripped by an icy giant's hand, nearly ceasing its rhythm. The color drained from his face, turning as pale as the clouds of Namek. This time, his horror-stricken expression was anything but feigned. Why? Why could this damned cosmic overlord achieve a 50-fold increase, while I, the noble Saiyan prince, toiled and fought on Namek, could barely manage a 20-fold boost. This immense disparity corroded his pride like venom, bringing an unprecedented sense of humiliation and despair. What, then, was the battle power of this monster? 150 million? No, it could be even higher. Vegeta's mind raced, attempting to calculate the terrifying number, yet he was overwhelmed by dizziness. He must endure until Frieza enters that damned weakened state. He must act like a tail-wagging dog. 150 million? No, perhaps 200 million, 300 million. This monster could annihilate him with a mere breath, or even a fart, turning him into cosmic dust. You mean to say? Vegeta's voice trembled, a realization of a more terrifying question striking him. You've already finished the battle god water, and your power is still doubling. His complexion shifted like a spilled palette, from pale to ashen, then erupting into an abnormal flush of color. Oh ho ho, that is precisely what I mean. Frieza, in an unusually jovial mood, nearly began to hum a tune, gleefully shaking the bottle of seemingly unending battle god water, his crimson compound eyes sparkling with greed. I sense my limits are far beyond this. Perhaps I could achieve 100-fold increase. He made a decisive choice, ignoring Vegeta's increasingly ghastly complexion, and resolved to continue indulging. 50-fold before, one more sip, and it'll be 51, right? Without hesitation, Frieza gracefully picked up the bottle again, delicately sipping a small amount. He did not swallow immediately, savoring the peculiar liquid in his mouth as if it were a fine vintage wine, relishing the faint sensation it provided, before smacking his lips, as if reminiscing. The moment the liquid slid down his throat, a familiar, yet more potent surge of energy rushed through his limbs. His cells seemed to rejoice, every atom greedily absorbing the burgeoning power. His battle power had increased again, 51 times. Clearly and undoubtedly. Indeed, it was true. It had doubled once more. Frieza's voice resonated with unabashed ecstasy as he cast a glance at the motionless Vegeta, resembling a stone statue, and offered a rare compliment. Vegeta, what you have brought this time is indeed intriguing. He savored the experience again, noting that this time the flavor seemed superior to the previous ones. How curious. Could it be that this substance possesses a shelf life? Does it improve with time? Vegeta was utterly stunned, his mind blank. It was not Frieza's praise that shocked him, but rather the terrifying discrepancy in time. Frieza had already reached a peak of 50 times his battle power nearly an hour ago. According to the rules Vegeta had personally experienced, the hour's limit should be approaching. He should be entering a period of weakness, with his power plummeting. Yet now, this fiend had taken another sip, and astonishingly, his power continued to double. After nearly an hour, the effects could still accumulate. This completely shattered Vegeta's understanding of the divine water of battle. He felt like a fool, toyed with by this damned potion and Frieza at will. Lord Vegeta's massive frame trembled slightly in fear as he leaned closer to Vegeta, whispering in a voice heavy with despair. Did you not say before that the duration for doubling battle power is calculated from the last sip? So if Lord Frieza has drunk again, does that mean the time is reset? Vegeta's lips twitched violently, his complexion shifting from ashen to a lifeless gray. If time truly resets, this would be an endless nightmare. As Vegeta's mind spiraled into chaos, Frieza merrily took another 3 sips. Each swallow was accompanied by a surge of his suffocating, terrifying aura. The purple energy around him surged uncontrollably, reducing the rocks beneath his feet to dust. 52 times, 53 times, 54 times. Frieza felt his power propel him like a rocket with no brakes, intoxicated by the thrill of absolute control and annihilation. Unbeknownst to him, he had consumed a total of 60 sips. Oh ho ho ho. Frieza erupted into a thunderous, earth-shattering laugh. Even snorting bubbles of excitement that shimmered in the sunlight like a grotesque rainbow. 60 times. A full 60 times. What magnificent power. I feel as though the entire universe trembles at my fingertips. Oh ho ho ho. Vegeta's heart felt as though it had been struck by a cold, massive hammer, shattering into countless fragments. 60 times. An entire 60-fold increase in battle power. How could this monster possess such unfathomable luck and strength? Vegeta felt his pride and ambition crushed beneath the weight of this terrifying number. He bit down hard on his lip, the taste of blood flooding his mouth. Frieza's voice rasped like sandpaper against stone. How long has it been since you first drank the divine water of battle? He strained to ask this question, clinging to a final glimmer of hope. Immersed in the joy of his surging power, Frieza glanced at Vegeta with impatience, casually replying, Over an hour, I suppose. What is the matter, Vegeta? Are you dissatisfied with the speed of my power increase? His crimson eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous glint. Vegeta fell into silence. The last vestige of hope extinguished. Over an hour had passed. Why? Why had the dreaded period of weakness not yet arrived? Why did this monster's power continue to rise? Could it be that the rules of this divine water of battle, as that fool had said, reset the timing based on the last enhancement? Since Frieza's previous battle power had not reached his personal doubling limit, he could still drink. Did that mean that drinking again within the hour would reset the time? This realization struck Vegeta like a cold bolt of lightning, shattering the remnants of his hope and dragging him into an abyss of despair. He gazed at Frieza's triumphant grin and the bottle that seemed to contain infinite power. Feeling the Saiyon's thirst for vengeance and the desire for Super Saiyan form drowned by a poison called despair. On Earth, in a bustling food street. In stark contrast to the suffocating atmosphere of despair on Namek, the night on Earth was filled with warmth and the lively sounds of humanity. Neon lights flickered, crowds surged, and the tantalizing aromas of various foods mingled in the air. Vikimo donned a comfortable Earth outfit of a simple t-shirt and long pants, suppressing the fierce aura of a Saiyan warrior, appearing instead as a handsome young man. He was accompanying Tais through the throngs, relishing the rare moments of tranquility. Tais excitedly introduced him to various Earth snacks, her face aglow with joy. Raditz, embracing local customs, had swapped his iconic battle attire for a slightly snug jacket and jeans. Heartily devouring a large skewer of grilled meat, his mouth greasy and astonished. Several empty bags had already accumulated at his feet. Ice cream, Tais exclaimed, pointing to a quaint shop with a long queue. I haven't had it in ages. Vikimo, would you like to try? Earth's ice cream is delicious. Sure. Let us give it a try. Vikimo nodded, his gaze sweeping over the colorful ice cream display, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. His battle attire, having collected some cosmic dust, was carefully washed and hanging in the hotel room. Hey, how about you, little one? Tais turned to Raditz, who was struggling with a skewer of grilled squid. I'm not a little one. Raditz grumbled, his face darkening as he stuffed the last piece of squid into his mouth, mumbling, but what is this ice cream you speak of? Is it better than this? He shook the skewer in his hand. Wait here, I'll go buy some. Let you experience Earth's sweet magic. Tais flitted away like a joyful butterfly toward the ice cream shop. Watching Tais's retreating figure, Raditz took another hearty bite of his grilled chicken wing. Mumbling to Vikimo in disbelief, I never expected the food of this lowly planet could be so delightful. The nutrient paste and synthetic meat from Vegeta's planet. How can I even describe it? Like eating dung? Vikimo replied, expressionless. Raditz nearly choked, rolling his eyes as he struggled to recover, indignantly retorting, hey, I just wanted to express a comparison. Don't deliberately misinterpret my meaning, all right? Negative emotional value from Raditz. 666. A system notification flashed in Vikimo's mind. However, Raditz's attention quickly returned to the delectable food in his hand. After swallowing, he cautiously pulled out a small bottle, exactly the divine water of battle Vikimo had shared with him, and took a satisfying sip, his face reflecting a mix of contentment and excitement. Vikimo, your method is simply brilliant. He felt the power within him stabilizing and subtly increasing. Though minimal, the cumulative effect persisted, and in a hushed voice filled with admiration, he said, before the side effects of the divine water of battle manifest, if I drink again, my power 1T diminish and can even maintain the doubling effect, potentially resetting the effective time. This is like dancing within the rules. Incredible. Indeed, it seems the experiment was a resounding success. Vikimo nodded in satisfaction, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The idea of exploiting this loophole had come to him during the long journey to Earth. The core rule of the divine water of battle is that the effective duration is calculated from the moment of the last successful power enhancement, rather than from the first sip. What does this imply? This implies that before reaching your own doubling limit, for instance, RADZ is at 5 times, you can first consume a portion, such as 2 sips, thereby achieving double combat power. Then, as you approach the 1-hour time limit, say at 59 minutes, you can take a 3rd sip. At that moment, your combat power will instantly surge to 3 times, and the duration timer will reset. From the moment you drink the 3rd sip, a new hour is recalculated. Thus, this cycle can continue indefinitely, as long as you can precisely time your consumption at the edge of the limit, theoretically extending your doubled state indefinitely. Upon arriving on Earth, Vikimo immediately seized Radz as a ready test subject for verification. The results aligned perfectly with his expectations. At this moment, Radz had successfully consumed the divine water 4 times through this meticulous timing method, stabilizing his combat power at 4 times. And this state had persisted for nearly 4 hours. Furthermore, if he were to drink a 5th sip at some point before the end of the 4th hour, he could maintain the 5 times combat power for a full 5 hours. Vikimo himself did not attempt this lightly. This apparent flaw appeared marvelous. Yet deep within him lingered a thread of doubt. The origins of this divine water were mysterious, and its side effects peculiar, leading to a period of weakness lasting several days or even longer. Would this exploitative extension of the doubling time result in some dreadful cumulative effect during the eventual side effects? For instance, if maintaining a 1-hour doubling incurs a 1-day weakness, then would the 4-hour doubling lead to a terrifying 4-day weakness? Would the backlash of strength be even more severe? The unknown risks compelled him to choose caution. After all, with Radz, a loyal, or perhaps unwillingly loyal, and physically robust test subject, blazing the trail ahead, it was simply too perfect. I am presently contemplating a question. Vikimo observed as Radz took another sip of the divine water, then contentedly licked an ice cream cone that Taisi had just purchased and spoke thoughtfully. What question? Radz wiped the cream from the corner of his mouth, looking at Vikimo in confusion. Might it be possible, Vikimo's gaze grew somewhat profound, that by maintaining the doubled state for several hours in this manner, when the effect ultimately dissipates and you enter the period of weakness, the accumulated time debt may be repaid in a more severe way? Radz's motion of licking the ice cream froze instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief. What do you mean? For example, Vikimo calmly articulated the dreadful hypothesis. If the cost of maintaining a 1-hour doubling is a 1-day weakness, then if you have forcefully maintained it for 4 hours, will the resulting side effect of the weakness period not accumulate to 4 days? Radz dropped his ice cream with a thud. From Radz's negative emotional value, 999. A chill surged from his soles to the crown of his head. Vikimo, are you a devil? Have you come specifically to torment me? Are you here to milk the sheep dry? I was just silently grateful in my heart for the delectable treats you provided. No, it cannot be. Radz's voice quivered with a hint of tears, desperately attempting to reassure himself. It shouldn't accumulate, right? The rules only mention the weakness period. They don't state that it will compound. He forced himself to remain calm, calculating. And even if, hypothetically, the weakness period extended to 4 days or 5, my base combat power is 1500, and 5 times that is 7500. During the weakness period, my combat power would only be reduced to 1/10, which would still leave me with 750. I have sensed the humans on this planet, and their combat powers generally fall below 5. With only a handful of martial artists reaching a score of 10 or 20, 7500 combat power would be more than sufficient for me to dominate the entire planet. Quite safe. Yes, very safe. He seemed to be persuading Vikimo, but more so, he was desperately trying to convince himself. That makes sense. Vikimo nodded, seemingly accepting this reasoning, yet the glimmer of contemplation in his eyes did not fully dissipate. He picked up his portion of ice cream, intending to savor the sweet magic of Earth, when suddenly, the voice of Taisi rang out nearby, filled with evident panic and anger. What are you doing? Let go. My boyfriend is quite formidable. He is right over there. Vikimo's brow furrowed instantly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He casually handed the nearly untouched ice cream to Radz, who was still troubled by the prospect of a 4-day weakness period, and with a subtle movement, he vanished like a specter towards the source of the voice. Radz hurriedly caught the ice cream, watching Vikimo's figure disappear into the crowd, then looked down at his fallen treat and the one in his hand, filled with a mix of anger and despair. My ice cream, and my future, potential 4-day weakness. It's all utterly ruined. From Radz's negative emotional value, 1000,